The weather was unbearable, as if someone had cranked the sun up to its highest setting. Waves of heat rolled in, threatening to melt the entire city. Sunlight poured down without restraint, turning all of America into a giant teppanyaki grill. This place was anything but a summer retreat. Instead, I felt like I was about to be roasted in a jerky. Shady alleys have always been the favorite hideouts of criminals. But today, luck seemed to be on my side. I didn't run into any trouble at all, as if Lady Luck herself was watching over me. My name is Chun Fong, and it was a heat wave that jolted me awake from my sleep. As I groggily opened my eyes, confusion filled my mind. What's going on? The damp alley felt like a massive steam basket, making my whole body uncomfortable. I struggled to sit up, accidentally pressing my hand into a puddle. The murky yellow liquid left no doubt it wasn't anything clean. Who would relieve themselves here so carelessly? Honestly, it left me speechless. A pungent stench assaulted my nose, forcing me to wrinkle my brow. These little puddles were everywhere in the alley, and under the blazing sun, the smell grew even more unbearable. It was enough to make anyone question their life choices. How did I end up here? Where even is this place? Rubbing my throbbing head, I tried to piece together what had happened. But my memory seemed wiped blank, stuck on the events of last night. I remembered watching my childhood cartoon, Jackie Chan Adventures, on the sofa before falling asleep, only to wake up in this unfamiliar place. Could it be that I had crossed into the world of Jackie Chan Adventures? Hesitantly, I called out in a low voice, "System, Godfather Dad." Like clutching at straws in the darkness, I hoped for some sign that I'd truly crossed over, anything to escape that predictable, humdrum life I'd always known. Just as I was starting to think, I'd simply been dumped in some strange place. A crisp notification sounded in my ear. It was like a shaft of light cutting through the darkness, reigniting my hope. System binding in progress. A surge of excitement rushed through me. This was it. I knew I wouldn't be abandoned, that I'd finally made it into the anime world I'd always dreamed of. Here I come, life in the two-dimensional realm. Ding. Binding successful. Honored host. The universal template system is at your service. Instantly energized, I asked, "System, is there a newbie starter pack?" Ding. The multiverse character panel is available. Please proceed to the draw. Without hesitation, I shouted draw. Suddenly, a massive spinning wheel appeared before my eyes. Packed with so many characters, it was dizzying, a veritable supermarket of personalities. The wheel spun wildly, and my heart pounded faster, as if I were strapped into a roller coaster, anxious but absolutely exhilarated. The spinning wheel finally came to a halt, and the pointer landed in an unremarkable corner. Before I could get a clear look, a notification chimed in my mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've drawn Tomcat. Static noise, system error detected, correcting now. Congratulations, host, you've drawn the Uncle template from Jackie Chan Adventures. Loading Gunklese Kung Fu. Loading Uki Spell. Loading Antique Appraisal Skills. Congratulations, host, you've drawn the Uncle template from Jackie Chan Adventures. Loading Gunklese Kung Fu. Loading Uki Spell. Loading Antique Appraisal Skills. Loading Gunklese Kung Fu. Loading Uki Spell. Loading Antique Appraisal Skills. What's going on here? System, I definitely heard Tomcat, not Uncle. Give me Tomcat's abilities back now. Ding. System error. Command cannot be executed. Ding. Uncle template loaded successfully. The system is about to self-destruct. Host, please do your best to survive in this world. I could clearly feel a surge of energy rising swiftly from my dantian, rocketing through every part of my body, beginning to reshape me from the inside out. My eyes flew open wide, my mouth agape as if I could swallow a whole egg, breath coming in short, quick gasps. With a faint sound, a wisp of yellow mist drifted out from behind me. This is outrageous. Where's Uncle's power? Is that it? Wasn't my body supposed to be remade or something? System. Foster father, you're all a bunch of scammers. I shouted into the air, looking for all the world like a madman to any bystander. But no one answered me. Even the system's notification sound had faded away without a trace. My golden finger lasted barely an hour. Was that just a trial version? No, it's not even as good as a trial. What a useless system. I'm done with it. Just as I was venting my frustration, changes began to sweep through my body. My vision blurred, leaving me with only a faint sense of clarity. Meanwhile, my hearing became razor sharp. I could make out the subtle rustling of insects nearby. My hands withered and aged, as if time itself had gnawed away at them. My whole body rapidly deteriorated, and in an instant I'd gone from a young man of 20 to a centenarian. This is just absurd, Uncle. I demand to file a complaint. Ding, system has X. PLO dead. Host, please handle on your own. Listening to the system's fragmented, dying words, I couldn't help but recall those internet memes I'd seen in my past life. Just one template, and I'm supposed to conquer the world? Isn't this just setting me up as cannon fodder? System, get back here, give me my refund. Muttering under my breath, I hurled curses at the empty air, but it truly seemed the system had vanished for good. Well, nothing for it. I just have to take things as they came. Ding. The system after sales center has detected that student number 12138 has been slacking off. Graduation will not be granted. In light of your current circumstances, we will provide some compensation. Please check and accept it. Thank you. Graduation will not be granted. In light of your current circumstances, we will provide some compensation. Please check and accept it. Thank you. Just as I was about to step out of the alley and see the world beyond, a voice more thunderous than the system itself suddenly exploded in my mind. Before I could even react, a surge of information crashed into my brain like a cannonball, my father's 100 years of memories. Everything from his defeat of the 8 great demons, his rise as an archmage, his years of teaching disciples, all the way to his eventual passing. Ding. Transmission of father's century of insights complete. Ding. Implantation of father's life experience complete. Ding. Transmission of father's antique shop information complete. Ding. Transmission of Jackie Chan Adventures villain information complete. Program error, program error. Thank you for using our service. 12138, you rascal, don't you run. As the system's voice gradually faded away, I absorbed a century's worth of my father's wisdom. Staggering from the weight of it all, I wandered into an antique shop, pushed open the door, and collapsed to the floor, consciousness slipping away. April's drizzle fell endlessly, and to my eyes, every city in America looked like one sprawling junkyard, utterly unbearable. The drainage was atrocious, the streets littered with trash, filth, and vomit, and addicts sprawled across the sidewalks. As a Chinese person, I didn't even dare step outside the antique shop, terrified that the chaos and squalor out there would taint me. By 8 in the evening, the streets were nearly deserted. Another fruitless day. Hell's Kitchen was nothing but gangs and black folks. I truly couldn't fathom why the system had placed the antique shop here. Would anyone in this place even buy anything? Just as I was yawning out of boredom, the bell above the door jingled. A customer. I sprang up from my lounge chair, plastered a greedy little old man smile across my face, and said, "Welcome to Old Dad's Antique Shop. How can I help you today?" Looking up, I saw her, the most powerful female sorcerer in the Marvel Universe, the Ancient One. She was the greatest master of Kamar, Taj, so mighty that the director had to write her out of the story because her special effects would have cost too much. "Hello, may I ask?" Though Chun Feng recognized the Ancient One immediately, he knew he couldn't reveal it. With a touch of respect and a hint of confusion, he asked, "Hello, I'm the Ancient One. I'm not here to buy anything." Seeing the Ancient One standing there with solemn dignity, Chun Feng felt a bit lost. He'd noticed the eye of Agamotto opening on her chest and thought this bald sorcerer had come to deal with him, the interloper. After all, in the Marvel Universe, everyone knew the Ancient One was the best at handling those who liked to stir up trouble. Those in parentheses, including transmigrators and especially Deadpool, should be highlighted. "Hello, Gui. May I ask what brings you to my antique shop today?" Though Chun Feng appeared calm and collected on the surface, inwardly he was extremely tense. The sudden arrival of Gui, along with that mysterious time stone, made him uneasy, worried that something unpredictable might be about to happen. "Mr. Chun Feng, is that correct?" Gui spoke his name with a quiet composure. For a moment, Chun Feng's heart felt as if it would leap from his chest. Fortunately, he had inherited a wealth of life experience from his father, almost as if he'd lived an extra 100 years. Without that, he might have lost his composure right then and there, or even blurted out a request to become Guyi's disciple. "Yes, may I ask what business you have with me?" Guyi let out a gentle breath, as if relieved. "At last, I found you, Master Chun Feng. Ever since word came from Magician's Hall in Hong Kong, I've been searching for you. Today, my wish is fulfilled. Kamar, Taj, Sorjeder, Guyi." Greetings to Chun Feng, Supreme Sorcerer. Caught off guard by this exchange, Chun Feng hesitated for a moment, but his body instinctively responded in kind. "China, Sorcerer, Chun Feng. Greetings to Grand Sorcerer, Guyi." After they exchanged formal salutations, Chun Feng finally located a memory related to this experience, buried deep in his mind. The memory had been implanted directly by the system, and he rarely revisited it. Whenever he did, it caused him a splitting headache. As a result, his body could respond correctly, even though his mind remained in a fog. The memories arranged by the service zone were far more coherent than his own jumbled real experiences. The life that had been implanted for Chun Feng was complex, yet it allowed him to thrive in this world for over 70 years. His journey to the United States this time was prompted by the impending resurgence of dark energy. Thinking back to the 10-digit balance in his bank account, Chen Feng couldn't help but want to tell other transmigrators. Though Chen Feng's mind was swirling with thoughts, to an outsider, it was merely a fleeting distraction. Under Gu Yi's penetrating gaze, he quickly regained his composure and continued the conversation. Supreme Sorcerer Chen Feng, may I ask if there is some vital matter that has brought you to America this time? Grandmaster Ancient One, you're being too polite, just call me Chen Feng. No, not quite. Ancient One, are you familiar with Taoist philosophy? I've heard a little and know some of its basics. Seeing that the Ancient One wasn't a stranger to the concept, Chen Feng decided not to explain Taoism from the very beginning. In Taoism, everything is governed by the interplay of yin and yang, opposing forces that together create the world. As Chen Feng spoke of goodness, the Ancient One's expression dimmed. Power itself is neither good nor evil. It all depends on how one uses it, and what one chooses to do with it. The Ancient One lifted her gaze, her expression returning to calm. Thank you, Chen Feng. No need to thank me. Let's get back to our discussion. So, if I understand correctly, you're saying there were once 8 demons as powerful as Dormammu? That's right, Ancient One. That's one way to look at it. Chen Feng, it seems your predicament is even graver than mine. So, what do you intend to do? Nothing at all, Chen Feng answered with quiet calm. Nothing. The Ancient One was utterly taken aback. As the two conversed, the warrior chosen by the righteous energy began to awaken from his long slumber. The stark white bedsheets made him feel a little dizzy as a flood of images flashed before his eyes. At this moment, he was completely naked, without a shred of clothing. Upon waking, he looked around in confusion. In a flash, his eyes widened, and his pupils dilated. Steve murmured under his breath, "Where am I? How'd I end up here?" Just then, a slender woman in a nurse's uniform from the 1970s entered the room. "Good morning, Captain. It seems you're feeling better. Where am I? What year is it?" Steve asked, his expression serious. "You're in a recovery room in New York City." Steve listened to the team news coming from the radio, feeling more certain than ever that the woman before him was lying. Without another moment's hesitation, Steve stepped around her and kicked the door open with a sudden, forceful blow. Steve was no stranger to such tactics. He broke into a run down the corridor. The scuffle hadn't left Steve confused. In fact, it was a state he knew all too well. Towering LED screens, streets ablaze with neon lights, skyscrapers of steel and glass. As he looked around in bewilderment, a fleet of black sedans surged in to surround him. "Take it easy, soldier." A black man in a black trench coat and an eye patch strode over. To be honest, his smile wasn't exactly warm. In fact, it looked a bit stiff. Steve stared at him, uncertainty clouding his features. "Where's your boss?" he demanded. The man's smile vanished instantly, but remembering who Steve was, he reined in his emotions. With a teasing tone, he replied, "Captain, the world has changed. President Lincoln set us free. Now everyone's equal. I don't have a boss anymore. You could say, I'm the boss now. To be precise, I'm the director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division." "Soldier, that means I'm your superior now." Steve muttered to himself. "I must still be half asleep. Did I just hear a black man say he's my superior? And something about a bureau. Isn't that just a place for manual labor? No, maybe I'm losing my mind. Even a labor organization wouldn't make a black man the boss." Nick Fury. As the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury not only commanded the largest superhuman organization in America, he also stood at the very center of its power. Yet at this moment, he felt a surge of anger. That's right, anger. The tone in Steve's voice reminded him of those coarse, bigoted Southerners. Damn it, who compiled that old report? If I'd known Steve Rogers was this kind of man, I never would have agreed to his release. Even if I had no choice but to let him out, I would have made sure he kept his mouth shut. Hey, Captain Rogers. Nick Fury felt he should try to reclaim a bit of his dignity as a leader. But Steve gave him no such chance. "Shut up, you damn Negro. All I want to know is where the army is. They've owed me back pay and my pension for years." "Cut the crap, Rogers. Damn redneck. I'm your superior, and you'd better show some respect." "Oh, you filthy-mouthed Negro. Now I get it. I really owe Tony an apology. Think about it. What did he ever do wrong? A country that won't even pay its own soldiers' pensions. Might as well have let the Nazis take over." Compared to others of his background, Steve did possess a certain humility and nobility. But he was a product of his era, and he had no fondness for a black man in a position of authority like Nick Fury. What's more, after giving his life to serve his country for decades, he returned to find a man descended from slaves was now better off. For Steve, these complaints were already a form of restraint. The fact that he hadn't started swinging his shield was remarkable. I really misjudged you. I thought you were a hero of the American people. Nick Fury's last shred of self-control snapped, and fury overwhelmed him. He was on the verge of lunging at Steve. Fortunately, his colleague stepped in just in time to hold him back. Otherwise, S.H.I.E.L.D. might have needed a new director by the end of the day. Let go of me. I'm going to kill him. Calm down, director. You can't take on the captain. Steve, utterly unfazed, only responded with a casual sneer. Hey, Negro, you men are right. You're no match for me. Now hurry up and show me the way. I've got a pension to collect, and a lady waiting to dance with me. You bastard. Nick Fury struggled with all his might, but he couldn't break free from the soldier's grip. His furious roar gradually faded into a helpless, powerless shout. Steve paid Fury no further attention. Instead, he strolled aside and casually approached an agent. Hey, buddy, do you know where I can collect my pension? As luck would have it, the young man Steve approached happened to be someone who'd grown up hearing tales of his legendary exploits. Captain America had always been his idol. In fact, he was the idol of most American kids. See, Captain, I'm your fan. I can show you the way, but could you sign my trench coat? The agent was so excited he could barely get the words out. He rummaged through his pockets, but when he found nothing suitable, he looked down at his coat. He tore off a strip of fabric and offered it to Captain America with trembling hands. Seeing a man in his 40s idolize him so fervently filled Steve Rogers with a warm sense of pride. He took the cloth and asked, May I borrow a pen? And what's your name? Rhodey Langle. Oh, that's a fine name, Rhodey. You're already an outstanding agent. Though it's a pity your boss happens to be black now. But you don't need to look up to me. You're a hero to this country, too. Thank you for your service. Steve wrote these words on the strip of Rhodey's coat, a phrase he'd learned back in his days on a USO tour. His commanding officer had once told him never to forget it, and his officer had been right. This country didn't really need true heroes. What it needed was a symbol, even a false one. Why bother being Captain America? Why be a hero at all? Frozen for 70 years, his love gone, his friends dead. And in the end, he didn't even get his paycheck, and now his boss was a black man. It was all too ridiculous. He might as well have listened to his old officer and played the clown. At least the pay was decent. Steve Rogers to Rhodey Langle. All right, he's yours now, buddy. Rhodey took the sign cloth with both hands, holding it to his chest as if it were the most precious thing in the world. If you ever want another autograph, just ask. For now, please take me to your commanding officer. I've got questions like how you plan to make up 70 years of back pay and pension. With that, Steve kicked open the military headquarters door and walked in without a hint of restraint. So, where's everyone? Who's in charge here? Your creditor has arrived. His fanfare drew no commanding officer into sight. Instead, he found himself surrounded by a wall of soldiers. Guns were raised. Only then did the female officer at the entrance speak up. Hello, sir. How can I help you? Surrounded on all sides by soldiers, Steve raised his hands in resignation and half-joking said, Is this really how you treat your creditor? Go tell your commanding officer. Steve Rogers is here. I've come to collect 70 years' worth of back pay and retirement benefits. The receptionist rolled her eyes with practiced flair, clearly exasperated by Steve's antics. She waved to the soldiers beside her and said, Get this lunatic out of here. I bet he forgot to take his medication today. Two soldiers closed in on Steve, one on each side. Although he appeared to be unarmed, they didn't dare let their guard down. Sir, trespassing on military property might turn out to be the worst decision of your life. Please come with us. As they reached out to grab his shoulders, Steve could only sigh. He had always thought of himself as an American hero, someone everyone should recognize. He never expected to be treated like this. Just as their hands were about to touch him, Steve spoke up. I knew the U.S. military could never be counted on. In a flash, Steve twisted around, wrested their rifles away, and pinned them to the ground. With a single punch, he knocked both men unconscious. Take a good nap. You both look like you could really use some rest. The sudden turn of events completely caught the nearby soldiers off guard. Before they could even raise their weapons, Steve had already closed the distance, dispatching each one with swift, precise movements until they were all subdued. The flurry of unexpected action left everyone in the room shaken. No longer holding back, the rest of the soldiers squeezed their triggers, unleashing a hail of bullets at Steve. Steve dug behind the desk under the counter. Luckily, the desk was sturdily built and managed to stop every bullet. If it hadn't been so solid, the staff here would probably need a new desk every day. Perhaps one of the military's rare gestures of kindness. Sheltered behind the desk, Steve silently counted the seconds. He sprang up just as the soldiers were reloading. Grabbing whatever objects he could find on the table, he hurled them at the troops. And while they were distracted, he leapt forward, swiftly maneuvered behind them. With a few decisive moves, laid every last one out. Now, all the soldiers were deep in a Captain America-style baby sleep. Maybe I should consider a new career in sleep aids. Now, then, lovely miss, can you tell me which room your commanding officer is in? With a disarmingly friendly smile, Steve turned to the only person left, the receptionist, and asked. Of course, this kindness was only his own perception. To the waitress, Steve was nothing short of a war machine. Just moments ago, he had single-handedly subdued 20 fully armed soldiers in one breath, leaving her so terrified she could barely stand. Room 501 upstairs, the waitress replied in a trembling voice. Thank you for the tip, lovely lady. I hope next time, no, it's best if I never need to come here again. Steve gave her a confident smile, raised his hand in farewell, and headed on his way. He climbed the stairs, and as soon as he found the door to room 501, he heard a commotion from inside. Looks like this high-ranking official really knows how to enjoy life. Doing research on the origins of humanity in broad daylight, truly diligent. Steve gave the door a firm knock and shouted suddenly, Open up! Va to meter inspection. His voice thundered through the hallway, and the door shuddered under his pounding fists. Inside, the previously busy man froze mid-action, awkwardly tossing aside whatever he was holding. Wearing a mocking grin, Steve strode into the office. In the room, a man and a woman hurried to gather their clothes from the floor, scrambling to get dressed. The disheveled man, radiating arrogance, pointed at Steve and snapped. Who are you? Water meter inspection. All the way to my room? Do you even know who my father is? Steve scoffed and replied with a hint of sarcasm. I didn't care before, but since you're so eager to tell me, let's hear it. The man pulled up his pants with an air of self-importance, a smug smile on his lips. My name is Mario. My father is a Wall Street tycoon, Mateo. Mateo? A Jew? Steve's expression returned to calm. Mario, meanwhile, seemed even more pleased, clearly enjoying the reaction. Ignorant kid, filthy fool, are you scared now? Beg for mercy, and maybe, if I'm feeling generous, I'll only let you walk out of here on one foot. Suddenly, Steve dropped to his knees, pounding the floor and crying out dramatically, I am guilty. I've let down that little mustache. He struggled his whole life and never saw his dream fulfilled. All he wanted was oil. Where did he go wrong? No. Mario instantly realized who Steve was referring to, the infamous historical figure known as Little Mustache, forever linked to oil. While Mario was still dumbfounded, Steve slowly stood, wiped away imaginary tears, and fixed him with a steely gaze, murmuring, If all of this is my fault, then let me set history right. Little Mustache, your will, I'll see it through. With those words, Steve sprang to Mario's side and delivered a slap so fierce that Mario's teeth went flying from his mouth. Aren't you quite the arrogant one? Didn't you think you were untouchable? Try acting tough now. Steve slapped Mario across the face again, and soon enough, Mario lost consciousness. In truth, Steve had already held himself back. If he hadn't, Mario would have ended up in far worse shape. Mario, tell me now, who's really in charge of your crew? Steve dragged Mario up close, his voice icy as he interrogated him. Mario gave no answer. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, he'd already had all his teeth knocked out, and he was barely conscious. With a flick of his hand, Steve tossed the barely breathing Mario aside. He then shooed out the terrified woman clinging to her clothes, sending her out of the room before beginning a meticulous search of the place. A few buckets of icy water were dumped over Mario's head, and at last he began to come to. But the sight that greeted him nearly made him pass out again. The four walls of the room were shattered, the floorboards torn up. Steve sat amidst the wreckage, a red bucket dangling from his hand, his expression mocking as he called out, Mr. Mario, would you care to tell me where you've stashed all those embezzled funds over the years? With a filthy sock stuffed in his mouth, Mario could only let out muffled whimpers. Steve grew impatient at this, and with a swift kick to Mario's ribs, broke several of them. Finally, Mario fell silent. You're noisy. All you need to do is answer the question honestly. Since you're so obedient now, why don't you tell me, where did you hide my 70 years' worth of wages and pension? A nearly demonic smile crept onto Steve's face. Mario hesitated for a moment, but all he could manage was a weak, garbled moan. For someone so stubbornly tight-lipped, Steve delivered another brutal kick, snapping more ribs. Are all you military types so obsessed with money, willing to risk your life for it? A whole gang of you to try to gun me down, but now you won't even cooperate when I ask a question. What's wrong? Is your funding really that tight? Are you so stingy you won't even spend some to save your own skin? Mario's obstinacy left Steve feeling powerless. He really had no idea how to interrogate anyone. All he wanted was to reclaim his hard-earned pension. In the end, Steve broke every one of the 206 bones in Mario's body. Throughout the ordeal, Mario remained silent, not uttering a single sound. Out of respect for Mario's unwavering resolve, Steve decided to forgive him in the end. Old Dad's antique shop. Gui sat across from Chunfeng, both of them intently watching a small pot. Inside, a green liquid was simmering, but the expected change stubbornly refused to appear. After a moment's hesitation, Chunfeng tossed another head of garlic into the pot. Soon, wisps of green smoke began to rise, and the figure of a typical American woman appeared before their eyes. "Oh, that's not a good omen," Chunfeng muttered, adding a few more cloves of garlic to the pot. With a faint pop, the image in the smoke began to blur, and gradually Steve's figure emerged from the swirling mist. The view panned out further, revealing an armed helicopter behind Steve. "This is a warning to the suspect ahead," barked Commander Conrad through the helicopter's loudspeaker. "Surrender with your hands up in 3 seconds, or we'll take action." But Conrad's warning seemed little more than a formality. As soon as he returned to the cabin, he ordered 2 soldiers armed with M4 rifles to open fire on Steve. Bullets rained down like a storm, but Steve weaved through the hail of gunfire with agile ease, his battle-hardened instincts keeping him unscathed. He even glanced back to taunt Conrad in the cabin, calling out, "Hey, your aim's worse than a rookie's. Is this really someone chosen by righteous energy? Could there be a mistake?" Gui watched Steve's antics with doubt, questioning whether such a person could be chosen by the forces of righteousness. Chi magic doesn't make mistakes, and neither does the will of righteousness. Maybe he really will become my ally. Chunfeng replied with confidence in the face of Gu Yi's skepticism. "You can doubt my character, but never doubt my father's magic. Let's see what happens next. Maybe things will turn around." As Chunfeng spoke, he tossed yet another head of garlic into the pot. "Bring me the RPG." Conrad barked furiously, now heedless of his surroundings, ordering his men to fire a rocket at Steve. The rocket streaked through the air with a sharp whistle. Sensing danger, Steve didn't try to tough it out. He quickly scanned his surroundings and noticed a manhole cover on the ground. In one swift motion, he dashed over and stomped on it. With a spin, Steve wrenched the manhole cover free, gripped it with one hand, and hurled it at the incoming missile with all his might. There was a thunderous blast as the cover collided with the rocket mid-air, erupting in a brilliant flash of fire and smoke. When the dust cleared, Steve flashed a provocative gesture at his attackers and shouted, "Hey, buddy, your aim's worse than Grandma Megan's. Maybe you should go home and take care of the kids instead." That remark infuriated Conrad. He thought to himself, "You can criticize our superiors, but you must never question our professional competence." Burning with anger, Conrad kicked aside his comrade who was carrying a rocket launcher and seized a grenade launcher himself. But just as he took aim, Steve had already spun around and vanished into the narrow alleyway. By the time the helicopter swept overhead, the street was empty. There was no sign of Steve anywhere. "Damn it," Conrad swore furiously. At that moment, a pair of black passers-by came into view. Conrad fired his weapon without hesitation, bringing both down. Tossing the grenade launcher to a nearby soldier, he barked at the recorder. "Write this down. Under my command, we've eliminated the main culprit of this incident. Unfortunately, his accomplice got away. Issue a warrant at once, and let the FBI handle the rest." The order was swiftly relayed, but the photo on the wanted poster was not Steve's face at all. It was a black man, showing nothing but his teeth. Several nearly identical photos appeared on the wanted list, with no difference in angle, expression, or even the glint on his teeth. It was painfully obvious these were randomly chosen scapegoats, with no real effort to find the true suspect. Meanwhile, Steve followed the sewer all the way forward. The moment he climbed out onto the street, he couldn't help but complain. How many years has it been since anyone cleaned out these sewers? The stench here is even worse than the foulest places I've ever been. What are those council members even doing? Looking down at his clothes, which had become filthy in just a single day, Steve lost all desire to grumble further. Glancing around, he noticed that the people here wore tattered clothing and looked as ragged as he did now. If not for his conspicuously different skin tone, others would probably have mistaken him for a local drifter. Yet the conditions around him were so unbearable that Steve couldn't help but mutter under his breath. "My God, this place is even worse than the worst concentration camps. There's not even the most basic guarantee of survival. How do people here manage to live at all?" Having vented his frustration, Steve finally began to calm down. Looking up, he saw the sign for Old Dad's Antique Shop right in front of him. Thankfully, he had a well-read friend. Otherwise, deciphering these complex Chinese characters would have been nearly impossible. These characters are so much harder than the alphabet. Good thing I can recognize them, he muttered to himself, reaching for the door, ready to go inside. Just as Steve arrived at the entrance of the antique shop, the Ancient One waved her hand, tracing a circle in the air. Sparks burst forth, scattering in every direction, reminiscent of the dazzling fireworks that light up the sky during New Year celebrations. The sparks whirled swiftly, coalescing into a shimmering portal, through which a quaint, old-fashioned bedroom could be seen on the other side. Once everything was set, the Ancient One bowed respectfully to Chun Feng and said, "I have a general understanding of your actions and will help you with the registration. I hope we meet again someday, Chun Feng. Until fate brings us together once more, Ancient One." After the Ancient One departed, Steve pushed open the door and stepped inside. The moment he set foot in the antique shop, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. All his worries vanished, replaced by an unexpected calmness that settled deep within his heart. Seeing Steve enter, Chun Feng greeted him with his usual warm welcome. "Hello. Welcome to Old Pa's antique shop. Is there anything I can help you with today?" Well, sir, you live alone in such a dangerous neighborhood. I thought maybe you might need..." Before Steve could finish, Chun Feng had already produced a broom and swept it straight at Steve's face. Startled, Steve dodged in haste, only to find himself swept right out the door. Chun Feng's voice rang out loud and clear. "Old Pa doesn't need any salesman. Stay away from my shop." After being thrown out, Steve grew more and more indignant. He hadn't even finished speaking before being unceremoniously shown the door. He thought the old man was being downright rude. Fuming, he whirled around and kicked open the shop's door again. But the moment he stepped inside, his anger melted away as mysteriously as it had come, replaced once more by a sense of peace. "I'm sorry, sir. I'm not an insurance salesman. What I meant to say was, for someone your age to be living alone here, it really is dangerous. Maybe you could use someone like me as a security guard." Without hesitation, Chun Feng strode forward. Saying nothing, he deftly subdued Steve, pressing the muzzle of his shotgun right against Steve's chest. "So what is it? You want to test your skills against Old Pa?" The scene left Steve utterly stunned. Though he'd been a bit careless just now, he never imagined he could be overpowered so easily. It dawned on him then. He was facing a true master. No, sir, I'll leave right away." Steve's voice was tinged with disappointment. He didn't belong to this era, and though he couldn't explain why, he felt a rare sense of comfort here. Now, it seemed even that small comfort was slipping away. But leaving wouldn't be so simple. Chun Feng had no intention of letting him go so easily and called out, "Wait, there's one more thing." Steve had just turned to leave when Chun Feng tossed a broom to him. Steve looked up in surprise at the silver-haired old man. With a touch of disdain, Chun Feng asked, "Do you know anything about archaeology?" Steve could only gesture helplessly at his own hair. In their country, the concept of antique barely existed. "Never mind, it's all right if you don't know. I've got some books on archaeology here. You can study along. You'll need it sooner or later." With that, Chun Feng turned and went back into his study. He poured out the green soup from the pot and cooked a bowl of plain rice porridge for Steve. On his way out, he casually pulled a book from the shelf, then stepped back into the room. "All right, stop sweeping for now. Have something to drink first. This book is a must. You have to learn it well. It's required reading." Perhaps because the antique shop was already spotless, Steve had barely swept it all before the floor was gleaming. Steve was just about to ask if there was anything else he could do to help when he saw Chun Feng coming out with a steaming bowl of porridge. The sight of that simple white porridge filled Steve's heart with a sudden warmth. Perhaps this was that uniquely Eastern sense of care. But when he glanced over at classical Oriental handicrafts, a book easily 10 times thicker than the entire history of America, Steve felt a pang of anxiety. If he were truly good at studying, he would never have joined the military. Those days spent struggling through danger had been anything but easy. Yet the warm porridge before him gave him strength. He didn't want to disappoint this kindly old man. However, when he turned to the first page, Steve's spirit completely crumbled. The entire book was in Chinese. The characters were complicated and hard to understand, each with several possible pronunciations. Their meanings changed depending on how they were combined. The thought of facing this kind of life from now on made Steve's head spin. He actually fainted on the spot. "My young people really are something else. They can fall asleep at the drop of a hat," Chun Feng sighed. Old age, I just can't keep up anymore." He didn't dwell on it. As an old man, he always reminded himself to maintain good sleep habits. Not long after he went upstairs, the sound of snoring drifted down. In the antique shop, both of them had fallen asleep. From this chapter onward, Chun Feng will be referred to as Old Dad. It's easier to remember. The jungles of Kalak Mul were lush and almost untouched by people, still guarding the grandest of ancient temples. Inside that temple lay a shield, the very target of Old Dad and Steve's journey. "Move it, Steve. At this pace, you're slower than my grandma," Old Dad shouted, waving the map as he led the way. "Well, then your grandma must be a superhero," Steve shot back, gripping his machete, refusing to let Old Dad's teasing get the better of him. "Oh, you disrespectful brat. If we don't reach Kalak Mul Temple before sunset, you'll see what Old Dad is really capable of. At Old Dad's threat, Steve didn't argue further, but he definitely picked up his speed. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Steve pushed aside the last thicket of brush, and at last, the Kalak Mul Temple came into view. At that very moment, a black man with an eye patch over his right eye appeared before them. It was Nick Fury. Arms crossed, he regarded Steve with a look of weary resignation and said, "Cap, you've had your fun these last few days, haven't you? Time to come back with me." Nick Fury stared at Steve, waiting patiently for quite some time. At last, Steve seemed to remember something and said, "You're the director of that agency, right?" Seeing that Steve still remembered him brought Nick Fury a trace of comfort. He didn't care that Steve couldn't recall the full name of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. The name was meant to be forgettable, and the more complicated, the better. That way, even if someone wanted to file a complaint, they probably couldn't spell it correctly. In a way, being forgettable was its own kind of victory. "Listen, Nick Fury," Steve said firmly, "I won't join you. No matter what happens, that won't change. You should know everything I've been up to recently, and I've made my stance very clear. Stop trying." Steve brushed past Nick Fury and headed straight for the Temple of Camel, with the old man following close behind. To him, this was just a brief interruption. Nothing mattered as long as it didn't get in the way of collecting talismans. As he walked ahead, Steve suddenly turned back, eyeing Fury's darkened expression, and said, "And one more thing, could you guys update the wanted posters when you get a chance? How many times does that black guy have to take the blame? Even I can't stand seeing it. Oh, and if you're planning to keep me on your wanted list, at least use a photo where I look good." Fury was seething with anger. Did he really want to be the one recruiting this troublesome Steve? Of course not. It was those people in Congress who insisted he do it. He'd already laid out all of Steve's recent actions for them, but they still demanded he make the invitation. And if he failed, the title of director might as well be stripped from him. "Steve!" The old man's roar was thunderous, so loud that even with his ears covered, Steve felt dazed by the sound. "Coming, old man." Steve responded to the old man first, then turned back to warn Fury. "Fury, listen up. This is the last time I'll talk to you calmly. It's never going to happen." Steve's resolve left Fury helpless. Just as the rest of his team had said, he couldn't beat Steve, so persuasion was all he had left. Now, Steve had given him a clear and final refusal. At this moment, what Fury wanted most was to toss a recording of this whole exchange right onto the desks of those congressional bigwigs. To show them clearly, Steve doesn't need S.H.I.E.L.D., and S.H.I.E.L.D. can get by just fine without Steve. Free from Nick Fury, Steve quickly caught up to the old man. The old man pulled a walkie-talkie from behind his back and handed it to Steve, lowering his head to study the map in his hands as he said, "The Kalak Mul Temple, legend has it, it once belonged to the Maya civilization. The truth has long been lost to history, but you can be sure the place is riddled with traps and hidden passages. Still, don't worry about that. Just head inside, and I'll handle the rest. The only thing you need to focus on is finding S.H.I.E.L.D. hidden among the treasures. It's marked with the symbol of a rooster. Bring it back with you." With that, the old man shot Steve another glance, then handed him a set of tools he'd prepared. "The rooster shield? Leave it to me, old man." Steve's tone was casual, but the dark energy was already gaining a firmer grip on him. Until he learned to fully control this power, he would have to stay in this uneasy state. "I expect you to bring me what I asked for. If you don't, I promise you'll pay for it." The old man finished speaking and, without warning, gave Steve a solid kick that sent him tumbling into the temple. Steve barely landed before triggering a flurry of traps. A chaotic clatter echoed through the chamber. Outside, the old man listened as the noise gradually faded, then picked up his radio and called inside. "Steve, are you still alive? Can you hear me?" A sharp hiss, an arrow whistled past, missing Steve's scalp by barely a centimeter. Cold sweat broke out all over him. He'd come within a hair's breadth of death. "Yeah, I'm still here. If you got the energy for jokes, things can't be that bad. Steve, do you see any significant structures in front of you?" "A golden corona, my God." In the dimly lit catacombs, the blonde American adjusted his night vision goggles, eyes wide with awe at the golden treasures scattered everywhere. Greed flickered in his gaze, impossible to hide. He fought to steady himself, then spoke into his earpiece. "Old man, no. Godfather, if I remember right, there's an Eastern saying that goes, a thief never leaves empty-handed. Any chance you could teach me how to haul all this out?" Even though the old man couldn't see him, Steve's tone was perfectly sincere. The abundance of treasure here made it almost impossible for him to keep his cool. "You're using the wrong words." The old man sighed. "Steve, let me remind you, we're here to protect relics of the Maya civilization and recover ancient artifact from the East. Keep that in mind, we're not grave robbers." All right, Godfather, whatever you say. As long as I get to take some of this with me, you're as good as my real dad. Enough of that. The old man quickly cut him off, growing serious. This is my only warning. Don't touch anything. As the warning echoed in his ears, Steve muttered over and over, don't touch anything, stay calm, don't touch a thing. But his hands moved faster than his thoughts. Before he knew it, his fingers had already closed around a golden staff. Oh my God! Before Steve could react, a faint rustling echoed from within the burial chamber. A soft, persistent hiss filled the air as the ground beneath them began to tremble. Pebbles and grains of sand trickled from the ceiling, a clear sign that danger was drawing near. Feeling the tremor underfoot, the old man pressed his palm to his forehead in resignation. Just as I expected, without hesitation, the old man vaulted out of the underground chamber and took cover behind a large tree at the edge of the jungle. Sir, what should I do? Steve frantically scanned his surroundings, deeply unsettled by the sudden turn of events. Even back in the Nazi camps, he'd never seen a trap quite like this. Hurry and find the target. Only then will you have a chance to survive. Staring at the temple as it began to crumble like a toppled tower, the old man quickly issued his next command. In the dim chamber, Steve dodged arrows whizzing at him from every direction. Suddenly, something caught his eye, a shield forged of pure gold, its surface emblazoned with a radiant rooster. Perfect, there it is. Wasting no time, Steve lunged for the shield, just as several deadly shafts hurtled toward him. He raised the shield in a flash, deflecting the arrows, which bounced harmlessly away before the shield settled back in his grip. What a treasure! This is every bit as fine as the one I used back in the day. Steve admired the shield, marveling at how light it felt despite its size and solid build. Although the tremors had ceased, Steve remained wary. Sir, I've got the shield. What I do next? Well done, Steve. Strike the runes on the shield. It'll get you out of there, the old man replied. Steve was dubious, but he did as instructed. He slammed the shield against the wall behind him. Sir, this isn't working at all. Can you give me some practical advice and get me out of here? Steve grumbled into his earpiece, but before he could finish, the shield suddenly lifted him off his feet, whisking him past tumbling stones and straight out of the underground chamber. As Steve continued to babble, the old man casually picked up a stone and tossed it at him. Hey, can't you see I'm on the phone? Where's your manners? Steve shouted at the old man, only then realizing what was happening. Wait a second. I'm flying. Don't make such a fuss. The old man looked at Steve's wide-eyed amazement with exasperation, as if every American was this excitable. All right, enough shouting. Get down here, or we'll end up missing dinner. The old man's words snapped Steve back to reality. He looked around, bewildered to find himself inexplicably hovering in midair, completely defying the laws of physics. For a moment, he had no idea what to do or how on earth he was supposed to land. Sir, it's not that I don't want to come down. It's that I have no idea how I even got up here in the first place, let alone how to get down. The old man nodded, reluctantly accepting Steve's explanation. After all, talismans were meant to be foolproof. Anyone could use them, simply borrowing a bit of the Shindu's power. Here, Steve. The old man pulled out a lasso from behind his back and tossed it at Steve, expertly looping it around him before yanking him down with a firm tug. Sir, couldn't you be a bit more gentle? Stop whining, Steve. Why are you so delicate? Sir, Godfather, slow down, that's my pants. All right, Steve, it's just us men here. Enough with the complaining. The two of them struggled for a while before the old man finally managed to pull Steve back down to solid ground. Without a second thought, the old man grabbed the shield from Steve's hands, ignoring Steve's protests, and tossed it aside. He then began to carefully examine the talisman inscribed on its surface. Talk about self-interest, Steve muttered, straightening his pants and grumbling about the old man's total disregard for him. Just then, Nick Fury returned and caught the scene, making things suddenly awkward. Hey, Cap, I've got some good news. I think you want to hear this. Fury had already reported the situation here at Congress, but the officials had just given him the usual runaround. If he couldn't bring Steve back, he'd be out of a job. With a heavy sigh, Fury forced a smile and started towards Steve, only to stumble right into this uncomfortable moment. You too. Fury was so stunned, he was momentarily speechless. He'd never imagined that, aside from being so painfully old-fashioned, Steve would have this kind of relationship with the old man. Just my luck. Steve didn't even know why those words came out of his mouth, but in that moment, there simply weren't any better ones. Nick Fury, I've explained everything clearly. Don't make me use force. Steve pinned Fury to the ground, tying him up with a traditional Japanese rope technique, all the while calmly explaining what had just happened. MMPH. MMPH. Fury's mouth was stuffed with a large apple, so all he could do was nod vigorously to show he understood. When it came to the art of Japanese bondage, even a top agent like Fury was completely helpless. Good, glad you get it. Still, I can't just let you go. Sir, did you bring a shovel? I need to bury this. Steve turned to look at the old man, who at that moment was completely absorbed in studying the rooster talisman on the shield. According to the old man's memories, the demon sorcerer's 12 talismans were far more complex than what was depicted in the cartoon. They were symbols of the era's peak righteousness, combined with the traditional Chinese caution. There would have been no chance of leaving any danger to future generations. If Lo Pei had managed to defeat the demon sorcerer, he would never have chosen compromise. The fact that even Lo Pei could not destroy the demon sorcerer, only strip away his power and seal him within a stone wall, spoke volumes about how formidable the demon sorcerer truly was. Perhaps it was that same curiosity passed down from the old man that now had him utterly engrossed in his research on the shield. Steve's sudden question nearly broke his concentration, but the old man didn't say much. He simply tossed his backpack to Steve. Take it yourself. And remember, bury it nice and deep. Of course, sir. Don't worry. I know how to bury things. The backpack landed squarely on Steve's head. The unexpected weight nearly knocked him off balance, but he recovered quickly. He pulled a shovel from the bag, glanced at Nick Fury, and a mischievous grin crept onto his face. Night had settled over New York City. In Manhattan, on the top floor of the Fisk Corporation building, a massive figure stood beneath the moonlight. Though he appeared heavy-set, his body was actually composed of 90% muscle. This was Wilson Fisk, the kingpin, ruler of Hell's Kitchen. As the undisputed monarch of the criminal underworld, he controlled nearly 40% of all criminal activity in New York. At this very moment, Kingpin's expression was tense, his gaze locked on the green statue before him. His hand gripped his cane tightly. To the casual observer, it was an ordinary walking stick, but it concealed a host of secret mechanisms. It could fire lasers, release toxic gas or smoke, and even unleash electric shocks in close combat. Yet, even with Kingpin's extraordinary strength, he could do nothing to damage the statue. And despite facing this motionless stone figure, Kingpin felt anything but secure. He was forced to remain on high alert. Demon Sorcerer, you know my time is extremely valuable. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer within 3 minutes, then there's no need for our partnership to continue. That's right. The figure Kingpin was facing was none other than one of the ancient 8 demon sorcerers, the Demon of Fire. Once, in the mystical lands of the East, he enjoyed unmatched glory and even managed to rule that territory for a time. But even a demon of his power could not escape the fate of being sealed away. The mighty sorcerer Lo Pei, using his own creation, the Chi spell, had weakened the demon sorcerer, fragmented his powers into 12 talismans, and scattered them across the world. The demon sorcerer's true form had been transformed into a stone statue, trapped for centuries, perhaps even a millennium. Kingpin, I would not have summoned you unless it was urgent. Now, the rooster has appeared at the Kalakmul Temple. A glint of greed flashed in Kingpin's eyes, a detail that did not escape the Shindu's notice. Though he knew these avaricious humans could not be fully trusted, for now he had no choice but to cooperate with them. Still, the Shindu was certain that in the end, he would be the ultimate victor. Excellent. At last, you've shown yourself, Shindu. Our agreement is finally about to begin. Kingpin pressed a button on the desk, and the statue of the Shindu withdrew smoothly into the wall. Only after the image of the Shindu had vanished did Kingpin set his scepter aside and sink into his chair, his expression hardening with resolve. Bullseye, come here. Moments later, a man dressed in black burst through the door, moving with urgent purpose. Bullseye, Kingpin's most trusted and capable subordinate. Boss. Bullseye greeted him curtly, standing at attention before Kingpin like a soldier awaiting orders. From inside his jacket, Kingpin produced a sheet of paper, worn thin from countless foldings. He slowly unfolded it, revealing a hexagonal rune with a blood-red rooster painted at its center. Go to the Kalakmul Temple and find him. Bring him back to me. Bullseye glanced at the paper on the desk without a word. He never concerned himself with Kingpin's motives. He simply did what was asked of him, without question. After Bullseye left, Kingpin gazed at the spot where the Shindu's image had stood, lost in thought. No one could guess what was running through his mind. Then, with practiced calm, he turned and looked out from the top floor of the Fisk Tower, surveying the sparkling nightscape of New York City spread out below. After leaving Kingpin's office, Bullseye couldn't shake a persistent discomfort, as if 1,000 unseen eyes were tracking his every move. The sensation of being watched gnawed at him, making him restless, but no matter how many times he glanced over his shoulder, he found nothing out of the ordinary. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, an elite ghost soldier, one of the Shindu's most formidable shadow warriors, fixed bullseye with an unyielding, blood-red gaze. Soldiers, follow him. At the right moment, retrieve my talisman. The Shindu trusted no one. If he could act himself, he wouldn't even bother summoning these ghostly soldiers. But for now, he would not hesitate to use whatever means were necessary. Though both sides harbored their own schemes, this only made their alliance more solid. After all, only with an alliance does betrayal truly matter. Yet the intelligence the Shindu had received was already a step behind, directly due to the Black Chi's repeated failures. Now only 2 hours remained, just 4 short hours. Within that window, the Shindu had to secure victory, or the Black Chi's power would fade away. Gazing at the now-ruined temple of Kalakmul, the Grand Master finally revealed his secret weapons, a talisman locator and a dragon's eye. These were marvels of wisdom, resources that either side could harness. Almost at that exact moment, a shadow swept swiftly over all of Manhattan. As energy surged through it, the dragon's eye finally burst forth with a dazzling radiance. To be honest, Steve, even if you buried me alive, it wouldn't change a thing. Recruiting you wasn't my call. You should take it up with those old geezers in Congress. Nick Fury, clad in black from head to toe, wore a look of helplessness and discontent. He grumbled to Steve about Congress's unreasonable demands. Ever since the day he'd almost been buried, Fury had come to a realization. If that's how it's going to be, then so be it. If you want to deal with Steve, go right ahead. I'm done getting involved. Fury decided he'd find a reason every day to have Steve take him on paid leave, enjoying himself on the company's dime. Why break your back for a few $100 a month? From that day on, Nick Fury discovered the joys of slacking off. Each day was carefree, and no one lived more freely than he did. With a cup of tea in hand, he thought about chatting a little longer with Steve, and maybe ticking off today's work report while he was at it. Really, Captain, society's so harmonious these days, there's no need to single me out. We're both working for America, so why sweat the small stuff? Honestly, if I'd known that serving my country would mean working for people like you, I'd have rather seen this nation fall sooner. We didn't exactly choose to be here either, Captain. You're the ones who brought us to this country. And let's face it, you're not natives either. America's always been a nation of immigrants. Captain, you should know, none of us are the true masters here. The real owners were wiped out long ago. Steve fell silent at this. The triangular trade, the trafficking of slaves, the slaughter of Native Americans. These are the heaviest crimes in America's history, impossible to defend or undo. Just as the mood sank into silence, a waiter arrived, serving the restaurant's most popular ramen to the trio. Ramen. Please enjoy. Seeing that the conversation with Steve was going nowhere, Fury turned his attention to the elderly man beside him. Sir, you must be Chinese, right? I heard you run an antique shop over in Hell's Kitchen. The old man snapped apart his chopsticks, not even glancing at Nick Fury. His tone was calm as he replied. So what? You want me to give you an award for that? Fury gave a calm, unruffled smile. After spending these days with Steve, his temperament had grown steadier. He wouldn't lose his composure just because of a few barbed remarks from the old man. Oh, that won't be necessary, sir. If I wanted a medal, I could print one myself. What I really want to know is, how did you and Steve meet? Or, to put it another way, what's your relationship with him now? Nick Fury's gaze stayed fixed on the old man. He wasn't just interested in Steve. The mysterious elder had captured his attention even more. Despite all of SHELD's resources, there wasn't a single clue about him. In fact, until recently, Hell's Kitchen hadn't even had this antique shop. The old man had appeared as if out of thin air. The old man slurped his noodles with a soft, drawn-out sound, then finally turned his eyes to Fury and said, I know what you're thinking, but what I'm searching for isn't something you can comprehend. All you need to know is that I'm here to help you. I won't bring any harm to you or your country. The old man drained the last sip of his soup with a gentle slurp, tapped the table, and then looked at the still pensive Fury. One more thing. If you don't eat your noodles soon, they'll be all soggy. Steve, let's go. Following the direction of the old man's finger, Nick Fury looked back at his bowl and realized the noodles had clumped together, the broth nearly all soaked up. That one-eyed gentleman will settle the bill. No sooner had the old man finished speaking than Fury glanced up and saw that both he and Steve were already gone, leaving behind 2 empty bowls and a server beaming at him. Bring me another bowl, and put it on this card. Fury sighed helplessly, fishing a credit card from his pocket and handing it to the server as he ordered another serving. Steve, go easy on them. These folks are our bread and butter. Without them, you wouldn't be carrying that golden shield on your back, the old man advised. Relax, old man. I know where to draw the line, Steve replied. In Manhattan's Hell's Kitchen, reputations could be good or bad. This place was a perfect example. There was hardly any order here. The authorities rarely showed up, but gangs were everywhere. Take today, for instance. Just walking from a noodle shop to the old man's antique store with that golden shield on his back, Steve had run into 6 attempted robberies. Counting the 5 that happened when he left the house this morning, he'd already been targeted 11 times today. Yet, after those 11 encounters, he'd gone from penniless to having pockets full and not a care in the world. Steve was no ordinary man. He had once served in the military. How could he possibly be robbed by just anyone? Take the guy in front of him, for example. This was already the 3rd time today that he'd brought people to try and mug Steve, and each time, the number of accomplices increased. Yet the outcome was always the same. Steve handled them with ease, defeating them every time with a single move. On the battlefield, Steve had completed several crucial missions on his own, and he was the only soldier to have ever received the Medal of Valor. His skill and courage far surpassed those of ordinary people. These street thugs were no match for him at all. If he ever actually got robbed, then he'd have no business hanging around here anymore. All right, fellas, you can stop kneeling now. We all know how this works, don't we? Steve hoisted the ringleader to his feet, his tone tinged with mockery. Fortunately, the young black man was quick on the uptake, nodding repeatedly as he handed over all his cash to Steve, saving his own skin in the process. Taking the money, Steve strode back to the old man, grinning. What did I tell you? This country changes fast, but look at these people. They're still willing to trade cash for their lives. Fascinating, isn't it? Keep that money safe, Steve, and try not to spend it all at once. I reckon it'll be a long time before anyone comes looking for trouble again. The old man wasn't wrong. Glancing at the bodies sprawled across the alley, Steve figured his reputation would soon spread through Hell's Kitchen, and nobody would dare cross him again. Still, the old man seemed to forget something. This was the land of the free, after all. It wasn't just Steve who might get robbed. Next time, someone else could be the unlucky one. Relax, sir. I know this place better than you do. You'll see. Their generosity is more than you can imagine. The two of them joked as they made their way back to the antique shop. The lights had just flickered on when a figure emerged from the shadows. On his forehead was a conspicuous tattoo shaped like a target. Good evening, gentlemen. My boss wants the shield you're carrying. The man with the target tattoo fixed Steve with a cold glare. It wasn't just the shield on Steve's back that drew his attention. He could tell Steve was the only one who might be a real threat. Steve frowned, sensing the hostility radiating from this stranger. As a shop security, he despised this kind of provocation. After all, he'd fought hard to begin a new life after 70 years, finally finding a friend he could talk to. And now someone was trying to ruin it. Hey, pal, has anyone ever told you that tattooing a bullseye on your face is just asking for trouble? Steve's words put the man on high alert. He drew his gun in a flash, but Steve was even faster. Without hesitation, Steve whipped his shield from his back and hurled it forward. The heavy weapon struck the man's handgun with a resounding blow. The shield spun through the cramped antique shop, yet not a single relic was disturbed. Under Steve's precise control, the shield traced a slight arc through the air and landed flawlessly back in his hand. Listen up, you masked clown. Disappear from my sight right now, and I'll pretend none of this ever happened. And don't even think about reaching for the gun behind you. If you try to pull it, I'll knock it out of your hand, or maybe even take your life while I'm at it. I don't want to do that. This shop is the only place where I can find any peace, and I don't want blood staining it. Steve's face was as cold as steel as he advanced on Bullseye, step by deliberate step. He could tell the man before him had some skill, but compared to the enemies he'd faced on the battlefield, Bullseye was sorely lacking. It's been a long time since I've met someone like you. Interesting. Why don't we have a little chat? As Bullseye spoke, his fingers trembled ever so slightly. Without warning, a small iron nail shot silently towards Steve. But to Steve, the move was laughably slow. He lifted his shield, just a fraction, angled it expertly, and deflected the nail right back. The nail struck Bullseye square in the leg, pinning him in place. Faced with someone so hopelessly clueless, Steve didn't hesitate for a moment. He strode forward, grabbed Bullseye with one hand, and slammed him hard onto the floor. There was a dull, heavy thud, and Bullseye felt as if his insides had been knocked loose, his vision swimming with pain. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and Steve, with a look of disgust, wiped the splattered blood off his hand using Bullseye's own shirt. Seeing the mess on the floor, Steve didn't say another word. He hauled Bullseye up again, shoved open the door, and, without a care for whether the man lived or died, kicked him out onto the street. If you ever dare cause trouble in my shop again, you won't walk away next time. With that roar, Steve slammed the door shut, fetched a mop from upstairs, and cleaned away the blood Bullseye had left behind. Meanwhile, as Bullseye lay barely conscious in the street, shadows on the empty pavement suddenly rose up, twisting and swelling into a squad of ninjas clad head to toe in black armor. Their blood-red eyes were fixed intently on the antique shop's entrance. The intense aura of righteous magic radiating from within told the Shredder all he needed to know. He could not enter. He simply ordered his shadow warriors to stand guard, then turned his thoughts elsewhere. Of course, the Shredder was well aware of everything that had just transpired. The reason he hadn't tried to reclaim his shield on the street was because he didn't want his shadow army exposed to the public. The shadow warriors were his trump card, and he wouldn't risk revealing his full strength for the sake of a single talisman. Bullseye, you're getting more and more useless. You can't even handle a 90-something old man and someone in their 20s or 30s. Looks like your days with me are numbered. Never mind. Maybe it's time I send you back home. Kingpin was furious at Bullseye's failure, but the angrier he became, the more composed he appeared. He gazed at Bullseye, battered and broken on the hospital bed, and after a moment's thought, decided to give him one last chance. Bullseye tried to struggle upright, wanting to apologize to Kingpin, but the searing pain in his abdomen kept him pinned down. Seeing this, Kingpin waved his hand dismissively, impatience written on his face. Forget it, Bullseye. Don't bother getting up. Go home and recover. With a wave from Kingpin, the nearby medical staff immediately lifted Bullseye's stretcher. Just as they were about to leave the room, Kingpin added in a low voice, "Give him the best medicine. There's still plenty I need him to do." "Yes, Mr. Kingpin." After the medical team had gone, the wall behind Kingpin began to slowly rotate, and the shadowy figure of Shindu emerged. "Kingpin, your useless lackeys didn't bring me the talismans," Shindu said coldly. Kingpin gripped his cane, eyeing Shindu warily. His tone was deep and guarded. "I know, but Shindu, your information is out of date. At least my people have already pinpointed the talisman's location. And what good does that do? You're no match for them. If you were, the talismans would already be in my hands." "You're right, Shindu. That's why, if you want to be resurrected sooner, I need some backup." "Backup?" Shindu sneered. "Kingpin, if I had any reliable help left, you'd be the last person I'd choose." "Oh, really? I don't buy it." Kingpin never believed a word the demon said, but if he wanted to fulfill his own ambitions, he had to rely on this monster. "Fine, if there's nothing, so be it, but I still need more intel." Shindu nodded slightly. He knew that if the talismans were to be found quickly, he would have to make use of these humans' resources. Suddenly, the statue in the room began to melt, revealing a compass that dropped to the floor. "This is a locator. The moment the talismans are activated, it will point you straight to them. It'll help you find what you seek." The strange heat in the room quickly faded. Kingpin looked at the compass in his hand, a sly smile curling on his lips. "Ancient Eastern magic. Trust me, Shindu, I will bring you the talismans." After getting what he wanted, Kingpin didn't say much. He pressed a button, sending the image of the demon lord back into the wall. But soon, a deep frown creased his brow once more. Although this compass was extremely useful, Bullseye was still the strongest subordinate he could send out. Could the others really handle the skilled fighters from that antique shop? Kingpin sank into contemplation. "Steve, once you finish cleaning, go upstairs and get some rest. I need to consult some ancient texts and study the patterns on these talismans." At first, he had assumed these talismans were simply copied over from the world of Jackie Chan adventures. But the moment he touched them, he sensed an extraordinary magic within. A series of ominous premonitions rose within him. So he decided, just like the old man in Jackie Chan adventures, to carefully study the secrets of these talismans. He took a shield and walked into the study, deep in thought. Before leaving, he turned back to Steve and added, "Oh, one more thing. I might be working late tonight, so remember to make me a pot of hot tea." "Yes, sir." Steve set aside his mop, went into the kitchen to prepare a fresh pot of tea, placed the teapot by the study door, gave a gentle knock, and only then went upstairs to rest. Not until the next morning, when sunlight streamed through the windows, did the old man finally stretch, bringing his night-long research to an end. He tapped the empty teapot and found that all the hot water was gone. So he called upstairs, "Steve, refill the teapot with hot tea." The sudden shout jolted Steve awake from his dreams. He groggily sat up in bed, his eyes half closed. Only after the old man called again did he reluctantly respond, "All right, coming." Yawning, Steve grudgingly slipped on his slippers, shuffled downstairs, and went into the kitchen to brew a fresh pot of hot tea for the old man. He knocked lightly on the study door, stifling a yawn as he spoke. "Dad, your hot tea is here." His father opened the door, took the teapot, and, seeing Steve's sleepy face, gave him a gentle tap on the head. "Oh, Dad, what was that for? That hurt. I already brought you your tea, didn't I? There's one more thing. It's morning now. You should head out and train. The early hours are the best time to start the day. Don't give up halfway." Steve shot his father a sidelong glance, suspecting this was payback. Since he hadn't slept well, he didn't want anyone else to rest easy either. "All right, I get it." Steve set the fresh teapot down on the table, picked up the empty one, and was just about to leave when his father called out to him again. "Oh, and one more thing. Take the shield with you. Be sure to protect the symbol in the center, and try not to block attacks head-on with it. Steve turned back with a puzzled look. But Dad, don't you still need it for your research? Though Steve wasn't well-versed in research, he'd helped out in the lab before. He knew that this kind of work rarely wrapped up quickly, which was why he asked. No need to worry. I've finished my research. What the shield needs now is protection. His father waved a hand dismissively. After a night of study, he'd pretty much unraveled the secrets of the shields. Inscription. There wasn't much more to be gained from further research. Rather than keeping the shield here, it was better for Steve to carry it, hoping it would strengthen his own inner resolve. Oh, Steve nodded, slung the shield over his back, picked up the teapot, and walked out of the study. Once Steve had gone, his father blinked, rubbing the bridge of his nose to ease the lingering fatigue from last night. He looked down at the conclusions he'd drawn and couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. What a turbulent time this is. I just hope America can withstand the storm that's coming. As he stepped out of the study, a shaft of light fell across his notebook, and line after line of text appeared. Status sealed. Development 10%. Due to the passage of time and the Archmage's reinforced seal, only 1/10 of the talisman's power remains. Ability, levitation, can make any object within sight float. Fully unleashed state. Gravity, a portion of the lunar demon Chulin's authority, currently sealed. Conclusion. As one of the 8 great demons, the Holy Lord seized part of his siblings' powers while they were sealed, using them to strengthen himself and unify the East. However, his brutal rule brought him face to face with Lo Pei, the champion of virtue. Lo Pei shattered the 12 forces within him, splitting them into 12 talismans. Sensing the demonic authority they contained, Lo Pei added a second layer of sealing, a fitting twist of fate. Note, under no circumstances can the Holy Lord reclaim these talismans, or he will be even more terrifying than his counterpart in the animated series Jackie Chan Adventures. Hell's Kitchen hadn't seen this much excitement in a long time. One after another, black Hummers rolled into the neighborhood. The newcomers carried an aura of brazen dominance, utterly fearless. Like sharks patrolling their territory, they prowled the streets, and the moment they spotted their target, they struck as one, swift and merciless. Soon, a long white Lincoln limousine pulled up in front of an inconspicuous antique store nestled in Hell's Kitchen. From the car stepped a tall, powerfully built man. He walked to the door and rang the shop's bell. Welcome to Old Dad's Antiques. How can I help you? Steve closed his eyes, finishing the final gesture of his practice before opening them again. Standing before him was a towering man in a pristine white suit. Hello, Mr. Steve. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wilson Fisk. Here's my card. Please feel free to contact me anytime, should you need anything. At this moment, Kingpin wore a broad, amiable smile, the very image of a benevolent philanthropist. Of course, that was also how he presented himself to the public. Kingpin was always meticulous about managing his image. Steve glanced at the business card and set it casually on the nearby counter. Only then did he turn to Kingpin and politely ask, "Good day, Mr. Fisk. What can I do for you today?" Kingpin spread his hands and glanced around the shop, a hint of playful irony in his eyes, as if silently saying, "This is an antique shop. Could my purpose here be any less obvious?" "Oh, my apologies, Mr. Fisk," Steve replied with a smile. "Is there any particular piece in my collection that has caught your eye? I can offer you a 10% discount." "Thank you for your kind offer," Kingpin replied. "I'm actually planning to purchase a collection of antiques for a museum donation. Do you have any special recommendations, young man?" Kingpin shook his head ever so slightly, a hint of a mocking smile playing on his lips. As a titan of the underworld, buying out the entire shop would be child's play for him. The fact that Steve even suggested giving him a discount struck him as rather amusing. Steve, with his shield strapped to his back, stepped out from behind the counter and joined Kingpin. He casually picked up a wooden dragon carving and began to give a detailed introduction. The two of them examined more than a dozen antiques in succession. Kingpin, however, made no sign of wanting to purchase anything. He simply kept nodding, and never once let his gaze stray from the shield on Steve's back. When Steve's voice began to strain from all the explanations, Kingpin finally spoke up. "All right, young man, these items are all quite nice, but I'm looking for something a bit more special, like the shield on your back. May I ask, how much is it?" Such a pointed interest from Kingpin hadn't escaped Steve's notice. After all, that burning stare was hard to ignore. What surprised him, though, was Kingpin's patience, waiting through the introductions of so many pieces before finally getting to what he truly wanted. "I'm sorry, sir, but that shield isn't for sale. If you're interested, I can help you find something similar." Kingpin's eyes narrowed briefly, his brows knitting together before he quickly regained his composure and the calmness he'd shown before. "Forgive me, I was being presumptuous, but I really do like that shield. Name any price, young man. Even if it's hundreds of millions, I can afford it. Maintaining his professional smile, Steve replied, enunciating each word. I'm sorry, sir, but the shield truly isn't for sale. Kingpin let out a feigned sigh of disappointment, then casually picked up an unremarkable bottle from a nearby shelf. Very well, a pity, but I won't press further. How much is this bottle? I'll take it. The bottle in Kingpin's hand was utterly ordinary. Steve glanced at its original spot on the shelf, where a price tag of $1,000 was displayed. The original price is $1,000. Since I overlooked it, I'll let you have it for $900. Kingpin chuckled softly, pulled out $1,000 in cash, placed it on the counter, and turned to leave. The moment he stepped out the door, the smile vanished from his face, replaced by a wintry indifference that seemed to chill the very air around him. Mr. Fisk, one of his men, hurried forward, reaching out to take the vase from Kingpin's hand. But Kingpin never gave him the chance. He simply squeezed the vase in his palm, and it shattered instantly. In a calm voice, he said to his subordinate, Miles, you're in charge of this area, aren't you? I heard there's going to be a tanker truck passing through here tonight. You'd better be careful and watch out for any fire hazards. His subordinate paused for a moment. Then a cruel smile spread across his face. He nodded and replied, Understood, sir. You can count on me. After Kingpin had left, the old man finally descended the stairs at a slow, measured pace. He had, of course, recognized this notorious crime lord from a Marvel universe. From a moment Kingpin expressed an interest in the shield, the old man knew. The man before him was none other than the partner of the Dark Lord. Come to think of it, there seemed to be a curious pattern in the Dark Lord's taste for criminal alliances. Back in Jackie Chan Adventures, he had worked with Valmont, the biggest mafia boss in America. Now, in the Marvel Universe, he sought out Kingpin, the kingpin of the underworld. But the Dark Lord's peculiar preferences were no longer the old man's concern. One thing was certain, Kingpin hadn't dropped by today merely for a friendly chat. There was more to it than that. Steve, we're closed for the day. Keep practicing your training. I have something to take care of in the study and need to be alone for a while. Remember, do not disturb me, the old man instructed. All right, Steve replied, pulling out a close sign from beneath the counter and sticking it on the door. For him, whether the shop was open or not was of little consequence. As long as he could find some peace of mind, nothing else mattered. The old man entered the study and locked the door tightly, checking each bolt until he was certain the room was sealed. Only then did he give a satisfied nod and exhale a deep breath. He swiftly set up a small pot, pouring in the leftover tea from the morning. As soon as the liquid hit the metal, there was a sharp hiss as a cloud of white steam billowed upward. The old man nodded in approval. Next, he tossed in star anise, Sichuan peppercorns, bay leaves, cinnamon, goji berries, sesame paste, chili, cilantro, and scallions, preparing himself a sumptuous hot pot feast. The old man, Slurp, what's the matter? I've been working all night. Can't I at least have a meal? After savoring the final piece of tofu, the old man nodded in deep satisfaction. Now I truly understand what it means to follow one's heart, he murmured. His face radiated contentment. Casually, he grabbed a bulb of garlic from nearby and tossed it into the bubbling hot pot broth. With a sudden boom, a magical aura burst forth, instantly enveloping the entire study. He peered into the pot, but the magical effect wasn't quite what he'd hoped for. Scratching his head, the old man picked up another bulb of garlic from the floor and lobbed it in. This time, with a resounding boom, a dense green mist surged out, shrouding the entire antique shop. From the outside, it now looked as if a solid wall had appeared where the shop had been. A simple illusion spell, but it seems a little lacking, the old man muttered. With a casual wave, he conjured a mirror within the swirling green mist, reflecting the facade of his antique shop. Yet after only a few seconds' inspection, his brow furrowed deeply. This kind of fog-based magic was simple and quite effective. Many magicians relied on it to conceal their dwellings. Still, the old man couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't secure enough. Perhaps I really am getting old. How could I settle for such an idea? He sighed, picking up a few bat wings from the floor and tossing them into the pot. As the bat wings began to swirl among the bubbles, he added yet another bulb of garlic. The old man formed a series of intricate hand seals, chanting softly under his breath. In an instant, roaring flames rose up, swirling through the air as two radiant butterflies emerged, born from the very fire itself. They soared skyward, spiraling higher and higher, until at last they collided above the old man's antique shop, bursting apart in a shower of dazzling sparks that blanketed the entire building, both within and beyond the bounds of space. Only then can it be truly foolproof. The old man let out a long, relieved sigh before slowly straightening up. As he stooped to collect the boiler from the floor, His legs gave way, and he nearly stumbled. Age is catching up to me. Even with my constitution, I can't keep burning the candle at both ends like this. Time for some sleep? I'll deal with this later. Dragging his weary, aching body, the old man finally managed to collapse onto a beach chair just before losing consciousness, drifting quickly into a deep, untroubled sleep. 2 hours earlier, after hanging the closed sign on the door, Steve set about his extra training for the day. Just as he was hitting his stride, the tinkling of the shop bell suddenly broke the silence. Someone had come in. Steve was perplexed. Hadn't he just put up the closed sign? Couldn't people see it? For someone to disturb his peaceful retirement so boldly. How inconsiderate. Fortunately, he was still inside the old man's antique shop. He took a couple of deep breaths to collect himself, and his mood gradually settled. He walked over to the top of the stairs, plastered a friendly smile on his face, and called down, "Sorry, we're closed today. If you're looking to buy antiques, perhaps you could." He trailed off, frozen in place. The person standing below looked uncannily like someone he once knew, a figure from his past. "Howard, is that you?" Steve's face was filled with astonishment as he addressed the dapper man downstairs, Tony Stark. "Howard!" Tony's brow furrowed deeply, his voice tinged with confusion as he responded. "You knew my father?" "Your father?" Steve quickly caught on as Tony spoke. He nodded solemnly, his tone earnest. "Yes, your father. 70 years have passed. By now, his son must be all grown up. Hello, Tony. I'm Steve Rogers, your father's old comrade." "Steve? As in Captain America?" Tony replied in a tone thick with skepticism. He was starting to think he'd run into a lunatic. Steve Rogers, Captain America, was a man from 70 years ago. Who would impersonate him now of all times? Even if, against all odds, this guy really was Captain America, he looked far too young. At most, only 5 years older than Tony himself. "All right, if you say you're Captain America, I'll play along. So, Captain, do you have any recommendations for me?" Tony wandered over to a nearby shelf, casually browsing the antiques on display. Steve descended the stairs slowly. He could naturally sense that Tony didn't trust who he was. Tony's words were laced with teasing, as if he thought Steve was out of his mind. But Steve had no intention of explaining himself. There was no point. In fact, trying to explain might only agitate him, and if he accidentally hurt the son of an old friend, that would be unforgivable. "I'm sorry, due to some unusual circumstances, the antique shop is closed today. We aren't selling anything. But Tony, if you want to look around, feel free." "All right. Honestly, I only came in because I was bored and this shop happened to catch my eye. Since that's the case, I'll just browse a bit." Tony kept his hands in his pockets, clearly not planning to touch any of the antiques. The sunglasses he wore glinted with a faint, high-tech shimmer, almost as if they'd morphed into some advanced device, quietly scanning every corner of the shop. Time slipped by. An hour passed as Tony and Steve chatted about all sorts of things. Gradually, Tony found himself trusting this Steve a little more, but to believe he was really Captain America? That Tony still refused to accept. After all, Steve's former identity had always been too conspicuous. Back in the day, even not being under round-the-clock surveillance and having his images sold to some twisted fans could be called mercy on his boss's part. "It's been a pleasure talking with you, sir. Let me introduce myself properly. My name is Tony Stark, current CEO of Stark Industries. If you ever need any help, just let me know." For once, Tony extended his hand, the one that had stayed buried in his pocket ever since he entered the shop, offering it to Steve. Steve took his hand and shook it. In that moment, Steve was transported back to World War II, to the first time he had shaken hands with Howard. Suddenly, Tony's watch beeped. He glanced at the time and cursed under his breath, quickly waving goodbye to Steve. "It was great meeting you today, Steve, but I'm afraid we'll have to continue this another time. If I get back soon, Pepper's going to kill me." But originally, Tony had come to Hell's Kitchen to donate a school as a convenient way to manage his taxes. But the locals insisted on treating him to something to eat. A meal was fine in itself, but they couldn't seem to resist trying to touch him now and then. That was all Tony could take. He'd finally had enough, abandoning Pepper and Happy to make his escape to Old Man's antique shop. Now, as a sensible young man in the new era, Tony knew. If he didn't show up at the end of the party in front of Pepper, he was as good as dead. But just as he opened the door to leave, Tony froze in his tracks. "Miss Pepper, thank you for your sponsorship of Manhattan Middle School," said Principal Sheldon, expressing his gratitude to Miss Pepper, the current CEO of Stark Industries. "You're very welcome," Pepper replied smoothly, accustomed to this kind of social exchange. However, what happened next caught her completely off guard, and she gasped in shock. "Tony, where on earth are you?" All the guests at the banquet turned their eyes in the direction Pepper was looking. There stood the host of the evening, Mr. Tony Stark, inside a doorway that hadn't existed before. He stared back at them, utterly stunned, his face twisted in disbelief, as if he'd just seen some terrifying demon. No, perhaps this was the work of a demon, after all, a door appearing in the very center of the banquet. There was simply nothing normal about it. At that moment, Tony fell deep into thought. On one side was the banquet hall, on the other, that mysterious old dad's antique shop. The whole situation was so bizarre that even his genius mind began to doubt whether he was trapped in some kind of hallucination. But Tony's sharp instincts kicked in almost immediately. He quickly shut the door. Whatever technology was behind that doorway, this was something Tony Stark absolutely could not reveal to the public. He stepped back in the antique shop, breathing heavily, and turned to Steve, asking, "What is this?" Steve stood frozen, unable to answer Tony's question. After all, he was just as clueless. If this had existed before, he wouldn't have had to go through all that trouble, crossing mountains and searching for talismans. He could have simply walked through this door and been done with it. "This is magic," a frail, aged voice suddenly broke in, drawing both Tony's and Steve's attention. "You're out, old dad." "Sir, who are you?" Their voices overlapped, but old dad waved a hand towards Steve. One at a time, one at a time. How can old dad hear you both at once?" "Steve, you go first." Steve glanced at Tony, who simply shrugged and gestured for Steve to take the stage. Steve nodded and spoke. "Old dad, didn't you say you had something to finish in the study? Does that mean you're done already?" Old dad nodded, pointing proudly at the door. "Of course. When an old hand like me steps in, it's worth two of anyone else. Did you see the change in the door? That's my grand spell at work. From now on, we don't have to worry about any threats. Even if old Moldy tosses over a couple of nukes, we'll be just fine." Steve nodded, not entirely sure how powerful a nuke actually was, but certainly it had to be more dangerous than any rocket. At least now his retirement was secure, and he no longer had to worry about being blown out of bed in the middle of the night. "All right, your questions are finished. Now, what about you over there? Anything you'd like to ask?" The old man turned his gaze to the side, where Tony Stark was busy gathering information from Jarvis. But the more Jarvis reported, the more baffled Tony became. According to the intel, the guy he'd just been chatting with might truly have been Captain America, Steve Rogers himself. At least, that's what S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury seemed to confirm on several security monitors. But how could that possibly be? No, if magic really did exist in this world, then everything started to make sense. And as for the old man who was now questioning him, his background seemed even more mysterious than Steve's. Aside from his sudden appearance about 20 days ago, there was no trace of him. Nothing online, nothing in any written record, no documentation whatsoever. That only made things more bewildering. Maybe magic really does exist. That was the conclusion Tony Stark pieced together from the available evidence. "Sir, who are you?" What's your real identity? You know what I mean, right, sir?" For once, Tony found himself at a loss for words in the face of such a character. He wasn't even sure what exactly he was trying to ask. "This is the old man's antique shop, and I'm the owner. You can call me old man. That's all you need to know, got it?" Tony's awkwardness caught the old man off guard, but it didn't seem to be born of fear. In Tony's eyes, the old man saw a blazing fire, a hunger for knowledge, an excitement for exploring the unknown. Perhaps it was because Tony had never truly faced death before. Unlike during the Avengers ordeal, when the unknown could only inspire terror. Right now, all his energy was channeled into curiosity. Old man? That's an odd title. And if I'm not mistaken, it has some special significance in Chinese, doesn't it? Thanks to Jarvis's translation, Tony now understood the deeper meaning behind the old man's words. Suddenly, the eccentric, possibly magical old fellow in front of him seemed to have a mischievous sense of humor. "Tony, if I recall, didn't you say you had to get back to a party? Shouldn't you be leaving? Do you still have time?" The old man smoothly changed the subject. This was a private little amusement of his, one he didn't want anyone else to discover. As the conversation shifted, Jarvis stepped in at just the right moment. "Sir, I must remind you that the old man is correct. Because of your recent actions, Miss Potts is already upset. If you don't arrive within half an hour and offer a reasonable explanation, the consequences could be unpleasant." "Oh, that's truly dreadful news. Still, Jarvis, with this gentleman's portal, I think I can afford a few more minutes. Just remind me when I've got 5 minutes left." Listening to Tony, the old man gave a mischievous grin and spoke in a leisurely tone. "Kid, judging by your look, you must be a scientist. Then you should know that space is extremely unstable. So, you might end up at the banquet hall this time, or you could just as easily land right in a toilet bowl. So you better get going fast. If anything goes wrong, I'm not going to bail you out." The old man's words made Tony throw open the door and dash out in an instant, finding himself suddenly in New York's Times Square. "Oh, damn it. Jarvis, plot the optimal route." "I have found the best route for you, sir. Estimated travel time, 31 minutes. "Damn it. That old geezer is definitely messing with me. When it came to spatial theory, Tony's knowledge was more than adequate. He knew the professional basics well enough. If someone really built a portal through space, there would certainly be some instability, but it would never be so precise as to have a 1-minute margin of error. If there was, it could only mean the other person was playing tricks. Tony hurried to the curb, spotted an unlucky fellow about to open his car door, strode over, snatched the keys, and slid into the driver's seat. Before the bewildered owner could react, Tony floored the gas and sped away. Jarvis, send the owner a message, apologize for me, and transfer him some money. Tell him I'm taking the car. Oh, and make it double the price of a new one. Of course, sir. While Tony and Jarvis exchanged a few words, over $1 million was wired to the former car owner, who had been on the verge of calling the police. Now, with that sum in his account, he wasn't about to report anything. Why bother? He'd just get himself a brand new car. The roar of the engine and the sharp screech of tires against asphalt tore through the air. In a flash, Tony's car shot forward, weaving through the surging traffic with deft maneuvers, dodging left and right, overtaking more than a dozen vehicles until his speed reached its peak. At this breakneck pace, Tony could hardly trust his own eyes. Handing full control over to Jarvis, his thoughts drifted back to the old man's talk of magic. Oh, what nonsense! How could magic possibly exist in this world? Everything that defies logic can ultimately be explained by science. Just wait. I'll expose your tricks, you old fraud. Determination burned bright in Tony's eyes. In Tony's mind, there was nothing science couldn't explain. If there was, it only meant your science wasn't advanced enough. The same went for the so-called magic in those fantasy novels. Tony scoffed inwardly. Magic, huh? Just wait. I'll unravel your secrets, peel back the layers, and reveal everything to the world through the lens of science. Jarvis not only pushed the car to its absolute speed limit, but also took the corners without the slightest hint of slowing down. Hugging the edge of the lane, he soared forward, skillfully tilting the car on a sharp incline, executing a daring drift to dodge the curve and accelerating all the while. Thanks to Jarvis's expert handling, Tony reached the bottom of the banquet hall in a blazing 29 minutes and 50 seconds, but 10 seconds was nowhere near enough time to get upstairs. Spotting a slight ramp nearby, Tony revealed his astonishing driving skills. With a breathtaking maneuver, the car launched into the air and crashed through a second-floor window. Luckily, thanks to Jarvis's precise calculations, no one was hurt. Tony stepped out, brushing the dust and smoke from his suit. Looking up, he found Pepper, her face dark with anger, glaring at him with unmistakable disapproval. Hey, Pepper, fancy a drink? He quipped. Hey, you blockhead. Drop dead, you rotten capitalist, she snapped. After Tony left, peace once again settled on the antique shop. Steve went upstairs to continue his training, while the old man retreated to his study for a nap. As for why the door had changed in such a way, or what magic truly was, Steve wouldn't ask, and the old man wouldn't bother to explain. There was a silent understanding between them. But today, Steve had met Tony, the son of an old friend. It left him feeling a twinge of emotion. Even Howard's boy now looked to be about his own age, at least on the surface, while here he was still a lonely bachelor. The thought left him feeling just a little embarrassed. After dinner and a quick wash, Steve and the old man headed to their rooms for the night. Though the antique shop was peaceful and calm, Hell's Kitchen was seething with hidden danger. You've got the address now. I paid you what I promised. All I want to see is a raging fire, came the order. Yeah, I'll do exactly as you said, the driver replied. With a rumble of an engine, a tanker truck filled to the brim with gasoline slowly rolled out, heading straight for the old man's antique shop. It wasn't long before the tanker reached the street where the shop stood. While driving, the man double-checked the location, then, without hesitation, grabbed a bottle of liquor and took a long, deliberate swig. As for why he needed to drink, well, those who know. As long as Kingpin wanted to keep his business running in Hell's Kitchen, this had to look like an accident. Would the American police catch on? Come on, this was Hell's Kitchen. Here, the cops only needed to snap a photo of the empty bottle and call it a day. So why bother investigating any further? All it would do is cause trouble, and maybe even offend someone important. Everything would have gone precisely as Kingpin planned. The place reduced to rubble, anyone who dared oppose him consumed by the flames. He could then put on his philanthropist mask, rebuild a shiny new building on the ashes, and conveniently reclaim that shield. Everything would fall perfectly into place. But unfortunately, the heavens were not on their side. The old man's antique shop was hardly a fragile shack. Under his magical protection, the fuel tanker that crashed into it exploded in an instant. Yet the flames from the explosion were whisked away by a magical portal the old man conjured and transported to some desolate, uninhabited desert. Under the intense heat, a unique, man-made glass landscape formed in that desert, strangely beautiful to behold. Though the blast from the tanker failed to disturb the two sleeping soundly inside the shop, the commotion certainly roused all the neighbors. One by one, people spilled out of their homes, hurrying to distance themselves from the scene. The fire raged all night, and only when dawn broke did the American fire brigade arrive, reluctantly so, for Hell's Kitchen was infamous for trouble, and none of the firefighters were eager to come. But, in the end, a paycheck is a paycheck. By the time they arrived, it was already too late. After burning all through the night, countless buildings had collapsed, every flammable thing reduced to ash. Now, the remaining flames could have been snuffed out with a mere breath. Still, the firefighters did their duty. They hooked up the hoses, turned the valves, and crept up to the tiny, flickering flames. Holding their hoses steady, they hardly dared to breathe, as if a sneeze might extinguish the last ember. Steve, just awake, stretched, and made his way downstairs. "Morning, Pops." He greeted the old man out of habit, though perhaps even he didn't realize that today, for some reason, the old man sat cross-legged on the floor in a flowing yellow robe, a lantern flickering with a ghostly green flame before him, his eyes vacant, as if his mind wandered the farthest reaches of reality. Steve, still on autopilot, opened the fridge, took out a carton of milk, and toasted 2 slices of bread. When he returned to the hall, breakfast in hand, he was startled so badly that the milk slipped from his grasp. In that moment, a strange mist clouded the old man's eyes, and the world seemed to slow to a crawl. The carton of milk hovered midair. As the haze gradually cleared, a divine dragon soared across the sky, cloaked in clouds and vapor. It spiraled upward, exhaling fire with such force that it could have scorched the world itself. The scene shifted. Now the dragon was etched into the surface of an octagonal stone, and with another blink, the vision changed again, revealing a volcano in Indiana. The vision faded, and reality snapped back. Steve stared at the falling carton of milk, his face full of regret. But in a flash, a hand shot out, so fast Steve couldn't even see it, and snatched the milk from midair, followed by the sound of hearty gulping. "Fine milk, Steve, but we haven't got time for tasting it now. Let's go find the new talisman." The old man handed the milk back to Steve, then, hands clasped behind his back, strode purposefully toward the door. "Oh, we can't let this go to waste." Steve hurriedly took a deep breath, draining the milk bottle in one gulp until it crumpled in his hand, then dashed off after his old man. The scenery shifted in an instant. The moment Steve and his father stepped through the doorway, they found themselves near an active volcano in Indiana. "Dad, this door is really something. Can we use it again when we want to go home?" Steve was the first to burst out from the door, eyes wide with excitement as he took in the lush greenery around them. It was as if they teleported straight to Indiana. "Are you dreaming, Steve? We're lucky the door got us here in one piece. Now you want a round trip? How about you just stay home and wait for these old bones of mine to fetch the amulet back and hand it to you?" Fed up with Steve's laziness, his father scolded him harshly. Steve, not to be outdone, began to argue back. The two of them bickered as they started climbing toward the heart of the volcano, their banter echoing with every step. "Old man, didn't you say the amulet is important? If it's so vital, the faster we get it, the better. How's that wrong? Always looking for an easy way out. That's your biggest flaw, Steve. What if I'd been off by even a millimeter and that door had opened straight into the lava? Would you still jump in? If that was an order from my commanding officer, I'd follow it without hesitation. Of course, if he wanted me dead, he wouldn't be my commanding officer anymore. You see, you do understand how things work. So why do you always have to argue with me? Steve, I'm telling you, you really need to change these habits. Sometimes just a hint of laziness can land you in a world of trouble." Steve tuned out his father's lecture. He didn't understand it, and frankly, he didn't care. Relying on his youth and strength, Steve took a mighty leap and landed inside a cavern on the volcano's slope. In volcanic terrain, lava caves are quite common, but Steve sensed something different here, as if something was guiding him deeper inside. He took the shield from his back, slid it onto his arm, and cautiously made his way into the cave. But the farther he went, the hotter it became, oppressively hot. It didn't take Steve long to realize what was different here. This was a small magma vent, and, judging by the heat, an eruption was imminent. "The temperature's insane. Why do I get the feeling this volcano is about to blow?" Your instincts are right. The Indiana volcano is one of the world's most mysterious. Geologists say it should have erupted 300 years ago, but something's kept it in check until now. From the shadows, a broad figure emerged, Kingpin, his golden scepter never leaving his hand. His gaze was cool and measured as he looked at Steve, his voice calm as he explained the secrets of the volcano beneath their feet. "Oh, the previous guest, sir, it's just as you said earlier. I advise you to leave this place at once. No one knows when this volcano might erupt. For once, Steve felt a rare sense of danger emanating from Kingpin. The sensation made his hair stand on end. He had no desire to clash with this man. Tightening his grip on the shield strapped to his arm, Steve tried to reason with Kingpin. But Kingpin paid no heed to the warning. Instead of backing away, he took slow, deliberate steps towards Steve. Yet just as he was about to come close, Kingpin suddenly veered to the side, heading toward the wall, where his gaze fell upon an ancient stalactite. "You're quite right, sir. But today, I'm only here to look around. My team planned everything out perfectly for me. At least for today, this volcano won't erupt. Unless, of course, something unexpected happens." Dealing with someone so stubborn irritated Steve. He was no longer a hero. There was no need to risk himself for someone dead set on courting disaster. Turning away, he began searching for the dragon talisman. As Steve scoured the cave, Kingpin had already found the talisman. He stared at the golden dragon embedded in the stalactite. Kingpin didn't hesitate for a second. With a single punch, he shattered the stalactite, retrieved the dragon talisman from within, and, seeing Steve still searching in vain, strode leisurely toward the cave's exit. "My travel agency's schedule seems to be up. Until next time, sir." Standing at the mouth of the cave, Kingpin waved at Steve, who was still searching for the talisman. Just then, the helicopter's rope ladder descended behind him. Grabbing hold of it, Kingpin lifted off, and in that instant, he held the dragon talisman aloft for Steve to see. The sight sent a shockwave through Steve. His mistake had just led to an irreversible outcome. And before he could even regret it, the lava behind him began to bubble and churn. Glancing back, Steve realized, now there were two disasters on his hands. Without a second thought, Steve sprinted for the exit. Meanwhile, seated in the helicopter, Kingpin admired the talisman, utterly triumphant. Suddenly, the dragon talisman embedded itself into his palm. A rush of heat surged through him. Kingpin felt something inside his hand straining to break free. He aimed at the cave he'd just escaped from, and in a heartbeat, the power of the dragon burst forth. A stream of crimson fire shot from his hand, and with a thunderous explosion, the cave entrance collapsed in a shower of rock and dust. Steve, still dodging the encroaching lava, hadn't anticipated the exit being sealed off by falling stones. Just as he was about to curse Kingpin, the lava began to creep closer. He was trapped, caught between the devil and the deep blue sea. So this is the power of the dragon. At this moment, Kingpin was completely awed by the power of the talisman. Deep inside, he sensed that if he could fully grasp this force, the entire world would bow before him. His henchmen, noticing the strange change in their boss, watched in silence as Kingpin stared intently at the stone in his hand, his eyes nearly blazing with a fierce, uncontrollable fire. This side of Kingpin made them uneasy, reminding them of the chilling times when he dealt with traitors. They edged forward, nervously asking, "Boss, are you all right?" The question snapped Kingpin back to his senses for a brief moment. Gripping that sliver of clarity, he forced himself to regain his composure. "The power of the demon truly is terrifying," he growled, breathing heavily as he pried the dragon talisman from his palm. He now understood exactly what had just happened to him. It was the classic tale of a weak man suddenly gaining great power, arrogance swelling, self-control slipping, and his mind beginning to lose its way. Though he hated to admit it, Kingpin realized that he was still not strong enough. Compared to the dreadful demon that once wielded such power, he was little more than a mere mortal. To make a deal with a demon, one must never let the other side hold more power than oneself. The very appearance of the dragon talisman seemed designed to tip the scales in the demon's favor, right out in the open. Now, as he stared at the talisman in his hand, the initial thrill of obtaining it had vanished, replaced by a throbbing headache. This thing had become a hot potato he could barely hold on to. Handing it back to that old man and the foolish boy, Kingpin dismissed the idea outright. After all the trouble he'd gone through to get it, how could he just give it away? Suddenly, Kingpin thrust his hand out the helicopter's window, thinking to toss the talisman and be done with it. But just as he was about to let go, he hesitated and drew his hand back inside. Much like his earlier conversation with the Shindu, Kingpin was convinced the demon must have allies, perhaps even watching him at that very moment. If he threw the talisman away and they reported to Shindu, or worse, retrieved it themselves, no, better to keep it close, right under his nose, where he could watch over it himself. After this agonizing internal struggle, Kingpin finally slipped the talisman into the lining of his suit. There would be within easy reach and safely guarded, two birds with one stone. "All right, back to New York," he ordered. Kingpin's decision was the right one. Hidden in the shadows where he could not see, a pair of demonic eyes watched him intently through the ghostly soldiers of the Shadow Con. The moment Kingpin even thought of discarding the talisman, it would have flown straight into Shindu's hands in the blink of an eye. But Kingpin had resisted, and that was enough to make Shindu gnash his teeth in frustration, if only he still could. Within the Dragon Talisman lies the authority of the Sacred Master. Possessing it would allow the Sacred Master to recover half the strength he lost when 8 immortals sealed him in the underworld. At that point, even if he remained trapped in stone, he would be more than enough to serve as a moving fortress. The molten lava had already risen to about a foot high. Steve now stood atop his shield, barely managing to hold on using the power of the Rooster Talisman. Yet the low ceiling of the cavern prevented him from ascending any further. He simply couldn't fly higher. Damn it! Why is this rock so hard? Anyone, please help me. With all his might, Steve struck the pile of stones with his fist, but it didn't cause the slightest ripple. Staring at the ever-approaching lava, Steve crouched down, trying to carve out as much space for himself as possible. Just as the lava was about to scorch his backside, a sudden thumping echoed from the stone wall ahead, the unmistakable sound of someone knocking. "Whoever you are, please, save me," Steve shouted with all his strength. His voice seemed to pierce through to the outside, where his uncle's reply drifted in, a beacon of hope in the darkness. "Steve, is it you? What's going on in there?" "Uncle, I'm trapped in the cave. The lava is getting closer. Please, get me out of here." With all the volume he could muster, Steve explained his predicament to his uncle. His uncle frowned in thought. From the outside, he had no idea what the cavern looked like and couldn't offer the right kind of help. If only they had the ox or dragon talismans, perhaps he could do something. But wait, weren't they here to find the dragon talisman in the first place? "Steve, have you found the dragon talisman? Hold it in your palm. The dragon blast can destroy anything." His uncle's words echoed into the cave. Steve forced a bitter smile. Dragon talisman? He'd found it, all right, but it had ended up in Kingpin's hands. All Steve had now was the Rooster Talisman. "Sorry, Uncle. That big guy who came to our shop earlier took the dragon talisman." Steve's words brought a heavy silence from his uncle. No dragon blast. Did they expect an old man like him to smash through stone with his bare hands? Still, desperate times called for desperate measures. "Listen, Steve, the Rooster Talisman can't be damaged. Let go of your shield and grip the talisman tight. Use its repelling power to survive in the lava, but it won't last long. You must find a way out as quickly as possible." Steve understood, even though his uncle didn't finish his sentence. If he couldn't escape in time, he'd either suffocate or be consumed by the molten rock. Without a moment's hesitation, Steve pushed off from the shield, quickly snatched the talisman, and tossed the shield into the lava. As he began to sink, the talisman's magic flared to life, forming a thin force field around him that kept both the heat and the lava at bay. Although Steve managed to buy himself a little more time, he could clearly sense that using repulsion drained the energy within his own body. By his current estimation, he would last no more than 5 minutes before being reduced to ashes. Steve swam through the lava, searching for an exit, but after a long time found none. Soon, the molten rock flooded the entire cavern. With his life hanging by a thread, Steve remembered the place where he and Jean had searched for the dragon talisman. Originally, there had only been a few small lava pools there, but after the dragon talisman was taken, lava had surged forth, revealing that the spot was connected directly to the volcano. Since it was linked to the volcano, he realized he could swim through the lava from there and escape through the volcanic crater. No sooner thought than done. Steve took a deep breath and dove to the bottom of the lava. Moving swiftly, he soon found the small lava pool where the molten rock had first entered the cave. Without hesitation, he kept swimming downward. Gradually, Steve felt his consciousness start to blur. A ringing began in his ears, the warning sign that he was running out of oxygen. He sped up desperately, and finally, just before losing all air, broke through into the heart of the volcano. In that instant, Steve transformed his repulsion into buoyant force, propelling himself upward. With the power of the Rooster Talisman pushing him, he shot out like an arrow. But even at top speed, he was still moving through lava. His clothes were incinerated, burns appeared all over his body, but at the critical moment, he burst free from the molten rock and soared above the mouth of the volcano. The sudden shift from searing heat to the chill outside, combined with his previous lack of oxygen, proved too much. In that instant, this iron-willed man blacked out in midair. Steve plummeted from the sky. Fortunately, the talisman had absorbed some of his strength, breaking a fraction of its seal, just 1%, but enough to unleash some of its divine power. Repulsion surged around Steve, wrapping his battered body. He tumbled down the mountainside, his head slamming hard against a rock. Perhaps the repulsion was still too weak to fully shield him. When Steve finally came to a halt, blood was flowing from every orifice. Not a single patch of uninjured skin remained on his body. His breaths were shallow and ragged. It was clear his life was hanging by a thread. Grandpa rushed over. Never minding Steve's condition for now, he quickly pulled the rooster talisman from Steve's palm, used it to make Steve float, and hurried away as fast as he could. Soon after Grandpa and Steve left, the volcano, dormant for 300 years, erupted in a cataclysm that shook the entire country. P.S. From now on, I'll be adding new talismans after each one is found. If you're interested in the talisman lore in this book, keep an eye out for details. Status: sealed. Development level: 62%. Due to the passage of time and the intensification of the Grand Mage's sealing, less than a tenth of the talisman's original power remains. Ability: Flame Burst. Allows the talisman's bearer to unleash explosive jets of fire. Fully developed state: Authority of Fire, the Lord's primordial power, currently sealed. Conclusion: as one of the 8 demon lords, the Lord not only possesses the noble bloodline of dragons, but also bears the honor of being the demon of fire among the 8 demon lords. Commanding the world's flames is second nature to him. However, his reign of terror was met by Lo Pei, the embodiment of righteousness, who shattered the 12 forces within him in a single stroke, dispersing them into 12 talismans. Sensing the demonic power infused in the magic, Lo Pei laid a second seal upon them, a kind of karmic retribution. P.S. Under no circumstances should the Lord regain the talismans, or he would become even more terrifying than the Lord in Jackie Chan Adventures. Beep beep. Steve lay in his hospital bed, his body wrapped head to toe in bandages. The hospital monitors pulsed steadily beside him. In the hazy twilight between consciousness and oblivion, Steve's senses slowly returned. Then he heard that familiar, aged voice. "Doctor, how's Steve doing?" "He's stable. You brought him in just in time. Are you the patient's relative?" "Yes, doctor. Steve's physical condition is one of the best I've ever seen. These burns were caused by volcanic magma, but somehow, without any medication, his body began to heal itself. Do you realize what that means, sir? It's nothing short of miraculous." "Oh, pardon me, I got carried away. Now, the patient needs plenty of rest. You may sit here with him, but please try not to speak, so as not to disturb his recovery. Also, sir, about the hospital fees, please settle them as soon as possible. I don't usually handle such matters, but the admission staff can be quite insistent if the bills go unpaid." "All right, I understand. Thank you, doctor." Steve awoke from his coma, his eyes wandering blankly around the room. From the conversation he'd just overheard, he realized he was in a hospital. He struggled to sit up, but the pain in his body forced him to stop. "Dad!" Steve's voice was hoarse. The searing heat of the magma had nearly destroyed him, yet perhaps because of the super soldier serum he'd been injected with, his damaged organs hadn't died. Instead, they were miraculously regenerating. As the doctor said, it was nothing short of a medical miracle. Though Steve's voice was faint, his father's ears were sharp. Sensing movement, the old man turned and saw Steve, who had struggled so much that his blanket had slipped to the floor. With a huff of exasperation, the old man walked over and tucked the blanket back around him. Gently, he helped Steve sit up and poured a glass of water, slowly bringing it to Steve's lips. Only then did he speak, half exasperated. "All right, enough with the nonsense, Steve. You need to rest now." "Dad, Steve's voice was much clearer now. He could speak a few words at a time. But his father knew full well that he was just forcing himself to hold on. The old man reached out, stopping Steve from trying to say more. He tucked the blanket around him and spoke with heartfelt gravity. "Don't think about anything. Don't do anything. Just focus on getting better. That's all you should be doing right now." Hearing this, Steve stopped struggling. The old man then took a small incense burner from behind his back and set it beneath Steve's bed. From the pouch at his waist, he pulled out several pieces of dried aromatic leaves and a morsel of dried lizard. He placed them in the burner, picked up a talisman, and with a casual flick, set a light. He tossed the burning talisman into the incense burner, which quickly began to smolder. The old man started chanting softly, "Evil spirits be gone. Evil spirits be gone." As green flames flickered up, a gentle, soothing fragrance filled the entire room. Everyone present felt an involuntary sense of calm settle over their hearts. "There, I've set up a shield of righteous magic here for Steve. You can rest assured." The old man's words trailed off as he froze in place. In the thick mist swirling in his eyes, a lively little rabbit appeared. At lightning speed, it dashed past the sound barrier and plucked the freshest, most delicious grass in the world. Then, in a flash, it darted into a stone wall, transforming into a pink lucky rabbit, lost to the world. With a shift in the scene, the talisman was etched onto the shell of a turtle. Time spun forward again. The scene in the old man's mind changed once more. After countless years had passed, a kind-hearted, blonde-haired, blue-eyed youth carefully removed the rabbit talisman from the turtle's back. And now, That young man was here at the Harbor Research Institute in Indiana. When the vision ended, the old man returned from his trance and finished the sentence he'd left hanging earlier. But as he looked at Steve lying in the bed, he gave a weary sigh. Maybe, he thought, it was better to give up on the talisman after all. Dad, the talisman. Steve's hoarse voice tugged at the old man's heart. He smoothed Steve's hair and comforted him softly. There's a cause and effect in everything in this world. If we gain it, we are fortunate. If we lose it, it's fate. Steve, you're far more important than any talisman. Just focus on getting better. Hearing these words, Steve mustered all his strength and tried to sit up. The old man had to work hard to hold him down. Seeing Steve's face twisted in pain, the old man's patience snapped. What are you doing? Steve, do you want to destroy your own body? As a grand mage, the old man naturally knew exactly what Steve was thinking. That damned sense of responsibility of his always found a way to cause trouble at times like this. Facing the stubborn Steve, the old man could do nothing but sigh deeply. All right, I understand, Steve. Just focus on your recovery. I'll go look for that talisman. Hearing this, Steve finally settled down. The old man's abilities were indeed trustworthy. Seeing Steve lying quietly, the old man left the hospital room and gently closed the door behind him. Ah, not even a moment's rest for this old man, he muttered, letting out a weary sigh. With that, he turned and strode out of the hospital, heading straight toward the Harbor Research Institute. The Harbor Research Institute, funded by Stark Industries, was a collective of animal lovers who had come together to form a research organization. Their main responsibilities included the preservation of animal DNA and the protection of endangered species. But today, the Institute was unusually busy. Rumor had it that someone very important would be visiting for an inspection. Hurry up. Kevin, empty your trash can right now. Cyril, how many times have I told you? Get those files into the cabinet. Don't just leave them everywhere. Lester, haven't I warned you before? Get your research materials sorted out this instant. Director Mundo, the head of the Institute, was barking orders with growing urgency, orchestrating preparations for their distinguished guest. Suddenly, he noticed a young boy slacking off in the corner, crouched down and fiddling with something. Mundo crept up behind him without making a sound, but the immense shadow cast by his broad frame gave him away. Feeling himself swallowed by that mountain-like shadow, the boy couldn't help but think it looked just like his own boss looming over him. Nervously, he reached behind, hoping desperately that he was mistaken. But alas, the sight of those hairy, muscular calves dashed any hope he had. Had enough fun there, Gates? The boy, Gates, was the very same one the old man had seen in his vision, the one who had acquired the rabbit talisman. Forcing a sheepish smile, Gates turned to see Mundo, whose face was contorted with anger. Director, I'm really sorry. Sorry won't cut it, kid. I'm not about to forgive you just because you apologized. Now get over there and clean up that junk pile immediately. Mundo jabbed a finger toward a workstation overflowing with all sorts of clutter, Gates' usual spot. Sir, those aren't junk. They're precious memories, Gates explained cautiously, trying to defend his collection in the face of Mundo's wrath. Oh, really? Mundo lifted Gates by the collar and marched him over to his workstation. The stench hit Mundo's nose at once, making him wrinkle his brow. Once they arrived, Mundo set Gates down abruptly, grabbed a bottle at random, and demanded, Kid, you have one chance to explain to me the story behind your so-called fond memories. If you manage to move me, then you won't have to haul all this junk to the trash heap. But if you fail, then you'll be sitting in the garbage bin hugging this pile of rubbish until our important guest leaves. Gates swallowed hard, glancing at Mundo's furious face, and stammered out, Yes, sir. Now, boy. Mundo's roar startled Gates so much he shivered. He quickly took the bottle from Mundo's hand and began to recall his memories. It was a sunny afternoon. Just as Gates was calming himself with a memory and preparing for a long-winded explanation, Mundo cut him off abruptly. Keep it short, Gates. Are you planning to keep talking until our honored guest arrives? I don't have time to waste here with you. Get on with it quickly. That day, we went out to sea and came across a young bride's whale. It kept following our boat. At first, we thought it just wanted to play with us. Then we noticed a faint glimmer on its back. We stopped the boat, and the little whale swam over. It turned out there was a plastic bottle stuck in its blowhole. We managed to free it, and it spouted water in delight. As we watched it swim away, I couldn't help but wonder why humans had to harm animals like this. Just then, the bride's whale's call echoed in my ears. I saw it swimming back toward our boat, holding something pitch black in its mouth. We stopped again, and it brought us a devil ray. Of course, Chief, we released the devil ray back into the sea, far away from the whale. After hearing the story, Mundo frowned and scoffed. Trash is still trash. Listening to your story was a complete waste of my time. Get rid of all this garbage at once. Watching Mundo turn and walk away, Gates felt a crushing sadness. Was it really true that something he cherished so much meant nothing at all to others? While Gates wallowed in disappointment, Mundo suddenly turned back and called out, "There's still a spot open in the storage room. You better find a box for all this stuff. If you don't, you can say goodbye to your precious memories." With that, Mundo went off to direct the others, but those seemingly casual words sparked a new hope and longing for beauty in the young man's heart. He nodded vigorously, and in that moment, the rabbit talisman he'd been holding began to glow in his hand. Perhaps even Gates himself didn't notice, but the talisman had boosted his speed to the limit. Even as he packed up, his hands moved so fast they left afterimages. In the blink of an eye, less than a minute had passed before Gates had tidied everything away. Even the desk looked as spotless as new. Mondo, requesting permission to land, requesting permission to land. The voice crackling from the radio finally allowed Mondo to breathe a sigh of relief. At last, he no longer had to command this troublesome crew. But just as he relaxed, he suddenly remembered Gates. He'd only just started cleaning. If their distinguished guest saw the mess now, all their efforts would be for nothing. "Copy that. You're clear to land. I'll be at the helipad in 3 minutes to welcome Mr. Stark." As he replied over the radio, Mondo hurried off toward Gates' office. Anxiety tightened around him, leaving him breathless as he pushed open the heavy door. Mondo didn't even dare open his eyes at first. When he finally did, what he saw left him utterly astonished. Immaculate, spotless, absolutely spotless. "Gates, how did you pull this off?" Gates looked at Mondo with some confusion. "What's going on?" He'd been cleaning for ages. Wasn't it normal for the place to look this clean? But when his gaze fell on the alarm clock he'd casually set aside, a wave of shock hit him. Only 3 minutes had passed. "Never mind, that's not important right now. Come on, let's head upstairs together to welcome our generous patron, Mr. Tony Stark." Happy, if you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have even remembered that I invested in a research institute like this. Tell you what, to show my appreciation, I'll hit you with a couple of brain teasers. Get them right, and there's a prize. Get them wrong, well, good luck. Happy was speechless. First question, please solve the Hodge conjecture. Second question, please provide a concrete example to prove the Poincaré conjecture. Third question, please prove the Riemann hypothesis. Tony rattled off 3 questions in quick succession, leaving Happy in stunned silence. If he could answer any of those, why would he be working as a bodyguard? Seeing Happy at a loss, Tony grinned with satisfaction and casually pulled a thick Chinese practice exam booklet out from behind his back, handing it to Happy. "Looks like you can't tackle any of those problems. So here's the deal. Happy, finish this test, and your reward will still be deposited into your account as usual. I'll be waiting for your answers." Happy stared at the thick stack of test papers in his hands, utterly speechless. "Sir, I don't mind you testing me, but could you at least give me the English version?" Tony laughed heartily as he stepped off the plane, feeling immensely pleased with himself. The whole little performance just now was his way of getting back at Happy for saddling him with extra work for no reason. So, to get even, Tony handed him a Chinese exam. Of course, it wasn't really meant as a prank that the test was in Chinese. Lately, Tony had been delving into Chinese culture to study his father's research, hoping to uncover some magical loophole. But despite his genius, after all this time, he still hadn't managed to grasp even the basics of Mandarin. After Tony stood on the rooftop for quite a while, Mundo finally arrived, bringing Gates along with him. Faced with Tony, even Mundo's towering, giant-like figure gradually bowed. "Sorry, Mr. Stark, I'm late. You're Professor Mundo? It's been so long, Professor. You look even more imposing than before." Tony and Mundo knew each other. Mundo had once been one of Tony's university professors. His research in biology was outstanding. Where was this most evident? Just look at Mundo's immense frame, and you'll have your answer. Bone reinforcement was Mundo's primary area of expertise. But in a Marvel world where the rich rely on technology and the poor on mutation, few were willing to invest in such research. Mundo had once grown deeply discouraged, nearly turning to crime. It was Tony who chose to invest in him, recommending Mundo to this very Harbor Research Institute. Thanks to Tony's support, Mundo's work could continue, sparing him from ending up on a villain's path like Dr. Octopus. "It's all thanks to you, Tony. My research on bone structure has made tremendous progress. People can now, by willpower alone, generate additional bones at will, even forming armor or claws." As he spoke, Mundo gave Tony a demonstration. Whether it was the armored bones sprouting from his spine or claws extending from the backs of his hands, Tony was clearly impressed. "Mundo, your research is absolutely incredible." Very few things could truly impress Tony. To be able to reshape one's own skeleton at will, using the body's stored energy, Mundo's work was like the prelude to creating an entirely new being. If the research went deep enough, perhaps humans could one day soar through the skies, flapping their arms like birds. Tony, if not for you, I wouldn't be where I am today. Half my achievements belong to you. You're far too modest. Money can buy many things, but without a brilliant mind, no amount of wealth can imagine such powerful ideas. You're the true genius here. Tony's praise instantly rekindled the camaraderie they'd shared back in university. While the two caught up in lively conversation, Gates seemed almost forgotten, trailing behind Mundo as they followed Tony through the research facility. Just as the tour was drawing to a close, the lab wall suddenly burst apart with a thunderous crash. Amid the swirling dust, a figure with blue skin stepped through the breach. If my timing's right, this is the place. Everyone, hands on your heads and get down. Tombstone has arrived. With golden short hair, red eyes, blue skin, and a row of shark-like teeth, the newcomer was unmistakably Tombstone, one of Kingpin's henchmen. Tombstone swaggered, scanning the room with a smug grin. But as he turned his head, everything suddenly went black, and with a heavy thud, he was sent flying across the room. Fuck, do you have any idea how much it cost to fix the wall you just smashed? Mundo stood where Tombstone had been moments before, his face twisted in anger, muscles bulging all over his body, looking every bit as intimidating as the Hulk himself. Tombstone, holding his spinning head, sat up amidst the rubble, just as he tried to figure out which bastard had punched him into. Oblivion and thought about retaliating, he opened his eyes, only to be met with a massive, bone-covered fist slamming down on his skull. You damned bastard. Do you know how much effort I put into preparing for our guests? Forcing a scientist like me to take care of this nonsense. What a waste of my talents. Mundo's fist pounded Tombstone's head again and again, each blow ringing out with the harsh clang of metal striking metal, making everyone present wince and shudder. You don't get it, you just don't. My research, my passion, an entire day's work ruined by you. Apparently, the pummeling still hadn't satisfied Mundo's rage. He stood up, his body like a tower blotting out the sunlight that had fallen on Tombstone. Mundo took 2 heavy steps back, then reached out and grabbed Tombstone by the ankle. Dazed from the repeated blows to his head, Tombstone could barely process what was happening before Mundo hoisted him into the air with one hand. Bone spikes sprouted from Mundo's palm, stabbing into Tombstone's ankle, drawing a wail of pain from him. People who don't respect the work of others deserve to die. Even though the pain jolted a bit of sense back into Tombstone, he barely had time to react before Mundo began swinging him wildly, like the Hulk tossing Loki. It was as if Mundo had turned into a human pile driver and Tombstone was a sledgehammer. Every time he slammed Tombstone into the ground, the earth itself cracked, leaving a crater behind. After nearly a minute of this relentless assault, Mundo's rage finally began to subside. The bone spikes withdrew from his hand. Tombstone crashed to the ground, clearly unconscious, sprawled out like a heap of broken mud. Mundo turned to head back toward the research facility, but through the ruined wall, he could see the terror in the eyes of everyone who just witnessed his outburst. As Mundo took a step forward, the crowd instinctively shrank away from him. Professor Mundo is terrifying. We need to get away from him. He's a monster. Doctor, has he always been like this? I heard he even killed someone once, and only medication keeps him under control now. It's awful. Why would a killer like that be in our lab? Mundo understood their reaction, but still stung. He stood there, lost and bewildered, like a child who'd lost his way, on the verge of tears. Just then, Tony's voice broke the silence. Mundo looked up to see Tony Stark walking toward him, his steps slow and steady. Doctor, once again you've protected everyone. Just like when you were young, still so full of justice, Tony said, reaching out his right hand to help Mundo back to his feet, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. The only way to deal with villains is just like this. If you don't make them feel the pain, they'll definitely come back to make more trouble, maybe even worse next time. Tony turned and looked toward the other researchers who had been hiding inside the institute, then gently nudged Mundo to the front of the crowd. Let's all thank Dr. Mundo, everyone. He's the one who protected this institute. His sense of justice convinces me even more that this place will have a future brighter than any other research institution in the world. A smattering of applause broke out, hesitant and sparse. Watching the crowd, Tony frowned slightly. Then, turning Mundo to face him, he shook his hand firmly and spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Doctor, your research is truly remarkable. I have no doubt it will benefit all of humanity one day. Stark Industries has decided to cover all your expenses, and we'll be increasing our investment in every project here. I hope you'll be able to create even more breakthroughs for the good of all mankind. The moment Tony mentioned more funding, excitement lit up in the eyes of every researcher in the room. This time, when Tony finished speaking, a thunderous round of applause erupted, accompanied by cheers that filled the air. Who could say for sure whether they were applauding for Mundo or for the funding that Stark Industries was about to pour in? With an easy smile, Tony surveyed the crowd, taking in every subtle reaction. Inwardly, he couldn't help but sneer. These people, he thought, were like foolish monkeys, afraid of those stronger than themselves, eager to please anyone who tossed them a sweet date. The spectacle drew to a close, and Mundo resumed showing Tony around the laboratory. Mundo was as talkative as ever, but Tony could see a trace of exhaustion in his eyes. Doctor, Tony suddenly stopped walking. Mundo, hearing his name, turned back with a puzzled look. What is it, Mr. Stark? You're tired too, Doctor. I think I'll pass on the rest of the tour. Why don't we sit down and chat for a bit? Though still a little confused, Mundo led Tony to a nearby set of convenient seats. Gates stood by Mundo's side, quietly keeping him company. At that moment, Tony noticed the young boy standing next to Mundo. Searching his memory, he realized that this kid hadn't been among those who had mocked Mundo earlier. Is he one of your students? Mundo turned his gaze to meet Gates' eyes. Even sitting, Mundo was still taller than Gates standing, which made Gates visibly uncomfortable. Mundo gave Gates a brief, appraising look, seeming to notice the young man's awkwardness about his height. He quickly shifted his gaze away and addressed Tony. I suppose you could say that. The kid's got a good heart, though he does have a knack for meddling in other people's business, and he's always getting me into trouble. Still, if I had to pick a successor, I'd choose him, not you, Tony. Tony was momentarily taken aback, forcing an awkward laugh. Doc, that's not what you said a couple of years ago. He clearly remembered how, back then, the doctor had told him he had exceptional talent for scientific research. If there were ever a successor, it would have to be Tony and no one else. He never imagined the doctor could change his mind in just 2 years. Forget it, document. Let's not dwell on that, Tony said, regaining his composure. I'm here to formally invite you. Please, join us at Stark Industries. Tony's earnest invitation left Mundo momentarily stunned. But once he regained his senses, he shook his head with quiet resolve. I'm getting old. The passion I once had is gone, he replied. Military tech and all that. I think I'll pass. Like they say back in China, I'd rather accumulate some good karma for myself. Tony, just let me enjoy my retirement here. Tony let out a long sigh, then nodded, a smile returning to his face. I respect your decision, Doctor. But just remember, Stark Industries invested in this lab for you. Those who don't know how to be grateful should probably be shown the door sooner rather than later. Recalling past events, Mundo nodded, already making plans. He was a good man, but not a pushover. If someone clearly harbored ill intent toward him, he wouldn't go so far as to destroy them. But there was nothing wrong with sending them away. With an understanding reached, their conversation became even more relaxed and free-flowing. Old friends reunited, their talk could have gone on forever. But Gates, always restless, was the one who suffered. Standing to the side, listening to the two of them reminisce about their college days, Gates nearly fell asleep on his feet. Bored, Gates remembered the hexagonal stone he'd found earlier. He pulled it from his pocket and examined it. A beautifully carved pink rabbit adorned its surface. That brought Gates no end of joy. This would be his most treasured memento. But just as he was caught up in excitement, everything around him seemed to slow down, as though the world was suddenly moving at a quarter speed. What's going on? Doctor, Mr. Tony, why are you both moving so slowly? This time, Gates could clearly sense how different everything was. Tony and Dr. Mundo were conversing in slow motion, every gesture drawn out. Are you playing some sort of joke on me? He waved his hand in front of their faces, but nothing changed. The two continued their conversation at the same unhurried pace. This is just too weird. Since they weren't responding, Gates could only wander over to the next laboratory door and peek inside. He saw a colleague pouring water. The droplets fell so slowly he could see the shape of each individual drop. In that instant, Gates understood exactly what was happening to him. Wow, the moment of relative stillness. This is just incredible. Einstein's theory of relativity can really be achieved. According to the theory of relativity, as an object's speed increases, time for it slows down accordingly. Once the speed surpasses that of light, time will actually begin to flow backwards. Realizing his current state, Gates immediately felt a surge of scientific curiosity. He wanted to know, in a state of relative stillness, exactly how much does time slow down? Or, more precisely, just how fast was he moving now? It was as if the rabbit talisman sensed Gates's thoughts. The speed increased again. This time, everything around him froze completely. Only Gates remained free to move. Cool. Gates found 2 timepieces, one a wristwatch, the other a wall clock. As soon as he strapped the watch to his wrist, the talisman's light flickered and vanished, and the hands on both clocks began to move. Watching the clock hands spin around again and again, Gates came to a conclusion. At this moment, he was moving at roughly 0.91 times the speed of light. To put another way, he was just a hair's breadth slower than light itself. No sooner had Gates formed this thought than the rabbit talisman glowed once more. Instantly, a green wormhole materialized before him. Without the slightest chance to react, Gates was swept inside. The inside of the wormhole was a gray, foggy void, already terrifying enough. But when Gates emerged on the other side, he found himself in the middle of an extreme sport, a high-altitude skydive without a parachute. Plummeting from the sky, Gates cursed under his breath. Who exactly was he swearing at? But judging from the large wet patch on his pants after he landed, it was safe to say his hatred was directed at the wormhole. Yes, definitely the wormhole. Damn it, what era did this wormhole dump me in? And how am I supposed to get back? As Gates pondered this, the rabbit talisman in his hand glowed again. Watching the light flicker, he realized everything that had happened was because of this stone. However, just as he was preparing to travel again, a cloud of black mist appeared in front of him. In a blink, a sharp pain shot through Gates' hand. The rabbit talisman flew from his grasp, tumbled to the ground, and lost its glow. Before Gates could even figure out what was happening, he was attacked. Naturally, this left him annoyed, but as the black mist cleared, 10 figures emerged, each one completely clad in black ninja attire. The scene became eerily silent. Maybe I should just give up. These guys look like real trouble, Gates thought to himself. I'm terribly sorry for blocking your way. I'll just step aside, Gates said, shuffling his feet in an attempt to slip past the shadowy soldiers and retrieve the rabbit talisman. But after only 2 steps, the ninja-clad figures quickly surrounded him. The scene fell silent once more. Having traversed time and space, the shadow soldiers were now without command. Yet they still carried out the last order of their master, to stop the meddlesome brat who dared to misuse the power that was not his. Come on, guys, I haven't done anything to offend you. Just let me pass, all right? All I want is to get my stuff, then I'll be on my way, Gates pleaded. But the shadow soldiers stood motionless, giving no response. Seeing this, Gates tried again to slip through the gaps between them, but once more they blocked his path, shoving him back. Provoked again and again, Gates finally lost his temper. Damn it, what do you take me for, a pushover? You think us scientists are easy targets? All right then, let me show you what I'm made of. With that, Gates reached into his pocket and produced a handful of pea-sized, unidentifiable gadgets. He tossed them casually toward the shadow soldiers. As the devices scattered on the ground, the soldiers stared at them blankly, unthreatened, trying to make sense of these harmless-looking beings. Seizing the moment, Gates dove beneath their legs, rolling quickly to the side and curling himself into a protective ball. As soon as their targets slipped away, the shadow soldiers prepared to give chase. But just then, the beans that Gates had scattered began to emit a rapid, high-pitched beeping, until, with a sudden explosion, the area erupted. Dozens of shadow soldiers were obliterated on the spot. Gates himself was thrown to the ground by the force of the blast, left battered and bruised. Damn, miscalculated the explosive yield again. Next time, I'll have to reduce the dosage by 0.05 milligrams, he muttered, dragging his injured leg as he slowly made his way back to the rabbit talisman. The moment he grasped it, the talisman flared with a brilliant white light. Once more, the wormhole opened. This time, Gates was ready. Instead of being sucked in, he stepped into it of his own accord. He wandered through the tunnel for an unknown stretch of time, until at last he spotted the next exit. Just as he was about to cross over, his grip on the talisman suddenly slipped. In that instant, as Gates reached back to grab it, the impact of light-speed travel hurled him out of the wormhole, leaving no chance to look back. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back beside the seats where the professor and Tony had been chatting. If not for his tattered lab coat and the aches all over his body, he might have thought he'd simply dozed off and dreamed the whole thing. Yet at the same time, he let out a sigh of relief. With the talisman gone, at least those ghostly pursuers would no longer come after him. Gates sighed again. What isn't yours can never truly belong to you, no matter how tightly you try to hold on. At this moment, Grandpa finally ambled into the Harbor Research Institute. Yet as soon as he arrived, the magical aura of the rabbit talisman had vanished without a trace. Thanks to Gates' journey through time, it was as if the talisman had never appeared here at all. Every trace of its existence had been wiped clean. Since that was the case, Dad decided not to linger any longer. He simply turned around and headed straight back to the hospital to look after Steve. In the end, everyone seemed to have found their own perfect ending. Everyone, that is, except the unlucky soul named Tombstone, who lay sprawled at the bottom of a deep pit. His head was spinning from the blow he'd taken, still with no idea what had just happened. Why on earth was he here? And how did he end up getting beaten so badly? P.S. From here on, whenever I discover a new talisman, I'll add some details about it. These follow the rules of this book's universe. If you're interested, feel free to take a look. Status sealed. Development, 17%. Due to the passage of time and the Grand Sorcerer's reinforced seals, less than a tenth of its original power remains. Ability, super speed, grants the user incredible swiftness. Full power, can break through time and space itself, partial dominion of the sky demon Shimu, though currently sealed. Conclusion. As one of the 8 great demons, the Holy Master seized portions of his siblings' powers while they were sealed away, strengthening himself and unifying the East. But his reign of terror eventually ran afoul of Lo Pei, the champion of justice, who shattered the 12 streams of demonic power within him, splitting them into 12 talismans. Sensing the demonic authority within these talismans, Lo Pei placed a second layer of seals upon them, a fitting twist of fate, a kind of karmic retribution. P.S. Under no circumstances can the Holy Master be allowed to reclaim the talismans, or he'll be even more terrifying than his counterpart in Jackie Chan Adventures. The Dolmen of Antequera stands at the very heart of Andalusia, in central Spain. An elderly man and a blonde, blue-eyed fellow, each with a travel pack slung over his shoulder, were making their way up the steep mountain path. Ah, who would have thought we'd find ancient Chinese talismans even here in Spain, the younger man exclaimed. The world has 4 corners, and its secrets are hidden everywhere, Dad replied with a huff, climbing at a leisurely pace. Steve, you've still got a lot to learn. Dad, aren't you going to reconsider my suggestion? Steve called after him. Next time, why can't we just open a portal, grab what we need, and leave? All this climbing up and down, I've barely recovered from being sick, you know? This is exhausting. Steve didn't really understand all these theories, but he still found them fascinating. Bracing himself with both hands, he hurried to catch up with Dad and try to reason with him. Dad neither agreed nor disagreed. He just kept walking, leaving Steve to fret and stew. Steve glanced up at the blazing sun and suddenly thought of an idea. Just as he was about to speak, however, he noticed something odd. Not a single bead of sweat could be seen on Dad's brow. But with the sun shining so fiercely, how could that possibly be? Reaching into his backpack, Steve pulled out a fan, jogged a few steps to catch up, and began fanning Dad in an effort to curry favor. Dad, aren't you hot? Let me fan you a bit, he offered. Dad merely grunted in acknowledgement and kept moving forward, his unhurried manner making it look as if he were taking a stroll in a park, rather than climbing a mountain. Seeing this, Steve felt on the verge of breaking down. This old man could really walk. He was tireless. What neither of them realized was that their little drama was unfolding under the watchful eyes of another group. They're almost at the mountain. Let's move, said Tombstone as he put down his binoculars. He turned to look at the muscle that Kingpin had sent along. Some street thugs, plus Rhino and Scorpion. It was time to get started. Boss Tombstone, do we really have to go in there? Who knows what sort of weird things might be inside? Like mummies or something, piped up one of the thugs, a scrawny blonde kid, stepping forward. Tombstone rolled his eyes in exasperation, thinking that the boss really needed to recruit smarter help. Give a rest. Mummies are from Egypt, not here. Come on, let's get moving. Why not just let those 2 go in and find the talisman for us? When they come out, we jump them and take it. Isn't that way easier? Blondie stretched out an arm, blocking the others who were about to follow. With a cold, almost mocking smile, Tombstone put a heavy hand on Blondie's shoulder. Listen up, little Karami. I don't have time to explain all this to you. What I do know is that the boss told me to bring back the talisman. And if you get in my way again, you'll find out exactly why they call me Tombstone. Truth be told, if he had better options, Tombstone would never bother with these half-grown street punks. Having to waste his breath on them was an insult to his time. As Tombstone's hand lifted from Blondie's shoulder, a small puddle formed at Blondie's feet. His legs gave out, and he collapsed, completely drained. Enough. Move. Tombstone barked, leading the group onward. After covering some distance, he turned back and shouted at the petrified blonde kid. Blondie didn't dare utter a word. He scrambled off the ground, half crawling, half running to catch up with the others. In the dimly lit stone tomb, Steve planted a torch in the wall. He exchanged a glance with the old man, then pulled out the diagram he'd taken from inside the pyramid, the one showing how to trigger the mechanism for the Ox Talisman. They approached the only bull-headed statue in the chamber. Steve inserted 2 fingers into its nostrils, poked, and twisted just so. The mouth of the bull statue slowly opened as the mechanism engaged. But inside, there was no Ox Talisman, just an octagonal imprint, proof that a talisman had once been placed there. What? Where did it go? Where's the talisman? Steve stared in disbelief at the empty space. When he turned to the old man, he got a scornful look in return. What, you think I took it? Clearly, someone beat us to it. But didn't you say what you saw 3 days ago was a real-time image? Steve's quiet grumbling did not escape the sharp ears of Old Dad. Old Dad's gaze hardened, his eyes turning sharp as he looked at Steve and spoke in a stern tone. Oh, getting bold now, aren't you? Complaining about old dad, are you? Have you forgotten who made a mess with a black dog's blood, sweeping for over half an hour and ruining my spell array? I had to fix it all over again. Wasted a whole premium lizard jerky. Go ahead, say something. Say it. Steve was left speechless by old dad's reprimand, seething with impotent fury. After all, it was his own fault for getting carried away in the heat of the chase, running after that gang of little thieves clear out of Hell's Kitchen. By the time he returned, the spell array was already broken. But just as the two were in the midst of their squabble, Tombstone and his crew burst in. Everyone, hands on your heads and crouch down. Tombstone is here. Hand over the talismans. It was the same old line, the golden hairdo gleaming under the light. Tombstone stood in the doorway, looking every bit as smug as he had back at the research lab. Not an ounce changed. Perfect timing. I was looking for someone to vent my anger on. You lot can help me blow off some steam, Steve said, beaming at the sight of Tombstone and his crew blocking the entrance. Tombstone, Rhino, Scorpion, the minions. Old Dad, I'm going in. Don't expect me to look after you this time, Steve declared, his eyes blazing with excitement. No problem. But if you let any of this rabble get tossed my way, I'll show you just what it means when a monkey steals a peach. Old Dad replied, folding his arms and stepping aside with a look of indifference, as if the coming battle was none of his concern. Tombstone, Scorpion, and Rhino exchanged glances. Every word of the earlier argument had reached their ears, and this kind of disregard stoked their anger to a boiling point. It was downright insulting. But before they could make a move, Steve leapt straight at them. The sudden, in-your-face assault took them completely off guard. They had never seen anyone fight like this. Once they regained their senses, they readied themselves to charge. But before they could act, two batons had somehow appeared in Steve's hands. With a heavy crack, he struck all three across the face almost simultaneously. Their heads snapped to the side in unison, teeth and blood flying from their mouths along with a spray of spittle. The minions watched, bewildered, as Steve sized up the biggest among them, Rhino. With a swift kick, thud, Rhino's massive frame was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a cluster of minions and tumbling down the slope. Eahak! Rhino's agonized scream sent a shiver down Tombstone and Scorpion spines. But Steve didn't give them a moment to be afraid. He placed a hand on each of their shoulders. They suddenly felt a heavy weight and turned to see Steve looking at them with a broad, friendly grin. Hey, have a pleasant journey, he said. Bang, bang. Before either of them could reply, Steve kicked them both down the mountain, one after the other, with the force of a charging rhinoceros. Pah! Steve spat as he watched the three of them tumble down the slope. What a useless bunch of freeloaders. Can't even withstand three of my moves. Not satisfying at all. Not satisfying. All right, Steve, enough fooling around. We need to go find the ox, Old Man said, pressing down Steve's restless shoulders and leading him toward the heart of the city. Old Man said we're looking for the ox talisman, but we don't even have the faintest clue. Steve wandered the bustling streets of Spain, voicing his existential doubt as he surveyed the lively crowd. Old Man glanced at Steve, but then turned away, focusing intently on mixing the potion in his hands, clearly in no mood to respond. With no answer from Old Man, Steve began casting his gaze around, taking in the foreign sights and sounds. Black stockings, short skirts, he muttered. A sharp smack landed on his head, and Steve whirled to see Old Man glaring at him. Steve's eyes filled with wounded indignation. Old Man couldn't appreciate the view himself, and now he wasn't even letting Steve look. How unfair. Are you still planning to find the talisman, Steve? Old Man's question caught Steve off guard. He nodded, though still confused, and Old Man bellowed. Then hurry up and give me the pufferfish I asked for. At those words, Steve quickly rummaged through his backpack and pulled out a plump, dried pufferfish. Old Man wasted no time. He took the pufferfish, poured the concoction he'd been preparing over it, and began to chant, "Evil spirits be gone! Evil spirits be gone!" With the incantation, the pufferfish floated from Old Man's palm, glowing green, spinning faster and faster until it finally pointed toward a massive round building in the southeast. The Spanish Bull Ring. Old Man, why are we coming here? As soon as Steve recognized the architecture, he knew exactly where they were. But before Old Man could answer, a poster caught Steve's eye and revealed everything. The champion, this century's greatest matador, blah blah blah. But that wasn't the important part. What mattered was the octagonal stone set in the champion's belt, with a sky blue bull's head inked on its surface. That's the talisman. Steve jabbed a finger at the poster, his eyes going wide as he let out a shout of disbelief. Who would have thought? He'd assumed the talisman was far beyond their reach, only to find it right in front of them. Oomph. I told you, I'd find the talisman, the Old Man snorted, wearing an air of smugness that radiated from head to toe, a sort of invincible, youthful bravado. Perhaps this is what people mean when they call someone a big kid. Now that I've found it, I seriously doubt the person holding the talisman is going to hand it back to us nicely, he went on, unconvinced. Faced with his father's antics, Steve chose to change the subject entirely. Staring thoughtfully at the man on the poster, he mulled things over and drew his own conclusion. This could have been a perfect moment for Steve to show off, but after waiting a while and getting no response from his father, he turned around, only to see the old man already at the registration desk, asking the staff a question. For the name here, can I use a code name? Yes, of course, sir. But you're quite advanced in age. Are you really signing up for the bullfighting competition? The staff member asked, surprised. Oh no, not me. I'm signing up for my son. He loves bullfighting. Always says he wants to test his skills against the best bullfighter in the world, the old man replied. Ah, I see. Your son must be full of energy, the staff said with a smile. All right, sir. Let me confirm. Your son's name is Steve. He's an American, and he's voluntarily entering this no-rules bullfighting match. Yes, that's right, the old man confirmed. Listening to their conversation, Steve was stunned. By the time he snapped out of his daze and tried to intervene, the registration stamp had already come down with a resounding thud. All done. Here's a special ticket for you, sir. You'll get a front row seat. It's a perk for the family members of participants. Thank you, the old man replied graciously. Having signed Steve up, the old man strolled over with a leisurely swagger. He looked at his now dumbfounded son, gently closed Steve's gaping mouth, and gave him a hearty slap on his American backside, snapping Steve out of his daze. Dad, how could you sign me up without asking? I don't want anything to do with a bullfighting contest. Steve yelped, leaping up like a cat whose tail had just been stepped on. The old man scratched his ear, pretending not to hear a thing, which made Steve even more frustrated. All right, I know you're mad, but before you blow your top, think, if you don't compete, who's going to get the talisman back? The old man waved his hand dismissively, tossing the question at Steve. Steve fixed his father with a stare. His eyes said nothing and everything all at once. The old man, feeling a bit unsettled by the intense gaze, turned his head away and said, I know what you're thinking, but I'm over the age limit. They won't let me into the bull ring. I'm already over 100 years old. Steve's protest thundered through the air, but Dad simply replied, blunt and unfiltered. Yes, but if I say you're 20, people believe it. If you're not convinced, you can go and claim you're 22. If they believe you, I'll jump right in. Steve looked at Dad's snow-white hair and aged face, and his argument instantly deflated. No matter how thick-skinned he was, unless the other party was a fool, no one would believe such a thing. Fine, I get it, Steve said with a helpless sigh. There's an old saying, after all, life is like that. If you can't fight it, you might as well enjoy it. Compared to Steve and Dad's exchange, things were far more direct on Kingpin's side. The moment they entered Spain and saw the posters, Rhino, Scorpion, and Tombstone snuck straight into the bull ring and knocked out every single bull in the arena. They even butchered one on the spot, roasting it over a fire. As they ate, they discussed the plan ahead. Rhino, once the match starts, you go in first. Take down that guy with the talisman, knock him out cold. Grab the talisman. The thing Kingpin wants isn't something just anyone can get. What about me, Tombstone? Scorpion tore off a chunk of beef, shoved it into his mouth, and began to chew. Even the beef bone he tossed in with it was crushed to bits and swallowed. After devouring the meat, Scorpion turned to Tombstone and asked, We've seen the posters. That old man and the blonde bastard got here long before us, so they've seen them, too. In a bit, you and I'll keep that Steve guy busy, buy Rhino some time. Scorpion nodded vigorously. Remembering Steve's terrifying strength, he couldn't help but steel himself for the challenge. Both sides vying for the talisman had laid out their plans. Once the bullfight began, the prize would be within reach. The man known as the King of Strength, the protagonist of today's bull ring, was now gulping down strong liquor, his wild actions stirring up a wave of excitement. Opposite him sat a man in a suit draped with a fur coat, 10 gold rings glittering on his fingers, protruding front teeth, and beady eyes. This was Michel, the host of the bull ring. Lord King of Strength, I'm counting on you to put on a great show today, Michel said with a wide, oily smile, raising his glass of red wine. The King of Strength snorted coldly, ignoring Michel's raised glass. He grabbed a bottle of spirits from the side and downed it in one go before speaking. Michel, wipe that disgusting grin off your face. You'd love nothing more than to tear me to pieces. Yet here you are, putting on an act. It's revolting. Michel's expression froze. The smile on his face turned to stone. But he quickly regained his composure, the smile returning, though now there was a cold glint in his eyes. Kingly, you must be joking, just joking. I only wanted to ask a small favor of you. That's all. Michel, we've worked together more times than I can count. You should know what I'm like by now. If you want me to throw a match, you can forget it. Kingly cut him off with a wave of his hand, stopping Michel before he could launch into his long-winded speech, and rejected him outright. Michel's scheme was dead before it even started. But Kingly, there's real money to be made here. Why do you put so much effort into every match? Isn't it all for a bit of cash in the end? Just picture it. If I open up a betting pool and you throw just one match, we'd make 10 times what the ticket sales could ever bring in. Don't tell me you've got something against making money. Michel was so worked up that he shot upright from his seat, waving his hands as he painted Kingly a picture of a golden future. But Kingly ignored him completely, so Michel had no choice but to collect himself, sit back down, and keep trying to persuade him. Yes, Kingly, I'll admit, playing dirty might tarnish your reputation. But so what? Can you eat a good name? Only cold, hard cash is the real deal. Michel's arguments grew more and more outrageous, to the point where he started preaching life philosophy to Kingly. But Michel's wild words startled Kingly so much that, without thinking, he crushed the bottle in his hand, making Michel jump in fright. All right, Kingly, I get it. You don't want to hear any more. I won't push my luck. But let me just say this. In today's world, money talks. Before Michel could finish, Kingly accidentally crushed several chairs and tables in his agitation. Witnessing this, Michel broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly left the room, not daring to finish his sentence. Even as he closed the door, he did so with the utmost care. Once Kingly was alone, he brushed the shards from his hands and watched Michel's retreating figure, murmuring to himself. It seems Michel's starting to suspect something. I'll need to be careful from now on, or maybe it's time to find a new boss. Kingly had already made up his mind. Working with someone as unscrupulous as Michel was never his first choice. But having just made a name for himself in the preliminaries, he needed to build his reputation, so staying a while longer made sense. Now, though, he had the perfect excuse to leave after this match. He'd fight once more and then disappear. As for Michel, he left King Lee's room with a face as dark as a thundercloud, temper flaring. He cursed at everyone he met on his way out of the hotel, and if a stray dog had crossed his path, it might have gotten a kick or two. Only when he slumped into the driver's seat did Michel finally calm down a little. Damn you all. Boss, have a sip of water and take a breather. You'll need your energy if you want to keep scolding us. The underling sitting across from Michel, who had just endured a tongue lashing, wiped the spit from his face. His smile was stiff as he grabbed a bottle of soda from the car, respectfully offering it to Michel with both hands. There's no point in getting angry at you lot. What really gets under my skin is that ungrateful brute, Kingly. Michel let out a cold snort, reached out to snatch the soda, and gulped it down in one go. Yes, we're just a bunch of small fry. Don't waste your breath on us, boss. As for Kingly's belt, we haven't found out much yet, but it was only after he got that belt that he started showing those strange powers. Seeing that Michel had finally stopped yelling, the underling hurried over with a beaming smile, handing over the intelligence they'd collected. He flipped through the pages for Michel, offering the simplest explanations to lay out the chain of events. Michel nodded, clearly satisfied with the underling's efficiency. Snapping the dossier shut, he fixed the underling with a serious look. You did well on this task. But what about the other job I gave you? How's that coming along? The underling had just relaxed upon seeing Michel's nod of approval, but the sudden shift in Michel's tone made his heart clench up again. Boss, don't worry. I've already found the most skilled fighter in Spain. Just say the word, and that belt will be ours before you know it. Michel looked pleased at the underling's confident attitude, and for once offered some praise. Well done, Aji. You truly live up to being my most trusted man. When the next head supervisor election rolls around, you'll definitely win. Though Aji kept his face plastered with smiles, inwardly he was grumbling up a storm. Election, he thought. If the current supervisors weren't all your relatives, maybe I'd believe that. Boss, about the expenses, Aji ventured, careful not to overstep. Aji, young people shouldn't get too hung up on personal gain and loss. Do you really think I'd shortchange you a little pocket money? Next time for sure. Michel waved him off, clearly not interested in discussing the topic further. In other words, not about to hand over any money. But what could Aji do? He just had to suck it up. If he didn't want to end up dead, he'd have to put up with it. All right, let's get moving. Michel, pleased to see the topic dropped, barked at the driver to start the car. The vehicle rolled forward, making its way to the bullfighting arena. Time ticked on, second by second. The bullfight was about to begin, and all the contestants, both human and bull, were getting ready. Meanwhile, the old man was giving Steve a pep talk before the match. Steve had squeezed himself into his old, garish Captain America knockoff outfit, a blue and white spandex suit that showed off his impressively athletic build. That perfect, all-American rear end of his was enough to make anyone's imagination run wild. Steve, remember this well. We have only one purpose for coming here. Dad's face was alight with excitement, his expression as fired up as every spectator in the crowd. It's the Ox Talisman, I know. Steve looked at Dad, having heard this line so many times his ears were practically calloused from it. No, the talisman is now our second priority. Change of plans. We're taking them down. Steve was taken aback. He couldn't understand why Dad would suddenly change their objective, but this new mission was exactly what he wanted. As for Dad's abrupt shift in plans, the reason lay in the event ticket stub he now clutched in his hand. With this ticket, he was eligible to place bets on the bullfighting match. Dad had just wagered $10,000 on Steve. Given Steve's current odds of 1 to 13, Dad was determined to teach these gamblers a lesson. Betting would only lead to ruin. Meanwhile, Tombstone and Scorpion had once again sneaked in quietly, hoping to give Rhino a boost. At this moment, only Rhino was left in the bullpen, a massive creature, calmly munching on hay as if he truly were a bull. Rhino, buddy, it's all on you soon. Rhino didn't even look up at their words. He kept his head down, chewing steadily. What the two failed to notice was how much more muscular Rhino had become since they first arrived. Although, in Michelle's eyes, Archie was just a rookie, in everyone else's view, Archie still ranked among the stronger contenders. Dennis, I believe I've made myself clear, haven't I? Our boss wants that championship belt. Leave it to me, but just make sure you have what I asked for ready. If not, well, Dennis let his threat hang in the air. Don't worry, it's just money. We won't shortchange you. Archie deliberately turned his head away, not daring to meet Dennis' eyes, for fear the guilt lurking within would be discovered. Dennis quickly sensed something was off with Archie. But before he could question him, the bell signaling pre-match preparations sounded, forcing Dennis to shelve his suspicion for now and head into the preparation area. Phew, that was close. Archie breathed a deep sigh of relief, hastily wiping the nervous sweat from his brow before slipping away. As the bell rang, the audience was already at fever pitch, shouting out "King of Power" at the top of their lungs. Amid the roaring crowd, the King of Power emerged from the tunnel. He was a black man, sporting sunglasses, his muscular frame bulging with strength. Unlike traditional matadors, he wore none of the elaborate costumes, just a red cape, boxer briefs, and a belt inlaid with the Ox Talisman. King Lee casually tore off his cloak, revealing his flawless, sculpted muscles to everyone present. With both arms outstretched and a wild, unrestrained grin on his face, he shouted loudly to the crowd, "Call out my name. King Lee. King Lee. Fuan." The moment King Lee roared, the entire audience erupted, chanting his name in unison. Their voices surged higher and higher, wave after wave, and if the bull ring hadn't been open to the sky, the roof would have been blown clean off by their excitement. First of all, welcome, everyone, to the Spanish Bull Ring. I am your host for today's event, Ho Ho. Seeing such high spirits from all of you, I must say, I'm thrilled myself. With King Lee's entrance, I can tell you're all on the edge of your seats. So, I won't keep you waiting any longer. I hereby announce the start of the match. As Ho Ho's announcement rang out, the atmosphere soared to even greater heights. The gates to each competition lanes swung open, and one by one, the contestants entered the arena. Steve, Tombstone, Scorpion, Dennis, King Lee, and a proud-looking red-haired youth. These were the bullfighters who would compete in this match. King Lee called out, "You're all here for the little stone at my waist, aren't you? I'm sorry, but it's not up for grabs." Tombstone sneered at his words. There are some things, kid, that aren't yours to decide." Scorpion chimed in, "Listen, child, take our advice. You're not equipped to handle that thing. Give it to us, and we guarantee you'll walk out of here alive." Dennis added, "Looks like you're ready, King Lee. In that case, I won't have any qualms about what's about to happen." Steve shrugged. "The talisman's just a bonus. My main goal is to thrash all of you, then stroll out of here with the talisman in hand." The red-haired youth spoke up. "A talisman? Just an external tool. I don't need it. I only heard that someone killed a bull here. I've come for the challenge. You can call me Black Tiger, Ah Fu." Ah Fu's words stood out among the group, fresh and unconventional, instantly drawing the attention of everyone present. But the conversation didn't last long. Suddenly, the bull's gate was thrown open. The ground began to tremble, and a cloud of dust surged toward them. In an instant, everyone fell silent and turned their eyes to the swirling dust. Through the haze, an enormous horn could be glimpsed, charging straight for King Lee. None of the others made a move, sensing that King Lee was already set to face the beast alone. He had adopted a battle stance, determined to test his strength against the great bull emerging from the dust. Lowering his body, King Lee felt a surge of confidence from the bull talisman at his waist, sure that he could meet the bull's attack head-on. But as the dust settled, it wasn't a bull at all. A humanoid rhinoceros burst forth, and with a thunderous kick, struck King Lee square in the chest, sending him hurtling backward through the air. "Idiot! Who the hell wants to wrestle with you?" Rhino spat on the ground, his face full of disdain as he looked at the human he had just kicked away, as if mocking the man's foolishness. Rhino strode forward and took the ox talisman from Li Wang's waist. The moment it was in his hand, an overwhelming surge of power flooded through him, leaving Rhino's already limited mind even more vacant. The power coursed through Rhino's body, and he felt that as long as he possessed the talisman, he would be the most powerful being on Earth. Without a second thought, Rhino shoved the ox talisman directly into his mouth and swallowed it whole. Li Wang was taken out in an instant. A turn of events no one expected, not even Tombstone or Scorpion. When Rhino stepped up and snatched the talisman, Tombstone had tried to intervene. He didn't know much about the talismans, but before he left, Kingpin had warned him. The talismans are valuable, but don't you ever touch them. At the time, Tombstone thought Kingpin was just cautioning him against any greedy ideas. But once he learned these things were magical artifacts, Tombstone became quietly wary and took those words to heart, treating them as golden advice. No matter the circumstances, he would never touch them himself. Still, he never imagined that his not-so-bright teammate would be the first to score, actually grabbing the ox talisman. Just as Tombstone had feared, a sudden transformation unfolded. With a furious roar, Rhino's body began to expand, all of him, in every direction. In an instant, Rhino's sudden growth demolished the nearby walls where he had been standing, sending the spectators fleeing in panic. Scorpion, upon seeing Rhino's transformation, was beside himself with excitement. Tombstone, man, this is awesome. Look at Rhino. He's like a walking wrecking machine now. With a casual swing of Rhino's arm, the walls crumbled like soft clay. Tombstone, however, was far from pleased. He watched Rhino with a grave expression, which Scorpion quickly noticed. Come on, Tombstone, tell me the truth. What's happening to Rhino? Scorpion demanded sharply. Get ready. We have to defeat this walking monster, Tombstone replied, sidestepping the question, but making it clear. Rhino was no longer fighting on their side. Hearing this, Scorpion's face twisted with disbelief. How could an ally become an enemy so quickly? Before Scorpion and the others could react, the young challenger from earlier, Afu, charged straight at Rhino. Dragon's Tail Whip. Afu sprinted over, spun around, and landed a kick right at Rhino's left knee. The behemoth of a man dropped to his knees in an instant. After the cat turn move brought the Rhino crashing down, Afu did not relent in his assault. With a swift spin, he leapt off the Rhino's shoulder in a move reminiscent of an antelope's bound, landing right in front of his foe. There, he clasped his hands together and brought them down hard on the Rhino's face, his signature twin gale strike. The barrage of blows left the Rhino completely dazed, his mind whirling in confusion. Seizing the moment, Afu launched into his hurricane kick. He sprang up, spun midair, and delivered a powerful kick right to the Rhino's jaw. Still kneeling from before, the Rhino's heavy body was thrown backward by sheer momentum. His frame buckled, and then, under the crushing weight, his spine gave way with a sickening crack. Not missing a beat, Afu unleashed his kangaroo fists, raining a flurry of quick punches onto the Rhino's exposed belly as he bent backward. After the rapid onslaught, the Rhino let out a guttural groan and vomited up the bull talisman, which tumbled to the ground. Afu glanced at the defeated Rhino sprawled on the floor, then at the talisman lying nearby. He gave a cold, disdainful snort. External power is just that, external. No matter how strong it is, if it doesn't belong to you, it will never be yours. With a deft move, Afu hooked the talisman with his foot and, turning gracefully, kicked it into the wall of the arena, where it lodged firmly. He swept a contemptuous glance at the onlookers, then, with a single leap, vanished from the bullfighting ring. Afu's departure set the ambitions of the crowd ablaze, each one now vying for the talisman. The first to make a move were Scorpion and Tombstone, who had been lurking in the shadows. As fellow warriors from the Rhino's faction, they followed the unspoken rule. The fewer the rivals, the bigger the share. They waited patiently until the Rhino was well and truly beaten before stepping forward. But they'd barely taken 2 steps when Steve appeared before them, an immovable mountain blocking the path to the talisman. Looking for the talisman, are you? You'll have to get through me first. Tombstone and Scorpion exchanged a glance and decided to attack together. No matter how formidable Steve was, with both of them charging at once, at least one of them might seize the prize. Don't get cocky, Steve. Sure, you're tough. You took all 3 of us on in the stone crypt last time. But that was just because the terrain was on your side. Here, in the dueling arena, you can't possibly take down both of us alone. Tombstone spat, trying to sound defiant, all the while subtly moving 3 steps back and shoving Scorpion to the front, who didn't notice a thing. That's right, Tombstone said it. Steve, even if your teeth are tough enough to beat us both, you'll lose a couple in the process, Scorpion chimed in, echoing his comrade's bravado. Steve listened to their bravest words delivered in the most cowardly tone and couldn't help but chuckle. Cracking his knuckles, he advanced toward them. But with every step Steve took, the two of them retreated just as quickly. In the end, they'd backed their way right out of the arena. After seeing those monstrous-looking men leave one after another, the arena owner, Michel, finally got to his feet again. He cautiously poked his head out from the little room where he'd been hiding, and when he saw the ox talisman gleaming brilliantly from where it was embedded in the stone wall, his face bloomed with a grin as radiant as a chrysanthemum. Aji, where's the help I told you to find? Michel immediately gave a swift kick to Aji, who was trembling beside him. Having just witnessed everything that had happened, Aji was now as jumpy as a startled deer. At the slightest touch, he practically leapt into the air like an antelope. Ah, boss, it's you. Aji gasped, clutching his chest. You nearly scared me to death. I thought that red-hair guy had come back to kill me. He collapsed onto the floor, taking a few deep breaths before finally letting his nerves unwind. But at this moment, Michel sensed something was off. He glared at Aji and demanded, What's that supposed to mean? Aji, you're just a weed. By the roadside, guys who chase after real strength wouldn't even glance at you. Why are you so scared? And where's the help I asked for? Aji chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head, embarrassed. That red-hair guy is the help I found. I had no idea he was that powerful. I even picked a fight with him earlier. Honestly, I was scared out of my wits. Michel sucked in a sharp breath at that, marveling at Aji's reckless courage. To provoke someone with the ferocity of a wild beast, did the kid have a death wish? But then another thought crossed Michel's mind. Now that everyone in the arena had either left or been injured, it seemed he didn't even need extra help to snatch the ox talisman. A sly smile crept across Michel's face as he sidled up to Aji, rubbing his hands together in a fawning manner. Aji, didn't I promise you a promotion to squad leader last time? Aji just rolled his eyes at that. Your promises are worth as much as empty air, he thought. Who would take you seriously? Still, he nodded, since power was power after all. Yes, boss. Aji's answer satisfied Michel. He grinned and pointed at the ox talisman below. Here's the deal, Aji. Forget about elections. If you bring me that stone wedged in the crack down there, you'll be the captain of Team 1 tomorrow. Team 1? Stars lit up in Aji's eyes at that. That was the elite squad Michel kept to serve the whims of the nobles. If he could become the leader of that group, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he pleased? Seeing the desire flicker in Aji's gaze, Michel knew he'd sealed the deal. Sure enough, Aji made a quick promise to Michel, then slipped out the door in a flash. But just as Aji stepped out the door, Michel's expression shifted from obsequious to disgusted. She spat and sneered. What a joke. Have you ever looked in a mirror? You think you're fit to be the team leader? Dream on. Once you give me that stone, maybe I'll be generous enough to toss you into Team 1's toilet and drown you right there. Don't worry, if you're going to die, I'll make sure it's with Team 1. Michel's laughter was wildly arrogant, echoing out the door. Outside, a dark figure leaned against the doorframe, eyes glinting with rage and a cold, wicked smile curling at the corner of his lips. By now, most of the spectators had already left. The old man looked at the arena ticket stub in his hand, then casually tore it to shreds. Gambling really is a curse, he muttered. I should go and smash up this gambling den. As he finished speaking, instead of reaching behind his back, as usual, the old man dug into a travel backpack beside him and pulled out a pitch-black double-barreled shotgun. He followed the path down from the arena and soon arrived at the place where the betting had taken place earlier. The place was deserted, but the sound of someone breathing was obvious. The old man chuckled softly and slammed his palm down on the table in front of him. The table shattered instantly, fragments scattering in the breeze, and revealed a round, quivering ball of flesh beneath. Seeing the other's trembling form, the old man smacked him lightly, a righteous force calming the fleshy ball's nerves. Gradually, the trembling subsided. The little meatball picked himself up off the floor, finally letting out a relieved sigh as he looked at the old man. With a polite smile, he asked, Sir, what brings you here? The old man, seeing the straightforward smile, quietly shifted the shotgun behind his back, doing his best to keep it out of sight. I'm here to claim my winnings, he replied. At those words, the little meatball's face fell. With the place in ruins, was it really so important to redeem winnings now? Still, upholding the principle of customer service, he asked cordially, May I have your seat number or ticket stub, sir? 13. The old man recalled the number written on the seat he'd left and reported it without hesitation. The little meatball checked, and his face turned even darker. There were only 3 contestants in total, one of them the king of strength. Aside from the king, the other 2 bets were both placed by this Mun. Judging from the fact that the king of strength went down right at the start, both of the old man's bets were valid and both were winners. By this calculation, even if he gave the old man the entire arena, it wouldn't be enough to cover the payout. The little meatball's eyes darted around shrewdly before he said, "Sir, just a seat number isn't enough. You'll need both your ticket stub and the contestant's signature. Without those, I'm afraid I can't give you the payout." At that, the old man raised an eyebrow, then calmly leveled the shotgun at the little meatball's mouth, asking again in a friendly tone, "Will this do?" The little meatball immediately threw up his hands, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, nodding frantically, "Yes, yes, that's enough." Little meatball hurriedly rummaged through the rubble, finally pulling out $200 and handing it over to the old man. The old man's eyebrow arched like the barrel of a gun as he aimed it at little meatball once again, his tone harsh. "The money I put into this is way more than that. Are you trying to cheat me?" Sensing the murderous aura slowly emanating from the old man, little meatball dropped to his knees with a thud and began to kowtow repeatedly. "Sir, I was wrong. Gambling is just for fun. I really can't come up with that much. All the money is with the boss. Maybe you should talk to him." At these words, the old man fired a shot into the air. The sudden crack made little meatball faint on the spot. The old man shook his head. "Really? What's the point of arguing with a mere hired hand? If he wanted someone to answer for this, he should go straight to the boss behind the scenes." Casually, he picked up little meatball along with a notebook used for recording lottery amounts. Climbing the stairs, the old man finally located the duel arena owner's office and pushed the door open. Michel, who had been waiting eagerly for Ajay to return with the ox talisman, perked up at the sound of the door. But when he saw it was an old man with white hair, his face instantly fell. "Who are you? This is a restricted area. Don't you know that?" At this, the old man's gaze slanted. Was this fool blind to the massive shotgun slung across his chest? And he still dared to speak to him like that? Clearly, he had no sense of self-preservation. Without a word, the old man flung the lottery record book at Michel's face. Michel glanced at it and burst out laughing. "Buddy, you put up 50 times the money and only now realize this game's a losing proposition? The big half-charity sign is practically stuck to your face, and you still can't see it. Want your money back? Here, take it." Cling, bang, bang. 2 British pounds rolled across the floor, accompanied by the old man's gunshots. The old man had no doubt. This guy was a lunatic and utterly beyond help. "Consider it your fee for keeping your life," the old man said with a wry smile, glancing at the lottery record book before stepping out. But as he started down the stairs, he spotted a sullen-faced teenager at the corner, gripping a knife and seemingly waiting for someone. The old man had no intention of getting involved and planned to leave, but just as he was about to turn the corner, the teenager reached out and grabbed his sleeve. The old man looked back, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. The teenager raised his hand, offering him the ox talisman. The old man accepted it, and the boy turned and walked away. From the silhouette receding into the distance, the old man saw the faint image of a mighty red bull rising, letting out a low, mournful bellow to the sky. This young man, he thought, would one day become a formidable figure. But after a glance at the ox talisman in his hand, the old man put the matter out of his mind. He left the arena, found Steve, opened the portal, and returned to his antique shop. Meanwhile, in Spain, a storm of blood and violence swept through the underworld. They now had a single king, the Red Dodgy Luho. P.S. From here on, whenever I discover a new talisman, I'll add some notes about it. These notes are based on the world building in this book, so if you're interested, feel free to take a look. Status sealed. Development level 24%. Due to the passage of time and the strengthening of the seal by the Grand Mage, less than 1/10 of the talisman's original power remains. Ability, super strength, grants the bearer immense physical power. Fully awakened state. Amplification, a fragment of the authority of Bagong, the demon of the mountain, currently sealed. Conclusion. As one of the 8 great demons, the Shindu took advantage of his siblings' imprisonment to seize portions of their authority, thus empowering himself and unifying the eastern lands. However, his reign of terror was eventually broken by Lopi, the champion of justice. In a single stroke, Lopi shattered the 12 demonic powers within Shindu, which then split into 12 talismans. Sensing the residual demon authority within these talismans, Lopi placed a second layer of sealing upon them, perhaps a kind of poetic justice. P.S. Whatever you do, never let Shindu get his hands on the talismans, or he will become even more formidable than the Shindu from Jackie Chan Adventures. Near a waterfall, Steve, clad in hiking gear and with his hat perched atop his head, took a winding trail and slipped behind the cascading water. "Oh, seriously, Pops, we should do a special show together. Something like Pops and Steve, or Steve and Pops, or even the Magical Agent Squad. If we film more wonders like this, I bet people would pay to watch." Having made it into the cave, Steve gazed at the roaring waterfall behind him, the sound echoing in his ears. The idea of filming a documentary. sprang to mind, just like those wild survival shows with Bear Grylls. He felt his own adventures were every bit as thrilling as anything in the wild. Stop daydreaming, Steve. The sooner you find all the talismans, the sooner Pops can take you to retire in China. That's got to be better than sticking around here in the States. Pops flicked on his flashlight, glanced at the map, and painted a rosy picture for Steve with a few casual words. Oh, that sounds amazing. I've heard you guys don't even have guns over there. It's a real land of peace. Steve was practically beaming, clearly buying into Pop's tempting promise. Less talking, more searching. The snake talisman is hidden in an ancient temple that stood for 1,000 years. Who knows? Maybe you'll stumble across another shield while you're at it. Pops frowned at the map. According to the markings, the ancient temple should be right where they were standing. Yet there wasn't even a hint of an old structure in sight, let alone a temple. Oh, got it, Steve started to reply, but then he caught the sound of footsteps echoing from the tunnel ahead. A shadow stretched into their space. Steve spun around, instinctively wanting to help Pops find a hiding place. But to his surprise, Pops had already vanished the moment he turned. Oh, where'd he go? Never mind, I'd better hide too. Steve had just ducked into a crevice between the rocks when a hand landed on his shoulder. Instinctively, he swung around, ready to deal with the enemy behind him, but two strong, weathered hands quickly restrained him. As Steve turned to see who it was, he realized it was Dad. Dad? Why is it you? Hush, Dad whispered, covering Steve's mouth with his hand. He slowly closed his eyes, relying on his keen ears to pick up any sign of movement around them. A lively voice echoed in the distance. Hello, dear viewers. Welcome to Journey into the Stone Age. I'm your old friend, John James. Today, I'll be taking you to a mysterious place, the Anakta Grand Waterfall. Those of you who have followed our previous episodes know that we always film on location. For the next 3 days, we'll be living inside this very cave, bringing you the wonders and mysteries of this place in vivid detail. Stay tuned. Hiding in the crack between the stones, Steve caught sight of several men approaching. They carried cameras, instantly sparking Steve's interest. He had just been thinking about shooting a documentary. And now, here was the perfect opportunity. Judging by their conversation, it sounded like they even had access to a TV network. That meant his debut could hit the big screen straight away. Steve was a man of action. When inspiration struck, he never hesitated. Sometimes, it was better to do something than nothing at all. Right next to the Grand Waterfall stands an ancient temple that has slumbered for 1,000 years. John's voice continued, dramatic and inviting. Within this millennia-old temple, countless strange and marvelous tales have unfolded. The most famous of all is the legend of a giant python. As he spoke, the cameraman panned to a pattern carved into the mountain wall, a snake swallowing its own tail. The great serpent once coiled itself around the temple, winding tighter and tighter. Then, a mysterious sage arrived, sealing the immense snake atop the towering building with a peculiar, magical stone. Of course, that was all long ago. You probably won't find a snake these days, but the ancient temple still stands. Looking at it, we can almost imagine those legendary events unfolding before our eyes. John James chuckled, gently guiding his audience from the world of myth back to the realm of history. None of them noticed Steve inching closer, a brick clenched tightly in his hand, ready to knock out the crew if necessary. As John finished his introduction and the crew prepared to pan the camera to their next location, the lens caught Steve, brick in hand, glaring at them with intense focus. Damn it! What do you think you're doing? Can't you see we're filming a show here? John snapped, his anger flaring as he turned on Steve. Steve's sudden appearance on camera abruptly cut short John's impressive one-take performance. Now, there were only two options. One, to professionally edit the tape and remove the mishap, though surely some sharp-eyed viewers would spot the cut and try to ruin his reputation. Or two, to reshoot the whole scene, but how could they possibly recapture that perfect feeling from before? Oh, you damn fool. Because of your interruption, today's entire shoot has to start over. Seriously, I ought to smash Grandma Merlin's egg custard pie right in his face. Unfortunately, John never got the chance to act on that thought. Steve's brick landed squarely on his face, and with a heavy thud, John dropped into a deep, baby-like sleep. The cameraman tried to make a run for it, but sadly, he wasn't blessed with the immunity of his on-screen counterparts. No camera crew won't get hurt protection here. Steve swung the brick again, and down the cameraman went, unconscious in an instant. Seizing the cameraman's camera and John's microphone, Steve now had all the basic equipment he needed to break into the film business. At least enough to shoot a documentary. Dad, look, we're going to have our very own documentary. Steve grinned like an overjoyed child, proudly showing off his spoils. Steve, oh, never mind. As long as we find the talisman, that's all that matters. With a weary sigh, his father finally took the camera from Steve and began filming Steve's documentary. Hello, everyone. This is archaeologist Steve and my dad. We're taking over this new show, and up next, I'll be your guide as we explore the magnificent Anacta Falls. Steve was hamming it up in front of the camera, but before the show could even begin, his father's face twisted in alarm as he pointed behind Steve. Turning around, Steve saw nothing but a wall of white. Steve, hand over the talisman. Looking up, Steve realized it wasn't a white wall at all. It was the very same rhino he'd kicked off the cliff earlier. Hey buddy, ever thought about losing a few pounds? Next time I give you a boot, you won't turn into a giant meatball and squash your pals flat. Being mocked was more than the rhino could bear. With a furious snort, it charged straight for Steve. Though the distance between them was close, Steve still had room to maneuver. Just as the rhino lunged to grab him, Steve sprang onto the beast's arm and vaulted into the air, delivering a swift kick to its jaw mid-leap, knocking the rhino flat on its back. The force of the kick nearly knocked the rhino out, but thanks to its tough constitution, it shook it off, and that's when it noticed, right above its head, the snake talisman. The sudden shout overhead from Rhino drew everyone's attention. One by one, they paused what they were doing and turned to look in the direction Rhino was staring. On the wall, right in front of the Ouroboros, an octagonal shape could be seen. Its entire surface was green, and in the dim light, the octagon didn't stand out much. But perhaps because Rhino had swallowed the ox talisman earlier, he managed to spot the snake talisman sharply, even in this kind of environment. A talisman. Steve squinted for a long while, but couldn't quite make it out. So he grabbed one of the lackeys by the head with his left hand, spun around, then scissored his legs around another lackey's head. Using their height, he managed to get a clearer view of the snake talisman high up on the cave ceiling. Meanwhile, Rhino, not one for overthinking, didn't hesitate like Steve. The moment he saw the talisman, he started climbing upward without a second thought. Steve dropped the two lackeys he had been holding and hurried to follow. But just as he reached the wall, Dad's hand appeared out of nowhere and knocked him on the head, as swift and inescapable as a shadow. Steve, what are you doing? Dad's question left Steve puzzled. By all logic, Dad, who was holding the camera, should have an even better view than he did. The snake talisman was right there. If Steve could see it, surely Dad could too. The talisman, Dad. If we don't hurry, that big guy's going to snatch it. Steve shoved Dad's head in the direction Rhino was climbing, trying to get him to see clearly. When Dad didn't react for a while, Steve assumed he'd been convinced and was now feeling guilty, so he prepared to scale the wall again. But in the blink of an eye, Dad delivered another swift strike. I've told you many times, Steve, we're looking for an ancient temple guarded by a python, not this empty cave. Where's the snake? Only a temple watched over by a python fits the description. Dad's insistence annoyed Steve. What's the big deal about the talisman? Why get hung up on this python business? We're here for the talisman, not a snake. But soon enough, as Rhino reached the top, Steve realized Dad was absolutely right. Rhino smashed at the snake's eye where the talisman was, only to find that the eye was nothing but a chalk drawing. Furious at being deceived, Rhino began pounding away at the rock wall in front of him. But in his rage, he forgot he was still hanging onto the wall. His grip slipped, and with a crash, he plummeted to the ground. Dad, what do we do now? Seeing Rhino's miserable predicament, Steve finally gave up, rushing blindly ahead, and turned to ask Dad for advice. Oh, Steve, did you forget? There was a guy here, just now, filming a documentary. He even mentioned this old temple. If you ask him, he should know something about it. As Steve and the old man chatted, they casually rounded up all the henchmen the Rhino had brought, tying everyone up with the vines nearby. Only then did Steve and the old man walk over to the two men Steve had knocked out before, trying to wake them up. Wake up, John. Your show just hit the jackpot. John, your wife just had a baby. John, your kid isn't actually yours. Steve rattled off one piece of devastating news after another, punctuating each with a firm slap to John's face, delivering a dual blow to both body and spirit. The method was a bit rough, but it proved effective. Just as John was about to be slapped into a different shape, he finally woke up. What's happened to me? John, his face now puffed up to nearly 3 times its size, spoke with a slur, turning to look at Steve and the old man. Because Steve had gotten a little carried away during the slapping. One of John's teeth had been knocked loose, and now his words whistled through the gap. The old man and Steve exchanged a silent glance, deciding it was best not to break the news to John about his missing tooth. After all, sometimes ignorance really is bliss. Sir, how many fingers am I holding up? Steve waved his hand in front of John's face. For some reason, at the mere sight of that hand, John felt a dull ache in his remaining teeth, but obediently answered, 5. Steve nodded in satisfaction and turned to the old man. His mind seems fine, old man. Looks like our first aid was pretty effective. The old man glanced at Steve, recalling what John looked like before and comparing it to his current state. Wasn't John just a fool now? Steve, your treatment methods are quite something. Just if, there's a next time, don't ever try to treat anyone again, especially not me. If you even think about it, the first thing I'll do when I wake up is beat you to death. The old man's words were so fierce that Steve shuddered involuntarily. John grinned at the two of them, still clueless about what had just happened. All right, John, there's something important we need to ask you. Steve decided not to dwell on the earlier, slightly sensitive topic and hurried to change the subject. Sure, you saved me, so it's only right that I answer your questions. Go ahead and ask, John replied matter-of-factly, nodding to show he'd be completely forthcoming. All right, then I'll get straight to the point. There's a temple guarded by snakes. Where is it? Steve fixed his sharp gaze on John, asking bluntly. It's right here, John replied, a look of utter confusion on his face. From all the information he'd gathered, the ancient temple that had stood for 1,000 years was right beneath their feet. He simply couldn't understand what Steve and the old man were getting at. Hearing this, Steve and the old man were left speechless. Who didn't know the temple was here? But where exactly was it located? Seeing that John was no help, the old man turned away to search for clues on his own. Steve, meanwhile, pulled out a brick and, with a practice swing, knocked John out cold once again. The old man circled the area and finally fixed his attention on the only unusual mural in the place. It depicted an Ouroboros, a snake devouring its own tail, symbolizing that the beginning was also the end. Steve shone his flashlight carefully over the mural, then shook his head and sighed. He looked at the old man and said, Old man, we've combed through this cave 3 times already. There's no sign of the temple or any talisman you mentioned. Are you sure you didn't get it wrong? While Steve was still grumbling, the old man reached out and pressed a stone beneath the mural. To Steve's astonishment, the stone sank inward. A series of grinding mechanical sounds echoed through the cave. Suddenly, a hole opened up in the wall before them, and a flight of steps wound down into the darkness at their feet. Several small green snakes slithered out from within. The marvel of the mechanism left Steve so stunned his jaw nearly hit the ground. The old man reached over and closed Steve's mouth for him, then gave a proud snort and declared, Never doubt the old man. But just as the old man and Steve headed down, a shadowy hand loosened the ropes binding Rhino and the others. The old man's face was beaming with pride. None of his words had ever been wrong, and just now, after searching with Steve, it was he who discovered the hidden mechanism that Steve had missed. Behold, the ancient temple that has slept for 1,000 years lies before us, the old man announced, switching on his flashlight and stepping aside to reveal the temple, its halls crawling with little green snakes, to Steve. You were right, old man. But I found the talisman before you did. Look above us, Steve said, pointing to the dome overhead. At the peak of the temple's ceiling, a stone-carved rattlesnake lay coiled in silence. The Ouroboros on the dome was identical to the one outside. There was no difference at all. Yet Steve's keen eyes picked out a subtle detail. The talisman's design, which had shown a pink snake before, now featured a fresh green serpent. There were snakes, and there was an ancient temple. At last, it seemed they had finally found the right place. Steve's face brimmed with hope as he looked at the old man, who immediately understood his meaning. The old man raised the camcorder that they'd acquired earlier, and Steve struck a pose before charging headlong into the swarm of snakes. Wait for me, old man. The serpent talisman will be ours, no matter what, Steve shouted as he dashed forward. Before the words had even left his mouth, he leapt up and began climbing the wall with energetic determination. But whether it was Steve's weight or simply too much force, a loose brick suddenly gave way beneath his grip. With one sharp tug, the brick was wrenched free and tumbled to the ground. Steve stared at his now empty hand. At that instant, the law of gravity might as well have been written just for him. He felt himself being pulled down inexorably. The rush of danger jolted Steve's nerves. In a panic, he grabbed desperately at a hanging vine, barely managing to keep himself from falling. He exhaled deeply, glancing down to see the ground 4 or 5 meters below his dangling feet. Relieved, he thought, thank goodness A sinister hissing filled the air. Thank goodness? Who was he kidding? It's a snake. Old man, help me, Steve screamed. He could only watch in horror as the vine in his grasp suddenly sprouted a jade-green snake's head. Its slender red tongue flicked wildly, and those sharp, glistening eyes locked onto his. Oh, come on. Didn't I tell him this was a snake pit? Why is he still making such a fuss? The old man watched Steve twist and dodge in a frantic dance-off with the snakes, shaking his head in disbelief. The snake's head struck out again and again, but Steve's kung fu training was no joke. Though he squealed and quaked inside, his body moved with precision. Each time the snake lunged, Steve dodged its attacks with flawless timing. He managed to avoid that one, but Steve had no plans to stick around. He was well aware of his own weight. If this snake couldn't hold him, it'd be all over. But there was no denying it. This truly was a den of snakes. Steve swung from one vine to the next, only to find each vine awakening, snapping at him with fangs bared as they chased him through the air. Luckily, Steve stayed one step ahead. At last, he swung close to the stone sculpture of the Ouroboros coiled atop the dome. With a final swing, he managed to grab hold of the statue. "Ah, come to me, my little treasure," he cried gleefully. With the serpent talisman now within arm's reach, Steve's face lit up with joy. He reached out, twisted, and plucked the talisman free at last. But in that very instant, disaster struck. The moment the serpent talisman was removed, the entire dome began to tremble. Pebbles and bits of stone rained down, and Steve had no choice but to cling tightly to the dome above. A sharp, venomous hiss filled the air. Suddenly, jets of green poison gas spurted from the dome, swirling as the ceiling itself began to spin. This ivy of the battlefield did not escape Steve's natural vigilance. He immediately sensed that this mist was no ordinary fog. With one hand gripping the wall and the other covering his nose, he braced himself. Sure enough, as the mist drifted closer, the snakes nearby began to fall, one by one, slipping into unconsciousness. Seeing this, Steve dared not linger even a second. He pressed his legs against the wall, sprang up in a swift leap, and landed on a nearby wall. Using its surface to rebound, he vaulted down to the ground, narrowly escaping disaster. As the green snakes dropped, the stone Ouroboros sculpture atop the dome ceased its spinning. The mechanism was now fully triggered. A mere poisonous trap. How could that hurt me? Steve crowed, showing off the snake talisman in his hand to the camera, as if boasting to his father. His father rolled his eyes in exasperation, gesturing wordlessly for Steve to look down. Following the direction of his father's finger, Steve saw cracks snaking across the floor. In the next instant, the stone platform at the temple's center began to slide away. Having just landed, Steve was caught off guard and plunged straight down with the platform, deep into the earth. A vast, arched doorway waited below. A door? Could this be the way out? Steve wondered aloud, peering curiously into the gloom. It was pitch black. He couldn't see a thing. Suddenly, a drop of water fell onto Steve's neck, making him instinctively glance upward. There, glinting in the darkness, were silver-white fangs, dazzling and menacing. Any sense of beauty was lost on Steve. All he felt was a piercing, bone-chilling dread. Steve scrambled out of the opening just in time, as a pair of fangs snapped down at the threshold. He shuddered to think what would have happened had he not looked up at that crucial moment, because of the water drop. Within the cavern, a pair of emerald vertical pupils slowly widened. A sinister hiss echoed through the chamber. A monstrous shadow loomed over Steve. He could make out dark green scales, massive fangs, and those deadly vertical pupils. Before him reared a colossal python, cultivated for 2,500 years. The serpent flicked its blood-red tongue, its unblinking gaze locked on Steve. "What, Dad? Why is there a giant snake?" The sheer size of the python was unlike anything Steve had seen in 30 years. It was as shocking as a caveman witnessing a nuclear explosion for the first time. His father, calmly holding the camera, replied, "Steve, your memory really is something else. I've told you so many times. The story goes that a giant python was sealed in the temple, and the snake talisman is the key to its seal." "Dad, I thought you were just making that up." Steve ducked frantically, dodging the snake's attacks as its tail swept against the stone walls, leaving deep dents wherever it struck. "TSH, Dad has never stooped to lying. The real problem is you never take a word he says seriously." With a proud huff, Dad turned his head away, but his camera hand still obediently snapped a flurry of photos of Steve as requested. "All right, Dad, I admit I was wrong. Please save me. I have no desire to be a snake's dinner." Steve leapt with all his might, dodging the serpent's gaping jaws and landing atop its head. He roared desperately at Dad for help. "Don't panic, Steve. Just keep running. I'll figure something out right away." With a flicker, Dad's camera vanished from Steve's sight in an instant. Looking down at the menacing snake beneath him, Steve managed an awkward grin. "Hey, how about some dried fish in my backpack? Want a snack before you eat me?" Unfortunately, his attempt at negotiation failed. The giant snake thrashed its head wildly toward the stone wall, clearly hoping to smash the human clinging to it. As it swung, the hissing in its throat made Steve realize just how hungry it was, hungry enough to devour both the dried fish and Steve together. Oh hell! With the stone wall alarmingly close, Steve had no intention of testing its hardness. He pushed off the snake's head with all his strength, spinning through the air in a dazzling 360-degree flip and landing safely on the ground. The snake's head crashed hard into the wall, but it was the stone that cracked, not the creature's dark, glossy scales. Not even a scratch marred its surface after the impact, and Steve immediately knew the serpent hadn't suffered much at all. Sure enough, after just 2 shakes of its enormous head, the snake lunged for Steve again. Just as danger loomed, a vine swung into reach. Steve grabbed it in haste. Before he could react, an immense force yanked him up and hurled him straight onto the ground, his face still frozen in shock. Seeing Steve's dazed expression, Dad patted his cheek briskly. Wake up, wake up! But perhaps Dad hadn't realized. He was still gripping the ox talisman in his hand. With that pat, Steve was slapped so hard he got embedded in the wall, stuck fast, and unable to budge. Dad, are you here to save me or kill me? Steve's trembling voice echoed from where he was wedged into the wall, a soul-deep question for his father. Embarrassed, Dad turned away as if none of this had anything to do with him. Hurriedly stowing the ox talisman in his pocket, Dad stepped forward and pried Steve from the wall. But the moment Steve found his footing, the ground began to tremble, and a deep, thunderous sound echoed from the passageway they had used to descend. Both men turned instinctively toward the noise, just in time to see a rhino horn come into view. With a resounding crash, Steve was slammed back into the wall once more, and this time, it was the rhino standing beside Dad. It was that same wall again, that same spot as before. Steve found himself embedded in the stone once more. This time, though, the wall looked much smoother. Oh, I've really had enough, Steve groaned. His entire body ached with a deep, throbbing pain, as if someone had been pounding on him with a hammer for 2.5 years, shattering every inch of his muscles. Hand over the talisman, Rhino rumbled, his voice buzzing low and menacing. Steve's face twisted in panic, but it wasn't Rhino that frightened him. Behind Rhino, that massive, dark green python from before had stretched out its body and was now slithering out from the cave. Huh, you're scared now, aren't you, Steve? I knew it. Rhino, am the strongest. Rhino burst out laughing, delighted by Steve's changing expression, completely oblivious to the looming danger at his back. The giant snake stared down at the small human before it, eyeing Rhino's burly, muscular build. Unconsciously, the serpent began to drool. What's going on? Is it raining? Rhino wiped at his head, confused by the sticky droplets falling from above. He rubbed his hand between his fingers. It didn't feel like water. He turned around. Good grief, what kind of monster is that? Rhino shouted in shock. In an instant, the giant snake lunged, its razor-sharp fangs aiming to tear Rhino apart. But Rhino had no intention of surrendering. With a mighty yell, "Aya!" he threw his arms wide, gripping the snake's fangs with all his strength, forcing the serpent's jaws open and keeping them from closing around him. The giant snake grew furious. Since when did its prey dare to fight back? With a violent surge, the python straightened its body and hauled Rhino high into the air. Its enormous fangs clamped down with all their might, while Rhino resisted desperately, summoning every ounce of his strength to fend off the serpent's assault. Not daring to relax for a moment, Rhino knew that if this monstrous snake managed to swallow him, he might never get out again. Though his name was Rhino, he was no actual beast, and he certainly had no desire to end up as someone's bizarre meal. Realizing that brute force wasn't working, the python quickly changed tactics. It smashed its head wildly against the stone wall, hoping to daze Rhino with the impact. But Rhino understood this was a fight for his life. He couldn't afford to let up against the giant snake. The two of them locked in a stalemate, neither willing to give an inch. Hey, Dad, looks like those two are going to be at it for a while. How about we leave first? By this time, Steve had been pried free from the wall by the old man once again. Seeing that the giant python had no interest in attacking him, Steve breathed a sigh of relief. He grabbed the old man and sat down off to the side, cradling a bucket of popcorn as they settled in to watch Rhino and the python battle it out. At first, their moves were full of spectacle and excitement. But as the fight dragged on, it turned into a grueling test of endurance. Steve quickly lost interest, tugged at the old man, and suggested they leave. But as the others fled, their departure instantly alerted the giant python. There were still 2 people left here. Starving for ages, the python had no intention of letting them go. To him, everyone who entered the cave today was nothing more than food. Soft or tough, it didn't matter. The python was not a picky eater. Bearing the weight of the rhino, the giant snake coiled its massive body tightly around Dad and Steve. The terrifying sight jolted Dad into action. He reached into his coat for the ox talisman and, with a thunderous blow, punched the snake. The talisman's immense strength erupted in full force. With one smash, the giant serpent writhed in agony, twisting madly. Earlier, crashing into stone walls hadn't fazed it in the slightest, but now, a single punch had it squirming like an earthworm. Its huge tail lashed at the surrounding walls, shaking the ancient temple as if struck by an earthquake, destroying everything around it in a frenzy. "Steve, run!" Dad shouted, summoning his strength to shove aside the writhing serpent. He called for Steve and prepared to make a desperate dash for escape. But as he heaved the snake's body, its tail swung off course with a loud crack. The tail slammed into the passageway, triggering a collapse. Stones rained down as the tunnel began to cave in. Dad and Steve had to sprint for their lives. Luckily, at the very last moment, they burst out of the passage into a cavern where a waterfall cascaded down, a narrow escape from certain doom. But the python's wild thrashing seemed to shake the entire mountain. Even the cave itself began to crumble. Without delay, Steve and Dad sprinted toward the waterfall and plunged into the rushing water. Swept along, they landed in the man-made lake below, alive by sheer luck. The mountainside slid, the cavern collapsed, and both the rhino and the giant python were forever buried beneath the earth. The python never made out. Even in its final hour, this 1,000-year-old temple fulfilled its ancient duty. Hauling Steve to the shore, Dad delivered a solid punch to his back. Steve immediately spewed out a great mouthful of lake water like a fountain. The spray arched through the air, catching the sunlight and shimmering into a small rainbow. "Thanks, Dad," Steve gasped, breathing heavily, overwhelmed by the joy of being alive. Just moments ago, in the pitch-black water, he'd thought he was back in that icy crash 70 years ago, doomed to drown. Back. Then, he'd nearly given up, until Dad hauled him from the ocean and back to life. Without him, Steve might truly have perished here. "All right, enough talk. We got the talisman. Let's go home," Dad said, glancing at his soaked clothes with a look of pure heartbreak. This outfit had cost him $80, a special expedition suit, marked down from $150. Who would have guessed it would be ruined after just one adventure? That merchant was a swindler, for sure. Dad would have to file a complaint when he got back. Steve pushed himself to his feet and nodded. The thought of going home cheered him up, until he reached into his pocket for the snake talisman, only to find it completely empty. It's gone. This is bad. The snake talisman is missing." Steve's face was filled with anxiety. The talisman had clearly still been there before they set out, so how could it have just vanished after falling into the water? "What do you mean, Steve? How did you take care of the talisman?" Old man's voice rose in a shrill cry. This was a huge loss. Not only did they lose a set of clothes and the talisman, but they hadn't even gained anything to make up for it. "No way. It was definitely with me when we came out." Steve frantically stripped off his clothes and shook them out, but aside from a flashlight, nothing else fell out. Staring at the dark, mysterious lake before him, Steve began to suspect what might have happened, but before he could act, Old Man clapped him on the shoulder with a sigh. "Never mind. If I gain, it's my luck. If I lose, it's fate. Let's just go home and take a hot shower. We'll search for the next talisman." Though Old Man was reluctant to give up, he knew that in such a vast lake, finding a tiny stone was no different from searching for a needle in the ocean. Steve unclenched his fists and could only let out a helpless sigh. Meanwhile, the Dark Lord's eyes glowed crimson. The Shadow Ninja knelt before him, respectfully offering up a dripping wet talisman with both hands. "Well done, my soldier." The shadowy warrior reverently embedded the talisman into the stone wall before the Dark Lord. At that moment, the Dark Lord felt a rush of clarity through his soul as ancient memories long buried were awakened, and his wisdom began to return. "Snake, the Grand Grimoire of Magic. I need it. Go now, my soldier, and retrieve my book." Upon hearing the command, the shadowy soldier dissolved into a swirl of darkness and vanished from the top floor of the Fisk Tower. As the Dark Lord's eyes blazed with red light, and the snake talisman's magic was unleashed, the talisman itself faded from sight. "Old Man, the real show is just about to begin. P.S. From here on, every time I find a talisman, I'll add a little about it. According to the settings in this book, if you're interested, feel free to check them out." Status sealed. Development 12%. Due to the passage of time and the Great Mage's reinforced seals, less than a tenth of the talisman's power remains. Ability, Invisibility, allows the bearer of the talisman to become unseen. Full release state. Phasing, knowledge drawn for the Grand Grimoire of Magic by the Dark Lord, currently sealed. Summary. As one of the 8 great demons, the Dark Lord is also a formidable sorcerer of dark energy. Thanks to his unique demonic constitution, he learned magic more efficiently than any other, mastering what he considered the most useful powers from the Grand Grimoire of Magic, compiled by demons throughout history, to rule the East. However, his cruel reign was brought to an end by the righteous hero, Lopii, who shattered the 12 streams of power within him, splitting them into 12 talismans. Sensing the demonic wisdom empowering these spells, Lopii placed a double seal upon them, a fitting act of karmic retribution. P.S. Whatever happens, we must never let the Shindu get his hands on the talismans. Otherwise, he'd be even more terrifying than the Shindu from Jackie Chan Adventures. SHIELD, New York headquarters. Nick Fury was starting to think he never should have come to this damned world. At first, he assumed that after waking up Captain America, the man would surely choose to stay, if not for duty, then for patriotism or some other lofty reason. But now, it was clear he couldn't have been more wrong. This old-timer from the last century wasn't just lacking in patriotism. He was downright difficult, and to be honest, quite a piece of work. Boss, Stark Industries just sent word. Tony Stark has been kidnapped by two absolutely hopeless terrorists. Coulson handed the latest intel to Nick Fury. Fury frowned as he read it. Damn it, that really is what the report says. Tony Stark, I've been attacked by two utterly useless terrorists requesting assistance. Smiley face attached. Damn it, is Tony Stark playing games with me? That doesn't look like the face of a man who's just been captured. Fury was furious, but that anger wasn't going to change a thing. Stark Industries was a military contractor and tax giant in America. The taxes they paid in a single year could buy out SHIELD and fund its operations for the next decade. Even if the intel was a joke, Fury still had to go. If it turned out to be real, and he ignored it, Congress would threaten to fire him as a joke. But if the Stark Group had a problem with him, he'd be out for real. Damn it. And he had to get lost in the desert. Didn't I specifically warn that spoiled rich kid about this? Seeing the last marked location of Tony's disappearance, Fury couldn't hold back his curses any longer, muttering darkly under his breath. Beep. Warning 1. Director Nick Fury, please refrain from making personal insults against Mr. Tony Stark. If you are warned a second time, we may have to reasonably consider whether you have violent tendencies or recommend psychiatric treatment and hospitalization. Fury nodded respectfully, and only then did the silver screen disappear. However, a new red mark appeared on his ID badge. Hospitalization, my ass. If I check in, would I even make it back out? Congress is full of idiots who like to beat around the bush. Why not just say they'll fire me if I insult Tony Stark? Why go through all this nonsense about treatment? It's disgusting. Still, no matter how much he grumbled, work was work, and it had to get done. Coulson, can you narrow down Mr. Stark's location? Fury tossed the report aside in frustration and turned directly to Coulson. Coulson shook his head. If they could pinpoint Stark's location, there would be no need for SHIELD at all. Stark Industries could have handled it themselves. But up until now, all the intelligence they had was Tony's final message before he was kidnapped. That in its own way proved just how skilled their opponent was. Nick Fury felt a headache coming on. Weren't rich playboys supposed to love chasing girls and racing cars? Why did Tony insist on running off to Africa? And now he was just making Fury's job harder, damn it all. So what now? Should he just send out a token strike team, just to show he was doing something? Cue Tony. Hey, I'm Tony Stark. I've been kidnapped by two utterly useless terrorists, and now I'm waiting for Nick Fury to come rescue me. Cue Fury. Hey, I'm Nick Fury. I have to rescue a brainless playboy I never wanted to save in the first place. Option A. Deploy the entire SHIELD operation to search the general area. Option B. Send out a small team just to go through the motions. Cue Fury. Hey, I'm Nick Fury. After searching day and night for 48 hours, we finally located the enemy. All units move out. Let's go. Cue Tony. Hey, I'm Tony Stark, a clueless white guy in dire need of rescue by the brave and brilliant Director Fury. Somebody save me, help. Cue Coulson. Hey, I'm Coulson, commander of this mission. Under the wise and heroic leadership of Director Fury, we wiped out the bumbling terrorists. But just as they were dying, they took Tony with them. Mission failed. Cue Congress. Nick Fury, you're dismissed. Nick Fury covered his face and sighed. Ugh, what a disaster of a plan. Cue Fury. Hey, I'm Nick Fury. Last time, I taught the new recruits that the more you do, the more mistakes you make, the less you do, the fewer mistakes. This time, I'll just send a team to go through the motions. Cue Tony. Sigh. I'm Tony Stark, a brainless playboy. Last time I got killed during the rescue. Hope I make it through this time. Cue Tony. I'm dead. Nick Fury. I'll haunt you even in the afterlife. Initiate emergency protocol. Summon the ultimate weapon, Congress. Cue Congress. Nick Fury deliberately delayed the rescue, resulting in loss of life. The penalty is death. Recalling himself tied to a stake, with Stark Industries unleashing a storm of artillery fire, Nick Fury couldn't help but shiver. Stark Industries. Streamer, open the door. I'm here to deliver your rocket. Nick Fury pressed himself against the door, panic written all over his face. Stop knocking, nobody's home. Nick Fury trembled from head to toe. He realized he needed a plan C. Glancing at Coulson, Fury remembered someone he hoped he'd never have to deal with again in his entire life. Nick Fury, I think I've told you before. If you mess with my life again, I'll chop you up and stuff you in the trash. Why can't you ever remember that? Steve pushed a green garbage bin, sweeping the shop as he spoke lazily toward the inside of the bin. Inside the trash can lay Nick Fury. One black leather shoe stuck out, stained with some unknown blood, probably his own. "Steve, you bastard. Let me out. If this weren't an emergency, I'd never in my damn life reach out to you." Fury spat from inside, making the bin shake. After this outburst, he fell silent again. "Fury, you know your words mean nothing to me. You got free time to bother me? You'd be better off finding someone else to help you," Steve said coolly, pushing the trash bin to the door. He opened the shop door and, with a thud, kicked the bin outside. It rolled until it crashed into a utility pole and finally came to a stop. Nick Fury struggled out, blood streaming from his nose. His one good eye was swollen shut, like he'd been stung by a bee. His left arm was twisted, awkwardly behind his back, the right arm draped over it, making a useless, locked knot of his limbs. Only his legs seemed to be in working order. "Steve, don't you care at all about the camaraderie we once had on the battlefield?" Fury shouted at the closed door of Old Man's antique shop. The street fell silent. Just a moment ago, people had been strolling by, relaxed and unhurried. Now, in an instant, they scattered, fleeing the scene as if they couldn't get away fast enough. The antique shop door banged open. Steve stormed out, radiating menace like a beast with a taste for blood, his glare fixed coldly on Fury. "Listen up, Nick. You're not my teammate. You never were, and you never will be. You've got 1 minute to explain yourself, or, I swear, this time I'll chop you up so fine they won't find a single shred of you left." Steve released Fury and turned his head aside, waiting to hear what trick Fury would try next. "Damn redneck. Is God blind or what? How come lightning hasn't struck you down yet?" Fury cursed, then steadied himself. "Tony Stark is missing." "Tony? All right, I'll go. But I want manpower, ammo, and cash," Steve replied, his eyes sharp, like a war wolf back in his territory. "Of course," Fury answered without hesitation, though if it were his money on the line, he'd be a lot less agreeable. For this rescue operation, Stark Industries provided all the firepower support, while the U.S. Congress supplied all the funding. As for manpower, he could simply pick a few soldiers from the military, no need to spend a dime of his own. Yet, all the mission rewards would go straight to him. It was beyond satisfying. "Don't get too excited just yet. I still need my shield." The moment he mentioned a shield, Steve's eyes suddenly sharpened, and now it was Nick Fury's turn to feel the pressure. A shield? It sounded simple enough, but the shield Steve used back in the day was another story entirely. Crafted from pure vibranium, it was renowned for its incredible ability to absorb and deflect attacks, making it the most valuable weapon on any battlefield. "All right, Captain. Whatever you say. Can we proceed with the rescue now?" Nick Fury's hands clenched and released over and over again. After repeating this a few times, he finally ground out a reluctant agreement. Steve drew out the sound, clearly deep in thought. Nick Fury dared not let him continue, and cut in decisively. "Okay, since you've agreed, I'll go pick your team for you. See you around." No sooner had Nick Fury left than Steve's phone rang. Stark Industries calling. Besides the equipment Steve had requested, Stark Industries had thoughtfully prepared an additional $20 million for him. Whether or not Steve succeeded, the money would be deposited into his account. Steve couldn't help but want to grab Nick Fury by his big, brooding face, slap him, and say, "Now this is what a real corporation does. I ask you for a shield, and you act all stingy, but look, these folks just hand over 20 million, no questions asked." If Nick Fury overheard that, he'd probably put on a long face in protest that a vibranium shield was worth far more than 20 million. Sure, he hadn't bought the shield himself, but at least he was the one providing it. When it came to teammates, Steve was quite picky. After all, he didn't want to bring along anyone who might get killed. Maybe Fury had considered this, or maybe he was just being vindictive, because the partner he chose for Steve was not only incredibly powerful, but also incredibly annoying. "Hey, Captain, you know what? I can hardly believe I get to go on a mission with a superstar like you. This is unbelievable. Hey, Captain, can I take a picture? Hey. This red-suited nuisance, buzzing around like a persistent fly, was none other than Deadpool, the jester Fury had picked for Steve's team. They called him the man blessed by the goddess of death herself. Nick Fury chimed in. Hey, Captain, I picked someone who matches your requirements perfectly. He may have a few quirks, but trust me, this is Director Fury's way of showing you some love." "Oh, right? I haven't even introduced myself yet, have I? My name's Wade. You should know I'm a good guy. A really great guy, actually. In the mission ahead, I'll be the one giving you the best essential oil back rubs you've ever had. Trust me, my hands are magic." "How does that saying go? Something about a gear? What was it?" "Oh, I remember now. The gears of fate have started to turn. Our destinies are now intertwined." Deadpool rubbed his hands together, his face alight with excitement. "Phew, Deadpool, what? You're asking if I actually know how to give an essential oil massage? Are you kidding me? Of course not. I just want an excuse to touch him. Just think about that all-American, but... Hey, Nick Fury, what's up? Anything I can do for you? Nick Fury, you son of a, this is the teammate you found for me? This guy is pure mental pollution. Steve roared into the phone, his shield pressed hard against Wade's chest. But Nick Fury, as if he'd anticipated this, hung up before Steve could finish his tirade. BZZ, BZZ, BZZ. Steve looked at Wade, who just blinked back at him, looking clueless. Steve felt a headache coming on. With a heavy sigh and a touch of frustration, he turned to Wade and said, "Listen, pal, I don't carry a gun, but I need you to shut up. I can't draw fire and rescue people at the same time, so I need you to be the decoy. Got it?" At that moment, Steve's words automatically triggered 3 options in Wade's mind. Agree, nod, keep silent the whole way, die of boredom, and then face a hail of bullets, pass. Refuse, shout, Wade's got rights too, and get smacked to death by an angry Captain America, pass. Both agree and disagree. Pretend to agree and shower his all-American derriere with praise. Bingo. Wade nodded, playing along. Steve let his guard down and slowly lowered his shield. "Oh, thank you, Cap. Your butt is just perfection," Deadpool said, giving Steve's rear a hearty slap, his tone full of what he thought was admiration. Steve spun around, eyes blazing with fury, glaring at Deadpool as if he'd love nothing more than to tear him apart. "Buddy, you'd better pray you die on this mission, or I'll show you the true meaning of pain." Deadpool shrugged, helplessly, though whether he was lamenting his own immortality or his inability to keep his hands to himself was anyone's guess. "Don't worry, Cap. No one wants me dead more than I do. Captain, the air outside is great, but I'd really prefer to get back in the car." Oh. Steve glanced at Wade in the rearview mirror and smiled. Sure enough, the only way to handle a guy like this was with a little tough love. Wade trailed behind the car, matching Steve's accelerating footsteps, sprinting at full tilt. The worn soles of his feet, ravaged by the ordeal, were constantly healing thanks to his immortality, binding him in a relentless cycle of life and death. In the end, Wade chose to savor the experience of dying. When they arrived at Stark Tower, a private jet arranged by Stark Industries had been waiting for quite some time. "Hey, Captain, I'm Coulson. It's a pleasure to meet you. Could you bring me back an autograph this time?" Coulson, a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., was destined to become the Avengers' go-to logistics expert, and at the same time, an unabashed fanboy of Steve Rogers, Captain America. "Hey, Coulson, to think I'd have so many fans working under that guy in the eye patch. If I get a chance, I'll definitely get you a signed fitness photo. But right now, we've got a spoiled rich kid to save." Before Wade could retort, Steve clamped a hand over his mouth, then sealed it with a ring of ultra-strong industrial glue, making sure nothing would fall off, and Wade couldn't interrupt. At that moment, Coulson noticed Wade standing behind Steve and couldn't help but frown. Why would Nick Fury let such a walking disaster tag along with his idol? Still, as just another agent, he had no say in the director's decisions. All he could do was wish his hero the best of luck. "Captain, this is for you." Coulson stepped closer and handed Steve a vial of blue-green liquid. Steve took it, examining it with a puzzled expression. Seeing this, Coulson explained, "Captain, this is a powerful sedative. Even someone with superhuman healing abilities will be knocked out for more than 20 hours. I hope it comes in handy." Noticing Coulson's pointed glances toward Deadpool, Steve instantly understood. He chuckled, gripped the vial tightly, and pulled Coulson into a hearty embrace. "Thanks, pal. This is exactly what I needed." The unexpected hug caught Coulson off guard for a moment, but once he realized what was happening, he quickly returned the embrace with enthusiasm. The helicopter's rotors thundered to life, filling the air with their steady drone. Knowing it was time to get moving, Steve gave Coulson another word of thanks before hauling Deadpool aboard the chopper. "Good luck, Captain," Coulson called out, watching the helicopter lift off. He stood at attention and gave a crisp American salute, seeing Steve off with silent respect. The Stark Industries helicopter was a special-issue military craft built for speed. In what felt like the span of a short nap, they had already crossed the skies and arrived over the desert. As the helicopter thundered onward, Steve felt a rare surge of nostalgia for his old days on the battlefield. Back then, the constant drone of engines was a comfort, a living man's lullaby, because true silence belonged only to the dead. In this environment, even Wade, the notorious chatterbox who could never keep quiet, fell into a rare silence. On the plane, he didn't even open his eyes. Steve Rogers, for his part, had never feared battle. The deep sleep gave him a much-needed chance to recuperate. The moment the helicopter came to a halt, Steve was immediately roused from his slumber. Now, he was like a lion freshly awakened, brimming with vigor and resolve. "All units, attention! All units, attention! The helicopter has reached the designated location. Prepare to jump. I repeat, prepare to jump." As Steve opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Wade, looking right back at him. Wade was already suited up with his parachute, the superglue they'd used before to seal his mouth, was completely gone, and even the ropes that had bound his hands and feet were now neatly coiled and stashed in his backpack. Steve couldn't help but let a subtle smile tug at the corner of his mouth. Things are starting to get interesting. Hey, Cap, you're awake. I thought your baby-like sleep might make us miss this whole op, Wade quipped. Well, I take back what I just said, Steve thought, and his face fell as he stared at Deadpool, the glare so intense that Wade felt a chill down his spine. Next time, I should consider sealing you in that mouth of yours permanently, with molten steel. Wade burst out laughing. Is that so? Now that would be something. Maybe then I'd finally get to experience death for real. Without missing a beat, Wade swung open the helicopter door, crossed his arms over his chest, and let himself fall backwards with a carefree ease. It was like a prayer in embrace of death itself. Seeing this, Steve quickly donned his own parachute, strapped his beloved shield to his arm, and jumped out without a word. The desert at night was far from hospitable to outsiders. Its cold was the first trial awaiting any foolish intruder. 2 dark parachutes blossomed in the sky. With his exceptional gliding skills, Steve landed safely on solid ground, while Wade ended up dangling from a cactus. Hey, got up. If I told you this was an accident, would you believe me? Wade called out cheerfully, trying to use humor to defuse the awkwardness of the situation. But clearly, his sense of humor wasn't winning any points. Steve approached slowly. He felt he owed the universe an apology for ever thinking Wade was an expert. With a solid blow from his shield, he snapped the cactus clean in 2, sending Wade tumbling to the ground. Wade buried his head in the sand, lying motionless. Anyone unaware might have thought he was dead, but the defiant middle finger raised on his right hand was proof enough. He was only dead in spirit, his body stubbornly refusing to give in. Partnering with a teammate like this, Steve felt that his 70 years of legendary reputation had just gone up in smoke. No longer paying attention to Wade, Steve began to inspect the scene where Tony Stark had been kidnapped, all on his own. But, to his dismay, the desert's golden sands had all but erased any trace of evidence. Steve searched for a long time, only to come up empty-handed. Not a single useful clue to be found. Just then, Wade popped out from some unknown corner, eyeing the wrecked vehicle and calling out, "Hey, look, Captain, we found one of Stark Industries' little toy cars. So, where do we head next?" A toy car? Yes, if it really had been robbers, why would they have abandoned a top-of-the-line Stark Industries vehicle out here in the middle of nowhere? But if it wasn't robbers, Steve drew a sharp breath. How'd he gotten tangled up in another mess like this? Captain, are you dozing off again?" Wade's voice snapped Steve back to reality. "Shut up, I'm thinking." Steve reached out and pinched Wade's mouth shut, only then realizing he'd been stuck in the wrong line of thought. No matter how complicated this was, in the end, Stark Industries had called him here for a reason. All he needed to do was complete this mission. No need to ask too many questions or think too much. Political games had nothing to do with him. But even after sorting out his thoughts, Steve felt a wave of helplessness. With not a single lead in sight, how on earth was he supposed to find Tony Stark? Just as Steve was at a loss, he suddenly remembered something his father had told him before departure. Some things can't be seen on the surface, but their traces don't just disappear. When you feel lost, ask your own heart. The answer will come from within. How does one use the power of the heart? Steve wasn't sure, but after learning Kung Fu, he'd begun to sense that if he closed his eyes, he could sometimes pick up on things others couldn't. Steve shut his eyes, recalling the feeling of practicing Tai Chi. His feet began to move, almost as if guided by instinct. Steve's sudden movement piqued Wade's curiosity, but he didn't break the mood. He simply followed along as Steve forged ahead. Neither of them knew how long they walked. When Steve finally opened his eyes, he found himself atop a sand dune, facing a desert settlement that looked like a tribe of nomads. "Look, Captain, you found them." Wade's mask covered his face, but the wildness in his bones seemed to radiate right through it. Even without seeing his expression, Steve knew Wade was grinning. Steve pulled out his binoculars to study the encampment. It sat on a rare patch of solid rock in the desert. By the looks of it, a slightly softer sedimentary formation. Perhaps millions of years ago, this place had been an ocean. But as time passed, it had been transformed, eventually becoming its own opposite. Yet, what changed it the most was not the passage of time, but a group of two-legged, upright apes called humans. Its body, which had existed for tens of millions of years, was hollowed out by these people, fitted with iron fences, and turned into a nest. They even claimed this place as their own territory and assigned men to guard it day and night. In the most heavily guarded cave, Tony Stark and In-sun exchanged glances, their faces flushed in that peculiar way only true tech geeks could understand. "Tony, we actually did it, right?" In-sun, still barely able to believe it, looked at the suit before them and turned to Tony Stark with its body, which had existed for tens of millions of years, was hollowed out by these people. They installed iron fences and turned its remains into their lair. They even claimed this place as their own territory, assigning guards to watch over it day and night. Inside one of the most heavily guarded caves, Tony Stark and Insun exchanged glances, their faces flushed with a kind of feverish excitement that only true tech enthusiasts could understand. "Tony, do we actually pull this off?" Insun, still in disbelief, stared at the armor in front of them and asked Tony Stark. "Yes, Insun, we're geniuses." Tony gazed at the gleaming, brand-new equipment on the table, unable to contain his excitement. He threw his arm around Insun, cheering exuberantly. Compared to Tony, Insun was much calmer. Once the initial excitement passed, he quickly grabbed a heavy oilcloth from the side and covered up that dazzling brilliance. "Yes, we're geniuses. But Tony, now is not the time to celebrate." Hearing this, Tony Stark also calmed down, though he still couldn't help sounding a bit proud. "You're right, we can't let anyone else see this. Not that I think those guys would understand what they're looking at, but still, you have a point." Tony's arrogance was always a problem, at least in Insun's eyes. But that was the flaw of an American education. No one could change it. Insun could only tease him a bit. All right, you proud American, you're right. But you have to face one thing here. If they think you're a threat, they won't hesitate to kill you. They don't care what we're actually doing, you know that." Tony scratched his head awkwardly. "Okay, sorry. That's not really what I meant, you know. I just meant to show some strategic disdain for the enemy." Insun sighed with a hint of resignation. "Tony, you always remember the first half, but that's not right. We have to take them seriously, at least tactically, my friend." Tony nodded. Seeing this, Insun decided not to say more. After all, the thrill of success was something they deserved to savor. "We did it. Now, as long as the U.S. military causes a little chaos out there, we'll have our chance to escape. They'll come for us, right? Or, well, I mean, do you know when they'll come?" "I don't know. Maybe today," Tony answered, uncertainty and doubt shadowing his words. He had his suspicions about what might happen today, but he wasn't sure if the U.S. would really send anyone to rescue him. But just as Tony finished speaking, gunfire suddenly echoed across the desert outside. Tony Stark stood up, excitement lighting up his expression. Maybe he was just overthinking things. Perhaps this was nothing more than a simple coincidence. He had a vague feeling that his rescue was close at hand. Although the sounds of gunfire from both sides weren't particularly fierce, he had no doubt that anyone who managed to find this place was no ordinary person. "Ethan, it's time to move." Tony Stark was never the type to sit quietly and wait for rescue after being captured. Compared to relying on others, he trusted his own wits more, though of course others mattered too, like Ethan and those who had created this opportunity for him. Outside, chaos reigned. Though Deadpool was fighting alone, his unkillable nature was almost monstrous. Twin blades whirled through the air, and while he hadn't struck a single bullet, he had, somehow, managed to pin down the terrorists with his relentless assault. Damn it, that guy outside is a complete freak. No matter how we shoot, he just won't die. At that moment, a bald man strode into the surveillance room, grumbling under his breath. Clearly, he just suffered at Deadpool's hands and had come back for a quick break between shifts. As the saying goes, a clever head is never covered in hair. Among the 10 rings, he was the only bald one here. That made him the boss of this sector. As the boss, he'd quickly realized during the fight with Wade that this guy was practically unkillable and just as swiftly grasped the nature of their battle. 10 men, heavy weapons, keeping Wade pushed back to prevent him from getting close, swapping out teams from time to time, turning Wade into little more than a nuisance, a clown leaping about. He was also the first to suspect that Tony Stark was part of an escape plan, though for now, it was only a hunch. But even a mere hunch prompted the bald boss to intimidate the 2 prisoners, nearly forcing Ethan to swallow a chunk of red-hot coal. Now, spotting Ethan hiding behind a rack, up to who knows what, and Tony Stark nowhere to be seen, the bald boss instantly sensed something was wrong. He ordered 2 men to go check on them. Perhaps it was his own pride, his belief that he could control everything, that kept him from going himself to stop Tony. He sent 2 underlings to check Tony's cell. As they reached the door, the bald boss finally realized his mistake. But by the time he tried to intervene, it was already too late. Tony had suited up. The arc reactor was charged to 60%. After Ethan quickly dealt with the 2 henchmen. "I'll buy you some time. Stick to the plan." Ethan dashed out, determined to risk his life to buy Tony the precious seconds he needed. But as soon as he reached the main hall, he ran straight into the bald boss, who had hurried over in alarm. Guns were drawn in a flash, neither man willing to back down. Holding the gun, he squared off with the bald man for a dramatic showdown in the middle corridor. After claiming victory, he made his way to the room. The moment he opened the door, a steel-clad fist sent the bald man flying out. Tony didn't look back. The man he just knocked down was already staggering out, yelling into the open, "In-san, where are you? In-san." On his way through, Tony faced the henchmen with remarkable efficiency. One punch was all it took for each of them, leaving onlookers astounded at his prowess. When he reached the main hall, the sight that greeted him was In-san, covered in blood, collapsed amid a pile of sandbags. The scene struck Tony with overwhelming grief. Memories of his time with In-san flashed before him as he trudged heavily toward his fallen friend. "Come on, In-san, let's get out of here." Tony's voice brimmed with regret. Why couldn't his power system be just a little faster? He was tormented by the thought that his own arrogance had led to In-san's demise. He moved the sandbags off In-san's body, only to see 5 gaping, bloody wounds in his abdomen. Tony broke down in tears, crying like a child. "Move! This wasn't supposed to happen. We had a plan. Stick to the plan." "In-san." Tony gently shook In-san's hand, his touch as tender as a child's, but In-san never woke up. Their time together may have been short, but those days in the desert had given Tony's life more meaning than the previous 20 years ever had. In-san, a name as ordinary as his profession. Yet, Tony would remember this name for the rest of his life. It was because of In-san that Iron Man would be born. While Tony was lost in his sorrow, 2 reckless terrorists were plotting to kill him. The Iron Man's suit was heavy, formidable, and nearly invulnerable, but a man inside could still die. The terrorists tied dozens of grenades together, ready to hurl them, when Steve appeared silently behind them. With 2 swift blows, the terrorist crumpled to the ground. "Hey, Tony, are you all right?" Even through the Iron Man suit, Steve instantly recognized Tony Stark. Finding Tony meant the mission was nearly over, and Steve felt a surge of relief. He was about to greet Tony enthusiastically when his eyes landed on In-san, bloody and limp in Tony's arms. All his excitement faded, replaced by words of concern. Tony heard the familiar voice and knew exactly who had arrived. Of course, in this desolate, barren land, who else but Captain America would come to the rescue? "It's bad, Uncle Steve. My best friend is dead." Tony's heavy words carried the weight of utter despair, as if the young man before him was ready to follow his friend into the darkness at any moment. Steve glanced at Ethan, then at Tony's Iron Man suit. Suddenly, something seemed to click in his mind. He knelt down beside Tony, resting a firm hand on his shoulder, and helped Ethan remove the remaining bullets lodged in his body. "Tony, what's his name?" Steve asked quietly. "Ethan. He's the one who helped me build this Iron Man suit. He's the one who saved my life. I promised him I'd take him home," Tony replied. As he spoke, a wave of sorrow swept over him. Though he didn't cry, the tremor in his voice was enough to break anyone's heart. As a soldier, Steve was never much for words of comfort. The best he could do was sit beside Tony in silence and take down any enemy who dared approach. But when Steve saw Tony raise his hand, intent on destroying himself, he grabbed hold of him. "Tony, I know I'm not great at this, but there's something you need to understand. Ethan saved you. He gave his life for you. Right now, your life belongs to him. You can't just throw it away." Tony's composure shattered. For the first time in his life, the genius felt utterly helpless, so lost that he couldn't even bring himself to end it all. Tears fell from his eyes, washing the blood and dirt from Ethan's face. As Ethan's features became clear again, Tony pulled him into a tight embrace. "Live for him, Tony. Help more people, just like he did," Steve urged gently. "You're right, Uncle Steve. I'll honor Ethan's last wish. I'll take him home, and then I'll save as many people as I can, just like he did." Steve's words gave Tony strength. He would bring Ethan home. He would live on in Ethan's stead, using his life to help others. Just as Tony found his resolve, Wade strode in, clad in his ridiculous red clown suit. He immediately started grumbling at Steve, but when he caught sight of Tony, his eyes sparkled with mischief. "Oh, Cap, you're so slow. Hey, Tin Man, Cap, did you know I was hungry? Can I open my present now?" A well-timed joke can lift spirits, but Wade had never mastered the art of timing. His words managed to offend Tony in an instant. "Oh, is it your lover you're holding? Sorry we're late." That was the last straw. In a flash, Tony and Wade were grappling, fists flying. Of course, the crude iron armor Tony wore in the cave was no match for Wade. But the sheer force of Tony's blows, powered by his rage and the suit's raw strength, landed with satisfying impact on Wade's face, taking the edge off Tony's fury. This brief, cathartic outburst seemed to breathe new life into Tony. "Go to hell." Tony spat. No matter how many punches he took, Wade's hand gestures remained as bold as ever. Even when his fingers bent at odd angles, the mocking defiance in his expression was enough to get anyone's blood boiling. "Hey guys, I know you're all fired up right now, but I need to find someone to come pick us up. If you don't want to spend the night out here in this godforsaken desert, then knock it off." Steve wasn't particularly fazed by the bloody scene, but Deadpool's gleeful cries sent a shiver down his spine. Oh, come on, sweetheart, give it a little more. Oh, I'm being tortured to death. What a thrill. Hey, Steve, you're not that guy in the eye patch and leather. You can't order me around. I'm not about to listen to you. Unless, of course, you'd like to join me in bed. Then I'll obey. Damn it, Steve muttered under his breath, finally reaching his limit. He tossed aside his communicator and joined Tony in beating up Wade. Blood covered the ground, streaks of it even staining Steve's golden hair. But with a toss of his head, the blood vanished, and he was once again that dashing, clean-cut young man. All right, Tony, that's enough. Steve reached out to restrain Tony, or rather, Tony was so spent he couldn't even move a finger. The makeshift Iron Man suit cobbled together in this dilapidated cave was riddled with flaws. After barely 10 minutes of action, it had already reached its limit. Let go of me, Uncle Steve. Don't worry about me. Just let me take off the suit and keep pounding him. Steve shook his head and helped Tony out of the armor, pointing helplessly at Wade. It's not you I'm worried about. I'm afraid he'll enjoy it to death. Even through their masks, both men could see the look of twisted delight on Wade's face. How to describe it? Disgusting. Oh, is it over already? Ah, that felt amazing. Wade stretched lazily and climbed to his feet. Truly, it seemed he was favored by death itself. Moments ago, Steve and Tony had worked him over so thoroughly that every bone in his body was shattered. Yet in no time at all, he was back to normal. And for some reason, Steve felt that Wade seemed somehow transformed, as though he'd been reborn. It was unsettling. Seeing the anger still simmering on Tony's face, Wade obligingly laid back down and struck a suggestive pose, crooking his finger at Tony. How about you guys give me a little more? Don't worry, I can take it. But this time, Tony wasn't even angry. He knew full well that there was no point in losing his temper with a man who didn't even fear death. Tony let out a long breath, his expression cold as steel. I never believed anyone in this world was truly immortal. Your name's Wade, right? Just you wait. One day, I'll make you taste death. For reasons he couldn't quite explain, Tony's words stirred a flicker of fear in Wade, a sensation he hadn't experienced in ages as the challenger of death. Yet this bone-deep chill was one Wade knew he'd never forget. Stop, Wade. In the blink of an eye, Wade's blade was pressed against Tony's throat. In fact, if Steve hadn't called out just in time, Tony's head might have rolled to the floor. Staring at the knife in his hand and at Tony's indifferent expression, Wade instantly realized what he had almost done. Though his face remained expressionless, a wave of horror swept through him. Wade hurriedly withdrew his knife, acting as if nothing had happened, then calmly looked at Steve and Tony. He didn't mock Tony's earlier words. Instead, he quietly stood aside. Even Wade fell silent, and the room descended into a tense hush. Just then, the communicator Steve had used earlier crackled to life. Captain, this is Coulson. Do you need us to send a helicopter? Hearing Coulson's voice, Steve stepped over and picked the communicator up from the floor. Yes, Coulson, the mission went smoothly. Wipe them all out. That's right, these guys were laughably weak. I barely even had to lift a finger before they went down. From the moment Steve started the call, a grin never left his face. It was obvious that Coulson, as his #1 fan, knew how to make him look good. Their exchange was all compliments and easy banter. Terrorists. So, we're just your dinner conversation now? Hey guys, is there anything you need? Coulson will make sure we're all set. Chit-chat aside, work was work. Coulson handled it perfectly. Even when talking to his heroes, he knew when to wrap things up and got right to the point, asking what they needed for the heroes' welcome back party. Ordering food? Let me think. At Steve's question, Wade's mind raced, and 3 vivid options popped up. Beautiful women, throw a wild striptease party. Then just when everyone's having the time of their lives, kick there but with a pair of ice-cold boots. Cake, a 5-tier, all-cream cake with a small bomb hidden inside, boom. Instant cake party. Champagne, seriously, why does everyone love champagne so much? Wade shook his head, then declared in the most determined tone of his life. Captain, I want a pair of ice skates. I want to use them to kick your butt hard. No sooner had Wade finished speaking than Steve's shield was already flying toward him, slamming into his face with a solid thud. Star spun before his eyes as he drifted into his own little fantasy. Coulson, I know this sounds twisted, but Wade says he wants to go swimming in a sewage pit. Hope you can arrange that for him. Is that so? Well, it does sound a bit much, but I'll do my best to make it happen. Poor Wade, still oblivious that while he was asleep, the captain had signed him up for a chocolate herring party. Best of luck to him. Tony, utterly exhausted, dragged himself over to Steve's side and spoke into the phone. 1 cheeseburger, please. Thank you. No sooner had he finished speaking than Tony collapsed, and soon the steady sound of his breathing filled the air. Steve finally let out a sigh of relief. Tony wants a cheeseburger, Coulson. Make sure to have it ready for him, ideally on the plane. The poor guy's starving. In the desert, the terrorist group ate whatever they could find. For Tony, the privileged heir to Stark Industries, this was misery on a whole new level. Steve could see that Tony had lost quite a bit of weight since the last time he'd seen him. It was clear he hadn't eaten much of whatever they'd had in captivity. Now his face even looked a little sickly. 20 minutes later, the Stark Industries private helicopter appeared in the distance, descending slowly under Steve's watchful gaze. Two medics rushed off the aircraft first, immediately checking Tony over. Once they confirmed he was merely exhausted and hungry, they quickly hooked him up to bottles of nutrient fluids. Watching the team work their magic, Steve couldn't help but marvel. Having money really is a blessing. Finally, Coulson and Rhodey stepped off the helicopter as well. Coulson made a beeline for Steve, while Rhodey first checked on Tony's condition, visibly relieved when he saw Tony was stable, and then headed towards Steve. "Thank you so much, Mr. Rogers. Rest assured, Stark Industries will pay you every cent of the promised reward directly into your account." Rhodey's first words to Steve were of gratitude, but there was something odd about his tone. It was as if he represented Tony, not the military. It felt strange, yet somehow entirely fitting, as though things were unfolding just as they should. Steve replied, feeling a tangle of emotions. But before he could dwell on it, Tony's groggy voice called him back to the moment. Tony woke from his faint, still a little dazed, but the rumbling of his stomach was unmistakable. Steve glanced at Coulson, who handed him a grease-stained paper bag. Steve took the bag, inhaling its savory aroma. "Oh, that smell. It brings back memories." With a smile, Steve pressed the bag gently to Tony's face, letting the tempting scent waft out. Tony was instantly revived, his nose twitching at the smell. Seeing this, Steve decided to tease Tony a little, pulling the bag just out of reach, bit by bit, until Tony slowly came to, drawn by the delicious promise. Only then did Steve dangle the bag in front of him with a playful flourish. "Hey, Tony, want a juicy, delicious cheeseburger?" "Haha, of course, Uncle Steve. I feel like I could eat a whole cow right now." Steve handed the greasy paper bag to Tony, who reached out, snatched it up, tore it open, and started eating with no concern for his image, devouring big bites. "Oh, look at him, like a starving child discovering milk for the first time. Captain, you really aren't much help. Coming out on a mission with you. I can barely scrounge a meal," Wade's voice drifted over lazily. Steve could clearly feel someone breathing right beside his ear, the ticklish sensation making him both embarrassed and angry. With a sharp smack, Wade went flying. "Coulson, anesthetic. I need enough anesthetic to drown this guy." Steve shouted for Coulson and leapt at Wade, unleashing every assassination technique he knew on him. But short of snapping his neck to knock him out, none of the other attacks seemed to make much difference. This close, man-to-man grappling was something Steve absolutely couldn't stand. But Wade seemed glued to Steve's side, constantly pushing his luck and driving Steve crazy. Even worse, there was no way to actually kill him. After a round of pummeling, Steve finally used the formula Coulson had given him earlier, and only then did he manage to knock Wade out cold. Steve was drenched in sweat. Honestly, Wade was the perfect punching bag. You could beat him all day, and he'd never die. It was the ideal way to practice combat skills. If he ever started a mercenary company, Steve thought Wade would definitely be the first guy he'd hire. Meet Shield Deadpool. As long as it's not armor-piercing, this walking shield can block any damage for you. Deadpool Airdrop. Fire him out of a cannon to create chaos behind enemy lines. Deadpool Training Ground. Aim for his mouth and go all out. Whoever misses gets punished. And so on. 1,000 uses for Deadpool, just waiting for you to discover. Steve and Rhodey sat sipping champagne with utmost elegance, while Tony, newly energized by 2 cheeseburgers, was now bursting with vitality, ready to dive into research. "What's that? You want to know what research?" "Naturally, it's how to kill someone who can't die. This experiment owes everything to our volunteer, Wade. Without him, even Tony's genius wouldn't make it possible." "Why did he agree to it, you ask? Who can say? Nobody can predict what goes on in Deadpool's head. Anyway, we got all in writing, signed and witnessed by Coulson. Even if Wade tries to back out, there's no way he'll get away with it." At this moment, Coulson was positively beaming as he reported every detail of the operation to Nick Fury. "Director Fury, Stark Industries plans to allocate 1% of its profits to support our operations and upgrade our soldiers' equipment." "It's absolutely true, Director. Tony Stark promised it himself. On top of that, Tony intends to open up a portion of his armory, giving S.H.I.E.L.D. first dibs on his latest gear. We've really hit the jackpot this time, Director. As for these generous terms, someone else is always bearing the cost of the pain." "And who is that person?" Coulson would simply say, "I only pressed a fingerprint for him and served as a witness. Beyond that, I know nothing." All the way there, Tony was full of enthusiasm, Wade soaked in attention, and Steve looked at the two of them with a fond, almost motherly smile. It was the picture-perfect happy ending. Suddenly, blood spattered through the air, splashing the entire interior of the helicopter. Steve wiped Wade's blood from his face with a hint of resignation and turned to Tony. "Tony, Couldn't you at least wait until we're off the plane for this? Now the whole cabin reeks of blood. Tony, hands pressed tightly against Wade's spurting artery, glanced at Steve with an apologetic grin. Well, don't worry, Uncle Steve. I'll have it sorted out in no time. As Tony spoke, Rhodey was already moving to help him clean up the mess, his efficiency almost heartbreaking to watch. Here, Mr. Rogers, let me get that for you. Rhodey handed Steve a clean handkerchief, which Steve took and used to wipe the blood from his face. Carlson received a handkerchief as well. As soon as both men had cleaned up, Tony's side of the cabin was spotless too. He was now studying the wound he'd made on Wade, which had already healed in an instant, his expression suddenly serious. No matter how many times I see it, it never stops being astonishing, Tony Stark admitted, voicing his awe at Wade's healing abilities for the first time. Gentlemen, we'll be arriving in New York in 2 hours. Please gather your belongings and prepare for landing, came the voice from the helicopter cockpit. With that announcement, Tony decided not to continue his experiment. He picked up a small knife and carefully collected a bit of Wade's blood, tissue, and skin cells. Why collect tissue instead of hair? Well, that was obvious. Wade didn't have a single hair on him. Tony quietly returned to his seat, joining Steve and the others for a glass of champagne. When the helicopter landed, everyone except Wade headed home. Only Wade was left, alone, sleeping on the tarmac. With a bang, the door swung open. I'm home, Dad, Steve called out as he stepped through the door. Dad, I'm back, Steve greeted again as he entered. Oh, Steve, come here and let your old man give you a hug. The old man strode over with a beaming smile. Seeing him, Steve was delighted too. He dropped his shield and hurried forward to embrace this elderly man who had stayed at home. But as soon as they came together, the old man braced Steve with one arm, glanced around, and his expression darkened. What's wrong? Dad, what are you looking for? Steve, held in place by the old man's arm, opened his eyes wide with curiosity. Come here, Steve, just a little closer. The old man's lips curled into a forced smile as he beckoned Steve to lean in. The old man's action was odd, but Steve thought it might be some special Chinese custom. Without the slightest suspicion, he moved closer, only to be greeted by the old man's 2 fingers flicking his forehead. Steve clutched his head and cried out in pain. And where's my present? The old man crossed his arms and shot Steve a sideways glance, his displeasure written all over his face. At that, Steve suddenly remembered. Just before he left the house, the old man had heard he was off to rescue the young master of Stark Industries and had asked him to bring back a smartphone. The old man had been very clear about the model and functions he wanted. Steve had agreed, but with everything that happened, it had slipped his mind. Now, thinking back, Steve could only scratch his head sheepishly and try to laugh it off. Dad, I'm kind of hungry. Could I get something to eat first? Steve clutched his stomach and gave an awkward smile. Right on cue, his stomach growled in protest. The old man just snorted, turned away, and headed upstairs, grumbling as he went, Eat, eat, eat. That's all you know? Can't remember. A simple thing, and you still want to eat? All I've got left is noodles. At best, I'll poach an egg for you. Just make do. Hunger had just been Steve's excuse. Watching the old man head for the study, Steve was relieved. But when he heard the next words, his heart warmed deeply. All right, thank you, Dad. The old man changed direction at the study door and disappeared into the kitchen. Steve picked up a shield, went upstairs to change out of his flamboyant clown costume, and put on the pajamas his old man had bought him. When he came back down, a bowl of noodles garnished with scallions and topped with a poached egg was already waiting on the table, a pair of chopsticks by its side. The old man was nowhere to be seen. Steve sat at the table, and tears welled up in his eyes. In the army, no one ever gave a late soldier a bowl of simple noodles, no matter how plain they might be. Maybe this is what a home tastes like. Thank you, Dad. Steve pressed his palms together in gratitude, a gesture of prayer in American families before a meal, but this time his thanks were for the old man. With the crow of a rooster, a new day began once more. Dad, I just got back from the desert, Steve complained, yawning as he spoke. The timing of the talisman's appearance couldn't have been worse, and with his body still weary, he trudged alongside his father toward the windmill. What's a young man like you need so much sleep for? When you're my age, you'll have all the time in the world to sleep, his father replied, full of energy. Unlike Steve, he bounded up the stairs 2 at a time, lively and spirited, as if he were decades younger. At this point, it was hard to tell who was really the 100-year-old between the two of them. They climbed to the top floor of the windmill. Sunlight streamed through the turning blades, casting a round pattern of light onto the wall. This must be the place. Steve, smash it. After waiting for a while, the final spot where the sunlight landed became clear. His father drew a large circle there, then turned to look at Steve. Steve, still half asleep, gripped a heavy hammer in his hand. His eyes were nearly closed, his head nodding as he struggled to stay awake. Without hesitation, his father's hand landed sharply on Steve's head, jolting him out of his stupor. What is it, Dad? Though now awake, Steve's eyelids kept fluttering, and he yawned as he spoke. With a huff, his father pulled him by the ear over to the wall. Seeing that Steve was finally alert, he pointed at the circled spot. See this? Smash it for me. Perhaps the pain from having his ear twisted snapped him to attention. Steve suddenly perked up, swung the sledgehammer, and brought it crashing down on the wall. 1, 2, 3, done, Dad. After 3 heavy swings, Steve had bashed a large hole into the wall. The dog talisman glimmered from within. His father adjusted his glasses, stepped close, and reached in to retrieve the talisman. With a quick puff to clear the dust, a lively green puppy was revealed. The dust floated toward the wall. Whether it was from Steve's enthusiastic hammering or something else, the wall began to shake. Stones started to crumble, and the wall collapsed, exposing the hidden chamber where the talisman had been kept. Above the spot where the dog talisman had rested, a line of Chinese characters was written. Is an undying life a blessing or a curse? Dad, what does that mean? Steve could read Chinese, but its subtle forms and meanings made him unsure if he'd interpreted the inscription correctly. Here, Steve, hold this, his father replied, sidestepping the question and handing the dog talisman to him. The moment Steve took it, his exhaustion melted away like a receding tide, replaced by a newfound vitality that radiated from within. Amazing, Steve marveled, astonished by the transformation in his body. Observing the change in Steve, the old man grew thoughtful. Reflecting on the power of the dog talisman mentioned in the Jackie Chan Adventures cartoon, he suddenly understood. It seems the builder of this windmill came into possession of the talisman before us, and by chance, activated the power of the dog spirit. Eternal life is the dream of all, but watching loved ones pass away one by one, immortality turns into a curse. He built this windmill and chose to abandon the dog's gift of immortality, sealing it within the wall. Hearing the old man's words, Steve was deeply moved. Was he not also someone who had tasted immortality? He had slept for 70 years, and upon waking, everything familiar to him had vanished. He himself had become a figure in history books. The wrenching dissonance of time tormented him. If he hadn't met the old man and embarked on this legendary quest for the talismans, perhaps he would have chosen to end his story in some legendary way on the very day he awoke. Yes, a life in solitude truly is a curse, Steve sighed, but then turned to the old man with a gentle smile. But I consider myself lucky. No sooner had Steve finished speaking than the old man's brow furrowed. Suddenly, he reached out and shoved Steve aside. In the next instant, several silver throwing knives embedded themselves in the spot where Steve had just been standing. Steve's heart pounded as he looked toward the direction from which the blades had flown, but all he could see was a patch of shadow. Author's note: from here on, I'll be adding some talisman lore each time a new one is found. In this book's setting, feel free to take a look if you're interested. Status: sealed. Development level: 32%. Due to the passage of time and additional magical seals, less than a tenth of the talisman's power remains. Ability: immortality. Allows the bearer to survive any situation. Fully unleashed. Life as long as heaven and earth. Indestructibility. As the demon lord who gained the power of the world, his existence is tied to the very fabric of creation, making him truly immortal. Currently sealed. Conclusion: as one of the 8 great demons, the demon lord obtained the power of fire and was recognized by the world itself, granting him the primal force. If the world endures, so does he. However, his cruel rule was confronted by Lo Pei, the embodiment of righteousness, who shattered his 12 powers and split them into 12 talismans. Detecting the immortality magic within the demon, Lo Pei added a double seal, karma, in action. Author's note: never let the demon lord get his hands on the talismans, or he'll be even more terrifying than in the cartoon. From the shadows, figures sprang up like mushrooms after rain, swiftly surrounding the old man and Steve. Old man, what are these things? Steve gripped his shield tightly, his eyes wary as he watched the strange figures emerging from the earth. The minions of the Shindu are nothing to worry about, the old man said with a calm expression, pulling a dried pufferfish from behind his back. Under the watchful eyes of the shadowy soldiers, he took out a vial of green potion from his robe and poured it over the pufferfish. In an instant, the pufferfish erupted in a brilliant green light, and the shadow soldiers sank into the ground without a trace. Seeing this, the old man frowned. What he had just used was a simple, wide-area weakening spell, nothing that could actually harm those shadow soldiers. Why did they retreat so quickly? Archmage, it's been a long time, came a voice, ancient and timeless, echoing through the ages into the old man's ears. The voice was both familiar and strange, stirring a suspicion in his heart. He murmured softly, Shindu? Sure enough, Shindu's figure emerged from the shadows. The old man gripped the pufferfish tightly, beads of sweat forming on his brow. How could it be? How could you be here, Shindu? Oomph. Well, old friend, here I am, Shindu roared skyward. Fire and lightning flashed from his eyes, and in a heartbeat, the windmill was obliterated. The roof was destroyed so cleanly that not a splinter remained, leaving the old man and Steve largely unharmed. Yet the true terror was the sheer power Shindu now displayed. The old man's expression turned grave. He produced a variety of magical potions, some meant for attack, some for support, but at this point he had no time for careful choices. Only those who had truly studied the altar talismans would know how formidable the real Shindu had become. No matter how wary the old man was, it seemed only prudent. I'll give you one chance, Archmage. Hand over the 3 talismans in your possession, and I'll let you leave, Shindu declared. At these words, the old man actually breathed a sigh of relief. Without hesitation, he hurled a barrage of pufferfish, each bursting with green light that shot toward Shindu. Shindu chose not to face the magic head-on. With a swift sidestep, he dodged the attacks. The old man's lips curled into a smile. You're not Shindu at all, he said. Both Steve and Shindu froze in surprise. Steve thought, if he isn't Shindu, what am I even doing here, ready to fight the boss? Is this some kind of joke? At the old man's words, Shindu threw his head back and laughed, a wild, mocking sound that seemed to scorn human ignorance. But his smile quickly vanished. A massive fireball burst from his mouth as he shouted, How dare you? The fireball shot toward the old man, but he remained unfazed. With a flick of his pufferfish, he shattered the fireball, then spoke calmly. Sealed away for all these years, Shindu, and you're still playing your petty tricks. The old man fired another volley of green light from the pufferfish, forcing Shindu to dodge in a panic. Dodging the attack, the Dark Lord turned to Grandpa with a grim expression and demanded, How did you find me out? Grandpa, calmly wiping the pufferfish in his hands, answered without hesitation. First, you cast no shadow at your feet. Second, your tone lacks the arrogance I'd expect. And third, there's really nothing for us to discuss. Grandpa's words drew a wry smile from the Dark Lord. Indeed, what could a wicked dragon and a world-saving sorcerer possibly have to talk about? He hadn't expected that, after becoming a shadow, not only had his power diminished, but even his presence seemed weaker. All right, Dark Lord, I've answered your questions. Now it's your turn. Tell me what I want to know. Why have you emerged at all? A cunning glint flashed in the Dark Lord's eyes as he quietly hid his left hand behind his back. In his palm, the dragon talisman appeared, and the power of the dragon blast began to gather. Grand Sorcerer, surely you've guessed by now, haven't you? Must I really say it for you to believe? The Book of Spells, is it? Even if you told me, I wouldn't believe you. Enough, Dark Lord, drop your little tricks. I can already feel the heat of the dragon talisman from here. Grandpa lifted the pufferfish in his hand and, with a swift motion, aimed at the Dark Lord's hidden left hand. The Dark Lord twisted aside, dodging the blow, and in the same movement hurled the gathered dragon blast straight at Grandpa. Grandpa quickly fished a vial from his pocket and tossed it into the air. The dragon blast collided with the potion, erupting in a simultaneous explosion, yet neither made the slightest impact. It seems my plan to seize the talismans won't be happening today, Grand Sorcerer. So let me leave you with one last piece of advice. Destiny cannot be stopped. If you value your life, then run. Run far away, somewhere even I can't find you. Hurry, flee. Before he could finish, Grandpa raised his hand and shattered the talkative Dark Lord with a single blow. The Dark Lord dissolved into shadow and vanished, leaving behind only a raging fire, proof that he had truly emerged. With a casual squeeze, Grandpa crushed another vial in his hand. Dark clouds gathered overhead, and with a roll of thunder, rain poured down in torrents, dousing the flames the Dark Lord had left behind. Grandpa stood in the rain, gazing at the spot where the Dark Lord had just been. He knew that his time was running short. As Grandpa brooded, the rain suddenly stopped falling on him. He looked up to see Steve's shield held over his head, sheltering him like an umbrella. Catching Grandpa's gaze, Steve voiced the question that had been on his mind. Grandpa, what exactly is going on with the Dark Lord? Looking at Steve, Grandpa sighed and replied, These are troubled times. The demon used the sheep talisman's power to break free from his shell, pouring his strength into the shadows to forge a temporary body. Steve, from now on, we must pick up the pace in our search for the talismans. Hearing this, Steve nodded in agreement. Based on Grandpa's words and the power the Dark Lord had just displayed, it was clear that the sheep, dragon, and pig talismans had already fallen into the Dark Lord's hands. If things continue this way, their situation will only get worse and worse. At the top floor of Fist Tower, the Shindu's body, shaped from shadow, appeared once again. This time, however, his face was twisted in pain, and he clutched his left hand in agony. Through the cracks between his fingers, It was clear that a severe burn marked the center of his palm. Damn it, damn it! Shindu lashed his dragon tail in fury, reducing Kingpin's office to rubble. But even this outburst did nothing to quell the fire of his anger. Staring at the burn on his left hand, Shindu, in a fit of rage, bit through his own arm. He was a demon of fire. How could he be burned by flame? It was humiliation, blatant and unendurable. But when Shindu tried again, invoking the dark incantations from his compendium of shadow creatures, the hand that regrew bore the same unmistakable burn. His wrath exploded. He roared out in fury. Tarak, that trickster, had never recorded the complete spell in the Grand Grimoire. A contemptible, petty villain. Shindu tore off his own hand once more. With only one arm remaining, he gradually forced himself to calm down. Drawing a long, steadying breath and regaining his reason, Shindu summoned his minions. He now knew exactly what he needed most. Go, my underlings. Let the shadows blanket the world. Find me the tiger. P.S. From here on, I'll be introducing additional talismans as they're found. In this story setting, you're welcome to explore their details if you're interested. Status sealed. Development 43%. Due to the passage of time and the Archmage's reinforced seal, less than a tenth of the talisman's original power remains. Ability, lightning vision, high heat and intense energy that can melt whatever the user looks at. One more glance and it melts. Full power state. Wherever the eye gazes, thunder reigns. A fraction of the thunder demon, Su's authority. Currently sealed. Conclusion. As one of the 8 demon sorcerers, Shindu seized parts of his siblings' powers while they were imprisoned, consolidating his own strength and unifying the East. Yet his tyrannical reign was shattered by Lo Pei, the embodiment of righteousness, who broke Shindu's 12 inner powers and split them into 12 talismans. Sensing the demonic authority within, Lo Pei added a second layer of sealing to each, a fitting twist of fate. P.S. Shindu must never regain the talismans, or he'll become far more terrifying than the Shindu from Jackie Chan Adventures. Nick Fury's office. Coulson. Capitol. Are these the magical little stones they're after? Nick Fury turned the long-lost rabbit talisman over in his hand. Nick Fury didn't know much about the talismans. He'd only heard Steve and the others mention them in passing. But the recent turmoil had drawn America's attention, the world's other great power, second only to China's, making it impossible to ignore. Such a convenient power with no side effects. How could Nick Fury not want to get his hands on it? As for the rabbit talisman, which had appeared once before, though it slipped through the cracks of time, how could the protagonist of the age escape the grip of fate? In the struggle between good and evil, time rippled, and so, by some miracle, the rabbit talisman ended up on a humble street vendor's stall. Naturally, under ordinary circumstances, no one would have noticed such a small stand, especially since the sellers kept out of sight of security cameras. Yet by sheer coincidence, Coulson happened to pass by that very street. Guided as if by destiny, he came upon the rabbit talisman, bought it, and brought it back to S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson nodded and said, "Yes, Director. What's more, this talisman's magic seems to be speed." "Speed, you say?" Nick Fury gripped the rabbit talisman in his hand. In the blink of an eye, he was standing right beside Coulson, a plate of fruit in his other hand. "Incredible speed. This power is formidable," Fury remarked, placing the plate of fruit on the table. His hungry gaze lingered on the talisman, barely concealed. "Coulson, if we were to weaponize it, what do you think the result would be?" Coulson hesitated, interpreting this as a test from Fury. He shook his head and replied, "Director, your idea isn't realistic. After all, there's only one talisman." At these words, Nick Fury nodded, placing the rabbit talisman on the table without so much as a glance. He feared that if he looked at it any longer, he wouldn't be able to stop himself from thinking further. When he first held the rabbit talisman, Fury was struck by an almost overwhelming urge to bring America to its knees. Perhaps this was simply exhaustion playing tricks on his mind, but even so, he dared not let his gaze linger on the talisman. It was as if the talisman whispered like a devil, tempting him to open Pandora's box. Until he regained his composure, Fury had no intention of looking at it again. "Coulson, return it to the vault and keep it under strict guard." He slid the talisman toward Coulson, then turned away sharply, making it clear that what had just happened had truly shaken him. So much so, he couldn't bring himself to look at it, not even one last time. A talisman? A demon? Could this be some new Chinese trick? Fury stared out the window at the landscape beyond. He didn't believe a word of the report. In his mind, the old man who had been with Steve was nothing but a high-level Chinese spy, sent to sow chaos in America. With this thought, Nick Fury immediately set about writing a lengthy report. In it, he described the Shengzhu as some sort of super weapon and the old man as a powerful hypnotist, their sole purpose being to undermine America. At the end, he solemnly declared, this was a conspiracy by China against the United States. He spread the finished report flat across the desk. Nick Fury scrutinized it carefully, nodded in satisfaction, and sent it off without delay. As expected, within just 10 minutes, Nick Fury received a substantial sum in funding. Soaking in a bathtub filled with dollar bills, Fury scooped up a handful of cash, tossed it into the air, and crowed with delight. Who cares about that so-called Shanju? Is anyone more formidable than Captain Marvel? Still, I have to thank that old man this time. If not for him, I wouldn't have secured so much funding. Sometimes I really wish this Shanju actually existed. Then I could swind. Ah, no, that's not what I meant. I mean, I could do my part to protect the nation again. Fury laughed wildly, flinging bills around with abandon. It was hard to tell whether he was mocking the politicians or simply celebrating his windfall. Caught up in his glee, Fury didn't notice a shadowy figure nearby, quietly eavesdropping on their earlier conversation. Charms with mystical powers? Now, that's intriguing. No sooner had the words been spoken than the figure vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Coulson, carrying the charm and heading for the collection room, happened to run into Wade, who was wandering the halls. Hey, Coulson, the last time we worked together, that blonde, good-looking guy, you all call him Captain. Is he the one I'm thinking of? Though Wade's tone was full of mischief, the moment Coulson heard Steve's name, he seemed to tune out Wade's irreverence entirely, his excitement bubbling over. That's right, Captain America, the hero of World War II, the man who saved the world. The mere mention of Steve transformed Coulson into the ultimate fanboy. Not only did he recite Steve's file in exhaustive detail, but he also embellished it with legendary tales, practically elevating Captain America to godhood. Surprisingly, rather than getting bored by Coulson's endless anecdotes, Wade played right along, clapping enthusiastically and even setting off party poppers at the most thrilling moments, the very picture of a Steve Rogers superfan. Finding someone who shared his enthusiasm, Coulson was delighted. He cheerfully tore off a piece of memorabilia, a signed photo of Steve, from his own collection and handed it to Wade. Wade received it with glee, and the two continued chatting amiably as they made their way to the storage room. In front of the door, which required a key card for entry, Coulson paused, his brow furrowing in hesitation as he glanced at Wade. Wade seemed to catch his meaning at once, and said, Coulson, I've got a few things to take care of. Catch you later. See you. It's been great talking. I hope we meet again soon. Only after Wade had walked off did Coulson retrieve his ID badge from inside his jacket. Identity verified. Door unlocked. Watching as the grand door swung open, Coulson tucked his work badge back into his chest pocket and strode purposefully inside. The storeroom glittered with treasures. At first glance, it was filled with wondrous artifacts, each one worthy of being called a human treasure. The most dazzling among them was the Cosmic Cube, the advanced energy source wielded by Red Skull during World War II. Coulson swept his eyes over these objects, but paid them little mind. He walked deeper into the room, searching for quite some time before finally finding an empty spot. Yet when he reached for the bag that once held the rabbit talisman, he discovered it had vanished without a trace. Could it be him? Coulson recalled Wade's suspicious behavior along the way, and his brow instantly furrowed, though he was reluctant to admit it. Deadpool was now the prime suspect. He rushed to the door and swiped his access card, yet the door remained stubbornly shut. Outside, Wade was spreading a thick coat of cement over the door with gleeful precision, singing in a jaunty voice, I'm a little painter, painting all day long. Hearing the song from the other side, Coulson immediately understood what was happening. Wade had tricked him, used his obsession with Steve to weave a web of lies. With a heavy fist, Coulson pounded the door, yelling furiously, Wade, you damn bastard. Open this door right now. His rage, however, did nothing to intimidate Wade. If anything, it seemed to delight him further. He started to whistle cheerfully. Oh, who is it? Who is it? Singing outside, warming the lonely night. Goodbye, Coulson. As soon as Wade finished speaking, Coulson heard the clang of a shovel hitting the floor, followed by footsteps fading into the distance. Powerless, Coulson could only seethe in frustration. Damn you, Wade, you lying scoundrel. P.S. From here on, every time a talisman is found, I'll add some details about it. If you're interested in the lore of the talismans as said in this story, feel free to take a look. Status sealed. Development 46%, due to the passage of time and the reinforced seals of the Grand Sorcerer. Less than a tenth of the talisman's power remains. Ability, astral projection, allows the user's soul to leave the body and soar freely. Fully developed state, soul mastery, knowledge drawn by the Dark Lord from the Compendium of Magic, currently sealed. Conclusion. As one of the 8 demon lords, the Dark Lord was also a formidable sorcerer of dark energies. Thanks to his unique demonic constitution, he could master magic with greater ease. From a compendium of magic compiled by demons across the ages, he learned what he deemed the most useful power, using it to dominate the East. Yet his brutal rule was confronted and destroyed by Lo Pei, the embodiment of righteousness, who shattered the 12 streams of power within the Dark Lord's body, splitting them into 12 talismans. Sensing the dark wisdom infused in the magic, Lo Pei cast an additional seal upon it, a fitting stroke of karmic retribution. P.S. Whatever you do, don't let the Shindu get his hands on the talisman, or he'll be even scarier than the Shindu from Jackie Chan Adventures. Wade, who had successfully tricked Coulson, slipped out of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters with a smug grin. Admiring his prize, he moonwalked his way down the busy street with an air of elegance. A rabbit with super speed? It had been Wade standing outside Director Fury's office earlier. After witnessing Fury wield that flash of godlike speed, Wade couldn't resist the urge to steal the talisman and see what divine powers it might grant him. Though immortality had already numbed Wade's heart, and his tendency for trading blow for blow was more about chasing a twisted joy deep inside, he was always eager to try something new. Come on, lucky rabbit, let's see what you can do. Oh yeah. Wade gazed at the talisman, his face beaming with anticipation. But after waiting and waiting, nothing happened. The people around him stared as if he were a clown putting on a show. Wait, Deadpool question mark face. When even Deadpool thinks something is weird, you can bet it's really weird. This left Deadpool thoroughly vexed. It wasn't the stares that bothered him. He couldn't care less what people thought. What was really eating at him was why the rabbit talisman seemed useless now that it was in his hands. Wade, wait a minute, did I forget to turn off the gas at home? Clutching the talisman, Deadpool decided he'd better head home and check the stove before tackling this profound mystery. But just as he moved, he noticed something odd. Everyone around him seemed to freeze in place, their faces frozen in bright, unsettling smiles, all eyes on him. Deadpool was baffled by this sudden turn of events. But when the talisman in his hand began to glow, excitement surged through him. Oh, lucky rabbit, you are absolutely amazing, Wade exclaimed, planting a big smooch on the talisman. In that moment, the fire of vengeance roared to life within him. Ajax, the man who had turned him into this, Deadpool dreamed of nothing more than killing that slippery slug. And now, in this super speed state, he finally had all the time he needed to track down and finish off his nemesis. With the rabbit talisman's blinding speed, Wade swept across the entire United States in a matter of moments. But no matter how fast he was, it wasn't true time stop. SHLD's satellites caught his every move, and a streak of blue lightning blazed a trail across the country. So vivid, it drew Deadpool's emblem right on the screen. Fury's eyes narrowed as he watched the lightning trace Deadpool's insignia on the monitor. He was furious. There was no need for guesswork. The culprit had basically signed his name at the crime scene. Still, Fury kept his anger in check. Deadpool hadn't caused any widespread chaos, at least not yet. Nick Fury wouldn't go so far as to issue a kill order. At most, it just reminded him that S.H.I.E.L.D. needed to tighten the reins on these so-called superheroes. But what happened next? A certain finger plus a certain gesture sent Fury's blood boiling in an instant. Damn it, I'm going to kill that damned clown. How dare he use all of America as his canvas and mock me? I'll make him pay. Fury, seething with rage, tore the keyboard from the computer in front of him and hurled it at the central command screen. Thankfully, his staff managed to restrain him in time. Otherwise, the funding Congress had just approved for S.H.I.E.L.D. would have been spent on new equipment today. Director, please calm down. Just breathe. Held back by his subordinates, Nick Fury quickly composed himself. After all, he was a seasoned agent. Losing his cool over something like this would be beneath him. But just as Fury stopped, something strange happened. A curly, springy mustache suddenly appeared on his face, bouncing comically in rhythm with every angry breath he took. For a moment, the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. command center fell silent. Not a soul dared to make a sound. After all, Nick Fury's fake mustache was simply too ridiculous. Everyone was terrified that if they so much as giggled, Fury, known for never letting a grudge go, would make sure they regretted it. Suddenly, someone couldn't hold it in any longer. With a stifled snort, laughter erupted throughout the room. Nick Fury stood there, utterly bewildered. As the laughter grew louder, Fury's outfit began to transform. First, his eye patch morphed into a Hello Kitty version. His trench coat turned into a frilly made outfit, and a sparkling fairy wand appeared in his hand. Even his famously bald head wasn't spared. It now gleamed under a double layer of shine, casting a blinding glare around the room. Wade, hey, did you know? I've always wanted to do this. Hey, what are you all laughing at? Cut it out. Show some respect. Fury's shouts had no effect at all. In fact, they only made him look even more absurd. The entire room burst out in uncontrollable laughter, with not a single person able to stand upright. Fury was completely at a loss, raising his hand to scratch his shiny bald head, only to find a fairy wand suddenly materializing in his grip. He froze in utter confusion. What is this thing? Why is it in my hand? He barely managed to fling away the wand when he realized another had appeared in his other hand. Looking down, he saw yet another fairy wand. Fury was seething. He knew Deadpool was behind all of this, but with Wade now in possession of the rabbit talisman, there was nothing he could do to catch him. Nick Fury was overwhelmed. Fine, let him be, he thought. As long as it didn't affect ordinary people's lives, he could put up with it. And just as Fury had guessed, Deadpool didn't cause trouble for the public. But Fury himself was in for a miserable time. That night, he didn't get a single minute of peaceful sleep. Strange items kept appearing in his hands, and a red-suited clown would randomly pop into his bed. The whole experience was downright unbearable. Fury let out a monstrous yawn, clawing at his bald head with a twisted expression. If he didn't get a good night's sleep soon, he'd be attending his own funeral by this time next year. Wade, that miserable bastard, just because he hadn't given him Ajax's exact location. Did he really have to take revenge like this? All right, Wade, you win. Here's your reward. At last, Fury couldn't bear it any longer. Speaking into the empty office, he grandly laid out the detailed intelligence on Ajax right on his desk, leaving it there for anyone to see. After Nick Fury left the office, a bolt of lightning flashed, and Wade's figure appeared out of thin air. Staring at the photos in the dossier, Wade was seething with rage. Finally, there was news about the man who'd killed his girlfriend. On the bridge downtown, Wade perched carelessly on the edge, letting the wind of death whip around him. The breeze scattered the Ajax files, making Deadpool grit his teeth with fury. Ajax never did anything remotely humane. Child trafficking, trading women, organ smuggling, illegal experiments, the list went on. Wade tore the Ajax file to shreds and let the wind carry away those sins. In the blink of an eye, Deadpool vanished. When he reappeared, he was swinging a severed head by the hair, kicking it around like a soccer ball, though the face was mangled beyond recognition. From the shape of the skull, it was clear that the ball at Deadpool's feet was none other than his nemesis, Ajax. With one last kick, the grisly ball soared away. But after his revenge, Deadpool felt even more hollow than before. His life seemed to have lost all meaning, and he began to wander aimlessly. P.S. From here on, whenever I find a talisman, I'll introduce it. In this book setting, if you're interested, take a look. Status sealed. Development 21%. Due to the passage of time and the Grand Sorcerer's reinforced seal, less than a tenth of the talisman's power remains. Ability: Universal Cure, can remove any virus from a body. Fully developed state: Pure water, immaculate and unsullied. Part of the water demon Bosch's authority, currently sealed. Conclusion: as one of the 8 great demons, the Dark Lord seized parts of his siblings' powers while they were sealed, strengthening himself and unifying the East. But his brutal reign met its match in Lo Pei, the embodiment of righteousness, who shattered the 12 powers within him, splitting them into 12 talismans. Sensing the demonic authority within, Lo Pei layered a second seal on them, a fitting twist of fate. P.S. Never let the Dark Lord get hold of a talisman, or he'll be even more terrifying than the Shindu from Jackie Chan Adventures. Ox, horse, rooster, monkey, dog. Dad did his best. We've only found 5 talismans. The others are either missing or completely off the grid. Maybe. Steve laid out the talismans one by one on the table and let out a helpless sigh. China has 12 zodiac animals, but they had only found 5. As expected, the remaining 7 must have fallen into the hands of the demon known as Shindu. Shindu took the tiger talisman from the Shadow Khan soldier and pressed it firmly onto the coiled dragon statue. He exhaled deeply, and a surge of black smoke billowed out as he stretched his limbs. Shindu felt an exhilarating sense of clarity and power coursing through his entire being. A fireball sprang forth from his palm. Shindu's eyes gleamed intensely as he focused on the fireball, his expression taut with anticipation, and he sent it soaring into the air. With a mighty blow of his fist, Shindu smashed the fireball to pieces. Yet this time, unlike before, his hand remained unscathed. Staring at his unharmed right hand, Shindu's excitement was palpable. Sparks and flames danced around him, and in a flash, the roof of the fist tower was blown sky high. "My power has returned," he roared. With the tiger talisman in his possession, all the talismans began to unlock themselves, slowly but with far greater speed than before. The tiger talisman did not merely break Lo Pei's seal, it also restored balance to the powers within Shindu. In the original Jackie Chan Adventures, this idea of balance might have seemed laughable. "Uncle, I possess the mighty power of balance. You cannot defeat me." Toru body slam. "Balance is just psychological, you fool." But here, Shindu had seized fragments of the 8 demon lords' dominion, and with his cunning, had mastered both the grand grimoire and a host of dark magics. The innate strength of a demon, the force of black magic, the authority of heaven and earth. Without the balance of yin and yang, these powers would ultimately destroy Shindu himself. His soul might survive, but his body would surely be lost. That's why, even knowing that Uncle possessed many talismans, Shindu didn't bother to seize them. Instead, he focused on seeking the Tiger Talisman. Yet the Tiger Talisman was a source of both love and hate for him. It was a power of balance that had manifested within him as a result of his studies, but had been extracted by low pay and turned into his prison. Without the Tiger Talisman, every use of his other powers required utmost caution. These powers were rightfully his. What gave Low Pei the right to take them away? Low Pei, cold, evil dragon. You have no right to argue. Taste my energy scroll. With the Tiger Talisman now in hand, Shindu could finally reclaim the remaining talismans for his own body. He still lacked the power of the rat, so movement was impossible, but at least now he could wield the talisman's power at full strength. Even as a creature of shadow, he would find it much easier to deal with the great sorcerer uncle. After placing the snake talisman into the statue, the glow of all 5 talismans burst forth at once. The Shadow Lord's dark, spectral form began to radiate with light. The power is surging into me, unstoppable. Feeling the strength welling up inside, the Shadow Lord sensed that he was on the verge of reclaiming his former glory. Yet as swiftly as the light had come, it vanished in a blink, leaving nothing behind. How could this be? The sudden halt to the increase in power made the Shadow Lord frown as he looked at his own statue. There he noticed the glow from the Tiger Talisman, far dimmer than any of the rest. He reached out, touching the Tiger Talisman. In an instant, a torrent of rage melted the wall before him. The Shadow Lord threw back his head and roared, "Low Pei." But the moment his finger made contact, countless seals erupted upon the Tiger Talisman, far more formidable than those on the other talismans. Low Pei. The Tiger Talisman? Huh, what a joke. You think you're the only one who can break spells? I've layered 11 times as many seals on this one. Let's see you try anything now. The Shadow Lord's fury shook Fisk Tower so violently that, to anyone unaware of the truth, it would seem as though a minor earthquake had struck New York. Given the Tiger Talisman's current state, even if the Shadow Lord were to recover the remaining 11 talismans and channel all their power into the Tiger Talisman, it would still take at least 20 years to break the seal. 20 years. To a demon, whose lifespan stretches across the ages, 20 years is nothing more than a fleeting moment, a blink of an eye. But in the battle between good and evil raging right now, the Shadow Lord might as well declare himself out of the running. If that old sorcerer found out, he'd undoubtedly seize this chance to pummel the Shadow Lord while he was down. No, not a dog, a dragon brought low. The Shadow Lord could already picture the old sorcerer standing before him, waving the Tiger Talisman in his face and slapping him as he mocked. You call yourself the Shadow Lord? Pathetic. Ugh, that thought alone was terrifying. Shaking off the chaotic images in his mind, the Shadow Lord forced himself to calm down. He needed to hurry and find a rat talisman. But, judging by how fast those two had been collecting talismans earlier, perhaps the other 7 were already in their hands. No sooner had this thought surfaced than an image flashed in his mind. The old man, wielding a blowfish and firing shots. Bayou, bayou, bayou. The Shadow Lord shook his head, quickly banishing the bizarre vision and glancing at his left hand, which had yet to regenerate. No need to rush, he reminded himself. Sometimes, stealth is the best solution. This wasn't the final showdown yet, and until his physical body could move freely, it was best not to confront his enemies as a mere shadow. Just then, as the Shadow Lord brooded, Wilson Fisk, the owner of Fisk Tower, returned. Unfazed by the panoramic skylight that now replaced most of his office, Fisk strode confidently toward the Shadow Lord, who was seated at his desk. Shadow Lord, Fisk said casually, pulling up a chair and sitting down across from him, his face calm and composed as he greeted his guest. The sudden noise jolted the Shindu from his slumber. He looked up at Kingpin, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Kingpin, I'm surprised you've dared to return. Tell me, what brings you here? Ever since Shindu had acquired the Grand Grimoire, he had used its powerful magic to banish Kingpin from the Fisk Tower. By all reason, a clever man like Kingpin should have realized that their agreement had collapsed. Given his own strength, Kingpin had every reason not to come back seeking him. Yet unexpectedly, here Kingpin stood before him. Shindu, since you're being straightforward, I'll get right to the point. Kingpin pulled a photograph from inside his coat and slid it across the table to Shindu. I want to resume our previous partnership. Shindu picked up the photograph, recognizing at once the mouse talisman he had long coveted. He let out a soft laugh, then slid the Picture back to Kingpin. And why should I work with you? You know, even if I killed you, I could still get my hands on the talisman. But Kingpin didn't take the photo back. Instead, he pushed it toward Shindu again, which surprised Shindu greatly, until Kingpin pointed toward his own dragon sculpture and spoke. Shindu, I wouldn't have come here unless I was absolutely certain. If you kill me, the talisman will automatically end up at the old man's antique shop, and you'll never get it. Shindu stared at Kingpin, astonished. He hadn't expected a mere human to dare threaten him in this way. With a quiet chuckle, Shindu replied, Fine, suppose what you say is true. Even so, whether I lose that talisman or not is of little consequence to me. Do you really understand the situation you're in? Kingpin shook his head, still smiling, and tore up the photograph he'd just handed over. Shindu, you're a smart one. No need to play dumb. After all, you're not even in your own body right now. You need that talisman to break free from your petrification. Before coming to see Shindu, Kingpin had anticipated all his tricks. He had already sought out Otto Octavius, also known as Dr. Octopus, to study every aspect of the mouse talisman's powers. The talisman could breathe life into inanimate things. To be honest, that's an impressive ability, but for his own ambitions, Kingpin was willing to let it go. In his experiments with Dr. Octopus, he discovered that simply touching the talisman could animate up to 10 objects at once. But if he tried to animate more than 10, the next object would replace one of those already brought to life. This was precisely why Kingpin dared to negotiate with Shindu. No matter what, as long as he held the talisman, Shindu would have to listen to him. Otherwise, if he replaced Shindu's slot, Shindu would turn back into stone. You know quite a bit, don't you, Kingpin? Shindu shouted through gritted teeth, his rage barely contained. The sight of him, seething but powerless to do anything, only confirmed Kingpin's confidence in his plan. If I wasn't prepared, I wouldn't dare partner up with a devil like you. So, Shindu, shall we continue with our previous arrangement? Kingpin clasped his hands confidently, looking as if victory was already his, a sight that twisted Shindu's features with frustration. Of course, my brother. As long as you free me from this cursed stone wall, your son will be able to walk again on his own 2 legs. Kingpin nodded and dialed his underling's number. He glanced at Shindu and said, Let's hope you keep your word. Yes, it's me. Bring the talisman over. After hanging up, Shindu smiled at him once more. From the shadows behind Shindu, a multitude of glowing red eyes slowly appeared, locking on a Kingpin with an unwavering gaze. Shindu wore a gentle smile as he spoke. Kingpin, my brother, what do you think would happen if your man left the old man's antique shop? Would I intercept him halfway and take the talisman for myself? Kingpin nodded calmly. You absolutely would. As long as the talisman hasn't been delivered into your hands, our agreement isn't complete. But a word of advice, Shindu. If anything happens to the talisman, who knows what kind of disaster might follow? At this, Shindu waved his hand, and all the red eyes in the shadows vanished. He lounged back in Kingpin's chair, gazing up at the sky. Nobody wants that to happen. Hearing this, Kingpin finally let out a sigh of relief. Truth be told, when all those red eyes appeared in the darkness behind Shindu, terror had gripped his heart. If he lost the talisman, his life would be forfeit as well. It was a high-stakes game of risk, but luck was on his side this time. Not long after, Bullseye arrived at Fist Tower carrying a box. He took the elevator straight up to Kingpin's office. The moment he stepped inside, a sharp pain shot through his hand. The box vanished. In the blink of an eye, a ninja dressed in black stood before him, staring him down, the box landing on the floor nearby. The lackeys have brought me my talisman. Bullseye, protect the box. Shindu and Kingpin spoke almost in unison, and with that, the battle for the box erupted. Though it was called a battle, the outcome was decided in a flash. Bullseye had barely moved before a swarm of shadow warriors pinned him down, holding him completely immobile. The shadow warriors stepped out from the gloom and moved toward the box. As one of them reached out to grab it, Shindu couldn't help but wonder, why was Kingpin still so calm? Kingpin sat firm and unshaken, as steady as a mountain. Aside from that brief moment of panic when the box was first kicked away, his face betrayed no other emotion. Shindu was puzzled, but the shadow warrior's hands moved swiftly. As he stooped to touch the box, a burst of green fire flared up out of nowhere. The shadow warrior vanished instantly. Chi Demon Curse? Is this your trump card, Kingpin? As the green flames rose higher and higher, the Shindu's face grew even darker. This level of Chi Demon Curse was something even the Shadowcon soldiers dared not touch. This meant there were now only 2 choices. Either he let Bullseye go and negotiated with Kingpin to resume their previous deal, or he swallowed his pride and fetched the box himself. With a wave of Shindu's hand, the Shadowcon soldiers vanished in an instant. Bullseye got up from the ground, hurried over, and picked up the box that had fallen. Faced with these 2 options, Shindu still chose to cooperate with Kingpin. Though it was humiliating, it was still better than truly losing face. Shindu would never stoop so low as to pick up that box myself. Bullseye placed the box on the table and handed it to Kingpin, but in a split second, Shindu snatched the box away. Shindu, I only said I wouldn't pick it up. Never said I wouldn't snatch it. Oh dear, this is unexpectedly satisfying. Bullseye's eyes froze for a moment, clearly stunned that in such a short time, Shindu had betrayed his new boss twice already. Eagerly, Shindu examined the box. With a casual wave, he shattered the chi magic seal on it. But as soon as he opened the box, the mouse talisman immediately came into view. Yet at the very moment he touched it, the talisman split open to reveal black and white stripes inside. It was obviously a piece of chocolate. Realizing what had happened, Shindu instantly understood he'd been played once again by this chubby little trickster right in front of him. Taking out the chocolate, Shindu took a big bite and swallowed it down. Not bad, Kingpin. But now, I'd like to move on to the main course. Shindu's voice was thick with suppressed rage, but to Kingpin's ears, it was music. So much for the wisdom of demons. Of course, Shindu, but I think I'll need a bit of trust from you, or some kind of assurance. Kingpin removed a pendant from around his neck. Inside the pendant was the real mouse talisman. But Shindu's gaze wasn't fixed on the talisman. Rather, it was on the necklace itself. Lope's magic. Every inch of that necklace was inscribed with Lope's spells. Shindu had every reason to believe that no matter what form he took, if he dared lay a finger on it, those spells could instantly seal him back into stone. Lope, sheep talisman, please don't make me laugh. Did you really think an out-of-body experience would let you escape me, Shindu? Of course, my friend. Just as we agreed. Release me from this stone prison, and I will grant your wish. This is a dragon's promise. I assure you, anyone who breaks it will fall into the depths of hell. Kingpin nodded and replied, between trusting you and trusting myself, I'll always choose myself. But since the talisman is still in my hands, I suppose I can give you a little trust. Wearing the necklace with the mouse talisman, Kingpin strode toward the coiled dragon statue, with Shindu stepping aside, trailing after him like an obedient underling. The two of them, one ahead and one behind, approached the statue. Kingpin turned his gaze toward the Shindu, saying, Shindu, I'd appreciate if you could keep your distance. Your presence feels as menacing as a wild beast. I don't dare open this necklace with you so close. Shindu nodded with a smile, raised both hands above his head, and slowly backed away. Only once Shindu had retreated a good distance did Kingpin finally reach for the necklace. Kingpin pressed his hand against the necklace. Lope's magic did not intervene, and, bathed in a surge of green light, Kingpin drew forth the rat talisman. He glanced back at Shindu, who stood obediently far away, then steeled himself and touched the rat talisman to the dragon's head on the statue. P.S. From here on, as each talisman is found, I'll add a little more detail about that talisman's lore as set out in this book. If you're interested, feel free to take a look. Status sealed. Development 53%. Due to the passage of time and the Grand Sorcerer's reinforced seal, only a fraction of the talisman's power remains. Ability. Animation. Its powerful life force can bring statues to life. Fully developed state. Grants life to the inanimate, part of the earth demon Solan's authority, and a fragment of Lope's power. Currently sealed. Conclusion. As one of the 8 demon lords, Shindu seized part of his siblings' authority while they were sealed away, strengthening himself and unifying the East. However, his brutal rule was challenged by Lope, the champion of virtue, who shattered the 12 powers within Shindu and split them into 12 talismans. The rat talisman was imperfect. As it was extracted, it absorbed some of Lope's power before completion. Because of this, Lope placed an even deeper seal on it, not out of necessity, but simply to spite Shindu. P.S. Whatever you do, never let Shindu get his hands on the talisman, or he'll be even more terrifying than the Shindu from Jackie Chan Adventures. The instant Kingpin touched the talisman, it blazed with a piercing light, and he felt a sudden sense of dread. This was unlike anything he'd experienced before when reviving statues. He tried to pull the rat talisman away, but it was as if an enormous force was holding it in place. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't free it. Under Kingpin's horrified gaze, the rat talisman was sucked into Shindu's statue. Shindu covered his face with his hands, laughing, a wild, unrestrained sound, mocking the ignorance of mortals. Above them, the sky churned with rolling thunderclouds, lightning careening across the heavens. A massive vortex of clouds was swirling into being. At last, you've fallen for it. 1800 years, Lope. I have returned. The shadowy Shindu let out a furious roar. His body split open of its own accord. The dragon statue cracked from its head downward, and through the widening fissures, A pair of scarlet eyes glared out. The statue crumbled bit by bit, and a pair of dragon claws burst through the gaps, forcing the stone apart with a tremendous shove. The statue transformed into an opening. The crimson eyes vanished, and from within the darkness, an enormous, powerful, dark green claw emerged. With a thunderous crash, it slammed heavily onto the ground, sending shards of stone flying in all directions. Under the horrified gaze of Kingpin and his companion, those claws pried open the pitch-black entrance, and a massive, dark green dragon stepped out from within. Though the newly appeared Shindu hadn't done anything yet, Kingpin's legs began to tremble uncontrollably. This was a fear that came from the very depths of his being, a terror rooted in the hierarchy of life itself. Shindu's eyes flickered with a hellish red glow. His face was twisted and cruel, exuding a savage, icy aura. His head was shaped like a blazing flame, with blade-like spikes on either side of his face. His mouth resembled that of a crocodile, bristling with razor-sharp teeth and claws eerily similar to human. Hands. A serpent's tongue flickered between his jaws, and atop his head grew 8 horns, reminiscent of a bull's. His appearance was a fearsome blend of dinosaur and a legendary Indian beast. When he spoke, his voice carried an uncanny, magnetic resonance, capable of unleashing a roar that sent chills down the spine. Oh, this wretched feeling of weakness. Curse that damned sorcerer. Shindu flexed his claws. Though it felt good to have a corporeal body once more, the emptiness within left him deeply unsettled. Shindu, our agreement. Even though Shindu's presence filled Kingpin with a nameless dread, he still forced himself to take a step forward, reminding the demon of their pact. Agreement? Shindu looked down at the insignificant human before him, snorting disdainfully. Kingpin, because of you, because of a wretched insect like you, I have returned in such a feeble state. If you know what's good for you, get out of my sight while I'm still in a generous mood. But our deal was that I would release you from the statue, and in return, you would heal my son's legs. I have fulfilled my part, Shindu. Kingpin pressed on, struggling to keep his fury in check as he spoke in a low voice. I am a noble dragon, and a demon sorcerer besides. It is well known that I do not keep my word, Shindu sneered, swatting Kingpin aside with a flick of his claw. Kingpin tried to resist, but even without the ox talisman, he was powerless before a demon. With a single blow, Kingpin crashed through the wall and fell unconscious. Shindu paid no heed to this pathetic clown. He strode down the stairs of Fist Tower, making his way toward Uncle's antique shop. Hey, cop, I heard you're looking for talismans. Guess what I brought you? Steve's words were cut off by a cheeky, irreverent voice at his ear. Steve turned to see a man in a red bodysuit, twin katanas strapped to his back, nonchalantly kicking something that looked suspiciously like a soccer ball at his feet. Wade, what are you doing here? Steve was taken aback by Wade's sudden appearance. Although they had worked together once as partners, Steve had gone out of his way not to let this infuriating man know his address. So how had Wade managed to find him? That, indeed, was a mystery worth pondering. It's been a long time, Captain. Want a hug? Wade spread his hand wide, and the pink bunny sat right in his palm. The sight startled Steve so much that he shot up from his chair in a flash. The moment Steve stood up, Wade was already in his arms, his hands wandering mischievously to Steve's backside. Seeing this, Old Man's mind was a whirlwind. What's going on here? Is Deadpool Steve's boyfriend? As expected, the real world is even crazier than the Marvel Universe. Convinced of his own theory, Old Man looked at the embracing pair and said, "May you have 100 years of happiness together." Steve frowned in confusion. What? Wade gave Steve a pat on the rear, grinning in thanks. Screw you. I don't really get it, but I respect you. After all, that's normal in America. Old Man nodded with a grave expression, which made Steve so furious he nearly tore the guy hugging him to shreds on the spot. That's it, he thought. Even plunging into a glacier couldn't wash this away. Damn you, Nick Fury. Why'd you have to thaw me out of the ice? My good name is ruined. Steve's elbow landed hard on Wade's back, but Wade clung to him as if he felt nothing, frustrating Steve to no end. He grabbed the ox talisman from the table and, using sheer strength, tore Wade in half. As for whether this kind of violence would be a problem, why worry about someone who simply can't die? As long as Wade's powers aren't restricted, he's the definition of immortal. Retrieving the rabbit talisman from Wade's severed hand, Steve wiped the blood from his face, looked calmly at Old Man, and said in a steady voice, "There's nothing between me and him. And here's the rabbit talisman. We've got 6 now. The remaining 6 must be with the Dark Lord." Old Man nodded in silence. He tossed his head. Seriously, what could I say? The guy in front of me just ripped a man in half. And that man supposedly his boyfriend? This is terrifying. Am I going to be silenced just for witnessing this? Captain, you're just too enthusiastic, Wade quipped as he climbed off the floor, dragging his other half over and pressing the two pieces of himself back together. Stuffing his guts back inside, he addressed Steve with exaggerated solemnity. But next time, could you start by slicing open my stomach, let my intestines spill everywhere, and then watch as I writhe in agony? Really, it's much more artistic. You'd never learn your lesson otherwise. Steve understood Wade's masochistic tendencies all too well. If he really did that, Wade might just pass out from enjoying himself too much. Is that so? Wade grabbed a chair and sat down next to Steve, draping an arm around his waist, making Steve so angry he nearly wanted to bash his head in. From the look of things now, this guy never learns his lesson. Wade doesn't go looking for trouble out of some twisted sense of fun. He does it simply because that's who he is. Every move he makes seems like it's born out of a desire to court disaster. Just then, the TV in the kitchen crackled to life, and its broadcast drifted into the main hall, reaching the ears of everyone present. Live news from New York. There's a green, snake-headed monster roaming downtown Manhattan. The military has already begun its response. Citizens are advised to remain calm. Before the reporter could finish, there was a sudden bang, and the television erupted into a burst of static. Dad and Steve, along with the others, hurried into the kitchen, only to find the screen reduced to a flurry of white noise. A green, snake-headed monster. Looks like the Shindu has made his move. Steve, get ready. We're going to need some official help from the U.S. government. Dad took off his glasses and wiped them with his shirt. The calm on his face made Steve's sense of crisis over the Shindu fade a little. But when Dad put his glasses back on, the sharpness in his gaze pierced straight into Steve's heart like a needle. Only then did Steve understand. Dad's composure wasn't born of overconfidence, but from a resolve to give everything he had. That was what made him so reliable. At that moment, Wade's annoying voice drifted in from the doorway. I hear you guys need to contact the authorities. Turns out I've got a connection or two. Cap, what do you say? Maybe you give me a little something and I'll help you out. Dad and Steve exchanged a look. Steve made up his mind immediately. He'd rather call Nick Fury himself than strike any kind of deal with Wade. Beep, 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 click. Hello? Coulson, where are you guys right now? Amid the roar of gunfire on the other end, Steve had a sudden guess and quickly pressed for an answer. Oh, Captain, I thought it was strange someone would call me at a time like this. We're engaging a big green monster, but don't worry, we've got it pinned down with firepower. Coulson's confidence had barely settled in when, with a thunderous crash, a tank exploded in the background. Hearing this, Dad frowned. Did these people really intend to take down Shindu with conventional weapons? Noticing Dad's frown, Steve covered the receiver and asked him, "What's wrong, Dad?" Dad replied in a low, serious voice, "Using firepower against Shindu is foolish. As a demon of fire, conventional weapons won't hurt him. In fact, they'll only make him stronger. Steve, you have to stop them. Magic must be fought with magic." Steve immediately spoke into the phone. "Coulson, listen to me. Get everyone away from that thing right now. It's extremely dangerous." Steve may have been Coulson's idol, but running away mid-battle? Coulson just couldn't bring himself to do it. Not while they still seemed to have the upper hand. "Sorry, Captain, but I just don't think this so-called monster is all that dangerous," Coulson replied nonchalantly. Even though the tank right in front of him had exploded, the American arrogance in his voice remained undiminished. "Coulson, never mind. Put Fury on the line. I have to speak with him," Steve said, wanting to persuade Coulson one last time. But he remembered that the man was just carrying out his orders. Coulson might understand the gravity of the situation, but even if he wanted to leave, he couldn't. "All right, Captain. I'll connect you to Director Fury right away," Coulson agreed, and soon the call was transferred to Nick Fury. "This is Nick Fury. What do you need, Captain?" Fury's cold voice came through the phone. For some reason, Steve detected a hint of disdain. Not directed at him, perhaps, but Steve could easily picture Fury's imperious expression on the other end. "Listen, Fury, I don't have time for your games. What you're dealing with right now is an ancient demon lord. You need to pull your people out, fast. Conventional weapons are useless against him," Steve warned, his tone urgent and unwavering. But Nick Fury was completely unmoved. "Steve, calm down. Maybe you were once America's hero, but right now you sound like an ignorant coward. Just a mutant. Nothing we haven't faced before. Only the Chinese would treat something like this as a treasure, hoping to use it against us. But don't worry, the United States of America is unbeatable. Oh, and Captain, I'll be reporting your comments to Congress. You're done." With that, Fury hung up on Steve without a second thought. Then, he called the Missile Command and ordered an additional 200,000 missiles to be launched. Staring at the phone in his hand, Steve was furious. Nick Fury was insufferably rude. Did he really think Steve wanted a medal in this mess? If it weren't for the fact that the demon grew stronger by absorbing fire, Steve wouldn't lift a finger even if Fury was blown to smithereens. "Dad, those damned idiots. Those brainless apes won't listen to a word I say. What do we do?" Steve tossed the phone next to Wade, who was still sprawled on the floor, and turned anxiously to ask the old man. With a deep sigh, the old man handed all the talismans on the table over to Steve. These talismans are magic, too. Go, Steve. They'll protect you in your fight against the Demon Lord. I'll bring enough spells to defeat him and come to your aid. Steve nodded, then dashed out of the old man's antique shop. Wait up, Captain. I'm coming too. Wade scrambled to his feet, his earlier battered look gone, and bounded after Steve, full of energy. The talisman that Old Man handed to Steve was, at best, a stopgap measure. Even Old Man himself wasn't sure how difficult it would be to defeat Shindu now. After all, this Shindu was far more powerful than the one in Jackie Chan Adventures. As for using the talisman's separating spell, like Old Man did in the original series, to extract the talismans from Shindu's body and defeat him that was even less likely. In this world, the Tiger Talisman had been greatly enhanced, making it much more stable and resistant to such magic. Unless they could find a magical artifact from Lo Pei, something that could trigger the sealing magic Lo Pei once used to destabilize the Tiger Talisman. Only then would the separating spell have a chance of succeeding. But Lo Pei's magical artifacts were few and far between. If they had more, they wouldn't have to rely on things like energy scrolls. After the legendary battle with Shindu years ago, it was said that all of Lo Pei's magical items were destroyed. So now, what hope did they have to defeat Shindu? Just then, the bell above Old Man's antique shop chimed. Aya, Old Man is busy saving the world. If you want to buy antiques, come back another day. Old Man called toward the door, waving dismissively. But as he opened his eyes, a shock of red hair caught his attention. Black Tiger Ah Fu greets the Grand Sorcerer. The visitor was none other than Black Tiger Ah Fu, whom he'd met earlier at the tournament. With a respectful bow, Ah Fu raised his fist in salute. Before Old Man could make sense of the situation, a flash of white light shot from Ah Fu's hand and flew straight toward him. Old Man sidestepped swiftly to the right and caught the flying object in one hand. But when he looked back at the entrance, Ah Fu had already vanished without a trace. What a strange fellow, Old Man muttered, inspecting the object Ah Fu had thrown. To his astonishment, it was exactly what he needed, a necklace inscribed with Lo Pei's runes. A sudden unease crept over Old Man. How could it be that, just as he needed Lo Pei's magical artifact, Black Tiger Ah Fu appeared with the very item in hand? It was almost as if some unseen force was manipulating events from behind the scenes. But this was no time for suspicion. Old Man hurried into his study and began crafting the separation spell. While Old Man was wholly absorbed in his work, his reflection shimmered in a blue bronze cauldron. An elderly man with white hair and a staff watched the scene unfold with a sly smile. I've done what you asked. Ah Fu appeared beside the old sorcerer, his expression dark and threatening. But if I don't get what I want in the end, you'll regret it. Don't worry. Everything is going exactly as planned, the old sorcerer replied, waving his hand. He sprinkled a pinch of blue powder into the cauldron, and the scene within shifted instantly to Shindu. The 12 talismans began to glow, their animal spirits slowly taking shape. P.S. From now on, whenever a talisman is found, I'll add more details about each one's attributes as said in this book. If you're interested, feel free to check them out. Status sealed. Development 0.00001%. Due to the passage of time and the intensified seals imposed by the Grand Sorcerer, now only a fraction of the talisman's power remains. Ability, balance, the power of equilibrium. Fully developed state, yin-yang balance, a power that naturally forms within the Holy Lord's body. According to his vision, this force could balance the authority of the 8 great demons and merge them into one. Currently sealed. Conclusion. As one of the 8 great demons, the Holy Lord seized a portion of his siblings' powers while they were sealed away, thus strengthening himself and gaining might far surpassing that of the other demons. However, his brutal reign drew the attention of Lo Pei, the embodiment of righteousness, who shattered the 12 streams of power within the Holy Lord in a single decisive move, splitting them into 12 talismans. Sensing a transcendent force among them, Lo Pei cast countless seals upon it, forever preventing the Holy Lord from transcending his limits. P.S. Under no circumstances should the Holy Lord be allowed to reclaim the talismans, or he would become even more terrifying than his counterpart in Jackie Chan Adventures. Stepping out of Uncle's antique shop, empowered by the divine abilities of the rabbit and rooster talismans, Steve suddenly soared into the air. Wade, at the very last moment, grabbed onto Steve's coat and was whisked skyward with him. Woo! Behold the mighty chicken in flight, Wade shouted, overflowing with excitement. The sheer joy of flying freely was irresistible. No man could say no to it, and Steve was no exception. But perhaps because Wade had already shouted for him, Steve's face turned bright red with the effort of holding back his own shout, unable to get a word out. Finally, all he could do was shout out in frustration, "Shut up, Wade." Would Wade listen to Steve? Of course not. The two bickered and bantered all the way until they arrived at Times Square in New York. Only by actually being there could Steve understand why. No matter how he tried to persuade him, Nick Fury refused to leave. At the center of the stage stood the Holy Lord, with a relentless barrage of artillery raining down upon him. Each shell left visible damage, easy for all to see. At this moment, the Holy Lord looked as if he could collapse at any second. Countless wounds crisscrossed his body, and it seemed certain that he would fall at any moment. But just as people thought the end was near, another shell struck him. He wavered but still did not fall, though he was visibly weaker. "We're so close, everyone. Just a bit more effort. Raise the launchers. Target that green monster. Fire." A storm of 10,000 rockets, mixed with tank shells, roared out together, striking the Holy Lord with perfect precision. Under this devastating assault, the flesh of one of the Holy Lord's legs was torn open, barely supporting his body and keeping him from toppling over. "Cursed insects! I'll slaughter you all," roared the Holy Lord, launching a fireball, but its damage was no worse than that of a single bullet. On Nick Fury's side, they managed to block this attack at the cost of one agent's life. Immediately afterward, Nick Fury cheered in triumph. "Everyone, get ready again. This monster from China is about to give out. Load the shells and prepare to fire." The Lord's crimson eyes stared fixedly at Nick Fury. Fury knew that the creature had become aware of his presence. But so what? With a gleaming white grin, the infamous Egghead was already picturing his triumph. If he could destroy this monster today, his voice would carry real weight in Congress. The savior who unraveled China's plot to undermine them. Such a title would follow Nick Fury for the rest of his life. The thought of the glory to come made Fury eager to give the order. He was just about to wave his hand and command everyone to open fire when, from behind him, there came a voice he despised beyond all others. "Egghead, fuck you." Fury turned, ready to lash out in fury, but as he spun around, a flash of red appeared before his eyes. In the blink of an eye, he was knocked to the ground. Just then, Steve Rogers had finally lost patience with Wade's endless chatter and kicked him off. Wade tumbled down in free fall, landing right in front of Fury, who was just about to give the order. Intrigued, Wade decided to say hello. As Fury turned around, Wade's legs locked around Fury's head, flipping him to the ground in one swift move. Tajda. Perfect entrance. Wade leapt to his feet, striking a classic pose as if throwing open a door. The crowd was left speechless, especially at the very visible wet patch on his pants. "Wade, you damned lunatic." Before Wade could finish, a voice filled with boiling rage shouted from behind. Wade turned to see Nick Fury pressing a gun to his forehead. Wade immediately threw his hands in the air. "Whoa, whoa, whoa. Take it easy, Fury. I don't have any weird ideas about you. Can you just put the gun down? It's really not good if that thing goes off by accident." Wade gently pushed the barrel away with his finger. Fury took several deep breaths, forcing down his anger, and turned away from Wade. He raised his hand once more. "All units, attention. Prepare for second volley." Just as Fury was about to give the order, another voice called out from behind. This time, that damned redneck, that coward Steve Rogers. "Stop, Nick Fury. Your foolish actions will doom this city to destruction." "Steve, you damn coward. You've already been brainwashed by that Chinese guy, and now you want the mighty American army to retreat? Have you lost your mind? The Imperial Army only advances." Fury's anger blazed at Steve, and he launched into a tirade. "Everyone, open fire." Steve's plea changed nothing. In an instant, every shell rained down on the Lord, sending up billowing clouds of smoke and dust. "Oh, I can hardly believe it. You fool. Do you even know what you're doing? That creature is called the Demon of Fire. How could firearms possibly kill him?" Steve grabbed Nick Fury by the collar, spitting words right into his face. Overwhelmed by Steve's superhuman strength, Nick Fury couldn't break free, but his mouth was as defiant as ever. "What am I doing? Captain, I'm helping you face reality. Right now, you're not just an ugly redneck. You're a ridiculous clown. Demon? Magic? He's just a damned mutant. Look, Captain, we've won." Nick Fury gestured toward the drifting cloud of smoke and dust. In his mind, even aliens wouldn't survive an explosion of that magnitude. There was simply no way out. But Nick Fury's understanding was far too shallow. This universe is vast, and wonders abound far beyond his imagination. Take the fire giants of the Nine Realms. Not even they can be killed by bombs. In fact, they can absorb the flames of explosions to become even stronger. Would the Demon Lord fall to mere fire? As Nick Fury's words faded, it seemed the outcome was clear. The smoke dispersed, and there stood the Demon Lord, battered but still clinging to life. Cursed ants. The demon lord's voice was barely more than a whisper now, frail and on the verge of collapse. If you could only see it, just 0.01 more, and you really might have finished me off. How is this possible? Nick Fury's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the demon lord. It didn't make sense, so close to victory, and yet after 2 full assaults, they still fell, just short? Don't you get it yet? You muscle-headed idiot. That green monster played you for a fool. Firearms have no effect on him. To him, you're nothing but a clown. That single word, clown, forced Nick Fury to confront the truth. Steve's booming voice echoed across the battlefield, and naturally, the demon lord heard it as well. In a flash of light, the demon lord's dreadful wounds vanished as if they'd never existed. He didn't care in the slightest that Steve had exposed his ruse. All of this was just a whimsical performance for his own amusement. But now that all 6 remaining talismans had arrived, it was time to put an end to these appetizers and move on to the main course. Yes, the demon lord could sense it clearly. The 6 talismans were on Steve. Once he reclaimed them, he would have the power to conquer the world again. This time, he would move his kingdom to the west, where these apes never failed to amuse him. Hand over the talismans, boy, and I will grant you any wish you desire. Once I rule the world, you will have a place of honor in my kingdom. The Lord stretched out his hand, inviting Steve from a distance. But before Steve could say a word, Nick Fury, standing nearby, was already bristling with agitation. Damn it, are you discriminating against me? I'm your real opponent right now. Bring everyone else if you want, fuck it. I refuse to believe I can't blow you to pieces. To be ignored. Such is the eternal pain in a black man's heart. Fury, his face twisted with rage, roared at the Lord, his mind even flirting with the idea of unleashing nuclear missiles on the city. The Lord's expression remained calm, his eyes cold and merciless as he stared at Fury. He looked at him as one might regard an ant. And since when do insects have the right to speak? A fireball shot from the Lord's mouth, hurtling straight toward Fury. Wherever it passed, tanks and soldiers alike were instantly vaporized. The fireball that moments before couldn't even pierce human flesh now transformed Times Square into a blazing inferno, a true hell of flames. Even Nick Fury, who had weathered countless storms, was dumbstruck by the terrifying sight. He couldn't comprehend what had just happened. How had the Lord, who moments ago was barely holding his own, suddenly become so overwhelmingly powerful? As for what Steve had said, Fury didn't believe a word. Even now, he still arrogantly assumed that everything he knew was correct. But the truth was, China hadn't just sent its top sorcerers here to deal with the Lord and prevent any trouble he might cause. Abroad, they hadn't even kept their operations secret. At Fury's level, all it would take is a little digging to uncover the facts. China had shown the utmost goodwill. One could say that if it weren't for American arrogance, the Lord would never have reached his current level of strength. As a demon wielding the primordial power of fire, the Lord had only 2 ways to recover his strength quickly. One was to reclaim all his talismans. Their magic would accelerate the breaking of his internal seals and supply him with boundless energy. The other was through massive, fiery explosions, like the sun's relentless cycle of nuclear fusion. The heat from these blasts would rapidly increase the Lord's energy and greatly enhance the power of his talismans. The first method was a direct approach, while the second essentially bypassed the seals, granting the Lord strength ahead of time. And now, thanks to Nick Fury's reckless tactics, the second condition had been met. At this moment, the Lord could wield 20% of his former power. The Lord's flames roared forth, surging toward Fury. But just as they were about to strike, a shield appeared before him. With a resounding crash, it absorbed the force of the fiery explosion. The flames slid down the shield's face, where the dog talismans sparkled with radiant light. Lord, save those words for fooling toddlers. You want the talismans, do you? Then come and take them yourself. Steve raised his shield high and vanished from the sight of the Dark Lord. In a flash, he reappeared right before him, and with a resounding blow, the shield crashed hard against the Dark Lord's face. The glow of the Ox talisman flared at Steve's waist, and with that strike, the Dark Lord was sent hurtling backward. Rabbit, Ox Dog, Steve, you really do have a knack for surprises, the Dark Lord remarked, as the bruise Steve had left on his face faded away before he finished speaking. The Dark Lord lifted his head, and beams of laser shot from his eyes. Steve hastily raised his shield to block them. The dog talisman's immortality had indeed made the shield much tougher, but the overwhelming force still drove Steve back step by step. If he didn't come up with a plan soon, even though the dog talisman could keep protecting him, the Dark Lord would eventually unleash some bizarre power to pin Steve down, turning him into a helpless prey on the chopping block. Before Steve could think of a countermeasure, a pillar of fire gathered in the Dark Lord's mouth and crashed against the shield again. This time, the impact and heat made sweat pour down Steve's face. No, if he didn't think of something fast, he wouldn't be burned alive. He'd be roasted by the heat. Steve glanced around in desperation. Just then, he spotted a fire hydrant nearby. Without a second thought, he angled his shield, redirecting the flames toward the hydrant. But that was all he could do. The hydrant didn't release any water. At that moment, Steve finally understood why American firefighters earn such high salaries. In other countries, people might still be fighting fires with water, but in America, they seem to hold the line with sheer human grit. Even in a central place like Times Square, if there was a fire, you'd better be patient and wait for the water to show up. As the fire kept pouring into the hydrant, something inside finally gave way. Suddenly, a powerful jet of clear water burst up from underground. At that very moment, on a nearby rooftop, a wealthy man's outdoor swimming pool was emptied dry in an instant. The ground was soaked, and the flames subsided. The Dark Lord halted his attack. Steve faced him, locked in a tense standoff, thinking to himself. After all that bombardment, and even with Steve's own shield strike, it seemed the Dark Lord could recover instantly, even without the horse that healed. And without the dog talisman's immortality, the Dark Lord still wasn't someone anyone could just kill. Steve's expression grew serious. Clearly, even without all the talismans, the Dark Lord was more than he could handle. The only thing he could do now was buy some time, Steve thought grimly. These talismans you hold are impressive indeed. But if you cannot see, then all their power is meaningless, the Dark Lord said. And as he spoke, his form began to fade, growing more and more transparent until he vanished completely into the air. With the Dark Lord's disappearance, the once blazing battlefield fell eerily silent. Steve stood alert, warily scanning his surroundings, swinging his shield defensively in all directions. The sudden noise struck Steve with a sharp pain in his back, followed by a tremendous force that sent him flying through the air. Yet, in that split second, the light of the rooster talisman flared, freezing him midair. Just as Steve was feeling fortunate for this reprieve, the shield in his hand grew unbearably heavy, as if some colossal beast were standing atop it. Summoning the power of the rooster talisman, Steve managed to lift the shield with difficulty. But at that very moment, a dent appeared, and with a loud crack, the shield shattered, its weight vanishing instantly. Steve glanced down in alarm. The dog talisman on the shield had disappeared. He hurried to land back on the ground. The rabbit talisman glowed, and Steve vanished from sight. In this contest between blinding speed and true invisibility, which would prevail? The answer soon became clear. The Dark Lord, silent and cunning, extended a single toe into Steve's path. With a sharp thud, Steve was tripped and sent sprawling through the air. Thanks to the horse talisman, his injuries healed in an instant. But waiting for him was the Dark Lord himself, eyes gleaming with a triumphant smile. The Dark Lord stooped to pick up the rabbit talisman, which quickly merged into his body. In the blink of an eye, the Dark Lord appeared before Steve, reaching out to snatch the ox talisman from Steve's waist. But as if sensing danger, Steve lashed out with a powerful punch, catching the Dark Lord squarely. A dull ache spread through the Dark Lord's abdomen as he doubled over slightly, bringing his dragon-like face close to Steve's. Boy, I'm willing to give you another chance. Join me, and I will grant you unimaginable wealth and glory. Steve said nothing. The ox talisman at his waist glowed, and with a resounding blow, his fist landed squarely on the Dark Lord's face. Yet clearly, the Dark Lord, empowered by the dog talisman, remained unscathed, still smiling at Steve with an unperturbed expression. Come now, make your choice. This will be your final opportunity. I've faced many choices in my life, but I have never once regretted the path I took, Steve replied calmly. As his words faded, he struck the Dark Lord's face with another powerful punch. Steve had long since seen through the Dark Lord's words. After all, the Dark Lord was much like America. When you are strong, he will negotiate with you. When you are weak, he will destroy you without hesitation. Steve had every reason to believe that, if he were to hand over the talismans here, the Dark Lord would betray him without a second thought, using him as a pawn to be discarded. As for the Dark Lord's promises, they were as worthless as the treaties America wrote. Nothing but scraps of paper. Take them seriously, and you're the fool. Steve's fists landed again and again on the Dark Lord's face. Though the blows caused no real harm, the humiliation of such attacks was enough to send the Dark Lord into a rage. Lightning sparked in his eyes, and with a crackling surge, a beam of searing energy shot forth from the Dark Lord's crimson gaze. Steve hastily twisted his body to dodge, but even so, one of his arms was sliced clean off. The glow of the horse talisman flared, and, as Steve crashed to the ground, all his wounds instantly healed. Shindu was relentless, hurling fireballs and bolts of lightning at the same time, determined to annihilate Steve as quickly as possible. All Steve could do was desperately evade. Without the rabbit talisman, he had no hope of matching Shindu's speed, and without the dog talisman, any defense in his hands was as flimsy as paper. Shindu could shatter it with a flick of a finger. For now, Steve's sole objective was to dodge for his life. As long as Shindu was still in the mood to toy with him, he might as well play along and buy more time. If he could just hold out until Old Man arrived, there might still be a way out of this. The healing power of the horse talisman was nothing short of terrifying. No matter how grave Steve's injuries, he could recover in an instant. Still, he couldn't afford to get careless. Steve was no Wade Wilson, blessed by death itself. If he were truly blasted to ashes, the horse talisman's magic likely wouldn't be able to bring him back. Shindu spewed fireballs with alarming speed, clearly enjoying himself. It was as if he wanted to see just how much longer this little ant could keep dancing. Far off in the distance, Nick Fury watched the battle through his binoculars. The man who had earlier sworn he would never retreat was now, after witnessing Shindu's true threat, quick to swallow his pride and seek cover. Of course, you couldn't really blame him. After all, who could possibly stand against the demon? Jackie, Steve, and Jade were not quite that helpless. Damn it. Coulson, how much firepower do we have left? And has Congress approved my request for a nuclear strike? Fury lowered his binoculars. Now that Steve was simply dodging to buy time, there was little point in watching any further. Fury still believed their previous failure to defeat Shindu was simply due to a lack of firepower. The nuclear bomb, as the world's most powerful weapon, surely had the strength to destroy Shindu. Since Steve had awakened, the things he'd said had led Nick Fury to lose faith in any superhero. If even Steve Rogers was like this, how much better could the others possibly be? Better to trust in the power of mankind than to rely on this bunch of freaks. Director, Congress will never approve it. This is America's most iconic city. There's no way they'll allow a nuclear bomb to go off in New York. Coulson laid out the facts. If a nuke detonated in New York, it would be a humiliation for America itself. As a self-proclaimed world's greatest power, the United States would never let it happen. Even if New York became a dead city, that decision would never pass. That damned bunch of white pigs, it's just a symbol. If it's destroyed, so be it. If this so-called Holy Master really defeats Steve, then China's plan against America will have truly succeeded. No one will be able to stop that monster. China. So I'm getting blamed again? As Nick Fury finished speaking, a colorful doorway opened right beside him. Out stepped the old man, shaking the necklace in his hand. Evil spirits be gone. Evil spirits be gone. A Chinese. The moment Nick Fury saw the old man, his anger finally found a target. In America, whenever you encounter something you can't understand, blaming the Chinese is always a safe bet, a well-known fact in the States. Fury charged forward, fuming, but Coulson rushed to grab his arm. Wait, Director, didn't you notice he's chanting some strange spell? If you go now, who knows, you might get cursed. Step aside, Coulson. I'm going to teach this Chinese man a lesson. Nick Fury shoved Coulson out of the way. He might not dare to strike at the Holy Master, but against an old man, Nick Fury balled up his fist, aiming a punch straight at the old man's chest. The hostility radiating from Nick Fury was impossible for the old man to ignore. Eyeing the heavy darkness swirling around Fury, the old man wondered what kind of black aura could stain a person so thoroughly. To hatred, I return with fortune, the old man thought. With a casual flick of his wrist, he released a puff of magical energy, meant to expel the darkness within. But instead of dispelling the blackness, the magic backfired, sending Fury crashing backward with a thud, smashing through the wall and collapsing in a heap. Oh, so he's a black man. My mistake. My mistake. The old man murmured, pausing in slight confusion as the darkness on Fury's face failed to dissipate. The realization dawned, and he quickly composed himself. Watching his boss get sent flying in such a ridiculous fashion, Coulson felt a surge of delight. The old man had done something he'd always wanted to do, but never dared. His gaze toward the old man grew noticeably warmer. As for this little incident, the old man paid it no mind. After all, the other man struck first. At most, this was self-defense. Besides, he hadn't even touched Fury directly. Surely they couldn't accuse him of sorcery in court? Evil spirits be gone. Evil spirits be gone. With another shake of his necklace, the old man strode toward the heart of the battlefield. Steve Rogers had to admit, this was truly the man who once told him, I could keep this up all day. In his duel with the Holy Master, Steve had managed to entertain his opponent for over half an hour. The sheer variety of ways he found to nearly die left the Holy Master thoroughly satisfied. Hey, old man, you're a bit slow, Wade called out, stepping in front of Dad and blocking his path. Wade, weren't you supposed to help? What are you doing here? Oh, come on. That dragon's breath is absolutely foul. I bet he hasn't brushed his teeth in thousands of years. Getting bitten by him would be the ultimate humiliation. Wade made his intentions crystal clear. He couldn't die, sure, but he had no desire to test his immortality against Shindu's rancid maw. Maybe the whole affair sounded entertaining, but that stench was enough to keep even him at arm's length. Oh, green flames. Is this the magic you were talking about? Wade leaned in and puffed at the fire in Dad's hand, as if trying to blow it out. It was a futile effort, of course. The flames danced on, undisturbed. Yes, magic. All you have to do is slip this necklace around Shindu's neck. His powers will spiral out of control, and then, with this vial of separation elixir, you can reach inside him and pull out the talismans. What do you say, Wade? Interested in a little exploration? Dad's eyes bore into Wade, sharp and intent. The spell was ready, but getting these items onto Shindu was another story. Given his current condition, Dad knew he'd have a hard time pulling it off himself. Give a dragon an essential oil massage? Got it. I'm on it. Wade snatched the magical items from Dad's hands and charged toward the battlefield. For someone with an endless life, this was the kind of excitement he lived for. A fireball shot from Shindu's mouth, exploding on the ground. The blast flung up clouds of dust and a hail of debris. Steve was swept up by the shock wave and thrown, tumbling across the ground. This game of cat and mouse had gone on long enough. Even Shindu was growing bored, despite Steve's knack for surprises. It was time to bring this to an end. In the blink of an eye, Shindu appeared before Steve, seized him, and lifted him off the ground. 3 talismans slipped from Steve's grasp and clattered to the earth. Noble horse, soaring rooster, mighty ox, Shindu intoned, absorbing all 3 talismans. Instantly, his aura surged, power crackling around him. Lightning streaked across the sky, turning a deep, angry red. Shindu's eyes glittered with exhilaration. The rush of power filling his body was intoxicating. But where was the final monkey talisman? Shindu began to whirl Steve around, spinning him by his limbs. Perhaps by centrifugal force, he could shake loose whatever Steve was hiding. Maybe even the elusive, ever-changing monkey. Just then, a mischievous voice rang out behind him. Hey, lizard buddy, look up here. Say cheese. Shindu turned, and in that instant, a necklace slipped flawlessly around his neck. In a heartbeat, the tiger talisman's power was completely sealed. The balance of forces within Shindu shattered, and all his powers, dragon blast, laser eyes, and more, erupted chaotically in every direction. Wade watched the scene unfold, clicking his tongue in amazement as he somehow produced a bucket of popcorn out of nowhere, settling in as if he were at the movies. Steve picked himself up off the ground. The Dark Lord was in a sorry state. There was no better word for it. At last, Steve could unleash his ultimate move. The monkey talisman began to glow, and a beam of light shot forth. Instantly, the Dark Lord was transformed into a chubby seal, desperately flapping his tail in confusion. But, in that bizarre form, the Dark Lord was jolted back to his senses. He forcibly suppressed the rampaging power within, using only the mouse talisman's magic to keep himself from turning back into stone. At last, he regained his composure. The murderous glare he shot at Wade left nothing to the imagination, but for now, what he needed most was the monkey talisman to change himself back. Flopping his seal tail, the Dark Lord lunged towards Steve. Seeing this, Wade pulled out the green potion Old Man had given him, pouring some onto his hand. A green glow shimmered in his palm. Catch, Captain Tight Pants, Wade called, tossing the vial. Steve caught it with perfect accuracy. Noticing the transformation on Wade's hand, Steve caught on, imitating Wade as he poured the potion onto his own hand. Instantly, 2 pairs of small green hands appeared. At the sight of the spell-stripping enchantment, panic flickered in the Dark Lord's eyes for the first time. This, he realized, was something that could truly threaten his existence. Faced with real danger, the Dark Lord didn't dare hesitate. He forcefully activated the Tiger Talisman's power, allowing him to use the Rabbit Talisman's speed. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Steve, sinking his teeth into the talisman. Steve, give it to me. With the talisman clamped in his jaws, a strange suction pulled at Steve. He could feel the Dark Lord's strength, far surpassing his own, tenfold or more. Steve couldn't afford to let his guard down for a moment. He reached into the Dark Lord's body and pulled out the Ox Talisman. Suddenly, the tables turned. He held the upper hand. The Dark Lord, feeling the weakness spreading inside him, let out a piercing cry. No! The scream was wretched and full of despair, as if the Dark Lord already foresaw his fate. With his sea lion face twisted in agony, he mustered his energy for a fireball. With a loud blast, he spat the fireball at Steve. Caught off guard, Steve's grip slipped, and the monkey talisman ended up in the Dark Lord's mouth. The very first thing the Dark Lord did was restore himself. Regaining his upright, two-legged form was a blessing beyond words. He conjured flames, setting the entire battlefield ablaze. Fire leapt high into the air, roaring and crackling with ferocious intensity. You may have your tricks with the talismans, but what will you do now that I've unleashed the flames? He challenged. How will you handle this? Just as the Dark Lord was about to erupt into a triumphant laugh, a cheeky voice rang out at his feet. Are you sure about that, pal? Without the dragon, your flames don't amount to much. Wade yanked the dragon talisman out of the Shindu's body, and the flames immediately receded. Seeing this, Shindu lashed out in fury, swiping his claws, in an attempt to tear Wade apart. But just at that critical moment, Steve suddenly charged in, grabbing onto Shindu's dragon claws with both hands. Their fingers locked together, trapping them both in a deadlock. Back and forth they struggled, neither gaining the upper hand. But Steve was never one to fight alone. With a nimble leap, Wade scrambled onto Shindu's back, plunging his hands in and rummaging around with reckless abandon. Oh, this feels disgustingly sticky. Let's see what treasures I've dug up. Forcing down a wave of inexplicable nausea, Wade pulled out a talisman from Shindu's back. Well, whose little pony is this? Oh, look at that. I've also got a little piggy. My talismans. You wretched fools. Shindu roared with rage. Summoning his monstrous strength, Shindu wrenched Steve off the ground. Despite Steve's formidable power, he was at a disadvantage when it came to sheer weight. With a mighty toss, Shindu hurled Steve aside. Turning back, Shindu prepared to attack Wade, but a sudden burst of crackling electricity shot straight into his chest, blasting him backwards. Oh, electromagnetic lasers. Way more practical than laser eyes. I really need to recommend this talisman to him when I get back. Insignificant insects. Be turned into a chicken. Shindu unleashed a binding spell, a beam of light shooting toward Wade. Caught completely off guard, Wade was instantly transformed into a giant rooster. Correction, a giant rooster with lightning eyes. Without missing a beat, Wade fired bolt after bolt of lightning from his eyes, relentlessly bombarding Shindu. Meanwhile, Steve had recovered, and seeing Shindu's unguarded back, he let out a mischievous chuckle and thrust his green hands inside. After some hurried searching, Steve emerged victorious, clutching two talismans. Rat Tiger, I did it! With the rat talisman removed, Shindu's body immediately began to curl and shrink, transforming into a stone statue, the remaining talismans embedded within. Frustrated and defeated, Shindu let out a furious roar. Steve, and you little red pest. Just wait. As a demon, I have all the time in the world for revenge. 1,000 years from now, I shall rise again to destroy you. Ignoring Shindu's endless threats, Steve began his victory tally. Without the rat, you're just a talking statue. Without the dog, you'll simply die. Now be quiet, will you? Steve took the dragon talisman from Wade and unleashed a blast of dragon power straight at Shindu's statue. The force of the talisman struck home, causing the statue to splinter and crack. With a cloud of dust swirling through the air, Shindu's statue was shattered into pieces. Was Shindu finally dead? We did it. Victory is ours. Captain, bring it in. Let's have a celebratory hug. Wade flung his arms wide, attempting to pull Steve into an overly enthusiastic embrace. Steve clenched the ox talisman in irritation and landed a punch on Wade. Just as Steve thought the world had finally quieted down, a pair of fingers rapped sharply on his forehead. Who told you to destroy the Shindu? That strong, commanding voice left no doubt in Steve's mind about who had arrived. He spun around hurriedly and said, Dad, weren't we supposed to get rid of the demons? The dragon blast destroyed him. Dad gave a dismissive snort. Destroyed? Demons are immortal. Even if you manage to kill his body, his soul will always exist. In fact, you could say he's now even freer than before. What? Steve's jaw dropped in disbelief. Dad, why didn't you mention this earlier? P.S. Going forward, I'll be introducing additional talismans each time one is found. In this book setting, you might be interested to check them out. Status sealed. Development 31%. With the passage of time and the Grand Wizard's reinforced seals, less than 1/10 of the talisman's original power remains. Ability. Transformation can change into any creature. Fully unlocked. Formless and shapeless. Part of the Wind Demon, Xiaofeng's authority, currently sealed. Conclusion. As one of the 8 great demons, Shindu seized portions of his siblings' powers while they were imprisoned, strengthening himself and unifying the East. Yet, his brutal rule met its end at the hands of Lo Pei, champion of righteousness. Lo Pei shattered the 12 forces within Shindu, splitting them into 12 talismans. Recognizing the demonic authority within them, Lope imposed a double seal, a fitting twist of fate. P.S. Whatever happens, never let Shindu obtain the talismans, or he'll become even more terrifying than in Jackie Chan Adventures. In a way, Lope's magic brought a balance to the world. As long as Shindu lives, no new demons will emerge. Even if Shindu is resurrected, all that's needed is to extract the talismans from his body. Then it's over. Lope essentially turned the endless struggle for balance into a simple quest. Follow the novice guide, and you can complete it. Steve, hand me a talisman. Dad gazed at the shattered statue of Shindu and sighed. What's broken can't be fixed. As for the soul, where a free Shindu might go, no one could say. All Dad could do now was assess just how powerful the upcoming demons might be. Here, Dad, Steve said, a little bewildered. Weren't they just talking about Shindu? Why the sudden interest in the talismans? Still, Steve obediently handed the ox talisman to Dad. Dad took the talisman, scrutinized it from every angle, then gripped it tightly in his hand, channeling the power of the ox. At last, he released it and sighed. What's wrong, old man? Steve asked in confusion as he watched the old man sigh. With all 12 talismans now in their hands, even the appearance of a new demon wouldn't be cause for fear. So what was the old man worrying about? The old man tossed the talismans to Steve and turned away. Put these away. You and Wade can share them. The Dark Lord has abandoned them. During his earlier inspection, the old man had already discovered that all traces of the demon's authority had been erased from the talismans. What remained was merely proof that such power once existed. They were still usable, but there was no longer any need to seal them. Gazing back at the sun in the sky, the old man found it hard to believe that the Dark Lord would willingly leave the ranks of the Transcendent, scattering the power he had fought so hard to seize. It was, to say the least, a real surprise. Cursed Archmage, damn you, Lopez. And Lu Dongbin, I'll never let you go. The body is destroyed, but the soul endures. As a demon, the Dark Lord knew this truth all too well. The moment he sensed the Tiger Talisman had been thoroughly sealed, and that reclaiming the power of the 12 talismans was now a distant dream, he made a decisive plan. Abandon his mortal form and use his soul to gain freedom in the world. He was nothing like his foolish brothers. Demonic bodies were powerful, yes, but the Dark Lord valued wisdom and cunning. To him, sacrificing the flesh for true freedom was a bargain worth making. Besides, in a certain sense, his body wasn't truly lost. There were plenty of spells in the grand compendium of magic dedicated to rebuilding the flesh from the soul. As long as he could attain real freedom, anything would be worth the price. But perhaps he hadn't foreseen that the 8 immortals would also lay traps for him. Those wretched beings dragged his soul back to the underworld the moment he died. Now, he would have to pay for the betrayal of his past. Oh, look what I found. Isn't this the Dark Lord himself? A shrill voice pierced the gloom, catching the Dark Lord's attention. Not far away, perched atop a stone, squatted a small figure, half man and half bat. It was none other than his youngest brother, Shimu, the Sky Demon. Shimu, I've returned, the Dark Lord managed, forcing a smile as he addressed his brother in a gentle tone. I'm not happy to see you back, Dark Lord. You treacherous traitor, Shimu spat. He spread his thin wings wide, and in an instant they blotted out the sky. The Dark Lord's soul, in this state, could feel its power weakening. My dear brother, I had no choice. You must believe me, he pleaded. Oh, save it. We're all tired of your silver tongue, Dark Lord. Now it's time for judgment. Demon Council, assemble. A shrill cry from Shimu pierced through the entire demon hell, echoing far and wide. Hearing this call, the Lord realized he would have to unleash his ultimate technique again. Otherwise, there was little hope of overcoming this trial today. While waiting for his brothers and sisters to arrive, Shimu gazed calmly at the Lord. Though he longed to tear his brother apart right then and there, everything had to wait for the council's verdict. He was utterly fed up with the unchanging demon hell. No demonic energy, no gravity, no water, just endless stones floating aimlessly in the void. I'm going to rip that clown Kingpin to shreds. And Steve and that red-coated clown, I will make them pay dearly. With judgment looming, the Lord knew he needed to act fast. A quick thought, and a plan formed in his mind. Suddenly, a massive fist shattered a stone near the Lord, abruptly cutting off his furious roar. It was the earth demon, Dikue. His skin was brown, face tinged with green, and 2 enormous horns jutted menacingly from his yellowish head, curving backward, a blatant sign of Dikue's power to shatter the earth with ease. Your only future is to stay here and run with us. Dikue sneered. With a casual wave, Dikue scattered the Lord's soul. The Lord recoiled in panic, only to find another demon materializing on the stone platform behind him. This one was entirely purple, with green bones winding across his back, his whole body sprawled on the ground like a toad. the wind demon, Xiaofeng. Endure endless agony. Xiaofeng hissed. Endless, the Lord gasped. Xiaofeng unleashed a torrent of wind, and the Lord felt as if 1,000 needles were stabbing into him at once. Panicked, he twisted away and retreated once more. This is your punishment for betrayal, Lord, came a cold voice. Gradually, the Lord found himself surrounded by the 7 great demons. The speaker was the moon demon, Zholan. Draped in ancient scarlet wizard robes, Zholan's drooping claws hung past his knees. His turquoise face was adorned with a long, flicking tongue. You went to rule the kingdoms above, while we were left to wither in this desiccated hell, awaiting the world's end, Zholan continued. Basha, whose relationship with the Lord had always been strained, was now seething with rage over his betrayal. Her entire body gleamed with a watery blue, reminiscent of the fabled Atlantean merfolk. Her tail bore a scaled head and hands, while her hair coiled and twisted behind her like living serpents. Basha's snakes hissed and spat, droplets spraying onto the Lord's soul, instantly darkening it with a filthy shadow. Our wisdom has faded away over endless ages, condemned to a monotonous existence for centuries, she cried. Shimu spread his enormous wings, soaring freely through the air. Once a demon of the skies, Shimu was the freest being in the world. Yet now he could only fly within hell, this tiny cage. Rage and resentment burned inside him. As his wings swept past the soul of the Holy Master, they sliced it cleanly in two. He beat his wings and landed atop the mountain demon, Bagong. She stood out with her green skin, covered in patches of pale green rock. Her purple hair was tied up in the style of a sumo wrestler, and above her crimson eyes, she wore a bold sweep of purple eyeshadow. A few yellowed, uneven teeth jutted from her gums, and, incongruously, her gaping mouth was painted with lipstick. Quite the fashion statement, really. Bagong, the eldest of the 8 great demons, and one of only 2 female demons, was to act as arbiter of this gathering, alongside Curse Blue. You never intended to rescue us. The plan to save you is still being arranged, but that wretched Lope imprisoned me within a statue. Faced with Bagong, he knew he had to offer a serious explanation. Otherwise, the judgment awaiting him would be nothing short of disastrous. But just as the Holy Master began to use his mind control, no, that's not quite right, his sophistry. Well, actually, let's call it his dialectical approach to viewing the world. Yes, just as he was about to give the 6 demons a lesson in dialectics, a sudden bolt of lightning crashed down on his head. The newcomer was none other than the demon of thunder, Zhongsu. Zhongsu had no intention of giving the Holy Master a chance to talk his way out. He knew that even if he hadn't lost his intelligence, he could never out-debate the Holy Master. Fighting was the only way. That was the lesson he'd learned. Nothing works better against the Holy Master than a good beating. You want to rule the mortal world alone. Zhongsu wore ancient general's armor, his skin a deep blue. In one massive hand, he gripped a colossal lightning spear. With a swing of his weapon, he sent a surge of electricity crackling through the Holy Master's soul. You selfish creature. You should be ashamed of yourself. Once upon a time, Shimu and the Holy Master had been on good terms. When the Holy Master made his escape, Shimu was the first to vote in his favor. Now, though, he wondered how he could have been so foolish. Wait, I have a way to save you all. Zhongsu seemed addicted to striking, lightning lashing wildly from his spear. The Holy Master realized that if he didn't speak up, this meeting would come to a swift and painful end. Struggling, he called out, "Stop playing games with us. We all know the gates of hell can only be opened from the outside." It had to be said, the Holy Master's proposal was tempting. Basha had reason to believe that if the Holy Master revealed his full plan, the others would agree. So, before anyone could be swayed, Basha slammed the door on the idea. It's the mortal world. Earthquaker chimed in, echoing Basha's point. Dikuei's interruption gave the Holy Master a sudden glimpse of hope. If he could speak, then his chance of survival was within reach. Everyone, to be honest, if you're willing, I, standing before you, could easily go out, control anyone I wish, and then break the sacred curse restraining you all. As soon as the Holy Master said this, the demons present began to stir with intrigue. They fell silent, each one weighing whether the Holy Master was spinning yet another web of lies. But after endless ages, even Shimu's famously sharp mind was not what it once was. How do we know you're not lying to us again? Zholan asked. Seeing his old brother speak up, the Holy Master knew he'd struck a chord. Zholan was tempted. Now, all it took was one more reason to sway the others, and the Holy Master could not only survive, but roam the world again in freedom. As for my foolish brothers, he thought with a sneer, they're too stupid to deserve life under heaven. Once I'm out, I'll restore my body and seize back my power. A demon's life is long. If I keep my head down, sooner or later those fools will perish, and I'll rule the world once more. Though he wore a look of delight, the Holy Master reminded himself never to relax his guard until the very end. I trust you all know, he continued, the world is governed by balance between yin and yang. But my physical body has been destroyed, this balance is broken. When there's a void in evil, another demon will rise to fill it. A heavy silence fell. The Holy Master's words were tempting. After all, this was a law of nature, immutable. But the Holy Master's reputation was in tatters. If he'd ever intended to free them, he would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? Whispered aside. Holy Master, your demonic credit score is 0. After waiting a while with no response, the Holy Master began to grow anxious. He was a master of persuasion, unafraid of jeers, but this stony silence was unnerving. If no one spoke, what use was his silver tongue? So, do you believe me now? My demise would leave a vacancy for a powerful demon. One of you my brothers and sisters. Ugh, what kind of trick is this? The 7 great demons remained silent, but in unison, they unleashed a surge of magical energy, binding the Holy Master as tightly as chains. Shimu spoke, we all know your abilities. We need stricter safeguards to ensure you don't betray us again. Basha crooked her head, a wicked smile on her lips as she looked at the Holy Master. Our spell will bind you to the human you choose until you set us free. We hope you'll use this opportunity to serve us well. Holy Master. Xiaofeng smiled. He knew he'd played a part in the lack of precautions before, but now he felt it was necessary to put some restraints on his unruly younger brother. Only then would he be motivated. This is to make sure we can find you in time if needed, he explained. If it becomes necessary, we'll make you return to that state of eternal torment, the eldest brother, Zhou Lan, declared, putting a final stamp on the matter of the Lord. During the earlier silence, the 7 demons had held a brief meeting among themselves and reached a unanimous decision regarding the Lord. If they could rescue him, all would be forgiven. If not, there was nothing more to say. He'd be doomed to endless suffering. Xiaofeng and Zhou Lan played a major role in steering this decision. Shimu, his heart broken beyond repair, made a half-hearted attempt to object before ultimately choosing to abstain from voting. The final result was 4-2, a satisfactory outcome. Aside from the notary, who had to choose a side, only Zhongsu voted to utterly distrust the Lord and beat him within an inch of his life. But once the decision was made, Zhongsu let it go. After all, who didn't want to get out of there? Though he'd given up, Zhongsu's glare at the Lord remained as fierce as ever. Everyone was watching the Lord intently, waiting for his answer. If he dared utter a word of refusal, Zhongsu was ready to teach him what it meant to be a demon. I accept your terms. I'll choose my host carefully and serve you all faithfully, the Lord promised. Steve and Wade each picked out some talismans for themselves, packed the rest into a pouch, and handed it to Old Pa. Without even glancing at it, Old Pa tucked the pouch into his coat. All right, let's go. Time to prepare for the next battle, he said. Steve followed after Old Pa, with Wade close behind, the group moving in perfect order toward Old Pa's antique shop. But just as they were about to leave, Nick Fury appeared, leading a squad of heavily armed special forces who swiftly surrounded them. Old man, we're from a strategic homeland intervention, enforcement, and logistics division. I'm going to have to ask you to come with us. We suspect you're in possession of weapons of mass destruction. Fury announced, flashing his badge at a jaunty 45-degree angle, his expression dripping with disdain. Just a Chinese old-timer, he thought. Let's see if he can still act so cocky now. Oh, is that so? Old Pa replied, looking at Fury with perfect calm, a response that bruised Fury's ego more than he cared to admit. You damn. Fury spat out a string of expletives. Hand over those talismans. He drew his handgun and pressed it hard against Old Pa's head. Without a hint of panic, Old Pa reached into his coat and pulled out the pouch Steve had given him. Seeing this, Fury lunged to snatch it away, but Old Pa drew out a dragon talisman from within. The dragon talisman flared with light. There was a thunderous blast, and in an instant, Nick Fury was blown to smithereens. In the aftermath of a close-range explosion, there was nothing left of Nick Fury but his head, which rolled across the ground. The old man strode over, planted his foot on Fury's twisted, furious face, and asked calmly, Well, my friend, you've proven your theory. Is there anything else you'd like to say? Of course, someone who's already dead couldn't give him any answer. With an indifferent kick, the old man sent Nick Fury's head rolling away, then turned his serene gaze to Coulson. Sir, is there anything else you wish to ask? Coulson's lips twitched. What would he possibly ask now? The last person who questioned this old man had just been blasted to bits. If he pressed further, he'd be courting death himself. No, nothing at all, sir. Thank you for eliminating a terrorist. You're free to leave, Or, if you'd like, you can come with me to SHIELD headquarters to collect your reward. The old man seemed quite pleased with Coulson's attempt at goodwill. Nodding, he waved a dismissive hand. No need for that. I'm an old man, I have no use for any prize money. Why don't you use it to buy coffee for everyone here today? Now, would you kindly clear the way, sir? Coulson quickly motioned his men aside, clearing a path for the old man and his companions. Whether it was the presence of the special forces, or simply the fear of death, their ranks were astonishingly neat, more orderly, I'd wager, than they'd ever been during any inspection. Under the watchful eyes of all assembled, the old man and his group left the scene. Coulson, are you certain that Nick Fury was killed by the monster summoned by the Shindu? Someone asked. Yes, I'm certain, sir. And that creature wasn't sent by China, as Fury claimed. Quite the opposite. Actually, the captain and the Chinese saved us. Standing before the Congressional Committee, Coulson played a carefully edited video clip of the earlier battle, broadcasting it for the various political parties in attendance. Oh, Captain, I absolutely adore him. Such a dashing captain. This feels just like watching a movie, Coulson. Please send me a copy of that video. I love this stuff. Back in his day, Captain America was a global sensation, and more than half of the officials present were his devoted fans. America's publicity machine had done a superb job on that front. So much so that no one questioned a single word Coulson said, for behind him stood the heroic image of Captain America. Ahem, everyone, let's settle down. Now, as for putting Captain America back on the front page, I trust no one here objects. With a tap of his gavel, the Vice President, now the President of the Senate, officially closed the book on Nick Fury's death and smoothly shifted the discussion to a subject everyone loved, Captain America. Of course, I should clarify here, while the Vice President is indeed a fan of Captain America, that's not the reason he's supporting this motion. After all, Congress is a place for everyone's voice, and only because everyone admires Captain America did he make this suggestion. There's absolutely no personal feelings involved. Yes, absolutely none. Pass it, we must pass it. The captain has saved the world yet again, including his victory over the Red Skull. This makes it the second time. His actions deserve to be celebrated and recorded in history. Of course, that's a given. I'll have all my newspaper companies broadcast the captain's heroic image on every big screen. This is something everyone must know about. I'll invest the money. Let's join forces and produce a blockbuster about the captain. We have to make sure his story is heard around the world once more. As expected, the moment the speaker finished, Congress instantly turned into a bustling marketplace, voices rising and falling in an unending tide of debate. Yet, the conversation circled around one main point. They wanted to elevate Captain America once more, to let the world see America as the beacon of civilization, to make the nation great again through the captain's return. Among all the proposals, the idea of making a movie rang out the loudest. Some even started calling out bids, treating the chamber like an auction house, each offer more extravagant than the last. $100 million. I'm offering $100 million. The captain's film must be produced by our Warner Group. The one who shouted this generous bid was none other than the founder of Thunderbolt Industries, a Republican from Lockheed. With the Osborne Group and Stark Industries dominating the market, Thunderbolt's military business had suffered a steep decline. Now, he was actively seeking a new direction. That's why he acquired the nearly bankrupt Warner. Taking over Warner was a financial move. If you want to make money in Hollywood, you need a classic hit. Captain America was the perfect candidate. With government backing and his own willingness to invest, he was confident the film would be a massive box office success. Order, order. Gentlemen, please, let's have some quiet. I understand your excitement. I feel the same way. But now is not the time to celebrate. The captain may have saved the world, but New York still suffered unavoidable casualties. The city needs restoration. Since I've heard many of you discuss the film, here's what I propose. I'll organize a committee of 10 congressional leaders to oversee the production of a Captain America-inspired movie. Once the film is completed, 1/10 of its total revenue will go toward New York's reconstruction. This is a modest amount, gentlemen. I urge you all to consider this carefully. With a firm strike of the gavel, the speaker calmed the room and laid out his plan. His words drew deep frowns from many present. Of course, it wasn't that they opposed making a Captain America movie, but giving up 1/10 of the profits? That felt like a steep price to pay. When all's said and done, the United States is still a capitalist nation. Paying for dreams is something we can do, but don't expect us to give up the benefits we already have in hand. As the silence stretched on, the Senate President had no choice but to speak up again. Please, everyone, feel free to speak your mind. There's no need to be so reserved. Well, in that case, I'll get straight to the point. Folks, this woman squeezes us for taxes every year, and now she wants to tighten the noose around our necks and let us take the fall for her. No sooner had the Senate President finished than someone stood up. It was Lockheed, the one who had made the highest bid earlier. Lockheed turned around and called out to the crowd behind him. With that, Lockheed hurled the water bottle from the table in front of him across the room. Instantly, the others followed his lead with a chorus of shouts, and just like that, a brawl broke out in the halls of the U.S. Capitol. Of course, none of this had anything to do with Steve or the present company, nor did it concern Coulson much. After the video finished playing, Coulson stepped in to take over as director of S.H.I.E.L.D. For now, S.H.I.E.L.D. was temporarily under his control. If he wanted the position permanently, he needed to bring Captain Steve Rogers into the fold. Only then could he truly secure his place. Leaving the Capitol, Coulson sped off and soon arrived at Old Dad's antique shop in Hell's Kitchen. Stepping inside, he found that Captain Steve wasn't there. Instead, the elderly man who demonstrated magic before was sitting comfortably, sipping tea. Coulson knew better than to underestimate this old gentleman. After all, the terrifying demon Shindu had battered Captain Steve into retreat after retreat, until this elder appeared and effortlessly wiped Shindu out. Coulson wasn't as foolish as Nick Fury. He understood that in that epic battle, the real powerhouse had been this old man. He'd read Nick Fury's reports on the elderly gentleman, a Chinese national, according to the file. Remembering the Chinese tradition of bringing a gift when visiting, Coulson had prepared a briefcase stuffed full of US dollars and presented it respectfully. Sir, to be honest, America needs the captain now more than ever. Would you help us persuade him? The old man didn't even glance at the briefcase. It was improper to open a gift in front of others. But when he heard Coulson's request, he frowned and tried to return the case. Old Dad won't agree to this. If you want to talk about such matters, you should approach him yourself. Just as he tried to push the briefcase back, Coulson stopped him. No, sir, please don't return it. All I'm asking is for you to put in a word for me. I'd really appreciate your help. Coulson understood well enough that, in China, returning a gift could mean the end of the matter. He hadn't even met Captain Steve yet, hadn't even begun to negotiate. Wouldn't ending things like this be far too hasty? At that moment, the doorbell rang, and Steve and Wade returned, arms full with the lunch they'd picked up. Cap, that suit of yours is absolutely amazing. How on earth did you come up with such a genius idea? I adore that cape. Cap, did you know? The newspapers are flooded with stories about you. Look at that all-American rear end. I just love these reporters. They really know how to get the best shots. Hey, Cap, wait up. I'm not finished talking yet. Steve said not a word, but a vein throbbed on his forehead. The nonstop chatter buzzing around him, as persistent and irritating as a mosquito, was driving him up the wall. He had tried every possible method to deal with it, but Wade's mouth was somehow even more relentless than Steve himself. Unstoppable, unkillable, and utterly incorrigible. Nothing seemed to work, except for that vial of serum Coulson had given him before. He had to admit, its effect was incredible. At least it bought him a few hours of peace and quiet. Now, more than ever, he wished he had another dose to jab into Wade's neck and enjoy some precious silence. As if his wish had summoned the answer, when Steve opened the door, he was surprised to see Coulson standing by his boss's desk. Coulson, what are you doing here? Never mind, that's not important. Do you have any more of that serum you used on Wade before? I think I need 10 doses just so I can finally get a good night's sleep. Steve walked over to the counter, set down the groceries he'd brought, and gave Coulson a big bear hug. Then, eyes bloodshot, he launched right into a desperate plea for the serum. Coulson didn't hesitate for a second. He handed over the 2 vials he had on him. Without a moment's pause, Steve drew one into a syringe, and, as soon as Wade came through the door, wham, gave him a jab right in the neck. At last, peace and quiet, Steve sighed in deep relief, sinking down to the floor. It was hard to imagine what he'd been through these past few days. With Wade as his bunkmate, the situation had nearly driven him mad. But now, thanks to Coulson's serum, he could finally savor a moment of tranquility. He sat on the floor for a good 10 minutes before getting up, rubbing his bleary eyes, and turning to Coulson. Coulson, I remember you once said you handled a lot of SHLD's affairs. What brings you to see me today? Coulson's excitement was barely contained, though thankfully he didn't forget his mission this time. Captain, I'm here to invite you to join S.H.I.E.L.D. We need you. If you agree, I could even propose to Congress that you be appointed as director of S.H.I.E.L.D. yourself. Director? That's a tempting offer, but for Steve, he'd already given his life to the country once. There was no need to do it a second time. Note, many American soldiers have said the same thing in interviews. I've already given my life to my country once. If you asked me to do it again, I'd lose my mind. Coulson, you know I'm retired now. Steve picked up the 2 bags of groceries from the table again, speaking to Coulson with a weighty sincerity. But Captain, America needs you. Coulson followed Steve all the way to the kitchen, chatting as they unpacked the groceries and put them into the fridge together. Oh, come on. America did just fine during those 70 years I was frozen. What they need isn't me. They need a superhero who can stand in the spotlight, someone who won't be publicly shamed, a hero who can take the fall when things go wrong. Isn't that what you call a scapegoat, old man? Steve scoffed at Coulson's grand promises. These Americans always thought they could fool soldiers with empty words. Do they really think it was that easy? Your Chinese has improved quickly, Steve. Keep it up. The old man responded with a word of praise for Steve's recent progress, then went back to flipping through his magical tome. As for what kind of book it was, any book that could so completely absorb a seasoned traveler's attention must be something special. It was, of course, the Grand Compendium of Magic, found in the lair of the Dark Lord himself, a collection of every spell crafted by demons throughout the ages. The book was simply magnificent. Back to the matter at hand. Seeing that his attempt at persuasion had failed, Coulson felt a bit disappointed. After all, Nick Fury had always succeeded with this approach. Why couldn't he? With the last cut of meat put away, Steve crumpled the empty paper bags into balls and tossed them into the trash can, hitting his target dead center. The little success made him genuinely happy for a moment. But then he remembered Wade, and the headache returned. Sure, he was happy now, but all he had was a few hours of relief from the medicine. He needed more. Turning to Coulson, he asked, Coulson, can you give me a few more of those doses? Wade's really a handful, you know what I mean? Coulson nodded, but when he felt in his pockets, he realized he'd already given all the doses to Steve today. With an apologetic look, he said, Sorry, Captain. Those doses are in limited supply because of their effects. Only senior agents are eligible to have them, and I only had 2 on me, both of which I just gave you. Coulson didn't elaborate, but Steve understood. The stuff was strictly rationed. Even for a top agent like Coulson, carrying more was out of the question. If Steve wanted more, joining S.H.I.E.L.D. might just be his best bet. But what he didn't know was that Coulson had already become the director. What Coulson wanted to say was that if his idol needed something, he would go back and transfer all the available stock for him. All right, Coulson, you've convinced me. But I have 2 conditions. Seeing Steve finally relent, Coulson felt as if a ray of light had broken through the darkness. He didn't know exactly what had changed, but this turn of events was simply wonderful. Captain, whatever your requests are, I'll fulfill them all. If you want to be director yourself, I can file the report right away. Coulson's words struck Steve as odd. After all, when they'd met before, Coulson had only claimed to be a senior agent. What sort of agent had the authority to submit reports to Congress? But none of that mattered now. The only thing Steve wanted was the serum. Steve raised a finger and said firmly, First, I need a large supply of that serum to subdue Wade. Coulson agreed without a moment's hesitation. He was so quick to respond that his answer practically overlapped with Steve's words. No problem, Captain. I'll go back and transfer every dose of the serum to you. Hold on, don't be in such a rush. I have a second request. Seeing how readily Coulson agreed, Steve couldn't help but feel his opinion of him rise a few notches, and he immediately stated his second condition. Second, I've slain the previous demon, and now new ones will appear. Don't inform those idiots in Congress about this. My old man and I will handle it, but we'll need some technological support. Is that all right? Of course, absolutely. For Coulson, there was no reason to interfere with his idol's actions. As long as Steve had the time to help out with a task or two and fulfill Congress's KPIs, the rest of his time could be spent as he saw fit. In fact, for some assignments, Steve could even take the lead himself. And so, an agreement was reached, one party unaware of just how low the other's bottom line was, and the other oblivious to his own importance. After returning, Coulson accomplished what Nick Fury had never managed to do, even at the end of his life. He was directly promoted to director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and granted the greatest degree of autonomy. Of course, all of this depended on Steve's approval. Above the Osborn group, a tiny portal suddenly appeared. From its depths, shadows and a torrent of evil emotions spread out, instantly shrouding the entire Osborn group. Few could imagine that such a small opening could connect to hell itself, unleashing a flood of wickedness into the world. Grand Sorcerer, I have returned. The Dragon Lord's roar not only announced his return, but also allowed one of the Osborn group's leaders to fully absorb the darkness, transforming him into the Green Goblin. Ah, Osborn, you can't keep me locked away. You need me, Osborn, and you know exactly how to find me. Just think of those despicable faces. Hand your body over to me, and I'll take care of everything for you. Norman Osborn's head throbbed with excruciating pain. He could feel, unmistakably, someone inside his mind shouting at him, the voice echoing with feverish intensity. The torment was so overwhelming that he could hardly tell who he really was anymore. You're Norman Osborn, and so am I. But I'm the stronger one, Norman. Relax, listen to me. You loathe those who want to steal your company's shares, don't you? The empire you built. Why should you just hand it over? What right do they have to kick you out the moment you lead your business to its greatest heights? No, they can't do this to you. You're the one in control of everything, Norman. Yes, yes, I am the one in control. I brought them profit, and if they want to cast me aside, then I'll make sure they're the ones who get cast out first. Under the demon's seductive whispers, Norman's darker side surfaced in full force. The two were already one and the same. The deepest, darkest corners of his soul now laid bare. Norman, inevitably, became the Green Goblin. Yet at that very moment, a presence even more powerful than the Green Goblin seized Norman's soul. A soul so mighty it devoured the newly born Green Goblin within him in a single gulp. In Norman's mind's eye, a fire dragon flickered into existence. Delicious. The darkness lurking in the human heart. Norman, I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. Having consumed the Green Goblin's soul, the Shindu, satisfied at last, basked in the afterglow. After enduring torment in the demon's hell, he needed a soul to replenish his strength, but could not be the host's own soul. If the host's soul perished, the body would begin to decay. It wasn't as simple as the Shindu possessing the flesh and achieving immortality. A mismatched soul in a mismatched body would eventually lead to a second death, and that was not what the Shindu desired. Naturally, the Shindu's attention turned to Norman. But how had he come to notice him? That story began years ago, when Kingpin first acquired the Panlong statue. The Shindu had scattered pieces of his hidden lair across the world as maps to his treasures. At that time, two groups managed to reach the island. One was Kingpin, newly crowned as a crime lord, and the other was Norman Osborn, who had been shipwrecked there by fate. Between the two, the Shindu favored Norman Osborn. He saw the madness simmering in Norman's bones, a man who, with just a push from his fortune, would instantly transform into a devil capable of devouring the world. But Norman Osborn wasn't as lucky as Kingpin. Kingpin found the Shindu's statue first. Imprisoned for millennia, the Shindu was in no mood to gamble on a possible future. Naturally, he chose Kingpin without hesitation. Kingpin had truly disappointed the Shindu. Not only had he failed to find talismans, but in the end, he even tried to play dirty tricks. Enough about him. Let's return to Norman Osborn. Who are you? Are you the same guy from earlier? Norman shook his head, wincing in pain, and questioned the voice echoing in his mind. I'm the master who will save you from your torment, Norman. As for that other fellow, I've already devoured him. You'll never be troubled by headaches. Again, the Shindu declared, now in full control of Norman's body. His blood-red eyes glinted in the glass, and the dominance in his tone was unmistakable. Master, that guy just now also claimed to be me. Why should I believe you? Norman challenged, suspicion thick in his voice. No sooner had the words left his lips than dark shadows began to gather around the room. From within those shadows, a soldier dressed as a ninja emerged and, to Norman's astonishment, respectfully presented him with a green staff. What is this? Norman was certain that he'd been alone in his office just moments before. Where did this ninja come from? Could he really be from hand? Impossible. If they were this capable, America's politicians would have been wiped out long ago. Take the staff, Norman, and you'll have the power to command the Shadow Warriors. With it, you can get rid of those self-important fools standing in your way. Shadow Warriors? Norman wondered silently, glancing at the ninja before him. So, these must be the ones. Assassins capable of eliminating enemies from the darkness with frightening ease. For Norman, this was a game-changer. With such power, he could seize total control of Oscorp. Whoever the opposition, he was ready to agree to any terms. Having already been primed by the Green Goblin's influence, Norman now hungered for power more than ever. The instant his hand touched the staff, countless shadow warriors emerged from the darkness, stepping into the light. These are all mine, Norman stammered, gripping the staff, his voice trembling with excitement. Of course, try commanding them, the Shindu said, his red eyes flashing in the mirror. Instantly, the shadow warriors fell to their knees in unison. Rise, Norman commanded, waving the staff before his new army. As soon as the words left his lips, the shadow warriors sprang to their feet, standing in perfect formation, as disciplined as any elite military unit. So, this is what it feels like to control others? I don't care who you are. If these warriors can help me eliminate my enemies, I'll give you whatever you want, Norman declared, unable to hide his exhilaration as he stared into those crimson eyes reflected in the glass. Hardly had he spoken when the ninjas slipped back into the walls, as if obeying an unspoken order. As Norman watched in amazement, the Shindu's voice echoed once more, slow and deliberate. They've already begun carrying out your orders, Norman. Your wish will soon come true. A faint red glow flickered in the eyes of the Lord. Since this time, cooperation and mutual benefit were required, the Lord decided to first display his divine power, hoping to win Norman's faith. Only then could he guarantee there be no betrayal at a critical moment. Of course, the other man's desires were always within the Lord's grasp. He was certain that Norman, now tempted by the Green Goblin, wished for nothing more than to destroy those shareholders, to erase a few humans from existence. For the Lord, such things were effortless. As for that staff, it was nothing more than an ordinary cane. The real force controlling those spectral soldiers was the Lord himself. As for why he bothered with this, it was partly because the man's soul could not die. Yet the frailty of the human body exceeded even the Lord's expectations. By deceiving Norman, the Lord could cast spells upon this flesh, strengthening it while subtly weakening Norman's soul. He nudged Norman towards slumber, urging him to sleep as much as possible, a full 24 hours, if he could, so the Lord could execute his plans without fear of interruption. Communication between the Lord and Norman flowed smoothly. By this moment, Norman's faith had shifted from God to the Lord. I did it. I've finally done it. No one will ever dare stand in my way again. Norman tossed the newspaper onto his desk, exclaiming with joy. He celebrated the fact that, from this day forward, the Osborne Corporation belonged solely to him, Norman Osborne, without him having spent a single cent. Shocking news. Several Osborne Corporation shareholders attacked. Their families' whereabouts remain unknown. This is the Daily Bugle, and this is Jameson with a special report. Osborne Corporation's supergas research has succeeded, sending stocks soaring to record highs. In contrast, Stark Industries' recent announcement to shut down its military division has sparked heated debate. Their stock keeps falling. Stay tuned for further updates. Indeed, without Spider-Man, the Daily Bugle seemed to have lost its soul. Even Jameson's news broadcasts lacked their usual fire. But such mundane days would soon end. The city's friendly neighborhood Spider-Man was about to make his debut, and Jameson would soon find his passion for work rekindled. Tony, I won't allow you to keep acting so recklessly. Osborne Corporation is riding high right now, and shutting down our weapons division is nothing short of digging our own grave. I will not let Stark Industries be destroyed at your hands. At the Stark Industries board meeting, Obadiah once again raised the issue of Tony Stark shutting down the weapons division, making his opposition perfectly clear. But Tony paid him no heed. His new energy technology was about to be unveiled. Soon, not just Osborne Corporation, but even if every corporation in America joined forces, none would be a match for Tony Stark. Toying with the pen in his hand, Tony listened to Obadiah's tedious speech. He stifled a yawn, propping his head up with both hands to keep himself from dozing off. When Obadiah finally finished, Tony lounged back in his chair, adopting a nonchalant air as he addressed everyone present. Uncle Obadiah, you make a good point, but my decision stands. The whole Oscorp situation is a headache, sure, but it's nothing to worry about. My latest invention is about to set the world on fire. As for those selling off Stark Industries shares right now, let them sell as much as they want. I'll buy every last one. That's it, folks. Until next time. With that, Tony sprang from his chair, turned on his heel with a flourish, and strode confidently toward the door. His casual attitude was the last straw for the others in the room, who seethed with frustration. Who does he think he is? Just a so-called genius hyped up by the media. What gave him the right to act like this? He's nothing without Stark Industries. A joke, really. Vice President, you have to say something? That kid doesn't care if we live or die. You need to step up. Obadiah said nothing. He couldn't care less about those who only had the courage to speak ill behind someone's back. Fair-weather friends and opportunists he'd seen enough of them. When the dust settled, even if he didn't invite them, they'd come crawling back, desperate as ever. So why bother with them now? What mattered more at this moment was the suit Tony Stark had designed in that cave. Obadiah was convinced that if he could turn that idea into a mass-produced weapon, Stark Industries would reach new heights under his leadership. While Stark Industries was still locked in internal strife, Oscorp had already convened a press conference. The era of Stark military tech is over. Oscorp will rise again. Norman Osborn's declaration sent a wave of excitement through the journalists. They leapt to their feet, cheering and applauding, their cameras flashing nonstop. In a world of arms manufacturing, dragging down the competition was far more important than craftsmanship. The ruthless profits meant two arms companies could never truly cooperate. Standing on stage, Norman Osborn felt a surge of exhilaration. Ever since he'd begun working with the Shindu, everything had gone his way, propelling him to the pinnacle of his career. Stark Industries' sudden closure of its weapons division only fueled his meteoric rise. The Shindu was nothing short of his lucky star. Norman, it's time for your medicine. The Shindu's voice whispered in his ear. Without hesitation, Norman pulled out a vial of green serum and, right in front of the press, downed it in one gulp. With the reporters watching in shock, Norman's muscles swelled rapidly, transforming him in an instant into a hulking powerhouse. All of this unfolded before everyone's eyes like a miracle. Suddenly, a young reporter pressed the shutter on his camera, and immediately the sound of cameras clicking echoed one after another throughout the hall. Noticing the crowd's reaction, Norman threw out another bombshell. I'm sure everyone here is eager to know what exactly this serum is. My hand is. I can tell you, with absolute certainty, that this is the latest breakthrough from Oscorp, our very own superhero formula. As an entrepreneur, Norman Osborn seemed to possess an unrivaled knack for commanding attention. With just a single sentence, he managed to focus the gaze of every attendee onto the vial before him. This was always meant to be Norman's flagship product launch. Once the publicity was done, he could rest easy and join the Xingzhu in their quest to witness the opening of the gates of hell. As for how effective the serum actually was, or whether people would buy it, well, that was almost a joke. With a magical elixir straight from the Xingzhu, Americans would be falling over themselves to get their hands on it. Chairman Osborn, could you please share a bit more about this serum? Mr. Osborn, you truly are the greatest scientist of our century. Chairman Osborn, is there any connection between your serum and the earlier super soldier program that was shelved? Or are you simply copying someone else's work? Any invention inevitably draws both praise and criticism, and Norman was nothing if not thin-skinned. The moment he saw the reporter who asked that last question, he silently added him to his mental list of targets. I'm very interested in answering all your questions, Norman replied smoothly. But today, our main focus remains the super gas. As for the rest, we could discuss them next time. With Norman's words, the matter was settled. No one dared press further. After all, this was capitalist America, and a military-industrial giant like Oscorp could easily make trouble for a lone reporter or a small newspaper. So, no matter how curious the journalists were, they had no choice but to swallow their questions about the serum and turn their inquiries to the super gas. Soon, the press conference wrapped up, and Norman had gathered all the talent the Xingzhu required. Osborn, our opponents are far from ordinary. You'll need sharp minds, formidable strength, and a willingness to face death with resolve. All of these are essential. The Xingzhu's voice sounded in Norman's ear. Norman Osborn, of course, knew how to handle his master. Yes, my lord. I've already paid handsomely to hire some of the most renowned warriors, even those famous on the international stage. They will not disappoint you. Inside a secret experimental facility owned by the Osborn Group, a base specially constructed by Osborn for the Sherfu's operations, the most advanced vehicles, like the F-35 Lightning II and the M1A2 Abrams. Main battle tank, stand ready. The facility is also equipped with state-of-the-art weaponry, including M16 rifles and rocket launchers. Here, Norman has also recruited a specialized team for this mission. Mysterio, an ordinary man with a fishbowl helmet, yet his mastery of illusion, exceptional intelligence, and unique use of technology have made him a universally recognized supervillain in Spider-Man's world. Famous saying, can you truly trust what you see right now? Vulture, an arms dealer whose unusual high-tech suit grants him the power to soar freely through the skies. His brutally aggressive nature often leaves Spider-Man at a disadvantage. Famous saying, to soar above the clouds is the ultimate expression of freedom. Sabretooth, the archenemy of Wolverine, Sabretooth's keen animal senses and rapid healing make him the most formidable hunter of the wilderness. Not even Wolverine can escape his pursuit. Famous saying, Wolverine, I know you're hiding here. Darwin, a young black man whose unique ability allows him to survive in any environment. No matter the unexpected crisis, his body instantly evolves to avoid harm. Famous saying, survival of the fittest. Sandman, once a construction worker, he fell into a laboratory by accident and inexplicably gained the power to transform into sand. His only weakness, he's a bit afraid of water. Famous saying, I'm not a bad guy. Taskmaster, a former S.H.I.E.L.D. agent who, after injecting himself with a special serum, acquired the power to mimic and replicate any combat moves he observes. Famous saying, ever aloof, he left no words behind. High atop the towering Himalayas, several tiny black dots slowly make their way upward. As the focus sharpens, these dots reveal themselves as the team assembled earlier by the Sherfu. Their purpose for coming to the Himalayas, to search for the Pandemonium Box, the artifact said to be capable of unleashing demons from hell. Sandman glances at his hand, noticing it's starting to freeze over. He frowns slightly, crushes the affected fingers, and then regathers the grains of sand, restoring his hand in an instant. Yet, As soon as he reforms it, tiny ice crystals appear again on his fingers. Seeing this, he reluctantly addresses Osborn. Mr. Osborn, this isn't working. The blizzard here is getting too severe. If we keep going, it'll put all of us in danger. Keep moving. The dragon will protect us, Osborn replies. With those words, the Shifu takes control of Osborn's body. Facing the howling blizzard, he simply exhales a gentle breath. A wave of warmth instantly envelopes everyone present. Let's go, the Shifu says in a calm, steady voice. Time was running short for the Shindu. In order to deceive Norman Osborn, he had helped the Osborn Group rise to a position where it could rival Stark Industries. This had cost him far too much time, and now he had to secure the most crucial artifact, the Panka box, before his old adversaries discovered what was happening. Otherwise, all his efforts would come to nothing. Following the rugged path along the cliffside, Shindu and his companions climbed higher and higher, until they finally found a small temple atop the Himalayas. In truth, calling it a temple was an exaggeration. Shrine would have been more fitting. Inside this modest shrine stood statues of the 8 immortals who had sealed away the demons long ago. When Shindu caught sight of the handsome swordsman among them, his anger flared. Lu Dongbin again, always Lu Dongbin. After all these centuries, why did it seem that wherever he went, he would cross paths with them? Whenever Shindu tried to accomplish anything, the shadows of his old foes seemed to block his way, as if they had foreseen, centuries in advance, that he would one day follow the very path they had prepared, only to fall right into their traps. Damn it! First low pay, now you. Why must you insignificant creatures defy your fate? Perish, insects! Fury welled up inside Shindu, and flames began to gather at his lips, but in the very next instant, the fire sputtered and died. He coughed violently, his face twisting in pain, thick black smoke escaping his mouth. Damn it! Clutching his throat, he remembered, this body wasn't his own, it belonged to Norman Osborn. A human mouth simply couldn't unleash fire. Stifling the discomfort in his throat, Shindu stepped forward. He no longer had time to ponder why Lu Dongbin's statue was here. His gaze fell on the box at the center of the 8 immortals' altar, feeling the righteous magic radiating from it. He knew at once, this was the Panka box. He reached out to grasp it, but the statues, though small, blocked his hand perfectly. No matter how hard he tried, the figures seemed fused together, not allowing him even the slightest progress. Curses! Someone get this box out for me. Frustrated, Shindu withdrew his hand, glaring at the tiny shrine that now felt like an insurmountable chasm. With a mix of anger and helplessness, he barked an order to the henchmen behind him. Wasn't this exactly what helpers were for? He couldn't touch the Panka box. The righteous magic kept him at bay, but a human could serve as the bridge. Perhaps, in all their wisdom, the 8 immortals had never imagined that, countless years later, humanity would forget the terror of demons and would help Shindu obtain the Panka box, all for a handful of green bills. As expected, after switching to another person, the Sandman effortlessly retrieved the box from the shrine. The process required no effort at all. It was as easy as a little monkey plucking an apple from a tree. Boss, is this really what you needed? Just a peculiar-looking box. Sure, it's been hidden up here in the Himalayas, but I don't see what's so special about it. The young man, Darwin, voiced a question on everyone's mind. While the appearance of a shrine here was strange enough, Norman Osborn, who had just become one of America's top tycoons, could easily get anything he wanted. If nothing else, he could have sent someone else. Why go to such lengths, risking life and limb, to come all the way here himself? The Lord did not answer Darwin's question. He took the box from the Sandman's hands, casually tore away the magic seal attached to it, and finally turned to face the group. The moment everyone saw Norman Osborn, they were stunned by those blood-red eyes, but just for an instant. The Lord had no intention of using force to threaten anyone. As the saying goes, sometimes profit is a more reliable bond than any relationship. I believe you all have your suspicions by now. I didn't hire you to find some artwork or trinket. After all, the sum I'm paying far exceeds any such value, the Lord said, sweeping his gaze around at the group, watching as they all nodded in tacit agreement before he continued. Before I open this box, you all have one last chance to back out. Once it's open, if anyone tries to quit during the process, you'll be hunted by the Osborn Group with a bounty of $100 million. But if you stay, each of you will receive $200 million as payment for this mission. So who wants to leave? No one spoke. They exchanged looks. $200 million. Just think. If they simply stayed loyal during this mission, they would have more money than they could spend in a lifetime. The choice was clear to everyone. Seeing them all nod in unison, the Lord was quite satisfied. At least when it came to picking people, Osborn had done well. These folks were truly greedy enough. Good. Then I will lead you into a new world. The Lord opened the box in his hand, revealing an object of deep blue, shaped by two quadrangular pyramids joined together. The artifact was unveiled before everyone. On each of the four faces were golden patterns, while the upper and lower ends each bore 8 green lines and symbols resembling the 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams? Mysterio asked, his face full of confusion. He hadn't expected anyone here to recognize it, but Mysterio's words brought the Lord great delight. You recognize it? The mysterious guest nodded. I once studied divine arts in the ancient East. Their attention to detail is simply exquisite. If I'm not mistaken, these should be the Taiji 8 trigrams. You study the Orthodox tradition? The Lord grew wary in his heart, but couldn't help feeling a touch of curiosity. Not in the way that ancient country would define it. I learned from those wandering folk on the streets, charlatans, Semite. Call them. They're incredibly skilled, and as long as you pay, they'll teach you. I've seen these symbols on their banners before. The mysterious guest explained calmly. Although he wasn't quite sure what charlatan meant, judging by their abilities, he assumed it was another term for master. He'd always worn that title with pride. The Lord nodded, now confident he understood who those people were. As long as they weren't from the Orthodox tradition, that was good enough for him. Come here, the Lord beckoned, inviting the mysterious guest closer and handing him the box. Pick it up. Not sure what was happening, the mysterious guest nevertheless reached out and took the Panka treasure box from inside. Twist it, like you would a Rubik's Cube. The mysterious guest did as he was told, but he couldn't help wondering, why wasn't Osborne doing this himself? Just as he began to twist the box at random, Kaba's voice suddenly rang out. Startled, the mysterious guest flung the Panku treasure box away. The box hovered in midair, cradled by a swirling green energy, and began to spin on its own. At the exact moment the Panka treasure box took flight, far away in New York, Grandpa was suddenly seized by a daze. A mist clouded his eyes, and the map which the Lord and his companions had been watching now flashed before Grandpa's vision. One long, two short, Gen trigram. Repeated. Wonderful. It's Pekong, the eldest sister. No, it's Pekong, the mountain demon. Seeing the trigrams displayed on the map, both the Lord and Grandpa cried out in surprise. But the joy and sorrow between demon and human are never quite the same. The Lord was delighted, while Grandpa's face grew grave. The Lord's crisis had only just ended, and now, Pekong, the demon who could devour all, appeared on the scene. But when the scene shifted back to the map, Grandpa relaxed a little. It turned out this was happening somewhere with a pretty comfortable way of life. There was no need to be overly anxious just yet. Grandpa's part of the story faded from view, and from here on, he'd have to discover the rest on his own. The Lord stared at the map, pointing at a winding, earthworm-like line, and asked the mysterious guest beside him. That place wriggling like a worm. Where is it? The mysterious guest glanced at the spot, recalled the world map, and replied, a small place in Japan. Lately, they've been dumping sewage into the sea. Boss, if we're heading there, we could always let their prime minister know to come pick us up at the airport. The Lord nodded, but suddenly seemed to recall something. He turned to the mysterious guest and asked, how many people live there? The mysterious guest thought for a moment. There? Mostly old folks, not so many young people anymore. But there's still about 100 million. Why do you ask, boss? The Holy Master nodded and said coldly, if there aren't enough people, it's hardly worthy to serve as Bogang's welcoming gift. The Holy Master's words left the mystery guest utterly puzzled. A welcoming gift? Since when do people use other people as gifts? Bagong? Who's Bagong? Though curiosity gnawed at him, the mystery guest knew there were some things he shouldn't ask. Nor should he question someone who paid him. All he had to do was follow orders. The full map was displayed, and then it began to zoom in further. Mr. Norman Osborn, I've been expecting you for quite some time, said Kishida, the current Prime Minister of Japan, bowing respectfully to Norman Osborn. With the yen's recent dramatic depreciation, Kishida felt desperate for a little American capital. So, upon learning that Norman Osborn, one of America's foremost military-industrial magnates, was coming, Kishida had personally come to greet him. Hello, Mr. Kishida. Norman Osborn greeted him calmly, making no move to help Kishida up. Americans, deep down, had little respect for stray dogs on the street. And who would care about them, anyway? Seeing that Norman had no interest in small talk, Kishida didn't take offense like many Japanese might have. Instead, he quickly excused himself, but then hurried after them, hoping to accompany Norman on a tour of Tokyo. Just as Norman was about to decline, the Holy Master spoke up. Then, we'll rely on Mr. Kishida for everything. Of course. Kishida nodded and bowed, so humbly, he scarcely looked like a head of state. But in a country whose economy teetered on the brink, such behavior had become the norm. While Norman and Kishida conversed, the mystery guest and his companions descended the plane with their luggage. They didn't spare a glance for the group of short men sent to greet them. instead trailing silently behind Norman. "Sir, just leave your luggage to us. We'll see that it's delivered straight to your hotel," the airport manager said, approaching Sabretooth and reaching for his bags. But Sabretooth reacted violently, shoving the manager aside with one swipe and snapping. "Hey, sorry, sir, I deserve that." The manager, knocked to the ground, dared not complain. These were the Prime Minister's guests, after all. Even if they killed him, it would be his own fault. In fact, he felt compelled to apologize. Watching this group, who embodied an almost servile craftsmanship, no one in Norman's party paid much mind. They simply followed Norman straight into the Prime Minister's car. All the way, Kishida kept chattering on, trying to coax out a clear answer. What exactly had brought Norman here? At last, Norman's patience wore thin. He cut straight to the point. "Prime Minister, I think you already know exactly why I'm here, to invest and build factories. After all, if you didn't know, you wouldn't have come to greet me, would you?" Kishida gave an awkward smile and fell silent. Of course, he already knew all about this, but for Norman to lay it out so bluntly, he really was a bit overbearing. Still, since he'd received a satisfactory answer, Kishida didn't press any further. As for how much the other party would invest, for a foreign company to bring a factory and invest in their real economy, that was already a tremendous favor. What would happen next? Well, that would depend on their own abilities. After Kishida stopped talking, Norman finally had the time to examine the map displayed earlier by the Panka box. A particularly vague map, impossible for anyone to make sense of. Norman Osborn flipped it back and forth, even pulling out a proportional measuring tool, but the area it covered was shockingly vast. The entire city of Tokyo was boxed in. The spirit form of the Shindu, observing this absurd map from the side, was so frustrated he could only curse under his breath. The 8 immortals really hadn't left a single clue. The location of the seal didn't offer even a hint. How was he supposed to find the gate of hell like this? On this point, the 8 immortals would have much to say to Shindu. "Why do we seal you all away? Wasn't it because of the evil you committed? Since you're the villains, why should we leave you a way out, a path to escape hell? If we did that, wouldn't the whole sealing be for nothing?" Sealing the 8 demons in hell was a last resort. If they could have been destroyed outright, there would have been no need for all this trouble. Since an extra measure was necessary, it was precisely to keep them locked in hell for all eternity. The rules of the Panka box couldn't be broken, so the immortals simply expanded the search area. In short, there was only one goal: make sure the demons could never escape from hell. Shindu felt his head pounding, and Norman was just as frustrated. They couldn't possibly try every single door in Tokyo, could they? Just then, Kishida, noticing Norman's troubled gaze at the map, pointed to a location and offered a suggestion. "Mr. Osborn, would you be interested in visiting our Yasukuni shrine? It's quite a significant place." Osborn curled his lips in disdain and replied, "What's there to see? The Class A war criminals enshrined inside." No sooner had Osborn finished speaking than Shindu's voice rang in his ear. "Say yes. We can't just wander around like headless chickens. That's the most central spot. Go there." Osborn suddenly felt awkward. Shindu's words had put him on the spot. He'd just refused Kishida, and now, would it seem a bit odd to change his mind? His eyes flickered with calculation. Orders from his own master had to be obeyed. So, with a quick shift in tone, he replied, "Well, since you've suggested it, let's go have a look." Yes, of course. Kishida had been disappointed by Osborn's initial refusal, but with this change of heart, he immediately regained his enthusiasm and became ingratiating once more. The car drove all the way to the Yasukuni Shrine restroom, a place reeking with the stench of decay. Osborn had barely stepped out of the car when the foul odor, like a swarm of insects, crawled into his nostrils and nearly choked him. He coughed violently, almost losing his lunch on the spot. He truly couldn't fathom why the Shindu would want to come to a place like this. Just then, as Mysterio got out of the car with his backpack, a dense green glow suddenly flared within it. At once, Shindu seized control of Osborn's body. "Hurry, Mysterio! Open the backpack and release the Panku box." Receiving the order, Mysterio immediately unzipped his backpack. The Panku box, as if pulled by an unseen force, shot out with a sudden whoosh. No sooner had the Panku box appeared than one of its unlocked sections fired a beam of green light, striking the main gate of a Yasukuni Shrine restroom. The sign above the entrance was blasted to splinters. As the sign crashed to the ground, an indentation shaped like the Gen trigram, etched with strange patterns, was revealed before their eyes. Shindu furrowed his brow. The doors that sealed the 8 great demons had all been rare artifacts from ancient times. He truly hadn't expected that this country would dare to shatter such a relic, grind it down, and fashion into a new pillar. Squandering such a treasure was one thing, but did they realize how much extra work this created for Shindu? Shindu, I thought all I had to do was find the doors. Who knew I'd have to deal with such disgusting nonsense as well? The Panku box shot forward at astonishing speed, embedding itself into the Gen trigram indentation. Fixed in place, it fired another beam of light a meter or two ahead. Suddenly, a door appeared. It was a green doorframe, flanked by jutting, horn-like edges. In its center swirled a giant vortex of orange and red, spinning together in a mesmerizing spiral. It was the gate of hell. From within, howling winds and the stench of sin surged forth, whipping at their clothes and sending them flapping wildly. Shindu cheered. Pecan, welcome back. Suddenly, a massive, jagged green claw, monstrous in size, reached through the gate of hell. Then 3 more enormous claws followed. Looking up, they saw the head of a gigantic demon. This demon's head bore a gaping crimson maw, filled with jagged, uneven fangs, and its grotesque mouth stretched nearly to its eyes. Its fat, green body was studded all over with yellow rocks. Only the samurai top knot on its head, the purple eyeshadow on its lids, and the long, fluttering lashes marked this creature as female. Shindu, I have returned. Pecan's voice boomed like a crashing tidal wave, turning the sea on its head and darkening the sky. The wastewater Japan had dumped for days was swept away by a single, colossal wave, smashing its own coast. It was the very picture of living in the heart of radiation. Once Pecan had fully emerged from the Hell Gate, the massive portal vanished into thin air, as if it had never existed. A rousing welcome to my friend, the eldest sister among demons, Pecan, demon of the mountain. Welcome home in triumph. The Holy Lord turned around and, with a wild look in his eyes, signaled frantically to the people behind him. The crowd, all sharp-witted individuals, understood his command immediately. Without the slightest hesitation, they began to clap. Such a colossal monster. No one knew exactly how powerful she was, but applauding first couldn't hurt. That was the unanimous thought among the crowd. What a shabby, welcoming ceremony. Bogan glanced at the 6 people clapping on the ground, her face full of disdain. This was nothing compared to the splendor she had enjoyed ruling the surface kingdoms in her prime. Still, Bogan was never one to care much for formalities. Lowering her head to look at the Holy Lord, Bogan frowned and asked, Holy Lord, where's the feast for my return? The Holy Lord knew better than anyone what Bogan would demand the moment she re-emerged. The eldest sister, infamous for her love of food, had gnawed on rocks for millennia in hell. If there wasn't a mountain of food waiting for her, he might well be the first course. Oh, my dear sister, may I borrow your shoulder for a moment? With these words, the Holy Lord scrambled up onto Bogan's shoulder. She didn't mind. She stood up, curious to see what kind of sweet talk he'd try this time. Once Bogan had risen to her full height, towering as high as Tokyo Tower, the Holy Lord stretched out his arms toward her and declared, Sister, all of Japan, along with its 120 million people, will be your homecoming banquet. The moment his words fell, Bogan's mouth began to water uncontrollably, saliva dripping to the ground. In an instant, greedy hunger blazed in her blood-red eyes. Holy Lord, my dear little brother. Bogan had only just begun to praise him before she could no longer hold herself back. She started devouring the nearest buildings without delay. Seeing this, the Holy Lord quickly urged his followers to make a hasty retreat. After tossing the endlessly bothersome old man Kishida into her divine latrine, the group sped off in their cars toward the airport. Once the Holy Lord had left, Bogan unleashed herself completely. A gluttonous feast was about to begin. Screams rang out. A demon. Run for your lives. The sudden upheaval did not go unnoticed by the people nearby. Stunned, they stared at the enormous demon until someone's cry broke the spell, setting off a wave of panic like a stone thrown into still water. The crowd surged, pushing and scrambling toward the exits. But the openings in the city wall were too narrow. For the moment, none of the worshippers at this toilet shrine could escape. First, the sacred Yasukuni latrine vanished in a single bite. Next, the Prime Minister's residence met the same fate. She plucked Tokyo Tower from its base, picked her teeth with it, then swallowed it whole like a toothpick. Bogan carefully licked away the blood oozing from the corners of her mouth. Such delicious flavors, ones she had never tasted in hundreds of thousands of years in hell. Get out of my way. Move it, you idiots, someone yelled in panic. No, don't. Stay away from me. Another voice wailed in terror. After devouring every last bit of Tokyo, Bogang let out a satisfied burp, and her body began to expand at a wild, uncontrollable pace. Not enough. Not enough. Far from enough, she declared. As soon as the words left her lips, the ground itself began to vanish. In no time, Tokyo became a vast basin. Perhaps all that eating had made her thirsty, or maybe the nuclear plants were a bit too dry for her taste. Either way, Bogang turned her attention to Mount Fuji, a volcano that hadn't erupted in centuries, and yanked it up from its very roots. She took a delicate sip of the magma bubbling within Mount Fuji, and in no time, half the mountain was gone, leaving her face glowing with pleasure as she chewed. Ah, this is it. This is the real deal. Magma, she bellowed, her voice booming like thunder across the sky. From the plain above, the Sage Lord naturally heard his elder sister's mighty roar. He knew exactly what she wanted, and immediately called upon the power of fire, stirring the lava deep beneath the earth. Suddenly, 270 volcanoes erupted all at once, blotting out the sun with their ash. Bogang inhaled deeply, treating the volcanic ash as a delightful appetizer, swallowing it all down in one breath. Delicious, she exclaimed with glee. Aboard the plane, the Sage Lord and his team watched in awe. Darwin, the young black man among them, couldn't help but remark to the Sage Lord, "Your sister's got quite an appetite." The Sage Lord shot Darwin a withering look, making him shiver from head to toe. "Focus on the mission. I don't want to hear any of your nonsense." "Understood, boss. Whatever you say." Darwin immediately straightened up, offering the Sage Lord a trio of respectful nods. The Sage Lord ignored him, turning his gaze out the window. By now, Bogang had eaten nearly all of Japan. Only half of the island remained, and the giant bug from earlier had been reduced to half a worm. The Sage Lord had little to say about Bogang's voracious behavior. After all, the only one who could eat their own territory out of existence was his own big sister. But if she kept going at this rate, what would happen when the old one showed up? He certainly wasn't worried about Bogang, but he did have to think about his fellow demon siblings. If one of them got sealed away and the agreement required all of them to be released, what then? Watching Bogang in action, he could easily imagine how the rest of his siblings might behave. Disobedience would be the least of his worries. Who knew if they'd even bother to undo his magical binds? Clearly, he needed to prepare for every possibility. As the Sage Lord was deep in thought, Bogang had already devoured the entire Japanese archipelago, leaving nothing but Hokkaido behind. Still unsatisfied, she crossed the Tsugaru Strait and began slurping up magma, as if it were noodles. Meanwhile, as Bogang devoured the map with unbridled joy, the old man had already dispatched Steve to come over and assess the situation. After all, the two countries had been neighbors for so many years. Not sending someone over to pay respects at a neighbor's demise. Well, that simply wouldn't do. "Dad, are you sure you want to drop this nuke?" Steve piloted the fighter jet, Wade riding behind him, with the specially authorized Fat Boy nuclear bomb from the U.S. Congress in tow as they approached Hokkaido, the last remaining Japanese territory. "Of course I'm sure. Did you think I brought you all the way here just for a joyride? This time, we're up against the mountain demon, Bogan. She's got formidable defenses, but there's no way she's immune to a nuke. Oh, by the way, boss, do you have anything even bigger than the 12,000-shot firecrackers?" On the phone, Dad was speaking while picking out which firecrackers to set off today. The shop owner glanced back at a stack of firecrackers taller than himself and shook his head in silence. These things were already bigger than he was. Selling any more would be no different from dealing in weapons. "All right, I'll take these, then." Dad shot the owner a disdainful look. Honestly, even with money on the table, the guy wouldn't go above and beyond. Couldn't he just give him 2 rolls? But no, apparently this was the biggest he had today. Hearing Dad's voice over the line, Steve instinctively hung up and glanced at Wade behind him. "Get ready to drop the bomb. Today, we're going to try our hand at growing a mushroom." "Roger that, Cap, watch me." Wade pressed a button, and Steve promptly opened the bomb bay. A chubby little black dot detached from the plane and plummeted downward. Just as Bogan was finishing her meal, the dark spot landed right in front of her. In an instant, blinding light flooded her vision. Suddenly, the world dimmed, then a blinding flash ignited. From the Holy One's perspective, a cloud rose from the ground, swelling into a giant mushroom shape. Yet before the Holy One could even grasp what was happening, he saw bite marks appearing on the side of the mushroom cloud. That's right, Bogan was snacking on the nuclear explosion's mushroom cloud, as if it were a gourmet dish. Under the astonished gazes of Steve and Wade, the Japanese island vanished completely, and Bogan, thoroughly satisfied, floated atop the sea, savoring the sweet broth brewed from nuclear waste. She slurped contentedly. Seeing his elder sister enjoying her soup, the Holy One knew this was the perfect moment to call for her departure. With the Holy One's command, the Mysterio deftly landed the plane atop Bogan. The Holy One set out on foot. Bogan was now truly mountain-sized, and even parking as close as possible, it still took them an hour to walk to her. "Big sister." The Holy One's voice rang out loud and clear. Bogan heard him, finished off the last mouthful of nuclear broth, and turned to the Holy One. "Little brother, your welcome back feast truly delighted me. Now it's time for us to fulfill your promise." With her wisdom restored, Bogan was no fool. She knew exactly why the Holy One had come. Could you shrink a little, big sister? Our plane can't possibly carry you away at that size. Right now, Boga was as massive as an island. If not for the satellite's footage proving that Japan had truly vanished, anyone would think Boga herself was the new Japanese island. Boga let out a long, slow breath, and a chill swept across the land and sea. As she exhaled, her enormous form began to diminish in size. But soon, when she had shrunk down to the size she was upon first emerging from the gates of hell, she found herself unable to get any smaller. Boga opened her eyes and glanced at the sage, who stood on her shoulder, and he spoke, "Sister, summon magma and create land." The sage looked at Boga with some reluctance. He truly wished he didn't have to expend any more of his fire's authority, but with his elder sister making the request, refusal was not an option. "Burn," the sage commanded. With his word, the magma deep beneath the earth stirred and slowly began to rise to the surface of the sea. Creation, gathering sand into a peak. When magma meets water, it forms obsidian. Boga pressed her hands together, and all the obsidian seemed drawn by an invisible force, clustering together and gradually shaping into a miniature mountain. Boga let out a heavy sigh. Even though she had only formed a small peak, the effort left her utterly exhausted. More so, in fact, than the sage, whose body was now nothing but a soul. Despite devouring the Japanese island, regaining her strength was proving to be a true challenge. For millennia, she had never once used her power, and the endless, timeless slumber in hell had made her forget so many things. "Let's go." Boga climbed atop the obsidian mountain she had forged. With a wave of her hand, the mountain flipped upside down, creating a small platform. It was reminiscent of the inverted conical altars of hell. The sage landed the plane on Boga's back, preparing to speak with his sister and ensure she wouldn't act so recklessly again. "Sage, haven't I told you? Unless it's urgent, don't disturb me when I'm savoring the sweet air of freedom." Boga's tone was tinged with annoyance, clearly irritated by the sage's sudden interruption. "Yes, big sister, but there are matters I feel we need to clarify now, before things get out of hand," the sage replied humbly, bowing low. He knew full well he stood no chance against Boga. Sometimes, humility was the key to survival. "Speak," Boga said lazily. She was in good spirits and had nothing pressing to do, so she was willing to hear him out. "Big sister, from here on out, you must learn to control your desires," the sage declared, firm and unyielding. "What?" Boga's eyes glinted red, the murderous intent in them undisguised. If the sage didn't provide an explanation, it seemed she might tear him to pieces. "Archmage," the sage called out, raising his voice to withstand the pressure Boga was unleashing. At that single word, Boga withdrew her overwhelming presence. She decided to let the sage explain himself. "Go on, say something that might actually interest me." "Elder sister, you should know that the 8 Immortals' victory back then was really a contest between righteous energy and dark energy. We were nothing but casualties of that war." Bolgam nodded. Long before they had even entered the competition, they had already come to this conclusion. But their side had lost so terribly that all the demons were sealed away in hell. Everything happening now is still part of that same game. But in the last battle, I lost to the Grand Magus. Now, the dark energy needs you all to tip the scales back in our favor, so that demons may once again reclaim the mortal world. The Lord paused, knowing Bogang would need a moment to process this. Bogang was no fool, but her reactions were always a bit slow. 10 minutes passed. It seemed Bogang had finally sorted through the stakes. She spoke up slowly. "Is the Grand Magus the only one on the side of righteousness?" The Lord nodded. He didn't intend to reveal everything he knew about the forces of righteousness. Right now, he needed to instill a sense of fear to ensure these demons, once freed from hell, wouldn't ruin his plans. Bogang drew a sharp breath. The righteous energy had flourished for thousands of years. She couldn't believe their opponents would send just anyone into such a crucial contest. This mysterious Grand Magus might even be more terrifying than the 8 Immortals themselves. Thinking this, Bogang manipulated the giant stone under her feet, making it rise. She wanted to soar into space and put as much distance between herself and Earth as possible. But before she could carry out her plan, the Lord reached out and stopped her. "Calm down, elder sister. The most dangerous moment hasn't come yet. Besides, this is fate. You can't escape it." The Lord's words steadied Bogang's nerves. The struggle between righteousness and darkness had gone on for ages. She'd never heard of anyone escaping it. If escape was impossible, then the only choice was to face it head-on. After all, sometimes confronting the problem was the solution. "So what should we do?" Bogang's voice was visibly crestfallen. The Lord chuckled softly. "Elder sister, don't be so pessimistic. We still hold the Panka box. We have the initiative. Once we free everyone, Dealing with a single grand magus should be easy. Hope rekindled in Bo Gang's heart. The Lord was right. With all 8 great demons together, who could possibly stand against them? Well, except the 8 immortals, but that was because they were 8 as well. Oh, my clever brother, you're simply brilliant. The demons are truly fortunate to have you. Thank you for your praise. Being able to help everyone and make up for my past mistakes. That's the greatest compliment I could receive. A sly glint flickered in the Lord's eyes, but Bo Gang didn't notice it at all. Boss, we've solved the second map, Darwin announced. Hurry and bring out the panka box, the Lord said, his face alight with joy. With every demon released, he drew one step closer to true freedom. The moment it emerged, the Panga treasure box began to spin freely in the air, left, right, up, down, until at its core, a map unfolded, displaying itself before everyone present. P.S. Here's an image of Bogan. Everyone, take a look and pick your favorite. Strictly speaking, this place shouldn't really be called a manor. Rather, it's a modern villa brimming with a sense of advanced technology. The American-style villa, about 3 stories tall and occupying over 1,000 square meters, might not quite match the stature of Tony Stark. Yet, this was the place he relied on the most. Deep underground, in front of a machine workbench, Tony Stark was engaged in a groundbreaking, era-defining experiment. When it came to space folding and teleportation technology, this was a project he had thrown himself into in a fit of stubbornness after experiencing his father's portal. This research was nothing short of a breakthrough for the ages. Nearly every scientist dreamed of making a monumental discovery based on this experiment, but so far, none had succeeded. Excluding the basics, processing raw materials into parts, then assembling those parts into a gateway large enough for a person to pass through, just the problem of how to actually breach the barriers of space itself had left Tony Stark completely baffled. Space would always be the most complex subject in the world, whether in the pursuit of immortality or the pursuit of science. It stood as a milestone humanity struggled to surpass. After more than 7,000 experiments, Tony had finally achieved a modest result. A miniature wormhole using the effect of cosmic collapse to breach the walls of space. No, this just won't do. The energy available simply can't sustain this experiment. Tony muttered, tearing up a research report that any top scientist would give anything for, his expression grave as he studied Jarvis's deduction model before him. Sir, you've been working for an extraordinary 28 hours. If I may say so, you are in urgent need of rest. Please stop working now, Jarvis intoned. Oh, Jarvis, I know my body and my brilliant mind. I can easily keep going for another 20 hours, Tony replied with a wry chuckle, dismissing Jarvis's concern. Inspiration had just struck, and he was loath to abandon it. Yes, sir, but prolonged work can seriously harm your health. Please allow me to shut down the current module and record your inspiration for the next session. Jarvis pressed on. Tony could only shake his head with a smile, conceding as he saved his ideas into Jarvis's system, stretching his limbs and deciding to heed the advice to get some rest. All right, Jarvis, you win. Wake me in 6 hours. My inspiration never lasts long. Of course, sir. But don't forget the chlorophyll. It will help keep you energized, Jarvis reminded him. Tony agreed to pause the experiment. Jarvis immediately saved all the data modules and operated the machines to bring him a glass of chlorophyll. Tony's body now desperately needed the support of the chlorophyll supplement he lacked. The palladium in his system would soon destroy him otherwise, but Tony kept forgetting, so Jarvis could only remind him again and again. Oh, thanks, Jarvis. I almost forgot, Tony said. He grabbed the chlorophyll shot and downed in one go. Ugh, that sharp, sour taste made Tony's face twist. The flavor of chlorophyll was anything but friendly. In fact, no nutritional supplement ever was. Taking a deep breath, Tony stepped out the door and collapsed onto the couch, falling asleep almost immediately. Once Tony was truly out, Jarvis set a 6-hour alarm to make sure that Tony's inspiration wouldn't slip away because of some oversight. When the alarm rang, Tony rolled out of bed. The extra sleep had done wonders for his mind. Spotting a steaming hot cheeseburger by his bedside, Tony instinctively unwrapped it and took a big bite. Thanks, Jarvis. Let's start with something simple this afternoon. After all this time researching, Tony realized that the portal project might become the work of a lifetime. Whenever inspiration struck, he'd have Jarvis save the idea for future experiments. Of course, sir. The Iron Warrior project is 80.7% complete and will now resume. Tony looked over his earlier designs, the Mark armor. Most of the systems were nearly finished, but he hadn't labeled it as complete or given it a serial number. It was just too similar to that makeshift suit he'd built back in the cave. And Tony had already discovered its flaws when he fought Wade. While this suit had plenty of power and solid defenses, basically a mature, single-soldier combat exoskeleton, the attack modes and mobility left a lot to be desired. The speed was too slow, the punches too heavy and lumbering. What kind of fighting style was that? Caveman? No, even cavemen could move faster than this. It was more like a clunky machine. As for using guns or conventional weapons, Tony thought that was just idiotic, completely unworthy of the genius of Tony Stark. Aerodynamics. That was the breakthrough Tony had found after Steve's dramatic aerial descent. Not only did dropping in from the sky look cool, but it also solved a lot of combat problems. Of course, that brought a whole new set of challenges. Aerodynamics was uncharted territory, and integrating it into the armor was even harder. But who was he? He was Tony Stark, the world's greatest genius. This was the plan. Every solution had its difficulties, but only one looked this good. Tony was also the type of person who acted as soon as he made up his mind. Without hesitation, he dove into the project with a clatter and a bang, working boldly and decisively. It didn't take long before Tony built 2 sets of simple flight systems that could be attached to his arms and legs. Though he called it simple, if this system proved successful, it could be integrated with the soon-to-be-unveiled Mark II. Yes, after a thorough check, Tony realized that Mark I was simply too bulky. No matter how much he tried to lighten the load, its design, concept could never match his own aerodynamic standards. So, Tony decided to create a second suit of Iron Man armor, which he named Mark II. After countless trials, the aerodynamics system finally functioned properly. It no longer exploded or burst into flames. At last, Tony had developed a reliable flight system. From this moment on, his Mark series suits could truly soar through the skies. No, don't come here. I don't want to come here. No, don't set the car on fire. Oh, whatever. Overjoyed, Tony accidentally crashed headlong into the wall. But his experiment had succeeded. Now, all he needed was more practice. Jarvis, edit out the latter half of the experiment report. Understood, sir. In the end, landing smoothly brought Tony an indescribable sense of joy. Yes, I can fly now. Tony stepped onto the platform, and Jarvis began to assemble the pre-designed armor components on a Tony piece by piece, forming a mechanical exoskeleton. The suit's gleaming silver finish, along with repulsors in the palms and a variety of other weapons, made the Mark II impressively advanced, showing all the hallmarks of Iron Man. Testing complete. Preparing to power down. Initiate diagnostics. All right, let's do that. Check the weather conditions and air traffic control as well. Sir, before you attempt actual flight, there's still some preparations necessary. Jarvis, sometimes you have to learn to run before you learn to walk. Ready to launch in 3, 2, 1. Tony Stark struck a pose. Flames shot out from the feet of the armored suit, lifting him smoothly into the air. Tony was elated. The basic procedures were now complete. Without missing a beat, Tony increased the power output and shot down the runway he had prepared, launching himself skyward. The test was a great success. Tony soared into the air, and all the suit's features performed flawlessly. However, due to material limitations, the Mark II stalled when it reached a higher altitude. Fortunately, in the nick of time, Jarvis activated the emergency protocol, allowing Tony to enjoy the thrill of flight and land safely in the end. Based on the problems encountered during this test, Tony made several modifications. He changed the materials used for the Mark suit and made some subtle adjustments to its systems. Thus, the Mark III was born. Yet, despite the triumph of the Mark suit, it seemed that this success did not bring Tony much joy. After finishing the design for the Mark armor, Tony handed the manufacturing over to Jarvis. He then sank back into that familiar brooding state, staring at the space portal project that he had only completed 1% of. It was precisely because of this project that he still had no desire to meet that old man who knew magic. According to what the old man had said that day, he'd managed to create a spell in just a single day that allowed people to travel freely through space. Yes, that was truly magic. Even with Tony's genius intellect, all he'd managed so far was to simulate a mere possibility. Such an outrageous achievement. How else could it be described but as magic? And yet, Tony just couldn't bring himself to admit it. No one else had heard his bold declarations that day, but he knew in his heart, if he went to see that old man before he finished the space portal, it would mean admitting defeat. Magic would have bested the genius Tony Stark. Just as Tony was growing more and more agitated, something on the TV caught his eye, a news broadcast. Tonight, the red carpet at Disney Concert Hall is sizzling with excitement. The third-quarter charity gala for the Firefighters Families Fund, hosted by Tony Stark, is being held here. The Los Angeles elite are flocking to the event. Tony frowned at the scene and asked Jarvis, "Jarvis, did I receive an invitation?" "I have no record of any invitation, sir." Tony wasn't surprised by Jarvis's response. Jarvis would never betray him. If something this important had come up and Jarvis hadn't told him, it could only mean someone wanted him to be left out and humiliated. Tony picked up the damaged Iron Man mask and held it to his face, peering through the cracks of the news on the screen. In that moment, he made up his mind. Rendering complete. Staring at the golden suit of armor on Jarvis's control panel, Tony shook his head. Gaudy gold just wasn't his style. P.S. This color was due to the material itself, not Jarvis's paintwork. Too flashy, he muttered. I thought the same, sir. You've always preferred a more understated look. Add some red, then, Tony said decisively, glancing at the car beside him. And so, the iconic red and gold Mark III was born. Watching the incessant chatter of the reporters on the news, Tony put on his suit, floored the accelerator, and sped off to the Disney concert hall. If someone didn't want him there, then he absolutely had to go. He'd show them what Tony Stark's confidence looked like. That was his thought as he stepped out of the car, instantly becoming the center of attention. A sea of reporters swarmed him, microphones thrust forward from all directions. They were desperate for more details about Tony's recent, world-shaking statements, eager for a quote that would send their newspapers flying off the shelves. But Tony had no desire to chat with the press. As he walked in, Tony noticed that nearly all the shareholders of Stark Industries were present. Even his dear Uncle Obadiah had shown up. He'd already made it clear. If any of them wanted to sell their shares, he'd buy them all. No questions asked. So why was their greed never satisfied? Tony smirked to himself. If they didn't want cash, then so be it. He'd just wait and see how things played out. Tony wasn't exactly a saint. To become a capitalist, one rarely comes by it with a gentle heart. Offering these people a dignified exit was about as generous as Tony could be. You're looking well, Stanley. Tony greeted the guests as he made his way over to Obadiah, giving his uncle a friendly pat on the shoulder. Uncle Obadiah. Oh, Tony. Obadiah stared at Tony in surprise, the smile on his face stiffening just a little. Uncle, what's going on in this world? How is it that I didn't get an invitation to my own party? Obadiah tried to laugh it off. Tony, look at you, full of energy as always. Tony didn't reply, simply heading straight for the main hall. Obadiah reached out to block him, leaning in to whisper, Listen, Tony, I've already calmed the board down. Don't do anything unnecessary. Tony Stark gave a cold laugh in his mind. I've arranged everything, Uncle. Not even an invitation to my own party. Are you trying to edge me out? Sure, I'm just here to have some fun. I've been cooped up in the lab for so long, I was about to go stir crazy. Tony reassured Obadiah before heading into the banquet hall. This was a party that was never meant for him to attend, and his presence went completely unnoticed by the rest of the crowd. Tony didn't mind. These people had already made his blacklist. Finding himself a spot at the bar, he ordered a cocktail. Mr. Stark, the voice beside him caught him off guard. He hadn't expected anyone at tonight's event to actually bother talking to him. Oh, you know who I am. Tony raised his glass, inviting the stranger to join him for a drink. Coulson, Acting Director, Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. What a mouthful. Ever thought about changing your name? Tony joked. We have. You can call us S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D., Tony nodded, making a mental note. This Coulson fellow made a good impression. All right, Coulson, what is it you want? As you can see, I'm not exactly the star of this party. Tony glanced around the hall with his glass. No one raised a drink in return. Coulson just smiled at the scene. The true protagonists are always hidden among the common folk, while the fool supporting cast basks in the limelight. Today, I'm fortunate enough to meet you, the real protagonist. I'd like to invite you to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson's humor drew a faint smile from Stark. He finished his drink in one smooth motion, set the glass upside down on the table, and pulled out a gold-trimmed business card from his wallet. A leading man can have the stars revolve around him, too. But thank you, Coulson. I'm genuinely interested in your S.H.I.E.L.D. Here's my private number. Let's have a detailed conversation when you have time. Coulson's goodwill was the finest gift Tony received at tonight's gala. After a brief handshake with Coulson, Tony set out to become the moon in his own story. He strode into the ballroom, took Pepper's hand, and led her to the center of the dance floor. When their elegant dance ended, he truly did become the focus of everyone's admiration. No matter what, Tony Stark was always Tony Stark. Once he stepped into the spotlight, no one could outshine him. As the music stopped, the audience erupted in applause, laughter and cheer filling the air. Obadiah watched the scene, forcing a smile as he joined in, clapping for Tony. Stark Industrial Park. Obadiah stood behind the glass, his face calm as he gazed at the gloomy sky. For the first time in 100 years, the most illustrious factory district, once hailed by the military as America's Pearl, had finally shed its dust and neglect. But a pearl can be wiped clean, only to shatter under the light. Looking at the place he devoted over 30 years to, Obadiah could still recall the first time he met Howard Stark. Howard Stark was his greatest partner. Howard invented, and he sold. Together they'd raised Stark Industries like a child, step by step, until it became the dazzling jewel it was today. Sir, Whiplash can create new miracles for you. Obadiah nodded, saying nothing. New miracles? Aside from Howard, He didn't believe anyone could achieve that. Not even Tony Stark, Howard's son, could ever measure up. Whiplash, a newcomer who had pledged himself to Obadiah, claimed he had no name, that Tony and Howard Stark had stolen it from him. Ridiculous. Howard's genius was never something people like that could question. Still, the man was skilled, able to build an arc reactor. If that's the case, why not take advantage of him? Obadiah was never afraid to invest. He knew a good investor must know when to take a risk. In his life, he'd gambled 3 times. The first was on Howard. He'd staked his whole life on this genius, and he'd won. The second time was when Howard died. He left everything he had, including Stark Industries, to his son Tony Stark. Once again, he succeeded. Now, this is the third time, and it will be the last. He would not stand by and watch the company Howard built be ruined by Tony Stark, a man who had no idea how to run a business. This time, he would stake everything. Tony sat comfortably in a plush chair, leisurely reading the day's newspaper, his face showing a look of keen interest. The photograph splashed across the page was none other than the Mark II. Because a certain mustached uncle hadn't managed to catch that wall-crawling fellow, he ended up aimlessly driving his little car through the city streets, only to stumble across Tony soaring through the sky. He snapped a few photos and sent them off to the news desk. Admiring his own dashing appearance, Tony couldn't help but marvel. "Oh, Jarvis, take a look at this photo. It's really not bad, though it's a bit far off. The reporter's name is James, right? Sent him a shot of me descending from the sky. Now that's what I call impressive." "Understood, sir." The photo was sent off in no time, but as Tony Stark gazed at the arc reactor in the picture, he drifted into thought. "Sir, is something the matter?" "Oh no, it's nothing. Jarvis, help me rebuild the model. This time, install 10 arc reactors." Command received and initiated. Tony watched as Jarvis constructed the outline of a door on the screen. Once 10 arc reactors powered it up, the door was flooded with energy and a spatial collapse system was successfully built. "Amazing. I knew it would work." "Sir, the simulation is quite successful. However, according to the calculations, we'll need 2 doors to travel freely between points." On the computer, an apple was tossed into the system, drifting through space. Tony Stark nodded in agreement. Jarvis's prediction was spot on. With current technology, breaking through the barriers of space was already a formidable challenge. To achieve true teleportation across these barriers would require an even greater force to penetrate a second layer and open a passageway. The best solution, for now, was to punch another hole. Satisfied with the results, Tony nodded. The experiment would have to stop here for the time being. After all, Tony didn't have 20 arc reactors on hand, and using them for a single attempt just wasn't worth it. He straightened his suit, hopped into his red sports car, and made his way to Hell's Kitchen, to the old man's antique shop. With a sharp sound, he pushed open the door and strode inside. Chin held high, pride radiating from his posture, Tony swept past a stunned Steve, eyes gleaming like a fighting rooster as he fixed his gaze on the old man. "I've already cracked your magic." Tony's father was utterly confused. Had Tony Stark lost his mind? Why would magic need to be deciphered? "Hey there, sir, you got a guest." "Whoa, isn't this Tony Stark? What's with the raccoon eyes? Did you just stumble out of a gay bar?" Wade came down the stairs, yawning and stretching, and the moment he spotted Tony, his words made Tony's face darken with annoyance. "Listen, pal, I swear if I'd brought my railgun, I'd have shot it straight into your gut." "Whoa, easy there, hotshot. No need to get all worked up first thing in the morning. Didn't blow off some steam last night?" Wade wore a lewd grin, but Tony was in no mood to banter. He was here for answers about the secrets of magic. "I've already cracked the technology for spatial collapse." Tony's announcement left the 3 of them stunned. Spatial collapse? Each word made sense on its own, but together they were a mystery. Though bewildered, the old man kept a serene expression and turned to Steve, asking, "You buying anything? If not, then leave." This left Tony Stark momentarily speechless. No one had ever dared dismiss him so directly. Fine, if it's about buying, Tony Stark had never backed down from a challenge. With a flourish, Tony slapped a black credit card down onto the table. "Uncle Steve, I'll take everything in the shop. Wrap it all up. Now, sir, are you interested in having chat with me?" Tony crossed his arms, looking at the old man with an air of pride. Though the old man was hardly short of cash, American regulations meant he couldn't use his own bank card. So when someone as extravagant as Tony Stark came along, the old man was delighted. "Of course, Tony. What would you like to talk about?" The old man set aside the book he'd been reading and turned his gaze to Tony. "How about magic?" The old man nodded. This was undoubtedly his area of expertise. "Well, when it comes to magic, there are many kinds. For instance, here you have contract magic, drawing on the power of unknown deities to cast spells. Or, take the Chinese art of qi magic, which borrows the forces of heaven and earth. But in the end, magic is just another form of expression, a way of harnessing energy. At its core, even science is a kind of magic. The old man spoke at length, and Tony listened intently, nodding now and then, sometimes jotting down questions when he hit a point of confusion. So many, in fact, that he filled an entire notebook. After Steve transferred a hefty sum of dollars into the shop's account, the old man wrapped up with a brief conclusion, signaling the end of this magic seminar. Tony stared at his notebook, wrestling with the questions he'd written, but in the end, he didn't ask any of them. Instead, he turned to the old man with a different question. "Sir, would you be interested in having a brilliant student?" Dad glanced at the bill, then looked up at Tony when he heard the question, his tone flat. "We do, but what we don't need is a know-it-all." Tony thought Dad was referring to the lie he'd told earlier about the spatial collapse technology, so he apologized sincerely. "Sorry, sir, I lied to you, but I really want to be your student." Dad frowned, confused by Tony's apology. Hadn't he already refused him? But just then, the menacing figure of the mountain demon Bogan flashed in his eyes. A swirl of mist appeared, and a map materialized before him. Dad snapped back to reality, his face now grave. Tony noticed the change, and tried to say something, but Dad urgently called out to Steve and Wade, who were moving goods nearby. "Put down those jars. A demon has appeared." Steve and Wade exchanged glances and shrugged, setting the jars down on a nearby antique table. They each took an arm of the still bewildered Tony and ushered him into the study. Once inside, Dad spread a world map out before everyone. After scanning it carefully, he marked a spot, Japan. "Why is it here?" Seeing the location was Japan, Dad instantly lost all interest. He yawned, traced a circle without much care, and set the matter aside. "Oh, come on, Dad. Do you have to make such a big deal out of everything?" "Seriously, sir, we're still in the middle of unpacking." "Excuse me, sorry to interrupt, but can someone please tell me what's going on?" Realizing everyone else seemed to understand the situation except him, Tony pushed into the group and asked them directly. Wade looked at Tony in surprise, waving his arms animatedly. "A demon. You know, the one with legs, glowing red eyes, huge fangs, breathes fire, sometimes spits water? That kind of monster. You've seen one before." Tony fell silent, tried to imagine just what kind of creature Wade was describing. Wade covered his face with his hand, letting it slide down in exasperation, clearly feeling his explanation had fallen flat. "Cue Deadpool. I'll draw it, I'll draw and draw. Ispini he's sikipad da. Deadpool vs. Evil Dragon. JPG. Folks, I'll leave this one to your imagination. Let's see who can come up with something hilarious." "Great idea, let's do it." The little cartoon figure finished the drawing, and Wade heartily approved, immediately reaching for his sketchpad to get started. "Move aside, there's no need to make it so complicated," Dad said, pushing Wade out of the way and unfurling a scroll titled Encyclopedia of Demons across the table. With a gentle push, Grandpa unfurled a hellish scroll across the table. Fire dragons soared across the sky. Raging infernos devoured the world of men. The sea surged backward, the sky was torn, thunder rampaged. Sun and moon reversed their places. Mountains, rivers, the very earth itself. Everything seemed born solely for destruction. What rules, what order? On this scroll, only the most absolute power reigned supreme. Humans are the most insignificant ants in the world. This was a phrase the Lord often repeated. In the era depicted in this painting, that's exactly what humanity was. Is this hell?" Steve's voice trembled as he asked. Grandpa shook his head. Steve and Tony had just begun to breathe easier, when Grandpa uttered words so startling they seemed to shatter the air. "This is the mortal world, the real place where humans once lived." He pointed to the fire dragon, soaring through the sky. "This is the Lord's fire demon. The creature you defeated before was not its true form. To burn everything in heaven and earth to ash, that is its destiny." He pointed to the monstrous waves crashing against the shore, at the gaping, fanged mouth within. "This is the water demon, master of all the world's waters. To the upturned mountains and earth. These are the mountain and earth demons. If the world is ever turned upside down, it will surely be because of their arrival. To the shattered sky. This is the sky demon. To the inverted sun and moon, the moon demon. To the rampaging thunder, the thunder demon. To the wind fanning the flames ever higher, the wind demon. When combined, they are known as the 8 great demons, wielders of the power to destroy the world." Steve drew in a sharp breath. He believed the Lord to be the most powerful demon, but now realized there were 7 others just as formidable. I think I understand. Then, sir, are you planning to stop them?" Tony blurted out his question, unable to hold back. Grandpa didn't hesitate in the slightest. "Stop them? With what? I haven't even found the right chi magic to deal with her yet. How am I supposed to stop a Kong? Tell me how." Grandpa glared at Tony, questioning him as he stepped closer and closer. His piercing gaze forced Tony to retreat until he backed right into a bookshelf with nowhere left to go. Sir, if these demons are as big as mountains, then they must be enormous, right? At Stark Industries, we have some pretty advanced attack helicopters we could airlift them in. And if nuclear weapons would help, I might even be able to arrange that. Tony quickly changed the subject, sharing his thoughts. In this, Tony was much like most Americans. He believed a nuke could solve anything. If one wouldn't do the trick, then drop two. If this demon had a physical form and was as massive as a mountain, then maybe a nuclear bomb would work wonders. Dad listened with great interest. Recalling the atomic bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, he nodded without a second thought. All right, you go ahead. Sure thing, leave it to us, sir. Let's go. Time to plant some mushrooms. Just as Steve was making his promise to Dad, Wade came over, slinging one arm around Tony and using the other to push Steve along as they dashed out of the antique shop. They hopped into Tony's luxury sports car, and with a roar of the engine, sped straight to Stark Tower. Hardly had they parked when a piercing shriek sliced through the air overhead. Steve, ever the seasoned veteran, reacted instantly to that sound. He tackled Tony Stark, hurling them both out of the car, and the moment they hit the ground, he rolled them to safety. No sooner had they cleared the vehicle than something massive and heavy crashed down from above. There was a thunderous bang, and Tony Stark's fiery red sports car was reduced to twisted wreckage. Engulfed in searing heat, a towering iron giant, over 4 meters tall, slowly stepped out. Every movement radiated the raw power of steel. The heavy thud of its steps made the weight of the armor palpable. Oh, Tony, why do you have to run? Must you really force me to tear you apart with my own hands? Obadiah, it's you. The voice boomed from within the thick armor, leaving Tony in utter disbelief. Uncle Obadiah had always been the quintessential businessman, solving problems with his shrewd business acumen. It was almost unimaginable that he'd build a suit of armor just to destroy him. It's not just him, Tony Stark. I am Whiplash, the Vanko family, whose name you and your father stole, now returned from hell itself, burning for revenge. Twin arcs of electricity flickered and danced, crackling with energy. Whiplash lashed his whip, stepping out of Stark Tower to stand beside Obadiah. Oh, Vanko? Sorry, I don't think I know you, Tony said, genuinely perplexed. Tony's cluelessness infuriated Whiplash. It was one thing for others to forget, but for the two men who had benefited most to not even remember the Vanko name. That was unforgivable. With a snarl, Whiplash cracked his whip straight at Tony Stark. In that split second, a long blade pierced clean through Whiplash's body. What? How is this possible? He gasped. Wade's voice whispered in Whiplash's ear. Buddy, thanks for inviting me to such a great party, but man, this hurts like hell. Wade's blade sliced through Whiplash, splitting him in two. Blood splattered, spraying across Ironmonger's armor. Obadiah watched the scene unfold with indifference. He'd never cared much for Whiplash, always bad-mouthing Howard, never inventing anything himself. Apart from the arc reactor tech left behind by his father, Whiplash had nothing to his name. Oh, I thought you'd try to stop me, Wade said calmly, flicking the blood off his blade as he looked at the Ironmonger. I wouldn't bother stopping you from killing a clown. He's of no use to us anymore. You're a real cold-blooded capitalist, aren't you? Let's see if you can still talk like that when you're up against 3 of us at once. Augusto couldn't help but chuckle, shrugging his shoulders as the scene unfolded. But in the blink of an eye, the Ironmonger under his control swung a massive palm at Wade, sending him hurtling through the air like a rag doll. With a sharp thud, Wade crashed to the ground and rolled over a dozen times before finally scrambling to his feet, now right beside Steve. Wow, Cap, you can't imagine how tough that guy is. Steve had no time for Wade's banter. The Ironmonger was really advancing on them, step by heavy step. Team, get ready for battle, Steve ordered, as the tension in the air mounted. But just then, Tony suddenly called out, Wait a sec, Cap. Hold them off for a bit. I got something to take care of. Tony's abrupt dash away left Steve stunned. What was the kid thinking? Where are you going, Tony? Steve shouted after him. Just changing into something more suitable, Cap. I'll be right back, Tony replied. Changing clothes in the middle of a fight? Are you kidding me, Tony? Steve grumbled. What are you, a softie? Above them, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds. Below, heat waves flickered through the flames. Watching Tony leave, Obadiah didn't seem in any hurry. He looked on with interest at the unfolding scene. Tony, you're nothing like your father. You're far too soft. But don't worry, you won't be troubled by fear much longer. The engine's roar filled the air as Obadiah set the Ironmonger in motion. Each step shattered the ground beneath him, the grinding of metal echoing with brute force. Yet compared to Tony's Mark III, the Ironmonger was hopelessly outdated. The technology behind, it was like the rifles used by American soldiers, unchanged for decades. The arc reactor could provide immense power, but this armor couldn't fully harness it. It It was like a young man with boundless energy trapped in a child's body. No matter how much milk he drank, he still couldn't do anything with it. Hey, he's pretty slow, Steve. How about we take the initiative? Forget waiting for the pajama kid. Let's go. Facing the towering ironmonger, over 4 meters tall, Steve and Wade charged at him with reckless abandon. It was such a bizarre sight that for a moment, the ironmonger seemed like the underdog. Obadiah fought to control the massive suit, but without the aid of an AI like Jarvis. Making the machine respond as if it were part of his own body was simply impossible. As the ironmonger's engine revved up, an invisible current of electricity coursed through its arms. With a thunderous crack, the electric whips lashed out and struck the ground, sending sparks flying in every direction. The steel cables, forged entirely from metal and powered by the ironmonger's immense strength, slammed into the ground with such force that the earth split open instantly. Shards of rock exploded outward, and jagged stones jutted up like a sudden forest. Though the furious strike hadn't hit either of the two men, it forced them to halt their advance. Captain, should we keep pushing forward? Well, how about we switch to ranged attacks? Agreed, both replied in unison. Before Obadiah could get his bearings, Steve and Wade had already widened the distance. One of them unleashed a hail of bullets, while the other sent his shield spinning in a wide arc. A resonant clang, like a massive brass bell struck hard, reverberated through the confined space. The sound made Obadiah's head throb, and though it was only a shield ricocheting through the air, the force behind it was enough to send the heavy ironmonger suit staggering and off balance. Unlike Tony's suit, this machine lacked advanced target locking systems, and for a moment, Obadiah was left unable to counterattack. Fortunately, the ironmonger's greatest asset was its sheer durability. After dozens of attacks, Obadiah could barely hear anything. Sharp, jolting pains shot through his body, fraying his nerves even as a wild grin spread across his face. He tightened his grip on the steel whips. Die, all of you! With a furious roar, Obadiah lashed the twin whips, now writhing like silver serpents against the ground. More debris flew, and thick clouds of dust billowed into the air. At Obadiah's maniacal outburst, Steve and Wade, moving in perfect sync, ducked behind cover. Watching Obadiah's rampage from safety, Wade exhaled shakily and murmured, "Messing with lunatics is a risky game. We'd better be careful next time." Enough chatter, Wade. What's the situation now? Toss a grenade in there and clear out that dust. Wade pulled a grenade from behind his back, yanked the pin with a flick, and lobbed it into the smoky haze. It rolled across the ground and landed precisely where needed. A sharp explosion followed, and then a gentle drizzle began to fall from above. Oh, rain. That's not exactly good news. Really? Captain, I always thought rain was great. It washes away the bloodstains after a fight. Years of battlefield experience had taught Steve that rain meant a long, drawn-out battle. Once it started, things often spiraled to their most intense. And sure enough, just as Steve predicted, Obadiah emerged from the cloud of dust, the ironmonger's suit completely unscathed. The look on his face said it all. The previous attacks had done nothing to slow him down. Indeed, that was the reality. The ironmonger's armor was far beyond ordinary. It was thick enough to shrug off any real damage. Even a heavy blow would, at most, injure the person inside, but the suit itself would remain unscathed. Obadiah clutched his head, the violent jolt having rattled his nerves. Yet, the moment he caught sight of Steve and the others, the whip in, his hand crackled with electricity, surging down the rain-soaked path like a lightning strike, zapping Steve and Wade in one swift burst. Fortunately, neither man was an average human. The shock merely sent their hair standing on end, leaving them looking rather like a couple of bristling porcupines. "Hey, Cap, you look like you just walked out an emo band," Wade quipped. "Shut up, Wade," Steve shot back. Now is hardly the time for banter. Steve didn't know why Obadiah was only using such a low voltage, but judging by the effect, it was clear that attack range was no longer an issue for the ironmonger. No matter where they tried to hide, the current would follow the flow of rainwater and find them, delivering a jolting shock. While Steve racked his brain for a way to counter the rain, Obadiah was already regaining his senses. But instead of figuring out how to defeat Steve and Wade, the first thing on his mind was how to escape. Yes, he was done trying to go head-to-head with Tony. Given the situation, if he kept this up, those two lunatics would surely kill him. For a businessman, money was important, no doubt, but you needed to be alive to spend it. For Obadiah, life itself was the most precious commodity. But before he could make a move, Steve and Wade, drawing on their battlefield instincts, closed in on the ironmonger. In one swift motion, they leapt on a massive suit and started pounding away. Obadiah, an old man and a relic from another era, had never faced anything like this before. He was instantly thrown into chaos, unable to fend off attacks from either side. Steve and Wade weren't about to show him any mercy. They whipped out their weapons and began trying to dismantle the hulking armor piece by piece. Luckily for Obadiah, the ironmonger's joints were exceptionally well engineered. Steve and Wade couldn't tear it apart right away, buying Obadiah a precious sliver of time. And so, the two grown men and an old man, along with a giant metal turtle, were locked in a furious tussle. As the battle grew ever more intense on Steve and Wade's end, Tony finally located the spatial transporter he'd installed at his company. That's right, though it had cost him a fortune, Tony had built a portal between his home and his office. Why? Because he was rich and he could. Jarvis, how's it coming? Is it ready? Yes, sir. The system is fully operational and the portal is stable. According to my calculations, the success rate for this experiment is 79.7%. All right then, let's begin. At Tony's command, 20 arc reactors flared to life at once, casting their glow across the darkness. A pitch-black cavern gradually unfolded behind the newly forged gateway. Tony gazed at this imposing door, drawing several deep breaths before striding forward and stepping through. The portal, constructed by Jarvis, suddenly shimmered with a faint light. Tony Stark burst out from within, gasping for air. Jarvis, report on the current situation. Sir, the spatial teleportation device was a success. However, after the recent usage, 7 arc reactors have burned out and the remaining ones have all suffered varying degrees of damage. With our current technology, spatial teleportation is not feasible for regular use. Understood. Without pausing for a moment, Tony made his way to his laboratory, listening to Jarvis's report while beginning to change into the Mark III armor. Jarvis, record today's experiment log. Oh, and remember to note that the spatial gateway's tunnel stability was excellent today. Yes, sir. Also, Jarvis, help me remove those damaged arc reactors, place them on my workbench, and remind me to study how to adjust them. Of course, sir. While one set of machines assisted Tony in donning the Mark III, another set began collecting the spent arc reactors. By all accounts, the arc reactor should be the most advanced energy technology in the world right now. Yet even this marvel couldn't keep up with the demands of the spatial gateway. Tony considered whether he should build an ultra-large reactor. Perhaps that would finally put an end to these burnout issues. Soon, the Mark III was fully assembled, and Jarvis had launched a series of startup protocols. Tony eyed the screen, where a targeting interface appeared, reminiscent of a video game. He gave his order at once. Jarvis, activate flight assist. Set destination, Stark Industrial Park. Yes, sir. Tony fired up the flight system, while Jarvis provided balancing support. In no time at all, with Jarvis's assistance, Tony soared straight to Stark Industrial Park. Oh, is it raining? What a miserable day for weather. Sir, shall I activate the drying protocol to keep the suit at a constant temperature? Do it, Jarvis. Priorities combat. As Tony accelerated toward the scene, Steve and Wade were already deep in the throes of battle. Fists, shields, and blades hammered down in a relentless flurry, pounding ironmonger with the force of a torrential downpour. The impacts exploded like thunderclaps, deafening in their intensity. Obadiah tried to fight back, desperate to break free from this overwhelmingly one-sided onslaught. But under Steve's savage assault, his armor began to fail him. The two of them were like wild beasts, showing no sign of stopping. Seeing the smoke only made them more excited. With knives prying and shields smashing, they dismantled Obadiah's armor piece by piece. Wires were ripped out, and the restraining devices clamped onto Obadiah like a second suit of armor, locking him in place so he couldn't move an inch. During this brutal struggle, their arms twisted at unnatural angles, the skin and flesh on their knuckles scraped raw, blood seeping out from time to time. Yet even so, their assault did not let up. If anything, it grew even more frenzied. As they tore away the armor, Obadiah's true face was finally exposed to Steve and Wade. Confronted with such a capitalist, neither man showed a shred of mercy. Their fists crashed into his face, each blow landing with sickening force. Throughout it all, Obadiah's cries turned pitiful and desperate, until Steve, finally losing patience, slapped him hard across the face. Pathetic. Obadiah, did you never think about how this would all end for you before you did this? If you've lost, just admit it. Now you put on this sobbing act. Who do you think you're fooling? Obadiah stopped crying. Seeing this, Steve delivered a crushing punch to his neck, and with that, Obadiah's life came to an abrupt end. Just then, Tony finally arrived, fashionably late, making a classic superhero landing that sent a shockwave through the ground. Tony slowly straightened up, striking an invincible pose, and said in a steady voice, "I am Iron Man." "Wow, you look amazing. Captain, how did you handle deserters on the battlefield back in your day?" Wade interjected. Steve squinted at Wade, then turned his gaze to Tony before replying with a menacing tone. I would stomp on his foot until it broke, then drag him by the neck and throw him right back into the battle. Hearing this, Tony swallowed nervously and stammered. You're joking, right, Cap? Steve shot Tony a frosty glare and shook his head without a word. Tony thought to himself, that's it. My life is over. Everything's hopeless. In response, Wade gleefully whipped out his twin blades and sidled up to Tony. Don't worry, Tony. I'm quick. You won't feel a thing. Get lost. Tony shoved Wade aside and hurried over to Steve, hoping to plead his case. Shut up, Tony. You damn sissy. We've already finished the fight, and you show up now? What are you doing? Hoping for leftovers. Tony was speechless. Seriously, you think everyone's as crazy as you two? I'm just a frail scientist. It's normal for me to need armor. Suri, capito. Next time, I'll be faster, I promise. Hearing Tony's apology, Steve let it go. Peering between Wade and Steve, Tony finally caught sight of Obadiah's body lying on the ground. Though he had suspected it earlier, Tony still couldn't quite believe that the one who would try to kill him turned out to be his own uncle. Tony closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment before speaking to Jarvis. Prepare a coffin for Uncle, and give his family 1% of my annual income. It will be Stark Industries' final act of mercy toward him and the family behind him. He sighed. Back in the day, it was Uncle Obadiah who first brought him into the lab, who led him to Stark Industries, and who helped him rise to the presidency of the company. Yet, now it was Uncle Obadiah who wanted him gone. How should one put it? The cycle of cause and effect in this world seems like an endless loop. What you sow is what you reap. Obadiah had wagered most of his life on Tony and Howard. Why not continue the bet to the end? Who knows, perhaps in the end, it would have been him who enjoyed the most peaceful and contented final days. But, alas, his ambition destroyed everything. He lost it all, including the life he held most dear. Well, look at that, getting sentimental now. The guy tried to kill you, remember. Are you really this forgiving? Wade leaned in curiously, wiping a tear from the corner of Tony's eye, his tone full of intrigue. Forgiveness is one side of me. But don't forget, I can be just as calculating, Tony replied, shoving Wade aside. Wade stood there stunned for a few seconds, unable to fathom why Tony could feel pity for Obadiah. All right, we don't have time for your family drama. Hurry up and get us to the airport. We've got a demon to deal with, Wade urged. The group made their way straight up through Star Tower to the rooftop. As they approached the helicopter, Tony was about to stride ahead, but the others reached out to block his way. That's enough, Tony. This isn't something you should be involved in. Not yet. Wait until you're a bit more mature. I'm already grown up. I'm talking about your mindset. Steve, The Panku box slowly floated into the air, and a misty, cloud-like map appeared, its image reflected in both the Shindu and Old Man's eyes. Bo Gang remarked, Sun Trigram. This is the map of Howling Wind. But why is there nothing on it? Shindu grumbled. Why is it like this? Has the Panku box grown too lazy to even put on a show? Old Man mused. Is it Howling Wind's turn this time? And where will it be? While the three exchanged puzzled glances, the map abruptly rolled itself up and transformed into a staff, which dropped to the ground. The moment the staff formed, Old Man's video feed was cut off, but in that fleeting instant, he caught a glimpse of a strange rune. Shindu walked forward and picked up the staff, studying the runes etched onto it. Something about them seemed vaguely familiar to him. What is it, Shindu? Bogang's voice carried a note of irritation, not directed at Shindu, but at Zhang Wolao of the Eight Immortals, who had sealed her away all those years ago. If she still possessed her full wisdom, she would never have to lower herself to ask Shindu for answers. The Dark Lord did not answer, but instead began to recite an ancient incantation. Channeling his magic into the staff, he watched as tiny points of starlight shimmered at its tip. With a deliberate motion, the Dark Lord aimed the staff at Bogang. In an instant, those star-like sparks shot forth and struck Bogang. Dark Lord, what are you doing? Bogang cried out in terror as the light hit him. But within moments, he gave a great yawn and drifted off into a deep, peaceful sleep. As I thought, magic of dreams. The gate of Xiaofeng lies within the realm of dreams. Seeing Bogang fall asleep, the Dark Lord's expression confirmed his suspicions, but he soon began to look troubled. To cross the barrier between dreams and reality and bring a demon into the human world would require immense preparation. Not to mention that he had yet to fully recover his strength. Even if he were at his peak, such a spell would take years, not just months to cast. It truly spoke to the ingenuity of the Eight Immortals. Even in death, their handiwork made it feel as though the Dark Lord was facing them directly in his quest to save his brethren. After all, aside from Han Zhongli, who could have imagined hiding the gate of hell within the door of dreams? The mystery guest quietly picked up the fallen Panku box, and seeing the Dark Lord gazing thoughtfully at his staff, chose not to disturb him. The others stepped aside, waiting patiently for the Dark Lord's return to focus. It seems there's only one way. The Dark Lord let out a soft sigh, as if finally steeling himself for what must be done. Snapping back to himself, Old Dad quickly sketched the fleeting glimpse of runes he'd caught earlier onto a sheet of paper. The more he looked at the symbol, the more familiar it seemed. Aha! The Grand Compendium of Magic! Old Dad exclaimed, hastily spreading out the ancient tome. Before long, he found the exact rune he was searching for. It's the Dreambound Sigil. Old Dad's expression grew grave. There was a demon called Nightmare, who used human dreams to carve out a world of dreams. As the only living being in that world, he longed to escape and enter the human realm. So, he forged a staff inscribed with all the magics of dreams. When more than half of the world's people fall asleep, his magic will weaken the boundary between dreams and reality, perhaps even shatter it, allowing him to cross over into the world of humans. That was all the record revealed. As for whether Nightmare had ever succeeded over the countless years, the answer was no. Had he done so, his name would have become legend in the human world, but clearly it had not. Closing the Grand Compendium, Old Dad now understood the Dark Lord's intentions. He wasted no time in beginning his own preparations. One clove of garlic after another went into the copper pot, followed by a handful of special ingredients. Soon, a vial of emerald green potion was produced. He held it up to the light. Not even the brightest beam could pierce its depths. Only then did Old Dad nod in satisfaction. Just then, a jingling bell announced the arrival of a group as the door swung open and they stepped inside. Sir, I must lodge a complaint. Uncle Steve completely abandoned his teammate. Tony protested. No, Dad, I object first. Tony is nothing but a despicable deserter, Steve countered. Wade cut in. No, sir, they're both useless. They let the demon Bogan escape. Please, let me punish them. With that single remark, Wade instantly drew the attention of the feuding uncle and nephew, both of whom now fixed their gaze on him. Tony and Steve, in unison. Kid, you've got guts, haven't you? Wade replied. Are you kidding? I'm the bravest here. The three exchanged a silent conversation with nothing but raised eyebrows and meaningful glances. Tony and Steve looked at each other. With a quick lift of the left eyebrow and a twitch of the right, they seemed to say, let's get him. Agreed. In a flash, Steve pounced on Wade, pinning him to the ground. Tony hurried over to hold down Wade's legs. The two of them proceeded to give Wade a thorough roughing up. All right, enough horsing around. Come and try Dad's new serum, someone interjected. Hearing this, Tony and Steve released Wade, got up from the floor, and stepped forward, eager to see what this new concoction was all about. Wade reattached his arm, scrambled up, and seeing the two with their backs turned to him, suddenly shouted, pressed his palms together, pointed his index fingers, and lunged forward. 1,000-year stab. Whether it was fate or just inevitability, as Tony Stark twisted away, Wade's fingers landed their mark with perfect precision. Tony let out a howl and collapsed onto the floor, his rear end sticking comically up. He looked thoroughly defeated. Home run. Wade cheered, sliding across the floor in an imitation of Mike's dance moves, his joy practically overflowing. Dad shot him a sharp look, his eyes narrowing. With a quick flick, 2 fingers wrapped Wade on the head. Wade dropped instantly. Honestly, you all need to get along, Dad said calmly, giving Wade a final glance before turning to Steve and handing him the serum. Forget those 2 clowns for now. Steve, let's try my new formula. Steve nodded blankly, unscrewed the cap, and was about to drink before realizing he hadn't asked whether the medicine was to be taken orally or applied. He paused, bottle at his lips, and looked at Dad. Is it topical, or do I drink it? How much should I take? The whole thing, drink it all. Will it be dangerous? Are you going to drink it or not? Steve hesitated, picking up and putting down the bottle, firing off question after question. At first, Dad answered patiently, but before long, he looked ready to force the serum down Steve's throat himself. After all, there was no explicit instruction that it had to be taken by mouth. Under the roar of his father, Steve didn't hesitate for a second. He gulped it all down in one go. Yet, with his eyes tightly shut and an expression as if he were marching bravely to his doom, he left his father utterly speechless. Are you out of your mind? Open your eyes and tell me how you feel. A sharp tap of 2 fingers on his forehead jolted Steve awake. He opened his eyes, a look of delight spreading across his face. I'm alive. I'm alive. I made it. Silly boy, there was never any poison to begin with. Enough of that. Don't jump around like a monkey. Now, tell me what you felt. With a single command from his father, Steve instantly calmed down. He took his time, carefully reflecting on the sensation from before and finally spoke. Sorry, Dad. I drank it too fast just now and didn't really feel anything. Maybe I should try another one. Master, this is already the tallest rooftop in New York. We've really done everything we can. It's not enough, not even close. We need to stir up a hurricane that will rock the entire world. Only then can the dream powder drift into every corner of the globe. Osborne Industries Tower. With helicopters as paintbrushes and the rooftop as their canvas, the master directed everyone as they drew wind sigils across the rooftop. The wand that had been in his hand had vanished, and next to him, a crate overflowed with golden powder, the very stuff that would let all mankind enter the dream world. Mysterio, Circle B is complete. Over. Vulture, Circle D is finished. Sabretooth, Circle C is done. Darwin, all clear on my end. Sandman, Circle E is ready. Taskmaster, mission accomplished. Location H. Osborne, Master, everything's ready. The 6 magic circles were laid out at the 6 corners of the rooftop, the largest one drawn personally by Osborne. As soon as he finished his report, a red light filled his eyes. The master was about to take charge himself. Pour everything from the crate onto the circle. Once you're done, run, don't look back. At the master's command, no one hesitated. Each used their own remote abilities to destroy the crate in their own unique way, tossing, smashing, or blowing it up. The golden powder cascaded out as the master pressed his hand to the circle. Yakushi roya kamishima. Yakushi roya kamishima. The master's incantation rang out, endless magical energy surging into the circle. A massive formation rose into the sky, carrying the 6 smaller circles with it. At the moment it touched the sky, the circles merged to create a gigantic magic formation, large enough to blanket all of New York. Once the formation was complete, the master withdrew his hand. A gentle breeze swept from within, carrying the golden powder out into the world. What should we have for lunch? How about burgers? Inside a company, 2 employees who had just finished their work were leisurely pondering their lunch options. But as the gentle wind drifted by, they both found themselves stifling yawns. So sleepy, maybe I'll just forget about eating and go to bed. Yawns seemed as contagious as a spring breeze, sweeping through the entire company in no time. Soon, the whole building was strewn with people lying wherever they fell as if a silent epidemic had swept through. In this hush, only the soft sounds of snoring broke the quiet, a gentle reminder that this was nothing more than an afternoon nap. Meanwhile, the United States Congress issued a statement. The yawn virus has now fully breached America. Our nation has reason to suspect that this is a viral warfare operation launched by some mysterious Eastern power. We will, ZZZ. Congress had fallen. Many people, in the middle of their work, succumbed to a yawn and drifted off right where they sat. The entire world was plunged into slumber, and the only place untouched was a small, unassuming antique shop. Dad, if I go out now for a 5-finger discount, do you think I won't even need a mask? Wade peered eagerly at the unconscious crowd outside, posing a question that even his father hadn't anticipated. Wade, even if such acts aren't illegal here in America, I still have to remind you they're not exactly moral, Dad replied, tracing a magic circle on the floor, a gateway to the dream world, without even looking up. He didn't actually stop Wade, though. After all, it was technically allowed in America. Wade was ready to dash out the door, but Steve quickly grabbed him by the collar. By this time, Dad had already completed his magic circle. Entering the dream world now required Wade's participation. Sit tight, unless you want me to turn you into a raccoon, Steve warned, his fists carrying a certain persuasive power. Wade shrank back obediently. With the circle finished, Dad let out a sigh and put his materials back on the table. The magic array pulsed with a soft glow. In a blink, the glow faded and Dad, Steve, and the others quickly drifted into deep sleep. When Dad opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the world he had once crossed into. Come on, Chinphone, let's go out and play. Not today. I've got things to do, you go ahead. Watching his childhood friend run off, Dad shook his head, his body returning to its aged form. With a gentle laugh, he replied, All right then, I'm off. Don't forget school tomorrow. Yeah, got it. As his friend's figure disappeared into the distance, Dad stepped out of the dream and entered the dream world. A place built from countless doors, each one a gateway to a different dream. He looked over the endless rows of nondescript doors and casually reached out to open a few. Carter, I love you. Steve, I love you too. Steve's dream was set in a pure white chapel, where Carter, holding a bouquet, smiled radiantly at him. At that moment, Dad cleared his throat awkwardly. Time to wake up, Steve. We got work to do. Oh, Dad, can't you let me enjoy the honeymoon for just a bit longer? Steve slipped off his ornate suit, revealing his everyday clothes underneath. In the real world, this would have seemed illogical, but in a dream, it felt perfectly natural. If you know it's all fake, then why let a dream deceive you? Listening to his father's words, Steve nodded, hugged Carter, and then followed his father out the main door. Dad, what about the others? You're the first one I found. The rest might take a bit longer. There are just so many doors here. Steve glanced around. Countless doors made up the entire world, a spectacle too striking to forget. 8 billion people sleeping at the same time? That seems a bit much. No, maybe just 7/8 of them. After all, there are places even they can't reach. As Steve marveled at the scene, his father suddenly chimed in. Where would that be, Dad? Steve was curious. Just what kind of place was his father talking about? China. The spell formations there can block out a vast amount of negative magic. This kind of thing, they wouldn't even break a sweat. There was a note of pride in his father's voice, a deep, unshakable confidence in his homeland. Steve didn't fully understand, never having seen it for himself, but a seed of curiosity quietly took root in his heart. One day, he promised himself he would go and witness that wondrous country with his own eyes. At the same time his father entered the world of dreams, the Lord also stepped through his own door, taking on physical form. The Lord was thoroughly pleased with this journey through the dream realm. The rush of power, what a feeling! With a casual wave of his hand, several doors swung open. Mysterio and the others emerged, and as they gathered, the panka box floated down from the sky toward them. Mysterio caught the panka box. The Lord gestured with a flourish, saying, "Let's move out, everyone." Led by the Lord, the group walked on until they reached a large green door, carved with strange and intricate patterns. The panka box rose smoothly into the air. Two long, one short, sign of the Sun trigram. The box shot forward at incredible speed, pressing itself onto the symbol for Sun. Fixed in place, it sent out a beam of light, opening the gate of hell. From the gate, a blue creature, bearing a striking resemblance to a giant toad, slowly stepped out. "Lord, my brother, you didn't disappoint me," Xiaofeng declared. "I am free." As soon as Xiaofeng spoke, a fierce wind howled through the entire dream world. The Lord and his companions could barely keep their footing, swaying as the gale raged. Every door was blown open, and those immune to the dream's influence awoke with a start. "It's been too long, Xiaofeng." The Lord braced himself against the wind, walked up to Xiaofeng's side, and gave his hand an enthusiastic pat in greeting. Only then did Xiaofeng fall silent. With the wind now stilled, Darwin and the others were hurled forward in an instant. Darwin said, "I think I might know why this demon is called Howling Wind." Sandman agreed. "Yes, that last breath of his nearly blew me away." Ignoring the crowd's chatter, the Lord stepped up beside Howling Wind, who, in a fluid transformation, took on the guise of a mafia boss with a huge toad-like mouth. "How wonderful to see you, my dear brother. Thank you for coming here to save me," Howling Wind exclaimed. He drew in a deep breath, and, once again, a violent gust swept through the air. But this time, the wind didn't last long. Just a moment later, Howling Wind let it go. "Ah, the air of freedom," he sighed, marveling at the beauty of the world. Even though the winds here were a bit chaotic, it was infinitely better than the windless hell he had just escaped. "My beloved brother, I hate to dampen your joy at escaping the underworld, but I must remind you, we're still in the realm of dreams. If you don't leave with me soon, you'll be trapped here," the Lord warned him. As the Lord finished speaking, Howling Wind fixed him with a suspicious gaze, scrutinizing his brother so intently that it made the Lord break out in a nervous sweat. Howling Wind's recovery was astonishing, faster than the Lord had imagined. Though they were still within a dream, Howling Wind seemed able to ignore its rules and wield the power of wind at will. This was a worrying prospect for the Lord, but he took comfort in knowing that, at heart, Howling Wind was a straightforward man and unlikely to ruin his plans. Just as the Lord was thinking this, Howling Wind exhaled heavily and sighed. "All right, brother, I'll listen to you. Tell me what to do." Suppressing his delight, the Lord replied calmly, "More and more people are falling asleep, and the boundary between dream and reality has already been broken. All we need to do is find a point where dreams and reality connect, and we'll be able to escape." Howling Wind nodded, accepting his brother's explanation. But at that very moment, a seasoned voice cut through their conversation. "Howling Wind, demon, prepare to return to where you belong." A few hours earlier, when Howling Wind unleashed a gale that flung open every door, the old man seized the opportunity to find his trusty helpers, Tony Stark and Wade. "Mister, if you come any later, I'd have racked up 1,000 victories by now," Tony bragged. "Don't believe a word, sir," Wade retorted. "With that scrawny frame, he'd be lucky to handle 2, let alone 1,000. "Hey, you twisted freak, you dare challenge me, Tony Stark? Careful, or I'll freeze your card." Tony shot back. "Oh, I'm so scared. Please, spare me, you jerk," Wade mocked. Watching the two fools banter, the old man didn't intervene or stop them, For at that moment, someone entirely unexpected entered the world of dreams. The Ancient One. It's been a long time, he called out. Walking ahead, the Ancient One, her bald head gleaming, turned around at the sound of the old man's voice, her face lighting up with joy. Long time no see, Chinfeng. Are you here to stop the nightmare from being resurrected as well? Nightmare? That seemed to refer to the demon who inscribed that dream rune. But, judging from the current situation, it was clearly the so-called Holy Master, not this nightmare, who had caused the chaos. I'm sorry, Ancient One, but this incident wasn't created by Nightmare. The one I'm after is another demon, the Holy Master. The Holy Master? Is it the Black Mist demon you mentioned before? Seeing that the Ancient One remembered, Grandpa nodded affirmatively. The Ancient One let out a long breath and said, "These demons just love stirring up trouble together." No sooner had the Ancient One finished speaking than a gaunt figure galloped in on a black, skinny horse, charging straight between the two. "My dear Sorcerer Supreme, I've caught you napping on the job." Grandpa and the Ancient One both stepped back quickly. Nightmare's sudden attack missed them both. But as the Ancient One saw Nightmare revived, her brows furrowed, and she spoke in a low voice, "Nightmare, this world will soon belong to Nightmare." The horse reared with a shrill cry, lifting Nightmare high, as if trying to lend him an air of authority. But such little tricks were nothing in the face of a Sorcerer Supreme who had grown powerful over centuries. With a wave of her hand, the Ancient One conjured a circular spell, slicing it towards Nightmare. "Enough of this farce, Nightmare. Return to silence." The glowing circle cleaved through Nightmare's mount, dispersing it into a wisp of black mist. But Nightmare himself was far harder to deal with. He twisted in midair and dodged the Ancient One's spell, landing lightly on his feet. With a greatsword in hand, he surged forward, ready for a duel with the Ancient One. The Ancient One raised her circular spell, clashing with Nightmare's sword. The two exchanged blows left and right. Grandpa watched for a moment, then took out his pufferfish from behind his back. Though he wasn't sure what kind of demon Nightmare was, he still poured a vial of all-purpose potion over the pufferfish. "Begone, monsters and demons. Begone, monsters and demons." A green light shimmered forth as Grandpa raised his hand and fired. Sensing the danger at his back, Nightmare instantly created a hole in the floor and leapt down, just as the Ancient One's spell whizzed overhead, shaving off Nightmare's hair. Nightmare emerged from a nearby door, shaking a finger at the Ancient One in indignation. "Despicable Sorcerer Supreme, resorting to sneak attacks, does that befit your title?" The Ancient One had no intention of reasoning with the demon. She hurled her spell circle like a flying disc, her voice icy cold. "When dealing with demons, any means is justified. Steve, are we just going to stand here and watch?" "Wait, what else can we do, boss? We don't have any weapons. Going in now would just make things worse." Tony asked, "But if we just stand by and watch while the boss goes up there to fight, aren't we going to get a scolding when we get back?" The three of them were chatting absent-mindedly when a gruff, aged voice came from behind. "Taking it easy. Are we, gentlemen?" Perhaps he hadn't realized who it was at first, but Wade waved his hand dismissively. "Not at all, not at all. Third best in the world, that's me." Hearing that long, drawn-out voice, Wade shivered involuntarily. He turned to see that the old man's hair was practically standing on end with rage. Steve hurriedly stammered, "Sorry, sir. We'll get going right now." Wade chimed in, "I love being the tank. Let me go in first." Tony protested, "Sir, it was these two who held me back. I couldn't help it. Just wait and see. I'll show you something spectacular in a moment." As the three of them, brimming with bravado, were about to march forward, the old man bellowed, "All of you, freeze right there." That thunderous shout made the trio shudder and stiffly turn around. In unison, and with pitiful voices, they pleaded, "Boss." The old man snorted, pulled out his own pufferfish and their weapons, and tossed them back to each of them. "Enough with those faces. I've enchanted your weapons. Now you can actually hurt the Nightmare. Go on, give him a beating." Their eyes lit up at the sight of their weapons. Even though they looked just the same as before, they knew the old man would never lie about something like this. Eagerly equipping their weapons, feeling the supposed change, the three of them shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." Without another moment's hesitation, they charged ahead, managing, if only for a moment, to push the Nightmare to the brink. "Three foolish kids," the old man muttered with a shake of his head. "Enchanting weapons is no simple task." Leaving aside the fact that none of their gear had any magical properties to start with. Take Tony's gloves, for instance. With their intricate construction of millions of tiny parts, imbuing them with magical runes would take 10 master engravers working non-stop for days. In short, he just tricked them. "Old man, you've been upgraded. Now get in there." Tony, Steve, Wade got it charged. Recalling the scene just now, The old man couldn't help but chuckle as he imagined three little troublemakers dashing off with reckless abandon. It wasn't just for mischief's sake that he'd fooled the trio. The truth was, the wind howler had been raging for quite some time. After 2 surges of fierce wind, the old man could sense the growing power in its wake. He needed to hurry. There was no time to waste. He sprinted toward the source of the wind, pulling out a specially prepared concoction designed to counteract the wind howler. He poured it over his fan, the liquid glowing faintly green as it caught the light. The Holy Master and Whistling Wind turned their heads at the same time. They saw a shriveled old man holding a fan embroidered with intricate patterns. The fan glowed with a green light, already raised, poised to sweep downward. Not good. A gale. Whistling Wind shouted, his voice booming as his mouth opened wide. A rush of air, wild as a hurricane, surged straight toward the old man. In the blink of an eye, the old man had no time to swing his fan before the furious wind swept him off his feet, carrying him away. Fortunately, the fan protected him from harm, so the gale only blew him far off without causing any other effect. Holy Master, go! Quick, go! Whistling Wind sent a message to the Holy Master, his urgency beyond words. Seeing no other choice, he conjured a small vortex in his palm and sent the Holy Master and his companions hurtling into the distance. Once the Holy Master and the others had left, the old man, now far away, began to walk forward step by step, waving his fan. Strangely, the furious wind lost its power at the sweep of his fan, as if snuffed out by some mysterious force. Whistling Wind's heart raced with terror. He had no intention of returning to that hellish place. With a rush of wind beneath his feet, he lifted himself off the ground. He took a deep breath, and in that instant, the wind disappeared. The old man staggered back a couple of steps, and Whistling Wind seized the moment, exhaling a mighty gust. Riding the wind, flight by breath. Whistling Wind floated like a balloon, using his breath as propulsion to launch himself far into the distance. Seeing this, the old man hurriedly waved his fan, firing off one last ball of energy straight at Whistling Wind. But when he saw the light fade from his fan, the old man knew the outcome. With a helpless sigh, sparks flashed in his eyes. It's all that cursed nightmare's fault. If not for him, Whistling Wind could never have escaped. Now that he's gone, you'll have to take his place and remain sealed here. As the old man turned, a glowing green pufferfish appeared in his hand. Step by step, he advanced, and the pufferfish gradually turned red. Demons and monsters, be gone. Demons and monsters, be gone. Back on the previous battlefield, Nightmare took advantage of the terrain, playing tricks on the Ancient One and the others. Though he knew this couldn't last forever, his only goal was to buy time. Defeating the Ancient One was out of the question. Yeah, over here. Steve's shield traced a perfect arc, flying precisely toward a door. But Nightmare slammed the door shut at the last second, and the shield returned to Steve's hand as Nightmare darted out from another doorway. Ah, missed again. I'm over here. Wade lunged forward with his blade, but Nightmare timed it perfectly and shut the door in his face. Haha, wrong again, you fools. I'm right here. In this chaotic game, the Ancient One had already sat down cross-legged, as if giving up. Only Steve and his 2 companions continued their relentless assault. Tony was gasping for breath, his gloves emitting bursts of energy. The blasts were powerful and could strike from a distance, but Nightmare slammed the doors shut. Even faster, even a casual wave of Nightmare's hand left Tony utterly exhausted. It's no use, Cap. This guy's slippery as an eel. There's just no catching him. Hey, coward, come out here if you got any guts. I swear I'll shove my sword right up your... Wade raged, hacking wildly at the door in front of him. His attacks, however, did nothing to Nightmare and only made him look more like a clown. Master, do you have any way to deal with this disgusting creature? Compared to the others, Steve turned his gaze directly to the Ancient One. After all, in the previous battles, she had managed to strike Nightmare hard every single time, as if she always knew exactly where he would appear next. When facing Nightmare, the last thing you want is impatience. Calm and composure are your best shields. The Ancient One sat cross-legged on the ground, her eyes closed, the very image of a meditating monk. Though the Ancient One spoke with ease, the truth was far from simple. As the dream world gradually merged with reality, Nightmare's power was only growing stronger. The eye of Agamotto's ability to see through illusions was beginning to fail. She could now only strengthen the eye's power by entering a deep meditative trance, though this enhancement could be used just once. The Ancient One was waiting for Nightmare to reveal a weakness, preparing to deliver a decisive, fatal blow. Taking the Ancient One's words to heart, Steve and the others sat down in imitation of her posture. Yet, as soon as they did, Nightmare was thrown into bewilderment. What's the meaning of this? Why aren't they chasing me anymore? Is this some kind of trick? His barrage of questions betrayed not only his fear of the Ancient One, but also his deeply suspicious nature. Cautiously, Nightmare crept out from behind the door, circling warily in front of the four heroes. He waited for a long moment, but when he saw that the Ancient One and the others remained motionless, his guard only rose higher. "Fine, you're not moving? Let's see if you stay still when death's at your door." Nightmare muttered to himself, summoning his massive sword and preparing to strike down at the Ancient One. But at that moment, a beam of red light shot across the room, piercing straight through Nightmare's chest. "Huh, I knew it, Sorcerer Supreme. You still had a trick up your sleeve." Nightmare cackled, staring at the gaping hole in his chest, as though exposing the Ancient One's ploy mattered more to him than the wound itself. "Creatures of darkness, begone." Listening to the ancient incantation, Nightmare turned to look back. At that moment, the old man appeared, clad in white robes, holding a lantern with a glowing red pufferfish inside. "Sorcerer Supreme, whatever schemes you might have, it's too late. The boundary between dream and reality has already collided. You've lost." With a wave of the Nightmare's hand, all sorts of creatures from the dream began to step out from behind the door. Spiders 8 feet long, scythe-wielding scarecrows, and 3-headed hellhounds. "This will be an eternal night. The world shall be ruled by me." Old Dad picked up a pufferfish and blew on it, dispelling the red glow that shrouded it. He looked at the Nightmare with calm indifference, as if regarding a lifeless object, and said, "Oh, is that so? Someone who can't even tell if he's alive or dead. Do you really think you can rule the world?" Old Dad's words floated softly into the Nightmare's ears, but they struck with the force of a thunderclap. The gaping hole in the Nightmare's chest did not heal. Instead, a crimson light wrapped around his entire body in reverse. What is this? No, I haven't seen my kingdom yet. I haven't truly felt reality. No. The Nightmare was completely consumed by the red light, dissolving into a swirling mass that was absorbed into the floor. A streak of radiant light swept across the ground, revealing a vision of the Nightmare, bound by countless iron chains. "It seems I've taken care of him," said Old Dad, reaching out a hand to help the Ancient One to her feet. She nodded quietly. "Yes, Chinfeng, you have sealed him away forever in the Kingdom of Dreams. Perhaps he'll never again invade another's dreams or control everything at will. A few less nightmares of the world? That sounds pretty nice," Old Dad chuckled. Though he hadn't managed to seal Xiaofeng, he had protected the children's dreams. That was good enough. He was now the guardian of dreams. As the Nightmare was sealed away, a flash of white light swept through, and Old Dad and the others awoke from their slumber. The very first thing Old Dad did upon waking was to open his great book of magic. Sure enough, the pages that had once recorded the Nightmare spells were now blank. Dream magic had vanished, and the world of dreams would know peace for a long, long time. "No one will disturb the peace of dreams again," Old Dad sighed, closing the book of magic. "P.S. Here's a picture of Xiaofeng. Everyone, take a look and vote for your favorite." Central City Science High School. In a nondescript little room, a sudden crack appeared, and a strange wind swept the Holy Master and his companions inside. Thud, thud, thud. One after another, they collided with the door, bursting the cramped space wide open. Suddenly, the door shattered, and the 7 of them tumbled out in a heap like a living totem pole, with the thinnest Darwin squashed at the very bottom. "Come on, get off me." Gasping for air, Darwin slapped the saber-toothed tiger's rear. Instantly, as if on reflex, the saber-toothed tiger shot upright, sending everyone flying off his back. "Oh, honestly," the vulture rubbed his head as he got up from the floor, his tone tinged with annoyance as he turned to the Holy Master. "Boss, why did your old buddy have to send us away? He's just a little old man. We could have handled him easily. Look at the mess we're in now." The vulture stood there, displaying his thoroughly soaked clothes, drenched when he was knocked over and crashed into the urinal, his face twisted in disgust. "Sir, although I don't really mind, every time I have to reassemble my body, it's a real hassle," grumbled Sandman as he pulled himself back together, complaining under his breath. "Who just grabbed my behind?" Sabretooth scanned the crowd with a furious glare, his eyes darting back and forth among those present. "That's enough, everyone stop." Sensing that chaos was about to erupt, the Shindu swiftly pushed out both hands, sending a wave of fire across the room to calm everyone down. The effect was immediate. Silence fell over the group. Shindu let out a sigh of relief. He didn't bother answering anyone's questions, but simply turned his gaze back to the stall where they had emerged earlier. Noticing Shindu's attention, the others also shifted their focus in the same direction. Just as everyone's eyes were fixed on the stall, a sudden crack split open, and gale wind came hurtling out backwards in a frantic mess, slamming into the restroom wall with a resounding thud. "Gale wind!" Shindu shrieked, rushing forward to check on him. The others quickly followed to lend a hand. It took quite some effort, but at last they managed to pry Gale Wind out of the wall and carefully lay him on the floor. A large, charred mark marred his chest, from which wisps of black smoke were still rising. Grand Sorcerer! Shindu bellowed in rage. As a demon sorcerer himself, he instantly recognized the telltale signs of a curse cast. By their enemy, judging by Gale Wind's condition, he was barely clinging to life. One more blow and he'd have been killed outright. The 8 demon sorcerers had never suffered such humiliation. This grand sorcerer had gone too far. Even the 8 immortals had only sealed them away. They'd never dare to insult them so brazenly. As Shindu's fury mounted, a faint cough interrupted him. Looking down, he saw that Gale Wind had regained consciousness. Quickly, Shindu motioned for the others to give him space, ensuring Gale Wind could breathe. "Third brother, how are you holding up?" Shindu asked in a low, anxious voice. Gale Wind shook his head, waved his hand dismissively, and exhaled a ragged breath. "It's nothing. A mere mortal wound can't kill me. How could this happen? With your abilities, no one in this world should be able to catch you." Shindu pressed, desperate to understand how things had gone so wrong. "They say the wind leaves no shadow, and thunder makes no sound. That's precisely what people mean by the wind. At the slightest breeze, it's already swept 10,000 miles away. Its very shadow vanished without a trace. And thunder, fierce and swift, can travel thousands of miles in the blink of an eye, so fast that you can't even hear it slice through the air." Gale Wind, demon of wind, and Mazu, demon of thunder, often relied on these very traits to save their own skins. The Holy Lord's question, in an instant, pulled Xiaofeng back to the moment when he was flying through the sky. He had thought that with his breath-powered flight, no one would ever catch up to him, so Xiaofeng had let his guard down. But right then, a ball of green light shot straight toward him, gaining speed all the while, drawing ever closer. Xiaofeng was so stunned by the sight that he nearly froze in midair. Xiaofeng was certain that he was now flying faster than light itself, and yet that strange ball of energy doggedly pursued him. No, pursued wasn't even the right word. Xiaofeng felt as if that thing was about to overtake him on a hairpin turn. How could Xiaofeng possibly tolerate that? Instantly, he summoned the power of wind to strengthen the air currents before him, and with a whoosh, he shot forward again, this time even faster, though at the expense of some stability. But a little turbulence was a small price to pay. After smashing through countless doors in his flight, that ball of energy caught up with him, moving even faster than before. "This makes no sense." Xiaofeng's scream echoed as the energy slammed hard into his chest, sending a searing pain through him. In that instant, he lost consciousness. Fortunately, at the very last moment, Xiaofeng had managed to reach the edge of the rift. Just as he fainted, he mustered one final burst of strength, propelling himself out through the door of the dream. The memory faded. Hearing Xiaofeng's almost unbelievable account, even the Holy Lord couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. What kind of energy could chase someone for thousands of miles and strike the very chest of the demon of wind? It defied science and the laws of cultivation alike, yet it had happened in reality. Perhaps this was just another bug in this damned world. Seeing that Xiaofeng was trying to get up, the Holy Lord quickly stepped forward to help. "Phew!" Xiaofeng waved him off, declining the help. He stood up from the ground on his own, let out a long breath to ease his pain, took in his surroundings, and wrinkled his nose at the sour scent in the air. Pointing at the mysterious stranger, he asked, "Tell me, where exactly are we right now?" The mysterious stranger glanced around, pressed an ear to the bathroom door, listened for a moment, and then gave Xiaofeng a definite answer. "A school. One of those places where politicians spread their ideas." "Ideas," Xiaofeng mused, rubbing his chin as he tried to interpret it in his own way. "So, in the human world, this is where people come to gain knowledge, right?" The mysterious stranger nodded. Xiaofeng's explanation matched what most people believed. Schools were places to acquire knowledge. Though the stranger privately thought American schools were just sugar-coated filth, he had to admit that knowledge could indeed be found here. Seeing the stranger's nod, Xiaofeng turned to the Holy Lord and said, "My dear brother, the identity you've chosen will surely give you all sorts of privileges. Could you arrange for me to become a student here?" "No problem, but what do you want that for?" The Holy Lord was left completely baffled, unable to fathom why Xiaofeng would make such a request. "Oh, my dear brother, you must understand, whether in the old society or the modern age, those who refuse to learn new things will, in the end, be left behind by the times." The Lord nodded thoughtfully, admitting that Xiaofeng's words held some truth. Still, he thought, if one were to learn, it shouldn't be human knowledge. After all, what use could human knowledge possibly serve? Yet he saw no need to argue with Xiaofeng. It would be meaningless. So, "Xiaofeng, Do you have any requests? Or is this school enough? Through the bathroom window, Xiaofeng glanced over the whole campus. For a demon, any place of learning was much the same. Without hesitation, he gave a firm nod. This will do. The Lord, hearing this, immediately ceded control of the body to Osborne. Osborne glanced at the school's name. Wasn't this his own son's school? With a quick phone call, everything was settled in no time. Mr. Xiaofeng, you'll be able to collect your admission report tomorrow. Is there anything else you'd like me to pass on to the Lord? You've done well. In gratitude for all you've done for us demons, you shall forever have the protection of the wind. As for my brother, tell him that once I've recovered from my injuries, I'll come and lift the binding spell I placed on him. As for the other demons, he'll have to rely on his own efforts. With that, Xiaofeng pushed open the door and stepped out. In an instant, his form shifted into that of a young man of 17 or 18. His face gentle and dignified, exuding the air of a reliable elder brother. He began strolling leisurely through the school grounds. Because of his severe injuries, Xiaofeng could not participate in the Lord's plan to unseal the demons. Still, he offered what help he could in other ways. So, this is the power of the wind? It's so much faster than I ever was. In the steel jungles of New York, the vulture darted and weaved with impossible speed, performing feats no human could hope to achieve. Damn it, you old, feather-brained buzzard. Can't you stay on the ground for once? All this flying is driving me nuts. Darwin yelled up at the vulture circling overhead, then turned to the Lord with a grumble. Boss, why did Brother Xiaofeng give his power to that old bird anyway? Laughing, the vulture swooped down beside Darwin, flapping his wings and taunting him mercilessly. What's the matter, little brat? Jealous? The Lord looked at the two and addressed the vulture. So, how is it? Is Xiaofeng's power working out for you? The vulture nodded with wild enthusiasm. It's amazing, absolutely incredible. With Brother Xiaofeng's power, I feel like I could soar for thousands of miles. The Lord couldn't help but chuckle at this, thinking, as expected of foolish humans, they understand nothing. Then, his tone turned cold and ominous as he warned the vulture, demonic power isn't so easily tamed. The fact that you haven't turned into a giant green toad is only thanks to Xiaofeng's mercy. The Lord's words sent a chill racing down the back of the vulture, making his feathers bristle as icy dread swept through his heart. He stammered anxiously, what do you mean? Crossing his legs with a casual air, the Lord picked up the glass of red wine from the table, taking a thoughtful sip before addressing the vulture. Exactly what I said. Oh, perhaps you don't know. What is the green toad? We demons call such a creature a vassal, which means they are our subordinates. Hearing this, the vulture hurriedly tried to plead his case, but before he could utter a word, the Lord waved him off. No need to panic. That's precisely why. Say you're lucky. Howling wind filtered out the demonic essence in the process. You won't turn into one of those monsters, and you can wield his power freely. With that explanation, the vulture finally let out a sigh of relief. Perhaps he should have guessed it earlier. No power so great could ever come without a catch. Still, fortune seemed to favor him this time. But just as the vulture relaxed, the Lord suddenly unleashed a wave of oppressive force that made everyone present stiffen in alarm. He then continued, his voice cold and commanding. Perhaps you haven't grasped my meaning yet. My words just now are not meant to comfort you, but to warn you. Do not accept the demon's power lightly. You will never know if what's beneath that seductive exterior is honey or poison. The Lord's warning immediately extinguished any thoughts among the group of seeking a blessing from Bagong. Their focus shifted away from the pursuit of overwhelming power and back to the main task at hand, making money. In truth, the Lord's reminder was not out of kindness. If this team set a precedent, it would breed dissent and restlessness. For now, the Lord still needed this group to help him open the other 5 doors. Nothing could be allowed to go wrong with them. At that moment, as the mysterious guest gave the panka box one final twist, the box floated up as if by magic, and a map unfolded in a wash of green light. 3 short lines, the trigram of Earth. This is the door of D Kuei. The sudden appearance of the map captured everyone's attention. The Lord quickly called out to the saber-toothed tiger, who was closest to the bookshelf. Bring me the world map, quickly. With agile grace, the saber-toothed tiger flipped upside down and kicked the map straight into the Lord's hands. The Lord unfurled it. The mysterious guest immediately pointed to a small African tribe. To find this door, we need to go to Africa. Wakanda? What kind of place is that? Darwin, the young black man, asked with curiosity. The mysterious guest shook his head. I don't know. Some say it's incredibly powerful. Others claim it's backward. In any case, it's a land shrouded in mystery. That doesn't matter. If the door of D Kuei is there, then that's where we must go. The Lord closed the map, a crimson gleam lighting up his eyes. At the same moment, just as the Shindu was looking at the map, Grandpa also caught sight of it. Like Shindu, Grandpa rummaged through the map and finally found Wakanda. But unlike Shindu's situation, Tony Stark happened to know about this place. Wakanda? Grandpa, that's not exactly a great place to go. Don't keep us in suspense, Big Tony, just spill it. Wade, what the hell is wrong with you? My name's Tony Stark, not Big Tony. Same difference, same difference. Just say it. Hurry up. Say it yourself. Geez, say my ass. Maybe I should just call you Shameless. How about that? Shameless? Works for me. Wade nodded solemnly, ending their war of words, as Shameless unexpectedly triumphed over Big Tony's protest with his frankness. Ahem, Tony, why don't you share what you know about Wakanda, instead of making us wait? Grandpa coughed twice, drawing both men's attention and prompting Tony to give a detailed explanation about Wakanda. Tony nodded and began, Actually, I don't know Wakanda all that well myself. Wade cut in, Then why are you even talking? Tony snorted and turned away. So, are you listening or not? Vada nodded decisively, I am listening. Tony continued, Wakanda is an isolated nation. They possess technology far beyond anything on Earth, and they have a super material called vibranium. Wade turned, shocked, in Steve's direction. Wait, doesn't that mean? Tony nodded again. Yeah, the material used for Cap's shield is vibranium. If that's where the raw material comes from, doesn't that mean everyone there is armed with vibranium weapons? With that, Wade suddenly felt his own twin blades weren't quite as impressive. Carbonadium was nice and all, but compared to vibranium, it just didn't have the same flair. But the thought of heading straight to the source soon had Wade's eyes sparkling with excitement. He was instantly determined to pull off a big score. Whoa, calm down. Wipe that scheming look off your face. After spending a few days together, Tony could tell exactly what Wade was plotting just from the look in his eyes. Huh, what? I wasn't thinking anything at all. Wade denied it with the speed of a seasoned con artist. Yeah, right? The way you're practically wriggling in your seat. I know exactly what you're planning. Tony rolled his eyes and shot Wade a look usually reserved for garbage. You want to rob them, don't you? Since Tony had already called him out, Wade didn't bother denying it. He nodded, then sidled closer to Tony, speaking in a low, persuasive tone. Tony, since you're already in on my little plan, why don't we team up? We split the vibranium 20% for you, 80% for me. I know you don't need the money, so let's just call your share a friendly bonus. I'll sell the rest directly to your company, deal? No deal. Tony shook his head, his face utterly indifferent. Damn it, Wade cursed under his breath, but quickly leaned in toward Tony. 70-30, and not a bit more. You damn capitalist, at least leave me a sip of the soup. Tony just kept shaking his head. Damn, Wade's eyes turned bloodshot as he lunged forward. 60-40, that's my bottom line. You greedy capitalist. I risked my life to get this, you know. Hearing Wade's words, Tony couldn't help but retort, you haven't even got your hands on it yet, and you're already splitting the loot. Classic Wade, that's just like you. Seeing the conflicted look on Wade's face, Tony knew he hadn't given up yet. He just thought Tony's offer wasn't generous enough. Tony decided to crush his hopes right then. All right, let me put it this way. My father, Howard, reported vibranium as early as World War II. If it were really that easy to get, do you think they'd leave any for you? As Tony finished speaking, the tune of Stealing Oil for the Motherland started playing in Wade's head. Right? If the U.S. would go to such lengths for oil, how much more would they fight for vibranium, the ultimate material for weaponry? Seeing Wade suddenly slump down, squatting in the corner looking utterly defeated, Old Man walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Pops, Wade whimpered. Come on now, what's there to cry about? We're all going anyway. At worst, you can pocket a chunk or two of vibranium, or when the time comes. Maybe it won't make you rich, but a bit of pocket change isn't bad either. Hearing Old Man's words, Wade nodded immediately, his whole demeanor brightening up again. Deep down, he thought to himself, Pops is right. When the blade's at their king's throat, who gets the final say? That's anyone's guess. P.S. Happy New Year, everyone. Wishing you endless good luck in the coming year. May the God of wealth smile upon you. May your career soar. And may all your wishes come true. Wishing you and your family joy, happiness, good health, and peace. Shouting it loud for all to hear. What do you mean, denied entry? Do you even know who you're talking to? Listen here, boy. I could have America wipe your civilization off the map in a heartbeat. I suggest you watch your tone and reconsider. Remember, this isn't a request, it's an order. Hey, damn it. Norman Osborn hadn't even hung up the phone when the other side cut him off first. Infuriated, Norman hurled his phone to the ground, where it shattered with a loud crack. As the newly crowned kingpin of America's military-industrial complex, Norman Osborn had been riding high lately. No nation had ever dared speak to him like that. And now, some tiny African country had the audacity to reject his entry request over the phone. It was a slap in Norman's face, and hanging up on him, That was slapping both cheeks. The insult was beyond belief. At that moment, the soul of the Dark Lord awakened, seizing control of the rampaging Norman. Reclining comfortably on the sofa, with an air of indifference, he said, "Why get angry, Norman?" "But, my lord—" Norman was about to explain the reason for his outrage when the Dark Lord silenced him with a wave of his hand. "Enough, Norman. This is nothing worth fussing over. The other party is nothing more than an arrogant ant. Do people really concern themselves with the gains and losses of ants?" As he spoke, the Dark Lord guided his body over to the table of Ming Dynasty magic he'd purchased for Norman. He set up a small cauldron on it. Bowings. The fossilized skull of a fire giant. The jade foot of an Elner elf. "Boss, what is this?" Darwin crowded close to the Dark Lord. His curiosity piqued as he watched him toss strange and exotic ingredients into the copper cauldron. The Dark Lord's lips curled into a wicked smile, and he announced in a resonant voice, This is magic that can let someone traverse thousands of miles in an instant." As he spoke, he dropped an ancient dragon's tooth into the pot and began chanting an incantation in the forgotten language of dragon runes. After a round of chanting, a shimmering blue-violet portal slowly opened before them. On the other side, a fantastical ancient city, more splendid than New York, came into view. Gazing at the world beyond the portal, the Dark Lord smiled in satisfaction and muttered to himself, "Demons never need an invitation. Is this some kind of mirage?" Sabretooth voiced the question that everyone else was too stunned to ask. The scene left everyone present speechless, but just as they began to suspect it was all an illusion, the Dark Lord grabbed Darwin and, without warning, hurled him straight through the portal. Help! In front of the astonished crowd, Darwin was swept through the gate and into this world that looked like it had been painted from the future. "Ow! That hurt! Where am I?" Darwin sat up from the ground, rubbing his head as he looked around in bewilderment. It's real." Watching Darwin wobble and shake his head in disbelief, Sabretooth edged closer and reached out to touch the magical doorway that had just been conjured. "Magic! Real magic!" The mysterious guest gazed at the spectacle in delight. He was desperate to learn such arts, for his illusions could never compare to genuine magic. After all, reality is reality, and make-believe remains nothing but a shadow. The Dark Lord watched his henchmen, now playing with their new toy like excited children, and couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Had he been too hasty when he picked his followers? "All right, let's go." Shaking off his wandering thoughts, the Dark Lord shoved the others through the portal. As he stepped through the gateway himself, a sudden surge of electricity crackled through the air. Unlike Darwin, he wasn't transported directly to the destination. Instead, he found himself face-to-face with others who had arrived via the same portal. "Wade, have you packed everything?" Dad shouted up the stairs, and Wade came tumbling down, tripping over himself as he landed by Dad's side. He gave a thumbs up. "All set. Ready to go whenever you are, Dad." Dad eyed Wade's already twisted and misshapen body with a hint of suspicion, hesitating for a moment. Should he really take this guy along? This kid's already such a mess. Maybe it's safer to just leave him at home, Dad thought to himself. But when he saw Wade snap his body back together in a bizarre, almost impossible way, Dad fell silent, his worries fading. Clearly, this one didn't need anyone to look out for him. "All right then, let's head out," Dad said calmly. Just then, Tony soared in, clad in his Iron Man armor, landing at the entrance of Dad's antique shop. He twisted the doorknob and stepped inside. Steve, seeing this, strapped on a shield. Once Dad had made sure everyone was present, he was about to unlock the door when a bright jingling of bells interrupted him. He paused, halting his magic, and called out towards the door, "Stop knocking. We're closed today. If you want to buy something, come back another time." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Coulson's voice sounded from outside. "Dad, I know you're going after the demon. Would you mind taking a new recruit with you?" Dad glanced back at the others. Seeing their indifferent shrugs, he opened the door, only to find Coulson standing alone outside. "Coulson, don't tell me you're the new recruit?" Dad asked in disbelief. Coulson wasn't exactly the joking type, and, at his age, who would call himself a rookie? "No, not at all." Coulson hurriedly waved his hands, worried that Dad would misunderstand. Looking up, he beckoned, "Spidey, come meet Dad." In the blink of an eye, a red and blue figure flipped down from the wall, landing smoothly with a full 360-degree spin. "Hello, sir. Your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man at your service." Dad's heart swelled with joy at the sight of Spider-Man. After all, in the Marvel Universe, he was the most beloved hero, the one people were always eager to see. With just one phrase, "With great power comes great responsibility," he had quietly protected Manhattan for over a decade, never missing a single day. Despite his tremendous power, he never sought to rule the world. nor had he ever taken revenge on the bullies who once tormented him. While Dad was lost in these memories, Coulson introduced Spider-Man with a grin. Don't let his costume fool you, Dad. Underneath, he's a genuine, all-American kid. Handsome and smart. A science whiz who loves inventing things. Not bad, right? Dad nodded, and with solemn sincerity, declared, the future of America. Of course, Dad's words were only half finished. If the America of the future could become a shining stream of integrity, then Spider-Man would simply be a representative of the children of that new America. But if the country descended into murky chaos, Spider-Man might just be the one to lead the rebels and overturn the whole system. This is the kind of innate leadership that Dad saw in him. He thought Spider-Man and Lincoln were very much alike. Both were the kind of people others couldn't help but believe in. So does that mean you agree? Coulson's joy was unmistakable. As a superhero, Spider-Man was still far too green and needed more experience. That's why, right after inviting Spider-Man, Coulson brought him straight to Dad. 3 superheroes, each with their own distinct style. Coulson was convinced Spider-Man would grow into someone who could stand on his own, fully capable of taking charge. Of course, beyond his hope that Spider-Man would become independent, Coulson had another reason. He'd taken on the Avengers initiative, and he'd already chosen Spider-Man to be the team's leader. Coulson had no intention of relying on Steve Rogers, who was unpredictable. Sure, the captain's position could remain open, but when it came down to it, Spider-Man was the better fit. Seeing Dad accept Spider-Man, Coulson could hardly contain his happiness. His little Avengers team finally had 3 members, Natasha, Hawkeye, and now Spider-Man. That was enough for a makeshift team, and once the Avengers were officially formed, his position as director would be unshakable. Dad glanced at Coulson, whose excitement was written all over his face. Without a word, he took Spider-Man's arm, and while the boy was still surprised, pulled him inside and shut the door behind him. With the door closed, Coulson was left standing outside, windswept and bewildered. As the breeze ruffled his coat, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, almost as if he'd just been used as a prop, a clown in someone else's show. But he quickly shook off the thought. That couldn't be right. After all, he was the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. If anyone was a clown, it certainly wasn't him. And as for sending Spider-Man inside, well, Spider-Man was a responsible kid. He'd definitely come back and help out. Absolutely. With that bit of self-reassurance, Coulson managed to convince even himself. He could only hope that when everything was set in stone, he wouldn't regret not thinking things through a bit more, and find himself crying under the covers. Dragged into the house, the first thing Spider-Man did was shake off Dad's grip and protest. Hey sir, that's really rude, you know? You can't just grab someone and pull them into a house. I could sue you for child harassment. Oh, he trailed off, eyes wide in astonishment, because standing before him was none other than America's war hero, clad in red, white, and blue, Captain America. Hey kid, don't be scared. Dad means no harm. With a pair of swords strapped to his back and dressed head to toe in red, there was no hiding that irreverent, cheeky aura, even behind his mask. It was none other than the super mercenary, Deadpool. Oh, Pops, I never figured you'd be into this sort of thing. Guess I'd better watch my back tonight, he quipped. And then there was Iron Man, Tony Stark himself, who had recently revealed his identity to the world, boldly taking on the U.S. Congress and the military right in front of the media. So much energy in one place. But with that outfit, you look like a court jester, kid. Are you planning to start a circus with these two? Chibi Spidey. I'm so excited I could burst Peter. Can you imagine 3 superheroes all together right here, right now? Okay, one of them's technically a villain, but still, this is incredible. Peter Parker. Me too, me too, me too. But how am I supposed to talk to them? Quick, give me some advice. Chibi Spidey. Ask for an autograph, a selfie, maybe even a hug. Oh, and don't forget to give Deadpool a good kick in the butt. Peter Parker. Isn't that a bit too forward? Chibi Spidey. Come on, Peter. Who knows if you'll ever get another chance like this? Trying to suppress his excitement, Peter stepped forward to shake hands with the 3 heroes, but his awkward, fumbling movements gave him away almost immediately. Steve, ever the seasoned veteran, quickly stepped up, warmly grasping Spider-Man's hand. Hi there, Steve Rogers, Captain America. Want my autograph? Of course, Captain. Hearing Steve's friendly tone, Peter relaxed almost instantly. Steve promptly pulled a signed photo from his jacket and held it out to Peter. But just as Peter reached to take it, Steve slyly pulled it back, flashing a grin worthy of a wheeling and dealing merchant. With a twinkle in his eye, he said, "That'll be $30. The unexpected move threw Peter into a fluster, and he started patting himself down, frantically searching every pocket. Oh no, he thought this is bad. Chibi Spidey. Peter Parker, how could you? You can't even scrape together $30? That's the autograph of your dreams. Peter Parker poked Chibi Spidey's round belly and muttered, "Get a rest, will you? You know how hard Aunt May works to take care of us. Besides lunch money, I don't have a dime on me. Chibi Spidey's head drooped in disappointment, but a light bulb suddenly popped up over his head. He pointed it at Peter. You're forgetting something, Peter. We got a boss now. Borrow $30 from Coulson. I bet he'd love a Captain America autograph, too. A spark lit up in Peter's eyes. Embarrassed but hopeful, he turned to Steve and said, Captain, could you wait just a moment? I need to borrow some cash. Just as Peter was about to turn around and call Coulson, Dad's hand lightly tapped Steve on the head, took a signed photo, and handed it to Peter. Seeing the surprise in Peter's eyes, Dad said calmly, You really like it, don't you? Take it. But you have to promise me one thing. What is it? Peter asked curiously. It's fine to like things, but only within your means. Today you borrowed $30 just for this autograph you wanted so much. But what if tomorrow you're into cars or skyscrapers? That's not an amount most people can just borrow. Then you'll be tempted to steal, to rob, or to find any way you can get those things and convince yourself it's okay. Never do evil, however small it may seem, and never fail to do good, however trivial it may appear. Dad placed a signed photo in Spider-Man's hand. Spider-Man scratched his head, feeling embarrassed, and his excitement for the autograph faded considerably. After a moment, he said quietly to Dad, Thank you, sir. Besides Uncle Ben and Aunt May, not even my teachers have taught me like this. Dad smiled, a mischievous glint in his eye, and pointed over Peter's shoulder. No, kid, maybe you didn't get my point. Now you owe Steve $30. And if you don't pay him back, just look at what he's doing right now. Peter turned around. At that moment, Steve was holding an enormous whetstone, sharpening his vibranium shield. Q, little spider, I've been played. This old man is trouble. Peter hung his head, gazing at the autograph as if all hope had left him. All right, I get it, sir. I'll pay you back the $30 as soon as I can. Hearing this, Steve immediately put away the whetstone and walked over to Tony with a big smile, patting him on the shoulder. It's all right, kid. Just when Peter thought Steve was about to say something heartwarming, and maybe even forgive his debt, Steve said with a playful tone, Installments are totally fine, you know? Oh, I knew it. The wild swing from hope to despair had Peter's mood doing somersaults, and the whole room burst out laughing at his expense. After the laughter had died down, Dad signaled for everyone's attention and activated the magic on the door again. All right, everyone, get ready to go. Don't forget to look after the rookie. Steve and the others nodded in unison. Under Peter's astonished gaze, Dad pushed the door open, and a swirling, vortex-like portal appeared. Dad jumped in first, followed closely by Steve and Tony. Seeing Peter still standing in a daze, Wade gave him a swift kick that sent him tumbling through the portal, then leaped in after him. Oof. After a dizzying spin, Spider-Man finally managed to steady himself inside the portal. Steve noticed and walked over, giving Peter a reassuring pat on the back, which made him feel a bit better before Steve spoke up. Don't worry, Spider-Man. The first time is always like this. You'll get used to it after a few more tries. Who knows? Maybe you'll even start to enjoy the feeling. Peter resisted the urge to throw up, waved Steve off with one hand, and covered his mouth. Desensitization. Thanks but no thanks, he managed to say. Steve just shook his head with a laugh. But at that moment, the group's travel through the portal suddenly slowed, and finally, they stopped dead in their tracks. Shindu, Grand Sorcerer. To everyone's astonishment, Shindu and the old man found themselves stepping out into the same area. Because there was only one spatial tunnel, the two groups had collided on a single path. Are you heading to Wakanda too, you old relic? Shindu sneered, pulling a staff from behind his back and fixing the old man with a hostile glare. Oh, you dare disrespect me? You little demon, watch as I send you straight back to the underworld. The old man drew a pufferfish from his belt, squaring off against Shindu. At the same time, the people behind the old man and those behind Shindu all readied themselves for battle, abilities manifesting, everyone looking ready for an all-out fight. Mishi-gwashi. Bill. Shindu and the old man struck at the same moment, as if heralding the start of war. Two streams of magic collided, locked in a dead heat. Both sides clashed, but the unique properties of the portal greatly limited everyone's abilities. Suddenly, Shindu let out a commanding shout, producing a dragon's tooth from his hand. With a resounding crack, he crushed it into powder and flung it toward the old man. The old man's pupils dilated, but his hands didn't slow down. He quickly untied a sachet from his waist, sending a cloud of cinnabar flying. But this was no ordinary dragon's tooth. It was the only tooth of a high-level demon Shindu had raised. The moment the two powders collided, the dragon's tooth prevailed completely. Instantly, the tunnel began to fluctuate. With a blink, Shindu and his group vanished without a trace. The old man shook his head at the sight. Shindu's resources were as formidable as ever. He opened his sachet, and the lingering dragon tooth powder drifted back inside, as if it belonged there. Well, At least we gained something, he muttered. Old man, what do we do now? Steve floated over, turning to the old man for guidance. How should I know? The old man roared, then let out a sigh. Fine, let me think of something. When it came to demons, the old man was always thoroughly prepared. But these devils seemed to come up with new tricks every time, and the constant surprises left the elderly master struggling to keep up. He opened his woolen shirt, plucked out a strand of wool, and took a jar of garlic from his inner pocket. He cast a pained look at the jar, selected a single clove, wrapped it in the wool, and pressed his palms together, chanting an incantation. Monsters and demons, begone! Monsters and demons, begone! Gradually, a green glow began to radiate from Old Pa's body. As he opened his palm, the garlic he held before had vanished without a trace, leaving only a pure green light illuminating the world. With his eyes tightly shut, Old Pa thrust the green light forward. The space around them began to shift and distort, and in a flash, Old Pa and his companions disappeared into the tunnel between worlds. A burst of light later, the Shindu and his group found themselves on the bustling streets of Wakanda. Damn it, why is that old geezer everywhere? Shindu cursed, kicking a stone by the roadside to vent his mounting frustration. Boss, don't get worked up. At least we've made it to Wakanda before they did. Vulture quickly stepped up to comfort his leader. After all, besides himself, the rest of the team were either hopeless at consoling others, thick as a brick, or could only speak in riddles. Without Darwin, the group's dynamic had taken a real hit. Shindu nodded. Truth be told, he wasn't so much angry as he was heartbroken over the loss of his dragon fawn. Its magical value aside, just selling it would be enough to buy half a kingdom. And now, to have used it up so simply, Shindu couldn't help but feel unwilling. Why is it you, Vulture? Where's Darwin? Seeing Vulture trying to comfort him, Shindu was a little surprised. Wasn't this usually Darwin's job? Before Vulture could respond, Shindu's gaze drifted to where Darwin had been teleported earlier. But now that spot was empty, and something was off about the street itself. What should have been a bustling avenue was now eerily deserted, as if they'd walked into a trap. Boss, be careful. It might be a trap. The others had noticed too. They quickly closed ranks to protect Shindu, forming a defensive circle around him. At that moment, their suspicions proved true. Whether from caves, alleyways, or rooftops, a dense crowd began to surround them on all sides. Shindu narrowed his eyes, taking in the sight. Outsiders, state your purpose. Before Shindu could speak, the crowd parted naturally, and a dark-skinned man with softly curled hair stepped forward, questioning them as he walked. Behind him was a prison card, inside which Darwin was being held. Oh, the gorilla tribe. I didn't expect places like this to still exist in the world. Shindu scoffed with utter disdain, instantly enraging the onlookers. Spears were raised all around, ready to strike at a moment's notice. The man addressed Shindu again, his voice cold and steady. Outsiders, this is your last chance. The Lord let out a scornful snort. Just as he was about to swing his staff and unleash the power of the fire dragon, he suddenly sensed a ripple in the air. A wicked smile curled on his lips as he shouted across to his opponents. Black devils, you'd better surrender now. Otherwise, when my boss arrives, you'll have no way out but death. Arrogant. The young black man frowned, clearly displeased. Yet, it was obvious he had lost interest in attacking the Lord, and instead, his curiosity was piqued by the so-called boss behind them. At that moment, a rift split open in the air, and Grandpa and his companions tumbled down from above. Seizing the opportunity, the Lord spun his staff, and a whirlwind rose up, sweeping his henchmen and Darwin, still trapped in a cage, away in the blink of an eye, vanishing from Wakanda's encirclement. Sir, they've escaped. A female warrior, noticing the Lord had vanished, hurried to the side of the leading man and whispered a report. It doesn't matter. Didn't he say these newcomers are their boss? Capturing them will tell us all we need to know about their purpose here. The leader replied with an indifferent wave of his hand. Whether it was confidence or arrogance, it was clear they no longer cared about the Lord's escape, nor did they bother to wonder how he managed it. Instead, their attention shifted to Grandpa and his group, who had just appeared. Barely had Grandpa and the others gotten to their feet when a cluster of spears was pressed to their throats. Lock them in the dungeon, came the leader's command. Instantly, a sea of spears prodded Grandpa and his companions forward. Hey, buddy, let me ask you something. Mind telling us what's going on here? Wade attempted a friendly chat with the man pressing a spear against him, but the black warrior ignored him completely, silently pushing the spearhead into Wade's skin. Wade didn't care in the slightest. He didn't even flinch. Oh, a vibranium spear. Cap, your precious shield would be nothing but scrap in this place. These savage apes actually use such precious material to make spears. Humph. I suppose nothing less from a bunch of apes, Steve grumbled, clearly displeased at seeing so much vibranium squandered. Oh, what a waste, such a terrible waste. Tony was even more dramatic, his eyes glued to the spears, practically drooling all over his suit. Grandpa said nothing. After all, it wasn't their property. But to sit atop a mountain of treasure and treat it like junk, such people deserve to be conquered. Whether the surrounding warriors didn't understand their words, or simply follow their leader's orders to the letter, they shoved Grandpa and the rest into a prison cell made entirely of vibranium before dispersing, leaving only 2 guards at the door. No one knew how much time passed. Boredom had thoroughly set in for Grandpa and his companions when suddenly, the young black man who had ordered their imprisonment strode into the cell. Outsiders, state your purpose. The same old cliché, yet when it came to matters involving demons, the old man had no intention of hiding anything. But before he could even open his mouth, Wade took on the airs of a savior, perched atop little Spidey, gazing down at the black man across from him with a lofty, superior attitude, and declared, "Pitiful mortals, we are your saviors, come to deliver you. Hand over your vibranium obediently. Only then can your calamity be lifted." A hush fell over the crowd. No one believed a word Wade said. After all, what sort of savior shows up locked in a cage? If you can't even save yourself, how could you possibly save anyone else? He had absolutely no credibility. Perhaps thinking these people were lunatics, the black man prepared to turn and leave, but the old man spoke up, stopping the young fellow in his tracks. Wait a moment. As outrageous as Wade sounds, he's right about one thing. We are here to help you. The black man paused mid-stride and glanced back. Honestly, you all don't look the least bit convincing. If anything, you seem even crazier than before. He gestured to the guards at his side, and, right in front of the old man, announced, "Nail them to the cross and let the holy fire cleanse them." After giving his orders, the black man looked at the old man. "If you really are here to save us, prove it." Without waiting for a reply, he turned and walked away. "Dad, this is bad. They're going to burn us alive. What do we do?" Wade clung to his own face with both hands, pulling it into a long mask of terror as he dashed around the cage in frantic circles. The spectacle left everyone speechless. Steve landed a solid punch on Wade's head and enunciated each word. "You are not afraid of fire." It finally dawned on Wade. He straightened up, squared his shoulders, and strode confidently around the cage. "All right, I am Deadpool. A little fire like that can't kill me." Watching Wade's dramatic performance, Peter gaped in astonishment. Was there really someone like this in the world? But as his shock lingered, he suddenly felt a nudge from behind. Peter turned to see Tony, gesturing him over. Puzzled, Peter leaned closer, and Tony whispered, "Kid, how on earth did he talk you into striking such an embarrassing pose?" Peter scratched his head, a bit confused, and replied matter-of-factly, "Isn't this the initiation ceremony for new members?" Tony pressed a palm to his forehead. "I knew it." Then, gripping Peter's shoulders with grave seriousness, Tony said, "Listen, kid, never, ever trust that lunatic. Not a single word out of his mouth is true." Hearing Tony's words, Spider-Man snapped to attention, his face a picture of shock. "Are you saying I was tricked? He just wanted to mess with me." Tony nodded, sighing inwardly at how innocent the kid was. After this, Peter might never trust anyone's words again. But to Tony's surprise, Peter strode right up to Wade, poking him in the chest as he confronted him. "You lied to me." Wade glanced past Peter to where Tony stood, mirroring Peter's angry glare with one of his own, then broke into a grin and nodded. "Oh, I'm truly sorry, kid, but you're just too easy to fool. Tell you what, I'll give you something later as a peace offering. Will you forgive me then?" Peter didn't want things to get too tense between them, so he was just about to nod when he suddenly noticed something in Wade's hand, red and blue stripes. "Wait, that's my pants." Peter looked down and realized he was left in nothing but a pair of boxers. "You." Before Peter could even voice his outrage, Wade tossed his clothes back to him. Caught off guard, Peter wasn't sure what to say first, but given his current state of undress, he darted aside to change, silently vowing that Wade would pay for this prank. Seeing all this unfold, Steve decided not to get involved with the now chaotic team, thrown further into disorder by Wade's antics. Instead, he walked straight over to the old man. At that moment, the old man was holding an ant between his fingers, mumbling an incantation under his breath. In a shimmering glow, the ant gnawed right through the railing. Steve was stunned. An ordinary ant had just chewed through vibranium. How is that even possible? "Old man, what was that?" Steve couldn't help but ask. "It's nothing. What you saw isn't always what you see," the old man replied, his gaze deep and inscrutable. Steve caught the hint of something more in those eyes. He glanced at the railing again. There wasn't a single break in it. Hadn't he just seen it chewed through? What was going on? "It's space," the old man answered softly. The insect was gnawing at space itself. That's also how we'll get out of here. With that, the old man handed the ant over to Steve. Steve immediately understood. He led the ant to each joint of the railing, and with ease, the ant bit out a doorway. As the others continued their heated arguments, the old man simply called out to them, then left them to their own devices. If they paid attention, they'd follow. And if they needed to be taught such things, well, he wasn't about to play babysitter. Tracing the wall, Steve made his way over to the guard. He crept up quietly and delivered a swift, practiced chop to the guard's neck, sending him naturally and effortlessly into unconsciousness. Such a move naturally caught the attention of another guard. Steve planted a solid kick squarely on the man's chest, sending him flying into the wall. The guard slumped to the ground, unconscious. All done, Dad. Let's keep moving. Along the way, the two of them cut down every obstacle in their path, leaving a trail of bodies behind them. Eventually, they came face to face with the black man who had interrogated them earlier. So much for your talk of salvation. It was all just a pile of lies, wasn't it? The man slammed a fist against his chest, and in an instant, a sleek black suit of armor flowed over his body like liquid. Wakanda's Black Panther. Steve Rogers. As the other man introduced himself, Steve instinctively responded in kind. Dad couldn't help but feel a little exasperated. After all the guards Steve had already taken down, why bother with formalities? Wouldn't it be simpler to just deal with him directly? As for Black Panther, Dad was even more baffled. With all the advanced nanotechnology Wakanda possessed, why would they still use vibranium, a material of such incredible power, to make spears? It was as if a tribe of dim-witted monkeys suddenly inherited a trove of alien technology, their heads bursting with knowledge, yet at their core, still just foolish apes. Without further words, Black Panther unsheathed his claws and lunged at Steve. Steve surged forward, leaping up to deliver a punch with the force of a freight train, his right fist whistling toward Black Panther's face. The punch was so fast it blurred. In the air, the rush of wind echoing in its wake. Black Panther, alarmed, twisted aside, just in time. The blow missed by a hair's breadth, leaving him cold with sweat. Though rattled, Black Panther refused to back down. He seized an opening and slashed with his claws at Steve's back as Steve landed. Steve, hearing the whistle of claws slicing through the air behind him, sprang into a spinning kick. Even so, Black Panther's claws caught his jacket and tore a gash through the fabric. Perhaps Black Panther assumed his attack had thrown Steve off balance, expecting a weakness to appear. But to his surprise, Steve's spinning kick never faltered. A thunderous blow smashed straight into Black Panther's forehead. The impact sent him crashing into the wall, and he slid slowly down to the floor. Steve's ankle glistened with a splash of blood. Noticing it, Steve's eyes flickered almost imperceptibly, and he subtly drew back his leg. He'd have to be even more careful in the fight ahead. Black Panther shook himself and sprang up from the floor, cool and composed as if nothing had happened, taking up his stance once more. Neither Steve nor Black Panther made the first move. Instead, they faced each other in silence, each seemingly probing for the other's weakness with some uncanny sense. Time dragged on, neither side willing to act, but Dad's patience was wearing thin. The Supreme Lord wandered through Wakanda with the Panka box, utterly unrestrained, ready to release the Earth Demon at any moment. He had already set 2 demons free. He was determined not to let a 3rd demon escape so easily, just because this was a nation of black people. From a mysterious 4th dimension. Behind his back, the old man pulled out a pufferfish, then produced a sky-blue vial from his coat and poured it all over the pufferfish in one go. Mosu Shiluyakura. A brilliant azure light burst forth, illuminating the entire passage as if it were midday. The sudden glare blinded Black Panther, and by the time he could see again, both the old man and Steve had vanished into thin air, a feat straight out of a grand magical compendium. Damn it, did they get away? Okoye, activate the Lightlock tracker and report those 2 fugitives' locations in real time. Black Panther barked into the radio, hidden beneath his collarbone. On the other end, Okoye, the fierce, bald, dark-skinned warrior, immediately powered up every surveillance engine in the control deck. Instantly, every heat signature within Wakanda belonging to a human was locked onto. It's done, my king. Receiving Okoye's response, Black Panther's gaze snapped to his left wrist, where a miniature silver screen displayed a curved map. The current locations of the old man and Steve marked clearly. The hunt begins. Black Panther watched it all with an indifferent expression, convinced this was nothing more than another hunt on the savannah. Only this time, the prey was far more formidable than any lion. Once they had put some distance between themselves and Black Panther, the pufferfish in the old man's hands shifted from green to blue. A faint furrow appeared on the old man's brow, forming the shape of the character chunk. Clearly, the old man was dissatisfied with the pufferfish's current state. With a flick of his wrist, he stowed it away and instead produced a slender cane. "What's that, old man?" Steve asked, curiosity piqued. "A cane," replied the old man without looking up, as if deeply unimpressed by someone who couldn't even recognize a cane. "I know it's a cane, old man, but why are you bringing out a cane now?" Steve quickly tried to explain himself, catching the hidden meaning in the old man's tone. "To determine the direction of the Supreme Lord and his companions." As he spoke, the old man took some white bandages from behind him and wrapped them intricately around the cane. "Oh, is that so?" Steve tried, only half successfully, to suppress a trembling smirk, covering his mouth with his hand. The old man was already so experienced, yet he still believed in using a stick to divine direction. How childish. Steve's feeble attempt at concealing his amusement was likely only effective in his own mind. The old man didn't even need to look to know what Steve was up to, but he didn't care. With a casual flick, he tossed the cane to the ground. With a resounding thud, it landed, pointing straight toward the corner on the right. Without paying Steve any mind, the old man picked up his cane from the ground and walked straight to the right. Seeing this, Steve hurried after him, struggling to suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Just as Steve was about to offer a word of advice to the old man, he couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. A sharp laugh escaped him. The old man turned back and shot Steve a look, then wordlessly brought his hand down on Steve's forehead. "How dare you doubt me? Look over there." Stepping aside, the old man revealed what he wanted Steve to see. The silhouette of the Sandman had already appeared up ahead. Steve was instantly stunned. He never expected the old man's hunch to be so accurate. If he could master this skill, would he be able to find Carter someday? Just as the Sandman's figure was about to vanish from sight, before Steve could say a word, the old man grabbed him and hurried after the trail, hugging the wall as they tracked their target. The Sure-Fu, accompanied by Mysterio and his crew, were up ahead, with the old man and Steve shadowing them from behind. In this way, both groups made their way to Wakanda's colossal laboratory. "This time, the chance to redeem yourself is yours, Darwin," the Sure-Fu said, signaling to Mysterio with his eyes as he handed the panka box to Darwin. Catching it with steady hands, Darwin nodded solemnly and approached the laboratory's entrance alone. Darwin remembered how, not long ago, he had been captured and needed everyone else to save him. A wave of unease rippled inside him. Was someone as weak as he really fit to stay in this team? But now, with the panka box in his hands and the vital mission of unsealing the demon ahead, Darwin suddenly felt the weight of Mr. Osborn's trust. Grateful to Osborn, or the Sure-Fu, for this chance, Darwin reached the door. It was as if the entrance sensed his skin tone and body temperature, perfectly matching a particular individual. With a soft whir, the door slid open by itself. Inside, a bald female warrior was adjusting some equipment. She noticed the anomaly at the doorway, and though the red sensors hadn't picked up any direct threat yet, she remained puzzled. Still, she gripped her long spear, instantly shifting into high alert. Yet, when she saw someone at the door who shared her skin color, her vigilance eased ever so slightly, though her gaze stayed sharp and unwavering. A silent tension hung in the air. As a black man himself, Darwin immediately understood what she was feeling. He put on an easygoing, devil-may-care attitude and called out to the wary warrior. "Hey, friend, no need to worry. We're family, you know? Family." Within the black community, there's an unspoken bond, a belief that all black people are family, part of the same group. When trouble comes, it's seen as an attack on everyone in that group. But this bond isn't always reliable. In fact, it can be harmful, a kind of poison. Because of this imagined connection, good people in the black community sometimes suffer prejudice due to the actions of a few bad apples. They are pitiable for lacking any sense of home or country. Yet even more lamentable are those who judge others solely by skin color, for such thinking only invites others to treat them the same way. Now, disguised with the false appearance of a family member, Darwin slowly made his way into the laboratory. The moment he took his fifth step inside, the Panga treasure box in his hand began to spin freely on its own. A massive surge of green magic struck directly at the light sensors, and a trigram slot with 3 short horizontal lines, the symbol of Earth, appeared. The Panga treasure box slid right into place. The box opened, revealing a green gateway to the underworld, gradually unfolding. First emerged a pair of enormous green bull horns, followed by skin of earthen reddish-brown, reminiscent of fertile soil, and then the demon himself, his whole body clad in a striking pair of dark green shorts. At that very moment, the Shungtian master burst in. "It's so good to see you alive, Earth Demon." "Save it, Shungtian master. Honestly, I think you'd be happier if I never made it out." Earth Demon sneered at him, then glanced around the room. So much iron ore. It feels just like being underground. I hereby declare this my new kingdom. Earth Demon announced grandly, arms spread wide. But perhaps he'd forgotten that this was no longer a world ruled by ancient demons. Humanity had long since lost their fear of such creatures. Nearby, a bald female warrior, who had witnessed everything, hurled her long spear without hesitation. Yet Earth Demon didn't even bother to look. With a casual flick of his hand, the spear flew in the direction he gestured, embedding itself deep in the wall. The wall was pierced in an instant. Seeing the damage, Earth Demon couldn't help but turn his gaze to the warrior who had thrown the spear. "You skinny little monkey, was that your doing?" Earth Demon pointed at the hole in the wall, stooping down to address the bald female warrior. The warrior remained silent, fixing Earth Demon with an unwavering stare. Getting no answer, Earth Demon seemed perplexed. With another wave of his hand, chunks of iron rose up, completely encasing the female warrior, leaving only her head exposed so she could breathe. Turning to Shintan Master, Earth Demon asked, "All these years gone by, have these scrawny monkeys forgotten how to speak?" Shungtian Master shrugged and replied, "Every human I've met can talk. If she's not answering, the problem probably lies with you." Earth Demon spun around to the female warrior and unleashed a furious roar. "How dare you mock the mighty Earth Demon? Plapala to die." He opened his palm, ready to clench his fist, when suddenly a bolt of green magic struck his back, searing him with intense pain. Earth Demon frowned, feeling the burn. He turned to see an old man with white hair, gazing at him with utter disdain. That contemptuous look made Earth Demon instantly forget about killing the warrior. Step by step, he advanced toward the old man, muttering to himself as he walked. "If you're not one of those so-called goblins, then you must be the archmage the demons hate the most, right?" The old man raised an eyebrow and blew on a still-smoking pufferfish. "Oh, you've heard tales about me?" Seeing this, Dikue halted, spreading his massive hands and bearing a sinister grin. "Of course not, but I do know your story ends today." Earth Vein command. Dikue clapped his fan-like hands together, unleashing a wave of sound that reverberated through the passage. In an instant, the corridor beside the old man sealed shut. When Dikue saw that the old man's silhouette had vanished and that bothersome air magic was nowhere to be sensed, he let out a dismissive snort and turned to the Shindu with a mocking question. "So this is the dreaded archmage you all fear? Huh, Shindu, it seems you're getting more and more disappointing." But Dikue's satisfaction didn't last long. The wall he had just fused shut began to crack, splinter by splinter. With a crash, the wall burst apart, and the old man stepped out unscathed, not a speck of dust on his clothes. Shindu pursed his lips, pointed at the old man, and shrugged, as if to say, "Didn't you claim to be impressive? Go on then." Dikue had never suffered such humiliation. He stomped his foot, and the entire building began to tremble. The walls liquefied naturally, flowing like water to gather around him, forming a suit of armor that encased him from head to toe. Feeling the surge of power within, Dikue couldn't help but flaunt himself once more. He called out to the old man, "Archmage, I won't bully you. Let's be clear, don't use any weapons forged from ore. Everything that belongs to the Earth's veins is mine to command." Faced with someone so eager to reveal his own abilities right at the start, Shindu could only put a hand to his forehead, utterly exasperated. There was just no leading this one. "Oh, thanks for the warning, but..." The old man reached behind his back and produced another dried lizard. 2 potions leapt from his chest into the air of their own accord. With a wave of his hand, the potions shattered, their contents landing precisely on the lizard and the pufferfish. "I'm a dual-gun kind of guy. Don't be curious about a ranger's past. The guns will tell you everything you need to know. Horns are man's true romance." The battle between the two was about to erupt. No one needed to sound the horn of war. Both sides simply sprang into action. Dikue, with a bullhorn charge, rushed straight at the old man in the most direct way possible. The old man was not to be outdone. He fired his dual pistols, bang, 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 rattling shots against Dikue's armor. But when Dikue closed to within 5 meters, the old man turned both guns on Dikue's eyes and unleashed a wild barrage. "Old man, full body armor, so what? Is that all you've got? And you dare charge headlong at a marksman? Let's see if I can't shoot you blind." Blinded for a moment, the Earth Demon flailed wildly, grabbing at anything he could. The old man, approving of such fierce attacks even without sight, promptly stepped on the Earth Demon's hand, leaped up, and landed squarely on his back. He unleashed a barrage of close-range attacks right in the Earth Demon's face. The effect was immediate and impressive, but also perilous. Suddenly, with a furious roar from the Earth Demon, the entire ground around them began to shift and change. Clasping his hands together, the Earth Demon slammed his fists onto the ground. In an instant, countless tiny steel balls shot upward. The old man instantly understood what the earth demon intended, but it was already too late. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the earth demon conjured a house constructed from vibranium metal, trapping both himself and the old man inside. "You wretched old monkey, let's see you escape this time," the earth demon snarled, and with another wave, he sent the steel balls whizzing through the air. They ricocheted wildly, forming a dense, chaotic barrage with no pattern or escape. Then, the earth demon shielded his own eyes, transforming into a statue of solid iron. Faced with the deadly maze the earth demon had created, the old man had to admit he was truly anxious. After all, his body was still flesh and blood. If those tiny steel balls struck him at such speed, even if he didn't die, he'd be badly maimed. Thinking quickly, the old man tossed his pufferfish into the air, using chi magic to automatically fire magical projectiles that shattered any steel balls daring to come close. This bought him precious seconds to think of a way out. While the old man was pondering his next move, the Shindu outside wasn't idle either. Watching the earth demon's tactics, he immediately knew his brother was about to fall into his own trap. He beckoned to the Sandman nearby, who came over. Shindu whispered a few words in his ear, and the Sandman nodded, slipping out of the lab in a swirling cloud of sand. Gazing at the iron box, Shindu thought of the earth demon's arrogance and murmured softly, "Earth demon, my foolish brother, I hope you'll learn something from this lesson." As Shindu had predicted, the old man soon figured out a solution. The magic was indeed impressive, but the earth demon himself couldn't withstand it, or at least not with his still weakened body. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed that rock-solid armor in the first place. Wasting no time, the old man pulled out the dragon talisman from his pocket and began to heat the armor below with a steady stream of magical fire. Before long, a large hole had been burned through it. The earth demon, feeling the scorching heat on his backside, lost all regard for his dignity and hurriedly broke open the cage, diving out in a single bound. But his escape caused another problem. The steel balls burst out with him, showering the area. Shindu reacted instantly, conjuring a towering wall of fire before his group. The flames so intense they melted every steel ball that dared approach. After finishing all this, the Dark Lord let out a sigh of relief. Yet when he saw Earth Demon still clutching his backside and howling in pain, he frowned once more. "Oh, it's burning. It's burning. Dark Lord, it's all your fault and that cursed talisman of yours. If not for that, I would have taken care of that old man already." The Dark Lord's lips twitched in annoyance. He had no intention of responding to Earth Demon. A fool like him was hardly worth his time. If most demons weren't brain dead, Earth Demon would never have made it into the ranks of the 8 great demons. But just then, a faint rustling began, like grains of sand slipping quietly onto the floor. Only then did the Dark Lord turn to Earth Demon and say, "Cease your pointless whining, Earth Demon. Prepare to welcome your kingdom." Earth Demon was momentarily baffled, not understanding what the Dark Lord meant. But soon, an overwhelming surge like a tidal wave in a sea of sand swept toward him, and he understood at once. Quicksand abyss. With a swift wave of his hand, Earth Demon made the sand multiply without end. In mere seconds, it engulfed Old Pa's ankles. If it were only this, Old Pa wouldn't have paid it any mind. But within the swirling sands, he could feel, almost imperceptibly, countless hands grabbing at his ankles, slowly creeping higher and higher. "My legs are going numb," Old Pa muttered, his face twisted in pain, his voice dark and heavy. Raising his gun, Old Pa fired a shot at his own feet. Instantly, the sand parted as if sensing something formidable. Yet what remained were his legs, withered, drained to husks. Realizing the danger, Old Pa pulled a vial from his coat and smashed it on the ground. With a sharp burst, a surge of emerald green water gushed forth, and his legs were restored in an instant. The water began to spread, and wherever it touched, the sand under Earth Demon's control shrank away, as naturally as mice fleeing from a cat. Yet Old Pa felt no joy at this turn. The sand had multiplied many times over. By rights, the room should have been buried by now, but only reached his ankles. So where had the rest of the sand gone? Earth Demon provided the answer. The brown demon from before had vanished, and in its place, a massive yellow bull form from compacted sand was swelling larger and larger. "Archmage, didn't you say you were good dodging? Let's see you dodge this." Earth Demon roared, all 4 hooves of the bull thundering against the ground with a force like rolling thunder. Seeing this, Old Pa knew that Earth Demon had become a threat beyond mortal means. Only by finding the special flower could he pair it with ancient magic to defeat Earth Demon and seal him back in the underworld. As for why Old Pa had come to fight Earth Demon without the flower, he actually had brought it. He'd left it with Steve, but after exchanging words with Deadpool, the flower had mysteriously vanished. On this point, old Pa could only shake his head in resignation. There was no need to guess. Wade had surely taken it just for fun. All he could do was send Steve back to retrieve the flower from Wade. In the meantime, faced with Earth Demon's onslaught, old Pa had no choice but to stand alone and draw his foe's attention. After Steve left, he dashed straight toward the cells, but he hadn't made it far before he ran headlong into Black Panther, who had come chasing after them. Prepare to die, intruder. Black Panther unsheathed his claws, leaping forward with a single bound, aiming straight for Steve's throat. Get out of my way, I don't have time for you right now. Steve didn't bother dodging. As Black Panther attacked, Steve simply raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick. With a heavy thud, Steve's kick landed squarely on Black Panther's chest, sending him crashing up against the ceiling of the corridor. Still, while Steve's strike was fierce, Black Panther was not so easily defeated. Having consumed the heart-shaped herb and clad in a suit woven from nanometal, his resilience was greatly enhanced. When he landed back on the ground, Black Panther appeared completely unfazed. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a blur, striking with the wild agility of a panther, launching a sudden assault. Black Panther darted left and right, harrying Steve relentlessly. Steve, growing increasingly frustrated, especially knowing his father was still locked in battle with the demon, finally mustered his strength and slammed Black Panther against the wall. Black Panther refused to back down. He lashed out with a powerful kick of his own, catching Steve in the chest. Off guard, Steve staggered back several paces. When he looked up at Black Panther, he saw a new, deadly resolve in his eyes. This is your last chance. Leave now. Steve, losing his patience, raised his fists and issued a stern warning. This is my land. If anyone's leaving, it's you. Black Panther, a man of few words and fierce action, sprang forward, launching a flurry of kicks with both legs. Seeing this, Steve weaved left and right, adopting Tyson's signature bob-and-weave technique, hammering blow after blow onto Black Panther's legs. The clang of metal echoed with each strike, and even Black Panther's advanced suit seemed to be absorbing all the energy it could handle. Inwardly, Black Panther was astounded. How could such a powerful warrior be invading their home? Or perhaps, only a warrior this strong would dare attempt it. He made up his mind. There was no need for interrogation. He would put an end to Steve right here. Channeling energy into his suit, Black Panther balled his clawed hand into a fist, unleashing a devastating punch straight at Steve's chest. The moment the blow landed, Steve, who had thought little of it, suddenly felt a colossal force slam into him. With a tremendous impact, he was sent flying backward. There was no pain, no real sensation, just an overwhelming force as he was hurled through the air. Seeing Steve take the full brunt of his attack, Black Panther turned away, confident. No one had ever survived a blow like that before. Without looking back, Black Panther sprinted toward the point of light where his father was fighting. "Oh, kin, I hope I'm not too late." Right after Black Panther left, a hand emerged from the pile of rocks where Steve had been knocked down. Struggling, he crawled out, took a few deep breaths, and quickly regained his composure. It was as if nothing had happened at all, and he watched Black Panther's retreating figure. What a troublesome guy, but still quite inexperienced, Steve muttered. He didn't have time to worry about what Black Panther was up to. He hurried off toward the cell. In fact, his pace was even faster than before, as if the fight had only served to warm him up rather than wear him down. When he arrived at the cell, he witnessed a peculiar scene. Tony and Peter were staring intently at Wade, while Wade, all by himself, was watching both of them. His eyes darted back and forth, giving him an oddly clever look. "Oh, I've really had enough of this team, forget it." Without even bothering with the door he'd left open earlier, Steve strode in and immediately started frisking Wade up and down. Wade burst out laughing. "Cap, I was wrong. Captain, have mercy. Spare me." After a thorough search that turned up nothing, Wade flopped on the ground like a dead dog. If he weren't wearing a mask, his tongue would probably be lolling out and dragging on the floor. "My dignity is gone." Peter and Tony both spat in Wade's direction as he played dead on the ground, then turned to Steve and asked, "What's up, Cap?" Steve turned to look at Peter and Tony, a glimmer of hope reigniting in his eyes. "Did you bring any flowers?" "Any kind of flower will do." "Does having spending money count?" Tony joked. "What about no money for flowers?" Peter chimed in. Both Tony and Peter thought Steve was making some kind of joke, so they quipped back at him. But Steve shook his head with utter seriousness. "Flowers real, actual flowers." Hearing Steve's tone, Tony realized he wasn't kidding. He wrapped on his metal suit and replied decisively, "Nope, didn't bring any." Peter turned around as if to prove he had nothing, but on his back, right on the giant spider emblem, sat a small yellow flower, though he hadn't noticed it. "Dietpost iner monolo tada." Flower spider. Peter's got a flower on his back, looking around cluelessly. Spotting this, Steve quickly grabbed Peter just as he was about to turn away, plucked the little yellow flower from his suit, and Peter, feeling the tug, turned back and scratched his head at the sight. "How did a flower get on me?" Peter asked, utterly bewildered. After all, he'd only changed into this suit today. How could something like this happen? Steve shot a glance at Wade, lying on the floor, gave him a hard kick, and then, without another word, took the flower and dashed out of the cell, heading straight for the lab. The Black Panther, who had just convinced himself he'd bested Steve, was running along, brimming with confidence, when he turned a corner and found himself face to face with Sandman, who was busy manufacturing sand and transmitting it into the lab. Sandman wore a checkered shirt, looking for all the world like a sailor from the 70s or 80s. His body was a shifting mass of sand and soil, one hand reaching through the wall to touch the earth outside, while the other spewed sand in a wild, unending stream. "Strange things happen every year, but this year tops them all," muttered Black Panther, unsheathing his claws with a scoff as he eyed Sandman with disdain, striding toward him at a measured pace. Hearing footsteps behind him, Sandman turned his head, only to see the African leader who had tried to apprehend him earlier, now approaching slowly and steadily. "Kid, I'd advise you to mind your own business. I'm only after money, not looking to hurt anyone." Sandman issued his warning as Black Panther drew closer. But Black Panther paid him no mind, acting as if the world itself ranked beneath him. He charged forward, launching his attack on Sandman. Sandman, however, wasn't about to let himself be pushed around. Though he had no desire to kill, his only wish was to secure enough money to treat his daughter's illness and cope with his own unique mutation. He was far from an easy target. In fact, people like him, who usually stayed on the straight and narrow, could be far more destructive than hardened criminals when finally provoked. Seeing Black Panther ignore his warning and charge straight at him, Sandman abandoned his operation of transferring sand inside. He raised his hand, gathering the nearby sand into a wave and hurled it at Black Panther. The massive tide of sand surged forward, unexpected, overwhelming, and with enough force to rattle anyone. Black Panther's eyes went wide in shock. Before he could react, he was blasted off his feet by the roaring sand. But even after knocking Black Panther back, Sandman didn't let up. He didn't know what gave this man the confidence to pick a fight, but Sandman's principle was clear. When facing an enemy, hit them a few more times, just to be sure. Once he'd unleashed all the sand at his disposal, Sandman made a sweeping gesture, and the grains promptly flew back to him, as though returning to their master. He felt the sand leaving Black Panther's body. Black Panther rose from the ground once more. The sand had packed a punch, but it hadn't truly hurt him. At most, it had trapped him for a while, nothing he couldn't handle. This realization instantly lifted Black Panther's spirits. Just a physical impact, was it? No problem, his armor could absorb all the shock 100%. Sandman watched in disbelief as Black Panther, seemingly undeterred, charged at him once again. Was there a family member of his in the lab, or something? Otherwise, what could possibly make him so determined? Baffled or not, Sandman wasn't about to show mercy. He raised his hand again, summoning another crashing wave of sand. As expected, Black Panther was slammed to the ground once more. But this time, his energy reserves held strong. With a powerful punch, he struck Sandman with all his might. The Sandman watched a little puzzled. He scratched his head, glanced down at the gaping hole in his own chest, and shrugged it off as if it were nothing. He took a deep breath, inhaling the sand from the ground, and, just like that, the hole in his chest was completely restored. The Sandman mused aloud. Did something just bite me? Was it some kind of bug? The Black Panther, witnessing this, felt his blood boil. He had finally mustered enough strength to land a solid punch, only to discover his opponent was nothing but sand. The blow had no effect whatsoever. A sense of futility crept over the Black Panther. Was there even any point in this fight? Just as he was about to suggest a truce, there was a sudden crash. The laboratory doors behind him shattered. An elderly man with shock-white hair stomped violently on the door panel, smashing it underfoot, and dashed out in a hurry, crushing the Sandman as he went. The Black Panther stared at his father in shock, about to greet him, but the old man brushed past without so much as a glance, racing straight ahead. The Black Panther was left baffled, wondering when he'd become so invisible when he heard his father shout over his shoulder, "Run! The wild bull is coming." Wild bull? What wild bull? The Black Panther turned to look, just in time to see a massive yellow bull, forged entirely from sand, charging out from the spot where the door panel had been destroyed. His pupils narrowed in alarm. Instantly, he dropped to all fours, bolting after his father with panther-like speed. As he caught up, he called out, "What on earth is that thing?" His father looked at him, perplexed. "Didn't I tell you before? It's a demon." "What kind of demon takes the form of a giant bull?" The Black Panther retorted, exasperated. "Old man, Stop right there and let me gore you, bellowed the earth demon. The old man grinned, pointing back over his shoulder. You see? If it can talk like a human, it's a demon, isn't it? What nonsense! By that logic, the Black Panthers in our ancestral forest can talk too. Are they demons as well? The Black Panther was thoroughly unimpressed. If this was the standard for demons, it was a pretty low bar. Rend the earth. The earth demon's horns crashed down, splitting the ground open with a thunderous crack. Look at that destructive power. If that's not a demon, what is? The old man leapt nimbly over the widening fissure, grinning as he pointed at the rift in the earth. It was as if the earth demon was putting on a demonstration just to prove his point. He truly was a demon. The Black Panther was lost for words. That bull behind them. Could it stop being so cooperative? How was he supposed to argue with that? But just as the two of them were fleeing for their lives, Steve arrived on the scene, holding a tiny yellow flower. Dad, the flower? The old man's eyes lit up, the tide of the battle about to turn. He hurried over, took the flower from Steve, plucked a strand of wool from his own clothes, and placed it inside the blossom. From his pocket, he produced a vial, dousing the flower bud with its contents. Demons and monsters, begone! Demons and monsters, begone! He chanted. A brilliant green light suddenly flared to life. The earth demon saw it, and his eyes widened in terror. The gates of hell. He had no desire to return to that hellish place. He immediately turned to flee, his heavy steps weighed down by his massive form. Yet, now that he was so large, he could no longer move with the nimbleness he once had when he was small and agile. In a flash, a beam of green light shot from the old man's hand, the earth demon's pupil matrix. If he was hit, he would undoubtedly be locked away again. At that critical moment, the master's voice rang out. Earth demon, abandon that body. At those words, the earth demon instantly realized what to do. With a sudden movement, he shattered the grit on his hooves, pressed his hands to the earth, and called out. Earth melt. His body began to sink away, but his escape was not as swift as the old man's magic. After all, this was a spell crafted especially to restrain him. The guiding green light struck the petrified giant ox with a heavy crash, shattering it to pieces. Just as the glow was about to reach the earth demon's true form, a wall of sand erupted, cutting off the green light. The earth demon slipped into the earth below, leaving behind only a gaping hole, mocking the old man's helplessness. Did he get away again? The old man stared at the sand wall that had blocked him. Ordinary sand could never withstand magical force. So what kind of sand was this? The old man pulled a vial from his pocket and scooped up a sample of the sand. Watching the old man crouch to collect it, Steve felt a wave of sorrow for the elder. Why was his luck always so rotten? These demons always managed to pull some trick at the crucial moment and escape his grasp. With Wakanda looming, the old man had no desire to explain further. He just wanted to leave this painful place behind. With a wave, he opened a portal grabbed Steve, found Wade and the young spider, and with a kick, sent all three unfortunates tumbling through. Together, they returned to the old man's antique shop. The mechanical axle clattered noisily. Sand rattled and thudded against the walls of the centrifuge as Tony worked, 1 foot on the pedal, magnifying glass in hand, examining everything with sharp focus. Tony, any progress? This racket's about to split my ears. The old man's booming voice startled Tony from his reverie. He stopped pedaling, and the centrifuge whirred to a halt. Setting aside the magnifying glass, Tony plucked one of the samples from the machine. With a snap of his fingers, the room went dark. Under the sudden darkness, the previously unremarkable grains of sand began to glow faintly with a bluish light. These grains are ordinary, yet extraordinary. The radioactive elements within them hover on the threshold between stability and instability. The old man nodded. So what makes them resist my magic? Tony studied the sand, then shook his head. Sorry, sir. I don't have a clear answer. My guess? The sand formed a wall in an instant. What you struck was a barrier, not just loose grains. That's why your magic was neutralized. When it comes to scientific research, Tony is exceptionally earnest. For him to admit to mere speculation, it must be about something as mysterious and unfamiliar as magic. Hearing this, the old man let out a sigh, set aside the thick tome of magical knowledge in his hands, and walked into his study. He picked out a treasured ancient book from his collection, brought it out, and, without warning, brought it down on Tony's head with a resounding thud. As my apprentice, I think you need to study even harder. Tony, go forth and explore the mysteries between magic and technology. Staring at the book that had suddenly appeared in his hands, Tony found himself momentarily lost in thought. He had previously brought up the idea of becoming the old man's apprentice, but, with the emergence of the mountain demon, the old man had never followed up on the conversation. Now, out of the blue, it seemed he'd really become an apprentice. What a stroke of luck. Tony dared not waste a single moment. He cracked open the book and immediately dove into the boundless ocean of magical knowledge. With a magical tome in hand, Tony was overjoyed, and the old man was secretly delighted as well. Ever since he had come to this place, a lack of money meant he could no longer afford some of the rare magical ingredients he so desired. But Tony was a different story. He was rolling in wealth. When he laid eyes on those magical materials, there was no way he'd resist the temptation to buy them. And when he did, the old man thought he could always invoke his title as teacher to borrow, or rather, extort, a generous supply for himself. The old man hadn't forgotten how the Dark Lord, using the dragon's tooth, had tricked him in the space tunnel, costing him a precious clove of garlic. In America, Chinese garlic was a rare treasure. A rumor had it that the United States suspected Chinese garlic of being a strategic weapon and had thus embargoed it. Though both men had their own private schemes, at least their goals aligned. Tony would master the art of magic, and the old man would get his hands on magical materials, a win-win situation worth celebrating. Compared to the now relaxed Tony Stark and the old man, Steve Rogers was having anything but a carefree time. Previously, Steve had been recruited into S.H.I.E.L.D. by Coulson, who had lured him in with the promise of special sleep aid, privileges only available to top agents. Steve enjoyed these perks for 2 whole months. Today, at last, Coulson had found a use for Steve. In truth, it wasn't that Coulson needed Steve so desperately, but if he didn't put Steve to work soon, his own quarterly KPI would never pass the audit. Captain, I know you're all about enjoying your retirement these days and aren't keen on missions, but if you don't take on something soon, my review really won't make it through. Coulson trailed after Steve, explaining himself over and over. Steve hadn't even said a word, but Coulson just couldn't stop talking, as if he were terrified of leaving the impression that he was some kind of overbearing taskmaster. With a long, steadying breath, Steve came to a halt and turned to face Coulson, answering seriously, "All right, Coulson, I'm really not upset. We're both soldiers. Who doesn't know what it's like up the chain of command? If I have to play instructor, then so be it. It's no big deal." But as Steve walked into the training ground, he finally understood why Coulson had felt the need to explain things to him again and again. "Tiger, watch out," someone shouted. A plane-shaped drone, soaring through the air, suddenly fired a beam of light at one of its own teammates. At the sound of the warning, a little girl in a white combat suit turned her head in confusion, only to see the energy blast hit her squarely. With a heavy thud, she was sent flying across the field. A dark-skinned boy crashed through an opponent in front of him, only for the enemy to collide with another boy in a green combat suit behind him. Both of them tumbled to the ground in a heap. "These are your elite warriors?" Steve pointed at the 4 of them, now tangled in a chaotic mess, his voice sharp as he demanded an explanation from Coulson. Coulson scratched his face awkwardly, his gaze darting away as he answered guiltily, "Their abilities are actually quite impressive." Steve took a couple of deep breaths to steady himself before stepping into the center of the training ground. Seeing this, Coulson hurried to shut down the training system, but Steve stopped him with a gesture. "Let me give these rookies a lesson." Coulson's eyes lit up with excitement. Watching the captain fight live was an opportunity too good to miss. "Hey, rookies, pay attention now," Steve bellowed, drawing the eyes of the 4 who were still sprawled on the ground. As waves of enemy drones swarmed toward him, Steve's gaze sharpened. Suddenly, a virtual shield materialized on his arm. The robots focused their fire, but Steve charged ahead behind his shield, weaving left and right through the barrage. Undaunted by the attacks, he leaped into the midst of the enemy, spun gracefully, and sent his shield whirling through the air. The shield skimmed past the robots, spinning in a wide arc, striking nearly every one of them as it flew. The robots reeled backward, exposing a brief opening. Steve seized the moment, rushing forward to deliver a flying kick that sent one of them crashing down. With a flurry of punches and kicks, he circled the group, dismantling all the robots in a matter of moments. "That was amazing, Captain." Coulson applauded enthusiastically as he approached, showering Steve with praise. Meanwhile, the 4 young trainees stood there dumbfounded. Were these really the same invincible robots they just faced? How had Steve made it look so effortless? "Not much of a challenge," Steve remarked. "Coulson, your training system needs an upgrade. If this is all it can do, it's not going to push them hard enough." Coulson chuckled nervously, nodding in agreement. Of course, there were more advanced training programs, but those were far beyond what these kids could handle right now. "All right, team, snap out of it. Everyone gather round." Coulson clapped his hands, calling the group to attention. White Tiger helped Iron Fist and Power Man to their feet, leading them over. Steve glanced over the battered trainees, frowning briefly before his expression softened. "Team, stand at attention," Coulson called out, and the group immediately snapped to attention. "Let me introduce someone to you all. Steve Rogers, Captain America. He's your new instructor." Coulson's calm announcement struck the four like thunder, though they had already suspected Steve's identity from his appearance. Hearing Coulson confirm it left them stunned. Gop. Captain, I'm your idol. No, I mean my idol. Nova stammered out, so excited he could barely speak. Steve reached out, shook his hand, and gave his shoulder a reassuring pat. Easy there, kid. We're going to be spending quite a bit of time together. At least until Coulson decides to stop hiring me, Steve joked, throwing a glance at Coulson. Not a chance, Captain, Coulson replied with an awkward laugh, hastily gesturing to assure Steve he had no such plans. It's an honor to serve under you, Captain, Iron Fist said with a respectful salute, then stood aside. Steve returned the gesture, replying, The honor's mine, teammate. Gop. Captain, I'm not sure what to say. I'm just so excited. White Tiger fumbled, her hands a little unsure of what to do. Steve nodded and smiled. You don't have to say anything. I have high hopes for you. I look forward to seeing you surprise me in training. Well, now that introductions are done, I'll leave your training in the captain's hands, Coulson concluded, preparing to leave. But Steve stopped him with an outstretched arm. Coulson, are you serious about this? They could be in real danger, Steve said, his expression earnest. Coulson nodded, meeting his gaze. I trust you, Captain, and I ask that you trust them too. They'll be fantastic teammates for you. That's right, Captain. Please believe in us. The Guardians will follow your orders to the letter. Nova stepped forward to pledge. Steve nodded with a smile, but his face quickly turned serious. Let's see if you'll still feel that way after the next 3 minutes. With a chuckle, Coulson stepped out of the training room. He knew these kids wouldn't let him down. Steve was sure to put them through their paces. Midtown Science High School. Peter, you know what I want. Hand over your lunch money. A blonde-haired youth cornered Peter Parker by the lockers, grinning slyly and holding out his hand. Oh, Flash, this is the second time you've mugged me today. Don't you ever get bored? Peter hugged his backpack to his chest, exasperated. Cut the chatter, Flash snapped, yanking Peter's backpack away and shaking it out. But apart from a pile of books tumbling to the floor, nothing else fell out. Seriously, Peter, you're way too broke. Flash tossed the backpack back at him, flipping through the scattered books, equally frustrated. Come on, Flash, you know my situation, Peter replied, crouching down to pick up his books one by one, stuffing them back into his bag. Peter, you coward! Realizing there was nothing more to gain, Bolt got up from the ground and began to insult Peter. The students nearby, unfazed by this familiar scene, joined in with a few chuckles. But in an instant, the laughter died abruptly, as if someone had cut the sound. Only Bolt's voice echoed in the air, calling out that Peter was a coward. Bolt, why are you picking on Peter again? Hearing that calm, yet commanding voice, Bolt stiffened and turned around slowly. The grin on his face vanished in a heartbeat, but he quickly forced a smile and shuffled over to the newcomer. Brother Whistling Wind, what brings you here? Why? Am I not allowed to come? Or have you, Bolt, become such a big shot in school that even I can't mess with you now? Whistling Wind shot him a sideways glance. Bolt shivered immediately, memories of his boss's glory days flooding back. It all started when Whistling Wind first entered the school. His original plan was simple, to pick up some human knowledge and heal his wounds. But by a twist of fate, Bolt, always a bit of a fool, decided to rob him during lunch on his very first day. Whether that was luck or misfortune was anyone's guess. Whistling Wind, of course, could never swallow that insult. Even though Bolt was nothing more than a clown, Whistling Wind taught him a lesson with a gentle but thorough beating. From then on, things at school took a dramatic turn. It felt like something out of manga about hot-blooded high school delinquents. Whistling Wind fought his way up, and soon stood at the top of a dozen local schools, finally earning himself a peaceful student life. Whistling Wind, you might not believe it, but I really did come here just to study. The underlings, the boss is always right. As for how Whistling Wind and Peter became friends, it was all because Peter was a bookworm. The young Peter loved nothing more than spending time in the library. One day, Whistling Wind was stumped by a tricky problem, and Peter stepped up and solved it in no time. Whistling Wind was amazed. He'd never met anyone so clever. Of course, back then, Peter was so absorbed in his books that he had no idea who Whistling Wind really was. He only learned the truth when Bolt tried to steal his lunch money, and Whistling Wind stepped in. Whistling Wind crouched down, picked up Peter's scattered books, and handed them over with a friendly smile. Here you go, Peter. Will you be at the library this afternoon? Seeing Whistling Wind, Peter's face lit up. He had no qualms about befriending this studious gangster boss. After all, bookworms were easy targets at school, and Whistling Wind always had their backs. As the bell rang for class, Peter quickly gathered his books and called out to Whistling Wind. Of course, brother Whistling Wind. See you at our usual spot. Yeah, see you there, Whistling Wind replied. The two of them parted ways, each going down their own path. Xiaofeng looked at Shandian with a helpless expression. Why do you always like to pick on Peter? I've told you before, instead of wasting your energy bullying him, You'd be better off hitting the books. Just look at how clever Peter is. You might even have to rely on him someday. Shandian curled his lip in disbelief. Clearly, he didn't buy that Peter's future would amount to anything remarkable, nor did he think his own prospects were all that bleak. In fact, he fancied he might even become a gang boss one day. Seeing Shandian's dismissive attitude, Xiaofeng knew his advice had once again fallen on deaf ears. He shook his head and returned to his own classroom. As an older brother figure, Xiaofeng was certainly up to the task. He cared about each of his little brother's studies, their family situations, and even tried to plan out a path for their futures. Of course, if he ever ruled the world, these people would all be generously rewarded. He couldn't promise them generations of peace, but as long as they followed him, their futures would never be bleak. After Dikue's escape, the Shindu hurriedly opened a portal, scooped up the exhausted Sandman from the floor, and quickly disappeared through the swirling gateway. Back at the Osborne Industrial Park, the Shindu took one look at his battered subordinates, and, thinking of that fool, Dikue, felt his anger boil over. It was clear he needed to find another way out. He could no longer count on those self-destructive idiots. Besides, even if he did let them all out, would a bunch of so-called demons really honor their contract and obediently break his seal? At least, Shindu himself didn't believe it. Judging by his own standards, if he ever held another demon's lifeblood in his hands, he would surely turn on them at the last moment and plot to seize their power. Staring at the dragon tooth spread out on the table, Shindu's mind was already made up. As Mysterio turned the lock one final time, the Panka box let out a crisp click. With practiced hands, Mysterio gently released the mechanism. Bathed in a soft green glow, the Panka box floated steadily upward. Even though he had seen this countless times, Mysterio still found himself awestruck by the wonder of magic. The sudden brilliance from the flying box instantly caught everyone's attention. Sabretooth sprang over the railing with a nimble leap. Darwin, the young black man, used the chandelier to swing down from the ceiling. His body's adaptive abilities mimicked a cat's soft paw pads, cushioning the shock of his landing. Vulture spread his wings wide, soaring through the air before crash landing onto the ceiling. Taskmaster moved with steady, measured steps. Though he left footprints with every stride, he still reached the ground even faster than Sabretooth, who had leapt down. Sandman dissolved into a stream of sand, slipping straight through the floor and reassembling below. Shindu stood to the side, arms folded, watching the scene unfold with cold detachment. The Panka box slowly opened, but this time, no map appeared. Amid a swirl of golden chaos, the box gradually snapped shut. What's going on? Boss, do you get it? Darwin, completely puzzled, looked at Shindu, who remained calm and collected, and prodded him with curiosity. The Holy Master ignored Darwin, closing his eyes and falling into deep thought. The mysterious stranger picked up the Panka box from the ground and, observing the raised carvings on its surface, addressed the Holy Master. Boss, 2 short and 1 long, with the long on the bottom. That's the Zhen trigram. No sooner had the words left his mouth than golden light blazed in the Holy Master's eyes, his rage surging like a tidal wave. Zhongsu, it was Zhongsu's gate. The Holy Master thought, back in the underworld, he was the one who fought the hardest. Now he wants me to save him? Dream on. Drawing on his experiences in the underworld, the Holy Master had every reason to suspect that, had he encountered Zhongsu instead of Shimu. When he descended, Zhongsu might very well have struck him down without hesitation and lived out the rest of his day in blissful ignorance. But after just a split second of hesitation, the Holy Master heaved a sigh. Save him then, what else can I do? After all, the Panka box follows a simple rule. Open 1 gate, unlock 1 gate. If Zhongsu isn't freed, there's no point in thinking about the remaining demons. What's more, Zhongsu's gate needs to be opened quickly. Right now, there are 2 enemies facing off in hell, and the last person with decision-making power is wavering. If he gets pulled back, there'll be no one left to plead the case. Now that the Holy Master had come to terms with it, a new question arose. Where is this gate? He'd seen the vision just now. But what kind of place is eternally bathed in golden light, never changing, and where everything moves at incredible speed? While the Holy Master pondered, a calm and powerful voice rang out. Holy Master, that's the quantum space. He turned to find that it was Xiaofeng. Brother Xiaofeng, what brings you here? In response to the Holy Master's respectful greeting, Xiaofeng waved his hand nonchalantly and settled onto a nearby sofa. I heard about what happened with Dequai last time. At these words, the Holy Master's smile froze. Was Xiaofeng here to call him to account? Noticing the stiffness in the Holy Master's expression, Xiaofeng let out a gentle laugh. This guy still wears his heart on his sleeve, just like always. Don't worry, I'm not here to interrogate you. But Holy Master, it's been thousands of years, and you haven't changed a bit. The Holy Master chuckled awkwardly and nodded. You're right, Brother Xiaofeng. I'm still that little dragon from millennia ago. Xiaofeng shook his head, gesturing toward the panka box as he spoke. I originally came to help you lift my own magical seal, but since the demon to be released this time is Zhong Su, let me take care of it for you. How can I possibly accept that? Brother Xiaofeng, you're still not fully recovered from your injuries. The Holy Master waved his hands in protest, clearly unwilling to let Xiaofeng get involved. But Xiaofeng seemed not to notice the undertones, and spoke decisively. Unsealing the gates of hell isn't your burden to bear alone. You've already opened 3. Let me open 1 for you this time. As for my injuries, I've more or less recovered. Although I'm still some way from regaining my peak strength, opening a single door won't be a problem. And if I'm not mistaken, your soul has also suffered damage, so you'd best go heal it as soon as possible. Wait too long, and it might be too late. Hearing this, the Lord nodded, a sly smile flashing in his eyes. It was clear that, more than anyone, the Lord knew that once Xiaofeng made up his mind, there was no turning back. He would see it through to the end. And to prevent Xiaofeng from changing his mind halfway, all the Lord had to do was act a bit troubled. Then, in the name of brotherhood, Xiaofeng would surely go all out. You all remember, listen to Brother Xiaofeng, the Lord instructed, and as soon as Xiaofeng took over this troublesome responsibility, the Lord's expression visibly grew weak, as if he might collapse from illness at any moment. Seeing this, it was hard to tell whether Xiaofeng was moved by compassion or by his own sense of loyalty. He actually placed his hand on the Lord's shoulder and gently channeled his own demonic energy into him. The gesture so gentle, it was almost soothing. As the demonic energy steadily surged within him, a flicker of greed flashed across the Lord's eyes, barely noticeable, before quickly transforming into a wild, exuberant laugh. How do you feel now, Lord? Any better? Much better. Thank you, Brother Xiaofeng. I'll go tend to my wounds now. Watching Xiaofeng's aura gradually weaken, the Lord, who had originally intended to say a few more pleasantries, instead simply thanked Xiaofeng and hurried away. As he watched the Lord's hasty departure, Xiaofeng assumed it was his demonic energy that had been so helpful, allowing the Lord to begin restoring his soul. He chuckled to himself, genuinely pleased. After the Lord left, Xiaofeng called everyone to sit down. There was no trace of demonic authority about him. If anything, he seemed more like a kind old grandfather. Since they could name quantum space, it was clear they had a way to reach it. Brother Xiaofeng, the boss told us to follow your lead. What should we do next? At this, Xiaofeng immediately produced a photograph. It showed an elderly man in a white lab coat. Dr. Pym. He once published a paper on the microscopic world with detailed insights into the quantum realm. I imagine after all these years, he's made some headway. Upon hearing this, Sabretooth rumbled in his deep voice. Understood, Brother Xiaofeng. So, should we just go grab him and make him work on this quantum thing? Xiaofeng shook his finger at Sabretooth, signaling his disapproval. Think about it, all of you. You need to understand what scientific achievement means to a scientist. It's more important to them than life itself. That's not something we can simply threaten our way into getting. As Xiaofeng finished speaking, he flicked another poster onto the table. This one was an advertisement for a laboratory recruiting volunteers to test a new drug. While everyone was still puzzled, Xiaofeng knocked on the table and said softly, Science experiments always need someone to play the guinea pig. Instead of fighting our way in, why not let them invite us inside? Scott, you've served your sentence. You're free. The iron doors of the prison swung open, and a beam of light cut through the silhouette of the man standing there, shining directly into Scott's eyes. The brightness was blinding. Scott could no longer remember how long it had been since he'd last seen the sun. Sensing Scott's hesitation, the guard didn't drag him out roughly, as usual. From today on, Scott was no longer a prisoner. No one could say how long it took, but Scott finally seemed to adjust to the sunlight. He slowly got up from the ground. His skin was pale and his frame gaunt, every detail silently telling the story of how hard life had been behind bars. At the property counter, the guard handed back the few possessions Scott had entrusted to the prison before his sentence began. As he looked over his things, Scott felt something slip from the corner of his eye. Tears. He wiped them away, shed his prison uniform, changed back into his old clothes, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and strode toward the exit. 2 guards walked with him all the way to the front gate. Scott, you holding up, man? Scott was grateful not to be alone on the day of his release. Even if the person waiting for him wasn't exactly a model citizen, just an old cellmate, at least someone still remembered him. They climbed into a battered minivan and wound their way up the mountain road. This was an American prison, and just looking at the steep, endless road outside was enough to crush any thoughts of escape. No one knew how long they drove, but eventually they reached the city. The 2 of them talked about all sorts of things along the way. His cellmate's life wasn't going well, his girlfriend had left him, and most of his family was gone. When his friend managed to laugh and said at least he still had the van, Scott couldn't help but think of his own family. Were they all right? Had his imprisonment made their lives harder? Just as his cellmate suggested they go out and have a little fun, Scott firmly refused. No, man. I don't want to end up back in that prison. I don't ever want to be a criminal again. I have a daughter. So what are you going to do? His friend asked, puzzled. Come on, man. I have a master's degree in electrical engineering. Finding a job shouldn't be a problem. But Scott soon realized he'd spoken too soon. Sand Ice Cream Shop. Welcome to Sand Ice Cream. What can I get for you? Scott forced a smile as he greeted the little boy in the green shirt standing in front of him. I want a hamburger. We don't sell that. After a bout of wrangling, the manager called him into the office, rebuked him for his past deeds, and laid bare his time in prison, jabbing at the wound without mercy. In the end, Scott lost even this job at the ice cream shop. The world was nothing like he'd imagined. As a convicted criminal, perhaps he should have realized before his misdeeds that he'd never again be able to land a decent, honest job. Crime would be his only way to survive. Scott wandered aimlessly down the street, clutching a cup of slush. It was hard to believe that just for committing a burglary, he now couldn't even get the most menial work. Returning to that shabby little apartment, he sought out the cellmate who had picked him up from prison. Inside, he saw two unfamiliar faces in his friend's room. After a brief exchange, he realized both were seasoned criminals in their own right. One could expose anyone's dirty secrets with his computer skills, while the other was even more direct. His method was brute force. Guys, let's go big this time. Let's make a name for ourselves again, one of them said, brimming with excitement. Scott frowned and replied to his friend, Listen, man, I don't want to go back. I've said it 1,000 times, it's not a good place. You guys are great, but I'm out. Sensing their disapproving looks, Scott tried to soften the moment, grabbed a piece of bread, stuffed it in his mouth, and prepared to leave. But life had other plans. Just like his friend, Scott's wife had left him for someone else, and he wasn't even allowed to see his daughter. Scott had become a complete failure. In his desperation, he went back to his friend and agreed to join in on one last job. Maybe then, his ex-wife would see him in a new light. I made up my mind, guys. One last score. That's what I'm talking about, baby. I knew you'd come around, his friend exclaimed, elated. Seeing the excitement on his friend's face, Scott couldn't shake a sense of unease. He needed answers. Hold on. Tell me exactly what we're doing here and who we're targeting. His friend shared the intel he'd gathered. Their target this time was a retired man with a 7-figure pension. The man had a massive safe at home, and by all accounts, whatever was inside could set them up for life. After hashing out their plan, that very night, they staked out Professor Pym's house. Scott vaulted over the fence into the professor's mansion with a single, nimble leap. But at the same time, another crew was silently sneaking onto Professor Pym's property. Big wind. I thought we were just signing up as test subjects. Since when did we become cat burglars? Darwin, the young black guy, grumbled from the shadows. In America, petty thieves are at the bottom of the food chain. Real men, in his view, should be bold enough to help themselves to whatever they want. Professor Pym has been retired for a long time. If we hadn't barged into his life ourselves, he wouldn't have spared us a second. Glance, Xiaofeng patiently explained. Then, stepping nimbly onto the saber-toothed tiger's shoulder, he vaulted over the fence with ease. The others each showed off their own unique skills, and in the blink of an eye, everyone had slipped into Professor Pym's house. For +7, plus the master of the house himself, Professor Pym. Honestly, with this lineup, you'd think they were about to throw a party. In the darkness, the group groped their way forward. Soon, the two teams collided head-on. Scott caught sight of those blood-red eyes across from him and was instantly terrified. He spun around, grabbed his companions, and bolted without a second thought. Meanwhile, when Xiaofeng saw the humans facing them, he thought Professor Pym had discovered them too. They immediately turned to run as well, hoping to draw the professor's attention their way. But after both groups had dashed around the house for quite some time, they realized that no one was chasing after them. A creeping sense of unease settled over them. SC Scott, why are we running? Scott's friend panted, interrogating him between breaths. Didn't you see those blood-red eyes? My God, what kind of person is that? Scott, furious, grabbed his friend by the collar and demanded an explanation. He's just a doctor. What's the big deal? His friend replied, a voice lacking conviction. After all, he promised to tell Scott everything, but deemed some information unimportant and kept it to himself. Who would have thought that this unimportant detail would end up sabotaging Scott's entire mission? Xiaofeng, why did we run? Darwin, the young black man, asked curiously. Xiaofeng himself was puzzled by Darwin's question. Why hadn't that group chased after them? They hadn't exactly been running at top speed. Their plan was simple. Draw attention so Professor Pym would notice and possibly use them as test subjects. So why was there no pursuit? Don't worry, Darwin. Someone's bound to come after us. As soon as someone does, Professor Pim's attention will be on us. And so, both sides spent a restless night, mired in frustration and doubt. Although Xiaofeng's plan had failed that night, in truth, everything was still unfolding according to his broader scheme. All along, the incident of the two bumbling thieves breaking into Professor Pim's mansion had played out under the watchful gaze of Dr. Screen. Red ants, common, unremarkable creatures. Yet even these tiny beings bore on their backs a camera, even smaller than themselves, capturing every moment and committing it to record. Perhaps it was fate, but when Professor Pim made his choice between the two groups, he unexpectedly picked Scott's side. In a carefully orchestrated scheme, Scott found himself breaking into Dr. Pim's grand mansion alone and opening the vault. True to the code of a thief, never leave empty-handed, he managed to get his hands on the Ant-Man suit. Yet not only did Scott fail to secure any money, but he was also driven to distraction by the constant chatter coming from the suit itself. Eventually, he unraveled the secret of the Ant-Man suit. But what none of them realized was that behind all these events, a pair of blood-red eyes had been watching them intently all along. That was the omnipresent wind, Xiaofeng. Mastering the flow of air, Xiaofeng let out a gentle breath, and with a deft move, stole two of the size-changing discs that allowed Ant-Man to grow and shrink at will. In this way, the group acquired their tickets into the quantum realm. Meanwhile, on the other side, when the Dark Lord opened the manga box, Old Pa also witnessed the spectacular moment when the quantum realm appeared, a scene that stands out as one of the most iconic in the Ant-Man films. Without hesitation, Old Pa grabbed Tony, along with the castanets needed to seal the demon, and pushed open the door. In an instant, they found themselves on the street where Professor Pim lived. Old Pa, where are we rushing off to this time? Why the mad dash? I haven't even turned off my alcohol lamp, Tony grumbled, being dragged along without a word of explanation, only to step through the door and find himself in unfamiliar surroundings. A quick glance reassured Tony that his gear was still in hand, and he breathed a sigh of relief. But when he looked up, he was met with the sight of a house he knew all too well. Professor Pim, a man hailed as a genius of his era alongside Tony's own father. His Pim particle technology remained an unsolved mystery to this day. This is Professor Pim's house. Old Pa, are you here to see Professor Pim? Old Pa nodded, striding toward the house as he explained to Tony. If I'm not mistaken, the demon this time is hiding in the quantum realm. If we want to go there, we'll need Professor Pim's help. Tony nodded thoughtfully, recalling the notes Old Pa had left on Professor Pim and the Pim particles, technology that could send someone into the microscopic quantum world. Oh, that's right. Ever since Coulson became director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he had given Howard's old office to Tony. There, Tony had not only discovered a new element to cure his palladium poisoning, but also found a work log his father had left behind, one that focused extensively on Professor Pim's research. Thanks to this, Tony no longer needed to drink chlorophyll daily to stay healthy, and as a bonus, his Iron Man suit had already evolved into the 5th-generation Mark V, the suitcase Mark armor. But when Old Pa rang Professor Pim's doorbell, there was no answer. Pim was not home. He and Scott had just been captured by agents from Hank's company. Faced with this unexpected predicament, Tony wasted no time demonstrating his unique talents. Jarvis cracked Dr. Pim's password lock. Yes, sir. In the end, he didn't keep the old man waiting long. With a crisp sound, Dr. Pim's door swung open. Tony gave a gentlemanly wave, inviting the old man to go in first. Tony, are you a sissy or something? What's with all the fuss? You're a grown man. The old man shot back mercilessly, leaving Tony blushing with embarrassment. How does a proper gentleman's bow turn into something effeminate? Is it just you and Steve who are out of step with the world? The two of them stepped inside. After a brief search in Professor Pim's lab, Tony discovered 2 small darts. Eyeing the formulas scrawled across the blackboard, he ran through the calculations in his mind before turning to the old man. Old man, if I'm not mistaken, these are just what we need. They can take us into the particle realm and shrink us down to the quantum level. But, well, they don't seem all that stable. The old man nodded and was just about to take the darts from Tony's hand when Tony suddenly pulled back, eyeing him with uncertainty. Old man, I want to go with you. The old man shook his head. Watching the familiar gesture, so much like his own father, Howard, Tony felt a surge of defiance. Tony, you can't go. Tony, you can't go. Damn it, the same tone. Tony could practically predict the next line. It's too dangerous, it's not for you. It's too dangerous, it's not for you. Years ago, when Tony had asked his father for a lab to do his own experiments, he'd heard the same thing. To these people, Tony Stark always seemed like an unruly child. If it hadn't been for August, Tony Stark might have ended up completely cut off from science. But now, Tony Stark was no longer the boy with no say in anything. This time, he would speak for himself. No, old man. I'm going to. I'm your apprentice. You should trust me. The old man frowned. By instinct, he saw venturing into danger not as bravery, but as foolishness. If it weren't for Zhong-Su's sudden appearance, there's no way he'd risk entering the quantum realm himself. As the old man's stern refusal overlapped in Tony's mind with memories of Howard, Tony put the same question to both his father and the old man. Why? You have people who care about you. Why risk your life with me? That's the quantum realm we're talking about. If you don't come back, you really don't come back. As the old man's words faded, a stream of faces flashed through Tony's mind, finally settling on Pepper. His eyes grew distant for a moment, but quickly regained their resolve. No, I'm going. As soon as Tony finished speaking, the old man stopped trying to stop him and nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Tony excitedly donned the Mark V suit, wrapped an arm around the old man, and pressed the button on the dart. In an instant, the two of them were compressed into a state of particles. With another press, they entered the quantum realm. Within the quantum realm, Xiao Feng led Mysterio and the others on a long and winding journey. At last, they found a door unlike any other. The manga box floated up as if by its own will and landed on the door with a crisp snap. An eerie green light shot out, and the gate of hell began to open slowly. From behind the gate emerged a blue-skinned demon, with the head of a hippopotamus and a humanoid body. Blue, pointed spikes jutted from his head, and each hand had 5 fingers while each foot had only 2 toes. He wore armor reminiscent of ancient Rome. His abdomen rippled with muscles, and his eyes gleamed a vivid crimson. Your emperor has returned. Humans, prepare to greet your emperor. Zhong-Su, I'm glad to see you back. Xiao Feng stepped forward to welcome Zhong-Su's return. Compared to how the powerful demon Shindu was greeted in Jackie Chan Adventures, Zhong-Su showed Xiao Feng a rare respect. Xiao Feng, why is it you? Where's that damn Shindu? Zhong-Su's face was full of confusion. He had planned to give Shindu a beating upon his release, but now, seeing that it was his third brother Xiao Feng instead, he felt like something was missing from his homecoming. Xiao Feng shook his head with a smile. Zhong-Su was truly simple-minded. His thoughts were always on his sleeve, as if he had the words, I want to beat up Shindu written right across his face. No wonder Shindu had no interest in rescuing him. If Xiao Feng were in his place, he wouldn't either. Shindu needs to rest, Xiao Feng said gently, playing the role of the reliable elder brother to perfection. He needs rest? As if he deserves it. Zhong-Su snapped, his voice sharp with indignation. As the traitor, we've already offered him a chance at forgiveness. He should be grateful. He should be thinking of rescuing us at every moment, never daring to slack off for a second. But after all this time, only now does he think to free me? I thought I'd be forgotten here in hell until the end of time. Xiao Feng, tell me, where is he? I'll make sure to spur him on with my thunder, and guarantee the rest of our companions are freed as quickly as possible. To be honest, Zhong-Su's words struck a chord with Xiao Feng. As the one who most wanted to rescue his fellow demons, Xiao Feng naturally wished he could free them all as quickly as possible. But soon he shook his head. As the second demon to be released, he knew better than anyone how hard Shindu had worked. Even if he had been in charge, he couldn't have done better than Shindu. Xiao Feng let out a long sigh, and with heartfelt sincerity, told Zhong-Su, let it go, brother. Some grudges. It's time to put them down. Shindu has done very well. As his brothers, we should be thinking about how to help him recover, not torment him or take advantage of him. Zhong-Su let out a cold snort, crossed his arms, and said, Xiao Feng, you're just too kind. That's why the Holy Master keeps deceiving you. Again and again. Not a single word he says can be trusted. You must never show him any kindness, or you'll be facing a ferocious dragon. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Xiao Feng's forehead. He felt Zhong-Su's prejudice against the Holy Master was far too deep. It had even become personal. So I forget it. I won't try to persuade you anymore. When you and the Holy Master have a calm conversation one day, maybe you'll come to understand him better. Hearing Xiao Feng relent, Zhong-Su finally seemed interested in his surroundings. He glanced around at the golden glow and couldn't help but frown. Why were the ions in front of him so enormous? But before Zhong-Su could voice his question, a sharp clacking sound echoed through the space. His eyes widened instantly. Who dares to strike the castanets? In that moment, the entire quantum realm erupted with blinding lightning. Space itself became unstable, and everything began to collapse. Faced with Zhong-Su's sudden outburst, Old Dad frowned and didn't bother trying to seal Zhong-Su away. He grabbed Tony, activated the dart in his hand, and instantly enlarged their group. Xiao Feng and the others did the same. In the chaos, Xiao Feng managed to slap Zhong-Su across the face, snapping him out of his frenzy and dragging him out of the quantum space. Countless particles of light swirled before their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, the world had changed completely. A blood-red sky loomed overhead, an omen of disaster. Thunder raged wildly above, striking down without mercy. Before them lay row after row of nameless tombstones. Tony's eyes widened in shock as he stared at a solitary grave. At its base, he spotted a hair tie, the one Pepper always wore. Although many hair ties might look the same in this world, Tony was certain that this one belonged to Pepper. In an instant, his spirit seemed to shatter. He collapsed to his knees, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. Seeing Tony like this, old Dad quietly stood aside. At this moment, Tony needed to grieve on his own. No words of comfort could help. Just then, a sudden clatter rang out. Old Dad turned his head and saw a man with a weathered face, a scruffy beard, and disheveled hair. His clothes were so filthy that he was nearly unrecognizable. But the moment Tony looked back, he recognized the man at once. It was his future self. Like a wounded beast, Tony lunged at the man, fists flying in a furious barrage. The man didn't fight back. Mark V. He knew it well. It was an invention from long ago. Even though he could have stopped Mark V. with a flick of his wrist, he chose not to. He accepted the blows calmly. Gradually, Tony's fist slowed and then stopped. The mask was lifted. With tears streaming down his face, Tony confronted his future self, demanding answers. Why? Why are you still alive? Future Tony burst out laughing, tears streaming down his face, his voice thick with sorrow and loneliness. The old man could hear nothing but desolation and isolation in that sound. Yes, why am I still alive when she's gone? They're all gone, all dead. Why am I still here? Hardly had he finished speaking when future Tony's eyes turned razor-sharp. He lunged at his past self, pinning him down like a wild beast, roaring with unrestrained fury. I'm alive in hell, living for one purpose, to avenge her. I've staked everything on that. The flames of hatred have burned me to the ground. Revenge is all I have left. In the flashes of lightning, Tony saw his future self. Arc reactors embedded all over his arms and legs. More than 20 in total, each one pulsing with energy. It was exactly as he said. In the future Tony's body, only energy flowed. No blood kept him alive anymore. Only a force driven by hatred. Tony, can you tell us what happened? The old man suddenly spoke. The beast-like future Tony whipped his head around, glaring with a look nothing like the playboy of old. Who are you? Future Tony's voice was hoarse and ragged. If he hadn't sensed the powerful magic in the old man, he wouldn't have bothered asking. He would have killed him without a thought. Now, he was nothing more than an instrument of vengeance. Don't you recognize me? I suppose this must be a parallel universe. But I know you, Tony. Just think of me as someone who will listen, share with us the burdens you've carried all these years. Future Tony looked back at his past self, who slowly nodded in response. Only then did future Tony finally breathe out, releasing his grip and collapsing onto the ground. With a wave of his hand, he traced a circle in the air. A glowing spell array appeared, and the three of them fell into the mirror dimension. I'm sure you've guessed by now. I'm the Sorcerer Supreme of this world, Tony Stark. Past Tony had no idea what a Sorcerer Supreme was. He'd met the Ancient One, yes, but only had a vague impression of the title. The old man, on the other hand, nodded gravely. He remembered a parallel universe where Strange had died unexpectedly and Tony had inherited the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme. But nothing had been heard after that, until now. If you want to know everything, then come with me. It all began on the day I took up the title of Sorcerer Supreme. Becoming the Sorcerer Supreme was never planned. It happened by pure chance. Back then, I was a playboy, spending my days drifting from one socialite to another. At a party, I happened to meet someone as brilliant as myself, a genius surgeon named Stephen Strange. As Tony spoke, the mirror dimension shifted and transformed, conjuring the scene from that very day. At that time, Tony seemed to be drunk, slinging his arm around Strange's neck. The renowned surgeon blushed furiously, clutching his wine glass as Tony chattered away with great excitement. I'm telling you, Strange, you haven't truly lived unless you've taken a spin in a Lamborghini. Watching his past self, the future Tony wore an awkward expression and waved his hand as the memory flickered and shifted to the next scene. I remember, I promised Strange the rights to several of my patents before he finally agreed to join me for a joyride. Tony draped his arm over Strange's shoulder, leading him toward the front door. Strange tried to ask for the car keys, but Tony swatted his hand away with a scowl. I'm driving. Unable to argue with Tony, Strange could only repeat his warning over and over. Don't go too fast. And so the two of them staggered out together, weaving unsteadily as they went. The scene shifted again. A Lamborghini lay crushed beneath a tree, and both Tony and Strange, battered and bruised, were being loaded into ambulances. Images flowed on. Strange was now lying in a hospital bed, his hands completely wrapped in bandages. Tony hovered nearby, panic and guilt etched on his face. The doctor, with a trace of regret in his voice, delivered the news. "I'm sorry, Dr. Strange, but I'm afraid you'll never be able to wield a scalpel again." Shock and fury warred on Strange's face. With a sudden motion, he shoved the doctor aside, but before he could ask any questions, a medical report landed in his hands. Permanent nerve damage. In that instant, it was as if a thunderclap shattered Strange's mind. He, a world-famous surgeon, had just lost the use of his hands. He was ruined. Tony, his face full of worry, stepped forward to comfort him. "I'll do everything I can to help you. I'll pay for everything." Before Tony could finish, Strange, hearing his voice, sprang at him like a wounded beast, hands locking around Tony's throat. In a flash, Tony's eyes rolled back. Watching this memory, the future Tony instinctively touched his own neck. If Strange's hands hadn't been wrapped in bandages back then, Tony might not have survived at all. Fortunately, Tony's luck held. The doctors pulled Strange off him, and so, two men who should never have crossed paths found their fates forever intertwined in that moment. That's how our story began. The future Tony murmured, a tear slipping down his cheek, as if mourning the past. Before long, they became a team, a billionaire driven by guilt and his unfortunate friend. Oh, what a pair they made. I left my ever-expanding Stark Industries behind and devoted everything I had to healing his hands. The memories blurred and shifted again. The two of them, changing out of their lab coats in a cramped laboratory, joined a team of climbers heading for the mountains. That place is the most mysterious corner of Tibet in Huagua. It said that magic exists there, magic that could cure Strange. I, who once believed in science above all else, set off on this road of no return for the sake of my dearest friend, to seek out a madman known as the Ancient One. We climbed and trekked, and in these vast, boundless mountains, we searched for 2 days before finally discovering an ancient temple. Inside sat an old man, and beside him stood a sorcerer named Mordo. Whether it was luck or destiny, I can't say, but it felt as if he had been waiting for us all along. He showed no curiosity at our arrival. We poured out the hardships of our journey to the Ancient One, hoping he would help, hoping he could save Strange. But the Ancient One said he could not. Perhaps it was the sting of too many failures, or perhaps Tony and Strange had never truly hoped for a miracle. Whatever the reason, we weren't terribly disappointed by the Ancient One's refusal. But just as Strange and Tony were about to leave, Tony uncovered 2 truths. First, that magic was indeed real, and second, that Mordo intended to kill the Ancient One. Hearing all this, Tony clamped his hand over his mouth, not daring to make sound. He turned and ran to the Ancient One, revealing Mordo's entire plot. Exposed, Mordo was consumed by fury. Though he still feared the Ancient One's power, as he left, he sealed my mouth with a spell. Yet all of Mordo's efforts were in vain. Even though I could not speak, in the end, I inherited the Ancient One's mantle, learned the ways of magic, and ultimately defeated Mordo in the final moment. Regrettably, among all the spells I mastered, none could save Strange. That's when I thought of science. Perhaps if I combined it with magic, something truly miraculous would happen. Once more, Tony brought Strange back to New York, this time hiring him as his secretary. "Your treatment remains my responsibility, doctor, and I believe magic holds the key." Looking back at my naive self from those days, future Tony could only shake his head, knowing that a great upheaval was about to descend upon him. Using the magic he had learned and his brilliant mind, Tony created the world's very first suit of magical armor. Upon the anvil of Hephaestus, with the power of Thor's hammer, and in the name of the Trinity of the Vishanti, let this common steel be transformed. At that time, Dormammu had become a genuine threat to Earth and the universe itself. Tony had to hurry, forging new armor to face the crisis ahead. With the rare materials Tony had collected across the cosmos, the Mark Series anti-Dormammu armor was born. He hoped this would finally allow him to fulfill his promise to Strange. But would he finish in time? Tony's heart was restless. The promise he made to Strange had forever changed the purity of his thoughts. The anti-Dormammu armor had just been completed when Strange informed me that someone was waiting for me. Stepping outside, I was greeted by my newlywed wife, Pepper, along with my bodyguard, Happy. Pepper was about to give birth, and Tony was soon to have a lovely daughter. This was what the Eye of Agamotto had revealed to him. With hope for new life and a promise made to Strange, Tony set out without hesitation on the journey to the Dark Dimension. Watching over the entire Dark Dimension, Dormammu noticed Tony's arrival the very moment he appeared. A few tricks and feeble jokes. Is this really the champion sorcerer chosen by the Ancient One? Dormammu mocked Tony's foolishness, but just then, a voice suddenly cut through, contradicting him. Don't underestimate Tony Stark, Dormammu. He's remarkably skilled at getting exactly what he wants for himself. The owner of the voice remained unseen, a presence lurking like a shadow. Soon, Tony pressed forward, overcoming every obstacle. At last, harnessing the winds of Watum, he vanquished the magical leech and confronted Dormammu face to face. "Dormammu," Tony announced, standing atop his magic carpet with the poise of the Ancient One himself, his expression composed as he faced the Dark Lord. Dormammu regarded Tony's arrival with indifference, as if nothing stood before him. "The sorcerers of my palace have disappointed me. Once I dispose of you, they will suffer for their failure. Tyrant, I'll ask you one last time. Will you abandon your invasion of Earth?" A magical circle appeared in Tony's palm, a massive, menacing fist aimed straight at Dormammu. "You're trying to make me laugh," Dormammu chuckled. In his ears, Tony's words were nothing but a joke. Such a thing was impossible. Not even the Ancient One had ever forced him to retreat. Hearing this, Tony unleashed a barrage of magic, pinning Dormammu down so thoroughly that for a moment he couldn't even lift his head. But the tide of battle quickly and decisively turned. "Your armor is mine now." Dormammu raised his hand, and a beam of energy struck Tony. Instantly, the armor disassembled itself, breaking apart into countless fragments that drifted to Dormammu's side. Tony's eyes filled with terror. Magical artifacts should never behave this way, not unless... As Tony stared in stunned disbelief, Dormammu burst into triumphant laughter. From behind him stepped someone Tony never would have suspected. "Strange, why is it you?" "Surprise?" Dormammu asked, watching Tony's face twist in shock and amusement. Tony could barely believe that it was truly Strange standing before him. Even though he'd feared this possibility, he still clung to a sliver of hope. "Take a guess. Tony, how did I get past all your defenses and lay my hands on your most treasured invention? By the power of magic, I need your armor blueprints to accomplish this feat. But you hid your designs, didn't you? Yet, where did I find them?" Dormammu's words struck Tony Stark's heart like a heavy hammer. Even Tony could no longer deny the truth. There was only one reason left. "Strange, why?" Tony's voice was calm, far from the anger he had imagined. He simply asked quietly. "It's just a debt being repaid from long ago." Strange flexed his wrists, his fingers trembling slightly. Perhaps from the moment he saw Tony become the Sorcerer Supreme, this idea had already taken root in his heart. "Well, old friends reunited, take some time to catch up. I have a kingdom to claim." Dormammu had no interest in their reunion or old grievances. The magic circle that had imprisoned him for years was now broken. Without the Sorcerer Supreme, he was finally free to head to Earth. "Not so fast, Dormammu." Strange called out to him. Dormammu turned back, eyes blazing with fury. After so many years of waiting, he was in no mood to delay. Yet this human dared to stop him. "How dare you? I'm here now. Why not finish our deal first?" With an impatient wave, Dormammu unleashed his magic. Miraculously, Strange's trembling hands stilled, returning to their former steadiness. "Dr. Strange is restored," Strange exclaimed with joy, leaping in excitement, though he could not yet understand the true price of these hands. With Tony Stark gone, Dormammu easily opened the dimensional portal, bringing his demonic army to Earth. The anti-Dormammu armor, once a symbol of Earth's most advanced technology, now sat mockingly on Dormammu's own body. Against his invading horde, humanity could offer no real resistance. Perhaps Dormammu forgot, or perhaps he wanted Tony to witness the destruction of the world he loved. He placed the crystal orb before Tony, forcing him to watch everything unfold in real time. As scenes of hell on Earth played out before him, Strange awakened. He freed Tony. Why Strange? Tony tore the iron chains from his body, asking why Strange betrayed him and why he was now being rescued. Looking at Tony, Strange sighed. He spread his hands, and in his eyes, the oath he once took as a doctor flickered. "I cherish these hands, but even if they are healed, if everyone on Earth dies, I still can never be a doctor again." Hearing this, Tony smiled and nodded. He had foreseen all of this within the eye of Agamotto, yet he was still grateful. The doctor had chosen the right path. Tony grabbed Strange's hand, and as Strange looked on in astonishment, Tony lifted his own hand and began chanting a spell. Countless pink snakes surged from his palm. The eye of Agamotto foresaw everything. "The price for your healing is yet to be paid. Stand still, I'll drive them away." Under Tony's formidable magic, the pink snakes writhed with violent energy, yet Strange's hand turned the color of bone, as if all blood and life had drained away. "These vipers have lent your hands temporary power, but at the same time, they're drawing away your life force, channeling it to Dormammu." Strange stared at the scene in shock, but inside, he felt no more anguish. He let go of his obsession with his hands. Now, he was determined to join Tony in saving the world. After Tony and Strange broke through the dark dimension, devastation greeted their eyes. Dormammu's form had swollen to monstrous proportions, rampaging and laying waste to everything on the ground. The blood-red land blazed with the reflections of resistance. Tears slipped unconsciously down the corners of Tony's eyes, but there was no time for grief. Glaring at Dormammu, Tony's eyes burned with fury. Dormammu, seeing Tony appear, seemed not the least surprised. Instead, he greeted Tony as if he'd been waiting. "Look, Sorcerer Supreme, what have you protected? A land in ruins. Wailing infants. Why are you still alive?" These words echoed in Tony's mind like a nightmare, but he didn't hesitate. He charged forward, reckless and determined, facing Dormammu head-on. Tony raised his hand and trapped Dormammu within the mirror dimension. But just as the mirror dimension was about to seal, Dormammu thrust out his hand, halting its closure. With a sharp, splintering crack, the mirror dimension shattered. "Sorcerer Supreme, do you not yearn for a battlefield soaked in blood? Look, this is a battleground paved with your own kin's sacrifice." Dormammu's words instantly enraged Tony. Veins bulged on his forehead as he landed on the ground. From a portal, a mark armor, matching the anti-Dormammu suit from before, emerged and began to assemble around him. Dormammu watched with interest, making no move to interfere. Once Tony was fully armored, Dormammu simply curled a finger, beckoning him on. Fueled by rage, Tony charged at Dormammu in a burst of speed. Dormammu, as if expecting it, swung his fist with devastating force, slamming into Tony's armor. That punch, crackling with infernal energy, was a chilling reminder of Dormammu's demonic might. Tony was smashed into the ground, gouging a trench 2 meters long. "What's wrong, Sorcerer Supreme? Didn't you don your armor? Why are you still so weak? At this rate, you'll protect nothing." Tony struggled to his feet amidst the swirling dust. Seeing Tony rise again, Dormammu grinned broadly and extended a fist, from which 2 ropes dangled. As Tony wondered what Dormammu was up to, Dormammu flipped his palm, and suddenly, all of Tony's friends and loved ones were suspended from his hand, including Pepper, who was visibly pregnant. Even though there were only 2, Happy and Pepper, I could easily claim there were many. Tony's pupils contracted in shock, and his face drained of color. If he couldn't defeat Dormammu as quickly as possible, Pepper and the others would face certain death. Like a lion striking with lightning speed, Tony lunged forward. Yet no matter how fiercely he attacked with magic, Dormammu countered each blow with ease. Restlessness gnawed at Tony's heart. He unleashed the full power of the Eye of Agamotto, but even then, he could only fight Dormammu to a stalemate. Pepper's face was beginning to turn an ominous shade of blue, and Tony's attacks grew wild and desperate. Dormammu seized on his mistakes, swatting Tony aside again and again. Dormammu could have killed Tony effortlessly, but instead, he seemed to relish the torment, drawing out the agony again and again. As Tony struggled to stand once more, Strange suddenly bound him with vines. Looking at Tony's face, twisted with anxiety, Strange smiled, patted his cheek, and turned to Dormammu, calling out loudly, "My glorious master, you shall be unstoppable in this world." "Excellent, Strange. Well done." Step by step, Strange approached Dormammu, dragging Tony before him. Dormammu reached out to seize Tony, but at that very moment, Strange abruptly slashed through the rope binding Pepper. In a flash, he swept her into his arms and vanished, fleeing thousands of miles in an instant. Dormammu's face betrayed his surprise at this sudden turn, and at the same moment, Tony broke free from the vines. A surge of magic exploded from him, cracking like a whip across Dormammu's face. The whip lashed Dormammu's cheek, leaving a permanent scar. Before Dormammu could fully react, Tony shot into the sky, instantly multiplying himself into countless Tonys. The Crimson Bands of Sidorak. All the Tonys lashed out with their ropes at once, binding Dormammu tightly. Just as Tony prepared to unleash the Berserk Lightning, intending to weaken Dormammu and banish him back to the Dark Dimension. Dormammu snapped back to awareness. Seeing the ropes binding him, he grabbed them in reverse and, with a mighty heave, smashed the Tonys together. They shattered like fragments of a broken mirror, scattering to the ground. The 7 Rings of Ragador. Tony stretched out his hand, conjuring an immense magical array that rose up like a protective dome. 7 concentric rings circled around him, forming an unyielding barrier. Dormammu's heavy fist came crashing down, each ring shattering one after another under the force of the blow. Just as the last ring was about to collapse and Dormammu's fist was poised to strike Tony's head, a flash of white light surged in front of Tony. In an instant, he found himself transported to an abandoned underground chamber. Seeing Pepper by his side and sensing the familiar aura of magic, Tony seemed to realize what had happened. A wave of helplessness washed over him. Tony ran his fingers through his hair, disheveled from the battle, and slumped onto the floor. The grief was so overwhelming that he couldn't even shed a tear. His silent sobs seemed to reverberate through the universe. The future Tony watched this scene, eyes glistening with unshed tears. In a soft voice, he said, "Back then, Strange used a transference spell to save me, trading his own life for my survival. That's a debt I can never repay." Time flowed on. No one knew how long had passed before Pepper awoke. Seeing Tony in such a state of despair, she was startled, but she still stepped forward and wrapped him in a warm embrace. At that time, Pepper comforted me and helped me pick myself up again. I knew then that for her, and for the child she was carrying, I had to find my strength. The scene shifted again. Tony walked out of the safe house, stepping alone onto the ruined streets. Gazing at the devastated world, Tony knew that, at this moment in time, there was no one left he could turn to for help. So, Tony broke the pact he'd made with the Ancient One and activated the time reversal spell along the fracture lines of time, gathering a group of superheroes. Captain Marvel. Throughout history, 9 was always the ultimate number. Pulling allies from 8 timelines was the very limit of Tony's abilities, but he believed these teammates could help him defeat Dormammu. All right, warriors. The enemy we face is more powerful than any we've seen before, but we must succeed. If we fail, the world will be lost forever. Tony delivered his pre-battle speech. While the assembled heroes might not have fully understood his words, they knew that if the world was to be protected, they had no choice but to fight. With his makeshift team assembled, Tony led the charge toward the place where Dormammu was wreaking havoc. Pathetic humans, scream and howl. Entertain me with your lives. Dormammu's demonic soldiers slaughtered indiscriminately, painting the ground crimson with blood, all to amuse their master. But just as Dormammu's laughter echoed across the sky, a round shield sliced through the air and struck his forehead with a resounding thud. "Hey, pal, has anyone ever told you that destroying the world comes with a price?" Steve caught his returning shield, sizing up Dormammu, and thinking, maybe this villain isn't so invincible after all. Dormammu reached out and brushed his forehead, his sinister laughter echoing in everyone's ears. Spider-Man instinctively sensed danger, while Tony's brows drew together as he raised his hand, summoning the 7 rings of Ragador to shield the group. At the very instant the 7 rings of Ragador materialized, all the humans and demons who had heard the laughter before suddenly had their skulls burst open, their brains splattering in a milky white flood across the ground. Witnessing this gruesome scene, Captain America and the others sucked in a sharp breath. Only now did they truly grasp the gravity of Dormammu that Tony had spoken of. Dormammu pointed at Tony, clutching his sides in laughter. "Sorcerer Supreme, have you run out of tricks? Is that why you brought this band of clowns for my amusement?" Tony paid no heed to Dormammu's taunts, knowing that mere words could never inflict the kind of pain that true blows could deliver. His gaze sharpened as he raised his hand, a look that sent an involuntary chill down Dormammu's spine. Though Dormammu never missed a chance to mock Tony's weakness, deep in his heart, he alone knew the true might of the Sorcerer Supreme. A sudden surge of energy blasted from Tony's hand, sounding the clarion call to battle. Captain Marvel, wreathed in radiant beams of light, was the first to charge straight at Dormammu. Faced with this young woman enveloped in strange, formidable energy, Dormammu dared not be careless. He donned his anti-Dormammu armor, and with a single swing, harnessing the power of the entire multiverse, he hurled his fist at Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel's eyes blazed with resolve. Despite her slender frame, she met Dormammu's fist head-on, unleashing a tremendous shockwave of energy. The force of their clash swept outward, carrying a storm of sand and wind toward Tony and the others. Tony frowned, flipping his palm outward to conjure a shimmering mirror out of thin air. As the sandstorm rushed over, it left their advance entirely unimpeded. When the dust finally settled, they could at last see Captain Marvel locked in a standoff with Dormammu. Their fists collided, and Dormammu, pressing down with just one hand, forcibly held back Captain Marvel's charge. No matter how much strength she poured forth, she could not move forward another inch. "You humans are impressive. You're worthy of joining the Dark Dimension. I extend my invitation to you," Dormammu declared. He waited a long while, fully confident that no one could refuse his offer. Yet Captain Marvel said not a word. Instead, she pressed forward, edging just a little closer. Realizing he was being toyed with, Dormammu didn't lose his temper. Perhaps years of battling the Ancient One had tempered his patience. "Dark thorns," he intoned. With a flicker in his eyes, a mass of inky green brambles erupted before Tony and the others as they rushed forward. The thorns writhed and lashed, as though eager to pierce them through. At the sight, A faint gleam flickered on Tony's chest. A fierce blaze swept across the ground, engulfing the brambles in roaring flames. In moments, the thorny mass was reduced to ashes. At this moment, everyone had already drawn close to Dormammu. Thor swung his hammer with a sudden force, hurling it straight at Dormammu's face. Dormammu looked on with a hint of disdain. What could a hammer without any energy possibly do to him? But when the hammer struck his face, a tremendous force surged forth, forcing Dormammu to stagger back a step before he managed to steady himself. Odin's power? Dormammu muttered in confusion. By all rights, that old man should be on the verge of death. How could he still spare the strength to help Earth against him? There was no time for Dormammu to ponder further. The hammer, now crackling with lightning in Thor's grasp, came crashing down again, landing heavily on Dormammu's head. Yet this time, it had no effect at all. The mighty Mjolnir, usually so unstoppable, now felt like nothing more than a toy mallet, hardly more than a gentle tickle. Boy, what's your connection to Odin? I am Thor, son of Odin, king of the North, Thor declared, and seeing his attack fail, he immediately withdrew, giving Dormammu not the slightest chance to strike back. But Thor hadn't retreated far before a hail of debris came crashing down. A glint flashed in Dormammu's eyes, and a chunk of rock struck Thor square in the forehead. An eye for an eye, Thor. Give my regards to Odin, Dormammu roared, slamming his massive hand down where Thor had fallen. In an instant, Thor was gone. Tony frowned. Thor hadn't even had the chance to unleash his full power before Dormammu's overwhelming blow took him out. Captain America tossed his shield. Natasha's attacks were little more than gentle scrapes. Hawkeye's arrows proved useless, and Hulk didn't even have time to build up his strength before Dormammu finished him with a single strike. Black Panther was the most reckless of them all, darting about like a jester. He charged right up to Dormammu's mouth, aiming to leap up and attack his eyes, only to be swallowed whole in one gulp. Surveying the chaos of the battlefield, Tony fell silent. Apart from Captain Marvel, who managed to withstand Dormammu's assault, the others were little more than extras in this fight. This was a failed team effort. Tony didn't know what to say. Maybe relying on others was a mistake to begin with. But as the realization dawned on him, his gaze grew resolute. Without hesitation, he charged straight at Dormammu. Mirror replication matter, manipulation, cosmic energy, Tony unleashed every attack at his disposal. In moments, Dormammu's body was covered in wounds of every kind. One hand was busy holding off Captain Marvel, while the other had to contend with the supreme sorcerer Tony. It simply wasn't realistic, especially now that Tony had unleashed his full firepower. Dormammu tried to take down Captain Marvel quickly, but soon discovered that this little bone was far tougher than she appeared. Even if he gave it everything he had, he might just end up shattering all his teeth before he could bring her down. On the other side, Tony proved to be even more troublesome than Captain Marvel. Dormammu struggled for quite some time, only to find himself battered from both sides without gaining any advantage. But just then, a mysterious surge of energy wrapped around the anti-Dormammu armor. Dormammu unleashed a burst of power so immense that both Captain Marvel and Tony were blasted away. The rest of the team, including Captain America, were torn apart and perished in the explosion. The sacred timeline? The Sorcerer Supreme? I never imagined the new Sorcerer Supreme would dare to meddle with the sacred timeline. Huh. In the end, victory belongs to me, Dormammu declared. The Time Stone separated itself from Tony, appearing alongside the other 5 Infinity Stones. Together, they were absorbed into Dormammu's body, granting him complete acceptance by this universe. Yet just as Dormammu reveled in his triumph, preparing to destroy Tony and Captain Marvel, the two of them vanished without a trace. At that moment, the vision within the mirror dimension abruptly ended, perhaps out of mercy, unwilling to show more. Then, future Tony himself began to speak. At that time, Dormammu had obtained all 6 Infinity Stones. Even though he didn't need their power, the mere presence of the stones made him an inseparable part of this universe. We suffered a crushing defeat, almost total annihilation. Spider-Man's Spider-Sense saved him. In the final moment, he rescued both me and Captain Marvel. But that wasn't the end. Dormammu snapped his fingers, erasing everything connected to me. In the end, I was left alone, the sole survivor. Tears streamed down future Tony's face. The Tony of the past lay on his back in the mirror dimension, overwhelmed by the weight of a world destroyed because of him. He could hardly fathom how his future self could bear such a burden. In a blood-red sky, a crack of lightning split the heavens, and a golden fissure appeared out of nowhere. From within the rift, a figure, neither tall nor short, slowly stepped into view. With every step the shadow took, the crimson sky grew darker, the wind picking up strength, and fat drops of blood-red rain began to fall, playing a sinister melody as if the world itself was rejoicing, celebrating the arrival of the stranger. Ahem, brother Howling Wind, the environment here is terrible. How about we try another portal? Darwin, a young black man, emerged from the passage only to have his face blasted by sand and wind. Feeling the world's hostility, he wasted no time in calling out to those behind him. But it wasn't Howling Wind who greeted him. Instead, a gruff voice, the voice of Sumen, shoved Darwin roughly aside. "Out of the way, kid," Sumen barked as he strode out of the fissure. He drew in a deep breath, and the black mist in the air brought a look of pure ecstasy to his face. Ah, this is the scent that demons crave. In the world of Sorcerer Supreme Tony, Dormammu's invasion had unleashed torrents of dark energy. Compared to the thin, meager mists of hell, this place was nothing short of paradise. As the favored child of the dark aura, the arrival of the 8 great demons ignited a blaze within the energies of shadow, and under the gaze of this ultimate darkness, a world ruled by blackness began to take shape. Compared to brutes like Su, who knew nothing but brute force, Xiaofeng sensed something was amiss the moment he stepped out of the gates of hell. It was a sensation, soft as a fledgling returning to its nest. It was like the feeling of a powerful old father, desperate to see his child inherit his throne. It was as if every thought and action was dictated by the will of heaven. Wasn't this exactly how it felt when the 8 immortals first appeared all those years ago? The similarity was uncanny. The realization made Xiaofeng's hair stand on end, and he could hardly resist the urge to pull Su along and escape at once. But Su was not only ill-tempered, he was stubborn as well. He shook off Xiaofeng's hand with force, glaring at him in annoyance as he barked, "Xiaofeng, what are you doing? Hurry, come with me, Su. Don't you sense that something is terribly wrong right now?" Xiaofeng grasped Su's hand again, determined to drag him away, his insistence only deepening Su's displeasure. Judgment of lightning. This time, Su didn't bother to argue. A bolt of lightning shot down and struck Xiaofeng straight on, leaving a scorched, blackened mark. Rage flared within Xiaofeng. He had imagined many people might hurt him in his lifetime, but he had never thought that his own brother-in-arms, a fellow demon, would wield their authority against him. Touching the burn that now marred his face, Xiaofeng's anger boiled over. With a thunderous shout, he unleashed a whirlwind that slammed straight into Su's chest. "What do you think you're doing?" Xiaofeng's furious blow sent Su flying. After spinning through the air several times, Su landed steadily on his feet. His armor showed a slight dent, but from the look of indifference on his face, it was clear he hadn't suffered even the slightest injury. Su let out a mocking laugh, his eyes brimming with disdain as he sneered, "Xiaofeng, your temper is too mild. No wonder you get betrayed. By others. Was that supposed to be your full strength just now? In that case, Xiaofeng, you might as well give up the demon of Wind's throne." He laughed wildly, the sound stoking Xiaofeng's fury. Yet Xiaofeng hesitated, making no move to retaliate. After his laughter faded, Su turned and left, leaving Xiaofeng standing alone, his face dark with frustration as he watched his brother's departing figure. "From this day forward, Su, you are no longer my brother." Xiaofeng's furious roar rang out, echoing for miles, reverberating for days on end. The moment Su left Xiaofeng behind, he was immediately engulfed by the dark aura. Su drew in the world's darkness in great waves, strengthening himself. In just a short span, he had reclaimed all the power he had lost. Over the ages in hell, and with the blessing of the dark aura, Su found himself even stronger than at the height of his former glory. Having absorbed the power of the black chi, Su felt he had reached his peak, a summit from which destiny was now urging him onward to even greater heights. As the old saying goes, 2 tigers cannot share one mountain. Between Dormammu, master of dark energy, and Su, the black chi's favored son, a clash was inevitable. The land around them lay in ruins, stripped of all value to Dormammu. Reclining amidst the desolation, he found pleasure only in savoring the supreme sorcerer's agony. But today, just as Dormammu was about to enjoy watching Tony Stark's silent sorrow among the endless gravestones, a blue hippopotamus-like creature, clad in ancient Roman armor, strode toward him through the whirling sand. Dormammu watched the newcomer without a flicker of movement. Sand stung their faces as their gazes locked. Even in the midst of the storm, their eyes remained utterly calm. They regarded each other with steady composure, 2 faces as if carved from stone, each radiating the aura of a true warrior. Like duelists of old, they announced their names in unison. Then, never breaking eye contact, they began to advance, step by step, toward one another. Standing tall and imposing, they met in the center, exchanging blow after blow with nothing but their fists. No dazzling magic erupted, no showers of sparks or thunderous explosions, just the raw, primal rhythm of fist meeting flesh again and again, until only one remained standing. In the end, perhaps as fate had decreed, Zhong-Su emerged victorious. His armor lay in ruins, his face mottled with bruises of blue, purple, and black. One side of his body caved in from the beating. Across from him, Dormammu had been reduced to nothing but a pool of sludge. This was the clash of sovereign powers, the collision of dark energy and black chi. In the end, the newborn force could not outmatch the wiles of an ancient fox. The black chi devoured the last vestige of Dormammu's darkness. In an instant, Zhong-Su's power swelled dramatically. He soared from being one of Black Chi's 8 favored children to become its most beloved heir. Not only did his wounds vanish in the blink of an eye, but his shattered armor merged with the anti-Dormammu suit Tony had created, forging a new set of Roman victory armor, Triumph. Clad in his new armor, Zhong-Su was filled with a sense of supreme dominion. With his left index finger pointing skyward and his right pointing to the earth, he proclaimed, "Righteousness will wither and fade, but Black Chi is eternal." Zhong-Su of Thunder calls out to righteousness, "Prepare for battle." In that moment, the world spun and the sky split open. Everything was cleaved in two, as distinctly as black and white. A sonorous bell rang out, rising like an ancient war song, its melody building in tempo with the beat of distant drums. At that very moment, an old man with white hair and dressed in flowing white robes appeared. In his left hand, he held a gleaming sword. In his right, a gourd ladle. With each graceful step, the sound of war drums echoed across the land. As he began to speak, the clear, lingering notes of a flute drifted for miles, and with each measured stride, a gentle breeze swept by, as soft as spring rain. Flowers blossomed beneath his feet, paving his path, and lotus blooms formed a throne for him. While Zhong-Su's face burned with fighting spirit, suddenly, the old man reached for 2 shell-shaped castanets at his waist and tapped them lightly. The sharp, chilling crack sent a wave of dread through Zhong-Su. The old man's lips parted, and a mysterious incantation rolled forth, echoing through heaven and earth. Yet, the one closest to him, Zhong-Su, could hear nothing at all. In the blink of an eye, a beam of green light shot toward him. Despite his terror and desperate struggle, Zhong-Su found himself utterly paralyzed. In a flash, the beam struck him. In the quantum realm, the gates of hell slowly creaked open. Zhong-Su seemed to sense his fate and let out a furious, unwilling roar. No. With that, Zhong-Su turned into a streak of light and returned to hell. The old man, like an immortal, descended to the mortal world for this very duel, dissolved into shimmering motes of light, fading away as quietly as he had come. As the old man vanished, the flute's melody dwindled to a whisper. Only then could one make out the incantation he had murmured, "Spirits and monsters be gone. Welcome to Freedom America, gunfights every day. I'm Soldier Boy, your beloved Captain America. Sure, I mean. Today, the old man has run off with that little pretty boy somewhere, who knows where. Looks like I'll be the star of the show now. A coup for the crown. Today is the day." Steve strode down the streets of Manhattan, microphone in his left hand and shield in his right. Beside him, Spider-Man had snatched Steve's old camera, the one he'd swiped from John Jameson, and was now playing the part of a roving reporter. As Steve spoke with practiced confidence, Spider-Man, clinging to the wall, swung the camera around to face himself. "Don't believe a word he says. Today, your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man is going to show you the real New York." At that moment, the camera panned to the giant screen in Times Square, where Jonah Jameson, bristling with his trademark little mustache, clutched the desk, face red with righteous fury, as he launched into his broadcast. Spider-Man, that ridiculous clown in red underwear running around town. He's a menace, the scourge of all New York. Hearing Jameson's tirade, Peter rolled his eyes in resignation and turned the camera back to himself, shrugging nonchalantly. Jonah Jameson, my old nemesis. Folks, don't pay him any mind. He might have sounded casual, but inside, Peter's inner spider was kicking up a storm. Cue Spidey, nobody ever likes me. Sniff, cue expert level, nose-blowing sound effect. Peter Parker, yeah, I know the feeling, muffled, melancholy sigh. Jonah Jameson, he's a menace. Peter and his inner Spider-Man collapsed into each other's arms, wailing their hearts out in exaggerated, theatrical despair. Jonah Jameson, menace. Peter and Spider-Man, frustrated, powerless, pitifully nibbling his fingers. Suddenly, Peter's wristwatch started beeping. He flipped down onto the street and pressed the answer button. The screen lit up with Coulson's face. The moment Peter saw Coulson, He couldn't hold back anymore. He shoved the video of Jonah Jameson slandering him right up to the camera for Coulson to see. Coulson, I need backup. Right now, everyone in Times Square is slandering me. Can I unplug Jonah Jameson's oxygen tank? Even Coulson couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth after watching Jameson's broadcast. How had he never noticed just how much energy this old guy had before? Kid, calm down. This is America, land of free speech. If you need, I could bring him to you so you two can have a real talk. Hearing that, Peter immediately imagined himself and Jameson sitting together in a small room, face to face, having a conversation. Spider-Man. Jonah Jameson. Spider-Man. Jonah Jameson. You wall-crawling menace. I always knew you'd tear off your phony mask one day and hurt the people of New York. Oh my goodness, I die of embarrassment. Is there anything more awkward than being stuck in a tiny room with your number one hater? Well, maybe having to ask him to stop trashing you. Shaking off the chaotic thoughts, Peter looked at Coulson on his watch and said, Forget it, Coulson. That guy would never listen to me anyway. Did you have a mission for me today? Coulson paused for a moment, then nodded. The military and some big green monster are fighting downtown. We call him Hulk. We're not sure what the military's after, but Peter, if you can bring that creature back. Listen, this is a personal request. If you can't save him, just get yourself out of there. Seeing the grave expression on Coulson's face, Peter, for once, didn't crack a joke. It was the first time he'd ever seen Coulson so serious. And, strangely, there was even a glimmer of tears in his eyes. All right, Coulson, leave it to me. As Peter Parker walked away, Steve waved a microphone and shouted, Hey, Spidey, get back here. Who's going to film me now that you're gone? The show's not over yet. At least return the camera, little spider. Meanwhile, Coulson hung up the call. On the screen, Bruce Banner's detail file was displayed, and in the lower right corner, the codename Conathan stood out among the list of outstanding agents. Doctor, even if that was just a mission, thank you for your help. I hope Spider-Man can save you. After a night of passion with Betty, Dr. Banner barely had time to catch his breath when he learned that his father-in-law was coming to catch him in the act. Without hesitation, he yanked up his pants and bolted, but he was a step and a half too late. Before he could even get out the door, a squad of Special Forces soldiers had already cornered him in the glass corridor. General Ross sat aboard a helicopter, megaphone in hand, bellowing, You green freak. Damn it. Sleeping with my daughter, huh? Soldiers hit him with the tear gas. With 2 sharp gunshots, the tear gas canisters shattered the glass and tumbled into the corridor. In seconds, the pungent gas filled the passage, making Banner's nose run uncontrollably. Choking and gasping, he managed to glare at General Ross, raising his middle finger as he shouted, Ross, your daughter is quite the catch. In an instant, Banner began to swell and transform, morphing into the mighty Green Hulk. The moment Hulk appeared, the American soldiers unleashed years' worth of stored munitions on him. Somehow, the once mortal Bruce Banner, now transformed, stood unflinching in the face of rocket fire. Explosions erupted all around him, but nothing seemed to faze him. Bullets and shells ricocheting off him, Hulk charged forward. When an armored vehicle tried to block his path, employing textbook military tactics, Hulk simply smashed it with a swing of his massive arm, ripped out the engine, and, without missing a beat, hurled it straight at his father-in-law. With a deafening blast, the engine exploded in midair, consumed by friction before it even reached Ross. It was a shame it hadn't hit its mark, but the shockwave was enough to send General Ross flying through the air. Facing Hulk, a force of destruction on the battlefield, Old Brute, as everyone called him, grabbed a grenade launcher from a nearby soldier and, racking the bolt, charged straight at the beast. The explosive force of the grenade launcher stunned Hulk for a brief moment, but he quickly shook it off, grabbing a smashed car part from the ground to use as a shield. Wielding it with the resolve of a true fighter, he squared off against Old Brute. Though Old Brute had come prepared, having injected himself ahead of time with General Ross's super soldier serum, even Hulk found him a tough opponent for a while. But it didn't last. Hulk's attacks grew faster and fiercer. Old Brute couldn't keep up. He began to retreat, praying that Hulk's next devastating blow wouldn't land on his prize second-in-command. Ross was dead serious about dealing with his son-in-law. Faced with the Green Menace who had seduced his daughter, General Ross deployed the Army's latest sonic cannon. Under the force of the sonic cannon, all were equal. Even a super mutant like Hulk couldn't help but be driven back the moment the waves hit. Determined to take a page from Captain America, Hulk hurled his makeshift blade with deadly accuracy at the sonic cannon's vehicle. With 2 thunderous explosions, the infernal, grating noise finally faded from Hulk's ears. Hulk roared toward the sky, his voice thundering in the air with a force that rivaled even the sonic cannons. The shockwaves of his fury rippled through the hearts of every soldier present, their hands beginning to tremble ever so slightly. After more than 20 minutes of relentless battle, this creature hadn't suffered so much as a scratch. Instead, his presence only seemed to grow more formidable. The question echoed in their minds. Did their struggle hold any meaning at all? Yet at that very moment, someone refused to give in to despair. Old Bruce, who earlier had been so frightened he nearly lost control, threw aside his grenade launcher, stripped off all his gear, and strode right up to Hulk. He was just about to speak. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the world before Bruce seemed to race backward. Before he could even register what had happened, his body slammed into a tree with bone-jarring force. Meanwhile, in Queen's largest park, Peter spotted a distant green figure. Hulk was spinning a car single-handedly and hurling it toward a crowd of police officers. Peter quickly fired a web, catching the car midair to stop its deadly. Archagent Coulson had said the mission was to save this big green guy, wasn't that right? But now, Peter couldn't help but feel that this so-called war god, Hulk, didn't seem to need any saving at all. Spider-Man landed in front of the soldiers, ready to accept their thanks, when a cranky old man stormed up to him, shouting furiously. "Who are you? Why are you helping Hulk? Are you his accomplice, or something?" A glance at the man's shoulder insignia told Peter this was a general. The accusation stung, filling Peter with righteous indignation. Crossing his arms, he fired back. "Oh, General, I just saved your men, and now you're treating me like this? That's what I call biting the hand that feeds you." General Ross glanced back at his soldiers, his eyes full of disdain. He snorted coldly, "Imph. As soldiers, if they die in battle, it's their duty. But you let Hulk escape. Spider, James was right. You're a menace to this city. Just wait. Today it's Hulk, next time it'll be you. Sooner or later, people like you will fall in my hands." Hearing James' name invoked just to pick a fight, Peter wasted no more words. He shot out a web, swung away, and left the scene behind. After tossing the car, Hulk leapt clear of the battlefield in a single bound and crashed into the streets of Manhattan, treating the city as if it were his personal playground. With a casual sweep of his arm, he hoisted another car and hurled it toward the crowd. Panic erupted as people scattered in every direction. "Run! The green monster is here! Get out of here! There's a monster!" Amid these terrified cries, a flash of yellow pushed against the fleeing crowd. It was a reporter from the Daily Bugle, risking everything for an exclusive shot of Hulk's rampage. "A giant green monster is attacking the city. I'm moving in closer to bring you all a first-hand perspective." But getting close to Hulk was, without a doubt, a dangerous gamble. The reporter hadn't even gotten close when a huge rock came hurtling straight toward her. Fortunately, an elderly man dressed in green workers' overalls dove at her just in time, knocking her out of harm's way, saving her from dying before she could even begin her assignment. "Careful, young lady, it's very dangerous around here," the old man warned. He helped her to her feet, dusted off the camera that had gotten dirty during the fall, and handed it back to her. "Thank you, sir. I'm Mary Jane Watson, a reporter for the Bugle." She introduced herself gratefully. The old man carried himself with the air of an English gentleman, politely explaining the dangers of the area to Mary Jane. "Mary Jane, oh, your name is as beautiful as your hair. But miss, I must warn you, you should get out of here quickly. Rumor has a monster is loose in the city. What a sad thing, to be called a monster in this day and age. Reminds me of the monsters from the 50s and 60s. Watch out, sir, watch out," Mary Jane cried. A blue sedan grew larger and larger in Mary Jane's camera lens, soaring into the air until it was right above their heads. She tried to warn the old man, but it was hopeless. At such close range, no one could possibly dodge it. Mary Jane closed her eyes, quietly bracing for death. But time passed, and the end she anticipated never came. When she opened her eyes, she found a white web stretched between herself and the old man, shielding them both. Yet the old man seemed not to notice at all, and continued chatting as if nothing had happened. "I once saw that green dragon with my own eyes. Now, that was a real monster." Mary Jane couldn't help but wonder who had saved them, and why the old gentleman remained so unflappable in such chaos. Her answer came quickly. She spotted her rescuer. Amidst Hulk's rampage, a red figure swung through the chaos, saving countless civilians with his webs. He suspended them safely from street lamps, at least leaving them with their lives. Some people call Spider-Man a menace, but today we're seeing a true hero, someone saving innocent lives from a real monster, Mary Jane narrated, her voice brimming with admiration. Hearing someone praise him for once, Spider-Man, who had been in a funk all day, suddenly felt a surge of delight. On a whim, he dropped down upside down, right in front of the reporter. "Oh, Spider-Man, could I get an exclusive interview?" Mary Jane cheered in excitement and immediately pitched her request. "Of course, beautiful lady. I'd love to give you an interview, just not today. You know how troublesome Hulk can be, Spider-Man replied, wagging his finger to indicate that now wasn't the best time. But even through his mask, it was clear he was grinning from ear to ear. Is that creature called Hulk? Amazing, another exclusive scoop. Mary Jane happily jotted down the name Spider-Man had mentioned in her little notebook. She felt certain that once this story was published today, she would finally become an official reporter for the Daily Bugle. As the two of them chatted, Spider-Man's spider sense suddenly kicked in. He snapped free from the webbing clinging to him and immediately leapt aside, just as a car came crashing down right where he'd been standing moments before. Glancing back, Spider-Man saw Hulk glaring at him, rage etched across his face. The furious little expression seemed to say that the little spider was being way too fickle. Ma'am, we'll have to continue this later, Spider-Man said, flashing Mary Jane one last smile for the camera before lunging toward Hulk. Spider-Man darted forward, landing an uppercut square on Hulk's chin. It was a blow packing 20 tons of force, and Hulk was sent flying backward. Home run, Spider-Man cheered. But as excitement filled him, Hulk climbed back to his feet, roaring furiously. Swinging fists the size of punching bags, he charged straight at Spider-Man. Faced with Hulk's wild, unpredictable attacks, Spider-Man relied on his agility to dodge, nimbly leaping out of the way, and sometimes even jumping on a Hulk himself. Darting here and there, Spider-Man's slippery moves left Hulk with no way to catch him. At the same time, Spider-Man was equally helpless against an opponent built like a tank. Even his massive 20-ton punches barely caused a ripple on Hulk's body. Hulk only grew more irritable, his strength increasing as his rage built. Spider-Man began to falter, and soon, Hulk managed to grab him in one massive hand. Oh no, just my luck, Spider-Man muttered to himself. With a sheepish grin, he tried to make small talk with Hulk, but before he could get a word out, Hulk tossed him aside with a look of utter disdain. Hulk hates Bugman. Hey, that's just offensive. Spiders aren't bugs. Spider-Man called out, clinging to his last shred of dignity as he sailed through the air. He slammed into a building and dropped straight down to ground. Oh, come on, that really hurts, he groaned. Sometimes, Spider-Man wondered if giving up wouldn't be so bad after all. But as the sounds of terrified screams reached his ears, Peter forced himself to his feet, gritting his teeth against the pain. Taking a few deep breaths, he charged back into the fight once more. With great power comes great responsibility. Having taken down Spider-Man, Hulk turned his attention to the nearest people. His rage had completely overtaken his reason. He grabbed chunks of concrete and broken machinery, hurling them wildly in all directions. During the chaos, Mary Jane twisted her ankle and fell. Just as it seemed Hulk's next attack would strike her, Stanley tried to help her up and escape, but Hulk was already looming over them. It was too late. There was no way out. At this critical moment, Spider-Man swung in on his web and landed a powerful kick squarely on Hulk's face. The force behind the blow was tremendous. Even someone as tough as the Hulk was forced to stumble back a few steps. But that was all. Hulk shook his head and quickly recovered. He casually picked up a rock from the ground and hurled it straight at Spider-Man. Hulk smashed. As the rocks came flying his way, Spider-Man fired webs, catching each one in turn. However, webs are still just webs. Tough as they might be, even Spider-Mans can't withstand Hulk's relentless barrage for long. Glancing over at Mary Jane, who was still filming, and Stan Lee, who stood frozen in shock, Spider-Man rushed to their side. He hoisted one over each shoulder and, with a quick leap, carried them up to the rooftop. But things didn't go entirely as planned. Standing on the edge of the roof, Spider-Man was still shaken. He realized he really shouldn't try flying with two people at once. As they soared through the air, he instinctively twisted his body to land, just something he always did. But that tiny movement was enough to send both passengers slipping off his shoulders. He managed to catch the old man at the last second, but Mary Jane plummeted down. Oh, just my luck. Miss, hold on. Peter flipped over the edge and dove after her, moving even faster than Mary Jane's fall. At the final moment, a web shot out, sticking to Mary Jane's clothes, while another latched onto the building. Seeing this, Peter breathed a sigh of relief and reached out to pull Mary Jane up onto the rooftop. But just then, the strand attaching her to the building snapped with a sharp, startling sound, a sound that seemed to snap the last thread of reason in Spider-Man's mind. Letting go of the web, stuck to the wall, Peter hurled himself after her without a second thought. But almost immediately, he saw Mary Jane standing safely on the ground below. Only then did Spider-Man shoot out another web and land steadily beside her. Oh, thank goodness you're okay. I'm so sorry, miss. Please, let me take you somewhere safe. Spider-Man scratched his head awkwardly and offered his right hand, expecting Mary Jane to refuse. To his surprise, she threw her arms around him instead. While Spider-Man was still bewildered, a furious roar from the Hulk snapped him back to reality. Wasting no time, he sent Mary Jane to the top of another building with a web, then finally turned his full attention to the Hulk. All right, Hulk, it's just you and me now. Bugman, bad. Hug smash Bugman. Like a raging bull, Hulk charged forward, tossing aside anything in his path. Seeing this, Spider-Man quickly fired webs, aiming to cover Hulk's eyes. The sticky webs blinded Hulk, throwing him off balance. Hulk can't see. Blinded, Hulk lashed out in all directions, wildly smashing and clawing at the webs on his face. But this time, the webs were unusually strong, and no matter how hard Hulk tried, he couldn't tear them off. Seeing what was happening, Spider-Man quickly shot out several more strands of web to keep Hulk's arms and legs pinned down. However, this rapid-fire action was a huge drain on his web fluid, and before long, the 2 cartridges Peter had loaded were completely used up. Still, he managed to tie up the Hulk. Hey, Hulk, calm down. I'm only trying to help you. Hulk, now bound and knocked to the ground, struggled fiercely against the webbing, but Spider-Man's web remained tough as ever. While reloading his web shooters, Spider-Man walked over to Hulk's side. But Hulk's fury wasn't soothed by Spider-Man's few words. If anything, it only grew stronger. Seeing this, Spider-Man frowned, then took out the special sedative Coulson had given him for dealing with particularly troublesome individuals, and injected it directly into Hulk. As the drug began to take effect, Hulk started to yawn, then soon drifted off into a deep, snoring sleep. At the same time, as his heart rate dropped, Hulk transformed back into Dr. Banner. Oh, thank goodness, he's finally quiet, just like a baby. Spider-Man breathed a sigh of relief. But as he glanced around at the devastated cityscape, his head started to ache again. How was he going to explain all this to Coulson? Yet, in true American tradition, he didn't have much time to ponder. The moment the fighting stopped, Manhattan's police could be heard approaching with sirens blaring, quickly encircling the area. Seeing this, Peter hurriedly hoisted Dr. Banner onto his shoulder and swung away from the scene on a strand of web. Peter Parker's room. Peter gently laid Dr. Banner on the bed. Now, he needed to report the situation to Coulson, and more importantly, find out what to do next. After all, young Peter Parker couldn't risk gaining a reputation for bringing strange men home. Bep, bep, gabum. The call connected quickly, and a disheveled Coulson appeared on Peter's video screen. Oh, Peter, this time you really went overboard. Half the city's been destroyed, but at least you brought back the Hulk. How is he now? Coulson's scolding made Peter fully realize the gravity of the situation. Half a city? How much would it cost to fix all that? Was he going to be left penniless? Coulson, Hulk is sleeping peacefully now. As for the city, seeing Peter's hesitant look, Coulson gave a reassuring chuckle. Oh, Peter, don't worry about it. It has nothing to do with you. The military wanted to test some new weapons. They'd already filed all the paperwork in advance. All the damages are on them, not you. You can relax. Coulson's words put Peter at ease. After all, Peter had gone out of his way to help him tonight. It wouldn't have been fair to let him play the hero and pay the price too. In truth, this round of negotiations was far from smooth. The military had compiled a long list of evidence and charges, hoping to apprehend both Spider-Man and the Hulk. But Coulson managed to deflect each accusation in his own way, turning the war of words into a fierce stalemate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shown up before Peter in such a frazzled state. Just as Peter was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Coulson's tone shifted, and his expression grew serious once more. However, Peter, the destruction you caused this time was simply too extensive. You're going to need some intensive training. We've assembled a new squad that's currently training with Captain Steve. You need this training as well, so you'll join them. Before Spider-Man could even respond, Coulson seemed to remember something and continued. Oh, right, Peter. I'm afraid the Hulk is your responsibility for now. S.H.I.E.L.D. needs to deal with the military and can't spare anyone. Please look after the Hulk for a week or two. We'll resolve things as quickly as possible and bring him back. That's it. Beep, beep, beep. Peter didn't even get a word in before the call was mercilessly cut off. Now, staring at the frail man lying on his bed, Peter couldn't help but feel worried. Oh, come on, this is my house. What if the Hulk loses control? Peter started worrying about Aunt May. If the Hulk suddenly made an appearance while he was doing the laundry, Aunt May could be in real danger. With that in mind, Peter had no choice but to relocate. For someone like Peter, a classic bookworm, life was always a straight line between just two places, home and school. Outside of those, the only refuge he had was his dad's old antique shop. Luckily, the shop was empty today. Deadpool had mentioned picking up a lucrative job, one of those big money gigs, and then vanished in a flash. Captain America, left behind by Peter on the street, still hadn't returned. He was probably off somewhere sulking. So, Peter dragged Banner over and settled him into the rocking chair inside the antique shop. Phew. Thank goodness no one's around today. If Deadpool were here, he'd definitely be making jokes at my expense. Deadpool. Oh, so the kid likes this sort of thing, huh? I knew that school of yours was up to no good. They shouldn't have let you grow up so fast. Cap, please protect my innocence from a certain wall crawler. Peter made his way to the kitchen and brewed a pot of hot tea, the kind his dad loved most, rumored to bring calm and peace. He took a sip, savoring the warmth. Only then did Peter really study Banner. How could such a massive monster like the Hulk have such a thin, fragile human inside? With a soft groan, Banner stirred from his sleep, blinking in confusion at the unfamiliar surroundings. Was this an antique shop? And who was that guy in the red clown costume, standing nearby? Who the heck are you? Banner asked, rubbing his aching head, his question to Peter as straightforward as could be. Peter fell silent. Now he finally understood why this doctor was called the Hulk. One was violent in action, the other blunt in speech. They were truly a match made in heaven. All right then, Mr. Hulk. At the mention of the Hulk's name, Banner's expression changed dramatically, and he immediately cut Peter off. Banner, call me Banner. Whatever you do, don't let the Hulk hear that name. Hearing this somewhat familiar name, Peter nodded thoughtfully. All right, Banner. Right now, you're in an antique shop. Please try not to break anything here, or I'll be in real trouble. Banner readily agreed to Peter's request. After all, he wasn't the destructive Hulk. The rational Banner would never willingly damage anything. But as he got up, whether the rocking chair was too old or Banner was just too strong, there was a sudden crack, and the armrest came off in his hand. Peter, Banner. For a moment, they both froze. Banner looked extremely embarrassed. He had just promised Peter he wouldn't break anything, yet here he was, holding a broken armrest. Peter, on the other hand, felt his heart sink. His dad loved that rocking chair more than anything. If he saw this, Peter was sure he'd be dead meat. In this heavy, awkward silence, Banner's heart began to race. Perhaps it was the earlier transformation, or maybe he'd lost track of his heart rate monitor. But before even he realized it, the green giant, the Hulk, burst forth. Spider-Man? Cue Spidey. Didn't Banner just promise? Hulk, smasse. What's he doing? What's about to happen? No, don't do this. Oh, why do I just know this is going to end badly? Enormous now. The Hulk looked up, and with one movement, his head smashed a gaping hole in the upstairs hallway. Seeing this, Peter realized he couldn't let the Hulk stay here a second longer, or his dad really would kill him. Hey, Hulk, over here. Spider-Man called, darting toward the door and trying to lure the Hulk away. But Peter seemed to have forgotten just how massive the Hulk was. Just circling the shop, he'd shatter every antique in sight. With a furious roar, the Hulk stormed toward Spider-Man, rage blazing in his eyes. Sure enough, with each thunderous step, the Hulk crushed Peter's dad's prized Ming Dynasty table to splinters. One careless tilt of his head, and the beloved chandelier was shattered. As the Hulk charged, every antique began to topple. Sensing disaster, Spider-Man hastily shot webs, catching the treasures in a sticky net. Phew, Hulk, come on, I'm over here. Relieved that the vases were safe, Peter kept coaxing the Hulk, leading him closer to the door. Spider-Man slipped outside, with Hulk lumbering after him. With a tremendous crash, Hulk burst through the wall and out onto the street, barreling after Spider-Man as he led the way. Spider-Man swung on his web, trying to lure the incredibly destructive Hulk to a deserted, empty area. Being hospitable was one thing, but Hulk wasn't exactly lacking in intelligence, just not the sharpest. Suddenly, he yanked a street sign from the side and hurled it straight at Spider-Man. Perched atop a streetlight, Peter saw the sign flying his way. He hurriedly grabbed the lamppost and, with a swift gymnast spin, dodged the incoming projectile. At this rate, there was no telling if he could actually get Hulk out to the suburbs. Frankly, the odds of dying right here on the street seemed to be climbing by the second. Just then, a helicopter swooped in, guns blazing without hesitation. Peter spotted a spirited older man on board. Wasn't it the very general who'd cursed him out before? Facing Hulk, General Ross showed no mercy. His hand tensed on the firing controls, unleashing a hailstorm of bullets that pounded the Hulk's body, demonstrating in the simplest terms what full machine gun coverage really meant. Any monster under attack would feel fear, pain, or at least show a weakness, but not the green brute. The relentless barrage did nothing to harm Hulk, but the constant stinging was definitely annoying him. Hulk grabbed a nearby Christmas figurine and hurled it straight at General Ross's helicopter. The figurine shattered on impact. Ross thought he was out of danger, but the little Santa hat from the ornament got jammed right into the machine gun's barrel. There was a deafening boom. The gun exploded. As General Ross was about to plummet to his death, Peter couldn't just stand by and watch. He shot out a web, catching Ross and saving him once again. General, that's the second time I've saved your life. Maybe this time you could hold back on the yelling. Ross, still shaken, panted for breath. Hulk's strength was simply overwhelming. He knew he couldn't handle this anymore. At that moment, SHLD's helicarrier arrived just in time. A squadron of agents in combat suits parachuted down. Instead of engaging Hulk head-on, they used the same tranquilizer Spider-Man had tried earlier, filling Hulk with a dozen syringes. As Hulk drifted into deep sleep, his body shrank down to Banner size. One of the suited agents caught Banner before he hit the ground, and with help from his teammates, slung him safely over his back. Then he strode over to Spider-Man and removed his gas mask. "Coulson, it's you," Peter blurted out in astonishment. He hadn't expected that Director Coulson himself would be leading this mission. Coulson nodded and replied, "Yes, Spider-Man, thank you for holding off that monster. Your efforts gave us enough time to apprehend him. I'll make sure your contribution to the city is included in my report to Congress. I believe that once some people read this report, it'll help ease some of the negative opinions about you." Spider-Man was a little baffled. Why was Coulson talking to him like this? But the moment he saw Ross beneath him, he understood at once. "Oh, thank you, sir, for clearing my name. That's really great news. The person down there should be one of yours, so I'll leave him to you. I'll take my leave now." Swinging away on his web, Peter vanished into the city. Coulson turned to General Ross with a cheerful smile, while Ross, fuming, looked away in frustration. Why had Ross arrived first? It all traced back to the aftermath of their last battle, where the military had shouldered most of the blame. Of course, there were conditions to taking the blame. Since Ross had stepped up, this time he was granted the first shot at capturing the Hulk. It was like a high-stakes race. Whoever caught the Hulk first would claim a prize. But clearly this time he lost. Damn that blasted spider. Unable to vent his anger at S.H.I.E.L.D. for swooping in at the last minute, Ross could only unleash his frustration on Spider-Man. The old shopkeeper stood in shock, staring at his antique shop, now looking more like a junkyard. Apart from a few vases dangling from webs, everything else was smashed to pieces. Spider-Man. Out near an isolated stretch of farmland, the Shindu was at work like a diligent farmer, harvesting fresh wheat. "Master, I don't understand. Why are we here harvesting wheat? And why are you spraying that strange liquid everywhere?" Norman straightened up, stretching his back, stiff from the manual labor. There was a sharp crack from his waist, and he let out a yelp of pain, nearly losing his balance. At that moment, Shindu seized control of Norman's body, forcing him upright in an unnaturally twisted pose. "Careful, you fool. That sprayer on your back is filled with precious dragon's blood. Every drop is worth a fortune. This is one of my most treasured possessions." With painstaking care, Shindu maneuvered Norman's body to set down the sprayer and thoroughly checked it for any leaks. Only after confirming it was safe did he finally relax. As Shindu breathed a sigh of relief, he handed control back to Norman. Their faces shared, each occupying half, and Norman questioned him. "My great master, if you wanted to harvest wheat, I could have brought a combine. Why insist on doing it all by hand? These old bones of mine can't take much more." "Enough, Norman. Never mind whether those machines are reliable. Do you really think the magic of the dragon would ever work with such clumsy contraptions?" With that, the Holy One turned to you, who were eagerly waiting for more. "The dragon needs a little personal space. Please wait for the next time to break it down." A hiss, followed by a series of faint, lingering sounds. Time flows on, into a future parallel universe, a mirrored world. Once the Tony from the future finished telling his story, the old man lapsed into a state like deep slumber. He sat cross-legged, and 4 candles of different colors, crimson, white, dark, and blue, suddenly appeared around him, casting intertwined glows. Behind the old man, a radiance like the sun blossomed. Just as the 2 Tonys were puzzling over this sight, the old man's eyes snapped open. He gazed straight at the pair, their faces close to his. Suddenly, 2 sharp cracks rang out. Both Tonys clutched their heads and cried out in pain. Seeing their grimacing faces, the old man was about to speak, but something fell off. He lowered his gaze, looking up at the sky of the mirrored world. The sky had transformed into a cosmos dotted with shimmering starlight. In that universe, a radiant, multicolored thread stretched across the expanse, ending at a brilliant white tooth, the mark of Kong the Conqueror. Though the old man could not see what action Kong was taking, he could unmistakably sense the world rejecting him. At that moment, the passage to the quantum realm opened. The old man seized the Tony, still writhing on the ground in pain, and tossed him through the portal. He turned to the Tony from the future and gave a solemn warning. "Tony, the sacred timeline has emerged. Everything will be set right and wrong. But remember, this is your last chance." No sooner had he finished speaking than a beam of green light shot from the quantum realm, grabbing hold of the old man and pulling him in. At the very instant the old man was about to vanish, a white wisp of energy flowed from his palm and slipped into Tony's mind, unnoticed. Once the old man was gone, time began to flow backward. The memories that Tony from the future held of both of them started to blur, but he now understood the dangers he would face. He returned to the year he first became the Sorcerer Supreme, and, guided by a special inspiration, defeated Dormammu. He would later call this new force Chi Magic. Meanwhile, though Xiaofeng spoke tough, he couldn't help but worry and eventually came looking. Yet faced with the epic battle between positive and dark energy, Xiaofeng had no right to intervene, or rather, positive energy itself would not allow anyone but Zhongsu to take part. So, Xiaofeng could only watch helplessly as Zhongsu was once again thrown back into that hellish prison. Xiaofeng ground his teeth in anger, almost igniting sparks from the friction, but the world cared nothing for his rage. A quantum portal opened, sweeping up Darwin, Sabretooth, and others, pulling Xiaofeng in as well. In the final moment, Xiaofeng made a fierce vow and managed to snatch a wisp of dark energy from this world where the battle between light and shadow had ended. Returning to the past, Xiaofeng opened his palm. A wisp of black flame flickered in his hand, its alluring color reminiscent of grapes tinged with blush pink, so tempting that one could hardly resist the urge to take a bite. Yet Xiaofeng's expression remained cold and distant. He snatched the flame up, tucked it into a pouch at his waist, and, acting as if nothing had happened, led his companions back to New York. In contrast to Xiaofeng, Old Dad and Tony materialized directly inside Professor Pym's home, startling the elderly man so much that he stumbled and fell to the floor. When Professor Pym caught sight of Tony's face, his brows furrowed involuntarily. With a note of puzzlement in his voice, he asked, "Are you Howard's son?" Hearing the question, Tony nodded. Faced with a genius from his father's era, he couldn't help but feel a measure of respect, especially for Professor Pym, whose pioneering work in quantum space technology had always filled Tony with admiration. "Yes, Professor Pym. I'm Tony Stark. It's an honor to meet you." Professor Pym straightened his jacket and got to his feet. He had little interest in Tony's name, much as he cared nothing for what might become of the Pym particles after Howard left. That chapter was closed for him. Sitting down on a nearby sofa, Professor Pym regarded Tony with a critical eye, letting out a cold chuckle. "So, Tony, are you planning to steal my research just like your father Howard did?" His words were blunt, almost cutting. For a scientist, being accused of stealing someone else's work was an affront as bad as being insulted to your face, called a pirate or a thief. And if you were dead, it was like having strangers dance on your grave. Tony bristled at the accusation. No matter what anyone said, to him, his father was always a great and honorable man. But as Tony recalled the detailed notes in his father's journal, the thorough explanations of the Pym particles, the complete formulas, some of which matched what he had just seen on Professor Pym's blackboard, his confidence faltered. "I'm truly sorry for everything my father did to you, Professor Pym. If there's anything I can do to make it up to you, please let me know." Professor Pym, hearing this, glanced at Tony's Mark V suit. The gleaming armor was undeniably impressive. What man wouldn't want something like that? Just as the thought crossed his mind, Professor Pym remembered his own confrontation with Howard years ago. If he demanded something now, how would he be any different from Howard back then? With a wry smile, Professor Pym shook his head. "Forget it. That was between me and Howard. It's got nothing to do with you, kid. But I'm short on research equipment. If you can get your hands on some for me, I'll consider forgiving Howard." Dr. Pym jotted down a list of technical terms on a sheet of paper and handed it to Tony. Tony glanced at it. Just the usual scientific equipment. Given Dr. Pym's status, acquiring these items would be no trouble at all. After a brief moment of thought, Tony understood what was being asked. He carefully folded the list and tucked it into the briefcase that had transformed back from the Mark V suit. "Thank you, Professor Pym. But everything my father did back then." Before Tony could finish, Professor Pym waved a hand to interrupt him. "After all these years, do you think I don't understand? It was all for the Empire." Hearing this, Tony nodded, smiled, and left the professor's villa with his old man. They boarded a plane and flew straight back to New York. As soon as they landed, Tony exchanged a quick farewell with his father and hurried off to Stark Industries to prepare the equipment Dr. Pym needed, leaving his father to head back alone to the old antique shop. But the moment he arrived, his father was stunned. Stark New Technology Industrial Park. Old Man's Antique Shop branch. Upon returning, he found the old shop in shambles. He grabbed Spider-Kid by the ear and scolded him furiously. Still, since what was done, his father didn't mete out any harsh punishment. Once Tony heard about the incident, he tidied up what was left, moving most of the antiques to the Stark Industrial Park into a brand new building. Because Tony was fond of hamburgers, he changed the shop sign to Old Man's Burger Joint. There was nothing his father could do about it. He simply didn't want to set foot in the new place at all. "Oh, stop pulling me. Tony, Steve, let go of me. I'm not going to sell hamburgers." Faced with the old man's stubbornness, Steve and Tony could only sigh in resignation. "Sorry, old man. But we can't let you stay here. The shop's wrecked. You'll have to wait until we've fixed it up before you move back. Don't worry, with Stark Industries' repair team, it won't take long. You can trust us on that. His father struggled mightily. But those construction crews will ruin all my feng shui. Steve nodded along, half dragging him toward the car. Sure. We'll have Tony supervise the repairs himself, all right? Don't make this harder than it needs to be, old man. Come on, let's go. Steve, stop pulling. Tony, let go. I can walk on my own. Stubborn as ever, the old man shook off Tony's hand, slammed the car door shut, and in a flash, the little car shot off down the road, leaving Tony standing there, bewildered in the wind. At that moment, Tony seemed to hear his father's voice calling from afar. Tony, the antique shop is yours now. If you can't make it work, you'll just have to pay the ultimate price. While the old man was still fussing over lodging arrangements, the Dark Lord quietly slipped back to the Osborne group. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Whistling Wind sitting hunched over, his face clouded with darkness. At first, the Dark Lord thought all his schemes had been exposed. But when he spotted his underling in the room as well, he sidled over to Darwin and asked in a hushed voice, Darwin, what happened to Whistling Wind? How'd he end up like this after going out with you all? Did you disobey my orders? Darwin hurriedly shook his head and waved his hands. No, it wasn't us. It was Zhong-Su. It was Mr. Zhong-Su. Hearing that Zhong-Su was the problem, the Dark Lord let out a sigh of relief. And, of course, Whistling Wind, who could hear every whisper in the air, caught this and addressed the Dark Lord directly. That's enough, Dark Lord. Stop asking them. If you want to know something, ask me. Don't I know better than they do? The Dark Lord chuckled awkwardly, then took a seat across from Whistling Wind. Big brother Whistling Wind, don't worry. That fool Zhong-Su. Once I recover my strength, I'll make sure to give him a good beating for you. Whistling Wind just shook his head, his voice heavy with dejection. No, this isn't about Zhong-Su. What I hate is my own weakness. I couldn't save Zhong-Su, not even stand and fight alongside him. I'm powerless. Hearing this, the Dark Lord was at a loss for words. His own little brother, whatever else could be said, usually knew how to read the situation. If that was the case, surely the fault lay with Zhong-Su. And yet, Whistling Wind still managed to lay the blame on himself. Big brother Whistling Wind. He really is the kindest soul. How could I ever bear to trick him in the future? A flicker of conscience shone in the Dark Lord's heart, but it was snuffed out in an instant by darkness. My mistake. Not conscience, but a tumor. After all, everyone knows the Dark Lord has no conscience. Big brother Whistling Wind, you're not yourself right now. Get some rest. As for saving the next demon, just leave it to me. Whistling Wind nodded in agreement. The Dark Lord was momentarily stunned. Only been making a polite gesture, but Whistling Wind actually accepted. As the room fell into a tense silence, the mysterious guest twisted the panka box. The artifact began to spin in the air, drawing everyone's attention, and finally revealed a world where day and night had switched places. 3 unbroken lines, such as Qian, the trigram of heaven, and the gate to Shimu, the sky demon of the west. When the vision of the upside-down world ended, the panka box closed naturally. The map transformed into a mirror, landing in the mysterious guest's hands. Gazing at the ancient runes and recalling the images just shown, the Dark Lord didn't need to study the magic to know they were headed to the world inside the mirror. He let out a sigh and turned to Whistling Wind. Even after countless millennia, the 8 immortals still block our path to unleashing all the demons. Whistling Wind, sometimes I wonder if following the dark path to the bitter end is really what I want. Hearing this, Whistling Wind recalled the scene when he first appeared in the world of dreams. He nodded and said, the formless, shapeless wind has been trapped within an invisible dream. Wild, raging thunder has been confined to the realm of quantum. The breakthrough of the celestial phenomena is now bound, suspended upside down within the mirror's reflection. The Lord continued, the mountains, dignified and towering, renowned for their steadfastness, have been sealed at the point where the earth's core loosens. The vast, boundless land, if it hadn't been occupied by others, would, with the power of vibranium, have become a battlefield on all 4 fronts, burned to sand by the flames of war, and then scattered grain by the wind. Heaven, earth, water, wind, fire, mountain, lake, thunder. Even righteous Qi only intends to cast us into hell, wearing us down with the grindstone of time. But they have found an even better solution. The 8 immortals truly are terrifying. As for the 8 immortals' plan, the Lord had begun to suspect it ever since he saw the world of dreams. How could one restrain the wind? Naturally, with another formless, shapeless entity. But it must also have boundaries. Isn't that what a dream is? Bit by bit, through careful exploration, The Lord saw through the 8 immortals' design. As long as the gates of hell existed, the power of demons like them would gradually drain away, leading inevitably to extinction. As the embodiments of authority, demons could not die, but the 8 immortals had found a way. The 8 immortals. Authority itself cannot vanish, but the demons who wield it may not be so fortunate. As his words trailed off, the Lord gave a bitter smile. He walked up to the mysterious guest, reaching out toward the mirror. But as his hand touched the surface, it miraculously slipped through, as if passing into another world. At that moment, the Lord turned back to Whistling Wind. "Brother Whistling Wind, will you come with us?" Whistling Wind shook his head. So the Lord led his little group into the world within the mirror. Meanwhile, on the other side, upon learning that the adversary this time would be Shimu, the sky demon, Grandpa immediately had Steve, the old veteran of many battlefields, learn a new skill, playing the flute. Of course, picking it up on the spot was a tall order. But in China, there's an old-fashioned method passed down through generations, one that ensures you'll learn whatever you put your mind to with a little encouragement from the stick. After a good round of rapping his knuckles, Steve finally managed to get a note or two out of the flute. Only then did Grandpa recall that in the West, there's a simpler kind of flute, one that almost anyone can coax a sound from with no practice at all. But glancing at Steve's hands, now swollen like pig's trotters, Grandpa looked away and gave up on the idea. They just have to make do with the Eastern flute. No sense letting those lessons go to waste. Upon entering the mirror realm, such a large group arriving all at once could hardly escape the notice of the Ancient One, who was a master at manipulating this reflective domain. Just as Grandpa produced a small mirror and led Steve in, the Ancient One, with a flick of both hands, entered the mirror world as well. As they traversed this world, a space inverse to reality itself, the mysterious guest's panka box suddenly lit up. After a swift flight, it firmly landed at the entrance to the New York sanctum. As the Qian hexagram unfolded, a door as tall as a man swung open. First to emerge was a pair of wings, so vast they seemed to eclipse the heavens themselves. In the blink of an eye, the mirrored world turned upside down. Then, a small, gray-blue demon stepped through, a pair of wings, comically out of proportion to its body, adding an air of deception. "Welcome back, Shimu," the Shengzhu greeted casually, clearly on familiar terms with him. Shimu cast a glance at the Shengzhu, nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to the inverted world around them, his brow furrowing in concern. "We need to leave this place, Shengzhu. My powers are completely useless here," Shimu declared decisively, holding nothing back as he addressed his companion. "All right, then the Shengzhu hadn't finished his sentence before a shield hurtled through the air, aiming straight for his back. With a heavy thud, the Mimic Master's shield collided with another shield, this one adorned with stars. "Out of my way, you pathetic humans, disgusting scum," Steve roared, straining to shove the Mimic Master aside. But his opponent was equally determined. Instead of sending the Mimic Master flying, Steve found himself launched backwards instead. The Mimic Master remained silent, unbothered by Steve's insults. Whether he was a traitor to humanity mattered little to him. This was simply another job, one that would earn him his fee. As the Mimic Master squared off, ready to battle Steve, the Shengzhu gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Shimu approached from behind. "Shengzhu, is this the one standing in your way? Even though my powers are limited in this mirrored world, eliminating him should be no problem," Shimu said, confidence in his tone. Just as Shimu was about to show off his skills, Steve pulled a flute from behind his back. At that moment, Grandpa's incantation echoed perfectly through the space, making Shimu's pupils contract in alarm. But just as Grandpa's spell was about to take effect, the arrival of the Ancient One caused the mirror dimension to spin once more. In that instant, Shimu unleashed his own power. The demon gazes upon the world. In a flash, darkness swallowed the mirrored space. Only a single blood-red eye remained, staring down at the world. An unexplainable fear took root in everyone's hearts. No reason, no warning, just the primal dread of a creature confronted by the dark. This was power that touched the realm of rules themselves. As the last demon to claim a seat among the 8 demon lords, Shimu had developed his own unique abilities. The authority of the sky had been divided and scattered, so Shimu forged a new path. His skills now operated on the level of rules and concepts. The sky's attack power might be weak, but he added a conceptual rule. Anyone struck would inevitably suffer a fixed amount of damage, no matter their strength, and it could not be evaded. Soaring through the sky was impressive, but not fast enough. Instead, beneath the heavens, all was considered sky. Wherever he wished to be, there he would arrive. It wasn't mere instant travel. It was as though his will alone placed him wherever he desired. With these powers, Even though Shimu was the youngest and shortest among the 8 great demons, his voice carried immense weight. His authority sometimes even surpassed that of the Shindu himself. As the red eyes finally faded from the sky, both Shindu's group and the sky demon Shimu vanished without a trace. Only then did Old Man exhale deeply in relief, quickly regaining his composure, and this time he seemed far less crestfallen than in previous encounters. Chun, I'm truly sorry. Gu-i apologized without hesitation. The soul-shaking terror from moments ago made it clear that Old Man and his friends were once again facing another demon. Yet, judging from the current scene, it seemed their efforts had failed because of Gu-yi's arrival. Let it go, Gu-i, it's nothing, Old Man replied, his tone light. He'd grown used to all sorts of bizarre setbacks by now. What was another strange twist? At worst, he'd just deal with all of them together in the end. But who suffered the most in all of this? None other than Steve, who had been forced into a crash course on playing the flute, only to find it completely useless. Now, all he could do was clutch the instrument and let the wind carry away his tears. In a remote alley, Shimu led Shindu and the others, relying on his power to break through dimensions, and they escaped the mirror realm, stepping straight into the real world. No sooner had they landed than Shimu, flapping his wings, found a spot atop a wall and perched there. Seeing Shimu again after so long, Shindu immediately tried to cozy up, hoping to persuade him, just as he did with Xiaofeng, to remove the magic barrier for him. Shimu, there are times I truly envy you. Even after all these years in captivity, your strength remains formidable. Shimu snorted coldly, glancing at his own wings with clear irritation. Envy me? Shindu, you must be joking. In the underworld, your powers were merely weakened. But me? I was nearly worn down to nothing. Look at my wings. They once spanned the entire multiverse, and now they barely cover this tiny planet. His wings fluttered as he slowly descended, shape-shifting into a human child. Shindu, I know what you want, but I won't forgive you so easily. With those words, Shimu turned and walked out of the alley, leaving Shindu standing there, face twisted with frustration. While Shimu and Shindu parted on sour terms, far across the ocean in Somalia, the sky was dark and the waves roared. A day known as the Festival of the Sea God's Wrath. On this day, people would place offerings atop a small wooden table, waiting for the waves to carry them away, in gratitude to the sea god for everything he had given to their land. Once the sea god received the offerings, his fury would subside, the harsh weather would clear, and he would bless them with a bountiful harvest in the coming year. But today was different. A strange red-haired man sat right on the altar table, devouring every single offering set out for the ritual, leaving not a crumb behind. He promptly tossed the leftover food and even the table into the sea, just as the fishermen thought he would leave, and that they could prepare a new meal for the sea god. The red-haired man unexpectedly planted his feet firmly atop the reef, taking a martial stance. Witnessing this, the fishermen grew anxious. But as the waves rose higher and higher, fear overcame their curiosity, and they hastily rowed their boats away from the scene. Once the fishermen had departed, dark clouds gathered overhead, and the sea swelled with waves that seemed to climb ever higher, as if storm clouds were pressing down to crush the very world below. Yet, faced with this fierce weather, the red-haired man merely gave a cold snort. He crouched low, clenched his fists, and began to gather his strength with a sudden, focused intensity. The waves surged higher and higher, soon soaking the feet of the red-haired man. Still, he paid them no mind, calmly watching the approaching sea. Suddenly, a towering wave crashed forward. The red-haired man's expression didn't change. His fist opened into a palm, and with a mighty strike he called out, "Great Bear fells the tree." At the moment his palm met the massive wave, the earth and sky seemed to tremble. In an instant, the wave shattered, and the dark clouds in the sky dispersed. Cool seawater, teeming with fish, fell as a blessing of rain upon Somalia. Well done, Afu. As a warrior of darkness, you have truly succeeded. Through the lingering mist stepped a small old man with white hair, clapping his hands as he showered Afu with praise. Afu wiped the water from his face, his expression calm. No, I didn't destroy the wave. I merely broke it apart. If this is all I can do, then my recent training has been pointless. Seeing Afu clench his fists, clearly preparing for another round of intense training, the old man quickly stopped him. Enough, Afu. There's something more important now. Afu turned, his eyes as tranquil and bottomless as ancient wells, yet exuding a threat more terrifying than any wild beast. What is it? Meeting this gaze, the old man showed no fear. Raising his staff, he traced a circle in the air. Black mist swirled, and at its center appeared a blood-red eye. Shimu, the sky demon has seized his demonic power. We, too, can become masters of this world. The sky. Afyu didn't care for the latter part of the old man's words, but the name Sky Demon ignited a strong curiosity within him. Seeing the hunger in Afyu's eyes, the old man's lips curled into a wicked smile. With a wave of his hand, he transported Afyu straight to New York. Having left his master, Shimu had no idea what he should do next. Or perhaps, given his limited intelligence, he simply wasn't capable of pondering such questions. Shimu wandered aimlessly through the city streets, a misfit in this bustling world. Yet, when he heard the strains of music drifting through the air, he found himself unconsciously drawn toward the sound. But the sudden sound of a flute made him instinctively retreat. Wings sprang from Shimu's back, and in an instant, a young boy soared into the air, drawing the attention of the crowd around him. Afyu, having just arrived in New York, naturally noticed the spectacle as well. Watching Shimu's figure, he quietly followed. Shimu drifted leisurely to a narrow alley, then suddenly turned and called out toward the entrance. "You've been tailing me for quite a while now. Don't you plan to show yourself?" As soon as Shimu's words fell, Afyu appeared at the mouth of the alley, hands in his pockets, stepping into the light. The imposing silhouette he cast might have been mistaken for some kind of righteous hero. Black Tiger Afyu at your service. Afyu was as ruthless as he was taciturn. Without waiting for Shimu's response, he launched his attack. Raging Crow takes flight. Afyu leapt a full 3 feet into the air, reaching a height that brought him face to face with Shimu. He twisted in midair, ready to strike with a punch. Shimu was taken aback and hurriedly brought his wings up to shield himself. There was a resounding crash, the clangor of metal upon metal, and Shimu could distinctly feel his wings suffering a tremendous blow. Landing, Afyu looked at his hands, which trembled slightly from the impact. He gave him a quick shake. A single glance from Afyu, cold and piercing, sent chills down Shimu's spine. For a moment, it felt as though he was facing not a human, but a demon equal to himself. Seeing Afyu ready to attack again, Shimu couldn't help but puzzle over the fact that, even as a creature of the sky, his speed seemed to lag behind his opponents. Didn't Afyu have a stamina bar like everyone else? Unfurling his wings wide, Shimu blotted out the sky above the alley, a technique he only used against opponents of equal size and strength. This move created a battlefield that was more solid and contained. After all, the sharpest blade must be used at the most critical moment. Afyu glanced around at the changes in the alley, scoffing dismissively. So, this is all a sky demon amounts to. Crow takes the plane. With the swiftness of a winter crow, Afyu sprang into the air, hurling himself toward Shimu. Shimu let out a mighty shout, and the world around them began to transform. Phoenix soars the 9 heavens. The very sky shifted. A phoenix, radiant and blazing, took flight overhead, its wings like fire illuminating the heavens as it swept toward Afyu in a sacred charge. There was a deafening crash as the two forces collided. Flames exploded and were snuffed out, and Afyu landed heavily, his clothes visibly singed and scorched. Seeing this, Afyu broke into a wild, almost unhinged smile. This was exactly the kind of thrill he craved. With a casual slap to his own clothes, the charred marks vanished instantly, and a look of seriousness crept over Shimu's face. Divine armor. Shimu's words floated in the air, and at that moment, Afyu's armor shifted and transformed. Behind him unfolded wings that granted him flight. In the blink of an eye, he rose to the same height as Shimu. Afyu spoke in a calm, almost indifferent tone. Although I don't like relying on external things to alter my strength, when facing a flying demon, I must make some preparations. But to Shimu's ears, Afyu's words sounded like pure showing off. A suit of armor endowed with 8 powerful rules. If you don't want it, give it to me. I'd love to have it. Divine Armor Rule 1. Magic Nullification. Divine Armor Rule 2. Indestructibility. Divine Armor Rule 3. Ultimate Adaptability. Divine Armor Rule 4. Negation, Uniqueness. Divine Armor Rule 5. Boundless Versatility. Divine Armor Rule 6. Self-Will. Divine Armor Rule 7. Capacity for Growth. Divine Armor Rule 8. As long as the armor endures, the host shall not die. These 8 rules were so overpowered that back in the day, Lon Saiha alone managed to hold off 5 demons, emerging unscathed. Not even a single hair lost. Seeing this, Shimu had no intention of fighting anymore. Anyone who wanted to face this kind of broken logic armor could go ahead. He certainly wasn't going to try. Yet, just as Shimu was about to unfurl his wings and take flight, Afyu's left hand landed firmly on his shoulder. Where do you think you're going, Sky Demon? Feeling the rule he just broken through suddenly denied, Shimu could only turn back to look at Afyu helplessly. It seemed there was no avoiding this fight, after all. Heaven and earth thunder, let there be light. With a crack, thunder boomed across the heavens and earth, unleashing a light so brilliant it illuminated the world, shaking the very soul. Amidst this blinding radiance, lightning struck Afyu with pinpoint accuracy. But the moment the lightning landed, Shimu's smile froze. Afyu brought his palms together. There was a sharp clap, and the bolt of lightning was snapped in two as easily as breaking a twig. The mightiest thunder magic in the world, in Afyu's hands, was as fragile as a branch. Freeze the sunlight. As Shimu raised his hand, the sunlight vanished, replaced by an extreme cold. Yet Afyu, braving the bitter chill, strode toward Shimu one step at a time. Witnessing this, Shimu's soul nearly fled his body. It was just like before, just like that time when Lan Saiha, too, had pressed forward through Shimu's attacks, step by step, and then slapped him hard across the face. The sting of that blow seemed to travel through the river of time, landing once more on Shimu's cheek. Seeing this, Shimu instantly withdrew his wings. He gave up trying to keep the area sealed. All he wanted was to fly away, to escape. But how could Afyu possibly give him the chance? Just as Afyu was about to seize Shimu, a strand of spider silk shot through the air and stuck to his hand. Afyu yanked hard, ripping the silk apart in one swift motion. He turned his head to see a figure in a red bodysuit clinging to the wall. A spider, whose very expression proclaimed a love for meddling in other people's business. Kid, I'd advise you to stay out of this. Peter still had no idea who this red-haired person was, but the tone sounded just like one of the bullies from school. Oh, buddy, no matter how much trouble you're itching to cause, picking on little kids is just plain wrong. Little kid? Hearing those words, Afyu was momentarily baffled. That guy with the bat wings hardly looked or sounded like a child. But when he turned around, he saw a little boy in green clothes already scrambling up to the rooftop, making his escape from the scene. Afyu spotted this and was just about to leap after him. Raven takes flight, but halfway through the jump, a strand of webbing yanked him back, sending him stumbling to the ground. Afyu turned, scowling at Spider-Man. Looks like if I want to catch that brat, I'll have to deal with you first. Fine, let's get this over with. Oh, lots of supervillains say that. But in the end, I'm always the one left standing. After escaping from Afyu, Shimu didn't actually get very far. After taking just a few steps, the spot where Afyu had slapped his shoulder earlier flared up, leaving a clear handprint. Shimu staggered, tumbled off the tall building, and lost consciousness. No one knows how much time passed before an out-of-work journalist happened upon Shimu and took him home. Tonight, the commercial street outside was especially lively. Neon lights, laughter, music pulsing with energy. Beautiful women in light dresses found a little luck and good company. Everything seemed to be looking up, as if tonight's anthem was one of pure joy. Happiness seemed to fill every corner. But in a run-down neighborhood, in a dimly lit room, a child lay on the bed. Beside him sat a man, listlessly smoking, his face shadowed by defeat. Outside, the city glittered. Inside, the man sat alone with his sorrows. Today had been a disaster. Life felt like a cruel joke. He'd had a job that kept food on the table, a beautiful girlfriend, and now he'd lost them both in a single day. Eddie Brock, a man who could call himself a tragic journalist, had been fired this morning the moment he stepped through the newspapers. Door, dumped by his girlfriend at lunch, and that evening, on the same neon-lit street, he watched her walk away with a wealthy new lover. Maybe fate took pity on him, because as he stopped at the convenience store for a pack of cigarettes, he ran into a brilliant young scientist. For the record, she wasn't interested in him romantically, but she did have a scoop big enough to make him editor-in-chief. But in this mood, Eddie couldn't care less. All he wanted was a cold beer, a quiet drink, and a place to sleep it off. Not because he only wanted one bottle, but because that was all he could afford. Fine wine is a pleasure, but beware the temptation to overindulge. Carrying a bottle of barley beer, Eddie returned to his apartment. Seeing the child lying on the bed, Eddie smacked his lips. Look at the state I'm in, he thought. How did I end up bringing this kid home? Must have lost my mind. He glanced at the beer, then at the child on the bed, and finally turned around and walked out the door. He traded the beer for a bag of bread. No beer tonight. And still, he could sleep just fine. Life throws every hardship at me, but I simply lie flat and take it. When Eddie woke up again, his head was heavy and muddled, almost as if he were suffering from a hangover. So this is what they call being drunk on nothing but your own misery, he thought. He staggered to his feet and promptly collapsed to the floor. It was only then, slowly coming to his senses, that he remembered he hadn't had a drop to drink. Yawning, he realized his mouth felt tasteless and dry. He glanced at the bed. Empty. Suddenly, panic struck. Where was the child he'd brought home? Just as he was racking his brain, a cup of warm water touched his cheek. Feeling the gentle heat on his face, Eddie turned to look. Here, have some, the boy said. "Oh, thanks," Eddie replied. He took the cup, still a little dazed, staring up at the solemn little boy. The child looked down at him with a cool, almost regal air. Eddie felt as if he were in the presence of someone important. Eddie shook his head, chasing away such unrealistic notions. How could a big shot child wind up passed out in an alley? Not every important person in this city is like that famous couple from Gotham. The boy handed Eddie a piece of bread. Eddie took it and bit in. The boy introduced himself. "Thank you for saving me. You can call me Sim." With elegant poise, Sim ate his bread, a stark contrast to Eddie's ravenous gulping. Watching the boy, Eddie felt as if he were witnessing a perfect tableau from a noble estate, so much so that for a moment he forgot which of them was the stray taken in from the streets. Just call me Eddie," he managed, swallowing the bread before finally introducing himself. Sim reached into his jacket pocket, produced a handkerchief, and offered it to Eddie. Eddie took it, wiped his mouth with little ceremony, and handed it back. Sim folded it neatly and slipped it back into his pocket. An awkward silence settled between them, as if they were people from two different worlds, a fallen noble prince of music and a down-and-out vagabond. In the midst of this uneasy atmosphere, Eddie's phone suddenly rang. On the other end was the lady scientist who'd found him last night. "It's me, Eddie Brock," he answered. "The lab district? All right, I'll be there." After hanging up, Eddie noticed Sim was watching him intently, eyes unblinking. "What is it, little Sim?" Eddie asked. He bent down, leaning closer to Sim with a friendly smile, reaching out to pat the boy's head. But Sim dodged aside, slipped over to a chair, and replied coldly, "I advise you not to trust that woman's words. She reminded me a lot of one of my old friends. People like them always have their own agenda. If you're not careful, you'll get dragged into an abyss before you know it." Eddie grew silent when he heard this. He stood up, his head bowed so low that Sim couldn't see his expression. After a long pause, Eddie finally looked up and flashed a dazzling smile. "Don't worry, just this once." Sim gazed at Eddie with a puzzled look. Are all humans this foolish now? He'd laid it all out so clearly, so why was Eddie still going? Sim's searching eyes seemed to prick something deep in Eddie's heart. Eddie took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "You don't understand, do you? Of course you wouldn't. You come from a wealthy family. You've never had to worry about food. You can actually afford to chase your dreams. I once wanted to be a righteous journalist, too. But none of my stories ever got published, and just yesterday, I lost my job. A few pieces of silver are worth more than dreams, I suppose. What am I even telling you for, kid? Stay here, Sim. Wait for me. I'll cook for you when I get back." With those words, Eddie threw on his coat and turned to leave. Sim watched him go, a thought flickering across his mind. In the next instant, his figure blurred and he vanished from the room. This was the site of Eddie's last report before he was fired. He never expected to return here again. Perhaps fate had brought him back. Tonight, he would finally put a period at the end of the story he'd left unfinished. Just as Eddie, under the woman's cover, was about to enter the lab, a familiar voice called out behind him. "Are you really going in there, Uncle Eddie?" Startled, Eddie spun around to see Sim standing behind him, dressed head to toe in dark clothing. "Sim, what are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to stay at the apartment? And how did you even get past all the security?" Eddie knew he'd only made it inside thanks to the doctor's help. He'd never have managed on his own. Yet Sim stood there calm as ever, which left Eddie astonished. "I just took the stairs. A friend taught me how." Sim pointed casually at the staircase nearby, his expression untroubled. Eddie was dumbfounded. When had those stairs appeared? Why hadn't he seen them earlier? Was this some kind of special treatment? But before Eddie could say another word, Sim grabbed him and pulled him swiftly into the lab. At that moment, two teams of patrolling security guards happened to pass by outside. "Sheep Guard 8's about to start broadcasting. Did you hear?" "Really? Then I'd better get my popcorn ready. I never had time to watch it as a kid, but tonight I'm going to binge as much as I want." As the voices faded away, Sim finally let go of Eddie's mouth. "Honestly, Uncle Eddie, it's just a lab. Not like you're breaking into a fortress. Why are you making such a fuss?" Without hesitation, Sim picked up Eddie's camera right before his astonished eyes and snapped a flurry of shots. After finishing, he tossed the camera back to Eddie, who fumbled to catch it. Taking a closer look, Eddie couldn't help but exclaim, "Hey, the photos actually turn out pretty well. All right, let's go, Uncle Eddie." With his hands stuffed in his pockets and an air of cocky confidence, Sim strolled out of the lab. Just as Eddie was about to follow, a woman suddenly cried out and pressed herself against the glass wall in front of him, pleading for Eddie to save her. Driven by a sense of justice, Eddie instinctively drew closer. Without warning, the glass shattered, and the woman collapsed onto him, her life already extinguished. Seeing that Eddie still hadn't come out after all this time, Sim glanced back, rolled his eyes in exasperation, and strode over to grab Eddie by the collar, dragging him away. "Really, Uncle Eddie, please have some self-control. At least don't act like that in front of kid, even if you're single now." But unnoticed by Sim, a thin strand of black liquid at the edge of Eddie's coat began to wriggle, as if it were alive. Eddie awoke from his dreams to the sound of music drifting around him. It seemed to be a flute solo, not exactly to his taste. When he opened his eyes, he found himself seated inside a concert hall. Sim sat beside him, waving his fingers with relish, looking every bit the part of a child maestro conducting an imaginary orchestra. Eddie didn't interrupt. Instead, he let his gaze wander around the hall. If he wasn't mistaken, this was Carnegie Hall. He'd been here once before, covering an interview with a renowned maestro. Of course, such luminaries rarely made for big headlines, so that article had been rather bland, like a glass of plain water. But as far as Eddie remembered, flute solos weren't common here. Most concerts featured orchestras. What was going on tonight? Puzzled, he took in the grandeur of the concert, only to realize that, from his perspective, or perhaps from Venom's, there were no other audience members, just himself and the boy named Sim. The stage was empty, yet strange, haunting melodies echoed through the hall, sometimes bright and cheerful, sometimes slow and somber, like a ghostly symphony. As the music came to an end, Sim applauded with enthusiasm. Hearing a torrent of applause all around, Eddie hurried to join in, blending seamlessly into the imaginary crowd. Sim tugged at Eddie's arm. "Uncle, you're finally awake. Let's go. You sure you don't want to listen a bit longer? You seem to enjoy it," Eddie said, glancing at the next group preparing to take the stage. "No, I was just reminiscing about the past. Now that the music's over, it's time for us to leave." Sim shook his head, gazing at the stage as though his eyes could pierce the river of time. And at the end of that river stood a man disguised as a musician, playing a flute carved from bamboo. Sim's face broke into a radiant smile, but in the next moment, that joy twisted into hatred. "Han Xiangzio, the flute is honestly the most unpleasant instrument I've ever heard," Sim said, his voice dripping with disdain. Still, Eddie sensed something different beneath his words, but he chose not to ask. Once they stepped out of the concert hall, the place was left utterly deserted, and, in the blink of an eye, the scene changed. Now Sim and Eddie were walking down a bustling city street. Sim looked so cool and aloof that Eddie found it hard to keep the conversation going. Yet, driven by a quiet sense of caring, he edged closer. "Hey Sim, do you really like music?" Eddie's question seemed to pull Sim back to a distant past. Sim nodded. "People like us are always alone. No one is truly qualified to listen to our ramblings. I once asked third brother how not to end up like sixth brother and the others. He told me to find something I truly cared about. After searching for a long time, I found music to be my best companion. Through music, I connected with other musicians, soul to soul, day after day, year after year. But their souls turned out to be so dull, so eventually I gave up. Maybe I'm destined to go mad like sixth brother and the rest." But then, one day at Sixth Brother's place, I met a musician whose music was so beautiful it left a lasting mark on me. It was the kind of melody that could only belong to the heavens, a tune rare to hear in the mortal world. Wait, why am I telling you all this? Just as his memories reached a critical point, Sim caught himself. But as he turned to look at Eddie, he saw a stunned look plastered across Eddie's face. With a snort, Sim turned away, feigning indifference. In the end, Han Xiangzi sealed Sim inside the gate of hell, using Sim's favorite melody to banish demons and evil spirits. After giving Spider-Man a well-deserved lesson, Alfred wandered aimlessly through New York, chatting absent-mindedly with a little old white-haired man warming himself by the stove. "Alfred, don't get hung up on why you didn't finish off the Sky Demon. Right now, what matters most is finding him," the white-haired old man advised earnestly. When it came to matters of kung fu, Alfred could be downright stubborn. What's the point in finding him? Just to let him slip away again. Alfred grumbled, but his hands never stopped, lifting a dumbbell repeatedly. Judging by the count, he'd reached 8,023 reps. "Alfred, just because he got away once doesn't mean he'll escape a second time. This time, I'll be your backup from afar," the old man pledged, determined to be Alfred's unwavering support. "Are you doubting me?" Alfred said, hoisting the dumbbell with one hand and gripping it tight. A hamster cracks a nut. A heavy thud echoed as the dumbbell suddenly shattered, its painted shell splitting in two and falling to the floor, while the iron inside was crushed to powder. Out of Alfred's sight, the white-haired old man wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Was there really no limit to this guy's strength? Faced with this situation, the white-bearded old man decided to have a serious talk with Afyu. "Without my help, Afyu, do you really think you could find that demon in a city like New York with hundreds of millions of people? This isn't some American sitcom. You can't just expect to run into your fated one around the corner, can you?" But before the old man's words had even finished echoing, Afyu turned a corner, and Shimu crashed right into his thigh, stumbling backwards a few steps. Seeing Shimu appear, The white-bearded old man was utterly astonished. Had he somehow cast a magical spell that made his words come true the moment he spoke? Shimu, on the other hand, looked at Afyu with terror in his eyes. Why had he run into this harbinger of disaster again? Was he somehow destined to be Afyu's nemesis? Yet among the three of them, it was Afyu who seemed the most delighted. His smile widened, slowly twisting into something disturbingly sinister. Little mouse, this time there's no one here to save you. As he spoke, Afyu reached toward Shimu. Big Cat catches the mouse. A shadow, shaped like a tiger's paw, took form behind Afyu. Shimu felt utterly trapped, with nowhere to run. Just as disaster seemed inevitable, a dark figure leapt between them. That figure's hand transformed into a hammer and landed a solid blow right on Afyu's face. With a heavy thud, Afyu was sent flying across the street. Don't you dare hurt Shimu. The towering, monstrous figure let out a thunderous roar. At the sound of the voice, Shimu instinctively recognized Eddie's tone, and his brow furrowed. This was hardly a good sign. The sleeping bear awakens. Afyu flipped back up from the ground and locked eyes with Eddie. What was going on in the city? Why did everyone seem determined to protect the demon? After having his attacks blocked twice, Afyu was growing irritated. He didn't bother with any more words. He went straight in for the fight. Black Tiger Strike. Meteor Fist Barrage. Afyu launched a dazzling combo of attacks, so swift and precise that Venom had no chance to fight back. The final Meteor Fist Barrage sent Venom crashing to the ground in defeat. Just as Afyu was about to turn his attention to Shimu, a strand of black webbing stuck to his back. The sensation was identical to what he'd felt from Spider-Man before. Spinning windmill. Without hesitation, Afyu grabbed the web behind him and swung Venom away once again in a mighty throw. He thought the unexpected interferences were finally over. But Eddie's web shot out again, as if determined to tie him down. With a deep breath, Afyu leapt high like an antelope, narrowly dodging the web. With that graceful jump, he landed beside Eddie. Staring down at Venom's ferocious face, Afyu grinned, his own expression every bit as terrifying as a demon's. Bear Claw Strike. Afyu had been gathering strength even as he soared through the air. The moment he reached Eddie, he unleashed a powerful palm strike, sending Venom flying backwards, crashing through more than 20 walls before finally coming to a stop. Watching the clouds of dust swirl in the air, Afyu felt certain he'd finally secured victory, that nothing else could possibly go wrong. But as he turned around, another web shot out and wrapped around him. Venom rose from the ground, and under Alfred's astonished gaze, he spoke Captain America's iconic line, "I could do this all day." No sooner had Venom finished speaking than the sharp sound of a bowl shattering rang out beside him. An elderly man with white hair was suddenly seated before him, chopsticks in hand, lifting a few noodles, staring at Venom in a daze. Seeing the old man appear, Nishiki silently cursed his luck. What a day. To run into two enemies in a row. The old man wiped the soup splattered across his face, glanced at the noodles that had landed on his clothes, smacked his lips, slurped up the noodles with his chopsticks, took a deep breath, and stood up. My noodles. Oh, my precious noodles. Can't even seal a demon. Can an old man just have a bowl of noodles in peace? The old man turned, locking eyes with Alfred. In that instant, a fierce fighting spirit flashed between them. Alfred bumped his fists together. Divine armor shimmered across his body as he looked at the old man with pride. Archmage, you're past 90. Can you still fight? The old man pulled a green puppy charm from his pocket and tied it around his neck. Only the weak care about their age. Alfred chuckled, stomped the ground, and sent a stone flying with a swift spinning kick straight at the old man. Jama speeds. The old man tilted his head, dodging the stone. With a booming crash, the stone struck the building behind and punched a hole right through the wall. A wide grin split Alfred's face. Now, that's the kind of opponent I've been waiting for. Clenching his fists, Alfred charged at the old man head-on. Cheetah pounces old ram. The old man slid a leg back as Alfred lunged, then snapped his back leg up in a perfect split, striking Alfred right on the chin. The ram may be old, but it can still kick a wolf. Flung into the air, Alfred twisted in a somersault and landed on all fours, his eyes fierce, every inch the predatory tiger. Tiger fist. With a sudden burst, Alfred leapt into the air, tiger claws slashing left and right as he launched a ferocious attack straight at the old man's chest. The old man took a deep breath, channeling his strength to his core, and responded with the explosive power of Bajiquin. His fists thundered forward, matching Alfred blow for blow. Alfred met every move with a counter, but when his punches were blocked, he spun on a dime. Eagle's claws snatched the hair. A fierce wind howled as his momentum sliced through the old man's robe, leaving a gash as if cut by a blade. Instantly, the old man struck down with a crushing elbow, following with a powerful upward claw, aiming to grab and crush Alfred's skull with one hand. Alfred's sharpened senses caught the danger in a flash. He kicked off in midair, creating a series of sonic booms. Flamenco footwork. Spinning, Alfred deflected the old man's attack, but as he landed, the old man noticed fresh wounds on Alfred's leg. Marks left from that upward claw, a token of the old man's strength. Bajiquin really is fierce, Afu remarked, glancing at the finger marks that had appeared on his leg. Then, with a sudden, forceful stomp, the marks vanished instantly, and his leg returned to normal. Ordinary animals, when faced with a powerful enemy, will often tear or bite off an injured limb to prevent it from hindering their escape. By doing so, not only might the attacker give up pursuit upon seeing the severed limb, potentially sparing the animal's life, but the pain also ignites a ferocity within, offering a temporary edge in the fight. Yet, Afu made use of his divine armor's unique properties. While his limb existed in an immortal state, he forced it to adapt and restored his physical shell. Afu spread his stance, swelling his waist like a bear, readying himself with the posture of hard qigong. Wasn't this the art of toughening the body? Who couldn't do that? He took a deep breath, puffing out his chest, and felt invincible. No hero on earth or in the heavens could match him. He could strike the Southern Mountains retirement home with his fists and kick the Northern Seas kindergarten with his feet. While Afu was gathering his inner strength, his father, in contrast, exhaled and released his energy, dissolving force with softness. He opened with a Wing Chun stance, using the asking hand, and began with the lion's roar technique. "You come here!" Blood surging, Afu dashed forward in a burst, using the cranes pointing the way, leading with his leg. His father sidestepped, dodging horizontally, and struck Afu's waist and abdomen with a piercing hand. Afu felt a sharp pain, but his hands kept moving without pause. Twisting his waist like a braided rope, he bent his knee into a bow stance, rotated his hips and back, and raised his fist high, lowering his center of gravity, shattering supernova. As he unleashed this punch, his father immediately sensed something was wrong. A violent rush of energy swept toward him, threatening to tear his old bones apart. Just as he tried to withdraw, his earlier piercing hand, which had gone through Afu's body, was now stuck in Afu's muscles. Though the grip loosened slightly with each twist, he knew he couldn't wait much longer. His father pressed his left hand against his own arm. With a sharp crack, his body spun like a scrap of paper, whirling to Afu's side. Afu's heavy punch slammed into the ground. With a deafening crash, the floor shattered, and the surrounding buildings trembled and collapsed in a thunderous cascade. Looking at his father, Afu saw that the once lethal, piercing hand, which had driven through his muscles, now dangled uselessly, like a kite with its string cut. The skin of his father's arm was grotesquely twisted, looking utterly out of place, as if it were a foreign object grafted onto him. Bone-splitting, joint-misplacing technique? The old man's got quite a few tricks up his sleeve. His father flicked his arm with a snap, and with another sharp crack, the previously misaligned limb snapped back into place. He clenched his fist, his expression calm as ever, and said, "Young man, you need to know your limits. I may be a few years older than you, but that's no reason to call me old man." Afu burst out laughing, clenching his fist and looking at his father with a haughty grin. "Being old is nothing special, old man. Fists are what really matter. If you can beat me, from now on, I'll yield to you 3 times whenever we meet, bow respectfully, and treat you as my master." Upon hearing this, his father across from him remained unfazed, but the white-haired old man, watching from afar behind the screen, was the first to lose his composure. "Afu, there's no need to agree to all that. Just beat him already." Afu paid no mind to the voice ringing in his ear, snorting in disdain. "They call me Black Tiger, Afu. I will never lose." Afu's outrageous declaration nearly drove the old man behind the screen mad. Confidence is a good thing, sure, but what was the point of agreeing to such absurd conditions? There was absolutely no need. Yet for all his frustration, the white-haired old man could do nothing but stomp his feet in agitation. He had no power to command Afu, just as Afu couldn't stop him from nagging at his side. Afu spread his legs, planted himself in a solid horse stance, and crossed his arms over his chest, fixing his gaze on his father. He didn't choose any particular technique, instead meeting his father with the most physically demanding stance in martial arts. If his father had decided to just sit back with a tub of popcorn and wait patiently, Afu might have worn himself out after countless hours and days. But that's not what his father did. Instead, he drew in a deep breath, settled into the same horse stance, and met Afu's gaze. Using the same move in a duel is as good as a provocation. As a martial artist in his prime, Afu's blood boiled. He couldn't stand it. Veins bulged on Afu's forehead as he leapt into the air, legs pressed together, channeling his strength into a single point. Gorilla breaks the branch. Just as Afyu's attack was about to land, his father also jumped, landing gracefully in a dazzling pose. On Afyu's side, there was a thunderous crash and a cloud of dust shot up. The ground was left spiderwebbed with cracks. Branches might be fragile, but the roots are slippery indeed. Seeing that after all his effort, his father was unscathed, save for a few tears in his clothes. While his own wound was still bleeding, Afyu took a deep breath, preparing to use his ultimate move to decide the contest. Let's see if he can handle this. Crow takes flight. Afyu soared high into the air, spreading his arms wide like a giant rock blotting out the sun. In the past, his opponents would be blinded at this moment, and Afyu would seize victory with a single strike. But his father, a veteran of countless battles, didn't falter even when robbed of his sight. Relying on instinct honed by years of experience, he could still sense Afyu's presence. Afyu's technique was indeed nearly flawless. Force, skill, presence. He lacked nothing. Especially his presence. Enough to terrify the ordinary man. Enough to make even masters falter. If there was anything Afyu was still missing, perhaps it was only the tempering of time. But there was nothing to be done. After all, Afyu was up against his own fully matured, elderly self, a father who had mastered Kung Fu too. The point of transcending form, defeating countless techniques with no technique at all. The tiniest misstep meant a world of difference. Thank you for your guidance, Crow. With a sudden leap, the old man struck out with his legs like fists. With a move as sharp as a drill, he kicked Afyu hard in the chest, sending him crashing down from midair. Struggling to his feet, Afyu understood. He had lost. He stood up, and with a solemn thud, dropped to one knee in a respectful bow. The white-haired little old man called out, "Afyu, can you hear me? Why are you bowing? Use your divine armor to negate his dog talisman. Kill him for me." But Afyu paid no heed to the old man's words. His voice rang out, deep and powerful. "Black Tiger, Afyu pays his respects to the master." The old man smiled at Afyu, thinking that since the lad had formally acknowledged him as a teacher, he might as well offer a few pointers. But just as Afyu lifted his head, his expression turned fierce. "Master, next time we meet, I'll challenge you again." With that, Afyu stood, turned on his heel, and made to leave. Hearing this, the old man chuckled. Was this what they called prideful stubbornness? At this moment, Afyu was like a combative wolf, accepting defeat, but never truly beaten. For them, challenging stronger opponents seemed to be the main theme of their lives. Watching Afyu's retreating figure, the old man spoke in a low, calm voice. "You call me master, so let me answer a question for you. Afyu, how long has it been since you truly felt the presence of death?" The old man's words struck Afyu with perfect clarity. He stopped in his tracks, glanced at the armor on his body, and with a single motion, tore it off and tossed it to the old man. "External things truly don't suit me. When I become stronger, I'll come find you and reclaim it myself." Usually, the divine armor was nothing more than ordinary clothing to Afyu. Yet perhaps even he hadn't realized how often the armor had saved him in subtle ways, becoming an inseparable part of his fighting style. He'd grown more and more accustomed to its gift of invulnerability. With that power, he'd invented many new techniques, but it had also made his martial path less pure. From this moment on, he resolved to forget all his moves and, as a mere mortal, rediscover them anew. Afyu departed. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, he vanished into the distance. It seemed the old man had forgotten something. At that moment, Shimu gazed at these two kindred masters, their spirits connecting in the sunset, painting a breathtaking tableau. But then, in a flash, he grabbed Eddie, unfurled his wings, and vanished without a trace. Glancing at the divine armor in his hands, the old man slipped it on, transforming into a figure dressed in flowing white robes. "Hey, young man at the counter, one bowl of ramen please," he called. As the noodles cooked, elsewhere, the Holy One was already searching for the next demon. The panka box began to spin, and a riddle slowly appeared. The moon so bright, the moon so clear. Neither space nor time. The universe stretches vast and boundless, with no sign of moonlight's glow. Where Padmasambhava abides in purity, there is no trace of deep, murky mire. What to be seen and what cannot? A flower in water, the moon reflected in a mirror. Unattainable, yet with clues to pursue. Hard to find, hard to find. Such a little riddle left the Lord thoroughly dumbfounded. Was this really meant for demons to solve? If it were a spell, he could at least understand, but turning it into a poem, that was just excessive. Darwin copied down the riddle and handed it over. The Lord took it, his mind blank, glanced over it twice, and felt the urge to tear it to shreds. He wasn't illiterate, but when it came to human riddles, he might as well have been. After all, some riddles seemed invented simply to be unsolvable. Moonlight, moonlight, what is all this? A hymn to the moon? And what does any of it have to do with the hell gate of cursed blue? Bang! The Lord's rice bowl hit the table. From a moment the first of these hell gates opened, the Lord had lost all patience. This was just too much. The mortals. Why should a mere mortal be allowed to torment us so? Even demons need a break. Whoever wants to open this gate today can do it themselves. I'm done. After venting, the Lord remembered this was cursed blue's gate. He quietly picked his bowl back up and resumed eating in silence. He managed a couple of bites, but the more he thought about it, the angrier he grew. Why was he the only one required to open these gates, while the rest got off easy? With another loud thud, he slammed his bowl down again. Conference now. At a shout, the mirror in the room suddenly shimmered with the pattern of a bagua. Cursed Blue, Basha, and Jong-su, 3 chibi-style demons, appeared in the mirror. The Lord frowned. That wasn't right. Where were the others? Before he could speak, Jong-su was the first to lash out. Lord, you betrayed our agreement. I've been sent back to hell again. How do you plan to wriggle out of it this time? Jong-su's accusation made the Lord's mouth twitch. Based on what he'd heard from his own underlings, Jong-su really had no one to blame but himself. How was this his fault? He was a demon too, equal among equals, and he had to defend his rights. Jong-su, if you're bad at it, practice more. If you don't know how to play, don't play. Solo challenging the forces of good. In all my eons, I've never seen tricks like yours. Jong-su leapt about in a fury, but his thunder magic couldn't reach through the mirror. In the end, his rage only hurt himself. Enough, Lord. Let's not argue, said Cursed Blue. He wasn't interested in comforting Jong-su. What he really wanted was the Lord's intel. Under normal circumstances, the Lord would never call them unless he was truly stumped. The Lord nodded, took a moment to compose himself, and sent the riddle he'd received from the Panka box to Cursed Blue. Jolan looked at it and frowned as well. If this had been billions of years ago, he would have surely understood it, but now his wisdom had faded far too much. Jolan let out a sigh. Sacred Master, I can't make sense of this either. Hearing this, the Sacred Master recalled the patterns his brothers had used when he sought them out before. Brother Jolan, how much of your power has faded away? Jolan gave the Sacred Master a meaningful glance, then finally closed his eyes. After a moment of deep silence, he opened them and shook his head. More than 90% is gone. The feeling is as if I'm outside the universe itself. The Sacred Master fell into thought at this. Jolan was the demon of the moon, the embodiment of all astral energy. As long as he existed within any celestial body, he could draw power from the entire universe. In ancient times, the moon itself served as a colossal transmitter, granting Jolan the opportunity to absorb energy on a cosmic scale. I'm the antithesis of light. If there truly exists a force that can erase my magic, it must be dimensional in nature. In that instant, clarity dawned on the Sacred Master. Dimensions, of course. Some say they are forces from beyond the realm of space. Others say they belong to a higher plane, but in truth, they exist even now in this world. Visible yet intangible, their presence felt but forever out of reach. Brother Jolan, this is indeed a promising lead. I'll do my best to set you free as soon as possible. Ending the meeting about the demons, the Sacred Master turned his focus to drawing a magic circle on the ground. There are many layers to dimensions, and to accurately enter another one, he needed a focal point, a trace of the target dimension's power. Fortunately, the Panka box had been in contact with such energies, making it the perfect anchor to channel dimensional force. Demon of the dimension, I summon you. In the name of the great ancient dragon, you are invited to lead us into your realm. Open the gate of dimensions. A black mist engulfed the Panka box, which began to glow with a brilliant blue light, slicing through the fabric of the dimension itself. A pitch-black fissure cracked open, and in a flash, they all vanished from where they stood. Central City Science High School. After the ordeal with Black Tiger Afu, Peter felt sore and exhausted. His waist ached and his back throbbed. Though his spirit remained unbroken, the pain forced Spider-Man to take a few days off. With this unexpected break, the usually hectic Peter finally found time to visit the school library and catch up on his studies. But just as Peter was about to begin his review, he noticed Xiao Feng looking troubled, his face clouded with worry, as if wrestling with a difficult decision. After a moment's thought, Peter decided to approach him. After all, Xiao Feng had helped him many times. Maybe now, as a superhero, he could return the favor with a little kindness. Hey, Xiao Feng. Long time no see. Are you studying Spanish? The sudden noise startled Xiao Feng, making him hurriedly shove the book he was holding behind his back. But when he saw it was Peter, Xiao Feng breathed a sigh of relief and generously laid the book out on the table. Yes, it's Spanish, the language of my homeland. I've been away for so long, I just wanted to brush up on it. Peter glanced over the pages. As a diligent student, he had dabbled a bit in Spanish himself. Though he didn't know much, he noticed that the Spanish in Xiaofeng's book differed in many ways from what he had learned, especially the unusual characters that appeared where there shouldn't have been any. Seeing how interested Peter was in the book, Xiaofeng handed it to him. Do you like it? I made some notes in there. You'll find it easy to pick up. Peter reached out and took the book. Xiaofeng smiled and nodded, then picked up another book from nearby and began to read. As dusk slowly deepened, Peter stretched and finally remembered why he had come to see Xiaofeng in the first place. He came straight to the point. Brother Xiaofeng, you seem weighed down by something today. Would you like to talk about it with me? Xiaofeng was taken aback for a moment, but after thinking it over for a while, he nodded. I'm worried about my brothers. It seems like they're changing for the worse. I hate to admit it, but it's the truth. I've tried to help them, to bring them back to who they once were, but I failed. I no longer hope for them to return to their old selves. So long as they don't grow worse, that's enough for me. Oh, heavens, this was worse than anything Peter had imagined. Xiaofeng, such a good person, could have trouble brothers? Oh, Xiaofeng, I don't really know what to say. I don't have any siblings, but if you ever need someone to listen, I'm here. That evening, Xiaofeng and Peter talked for a long time, until night fell and the moon rose high in the sky. Peter fell asleep, probably, because he was so exhausted. Xiaofeng picked Peter up, grabbed the book he had given him earlier, and carried them both back to Aunt May. Thank you so much. You're Peter's friend, aren't you? Peter's been so tired lately. He falls asleep the moment his head hits the pillow. If it weren't for you today, he might not have made it home. Xiaofeng smiled and shook his head, gentle as a spring breeze. It's nothing, Aunt May. In fact, I should be the one thanking Peter. If he hadn't untangled the knots in my heart, I might have. Well, in any case, please take care of this for me. Give this letter to Peter for me. May the gentle wind watch over you. After entrusting the letter for Peter to Aunt May, Xiaofeng turned and left Queens, transforming into the demon of the wind. The first place he went was the valley where Bogan lay sleeping. A vicious wind swept through, jolting Bogan awake as he leapt from the ground. Xiaofeng, you're back. Bogan casually lifted a nearby mountain top and took a bite out of it. Xiaofeng nodded in response. Yes, elder sister, and the next one to be released will be Curse Blue. Bogan nodded, popping the last shard of the mountain peak into her mouth. That's excellent. So you disturbed my rest just to bring me this good news. Xiaofeng shook his head, then reached behind him and pulled out a black bottle. Bogan's attention was instantly drawn to it. Xiaofeng opened the bottle, letting out a wisp of black mist that shimmered in the pitch-black night. The moment Bogan saw the black mist, she went completely mad, lunging at Xiaofeng like a ravenous beast. Xiaofeng, give it to me. Xiaofeng didn't resist, allowing Bogan to devour the black mist. But as she swallowed it, a single tear slid down from the corner of Xiaofeng's eye. Forgive me, elder sister. After ingesting the black mist, Bogan's form began to swell rapidly. In the blink of an eye, she towered above the world's highest peak. Her scales darkened, turning as black as sedimentary rock buried within mountains. Her demonic aura began to quake, and her innate power surged out of control. This is the power of the Earth's veins. Bogan began to rampage. All around the globe, sea levels dropped while land masses expanded. Even the deepest point on Earth, the Mariana Trench, started to rise. But if you thought that was the full extent of the Black Mist's power, you would be sorely mistaken. As the mountains grew, so did Bogan's gigantic form, becoming even more colossal. She gazed at the mountains, drooling with impatience, yet she held back from devouring them. Hunger, after all, makes a meal taste all the sweeter. Daily news programs played as usual, but old Dad was gripped by a sudden sense of foreboding. His very soul trembled, a righteous intuition warning him of impending change. Oh dear, Steve, old Dad has a bad feeling about this. Sure enough, the television announced, sea levels are dropping worldwide, with all nations reporting significant increases in land area. The world may be on the brink of a new era. Seawater doesn't just vanish in a thin air, any more than mountains rise for no reason, old Dad murmured, as if he had expected this all along. He picked up the big drum he had prepared for Bogan. Oh, Steve, breakfast can wait. Come with me, quickly. Old Dad grabbed Steve, who was just about to flip his toast. But old Dad, I just fried that bacon, Steve protested, glancing back at his plate of bacon and eggs, his heart aching at the thought. That perfect breakfast had taken him no small amount of effort. Old Dad just shrugged helplessly, let go of Steve, and tossed the big drum to him. Hold this for me. Steve looked at old Dad, holding the drum, thinking he'd finally gotten permission to eat his breakfast. But to his shock, old Dad walked over, scooped both plates of breakfast into his own mouth, chewed a couple of times, and swallowed them down. Steve's wonderful breakfast was completely ruined by Old Man Deng. After suffering the pain of losing his meal, Steve secretly swore to himself, "Old Deng, one day you'll pay for making me go hungry." Old Man Deng dragged Steve out of the burger joint, and they got into the car. Guided by a sense of righteousness, they drove all the way to the foot of a mountain range so tall its peaks pierced the clouds. Steve got out of the car and looked around. "Old Deng, where's the demon you're talking about? You're just being paranoid. Look, there's nothing here but mountains, mountains, and more mountains." Old Man Deng just shrugged in the driver's seat. Clearly, the boy had already forgotten the pain he'd suffered in the snake pit. One should never doubt Old Man Deng's words. As Steve was looking around, a blood-red eye pierced through the clouds above, fixing its gaze on his muscular frame. Bogan had been waiting for so long that now, even the sight of an ant filled him with overwhelming desire. A huge drop of saliva fell from the clouds and landed squarely on Steve, drenching him from head to toe in an instant. Localized rain? Has American weather really gotten this ridiculous? Steve muttered. He wiped the sticky drool from his face and looked up, only to see a pair of blood-red eyes staring straight at him. In that instant, a chill shot up from his feet, draining all the color from his face. "It's fine, Steve. It's just an eye. You've seen worse. Maybe it's not a demon. Could just be some freak weather phenomenon." Steve tried to reassure himself. But as he was comforting himself, a fat, stubby hand crashed down from the clouds. The mist parted, and Steve saw the enormous, yet oddly short hand. Of course, short was only relative to Bogan. To Steve, he felt like the Monkey King trapped under the Five-Finger Mountain. Except maybe Meatball Mountain would be more fitting. At that critical moment, Old Man Deng struck his drum. Boom, boom, boom. 3 thunderous beats echoed out. Bogan recoiled as if struck by a powerful force, clutching his head and howling in pain. Old Man Deng frowned, but didn't stop drumming. This was supposed to be a sealing spell powerful enough to subdue Bogan, so why did it only give him a headache? The harsh drumming sent Bogan into a frenzy. He waved his hands, and mountains began to rise from the earth, one of them lifting the car Old Man Deng had been driving. Clutching his drum, Old Man Deng leapt out of the car. He sprinted down the steep slope, finally skidding to a stop right in front of Steve. "Here, Steve, take this drum and keep beating it." Old Man Deng tossed the big drum to Steve and then pulled a handful of talismans from his coat: tiger, ox, rooster, rabbit, and dog, facing Bogan head-on. As the resounding war drums thundered, Father stepped up before Bogan, leaping into a swift side kick. There was a tremendous crash, like a missile explosion. The power of the ox talisman revealed itself in full. Bogan's bloated belly caved inward from the blow, but in the instant it rebounded, a massive force surged forth, hurling Father away with another explosive impact. Against Bogan in her complete form, Father's physical attacks had lost their effectiveness. Her immense flesh was like a giant sponge. No matter how hard he struck, all the force would eventually rebound, turning the attacker's strength against himself. After smashing through countless mountains, Father finally came to a halt. His once white shirt had now transformed into divine armor. At that very moment, in the instant of recoil, the force unleashed had even managed to partially neutralize the power of the dog talisman. If not for the protection of the divine armor, Father would have faced death itself. While Father was left gravely injured, Bogan seemed utterly unfazed. She didn't even register it as an itch, let alone an actual wound. Confronted with Bogan's solid, unyielding form, Father admitted that fists and feet were useless. Fortunately, he knew a little of the mystical arts as well. Without hesitation, he set up his ritual altar. He invoked the 3 Pure Ones, paid homage to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, petitioned first for heaven's pardon, then earth's, and finally the decree of the human sovereign, all to vanquish demons and subdue evil spirits. The thunder of the Kuei Nyo war drum rang out, suppressing all manner of darkness. The colossal drum beats shook heaven and earth, as if echoing from some ancient battlefield, falling now upon Father's altar. With his left foot, Father drew a circle and rooted himself firmly, his palms striking down upon the drum's surface. His footsteps danced lightly, matching the rhythm, as the age-old war drum reverberated through the sky. Each beat struck deep into Bogan's heart. At first, she howled and lashed out, bringing down her arms like mountain ranges. But as the drum beats surged higher and higher, Bogan grew strangely calm. Her massive body began to shrink from 10,000 fathoms to 1,000 to 100 as the mountains, rivers, and oceans of the world seemed to be soothed and reordered with every resonant drumbeat. At last, as the final drumbeat fell, Bogan let out a long sigh, expelling a plume of black mist. Slowly, the gates of the underworld creaked open. Just as Father thought the underworld would drag the demon away, Bogan's vast body suddenly burst apart, transforming into a jade-green spirit. Father was left bewildered, while in the distance, Xiaofeng began to weep. Mountain God Bogan, that had once been his eldest sister's. Title: The Jinn Trigram, the Mountain. She was never a symbol of devouring, but of generosity and gentleness. She was the embodiment of hope. The mountain grants every living creature on land the right to survive. She shares her fruits freely with all beings. Where there is a mountain, there is hope for life. Xiaofeng waved farewell to Bogan, and she, noticing her younger brother, returned a gentle smile before walking serenely into the gates of the underworld. In the instant she stepped inside, Xiaofeng tried to stop her. "You're no longer the demon they once called you. There's no need to go back to that hell. It's not a place for anyone." But his sister's voice echoed in his ears. "This is my sin, and I must bear it." As Bogan entered hell, everything came to an end. Xiaofeng took out the bottle and reclaimed the black mist that Bogan had previously spat out. But this time, a faint green glow shimmered within the darkness. This was the demonic energy from within Bogan. It was this power that had turned her from a deity into a demon. Xiaofeng was unsurprised by the appearance of this demonic energy. Instead, he nodded with even greater resolve. All of this had been part of his plan. Or perhaps it was because of him that Bogan had become this way. Xiaofeng infused many things into this wisp of darkness, especially the force that could solidify demonic energy. He understood what his own future would hold. With unwavering determination, Xiaofeng turned and walked away. The moment they arrived, the panga box suddenly shot up and pierced straight into Dormammu's chest. In an instant, Dormammu was drained of his energy as the box opened. From within, Jolan emerged, tall and imposing, with long hair, dressed in a flowing robe of deep red and violet. His eyes burned crimson, and 4 arms extended from his body. Black hair shimmered with a hint of purple, and a long, snake-like tongue flickered from his mouth as he slowly floated forward. "Jolan, it's been a long time since we last met," said the Holy Master. Jolan, however, didn't care for these pleasantries. As the eldest among the demons, being the second to last to be released was a blow to his pride. "Spare me your small talk, Holy Master," Jolan replied coldly. Lifting his gaze, Jolan surveyed the space around him, sensing a kind of magic he had never encountered before. "So this is the power of the dimension? It's impressive. But such ostentatious things eventually shatter. Come, let's go. I can hardly wait to seize control of the moon and stars and let their pull radiate through the universe." Rubbing his smaller hands together, Jolan exuded excitement. The Holy Master exchanged a glance with Darwin. In front of his elder brother, he couldn't admonish him as he had his elder sister. After all, he wasn't sure Jolan would listen. But perhaps it didn't matter so much anymore. "Brother, believe me, I'd be glad to help you control the universe. But Basha is still waiting for me to set her free, and Zhongsu as well. Perhaps you could lift your spell here first, so I could devote myself fully to rescuing them." Jolan let out a soft laugh, clearly pleased with the Holy Master's current submissiveness. With a wave of his hand, he released a surge of green magic, dispelling the restraints on the Holy Master. "I've kept my promise, Holy Master. I hope your plan doesn't involve me." The Holy Master responded with a gentle laugh and a nod. "Of course not, my dear brother." As the Overlord pulled aside the shimmering veil of the dimension, Cursed Blue was the first to step out. Yet in the very moment of leaving, Cursed Blue turned back and addressed the Overlord. "Overlord, I hope I won't live to regret freeing you from your shackles here today." At these words, cold sweat poured down the Overlord's face. Guilt-ridden, he dared not meet Cursed Blue's gaze at all. But Cursed Blue did nothing further. He simply strode out. "Ah, the air of freedom. Now this is more like it. Though with a few tweaks, perhaps it could look even better," he mused aloud. With a casual lift of his hand, gravity began to shift, drawing Cursed Blue gently upward as he floated toward the moon. Such a sudden and dramatic move was bound to catch the authorities' attention. Sure enough, S.H.I.E.L.D. detected the anomaly immediately. Confronted with an unknown demon, they wasted no time. They simply dropped the Hulk into the fray. Hulk smash! When Cursed Blue saw the Hulk descending from the sky, his interest was piqued. He lingered for a couple of seconds, examining this new arrival. Oh, a green human! How intriguing! But before he could observe for long, the Hulk was upon him, crashing down with the force of a mountain, blocking Cursed Blue's path forward. Yet instead of discomfort, the sudden weight made Cursed Blue laugh with delight. "What a fascinating creature. You fit the demon aesthetic perfectly. How about joining my brother's ranks?" he offered. The Hulk responded by raising his fists and bringing them down in a mighty blow, but a soft, unseen gravity gripped him, holding him fast. No matter how much strength he summoned, he simply couldn't break free. Pitiful creature, have you ever felt the true force of gravity? Cursed Blue intoned. As the demon of the moon, Cursed Blue possessed an innate sense of superiority, a solitary moon, proud and aloof. That was the essence of Cursed Blue. He casually brushed the Hulk aside, rising slowly, all the while probing the Hulk's very structure. As one of the 7 great demons, Cursed Blue was not only powerful, but supremely intelligent, a great sorcerer in his own right. The moon was his greatest magical creation. He had poured his wisdom and a portion of his spells into it, letting its influence spread across the universe, endlessly feeding his power. Compared to the Overlord, Cursed Blue's methods were far more refined. I will not take anything from you by force. Yet whatever you hold in your hands already belongs to me, such as the pride of the moon. But just then, a pillar of green light struck him from behind. Frowning, Cursed Blue turned to see the old man, clad in divine armor, standing there, weary but resolute. 2 demons in a single day, no rest for the old man. Tell me, how long have you fiends been out? Ready to go home yet? Cursed Blue pressed his fingers together, studying the old man with interest. Archmage, as a candidate for the forces of light, why not abandon it all and embrace the darkness? Dad limbered up, the talismans on his body gleaming with radiant light. Demon of the moon, you should know there's nothing for us to discuss. Is there? Jolan let out a soft chuckle and, with a wave of his hand, tossed Hulk aside. Facing the embodiment of righteousness, Jolan didn't dare let his guard down for even a moment. The instant Jolan withdrew his hand, Dad flashed forward, appearing right in front of him. With a sweeping kick, he struck straight at Jolan's waist. Jolan made no attempt to block the attack. Whether he hadn't seen it coming, or simply didn't care to defend himself, was unclear. Dad's foot sent Jolan flying, but after soaring for just a moment, Jolan effortlessly hovered in midair again. Hearing that steady, unchanged breathing, Dad frowned. His opponent hadn't suffered the slightest harm from that blow. Jolan noticed and gave a light, amused laugh, his fingers intertwining with curious intent. The divine armor? Quite interesting. But Grand Sorcerer, all attacks are governed by force. I possess no force within myself, so no matter how you strike me, it's all in vain. In martial arts, Tai Chi is the highest art of borrowing, redirecting, neutralizing, and dissolving force. Everything is rooted in the concept of force. If a punch lands, the opponent is stopped by friction, sent flying by impact. But if someone's body is utterly unaffected by any force, then no matter how you attack, they'll drift away as lightly as a willow leaf caught in the wind. As Dad pondered this, Jolan raised his hand and gently pressed a palm against Dad's body. Planetary gravity. Dad immediately hurled Jolan away with another punch, then hurried to check himself. Apart from the talisman's glow noticeably dimming, he found no other harm. Dad frowned and barked at Jolan, his voice stern. What did you do? Jolan laughed slyly, his long tongue flicking as he floated lazily in the air. Relax. I know full well the effects of the divine armor. The power I used didn't act on your body. But if you don't leave now, this planet will be torn from its orbit in the galaxy and destroyed. As Jolan finished speaking, the name of his technique echoed in Dad's mind, and he instantly realized what Jolan had done. Planetary gravity, you actually imposed it on me. Jolan rubbed his hands together, watching Dad with a glint of interest. I have plenty of ways to deal with heroes like you who dream of saving the world. But what I love most is seeing you suffer, torn between impossible choices. 1 minute. In 1 minute, this planet will gradually rise, drawn by the force between you and it. I'm curious, will you use that minute to chase me, or will you stay? Until the countdown ends and the world falls apart? Oh, correction, there are only 58 seconds left. The stage is yours, Grand Sorcerer. Show me your performance. Without a moment's hesitation, the old man dropped straight down, but he wasn't about to let Jolan off easy. Even if someone's just here for the show, they still have to pay for a ticket. Right then and there, he conjured a lotus with his air magic. As Jolan's potions poured onto the lotus blossom, the spell transformed into a tracking magic. No matter how far Jolan tried to run, the swirling energy inside would hunt him down and strike him with crushing force. So, while Jolan was gloating, watching the old man tumble into a trash bin like some clown, his smugness was cut short by the old man's relentless, homing strike. There was a thunderous boom. A brilliant green lotus exploded in midair. After the blast, Jolan's clothes were left in tatters, his once elegant long hair a wild, tangled mess, all traces of grace lost. Damn it, Archmage. Throwing bombs now? Can't handle a fair fight, you piece of trash. Zulan spat. But the old man wasn't about to back down. With a nimble kip-up, he sprang from the trash bin and flung away a banana peel, left behind by who knows who, off his head. Oh, the wicked lunar demon dares show disrespect to me? Just wait till I finish you off, he declared. Zhou Lan's anger boiled over. His hair and beard practically bristled with rage. Some people might swallow that insult, but not Zhou Lan, not for a second. Lunar gravity. In the name of the moon, I'll destroy you, he roared. The old man whipped out a dried pufferfish, determined to show his rival just why he was known as the Archmage. Come on, if you got the guts. A head-on duel, is that it? Watch me blast you to pieces, he taunted. But just as they were about to clash, a sinister black wind howled through, whipping up sand and dust, blinding them both. When the old man blinked the grit from his eyes, Zhou Lan had vanished without a trace. What the? Run away when you can't win. And you call yourself a demon? The old man fumed. In his frustration, he hurled the pufferfish to the ground, cursing Zhou Lan's cowardice. But after venting his anger, he quietly stooped down to pick it up again. After all, compared to rare lizard types, pufferfish were much more universally handy. Muttering his annoyance, pufferfish in hand, the old man trudged back to his burger shop. At the same time, when Zhou Lan opened his eyes again, the first thing he saw was Xiaofeng. Big brother, congrats on making it out. Xiaofeng greeted him. Xiaofeng, what are you doing here? Zhou Lan glanced around and realized it was Xiaofeng who had dragged him out of the sky and into this place. But why would Xiaofeng choose to stay in such a harsh environment? It's nothing to worry about, big brother, Xiaofeng replied calmly, clearly unfazed by their bleak surroundings. As long as it keeps the demons alive, what does it matter where we are? Not bad. Xiaofeng, you've grown. Here's what I propose. Come with me to the moon. Let's gaze at the stars and the universe together. When I release my power to radiate across the cosmos, that will be the most beautiful moment of all, and I wish to share it with you. Zhou Lan spoke with heartfelt sincerity, but Xiaofeng remained unmoved. Our sins have yet to be atoned for. How can we simply settle down and enjoy tranquility? Hearing this, Zhou Lan's temper flared in an instant. What wrong have we done? We once saved this world, Xiaofeng. Even if there were mistakes, they all stem from the Black Chi. If not for him, we wouldn't be who we are now. Xiaofeng said nothing, simply regarding Zhou Lan with calm eyes. Zhou Lan, always the hermit among them, rarely spoke or revealed his feelings, as if nothing in the world ever truly concerned him. Once Zhou Lan's anger had subsided, Xiaofeng finally spoke. But as heroes of an old era, with the dawn of a new age, we should have faded into history. Yet it was he who chose to keep us here. Zhou Lan fussed with his hair, disheveled from battle, twirling the ends as he argued back. Oh, come off it, Xiaofeng. The new era never said it would reject us. It's the Black Chi, who clings to survival by using us. And don't forget the Holy Master. That treacherous fellow was the first to betray us. Even to this day, I still have no idea what he's after. The Holy Master? At the mention of his younger brother, Xiaofeng fell uncharacteristically silent. The Holy Master was the cleverest of the seven. Whatever the situation, he always managed to maneuver himself into the most advantageous position. But Xiaofeng didn't linger on the thought. He looked back to Zhou Lan and said, Big brother Zhou Lan, I have no certainty that my plan will succeed, but I want to try. Zhou Lan grew quiet at these words. Now transformed into a demon, he no longer yearned to return to his old self. Or perhaps the Black Chi had already made him forget who he once was, leaving him to believe that this was his true form. But seeing the earnest hope in Xiaofeng's eyes, Zhou Lan let out a sigh. Very well. While I can still recall the past, Xiaofeng, be bold and do what you must. I'll wait for you. Xiaofeng nodded and left alone. There's an old saying, from Taiji comes the two forms, from the two forms come the four symbols, from the 5 elements arise the 8 trigrams, and from the 8 trigrams, all things are born. People know that the 5 elements generate and overcome one another, but few understand that the 8 trigrams, too, can both nurture and restrain, just like the 5 elements. Pairing them can form ominous formations. A gentle breeze swept across the lush grasslands. The blades of grass bent ever so slightly, and beneath the sun, a pair of massive bullhorns stood out in stark contrast to their surroundings. Dikue, it's time to awaken from your slumber. As Xiaofeng called out, the earth began to tremble and shake. The enormous horns rose from the ground, and a hulking figure, the color of soil, burst forth, shaking loose the stones that clung to him as he emerged from beneath the earth. The Earth Overlord made a dramatic entrance, exuding an imposing aura. But Xiaofeng had no mind to admire the scene. All he saw was that the place where the Earth Overlord had just been lying was now covered with withered grass. The stream had dried up, and the clumps of soil that had fallen from him had transformed into blighted earth, soil so barren that not even weeds could take root. Xiaofeng, what brings you to my kingdom? the Earth Overlord asked. Xiaofeng looked around, noticing that there was nothing here resembling a palace. Why then did the Earth Overlord call this his kingdom? Feeling Xiaofeng's gaze, the Earth Overlord blushed furiously and hurriedly explained, "My kingdom is underground." Xiaofeng nodded in understanding. Instantly, the Earth Overlord beamed with delight. With a stomp of his foot, countless earthen spikes shot up toward Xiaofeng. But in a flash, Xiaofeng transformed into a whirlwind and swept 100 miles away. Earthen spikes and brambles. Now far from the Earth Overlord, Xiaofeng drew a deep breath, his cheeks puffing out like a toad's. Seeing this, the Earth Overlord grew excited as well. Sweeping his hand across the ground, he gathered up massive boulders and hurled them at Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng parted his lips slightly, and a violent gale erupted forth, so fierce that even the boulders thrown by the Earth Overlord were blown right back at him. Wind morph, sustained gale. Faced with the oncoming storm, the Earth Overlord stamped the ground, raising a labyrinth of stone walls before Xiaofeng to block the advancing wind. Xiaofeng chuckled lightly, unfazed, and quietly increased the power of his winds. Soon, cracks appeared in the sturdy walls, and everywhere the wind touched fissures split the stone. The hurricane shredded everything in its path, carrying sharp fragments straight toward the Earth Overlord. Just as the flying stones were about to strike the Earth Overlord, Xiaofeng suddenly shifted the wind's direction, sending the debris hurtling toward the grasslands instead. The razor-sharp stones tore through the air, and the animals in their path suffered heavy casualties. As Xiaofeng let the winds die down, the Earth Overlord calmed himself as well. Their eyes met, and both broke into a smile. That was exhilarating. It's been so long since I've wielded my powers without restraint. I owe it all to you, Xiaofeng. If there's anything you need, just say the word. I'll take care of it. With a wave of his hand, the Earth Overlord summoned a cup forged from rare metals deep underground, scooped up a cup of clear water from a nearby pond, and handed it to Xiaofeng. Watching as the earth dried up around the pond, just because the Earth Overlord had taken a single cup of water, Xiaofeng steeled his resolve. He turned to the Earth Overlord and said, in a tone full of persuasion, "Earth Overlord, there are some things I think it's time you knew." The Earth Overlord, tense with anticipation, set down his cup and looked at Xiaofeng with eager curiosity, wondering what shocking revelation was about to be unveiled. "What is it?" "Brother Zhou has returned. It's time for us to strike back against the forces of righteousness." No sooner had Xiaofeng finished speaking than the Earth Overlord sprang to his feet in excitement, yanked a nearby tree out of the ground, and, with a resounding crack, snapped it clean in two. "Oh, fantastic. All right." Having just stepped off the plane and shifted into human form, the Earth Overlord looked completely unremarkable, like an ordinary farmer from the fields, plain and unadorned. "Wow, brother, is this New York? The buildings here are even bigger than the tallest tree back home. And what are those things running on the ground? Are they the new mounts for humans?" Dikuei was like an endlessly curious child, asking Xiaofeng about everything new and strange he saw. Out in the wilderness there was nothing much to see, so now his questions seemed even more abundant. At the same time, Wade burst through the front door of the old man's antique shop with a dramatic entrance. "Everybody, did you miss my shiny, dazzling butt?" Wade proudly showed off the huge jewel tucked into the seat of his pants, clearly delighted with himself. But apart from some renovation workers, the only familiar face in the shop was Tony Stark, who was busy working on some blueprints. "Hey, Tin Can, what are you doing here? Where's the old man?" "Ow, hot. Wade glanced around, but couldn't find what he was looking for. He also noticed that a lot of things inside the shop had been replaced with new ones. So, he wandered over to Tony's, sighed, grabbed a different teapot, and poured himself a cup, forgetting he still had his mask on. The scalding hot tea promptly spilled all over his head, making him yelp in pain. Tony was already irritated just seeing Wade, let alone having him gulp tea from his own teapot. Tony snatched the teapot away, and with a swift kick, sent Wade flying out the door. "If you're looking for the old man, try his burger joint. If not, get lost. It was just a sip of tea, geez, stingy much?" Wade grumbled as he got up, rubbing his backside. He flipped Tony off in the direction of the now-shut door, expressing his gratitude. "Fuck you." Soon after, Wade began wandering the city, and as luck would have it, ran into Xiaofeng, who was showing Dikuei around. Thanks to Wade's irrepressible, death-defying humor, the three of them quickly fell in together. But the same scenery can look very different depending on your mood. Xiaofeng was downcast the whole way. He still felt guilty about deceiving Dikuei, especially every time Dikuei called him brother. It tugged at his heartstrings. Originally, Xiaofeng had planned to spend the day with Dikuei, then go back to find Brother Zhou and reveal the black energy to him. But Deadpool, as always, was a wild card. "Hey, Sourpuss, what's with the long face? Come on, this place is amazing. Aren't you having fun?" Wade poked Xiaofeng, and in a fit of mischief, hooked his fingers into Xiaofeng's mouth to force a smile. This sight, however, instantly filled Dikuei's eyes with rage. He looked like an enraged bull ready to charge. "Let go of my brother." Dikuei stomped his left foot, sending a shower of stones flying through the air. With a barrage of thuds, the rocks pelted Wade. Wade somersaulted out of the way, grinning at Dikuei with keen interest. "Mutant, huh? A controller type. That's pretty cool. But being obsessed with your brother? Now, that's a little messed up." Ever since it had escaped from hell, the Earth Fiend had never encountered civilization before. Though it couldn't understand exactly what Wade was saying, the taunting, in his words, was unmistakable. The little wisdom it possessed evaporated in an instant, and with a surge of rage, it revealed its true form and unleashed a furious blow. The ground shattered into fragments, and countless skyscrapers crumbled in the blink of an eye. "Don't you dare bully my brother." The Earth Fiend roared, and countless earthen spikes erupted from the ground, hurtling toward Wade. Witnessing this, Xiaofeng couldn't help but reflect on the fickleness of fate. From behind, Xiaofeng produced a jar filled with swirling black mist and hurled it at the Earth Fiend. With a sharp crack, the jar shattered, and the black mist, as if finding its long-lost host, darted straight into the Earth Fiend's nostrils. Instantly, the Earth Fiend was rendered still and silent. For the first time, Wade turned to Xiaofeng and asked, "Is it over?" A glimmer of tears traced the corner of Xiaofeng's eye as he shook his head. "No, this is only the beginning." Almost as if to prove Xiaofeng's words, the Earth Fiend began to grow in size, its yellow-brown skin turning ashen black. The vitality of the Earth was rapidly sapped away, and black scales, like those that appeared after Bagong was strengthened by the black mist, surfaced on its body. With another earth-shaking roar, the Earth Fiend shouted, "Follow and subscribe." The Earth, vast and boundless like an endless canvas, had long carried life and hope, nurturing all things that grew and weaving together countless beautiful stories of life. But now, with the Earth Fiend's roar, every living thing that depended on the soil for survival was drained of vitality in an instant. The planet's ecosystem plunged off a cliff into crisis. Herbivores, forming the very foundation of all life, could not survive without grass. Stripped of hope, they would become carnivores themselves, unleashing chaos across the world in a desperate struggle, until all life was extinguished. The Earth, once the cradle and sustainer of life, had become a vast, grinding mill of flesh, a grand and terrible dusk for all living things. The flowers and grass have withered. Nothing can stop me now. The Earth Fiend's roar shook the very heavens. Even far away at Dad's burger shop, old Dad heard its echo. He gazed down at the wilted flowers in their pot, lowering his eyes with a sigh. Once, these blooms had been called miracles of green, but now the miracle was gone. Donning his prepared elixir, old Dad set off on his journey to destroy the Earth Fiend. He didn't know if he would succeed. Without flowers, the power to seal the Earth Fiend was lost. To think of defeating such a creature, of being shaped by the very laws of the world, with fists, and brute force alone, was sheer folly. But old Dad had to go. It was his duty as a grand magus. Even if it was only to give these lovely little flowers another chance to bloom, he had to try. On the streets of New York, chaos reigned as everyone screamed and fled, but old Dad walked against the tide, setting out on a journey from which he might never return. Earth Fiend. Bang! The Earth Titan's massive hands tore at the ground, his fists pounding the earth in a furious barrage. Watching from the sidelines, Xiaofeng couldn't hold back his tears. He had tied up Wade, the one with the foul mouth, off to the side. Perhaps it was out of fear that Wade would get hurt, or maybe he worried Wade might provoke his younger brother even further. Even a grand sorcerer couldn't hope to defeat this rampage. At last, the old man stepped onto this scarred and battered land. He gazed at the raging bull that was tearing everything apart, and with a determined lift of his hand, he strode forward to meet him. Receive, redirect, release. With a practiced motion, the old man guided the Earth Titan's palm forward, spun, and with a final tug, brought the giant crashing to the ground. The impact sent tremors through the earth like a magnitude 5 earthquake. Just as the elders would say, the Earth Ox has turned over. Now, the Earth Titan had truly become the embodiment of the land itself. Every move he made sent ripples through the world's veins. Such a situation left the old man in a dilemma. He couldn't fight, yet he could not fight. Even if he dodged with all his might, the very fabric of the earth would be affected. Caught between impossible choices, the old man recalled the power of gravity that Cursed Blue once wielded. If there were no force at all, what would be the point of striking? He transformed his divine armor into a vivid red, planted his left foot firmly with a circular stance, and faced the Earth Titan with a calm, unwavering gaze. Red is an even more striking color to a bull. In their sight, any flicker of red is enough to set their hearts racing. The old man swayed with the Iron Mountain lean, calm and steady, and in a sudden burst, the Earth Titan's rage erupted from within. Like a wild bull, he charged headlong. The old man braced himself against the horns, the massive impact driving him backward. But with a sudden leap, he sprang into the air, his feet striking the air with explosive bursts as he went. The old man, with the Earth Titan in tow, finally brought both to a halt. The Earth Titan snorted sharply, clearly unwilling to yield. No matter how he shook his head, the old man pressed down on him like an immovable boulder. He could toss and turn, but his body wouldn't budge an inch. At that moment, Xiaofeng emerged from the ruins. The old man wanted to call out a warning, but as he watched Xiaofeng gradually transform into a wind demon, a sense of caution crept into his heart. Two demons. What exactly are you planning? He demanded. Xiaofeng ignored the question, walked over to the Earth Titan, knelt down, and placed his blue hand gently on the giant's face, leaning in close to his ear. Earth Titan, wake up. Look at the land you love most. None of this should have happened. As Xiaofeng spoke, a stream of white mist surged from his body and flowed into the Earth Titan. For a fleeting moment, clarity returned to the giant's eyes. Glancing around at the devastated landscape, a tear traced down his cheek. Seeing this, the old man released his grip on the horns, casting a strange look at Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng's aura was growing stronger and stronger, but in his eyes, some of that clarity seemed to have faded. Just as the old man thought he was about to face two opponents at once, Xiaofeng shook his head, turned into a whisper of wind, and vanished from the battlefield. With Xiaofeng's departure, the clarity in Daikui's eyes faded away, and he once again transformed into a rampaging bull, charging straight at the old man. Seriously? Again. The old man braced himself once more, but this time Daikui's strength seemed even greater. At that very moment, Wade strolled over from a nearby corner. Sir, out walking your bull so early? Looks fun. Mind if I join in? Seeing Wade appear, the old man nearly lost it. Out of all the superheroes in this city, why did he have to show up on the most troublesome battlefield? There's an old saying, if Wade is your enemy, you'd better start praying, because he's Wade. If Wade is your teammate, you'd better start praying as well, because he's still Wade. But just as the old man was about to shoo Wade away, Daikui suddenly went berserk, knocking the old man aside and barreling straight for Wade. Abul, Abul, an angry bull. Wade, seeing this, immediately turned and fled without a moment's hesitation. The old man, sent flying, lay on the ground, musing over how unpredictable life could be. But when the old man sat up, ready to subdue Daikui once more, he spotted a vibrant, dewy flower blooming right in the center of Daikui's chest. The old man's spirits lifted at once. Wade, charge at Daikui. Now! Wade stared at him in horror. Are you serious? That's an angry bull, man. Hearing this, the old man only grew more excited. Wade, listen to me. Only a true warrior dares face an angry bull head-on. Pluck that flower from him. You're the world's only hope. The old man's words fired Wade up. After all, it's not like he could really die. So he spun around and slid in, feet first. Daikui managed to snag a chunk of Wade's tissue as he passed. Seeing this, the old man dashed over, trying to pry the flower from Wade's lifeless hands, but Wade held on with a death grip. Wade, you're already dead. For heaven's sake, let go. No, old man, I think I can still be saved. Help me. The old man showed no mercy. With a resounding smack, he slapped Wade on the head, snatched the flower, and poured a sealing spell he'd prepared onto its petals. O flower of hope blooming from the depths of the soul, I invoke the Archmage's decree. Grant me the power to vanquish evil. The blossom glowed with a verdant light, engulfing the old man in an instant. His divine armor slowly absorbed the radiance. Now that Daikui had lost Deadpool's allure, his gaze swiftly fixed on the only figure in the arena clad in red tinged with green, and he charged at him without hesitation. Facing the onrushing Daikui, Dad steadied himself, pulling his waist taut like a drawn bow. Just as Daikui drew near, Dad let fly a punch with a resounding thud. In an instant, Daikui halted, let out a guttural howl, and spewed a cloud of black smoke. Slowly, the gates of hell began to open. As Dad folded his arms, preparing to watch the demon be dragged into hell with screams and wails, Daikui's body suddenly burst apart. In his place stood a young man with earthy yellow skin. His features were utterly ordinary, the kind of face you could find 1,000,000 times over in a crowd of millions. Seeing this, Dad's expression instantly fell. He had known it. This was happening again. For some reason, the demons sealed here were nothing like the ones in Jackie Chan Adventures. surveying the devastated land all around. The newly emerged Kuei pressed his palms together and bowed respectfully. The earth began to heal. Green returned to the land. Spring's vitality blossomed anew, and life surged back in a rush of color. Xiaofeng appeared from afar. This time, he didn't greet Kuei. Instead, he reached out to gather the black smoke and, in the blink of an eye, vanished from sight. Kuei waved after Xiaofeng's departing silhouette, as if bidding him farewell. Then, with resolute determination, he stepped into the gates of hell. While Xiaofeng was busy rescuing demons, the Dark Lord was also occupied with the same task, trying to save Basha, the demon of water. Yet to the Dark Lord's utter surprise, the gate of hell sealing Basha lay within her own kingdom, in the fabled lost city of Atlantis. The Dark Lord was no stranger to this place. In fact, she could probably find her way there with her eyes closed, but even so, she never liked going to that damp, dripping city. Basha loved water. She had turned all her people into her followers, a horde of fish folk dwelling in the darkest depths of the sea. Ugh, just the thought was enough to make anyone's skin crawl. Even fire dragons bathed in molten lava. The idea of the Dark Lord going anywhere filled with water was utterly unthinkable. Absolutely impossible. But some things can't be avoided just because you want to. Basha, having waited so long, had lost all patience. From deep within, the Dark Lord felt a tug at her very soul. With no other choice, she dialed up Basha in hell. Basha, it's me, the Dark Lord. Ah, Dark Lord, what brings you here? I discovered you've been sealed behind the Hell Gate in Atlantis. I'm here to save you. Basha fell silent for a moment, then replied, Very well. I hope you'll hurry. I don't want to wait any longer. Across the boundless sea, a jet ski sliced through the waves. Dad and Steve braved wind and spray as they raced toward Atlantis. Hurry up, Steve. I know, Dad. We can't let Basha, the demon of water, be released. No, Steve. Who told you to rent a jet ski? My back is about to fall apart from all this bouncing. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Steve's forehead. He quietly twisted the throttle, and with a roar, a great wave surged up, drenching a startled seagull in its spray as it soared overhead. Compared to the restrictions and cautiousness on Father's side, things were much more relaxed where the Lord was concerned. Seated on the Grand Osborne family liner, the Lord gazed out over the endless expanse of ocean, feeling a wave of nausea threaten to overtake him. Curse Basha and the 8 immortals. Why on earth would they put the gate in such a damp, waterlogged place? He grumbled. Darwin approached, carrying a tray. The Lord accepted the drink, downed it in one swift motion, and even swallowed the cup itself. Boss, I heard there's a lot of gold in Atlantis. Is that true? Darwin asked. The Lord shot Darwin a sidelong glance and replied, And where did you pick up such a worn-out legend? Gold to us is no different than the pebbles on land. Only you humans are enamored with it. Yet Darwin couldn't help but notice that the Lord's clothes were all woven with gold thread, and every ornament he wore was made of gold. This hardly looked like someone who had no fondness for the metal. Naturally, the Lord caught Darwin's subtle glance. He gave a look of disdain and said, You really think I like these things? They're nothing more than magical materials I've prepared in advance. Gold is created only in the cataclysm of a supernova, and it greatly amplifies my magic. With it, I can finally recover from this cursed state of weakness. Darwin nodded indifferently. None of this really concerned him. Seeing Darwin's disbelief, the Lord quickly changed the subject. Instead of wasting time talking about this, you do better to think about how we're going to find Basha's gate. While the Lord and Darwin were talking, Atlantis had already spotted their ship and dispatched 30 of their elite merman warriors to sneak aboard. Of course, none of this escaped the Lord's watchful eye. But on a ship crewed entirely by villains, if they couldn't even handle a handful of intruders, they had no business heading for Atlantis at all. In the pitch-black corridor, a blue-skinned merman gripped his trident, cautiously exploring his surroundings. Suddenly, a faint noise drifted from the shadows. It sounded like some creature had brushed against an empty can. Using his keen underwater vision, the merman crept closer, silently raising his trident and lunging with a swift stab. When he pulled the trident back, he found only an empty can impaled on its tip. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a savage roar erupted. In an instant, the merman's neck was severed, cleanly, without a sound. Elsewhere, 5 merman guards, each armed with a trident, scanned the area warily. They didn't truly believe any land nation could threaten them, but their carelessness would soon spell their doom. Suddenly, a piercing cry shattered the silence. A pair of steel wings swooped down from above, decapitating all 5 mermen in one sweeping motion, then catching the wind to soar effortlessly to the very top of the cruise ship. He casually preened his steel feathers, looking nothing like someone who had just survived a battle. Instead, he He resembled a top predator effortlessly dispatching its prey. At the same moment, blood sprayed across the entire cruise ship. All 30 mermen fell where they stood. None managed to send word back to Atlantis before meeting their end. Lord of the Seas, the merman squad has gone completely dark. Deep beneath the waters of Atlantis, a man with wings sprouting from his ankles. Namor listened calmly as a subordinate delivered the daily report. But today's news was so shocking that even he was momentarily at a loss for words. The mighty merman warriors had always been invincible on the open sea. How could an entire squad be wiped out in an instant? Are you absolutely certain about this? Gripping the trident that symbolized the authority of generations of sea kings, Namor's face hardened with anger as he demanded an answer. The soldier nodded. Without hesitation, Namor swept the soldier aside with a swing of his trident and sped toward the surface. Yet even he could not have foreseen that his actions would unwittingly release the demon from the childhood tales he once heard, handing the creature its long-awaited chance at freedom. Breaking through to the surface, Namor beat his small winged ankles, lifting himself into the sky. Naturally, the presence of this extraordinary figure did not go unnoticed by Shang-Zhu and the others. But as Namor drew closer, the panka box in Mysterio's hands suddenly flared with light, and the trident in Namor's grip began to tremble violently. Sensing the danger, Shang-Zhu immediately kicked the panka box toward Namor. On instinct, Namor raised his trident to block, but the moment the two touched, the trident shattered, triggering a flood of memories of an ancient legend. Countless millennia ago, a wicked merman ruled over Atlantis, plunging its people into untold misery. Salvation came when 8 undying gods descended from the heavens, sealing the demon behind the gates of hell. Atlantis finally emerged from its torment, but the story did not end there. The 8 gods entrusted the gates of hell to the people of Atlantis, charging them to deliver it to a distant desert kingdom and pass it to a child named Apocalypse. Yet Atlantis failed in its promise. After Basha's departure, they were cast beneath the waves, forever barred from returning to the land. The first generation remembered the pact, but by the second it began to fade, and by Namor's time, even the demon's name was lost to memory. But today, the demon would make her name echo across Atlantis once more. The gates of hell creaked open, and Basha oozed forth like a tide, flowing into the sea and coalescing into a figure. A red-eyed demon with blue skin, a massive fish tail, and a head crowned with writhing serpents. You're far too slow, Shang-Zhu. Your laziness has exceeded even my wildest expectations. Then why do you keep coming to me every time? Can you manage without me? The Lord muttered in a low voice, but how could Basha, standing right in front of him? Not here? She lowered her head, fixing him with a look full of threat. As the last demon to be released, Lord, I'm not pleased with your slackness. You, a creature in bondage, ought to be more diligent. The Lord could only bow helplessly. Then, mighty water demon Basha, I beg you to release my shackles. Basha hooked a finger under his chin, brushed his face with a kiss, and whispered in his ear, Dream on, Lord. Before the Lord could process his shock, Basha threw him to the ground and, with a swift dive, plunged into the world beneath the waves. Having been treated so intimately by Basha, the Lord immediately felt the ambiguous gazes from those nearby. Furious, he turned, his glare sharp and undisguised, sending the group shrinking away. Out of my sight. At his command, the others scattered to their own tasks. As for Namor, who had brought Basha out, the moment her tail flicked, she dragged him under the sea with her. To rebuild her kingdom, Basha would need plenty of slaves. Atlantis, the kingdom beneath the water. For countless millennia, it had lived in harmony with nature, and perhaps for millennia more, it would have remained so. But today, with Basha's arrival, everything changed. Greet your queen. Basha's voice thundered through the ocean depths, waking the ancient genes in every merman. Their eyes flushed crimson, their legs fused into powerful tails, their bodies grew graceful, and even their faces became more striking. Yes, dear listeners, you heard right. I didn't make a mistake. These are men. Yes, your majesty. Call me, your majesty the queen. From the water, Basha conjured a whip and lashed it across the mermen's backs. Still unsatisfied, she transformed it into a spiked mace, knocking them to the ground one after another. If the male mermen had at least earned a chance to interact with Basha, the females were simply transformed into clear water. Basha's realm had room only for her toys. Sensing Basha's release, Xiao Feng stood abruptly. His cold face betrayed no emotion as he turned to leave. But Zhou Lan called after him, Xiao Feng. He looked back, his face as expressionless as ever, saying nothing. Seeing this, Zhou Lan's heart ached. She asked him, was everything you did worth it? Xiao Feng was silent for a long moment, then nodded, a trace of clarity returning to his eyes. I believe it was worth it. As he spoke, Xiao Feng dissolved into a wisp of wind. Yet, just as he was about to depart, a strand of white mist drifted from Zhou Lan's body and merged into him. After Xiao Feng left, Zhou Lan let out a sigh. I don't have much time left, Xiao Feng. From now on, I will seal myself away. This is the last help I can give you. As soon as the words left his lips, Zhou Lan closed his eyes tightly. Tiny branches began to sprout from his body. Laurels, the symbol of the moon. Yet the blossoms on the tree were withering away, one petal after another drifting down. When the final petal fell, Zhou Lan became the true demon of the moon. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Feng arrived in Atlantis even faster than his old man could have. At that very moment, Basha had just completed the grand feat of drawing Namor 100 times and was about to take a break when Xiao Feng's voice rang out. Basha, I need you. Please come out and meet me. Hearing the summons, Basha immediately swam out from her temporary palace. With a splash, she broke through the surface of the water. Xiao Feng, you're here. Why not come inside for a while? Despite her warm invitation, Xiao Feng's face remained cold. Even someone as oblivious as Bo Gang could sense something was off. Realizing this, Basha quickly conjured a water sphere behind her, her gaze wary as she softened her tone once more. Xiao Feng, I prepared a whole banquet of delicious food. Won't you come in and have a taste? Under Basha's watchful eyes, Xiao Feng shook his head and pulled a small jar from behind his back. With Basha eyeing him suspiciously, he crushed the jar in his hand. Instantly, a swirl of black vapor seeped out, immediately catching Basha's attention. Is that black vapor? The sight of it stirred a deep craving within her. But Basha, wise and cunning as she was, had not yet lost her senses. Drawn though she was, she remained alert, her eyes never leaving Xiao Feng. Seeing the wariness in her eyes and the water sphere she still gripped, Xiao Feng smirked disdainfully. What's wrong, Basha? Don't you like my gift? Faced with this unsettling version of Xiao Feng, Basha hurled her water sphere. It exploded in midair, shrouding the area in a mist. Xiao Feng gave a cold, contemptuous laugh. As Basha tried to escape, he pinned her down with a single hand and pushed the black vapor right in front of her. I wasn't asking for your opinion. Confronted with the black vapor so close, Basha lost her self-control. She inhaled deeply, swallowing it whole. Seeing this, a sly smile crept onto Xiao Feng's lips before he vanished, swift as the wind. But what Xiao Feng failed to notice was that all of this had been witnessed by the Lord. The Lord let out a cold chuckle, as if he already understood Xiao Feng's intentions. A sly glint flashed in his eyes. Oh, Xiao Feng. Everything you're doing is just laying the groundwork for me. Basha's form began to shift and transform. The changes that had appeared on Bogan and Dikue now manifested on her as well. Her body grew enormous, and her once deep blue skin turned a dark, ominous purple. Life in the ocean seemed to absorb a wave of toxic energy all at once, and perished instantly. The earth and mountains started to sink, the sea began to rise, and everything in the world was thrown into chaos. Water. I hold endless water at my command. Just then, Old Pa and Steve finally arrived, catching sight of the peculiar scales from Bogan and the mutated hands from Dikue now. Appearing on Basha's body, Old Pa immediately realized that things were about to spiral into unpredictable territory once again. Old Pa poured a specially prepared potion into a gourd and handed it to Steve. Blow on it like you would a flute. Let the sound from the gourd shake this whole ocean. Steve watched as Old Pa stretched his limbs, joints cracking with sharp, distinct pops. Curiosity got the better of him. If I'm the one doing this, what are you up to, Old Pa? Old Pa crossed his arms behind his back and cracked his knuckles so loud it seemed to ache to the bone. I'll go out and buy you some oranges. Be good and wait here. No sooner had he finished speaking than Old Pa spun and dove into the sea with the grace of a professional diver, heading straight for Basha. Steve shrugged. Clearly, he hadn't understood a word Old Pa just said. But he knew that now, finally, it was his turn to play an instrument. It might not have been the flute he'd trained on, but at least he could put his skills to use. He blew hard into the gourd, the air swirling inside before rushing out past his lips. Not a single sound emerged. Steve stared at the gourd in confusion. Suddenly, it dawned on him. He'd been tricked by Old Pa again. The thing didn't even have a hole in it. How could it possibly make a sound? He was about to toss the useless gourd into the ocean, but as he swung his arm, the mouth of the gourd happened to point at Basha. In that instant, a beam of green light shot out, bathing Basha in its glow. A sizzling sound erupted, like the crackle of squid searing on a hot iron plate. What a blinding light! Waves, swallow it for me, Basha commanded. With a sweep of her hand, the sea boiled and churned, waves rising and falling in relentless succession. Yet, before the gourd in Steve's hands, every assault melted away into perfect calm. Enraged, Basha unleashed a barrage of razor-sharp water blades. Steve, far from intimidated, began to show off, skimming across the water like a jet. Ski, riding the waves with wild abandon. But in a hidden corner, unnoticed by Steve, a fine crack began to appear on the surface of the gourd. While Steve surfed across the waves, Old Pa had already slipped close to Basha. With a sudden, thunderous punch, he struck, only to find Basha's body flowing like water itself. Her form was shifting, and not even the divine armor's negation could land a single blow on her. Sensing her body under attack, Basha immediately performed a dramatic 180-degree twist of her head. "It's you, Archmage. Don't you know it's wrong to assault a lady? I could sue you for harassment." She raised her palm high, and a jet of water burst from her chest. With a thunderous splash, the old man was blasted away by the torrent. While Basha was locked in this heated battle, Xiaofeng had already arrived at Atlantis. His eyes were cold as he beheld the enslaved merfolk. The lives of these people, as insignificant as ants, could no longer stir any pity in Xiaofeng's heart. Only his brothers could move the stone-like resolve that now defined him. He came to the central square of Atlantis, where an unfinished stone statue stood. Others might not recognize it, but to Xiaofeng, it was unforgettable. It was Iron Crutchley, that peculiar man who once rode a donkey backward, meandering in from afar, claiming to be nothing but a wandering immortal. With a casual wave, he had sealed Basha into the depths of hell. Gazing at the statue, Xiaofeng fixated on the lone gourd that gave the figure its identity. He reached out and knocked on the stone gourd. At his touch, the stone shattered, and a seven-colored gourd seed tumbled out. He caught it, frowning. So many years have passed, and the gourd has become just a seed? Let's hope it still works. Turning into the wind, Xiaofeng dispersed and arrived at the battlefield above the waves. Seeing the old man struggle, Xiaofeng tossed the gourd seed toward the divine armor. The moment the seed made contact, the old man stopped dodging. His armor erupted in a rainbow of light, and with a single punch, a torrent exploded forth. Even Basha was taken aback and scrambled away. As she darted aside, the torrent plunged into the ocean, which instantly burst into radiant colors, as if reborn. Basha's tail was flung from the water. The sea would no longer accept her. Seeing this, the old man began chanting an incantation. The gourd in Steve's hand blazed with light, and in a single breath, Basha was sucked inside. Steve zipped over on a jet ski, handing the gourd to the old man. "Here you go, sir, the gourd." The old man took it, frowning deeper with each glance. Why hadn't the gates of hell appeared yet? "Steve, are you sure Basha was drawn inside?" Steve nodded, pointing to his eyes to show he'd seen it with both his own. "That's odd." As the old man puzzled over this, dense cracks suddenly spidered across the gourd. Then, with a tremendous crack, an endless flood poured out, engulfing them both. The roar of rushing water filled their ears. Basha's laughter echoed, triumphant. "Archmage, just give up and meet your end." Submerged in the flood, the old man raised his hand, his body swelling in size. With Steve in tow, he strode mightily out of the watery pit. "What did you just say?" Father's form shifted and split into seven, each donning divine armor in a different hue. Seven fathers closed in, delivering a righteous pummeling and knocking Bash to the ground. The gourd, already shattered beyond repair, could not be restored. With a swift gesture, the seven fathers merged back into one, transforming into a radiant, seven-colored gourd. With a thunderous crash, it struck Bash, who coughed up a cloud of black miasma. Her body splintered like glass as the gates of the underworld slowly opened. The gourd dissolved into nothingness. Bash rose unsteadily from the ground. Her brows arched playfully, her eyes pure and clear as mountain springs, and her waterfall-like blue hair danced in the breeze. Two small snakes affectionately licked her palms. Bash gazed about in confusion, but when her eyes landed on an inconspicuous corner, a mischievous smile played at her lips. Blowing a kiss toward that spot, she turned and strode into the gates of the underworld. This time, Father clearly saw the black miasma. He reached out, trying to seize it, but just as his fingers brushed against it, a sudden gust hurled him away. When Whistling Wind appeared, the green aura that once surrounded him was gone. Now, blackness consumed his entire being. "Grand Sorcerer, you've won again, but your luck won't hold much longer." Seeing Whistling Wind, Father's brow furrowed. Whistling Wind now felt like the black miasma incarnate. But if the miasma itself had appeared, the righteous force would surely not stand idly by. What then had Whistling Wind become? In the blink of an eye, Whistling Wind vanished. Father had no time to ponder. The last traces of his magic were drained, and he plummeted into the sea. Father awoke in a vast, empty void, surrounded by dazzling starlight. An endless bewilderment welled up from within. Father, Father. A distant voice called out to him again and again. Father wanted to answer, but no matter how he tried, his mouth would not open. Just as he grew frantic, scratching at his head in helplessness, a beam of white light flooded the world. Phantom warriors, your end has come. Before Father stood 5 men and 2 women, water, earth, fire, wind, thunder, mountain. With masterful spell work, they sealed 9 blue-faced, tusked demon warriors into masks. In a flash, countless beams of white light streaked before Father's eyes. The world rang with laughter and joyful voices. Just as Father wondered what all this could mean, a figure stepped forth from that unknown space. The newcomer bore a striking resemblance to Jade as an adult, but compared to the future Jade from Father's memories, this person seemed more innocent and unworldly. Tilting her head, she addressed him. Jade? What? A curious name. As an emissary of righteousness, you should call me the Saint Warrior. But never mind, those details aren't important. After what you've just witnessed, Grand Sorcerer, what are your thoughts? Father shook his head. He didn't even know what he had just seen. How could he possibly have any thoughts about it? When Xiao Yu saw the look on the old man's face, she thought he was overcome with emotion and at a loss for words. So she sighed on his behalf, saying, the youth who once slew dragons has become the very dragon he fought. They were once heroes who saved the world, but the darkness did not reward them as it should have. Instead, it dragged them down into a bottomless abyss. Her words left the old man perplexed. He couldn't grasp the significance of this vision, nor understand what it had to do with him. Yet had he realized that this group consisted of 8 people, he might have made the connection. These former heroes were the 8 great demons. The old man gave a slight nod, signaling his agreement with Xiaoyu's words. In truth, he didn't know exactly what he was agreeing with, but what she said sounded righteous, and righteousness is seldom wrong. Seeing the old man nod, Xiaoyu beamed with delight at his approval. With a graceful wave of her hand, the world around them shifted once more. A long life can be a curse, she said softly, one filled with loneliness. Even the greatest heroes, after enduring the erosion of endless years, lose their sense of right and wrong, growing cruel and ruthless, especially under the sway of the darkness. In time, they become monsters themselves. The scene before the old man's eyes was reminiscent of an ancient scroll he had once unearthed. He saw 8 demons dominating the sky, the land, the sea, and even the cosmos. In a flash, he understood why the 8 great demons he had sealed away were so different from those in the original legends. But just as he was about to ask more questions, voices from outside grew louder, piercing even Xiaoyu's mystical barrier. Old man, wake up. Your wife's given birth, but the child isn't yours. Xiaoyu stifled a laugh with her hand, while the old man felt his dignity slipping away. After a moment's gentle laughter, she waved her hand dismissively. Grand Sorcerer, it seems your friends outside are very worried. I won't keep you any longer. Stay true to your path. Think of it as the redemption that righteousness bestows on heroes. But before the old man could ask anything else, a sharp pain struck his face, shattering the strange vision. Suddenly, he found himself staring at Steve, who was raising his arm, clearly about to slap him back to his senses. The instant before Steve could bring his hand down, a chill ran through him, as if he saw his great-grandmother beckoning from the beyond. He froze, lowering his gaze. At that moment, the old man fixed Steve with a deadpan, unblinking stare, as if to say, what, you're not going to finish the job. Steve awkwardly withdrew his hand, helped the old man up, then massaged his shoulders and back, even pouring him a steaming cup of tea. Old man, you've really worked hard. The seawater out there is freezing. Make sure you drink plenty of hot water, or you'll catch cold. The old man took a sip of tea, nodded in satisfaction, but then suddenly changed the subject. Steve, the tea you made today isn't bad, but didn't I tell you before? Never use that damned way of saving people on me? And yet, what did you just do? Steve instantly felt his hair stand on end. Just moments ago, his great-grandmother had seemed far away, yet now she stood right behind the old man, waving at him with a gentle smile. That look on her face seemed to say, come on, dear grandson, everything's been arranged for you by your great-grandmother. Caught between life and death, Steve's potential exploded. Tears streamed down his face as he wailed and sobbed, putting on a scene worthy of an opera. Oh, Grandpa, I thought you were gone for sure. How did you come back to life? It must be a blessing from our ancestors that you survived. I'll eat and drink to my heart's content for 3 days to celebrate your return. Seeing the old man's smile grow ever brighter, Steve thought that Wade's tricks had finally worked. But then, from the corners of his vision, he noticed his great-grandfather and great-grandmother had already grabbed him by the arms. Instantly, Steve switched tactics, sliding to his knees in a show of repentance. "Grandpa, I was wrong. Everything just now, Wade taught me that. If you want to settle accounts, go find him." "Oh, is that so?" The old man nodded with a laugh. Steve might not be the sharpest tool in the shed, but he'd never say anything just to annoy him. Only someone like Wade would pull a stunt like that. If Wade could hear the old man's thoughts now, he'd definitely call Steve a backstabber, send his regards to Steve's family, and insist to the old man that these are nothing but stereotypes that get people into trouble. Far away at the old man's burger shop, Wade was just serving his last customer for the day. With a flourish, he flicked a blob of pink snot onto a burger. Wade affectionately called it the snot burger, a burger that contained neither meat nor vegetables. The nutritious burger was the signature food of the Life Protection Organization, exclusively supplied by the old man's antique shop and Chef Wade's special recipe. In fact, Wade had stumbled upon this concoction by accident while cleaning the bathroom one day. But in a quirky place like America, all it took was a sign, and people would line up to buy. Now, the Life Protection Organization had utterly eclipsed both vegetarians and carnivores, becoming the new gold standard for Americans. Wade was raking in cash by the cartload. Wade brought out another burger and looked at his customers, raising his hands. "Everyone, let's shout our slogan together. Don't eat animals, don't eat plants, protect life. Let's start with me. Yahoo!" Amid the roaring cheers, Wade lost himself in the moment, until, all of a sudden, a chill ran down his spine, as if some great terror had set its sights on him. Oh no! Meanwhile, as the old man's family continued their rescue drama, the Dark Lord was already speeding off toward the Magic City. But just as the Sage Lord arrived in the seas of China, an elder within the sacred temple suddenly opened his eyes wide. Golden light surged across his entire body, and with a muffled groan, the Sage Lord, still far out at sea, was struck by a bolt of lightning. "Ugh, I've only been gone a few years, and it's already become this dangerous here." Wiping the dust from his face, the Sage Lord gazed up at the swirling clouds with a grave expression. The scene before him was on par with the wild weather storms conjured by the sky demon, Shimu. Yet, to the Sage Lord, such threats were hardly worth mentioning. On Osborne's ship, 5 lightning rods rose up, catching his interest as he watched the spectacle unfold. Crack, 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 crack. As expected, once the lightning rods were raised, no more bolts struck the Sage Lord. Still, the dazzling barrage of lightning all around left him thoroughly astonished. What's going on? Is this the Zhongsu? Has it already awakened? Why is all this lightning targeting me alone, in such a vast sea? Heavens, are you toying with me? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a small golden figure shot up from the waves, rising like a massive gate to block the Sage Lord's path. China lies ahead. Demons are forbidden entry. Anyone else, upon witnessing such a sight, would have turned and fled. But the Sage Lord was no ordinary man. The greater the challenge, the more determined he became. He drew a handful of dragon's teeth from his pocket and tossed them into the air. With a tap of his staff, 3 enormous magical arrays materialized in midair, an opening move worthy of respect. Meteoric volcano, Earth's obstruction, star's descent, tidal cataclysm. 3 distinct celestial phenomena erupted at once. Yet the golden giant remained unmoved. With a sweeping motion of its outstretched palm came thunderous detonations. The giant's arm was blown apart, but the 3 spells lost their force at the same time. China lies ahead. Demons are forbidden entry. Confronted by such a formidable golden giant, even the Sage Lord drew a sharp breath. Though his strength was not what it once was, few could withstand these 3 strikes. Demons forbidden entry, eh? Well, what if I insist? The giant was terrifying, but not enough to make the Sage Lord falter. 3 dragon's teeth could destroy an arm. By his reckoning, that was a bargain. Without hesitation, he hurled more dragon's teeth, as if they were worthless coins, summoning countless supreme magic circles out of thin air. The giant did not flinch. With a single mighty swing of its sword, both magic and giant vanished in an instant. The Sage Lord let out a long breath. At least it could be defeated. Faster. Full speed ahead. Given the circumstances, the Sage Lord dared not linger. He pushed the ship to its limits, rushing straight for the magic capital. But as he disembarked, an elder was already standing at the dock, hands pressed together in calm composure, as if awaiting someone's arrival. To rescue the sacred master of China and the Soviet Union was not an unexpected detour. With long, purposeful strides, he tried to quicken his pace and pass the elder by. However, just as the Lord took his second step, the old man was already blocking his way. "Honorable demon sorcerer," the elder addressed him, "I believe we made ourselves perfectly clear out on the open sea. You do not have the right to enter China. Please, leave now. The Lord gazed at the elder, his aura surging forth in a wave of power. Yet the old man was not to be outdone. He bowed slightly, and his own presence radiated out, unhidden and formidable. No one dared approach the two as their confrontation unfolded. Their clash of wills seemed to warp the very air around them. After a prolonged standoff, the Lord exhaled deeply. He had prevailed. Across from him, the old man spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, all the while letting out a weak, wry chuckle. Gasping for breath, he said, "It's rare indeed to see a demon sorcerer like yourself able to cross into China. I suppose you must have been here long ago and received special permission. If that's the case, I will stand aside. Please, go ahead." The Lord nodded, lifting his proud head high, and once again strode through the land that, thousands of years ago, had been his kingdom. The rapid transformation of the city almost made it unrecognizable, even to him. What had once been a slum under his dominion was now one of China's major commercial centers. As he walked, the Lord took in the many sights. A sense of nostalgia touched his heart. But when he reached the gates of the grand sanctuary and looked out at the vast sea beyond, a snort of disdain escaped him. "So, the sea is meant to keep me at bay, is it?" Hearing this, the old man stopped and turned back, silently nodding. A bitter laugh escaped the Lord, but for the sake of his great plan, he did nothing more. He followed the elder into the sanctuary. Yet as he crossed the threshold, he sensed a strange presence in the air, something out of the ordinary. With the elder leading the way, the Lord paused. He reached down to touch the floor, where a thin mist of energy hovered just above the ground. "What is this?" he asked. The old man stopped, turned, and saw the Lord peeling away a portion of the energy mist. Quickly, he stepped forward and snatched it back, pressing it firmly into place. When the energy mist melded seamlessly together once more, the old man finally let out a sigh of relief. Turning to the Lord, he said, "Sir, please do not touch anything." The Lord nodded, but hidden within his robe, he had already secreted away a small wisp of that peculiar energy. Continuing on with the elder, the Lord, the mysterious guest, and the others looked every bit like tourists. From time to time, they took photos and posed together for group pictures. They finally stopped in front of a deep and shadowy gate at the end of the straight path. Just at that moment, a green glow burst from the Panka treasure box inside the mysterious stranger's backpack. The box began to tug him forward, trying to fly straight to the gate. But as he drew near, a golden hand appeared, barring his way, and the Panka treasure box was stopped dead in its tracks. The Lord narrowed his eyes, watching the scene unfold. From deep within the golden hand's light, an elder with silver hair and the face of a youth stepped forth. "Since you've already emerged, my lord," he spoke, "why do you seek the gate of hell that belongs to you?" The moment this elder appeared, the old guide who had led the Lord bowed deeply. "Greetings, Celestial Master." The Celestial Master nodded, reaching out to help the old guide to his feet. The old man cast a silent glance back at the Lord before quietly withdrawing from the chamber. He thought to himself, "With such powerful figures, best to slip away before trouble finds me." As the guide stepped out, the Lord took a step forward. Without warning, a swirling force rose up, blocking his path, though there was no wind. The Lord waved his hand lightly, as if brushing aside a curtain of gauze. "How is it, after all these years, that you have forgotten your king? How could anyone forget the most ruthless dragon in history?" The Celestial Master's robe snapped in the wind as he stepped forward, his voice ringing clear. "Ruthless?" The Lord's anger flared, igniting the long-abandoned candelabra at the edge of the hall. "When I ruled, all you had to do was serve me, and you wanted for nothing. Wouldn't you call that mercy? If your so-called mercy means all things belong solely to you, then such mercy is nothing more than the cheapest charity." Lightning crackled around the Celestial Master, his form sheathed in golden light as he closed the distance. Neither would yield, their words sharp as blades. Just then, the Lord gave a crooked smile. The Panka treasure box was now embedded in the gate. The moment the hell gate swung open, the waters of the city surged. Backward, the intricate maze of palaces was utterly destroyed, and the gate itself shattered. Only the lock where the treasure box was lodged remained intact. Zhong-Su slowly emerged from within the hell gate, lightning crackling wildly around him. At the sight of the Lord, Zhong-Su opened his mouth to speak, but in the blink of an eye, he, the Lord, the mysterious stranger, and the others were all swept away and cast out over the sea. With a heavy splash, Zhong-Su, the mysterious stranger, and the others plunged into the ocean, faces bewildered. Gazing out over the vast, endless sea, the Lord calmly brushed the strand of energy lingering at his sleeve, his expression serene. Of them all, only the Lord remained dry. Seeing him so composed and graceful, Zhong-Su's anger flared. He summoned his thunder, ready to strike the Lord where he stood. The Lord merely shifted his staff, and the clouds of power in his grasp instantly dissipated. Calm down, Zhong-Su. I wasn't the one who sent you here, and I have no desire to see you end up like a drowned river rat. China and the Soviet Union were unconvinced, gripping lightning in their hands as they prepared to give the Lord an impromptu DNA test. You deceitful dragon, I won't believe a single word you say. The Lord shook his head, easily sidestepping their attack with a casual grace. His expression remained serene as he replied, That's exactly why I hesitated to let you out from the gates of hell. Didn't you notice the enormous magic array covering that nation? Don't be so foolish, my brother. With a swift movement, the Lord appeared beside China and the Soviet Union, delivering a powerful slap across his face. Stunned and indignant, China and the Soviet Union could scarcely believe it. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? As a man bold enough to challenge righteousness itself, he was determined to restore his dignity. Judgment of thunder. With furious roars, thunderclouds gathered above the sea, quickly shrouding the sky in darkness. The Lord, unimpressed by the display of force, simply waved his hand dismissively and slid 2 inches to his left in silence. Just as the thunderbolt was about to strike the Lord, it inexplicably veered off course, lashing across China and the Soviet Union's face like a whip and leaving a long, crackling scar behind. The shock of the strike sobered China and the Soviet Union considerably. He followed the Lord's gaze and saw, hovering silently above the nation, a massive magic array like a cloud. The mysterious power it held filled him with longing. He could hardly tear his eyes away. What is that thing? The terrestrial divine kingdom, a concept that exists only in theory. I once wrote of it in my spells, but I never succeeded in creating it. Hearing this, China and the Soviet Union fell silent. Sensing the moment, the Lord vanished in a flash, taking his followers with him, leaving no trace behind. The celestial master surveyed the ruined sanctuary in speechless dismay. It looked like he'd have to request an even bigger reimbursement this year. At that moment, the celestial master spotted the Panga treasure box embedded in the door. But as he reached out to retrieve it, the box burst forth with a beam of green light and vanished without a trace. Across the river of time, the Panga treasure box found its way into the hands of a man with dark skin, the conqueror Kong. Kong, is this the power of righteousness and darkness? Yes, it's a relic from another world. If we absorb it into our own, our world will ascend to the next level. Well then, shall we begin? 5 presences, so obscure their forms could not be discerned, took their places at 5 points around Kong, who stood at the center holding the Panga treasure box. Altogether, 6 of them began to channel their powers simultaneously. Bit by bit, the Panga treasure box was unraveled, the green jewel at its core gradually revealed to them all. So this is the power of Qi, a wondrous kind of magic. The 7th Infinity Stone will soon be born. In that case, let's proceed with the division, everyone. The 6 individuals channeled their power into the gemstone at the same time, each hoping to assimilate its energy into their own bodies. Just as they anticipated, the gemstone's power began to be absorbed bit by bit. But soon, they found themselves growing ever more intoxicated by the energy, unconsciously upsetting the delicate balance of absorption. It's mine. I want a little more. I was the one who opened this thing. I'm the one who contributed the most. I brought back the Panga treasure box. Its power should belong to me. You're out of your mind. At this moment, the supreme beings of the Marvel Universe erupted into a fierce struggle. The might of righteousness and darkness wasn't just about their personal strength, but stemmed from the very origins of their worlds. These primordial forces could shape tangible wills with their intangible essence. Within the heart of the gemstone, an ancient, weathered book began to take form. As their conflict escalated, the energies reversed course and surged back into the gemstone. The gem grew ever larger, gradually engulfing the squabbling figures and even absorbing the sacred timeline itself. With a sharp crack, the gemstone shattered. It exploded with a thunderous boom, sending shockwaves that swept across the entire Marvel Universe in an instant. The unleashed energy transformed into a stream of pure light and a cloud of murky darkness. The clear light ascended while the turbid air sank, yet they remained locked together, refusing to yield, just like the quarreling figures moments before. The outer shell of the gemstone, along with the sacred timeline, transformed into an ancient tome titled Chronicle of Ages, standing upright at the very end of time itself. Darkness, you've run out of tricks, a voice declared. Righteousness, the game is only just beginning, came the reply. A massive crowd had gathered outside the antique shop. After several months of painstaking restoration, Tony had finally brought the old man's shop back to its former glory. Under Stark's touch, the shop retained the old man's traditional charm, but now bore a hint of the Stark aesthetic. Luxurious, minimalist, spacious, practical, and comfortable, the shelves were arrayed with an impressive variety of rare curiosities and antiques found on the black market. The counters were crafted from golden-threaded Nanmu wood, and the staircase was carved from a single massive block of redwood. Climbing the winding stairs led to the private rooms of Steve, Wade, and Tony, each designed with a personal flair while still affording them ample personal space. Wade's door, in particular, had been fitted with 36 specially reinforced locks, custom-made to bank specifications. The same attention to security could be found inside his room, complete with excellent soundproofing to guarantee Wade a peaceful rest without disturbing the neighbors. The study was the old man's private domain. Here, Tony had refrained from making sweeping changes. He simply replaced some of the ancient tables and chairs with rarer ebony furnishings. As one distinguished wizard from Britain once said, ebony is the finest defensive material. Fashioning furniture from it ensures that it will withstand a century without decay and remain unspoiled for millennia. Tony, of course, wasn't bothered by the cost, so he bought it outright. He even picked up a few books on wand-making techniques while he was at it. Though he couldn't make heads or tails of them, he added them to his bookshelf all the same. His old man nodded approvingly. Only then did the guests outside pour in like a tidal wave. To attend the old man's housewarming banquet, S.H.I.E.L.D. had organized a moderate round of overtime, making sure there were enough people and enough time for everyone to join the festivities. As the crowd swarmed in, the once spacious antique shop quickly grew a bit cramped. Tony made a snap decision to open up the kitchen and their personal rooms as additional party spaces. The banquet began. As the social butterfly of the event, Tony Stark naturally set about seeking the most dazzling flowers in the room. Soon, Natasha, dressed in a flowing white dress, caught his eye. Tony lifted a cocktail, slid over to her in one smooth motion, and gently edged out Coulson, who had been chatting with her. "Oh, lovely lady, may I offer you a cocktail?" With a playful flourish, Tony handed the drink to Natasha, who accepted it with a bashful smile. Then, as if by magic, Tony produced another glass from behind his back and clinked it against hers. "Hi, Tony, my man. I hope you actually noticed me, and you're not just here to chat up Agent Natasha and ignore the rest of us," Coulson chimed in, raising his glass for a toast. Tony grinned, nodded, and downed his drink in one go. "Of course, Coulson, buddy. You're the best. Remember what you said before? You're the heroes in the shadows." Steve approached with a warm smile, offering a gentle comment on Tony's flirtatious habits. It wasn't a reproach. After all, for someone of Tony's stature, being a harmless flirt practically made him a role model in America. "Don't mind Tony, Coulson. He's always like this. Loses his head whenever there's a beautiful woman around. Hey, Cap, if you keep exposing me like that, how am I supposed to impress Miss Natasha?" Tony shot back in mock annoyance, giving Steve an indignant look that made everyone around burst into laughter. Suddenly, a clear, booming voice rang out. "Hey, Steve, where's the old man's hot tea?" Hearing the call, Steve quickly apologized and hurried off to the kitchen, where he brewed a pot of hot tea and brought it to the old man. Nothing beats hot tea. Alcohol would only send these old bones of mine into retirement even sooner." Savoring the tea, the old man finally nodded in satisfaction. But seeing Steve lingering nearby, he waved him off with a look of mild irritation. "Steve, what are you standing around here for? Go take care of the guests. Lurking like this isn't polite." At these words, Steve nodded and disappeared in a flash. As the banquet was in full swing, a meowing hammer, carrying an unconscious blonde man, tore through the atmosphere and crash-landed on Earth. Of all places, right in front of old Dad's antique shop. With a tremendous crash, the joyful mood of the banquet was shattered. Instantly, everyone whipped out their guns and, like a swarm of bees, rushed out of the antique shop. As they poured outside, they saw, in the deep crater before the shop, a blond, blue-eyed man holding the meowing hammer aloft. Spotting the crowd, he shouted, "I am Thor, the god of thunder." A crack of thunder echoed overhead. High-level thunder sound effect. But instead of fear, the crowd simply aimed their weapons at him. Unfazed, Thor raised his hammer and proclaimed, "I am the son of Odin, king of the north." Again, the sky responded with a mighty peal of thunder. High-level thunder sound effect. Seeing the crowd looking at him as if he were utterly mad, Thor prepared to display his divine power once more, to show them who he truly was. But just then, a five-pointed star whizzed toward him, growing larger and larger. With a heavy thud, a shower of stars spun above his head, and Thor collapsed on the spot. Once or twice is quite enough. Aren't you tired of repeating yourself? Captain Steve dragged Thor out of the crater, meowing hammer in hand. At that very moment, old Dad strolled out of the antique shop, relaxed as ever. When he caught sight of Steve and the hammer of Thor in his hand, old Dad couldn't help but think, well, isn't Steve done pretending now? Catching old Dad's bewildered expression, Steve immediately mimicked Thor's posture, lifting the hammer with his shield-bearing hand. I am Steve the Thunderer. The hammer obligingly crackled with thunder. Witnessing this scene, old Dad couldn't hold back a laugh. Steve, could it be you're actually Thor's long-lost brother? If you want a true god of thunder, you look to Steve. Hearing the thunder, Steve gazed up at the sky in confusion. Not a cloud in sight, yet thunder roared above. Could this hammer really be one of those magical artifacts old Dad mentioned? At last, old Steve has risen. From this day forward, I, Steve the Thunderer, shall make my entrance with my own epic soundtrack. Caught in the throes of his newfound flair, Steve was interrupted as Thor, having come to, fixed him with a furious glare, his meowing hammer in Steve's grasp. In a flash of anger, Thor sprang up and headbutted Steve, snatching his hammer back. Thief! How dare you steal the god of thunder's hammer? Face me, for the glory of the Norse gods. Thor leaped high, lightning crackling around him, and swung down at Steve. Steve raised his shield just in time. There was a deafening clang as metal struck metal, and the dragon talisman embedded in Steve's shield suddenly blazed to life. A torrent of fire erupted, and in an instant, Thor was transformed from the Norse god of thunder into someone who looked more at home in the tropics. After a long journey through space, being knocked out cold and caught off guard by a dragon's fiery blast, Thor finally lay sprawled on the ground, his eyes wide open in disbelief, defeated but refusing to surrender. Captain, that was amazing. Compared to everyone else's astonishment, Coulson was already imagining an entire photo album dedicated to Steve. As for what would become of Thor after enduring the dragon's explosion, Coulson felt nothing could compare to the excitement of Steve's heroic moments. Watching this group of unpredictable characters, Dr. Banner quietly gathered up what remained of Thor. But just as he was about to drag Thor away, old Dad walked over and placed the horse talisman on Thor's body. In an instant, Thor transformed back into the dashing, blonde, blue-eyed man he was. Such a miraculous ability left Banner full of questions. He gazed at old Dad with longing in his eyes, pleading, "Please, give us more." Thor slowly regained consciousness, looking around in a daze. The place resembled a banquet hall, and the aroma of malt drifted through the air. Thor's gaze was instantly drawn to something on the table, something golden and orange, radiating an irresistible, savory scent. What was that delectable-looking drink? In that moment, Thor could no longer care about his current predicament. His entire focus was on the beer Steve had placed on the table. It was as if fate itself had brought him here, destined to unite him with this drink. Thor tried to get up, but a sudden tug held him back. Looking down, he saw ropes coiled tightly around him, binding him to an armchair. Thor struggled with all his might. At that moment, Steve walked over, picked up the very beer Thor was longing for, and downed it in one gulp, letting out a satisfied belch. Thor's heart shattered at the sight, watching Steve with a look of utter foolish delight. Steve, a bit puzzled by Thor's expression, slung Mjolnir over his shoulder and walked to Thor's side. He crouched down, threw an arm around Thor's shoulders, and slurred, "Buddy, why are you just sitting here? Come on, let's go have a drink." Thor glared at Steve, his face full of fury. "Damn it. If it weren't for you all tying me up, that beer would never have escaped my grasp." Just then Coulson walked over. "Hello, Shield here. Thor, can you tell me why you've come to Earth?" Thor's brows knitted together. He had originally planned to answer Coulson, but the sight of Steve beside him instantly changed his mind. Coulson scratched his head in exaggerated confusion, raising his voice just enough for everyone to hear while pretending to speak in a hush. "Oh dear, if you don't want to tell us, that's going to be a problem. I'll have no choice but to pour out all this delicious beer, one glass at a time, until you're ready to talk." Thor turned to Coulson, utterly shocked. Was this man a demon? "Wait, hold on. Don't do that. Ask me anything you want, as long as you give me the sweet, golden drink." Coulson simply shrugged. Ever since Thor had woken up, Coulson had been quietly observing him. When he saw Thor staring longingly at a glass of beer, he'd begun to suspect something. Now, who would have guessed that an alien would be so fond of beer? Coulson handed a glass of beer to everyone. Thor eyed the beer, swallowing hard. Coulson quietly slid it further away and, with a calm expression, asked, "One question for a beer. Understand?" Thor nodded eagerly, the sweet aroma nearly overwhelming him. "The first question, why have you come here?" As soon as Coulson spoke, Thor's eyes turned sharp, fixing an intense gaze on him. Thor let out a long breath before speaking slowly. "I am Thor, a warrior from the realm of the gods. Earth is facing a crisis. The Chitauri army is on its way. I must join the League of Justice to stand against my evil brother, Loki. The moment Thor's words faded, at the edge of the cosmic abyss, a powerful-looking man, bald and purple-skinned, crushed a soldier's skull with a casual squeeze and strode toward Loki. He handed Loki a hooked scepter embedded with the Mind Stone. 12 runes, power to change the universe. Such power has appeared in a tiny world, the world of humans. This power is dangerous, but can also help us realize our grand plan even sooner. Go, Loki. The Chitauri army will follow close behind, clearing the way for you. A ghostly blue mist swirled and formed a portal, sending Loki to Earth. Then, behind the purple tyrant, an elderly man with white hair, dressed in black robes, emerged. Will the runes truly save this world? Trust me, my friend. As your ally, I am loyal. The purple tyrant gave a non-committal nod. Sensing disbelief, the black-robed elder swept his hand, conjuring a vision of the future from swirling darkness. 12 runes transformed into limitless energy, powering every world. Great leader, as you said, war will never vanish. But with infinite energy, at least they will no longer fight over resources. The purple tyrant studied the vision, nodding his approval. Yet within it, he glimpsed a distant future, a time when conflict would rise again. This time, not for resources, but for the sake of war itself. The desires of life are boundless. When they have a small house, they'll long for a bigger one. When they get a car, they'll dream of an aircraft carrier. So long as life exists, the struggle will never cease. The Shindu possessed Osborn's body, sitting calmly atop a skyscraper, gazing out at the street below. 2 glasses of red wine rested on the table, as if awaiting a guest. Suddenly, a gust of wind shattered the glass before him. A surge of dark energy swept in. Shindu watched the black mist, the slightest hint of a smile, curving his lips as he cried out in excitement. Black energy mine! The Holy Master swallowed the black mist in one gulp. As a mere human, Osborn could not withstand the overwhelming power that surged from such pure dark energy, and he immediately let out a cry of agony. But just as a sudden flash of green light burst from Osborn's body, the sound of chains snapping echoed abruptly around him. The Holy Master's soul was wrenched free from Osborn's form. Now unbound, the Holy Master soared through the air, letting out a triumphant, thunderous roar that made mountains, earth, and ocean tremble in unison. The 8 trigrams Jin Koenkin and Li stretched out across the land of Kimchi Nation, arranging themselves into a semi-octagram. 4 fierce hexagrams combined their forces to forge a new vessel for the Holy Master. A monstrous new form emerged. The Holy Master's head, Bogang's torso, Dikue's hands, and Bosch's fishtail. Together, they created a terrifying new visage for the Holy Master. Meanwhile, after a few drinks, Thor had gotten quite tipsy in the jovial atmosphere. Coulson kept asking questions, but Thor no longer bothered to answer. Instead, he threw his arm around Steve's shoulders, and the two drank with wild abandon. Tony, watching this unfold, felt a headache coming on. Weren't they just discussing a threat that could endanger the entire universe? And now these two were getting drunk together. Was this really the time? Cap, stop drinking. We haven't even asked Thor how many enemies there actually are. But when Tony reached over to pull Steve away, Steve brushed him off, grabbed Tony by the shoulder, and promptly poured him a drink. With a dismissive wave, Steve said, "Who cares how many? Tony, just keep drinking. When the time comes, the 3 of us will each take a third and smash that so-called fleet of his to pieces." Tony tried to protest, but Steve and Thor raised their glasses and toasted him, their raucous laughter filling the room. Thor downed another drink, belched loudly, and slurred, "Exactly. Well said, brother. Isn't it just 300,000 troops? We'll split them 3 ways. Doesn't matter who they are, we'll knock them all flat." 300,000? Just hearing that number made Tony's scalp tingle. These weren't some stick-wielding fighters in Africa. This was a full-fledged alien army, equipped with interstellar technology, capable of waging war across the stars. Tony couldn't help but wonder, could such an army wipe out Earth with nothing more than a sneeze? In fact, if the movie didn't need a spectacular fight scene, Thanos really could have blown the planet to smithereens from his ship, no questions asked. Well said, Thor. Come on, let's go take down some aliens. As Steve spoke, he made to haul Thor to his feet, as if the alien invaders were already at the door, and the 2 of them were ready to charge out and face them head-on. Wait, hold on, you two. Tony jumped up in alarm. With the way they were carrying on, they'd probably get lost before even reaching the front door. He stepped in front of Steve, and with 2 sharp slaps, snapped Steve's face back to attention. Only after Steve's cheeks flushed red did Tony grab him by the collar and say, "Captain, please try to be reasonable. Didn't you hear what Thor just said? We're talking about 300,000 people here. Even if you swing that shield until it smokes, you couldn't possibly fight them all. Besides, they're an interstellar alien army. Their technology and weaponry are beyond anything we can even imagine. Steve seemed to regain a sliver of clarity, shaking his head as the number 300,000 finally registered. He grabbed Tony and declared, it's just 300,000, isn't it? Tony, you take 100,000. Thor and I will each handle another 100,000. Problem solved, right? Thor, clearly drunk, let out a hearty belch and slapped Steve's hand in agreement. Old Steve, you've got it. I am Thor, the god of thunder. A mere 100,000? That's nothing. I could take them all down as easily as flipping a coin. Hearing this, Steve immediately tried to drag Tony and Thor out the door to fight the aliens. Tony could only look on helplessly at these two drunken buffoons, especially Thor. Weren't you here to team up with us, not single-handedly take on 100,000? If you're that capable, why do you even need us? Should I just conjure up a cloning spell for you? Hold on, you two. There's no way we can handle 100,000. Tony struggled to free his wrist from Steve's iron grip, rubbing his reddened hand as he shouted in exasperation. Steve and Thor looked at Tony in disappointment, curling their lips in disdain. Fine, if you can't handle 100,000, Thor and I will just take an extra 20,000 each. Can you at least manage 80,000? If not, go sit at the kids' table. Steve's words made Tony's blood boil. 20,000 high-tech aliens, and they talk as if it's nothing. Captain, my suggestion is to mass-produce the Iron Man suits, so everyone has a way to protect themselves, and we can all take part. Before Tony could finish, Steve waved him off. Forget it, Tony. If you can't even handle 80,000, then never mind. Thor and I will go. What's 15,000 each? Just a warm-up. Next time, don't sit at our table. With that, Steve pushed past Tony and headed for the door. Tony, exasperated, covered his eyes and began to count down. 3, 2, 1 down. With a heavy thud, the two of them collapsed to the floor and were soon snoring away. Hearing the sound, Tony raised an eyebrow, walked over to Steve, and gave his famously firm American backside a good kick, springy as ever. Honestly, why can't you just behave? Every time you drink, you turn into a complete mess. Meanwhile, in the study, Banner sat across from the old man. Ever since Banner had witnessed the miraculous power of the horse talisman, he'd hoped the old man might use it to cure him of the green monster inside. But truth be told, what Banner really wanted wasn't so much a cure as a way to kill off the Hulk soul within him. And that was something the horse talisman simply couldn't do. At least, with the current horse talisman, such a feat is impossible. But in the past, when the horse talisman wielded the power of Bersha, these things could have been accomplished with the greatest of ease. The purity of the mind, truly, was that miraculous. Yet, just as the old man was about to explain to Banner, a sense of foreboding swept over him. He shivered, and the Bagua diagram hanging on the wall instantly shattered, splitting cleanly in two. Oh no, it's the black mist! The old man dashed for the door. He didn't know the exact direction, but with so much black mist billowing outside, it was like a lighthouse in a fog, impossible to miss once you stepped out. Wait for me, sir. Seriously, I need your help. Seeing the old man run for the exit, Banner hurried after him. Along the way, the old man passed Coulson and Tony, who were both looking at him in confusion. Especially Tony, who wore a baffled expression. Suddenly, the old man felt the unpleasant sensation of stepping in something soft beneath his feet. He didn't have the time to worry about any of that. The black mist demon had appeared. Trailing right behind, Banner had a clear view of what happened next. The old man's heel landed squarely on the captain's backside. Even though the captain was still deep in sleep, a single tear slipped from the corner of his eye. Banner sidestepped the remains of Steve, gave him a respectful bow, and hurried after the old man. The two raced on. By now, Manhattan streets were engulfed in flames, and clouds of sickly yellow smoke curled into the sky. The stench was so overpowering that the old man nearly vomited up everything he'd eaten earlier. Boom! 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 The tremors in the ground drew steadily closer. The old man looked up. There, right before him, stood a monstrous creature that defied description. If it weren't for the familiar face of the Shindu, he might not have recognized him at all. Shun, you ugh. How could you spread such poison? 3 times in a single sentence, the old man retched. The relentless waves of nausea were pure torment, and for an elder like him, it felt like the world itself was conspiring against him. Shindu's face remained expressionless, like that of a robot. He mechanically raised his left hand, ready to bring it crashing down. With a thunderous crash, the Hulk appeared before the old man, blocking Shindu's attack. But Hulk wasn't faring much better. His senses, heightened by his mutated physiology, made the stench even more unbearable. Ugh, it's disgusting. Hulk hates it here. Desperate to escape, Hulk tried to cover his nose, but Shindu gave him no chance, launching a relentless barrage of attacks. With each new blow, Hulk's anger only grew until he could no longer care about the foul odor. He let out a furious roar and threw himself into battle with Shindu. The fight was evenly matched, blow for blow. Watching from the sidelines, the old man pinched his nose and wondered, baffled, why Shindu seemed so weak. Had the beginner boss's grace period finally run out? While deep in thought, the old man's hands never stopped moving. He produced a talisman, and with a flick of his wrist, the paper caught fire on its own. He scattered the ashes into the sky, summoned the thunderstorm. With a sudden, crackling sound, clouds gathered above, yet the rain refused to fall. Seeing this, the old man frowned in confusion, but when he noticed a glowing pattern on the Lord's chest, a square formed by 4 trigrams, he instantly understood. The presence of demons and ominous forces was disrupting the flow of chi magic. Oh no, the demon's presence is making chi magic falter. Without hesitation, the old man tore a strip from his own shirt, fashioned it into a cloth to cover his face, and, with a sweeping gesture, set up an altar. This was something he had long prepared for the Lord. He lit 3 sticks of incense, bowed 3 times, and knelt 9 times, earnestly inviting the divine sword. With his left hand, the old man gripped the sword and pushed the scabbard aside. The characters for Son of Heaven gleamed before his eyes. The blade flashed coldly, and in one swift stroke, the sacred sword struck down the demon dragon. The Lord's dragon head tumbled to the ground, and a gate to the underworld slowly creaked open. Flames shot skyward, swirling together to form the figure of a man clad in imperial robes. The man said nothing, his face impassive, betraying no emotion. He walked calmly into the gate of the underworld. Witnessing this scene, the old man felt an uncanny chill. The Lord was behaving strangely, and the man in imperial robes who appeared after the opening of the underworld gate was strange as well. It was as if everything that happened today was orchestrated behind the scenes, a puppet show playing out under the surface of normalcy, with an undercurrent of deep unease. But before the old man could ponder further, that piercing, stifling presence returned. He could bear it no longer. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a magical portal and whisked Hulk back to his antique shop. After the old man departed, a gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the lingering energies. Xiaofeng emerged slowly, stepping up to the Lord's shattered body. With a crisp clap of his hand, the remains crumbled to dust. A quiet swirl of black mist lingered, now tinged with a faint orange-yellow hue. Calmly, Xiaofeng gathered up the black mist and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Osborne, who had lost consciousness, struggled to his feet, gazing around in a daze. Strangely, his field of vision was only half of what it used to be. When he reached up to touch his right cheek, he felt uneven skin and a prickling sting. Osborne could scarcely believe what was happening. He staggered and crawled to the bathroom, and the moment he saw himself in the mirror, he fainted dead away from sheer terror. His right eye was nothing but a gaping black hole. The right side of his face was stripped of skin, the surface rough and pitted, the muscles twisted grotesquely by his overwhelming fear. As Osborne hovered on the edge of consciousness, a voice rang out, the same voice that had haunted his sleepless nights for so long. "Norman, my friend, let the world feel your pain." Ha 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 ha. Norman clutched his head in agony, his body moving on its own, drawn toward a place even he did not know. He passed through hidden doors, traversed sewers, until he reached a dead end. His hand lifted, seemingly of its own accord, and pressed against the wall. Norman had no idea what he was doing. In fact, he didn't even know why he had come here at all. But the moment his hand touched the wall, there was a sharp, mechanical sound, and the wall slowly swung open. Staring back at him was a mask, the twisted green visage of a demon. "Pick it up, Norman. You know you want to." "No, I don't. You won't tempt me, Green Goblin." Furious, Norman tried to fling the demon mask from his hand, but clung to him as if fused to his skin. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't shake it off. Or perhaps it was his own hand that had grown a will of its own, gripping the mask with relentless strength. "Put on, Norman. You know you must." The devilish whisper echoed in Norman's ears, over and over, until his mental defenses finally crumbled. He pressed a mask to his face, a mask that marked him as the Green Goblin. He became the Green Devil of New York. Suddenly, a portal swirled open in midair, thick with curling mist. Through the haze, a shadowy figure began to take shape, growing clearer as it approached. At last, Loki, dressed in his eccentric finery, stepped onto the earth. Loki's nostrils flared. With a single, discerning sniff, his brow furrowed. "Ah, the scent of Asgard. It seems my arrogant brother has found his way here, too. What delightful news." As soon as these words left his lips, Loki's attire shimmered and transformed into a crisp, tailored suit. The long staff in his hand became a gentleman's cane, and his every movement exuded the effortless elegance of an old-world nobleman. Following the trace of Thor's presence, Loki sang and danced along the way. Despite the curious looks from passers-by, he made his way to Hell's Kitchen. Oh, what a filthy stench! My dearest brother, why would you come to a place like this? With a flourish, Loki conjured a cloud of green smoke that swept through Hell's Kitchen. Every building touched by the mist altered, shifting until each bore Loki's own likeness. Ah, that's much better, he remarked with satisfaction. Such powerful magic changed everything in its path. Yet, as Loki admired his handiwork, he noticed one little junk shop remained untouched. Thor's hideaway, the old man's antiques. Oh, my insufferable brother. He always finds the strangest ways to spoil my fun. Loki reached for the shop's door, intending to surprise his brother. But the instant his hand touched the handle, a shock of electricity jolted through him with searing pain. He yanked his hand back, a dark mark left across his palm. Magic? And powerful magic at that. This is far beyond anything my brother could conjure. It seems I'll have to put in a bit more effort to get inside. Just as Loki was puzzling over the enchanted door, Peter approached, clutching the notebook Windhowl had given him, hoping the old man could help him decipher the meaning of the Spanish text within. Because once, Coulson had given Peter a piece of advice. If there's ever something the omnipotent internet can't solve for you, perhaps an ancient sorcerer might offer you a new answer. But aside from his notebook, Peter actually wanted to come and formally apologize to Old Dad. After all, he had wrecked the antique shop, although Tony had covered. For him, and Old Dad had already given him a scolding. Peter felt the matter shouldn't just end like that. He couldn't shake off the sense that something was missing. Even though Peter didn't believe his apology could make up for what he'd done, Uncle Ben had always said that a man must have the courage to admit his mistakes and take responsibility. Sometimes that's a true sign of bravery. Yet just as he approached the antique shop, he saw a sharply dressed man standing there, peering into the shop through the gap in the door. The man's odd posture made him look very much like a thief. Hey, what are you doing? The sudden voice startled Loki out of his thoughts. When he came to his senses, he saw a young man with an air of righteousness gazing at him curiously. Me? Faced with this abrupt question, Loki paused to think, then feigned a look of wounded innocence. Well, my brother is in this shop. I want to go in and find him, but I'm afraid he'll blame me for disrupting his life. Loki displayed a suitably conflicted expression. Hearing this, Peter nodded in understanding. After all, when it came to family issues, even Xiaofeng always looked similarly troubled. It didn't take much for Peter to believe Loki's story. Oh, then you and your brother definitely need to have a good talk. Communication, after all, is the bridge that builds trust. Peter placed his hand on the doorknob and, at just the right moment, twisted and pushed the door open. Loki glanced at the now open door, mulling things over. He couldn't be sure whether any sorcerer's wards or curses would be dispelled the moment the door swung wide. After a brief deliberation, Loki turned to Peter and asked, "Thank you for your help, but are you sure I can really go in? Every spell has its underlying logic, especially those that forbid entry. But once you're invited, well, that changes everything. Of course, come on in. Who knows? Maybe your brother misses you too." With a wave, Peter strode confidently inside. Amused, Loki chuckled and followed him. Sure enough, this time, no strange force stopped him. The two walked right into the antique shop together. Looking around at the decor inside, Loki scoffed with disdain. Mortal trinkets, he thought. Imagine putting such junk on display in a store. In Asgard, if anyone tried to sell things like these, they'd likely be beaten half to death for their trouble. "Welcome to Old Dad's Antique Shop. Is there anything I can help you with?" Steve was leaning on the counter with his head propped in one hand, the other hand rubbing his sore backside. He still couldn't figure out why, after just a couple of drinks, his rear end hurt so much. But even as guests approached, Steve forced himself to perk up, greeting customers with a smile despite his exhaustion. When he saw it was Peter arriving, Steve nudged Thor, who was sprawled out on the deck chair beside him. "Oh, good morning, Peter. What brings you here? Shouldn't you be in school at this hour?" Steve asked. Faced with Steve's question, Peter could only feel exasperated, black lines almost appearing above his head. "It's Sunday. Who goes to school on a Sunday? Captain, did you lose your memory or something?" As for Thor, after being prodded by Steve, he simply rolled over, scratched himself, and continued to sleep soundly, his snoring echoing through the air like thunder. This sudden eruption of snores naturally drew everyone's attention in the room, especially Loki, who knew his older brother Thor better than anyone else in the world. Loki could recognize even a single bead of sweat Thor left behind as he passed by, and follow its trail to find him. "Let's not get into that," Peter said. "Captain, let me introduce you to... Just as Peter turned his head, Loki had already vanished. While Peter was left spinning in confusion, Loki appeared right in front of Thor. Oh, my dear brother, you really do look dreadful when you sleep. Tell you what, let me give you a handsome little charm, Loki said. He slipped a green stone onto a chain and fastened it around Thor's neck. In an instant, a radiant light burst forth, drawing Tony and the others out of their rooms to see what was happening. Before everyone's eyes, Loki transformed Thor into a small, emerald green frog. At that very moment, Thor awoke from his sleep. The first thing he saw was his mischievous brother. Loki, my wicked brother, how did you get in here? Seeing Thor was now barely as tall as his own calf, Loki was quite satisfied with his handiwork. He shot a sideways glance at Peter and raised an eyebrow. That righteous little fellow over there let me in. Feeling the weight of everyone's gaze suddenly landing on him, Peter could only shrug awkwardly. What? How was I supposed to know he was the bad guy? Everyone gave Peter a look of exasperation before turning their attention back to Loki. Meeting their murderous stares, Loki just chuckled softly. The next moment, Captain America's shield came hurtling toward him, but Loki vanished on the spot in a blink. When he reappeared, he had a small dagger pressed to Tony's throat. The bizarre turn of events left Tony utterly bewildered. He glanced back at Loki, as if to say, wasn't this guy supposed to be a coward? Tony knew all too well that the Loki of the Marvel Universe was all magic and illusion, utterly lacking in close combat skills. Even his assassination attempts were laughably clumsy. Throughout the entire series, not a single person had ever fallen to him directly. Yet here Loki was, grinning, holding a dagger to Tony's neck, using him as leverage against Steve and the others. Nobody move, Loki declared. Otherwise, this old gentleman is going to be starring in a rather extravagant ceremony today. In the face of Loki's threat, everyone present seemed completely unconcerned, except for Peter and Thor. The two of them had never witnessed the old man's prowess in close combat, so they couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. With a calm expression, the old man turned to Loki and asked, Loki, are you sure you want to use kidnapping me as a threat against them? Loki smiled and nodded, as if he found the old man's question beneath his notice. In response, the old man simply pinched Loki's short blade between two fingers. With a gentle squeeze, that seemingly unbreakable blade gave a sharp crack and, with a piercing snap, shattered to pieces at Loki's feet. The old man wiped his nose, glanced at the now limp Loki slumped on the ground, and said coolly, as a true sorcerer, I have never feared close combat. But just as Thor thought Loki had been defeated and was about to step forward to ask about the antidote, Loki suddenly burst into a cloud of smoke and vanished with a pop. My dear brother, I know what you want. Loki's teasing voice echoed around the antique shop. But you're even more charming as a frog. Let's keep it that way. If you want to find me, go to your favorite place, brother. Loki's mischievous laughter lingered in the air as Thor began to rack his brains. He knew all too well that, having only just arrived on Earth and been captured in this antique shop, he might not even have explored as many places as Loki had. Where could his favorite place possibly be? Deep in thought, Thor's eyes landed on a half-finished can of beer on the table. He drained it in one gulp and then collapsed onto the floor with a heavy thud. At that moment, the old man's belated but inevitable reprimand came. He had wanted to talk to Thor about his habit of smashing beer bottles since last night's banquet, but hadn't wanted to spoil the mood. After all, someone would clean up in the end, so he'd let it slide. But today, when Thor smashed another bottle, the old man didn't hold back. He rapped Thor sharply on the head. Thor yelped in pain, and, just as he was about to get up, his train of thoughts scattered. Loki appeared at his side, doubled over with laughter. My foolish brother, look at you now. Well done, old man. Seeing Loki reappear, Thor didn't hesitate. He immediately summoned his mighty hammer, ready to strike, but with a flicker, Loki was gone again. Here's a hint, my dear brother. It's not in this antique shop. Loki's voice faded away once more, but this time, Thor kept a wary eye on his surroundings, half expecting his brother to pop out at any moment and mock him for not falling into his trap. But alas, Thor waited and waited. Loki never reappeared. With a frog's head on his shoulders, Thor felt every bit the fool, utterly at his brother's mercy. And to make matters worse, just now a fly buzzed by, and without the slightest hesitation, Thor flicked out his tongue, caught it, and swallowed it whole. Now everyone present was looking at Thor differently, as if their eyes were saying, Thor, who would have thought you were this kind of person? No, wait, this kind of frog. At that moment, Peter stepped forward and volunteered, Mr. Thor, I'm sorry, it was me who brought him in. Facing Peter's apology, Thor shook his head at once. No, it's not your fault. Loki, as the god of mischief, is best at deceiving kids like you. It's perfectly normal to fall for his tricks. Hearing this, Peter felt even more guilty and eagerly offered, "Let me go with you." Thor gave Peter a thorough once-over and shook his head firmly. "No, kid, I can't let you take that risk. Loki is the god of mischief. One wrong move, and he could kill you." Peter paused for a moment, thinking it over, and then a spark of inspiration flashed across his face. Disappointedly, he said to Thor, "Oh, well, I actually figured out where Loki might show up, but if you insist." Before Peter could finish, Thor cut him off. "Wait, are you saying you know where Loki is?" Peter nodded. Thor scratched his chin, pondered for a moment, and then, as if making up his mind, nodded and said, "All right, kid, you've convinced me. You can come with me, but you stay behind me. The mighty god of thunder will protect you." Watching the two of them acting in perfect sync as they dashed out the door, the shop owner almost reached out to stop them. He wanted to say he could pinpoint Loki's location in a blink and pull him into the antique shop the moment he opened the door, bind him with magic, and make sure he couldn't escape. But seeing the passion and excitement on their faces, the old man, for once, fell silent. Young people should get out there and have some adventure. Watching their retreating backs, the old man yawned, while Steve nodded in agreement. The two of them went back to their own business. But as the old man passed by the spot where Peter had left his things, he caught sight of an ancient Spanish book. He suddenly froze, and as his hand brushed over the strange markings on its cover, his sleepiness vanished, replaced by shock and amazement. He snatched the lounge chair out from under Steve, who was just about to sit down, propped up his legs, and began reading with great interest. The moment they stepped outside, Peter changed into his Spider-Man suit. A red spider and a talking frog running wildly down the street instantly drew dozens of curious stares, especially because that frog could talk. "Kid, didn't you say you know where Loki's hiding? Where do we find him?" "The tavern. If Loki thinks of anything the moment he sees you, it would definitely be the tavern." Thor pondered for a moment, recalling how drunk he had been, and nodded in agreement with Peter's suggestion. But soon a new problem arose. "But with so many taverns in Manhattan, which one should we go to?" Peter glanced at his watch, then patched Coulson into the conversation. "Sometimes S.H.I.E.L.D. can really come through for us. Coulson, which bar did we get the beer from last night?" Coulson paused on the other end before responding, marking a location for Spider-Man. "Manhattan Ale House. It's the biggest tavern in Manhattan. That's where we got our beer yesterday. The owner's a good guy, even gave me a sizable invoice." Peter nodded, and together with Thor, hurried toward the spot Coulson had given them. As the largest alehouse in Manhattan, this place was usually a den of all sorts, but as Thor and Spider-Man entered, it was eerily empty. "Kids, stay sharp. Loki's got to be watching us from some dark corner," Thor warned. "Dark corners, no light. It all makes me think of cockroaches. And your brother's little horns." "Oh man, I think I've just figured out some big secret," Peter quipped. Thor shot Peter a puzzled look. It wasn't like Peter to be so sharp-tongued outside of cracking jokes, but catching the lift of Peter's eyebrow, Thor suddenly felt like something had just clicked in his mind. "Oh right, my brother who can't stand the light. He does love lurking in the shadows," Thor admitted. Before Thor could finish his thought, a surge of green magical energy shot toward him. "Enough," came a voice. Thor dodged deftly, and Loki emerged from the darkness, his expression twisted with rage. "My arrogant brother, you're just as loathsome as that wretched old man," Loki spat. Seeing Loki appear, Thor raised his hammer in fury, pointing it at him. "Brother, why did you betray our father in Asgard?" "Why?" Loki laughed, manic and wild, his voice echoing off the empty walls. "My dear brother. Oh no, Thor, I didn't betray Asgard. You and that cursed Odin betrayed me. You made all my efforts look like the pathetic antics of a clown." Loki's words left Thor bewildered. He couldn't understand why. After a long silence, Thor could only manage, "Loki, you can't speak of father that way." At Thor's response, Loki let out a cold, mirthless chuckle. "Father? Thor, that's your father." Confusion clouded Thor's eyes. Seeing this, Loki stepped closer and closer. As he did, his skin began to turn an icy blue, and as he stood before Thor, a chilling cold radiated from him. "I am Loki, Prince of the Frost Giants," he declared. Thor was so shaken by Loki's fury that he stumbled backward again and again, until his back pressed against the wall. He couldn't believe it. He refused to believe that his own brother wasn't his guardian, or worse, that his father had deceived him all along. Seeing Thor's reluctance, Loki let out a soft, mocking laugh. "My dear brother, have you never wondered about one thing? Why is it, despite all my superior qualities, that I've never once received a word of praise from father? It's because you are his only heir. Only you could inherit Asgard from him. It doesn't matter if you're arrogant, impulsive, quick to fight, or even unworthy. Even if you drag Asgard into ruin, as long as you're his only bloodline, all of this will belong to you." Thor fell silent, lost deep in thought. Looking back, he realized it was true. Loki had always been more capable, steadier, perhaps even better suited to rule Asgard. Yet their father had never placed his hopes in Loki. Thor wanted to return, to go back and demand an explanation from his father. Wasn't Loki a part of their family too? But that was impossible. The very reason Thor was here was because chaos had broken out across the 9 realms, and Odin, while he still had strength, had to personally quell the unrest. If Odin weren't so occupied, he never would have sent his favorite son to Earth. After all, this was the true heart of the storm. Step by step, Thor's defenses were crumbling. Sensing this, Loki pulled out a fearsome mask, red-faced and fanged, with a wild green mane flowing behind it like a horse's tail. "Come, brother," Loki beckoned. "Put on this mask and fall into the endless abyss with me." Just as Loki tried to press the mask onto Thor's face, a strand of web shot through the air, snatching the mask away. Loki spun around in fury. "Hey, give that mask back, you little thief. Haven't you heard it's rude to take things that aren't yours?" "I'm sorry," Peter replied. "But Loki, I can't let you put that obviously evil-looking mask on Thor's face." Loki shot Spider-Man a withering look, then pressed the tip of his scepter against Thor's chest. In an instant, the clarity in Thor's eyes was swallowed by a cold, blue glow. "If that's the case, then let my dear brother do it himself." Under Loki's control, Thor raised his hammer high. There was a thunderous crack as Mjolnir slammed into the ground, sending shards of stone flying everywhere. Peter shot out webs and dodged frantically, narrowly avoiding Thor's hammer, only for it to come crashing down again. With no other choice, Peter was forced to make a hasty retreat. Loki, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle, conjured up a bucket of popcorn and perched on the counter, watching the chaos unfold with delight. Meanwhile, in a foul-smelling underground tunnel, yellowish drops of water fell steadily from the ceiling. In that endless darkness, a shadowy figure made its way, step by step, toward a small room. In this small room stood a solitary laurel statue, its presence commanding and serene. The visitor gently brushed his hand over the last tiny blossom on the laurel tree, and as he did, a tear slipped unknowingly from the corner of his eye. The moment his tear fell, the little blossom withered and faded, dissolving into pure, clear energy that quietly flowed into his body. The laurel exuded a gentle light, soft as moonbeams, and in an instant, it illuminated the dim room. Witnessing this scene, Xiaofeng understood that Zhuolan's time had finally come. Xiaofeng was uncertain whether his actions had saved them, or if he had simply brought an end to the demon's long existence. There was never a clear answer to such questions. Yet in his heart, Xiaofeng knew he was the one who had killed his own brother. After countless eons spent together, Xiaofeng had often wondered if it would be better to simply let things continue as they were. But once they left their confinement, his brothers grew distant and divided, which only strengthened Xiaofeng's resolve. "Perhaps my choice is wrong," he thought, "but this is the last redemption I can offer." Xiaofeng opened the jar filled with swirling black mist. The laurel tree, as if drawn by some invisible force, began to absorb the darkness from within. Before Xiaofeng's eyes, the laurel transformed, its branches turning black and withered. The life force of the entire tree became frail from the absorption, and with a sharp crack, a single black fruit emerged from its branches. For distinct forces, water, fire, earth, and mountain, converged, taking the shapes of 4 arms that tore open the fruit. As the fruit slowly floated upward, it was as if, in that instant, gravity itself vanished from the earth. Everything began drifting. Weightlessly, land split apart, rivers flowed into the void of space, and flames scattered like fine dust, swirling aimlessly on the wind. With Zhuolan transformed and reborn from the fruit, a surge of immense black energy swept across the world. Magic superpowers, mutations, all vanished in a single moment, as if they had never existed at all. "The world will be beautiful because of my presence," Zhuolan declared. He raised his hand, and the moon itself drifted toward him, its surface slowly succumbing to creeping darkness. At that very moment, Old Master, deep in study, shivered as the darkness swept across the night. An uneasy feeling welled up from deep within, a sense of foreboding stronger even than when the Holy Lord once lost control. Setting his book aside, Old Master rose to his feet. He could clearly feel that all the righteous magic in his shop had vanished without a trace. His brow furrowed, but upon sensing that the divine armor on his body still responded, he allowed himself a small sigh of relief. If all magic had truly ceased to function, Old Master knew he would have to resort to desperate measures. At this thought, Old Master remembered the 12 talismans he carried. He drew them from his pocket, each glowing with a brilliant light, filled with the radiance of righteousness. No matter how deep the shadows, the light of righteousness would always pierce through. The 12 talismans lined up, spinning and dancing through the air before transforming into a necklace, fitting perfectly into the divine armor on his chest. Wow, Dad, this is seriously cool. Steve floated in the air, shifting the way he was lying, unable to hold back his admiration as he gazed at the radiant brilliance emanating from his father. Dad glanced at him and replied casually, "It's nothing special." Though he spoke so nonchalantly, the wild twitching at the corners of his mouth was harder to suppress than a runaway AK. As an anime enthusiast who hasn't fantasized about stringing the 12 talismans into a necklace and wearing them around their neck, just like Lo Pei, that's the epitome of style. With a gentle step forward, Dad moved, and with a thunderous crash, the antique shop's front door shattered. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Zhou. "Demon, I told you I'd send you back to hell. Now are you ready?" The divine armor transformed into the shining silver battle gear of Zhao Zilong, a pure white cape billowing behind him like snow. Dad stood tall and proud, pointing at Zhou with one hand, the very embodiment of victory. Zhou glanced sideways at him, eyes filled with scorn. With a mere gesture, the magic of gravity surged, and a pillar of blue light shot toward Dad. With a raised hand, Dad blocked the attack. The blue pillar continued to pour forth, but Dad just grinned and, with an explosive uppercut, shattered the beam. The force of his blow sent the pillar hurtling into the sky, knocking the moon itself back to its rightful place. Zhou face remained utterly impassive, as if none of it concerned him in the slightest. For palms came together, conjuring an even more powerful beam of light. Dad responded by spreading his own palm and bringing it down in a swift, vertical chop. Instantly, the mighty beam was split in two and fell harmlessly to the ground on either side of him. The power of the 12 talismans surged within Dad, filling him with immense confidence, as though nothing in the world could stop him. Negate gravity. The divine armor's power to negate abilities activated in a flash. Zhou began to descend slowly from the sky, but with a wave. Of his hand, fire and water erupted together. Dad drew a circle in the air, conjuring a shield that blocked the oncoming assault. It was as if Dad and Zhou had entered a war of attrition, each waiting to see who would falter first. Yet, as the embodiment of the hexagrams, Zhou wielded world-shaping rules. The black energy, so long as Zhou's power was intact, would never fade. Dad was no different. The 12 talismans of the demon sorcerer provided him with an endless wellspring of strength. As the avatar of righteousness, he now possessed stamina equal to the inexhaustible black energy. Their clash raged on, neither side able to gain the upper hand. But this was a disaster for the Americans below. The shockwaves of their battle destroyed a city here, obliterated a district there. At this rate, it wouldn't matter who outlasted whom. What was certain was that the Americans wouldn't survive. Yet just as the stalemate seemed unbreakable, laurel petals drifted down, the pale blue pond opened up, and lotuses blossomed everywhere. In an instant, the turquoise pond was transformed into a sea of pure white. The lotus, rising pure and unstained from the muddy depths, cleansed by clear waters yet never ostentatious, stands as the symbol of an upright and virtuous gentleman. Its blossoms stretch across the land, never forgetting their origin. Its reputation spreads far and wide, yet remains untainted by dust. The lotus sways gracefully in the winds of the world, but will not bend for those who admire it. A single lotus flower rose from beneath Zhou's feet. Seeing this, the old man immediately abandoned his defenses and began chanting the ceiling. Incantation. The lotus bloomed, as large as a clenched fist. It bloomed, vast as the Milky Way. It bloomed, cleansing the world of all its impurity. Vines coiled around Zhou, pulling him into the heart of the lotus. Zhou and the lotus shattered together, dissolving into the wind. In that instant, everything in the world returned to normal, and the gates of hell slowly parted. The scattered petals of the lotus reassembled, and a youth dressed in simple robes sat amid the blossoms, swaying gently. He smiled softly at the gentle, warm breeze and, with quiet composure, stepped through the gates of hell. The old man watched this scene in calm silence as he slowly descended. After witnessing this several times, the shock he felt at first had faded. Landing with quiet serenity, the old man began to sift through the remains of Zhou. The demon had changed form, taking on a human appearance, something most unusual. The last time, the black mist spat out by the Holy Master had weighed heavily on his mind. Had it not been for the stench, he would never have left. Now, with Zhou transformed as well, the old man felt that, even if it meant braving blades and fire, he must investigate further. But just as he was about to continue his search, a black lotus slowly rose before him, marked with strange patterns. The old man reached out to touch it, but the black lotus suddenly burst, releasing a cloud of darkness that scattered into the air. The lotus morphed into a small black box, which fell into his hand. He quickly tucked the box into his robes, glancing around to make sure he was unobserved before returning to his antique shop. The black mist, swept up by a raging wind, landed in Xiaofeng's hands. At that moment, Xiaofeng's face was deathly pale, a flicker of struggle passing through his eyes, only to be replaced by a wild and obsessive resolve. Who will be next? The moment the black mist power erupted, Peter's super strength vanished in an instant, and he plummeted from the sky. Oh no, not good. Thor, still under control, seized the opportunity. With a mighty leap, he snatched the mask from Peter's hands and, without hesitation, pressed it onto his own face. Power, it's surging through me. As Thor donned the mask, the overwhelming black mist banished all spells in an instant. The mask fit Thor's face as seamlessly as a second. Sikin. Throwing back his head, Thor let out a thunderous roar as ghostly soldiers stepped out from the shadows in the corners of the tavern. Oh ho, now this is getting interesting, Loki remarked, popping a huge handful of popcorn in his mouth, his excitement growing with every moment. But what Loki hadn't anticipated was that, the instant he spoke, all the phantom soldiers turned to him in perfect unison. With a single command from Thor, the shadowy warriors leapt to their feet, launching an array of ninja tools from their bodies. Seeing this, Loki hurriedly swung his staff, ducking and weaving to escape the onslaught. How could this happen? Loki demanded of Thor. The old man who had given him the mask had promised something very different. The white-haired elder had said, "Whoever wears the mask will become a servant of darkness, obeying your every command and helping you conquer the earth." But now, the situation looked more and more wrong to Loki. Thor, with one hand dramatically resting on his cheek and his head tilted at a proud 45 degrees, cast a sidelong glance at Loki. "My foolish little brother, do you believe in the power of bonds? Come, fall with me into the abyss of darkness, and from there, let us soar toward the light." After this melodramatic speech, Loki felt he could barely recognize Thor anymore. The stark contrast between light and shadow made Loki feel as if they belonged to two different worlds. A flurry of ninja stars whistled through the air, and Loki quickly whipped up his cloak, teleporting himself to another spot. These phantom ninjas truly lived up to their name. No matter where Loki went, they followed right behind, relentless and punctual, leaving him overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Thor kept striking dramatic poses, surrounded by an endless stream of ninja soldiers. Peter, witnessing this bizarre scene, quickly scrambled up a nearby wall to watch, snacking on melon seeds, as if at a show. Situations like this were rare, so rare that Peter's mind seemed to hold a little conference of its own. Inner voice, little spider. "Listen, Peter, Thor needs your help right now. You have to save him." Inner voice, Peter. "Oh no, I don't think so. Look at Thor. He's having the time of his life. For all we know, this is some rare sibling bonding activity between him and his brother." Little spider. "Come on. You don't get it. Look at that sinister mask. Ever since Thor put it on, he's been not quite himself. Are you sure this is okay?" Peter. "All right, you might have a point. But I'm reserving judgment because honestly, this scene is just too entertaining." After the brainstorming session, Peter looked at Thor's mask and made up his mind. He shot out a web and swung over. "Hey Thor, look up. I've got a surprise for you." Thor glanced upward with a sideways look, and Peter seized the chance. He grabbed the short horn on the ninja mask, yanking Thor off his feet, and sending him flying. But the ninja mask didn't come off. Instead, it seemed to strengthen the darkness lurking deep within Thor's heart. "You have awakened the soul slumbering in the abyss. You are guilty." Thor scrambled up from the ground, striking a pose with one hand to his forehead, pointing at Peter in a move worthy of Michael himself. "Whoa, isn't that a bit much? Are you for real?" Thor's eyes flickered, as if deep in thought. At last, he nodded firmly and declared, "Of course." A flash of light danced in Thor's hand, and Mjolnir soared through the air. Blue lightning streaked from behind Peter, his spider sense warning him just in time to dodge the blow. But as a result, Thor managed to seize Peter's signature weapon. "The world is shrouded in filth. If no one else can save it, then let me become the lone beacon in the darkness, shattering it with the power of thunder." A massive lightning bolt crackled through the air. But instead of Loki and Peter, it was Thor's own summoned ghostly soldiers who suffered first. The lightning ripped through them, leaving only shadows that faded away. Thor's pupils dilated unevenly, betraying a hint of confusion. This was not quite what he had expected. Glancing at the hammer in his hand, He flung it aside with a decisive gesture. A true warrior can make his enemies flee in terror, even when unarmed. Thor readied himself, and once again, a horde of shadowy warriors emerged. They swarmed across the walls and floor, turning the chamber into a battlefield of darkness. The beast slumbering within me has awakened. Thor charged forward. The ghostly soldiers fought in concert, tripping, striking at vital points, chaining their attacks, hurling ninja stars. An endless array of weapons made it impossible to keep up. Peter and Loki were swiftly overwhelmed, bound, and tossed into a corner. Step by step, Thor ascended to the throne, retrieving Mjolnir from the floor. With a mighty swing, he shattered the skylight, letting moonlight pour in and inspiring a surge of poetry within him. Ah, the pinnacle of gods. Ah, the pride of the world. Ah, as long as Thor stands, he is the sky. Shards of glass rained down like a storm. Loki, seeing this, instantly spotted a possible escape. Hey, Spider, are you just going to watch? The mask of darkness will slowly consume Thor's soul. In less than a day, he'll become a true dark warrior. Are you really going to wait until it's too late? Loki, I don't believe you. You've tricked me once before. Peter's words were resolute, but Loki knew that these so-called superheroes would never abandon their friends. He chuckled softly. Well then, let's serve as the tribute for Thor's coronation as the Dark King. Peter hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to cooperate with Loki. Nudging Loki in the side, Peter whispered, "All right, Loki, I'm in. But what's the plan?" Loki jerked his chin, and Peter spotted the large shard of reflective glass. "Get your hands on that. I can use it to cut through these ropes of darkness." When Loki had first been tied up, he'd already been thinking of escaping from the shadowy soldier's bindings. But whatever these ropes were made of, no magic he tried could break free. No matter how hard he tried, Peter just couldn't summon his dagger. He needed something real, something from this world, to cut through the rope. Peter nodded, then pressed the trigger on his web shooter, aiming right at the big pane of glass. "Bullseye! Pull it over, quick, pull it over!" Loki whispered excitedly from the side. Peter carefully manipulated the web, inching it back bit by bit. But just then a throwing dart whistled through the air and, with a sharp snap, sliced the web clean in two. As both of them turned, they saw Thor standing before them, wearing his sinister mask. "Were the two of you trying to make a fool out of me?" Thor asked. "Busted," Peter and Loki replied, forcing embarrassed grins. "Of course. I'm not blind, you know. Do you see these wise eyes of mine? My gaze measures everything." Thor laughed heartily. But, just as he was basking in his own cleverness, a sudden crack split the air, the rope snapped, and a heavy silence fell over the room. Peter landed a sharp uppercut, sending the laughing Thor flying. Loki flashed the tiny shard of glass in his hand and gloated, "My foolish brother, you're still as gullible as ever. When did I ever say that was our entire plan?" Even before they put their plan into motion, Loki had already snatched up a stray shard of glass, so tiny it reflected only the faintest glimmer, like a silver speck. Still, even the smallest glint could be dangerously conspicuous in the darkness. Loki hadn't dared take the risk himself, so he had Peter shoot a web at the large piece of glass, using it to draw Thor's attention, while he quietly used the small shard to saw through the rope. "That's right. Exactly as you guessed. Thor, be good and surrender. We're about to take off your mask," Loki announced. Faced with their plot, Thor let out a booming laugh, covering his face as he pushed himself up from the ground. With one hand dramatically pressed to his forehead, he looked down on Loki and Peter at a proud 45-degree angle. "Did you really think this is the extent of my power? The mind of a king is not for mere mortals to comprehend," he declared. No sooner had Thor finished speaking than shadows began to writhe on the floor. One after another, ghostly soldiers rose up from the darkness, their blood-red eyes making Peter and Loki's skin crawl. "So this is your so-called wisdom, just summoning backup?" Loki's jab echoed in Thor's ears. On the half of his face they couldn't see, Thor blushed with embarrassment, but the other half remained composed as ever. "My wisdom lies in mercy for the weak. You pitiful mortals, why don't you kneel and beg for forgiveness?" Thor retorted smoothly. Loki's face fell, while Peter's jaw nearly hit the floor. The more Thor talked, the more Loki regretted ever handing over that mask. Compared to this Thor, he almost missed his old, clueless brother. "Spider, go get help. Maybe that old wizard from before. There's no way we can take off that mask by ourselves. Go on, hurry. I'll hold them off here." Loki drew a portal and, without hesitation, kicked Peter straight through it. Now, facing Thor's army alone, Loki stood his ground like a god of war, determined to put an end to his brother's reckless rampage. Asgard's last shred of dignity couldn't take any more humiliation. "Oh, my foolish little brother, have you finally learned to sacrifice yourself for your companions? I'm truly touched," Thor sneered, his voice dripping with mockery. Shadow warriors, teach him a lesson. With a sweep of Thor's hand, a so-called righteous brawl erupted. Loki fought desperately, holding his ground as best he could. In the end, Thor paid for Loki's capture with the loss of a few beautiful locks of his hair. The shadow soldiers, perceptive as ever, carefully gathered every strand of Thor's fallen hair and presented it to him. Thor glanced down from his lofty stance, smoothing out the split ends that now stuck out from his golden mane. It's just a little wear and tear, nothing to worry about. Loki, hearing this, wished the ground would swallow him whole. He could already envision the day when Asgardians, wherever they went, would be called the Little Prince of Wind and Frost, and his father, the Old Baby of Wind and Frost. The thought alone was mortifying. No, the image was too much to bear. Loki was convinced he was doomed, and that he and Thor would both soon face their father's wrath. Spider, damn it, I miss you, Loki muttered, a tear slipping down his cheek. This might just be the most painful prank he'd ever pulled. He would call it the fall of the Prince of Mischief and the Prince of Wind and Frost. Meanwhile, Peter was sent straight back to the old man's antique shop. The moment he arrived, the familiar storefront came into view. Without a second's hesitation, Peter dashed forward and pushed open the door. Inside, the old man was flipping through a notebook left by Whistling Wind. Steve was busy rigging up a makeshift hammock, while Banner crouched nearby, serving tea and refreshments to the old man. The scene was so harmonious, yet so utterly bizarre, that Peter was momentarily at a loss for words. Steve, working on the hammock, mused aloud, "As a World War II veteran, this is my first time experiencing the feeling of floating in midair. Thanks to that blue spell, I've had the best sleep since I woke up in this era. Not even Tony's fancy mattress could compare. I think I'll set up another hammock and try out the floating chair experience." A true retirement, enjoying life online. The old man, meanwhile, was absorbed in Whistling Wind's notes. Wine magic fills every page of this book. From start to finish, it teaches how a human can become the god of wind. Some of the annotations are so ingenious that even I can't help but nod in admiration. Compared to a typical spell book, this reads more like a grand farewell letter from a wind mage. I couldn't help but shed a tear. The old man, moved to tears, wept quietly, his emotions running deep beneath the surface as the joyful music seemed to capture the very size of the wind. Banner, who was tending to the old man, thought to himself, "I must find a way to get that horse talisman. I have to rid myself of the Hulk, even if I can't be free of him completely. At the very least, when I'm with Betty, the Hulk can't suddenly show up. Otherwise, I'd have to wonder if Betty truly loves me or the Hulk. Yes, I've managed to green myself, truly the Incredible Hulk in every sense." He grinned mischievously. Peter, having recovered from his shock, shook his head and made his way to the old man's side. He knelt down and pleaded, "Sir, Thor's in trouble. We need your help." "Who, Thor? The frog with the hammer?" Relying on his unique memory tricks, the old man conjured up an image of Thor, nodded, and flipped through his book as he asked Peter, "Peter, don't get so worked up over everything. Stay calm. A true master never lets his emotions show. All right, now take 3 deep breaths, and then tell me everything that happened." "Oh, okay. Breathe, breathe, breathe." On the last breath, Peter inhaled deeply and, in a burst of fluent, rapid-fire chatter, recounted Thor's wild behavior after donning the Jaja mask. The old man listened, utterly dumbfounded. Who would have thought War Machine, who always seemed so stiff and serious, could be at the center of something so hilarious? Loki, for his part, felt that he and the old man now had plenty of common ground to talk about. Rising from his lounge chair, the old man handed his book to Peter, waved him along, and with a deft motion, tossed a loafing Steve onto the hammock. Then, leading Peter, he made his way into the study. Once inside, the old man began searching in earnest. Peter watched as the once tidy study grew messier by the minute, books piling up everywhere, until at last, every single one had been taken down. Finally, from amidst the chaos, the old man produced an ancient scroll. "This is the one." The old man unfurled the scroll and laid it on the desk. Upon it, 9 eerie masks stared back at them, the first among them bearing the name Terra, the Phantom Mask. The Phantom Legion, an emblem of a bygone era. That age of darkness was ruled by these 9 phantom warriors. Because they could not die, they conquered the world. Wherever their shadows fell, even light was banished. But their reign did not last long, not even a month. The 7 samurai rose up, sealing Terra and his followers' souls inside these 9 masks. The masks were buried forever, hidden from the world. No one knows where they are kept. So, does that mean we're lucky to have found this? Is this an antique? No. Terra's appearance means that the forces of darkness have truly begun to infiltrate the entire universe. Otherwise, someone his caliber would never have been released. Peter seemed to realize the gravity of the situation as well. He swallowed hard, but the tense atmosphere didn't last long. Grandpa waved his hand and produced a turtle shell. There's no need to worry so much about the Shadow Warrior. He's not that hard to deal with. The 7 samurai left behind a method to counter the darkness. All we need are these little turtle shells and the instruction from a certain book. Combine them, and Terra can be eliminated with ease. The sudden turn in Grandpa's words made Peter instantly relax. He let out a long breath, wiping the sweat from his brow. But Grandpa can't quite remember where he put that book. I'm sure it's here somewhere, but for the life of me, I just can't recall. At this, Peter's heart leapt back into his throat. If they couldn't find the book, it was as good as not having it at all. He rushed over to help Grandpa rummage through the ancient tomes. Is it this one? Blue Cat's 3,000 Questions. Or this one? Princess Twilight and the Unspoken Tales of Her 6 Friends. No, put that one down, Grandpa chided. Could it be this? A guide to flower card tricks? Grandpa shook his head again. Saving the world with a deck of cards? What did Peter think he was, the king of cards? After a thorough search, only one book remained. Grandpa picked it up, brushed off the dust, Treasures of Western Craftsmanship, and nodded. That was the one. Let's see. The special item needed to subdue General Nija is the tooth of an ancient dragon. A dragon? Grandpa, do dragons really exist in this world? Grandpa nodded in response. Of course there were ancient dragons, both Western and Eastern. They truly existed once. But as to why no one has found the remains of these dragons to this day, that's because the old trickster, the Demon Lord, set up a massive magic array to collect every last relic left behind after a dragon's death. He didn't even spare a drop of their saliva. Aside from that horde, the remaining ancient dragons were all sealed into the underworld by the undying gods. If Grandpa wanted to get a dragon's tooth, he'd have to pry open a crack in the underworld, pull out a dragon, break off one of its teeth, then toss it right back in. It's a bit immoral, but sometimes sacrifices have to be made, Grandpa muttered under his breath. Even Peter, standing right next to him, didn't quite catch what he said. Then, Grandpa gave Peter a firm slap on the back and, in a tone of utmost seriousness, asked, "Lad, how's your physical strength?" Peter thought Grandpa was showing concern for his well-being. He immediately flexed his muscles and grinned. "Strong as an ox. I can polish off 3 square meals a day, never miss breakfast, lunch, or dinner." The old man nodded, then struck Peter on the back of the neck with his palm. Peter collapsed instantly. "Don't blame me, kid, but remember, you'd better scream loudly in a moment." From behind his back, the old man produced a bottle of some unknown liquid and began applying it to Peter's body. No, stop, old man." Peter howled in agony, his cries echoing across the sky as several ancient dragons gave chase, relentless in their pursuit. To understand why, we have to go back to the moment after Peter lost consciousness. Once Peter was out cold, the old man took out a vial containing the dragon's favorite scent, an essence distilled from hormones, and smeared it all over Peter from head to toe. Then, with a single hand, he tore open a rift between realms, splitting the gateways of hell itself. He tied a rope around Peter and threw him straight through. The irresistible aroma immediately captured the attention of the ancient dragons. In the spring, when everything comes to life, the thunderous sounds of amorous pursuit reverberated throughout hell. Peter ran for his life, while the dragons snapped their jaws together, filling the air with a cacophony that echoed with wild energy. Hearing all this, the old man felt a twinge of unease, but he knew things still had to move forward. A faint, almost imperceptible smile flickered at the corner of his lips, and he let Peter stay in there for another 2 minutes. When he finally pulled Peter back, the young man lay utterly exhausted on the ground. Several ancient dragons, trailing behind, were so intimidated by the old man's formidable physique that they respectfully left behind only a single dragon tooth as tribute. There, Peter, don't cry. Real men don't shed tears easily. When you wrecked the house, did I ever give you such a hard time?" the old man said. If only he hadn't spoken. Peter would have felt less like this was all some elaborate revenge. But now he dare not protest. After all, those powerful dragons had just been robbed blind by the old man, and Peter knew he was no match for them. He accepted defeat, realizing there was nothing more to it. Isn't there a saying that goes something like this? With a dragon tooth in hand, the old man quickly concocted the potion, dragged Peter, still sprawled on the floor, upright and prepared to leave the antique shop. Just then, Tony walked in, carrying a briefcase. "Hey, old man, are you taking the kid out for a picnic?" The old man nodded, brushed Tony aside with a wave, and pulled Peter straight through the portal. Tony, seeing this, volunteered to stay behind and take care of the shop. While he was at it, he decided to study some magic. As a student, Tony was diligent enough. But as a leader, Pepper always said Tony was impossibly lazy. Stark Tower. Pepper, who had already been working all day, was still buried in paperwork. The mountain of administrative documents that came with running an empire like Stark Industries was staggering. Much of it required Tony's final approval. But now, all that responsibility had fallen squarely on Pepper's shoulders. As she stifled a yawn from the monotony of it all, a demonic voice echoed out from the depths of hell. My lovely lady, dull and tedious work only grinds away at your soul. Sometimes you just need to let yourself go a little wild. Take this and set your inner self free. Who's there? Pepper instantly snapped to attention at the sudden, mysterious voice. As the leader in advanced defense technology, Stark Industries was not the sort of place someone could just break into. And yet someone had. Naturally, Pepper was on high alert. She grabbed the keyboard from her desk and began searching through Stark Industries for the source of the voice. After a long search, Pepper finally narrowed it down to a storage room that hadn't been used in ages. She carefully pushed open the door to the storeroom, then suddenly burst in, ready to give the intruder a sharp surprise. But what she saw was just a massive red mask facing away from her. When the figure finally turned around, a white beard and the fearsome face of a red demon came into view. Allow me to introduce myself, beautiful lady. You may call me Terra, commander of the Shadow Legion. You really had to hand it to Pepper. She was the epitome of a strong woman. Instead of backing down in the face of such a bizarre sight, she confronted him directly. All right then, Mr. Commander. If this doesn't count as breaking and entering, you won't mind if I call the police, right? Tara nodded. Of course, my lovely lady. I don't mind at all, if you can get through, that is. Pepper immediately turned to run. Terra simply floated behind her, calm and unhurried, watching the scene with a cat-and-mouse amusement, every inch the composed gentleman. As Pepper dialed the office phone, just as she feared, nothing got through. Not Tony, not the police. Every signal was blocked, completely trapped within Stark Tower. When Pepper turned back, she saw Terra leisurely sipping coffee, admiring one of Tony's suits with evident fascination. My, what a brilliant piece of engineering. Beautiful lady. I take it your efforts are finished? Now, please don't resist. I'm going to grant you the power of darkness. Oh, and forgive my curiosity. Are you able to build these suits as well? Pepper nodded, determined not to give Tony away. Facing a creature this strange, she had no intention of letting Tony get hurt. Terra didn't believe her, but he was confident that with the ghost mask on her, no secret could escape his reach. He drew a long, purple mask from behind his back and pressed it to Pepper's face. Instantly, the mask fused with her features. Oh, General Lazo, welcome back. Now, summon the darkness from the depths of your soul, and let this world descend into utter chaos. Faced with Terra's order, Pella, wearing General Lazo's mask, let out a cold snort and turned her face away. The rebellious gesture left Terra utterly speechless. General Lazo, are you really going to defy the commander's order? With obvious reluctance, Pepper turned back to face Terra properly and gave a respectful bow. Apologies, Marshal, but I've worked long enough. I need a break. As she spoke, a pool of shadow appeared beneath Pepper's feet, and she sank straight down into it, leaving Terra momentarily stunned. But Terra quickly recovered. After all, she was the Marshal. How dare someone keep making excuses instead of following orders? Besides, what kind of villain ever needed a vacation? Terra plunged into the depths of darkness, searching until she finally found Pepper at home, luxuriating in comfort. By now, Pepper had summoned her shadowy soldiers to provide the finest service imaginable. There was fresh fruit, sizzling steak, and even a deep tissue massage. Pepper was being thoroughly pampered. Terra frowned at this scene, but soon her expression softened. Wasn't this, in its own way, also a use of dark power? The more she indulged in these comforts, the more the darkness within her heart would grow. Sooner or later, she would obey Terra's commands. General Lazo, don't you feel the urge to wreak a little havoc? Pepper stretched lazily, and the shadow warriors stepped aside. Just as Terra expected Pepper to utter something shocking, Pepper instead began to snore. Terra could only shake her head in resignation. As Marshal, whatever her generals did, all she could do was offer advice. She couldn't interfere directly. Very well, General. Once you're rested, do whatever you wish. I look forward to hearing of your success. Terra gradually faded away, vanishing from sight. At that moment, Old Pa had already arrived with Peter at the tavern now ruled by Thor. The establishment had undergone a dramatic transformation. What was once a tall building now resembled an orange and gold beer mug, with amber liquid slowly flowing inside, tempting anyone who saw it to come in for a drink. Yet every would-be patron was stopped at the entrance. Two shadowy soldiers stood guard, making sure that no one could enter so easily. What's going on? Isn't this place supposed to sell drinks? Why won't you let us in? This is outrageous. Are you discriminating against us because your bar is popular? Let's all go in together and see if they can keep running this place. As the crowd began to rally and prepare to storm the entrance, the shadow soldiers showed they weren't to be trifled with. With a flick of their wrists, throwing stars whistled through the air, sending the most eager troublemakers scrambling back in fear. Seeing this, Old Pa took the opportunity to pull out a pufferfish, drizzle it with a green liquid, and begin to shake it while murmuring an incantation. Instantly, the shadow soldiers dissolved into a cloud of white smoke. With the ghostly soldiers no longer standing in their way, the boozy drunks longing for a sip of liquor surged forward like wild horses let loose, desperate to charge through the door. A few of them, showing no respect at all, even tried to raise their fists against the old man. Out of the way, old geezer. Let us in first. The old man was having none of their rude demands. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and delivered 2 crisp slaps, knocking those men senseless to the ground. Peter, standing just behind the old man, followed up, shooting webs one after another, pinning them in place. Whatever fight was happening inside, these petty troublemakers had no business being part of it. Once the riffraff at the entrance had been dealt with, the old man and Peter entered the building together. They wound their way up the stairs, white mist, drifting around them all the way. When they finally pushed open the door, they found Thor waiting, a mocking smile on his face as he watched the old man. You mortals dare trespass in the palace of the king? Perhaps you wish to marvel at the king's majesty? Very well, I permit it. Consider it a blessing from your king. Thor struck theatrical poses as he spoke, utterly absorbed in his own performance. Loki, bound to one side, wore a look of utter despair, as if he'd already suffered through all of Thor's antics long before the old man and the others arrived. The old man nudged Peter, frowning, and whispered, "Is he always like this?" Peter covered his face in embarrassment and gave a resigned nod. Ever since Thor put on that mask, he's been acting really weird. It seems the darkness can make people behave strangely, the old man mused, trying to come up with a plausible explanation for Thor's oddness. Yet even as he said it, he knew he didn't quite believe it himself. In truth, the ghostly mask only amplifies the darkness hidden deep within a person's heart. It hardly ever changes someone's personality. Outright. If the original story of La and Josu and the others was anything to go by, the mask made them arrogant, perhaps, but never insane. Archmage, you've come at last, Thor intoned. But I cannot agree with your intentions. I once thought as you did, until the second person donned a mask. Now, the power of the ghostly shadow surpasses that of righteousness. This world is destined to be ruled by the shadows. As the old man pondered this, a deep, ancient voice echoed from behind Thor. Terra, her enormous mask floating solemnly, slowly emerged into view. Terra's appearance made the old man's expression grow grave. Ever since the Shindu had been defeated, everything had changed. The struggle between righteousness and darkness was no longer about a single demon. With more demons appearing, the Marvel Universe, already chaotic, had grown even more tangled and unpredictable. But there was something more pressing on the old man's mind than his previous tests. Terra, he called out. At the sound of her name, Terra turned her head. The old man swiftly pulled a sliced onion from behind his back and, without warning, tossed it straight at her. There was a sharp crunch as Terra bit into the onion and swallowed it whole. The taste is excellent, Archmage. Thank you for your hospitality. But now, Samurai of the Shadow Wraiths, let your righteous magic witness your true power. General Nigga, I shall sing your praises. Use your dark might to destroy the Archmage and his servants. Thor tossed his golden hair with a flourish and looked at the old man with a proud, almost disdainful expression. Marshal, your judgment is as sharp as ever. Leave everything to me. Darkness can never triumph over the light. Thor's words left Terra speechless, but he had no time to fuss over such things. As long as the Archmage was eliminated, the dark energy would reign supreme, and he, Terra, would become the highest authority in the world. With a wave of his hand, Thor summoned the Shadow Wraith Legion. Yet, the old man's ever-swaying pufferfish made quick work of them. The spectral army vanished in a wisp of white mist as soon as it appeared. Unable to watch any longer, Terra turned to Thor and said, Thor, you deal with his minions. I will personally destroy this old man myself. The king of the northern gods, Thor, can handle it. Terra rolled his eyes at that, then pondered for a moment before speaking again. Great king of the northern gods, Thor, please allow me, for the sake of honor and faith, to deal with that damned Archmage myself. Thor's lips curled up at a 45-degree angle. Granted, fight for glory. Go forth, Terra, king of darkness. To be honest, Terra was at a loss for words. With a subordinate like this, he really didn't want to help at all. But with the Archmage present, he had no choice. After making sure Thor was set, Terra finally turned his attention to the old man. As Terra charged at him, the old man caught the pufferfish in one hand and launched a volley of dazzling beams. But when they struck Terra, they simply passed right through him, leaving him completely unscathed. Terra burst out with hearty laughter. "Archmage, your magic has no effect on me." The old man raised an eyebrow, then produced an ancient dragon's tooth from behind his back, flicked it upward, and with a resounding crack, crushed it in his fist. The falling powder landed upon the pufferfish. "Oh, is that so? Terra, then behold the power of the ancient dragons." This time, the old man's spell struck Terra squarely. After a burst of brilliant blue light, Terra let out a reluctant, anguished cry and vanished without a trace. The old man blew away the white mist rising from the pufferfish, then turned to see Peter firmly clutched in Thor's grasp. Thor looked down at the old man, arrogance radiating from his posture as he declared, "You have defeated the King of Darkness. Now, I shall grant you a chance to challenge a god. Be grateful." The old man ignored Thor. Clearly, something was wrong with him. Turning instead to Peter, who was still captive in Thor's grip, he called out, "Are you still alive, Peter?" Peter lifted his masked little face, and even through the mask, Dad could clearly see his expression. "Oh, Dad, right now I feel like I've been trampled by an elephant 100 times. My whole body hurts." Dad nodded, utterly unfazed, and said, "As long as you're still alive, let me cast a spell on you." He tossed the pufferfish in his hand high into the air. After spinning a few times, the pufferfish released a precise beam of energy that shot straight onto Peter's hands. The sudden surge of power caused a shockwave, and Thor was flung away in a flash. What a blinding light! Could this be the light of righteousness? Have my efforts finally been recognized, and will I be granted the power of justice? While Thor was still indulging in his imagination, Dad suddenly shouted, "Peter, take off that ridiculous mask now." Peter didn't hesitate for a second. With a quick somersault, he landed right next to Thor and grabbed hold of Thor's face with both hands. "What are you doing? Do you think you could just lay your hands on the king's face?" "Sorry, Thor, but you're getting further and further down the path of absurdity. I have to save you. Let go. The king's visage is not for the likes of you to touch." The two struggled back and forth, and Thor called for his Shadow Legion to try and pry Peter off. But to Thor's surprise, Peter was unexpectedly tenacious. After a fierce tug of war, there was a sharp tearing sound, and both of them tumbled to the ground. The shadow soldiers, seeing Thor's predicament, vanished without a trace. Peter got to his feet, triumphantly holding the ninja mask high above his head, declaring himself the victor of this bizarre contest. But Peter's moment of glory was short-lived. In a blink, Loki teleported to his side and snatched the ninja mask from his hands. "Thank you both for helping me retrieve the mask. Now that I know how to use it, stay tuned for what's next." By now, Thor had recovered. Seeing the smug look on Loki's face, he lunged at him, but just as he reached out, Loki vanished, leaving Thor clutching empty air. "Damn it, Loki, get back here!" As Thor fumed helplessly, Dad simply shook his head and opened a portal beside him. With one swift motion, he yanked the gloating Loki back, snatching the ninja mask from his grasp. Demonic power is not a child's plaything. "Thor, keep an eye on your brother. You rotten old man." Loki started to curse, but before he could finish, Thor charged at him like a wild beast. Facing Thor's furious momentum, Loki bellowed, "Prince of Frost and Wind." That awkward title instantly deflated Thor's bravado, causing him to lose his footing and crash to the ground. Watching Thor's blunder, Loki gave a triumphant wave of his staff and vanished into thin air. Thor felt an odd rush from his body's stress response. After listening to Peter recount his many heroic deeds, Thor was so mortified he wished he could disappear. He crumbled into a statue and shattered across the floor. Their father shook his head at the sight, sighing with a mischievous grin. Young people these days really do have fragile nerves. A little hardship is nothing much to fuss over. Hearing even his father say this, Thor seemed to break down even further, his shattered pieces crumbling into dust, swept away and hidden by the wind. High atop Stark Tower, a small dark figure stood alone against the wind. His coat flapped sharply in the breeze, his face etched with weariness and desolation. Yet beneath that thin frame was a resolve as unyielding as steel. He stood firm against the howling gale. Suddenly, that resolute figure stumbled, nearly tumbling from the dizzying heights of Stark Tower. The camera drew in close, revealing bite marks all over his body. Worst of all, his ankle was badly mauled, making it no wonder he faltered in such fierce wind. Looking up, his face was unshaven. A trail of drool marked the corner of his mouth, and his wild, disheveled hair betrayed the turmoil. Within, Streaks of tears, still visible at the corners of his eyes, tugged at the heartstrings of anyone who looked upon him. His eyes blazed crimson, his jaw was clenched. There was no mistaking it. This was Xiaofeng, after sealing away Curse Blue. Unlike the high-spirited Xiaofeng of before, he was now worn and haggard, as though he'd endured torment beyond words. Yet, he clung tenaciously to life, refusing to give in, fighting on with every last ounce of strength. Staring at the jar in his hand, swirling with black mist, Xiaofeng tore a chunk of flesh from his own arm. He chewed it slowly before swallowing, and only then did a trace of clarity return his gaze. Zhongsu, your turn. Xiaofeng's voice was laced with exhaustion, like someone at the breaking point after a month of relentless work, barely holding it together when called upon. He didn't go out of his way to seek Zhongsu. Perhaps it was because of the injury to his leg. Instead, he simply sat there, letting the scent of the black mist drift outward. In an instant, the world erupted into chaos. The power of the black mist was not only effective against creatures of darkness, as the purest force in existence. Any living being that caught a whiff of its alluring fragrance felt compelled, racing towards Stark Tower without hesitation. Of course, those who arrived first were never the ones to worry about most. Tara remarked, such a potent black mist. Could he have come in person? Daolong ordered, the black mist is thick. Gone, one, Chui, go and bring it back to me. In a heartbeat, factions across the land sprang into action. Xiaofeng stood atop the skyscraper, gazing down at the swarming masses below. He snorted coldly. With a sweep of the wind, the ground below was suddenly stained the color of blood. Trash belongs in the trash bin. The moment Xiaofeng finished speaking, a massive hammer, shrouded in dark energy, came crashing toward him. Without even sparing a glance, Xiaofeng simply raised his hand and caught it. There was a heavy crack as the hammer shattered to pieces. Well, look who it is. Isn't that Xiaofeng? The reflections of Gon, Wan, and Chui held the looming shadow of Daolong. Though Daolong himself had not arrived, his voice had already echoed into the scene. What happened to you? You look so worn out. Xiaofeng didn't answer Daolong's question. He could keenly sense that the dark mage before him was incredibly powerful, at least on par with himself, if not more so. With mages like this, the best approach was to ignore them entirely. People of their kind were masters of calculation, not unlike the ever-scheming Lord Shang. They would never expose themselves to danger for something uncertain. Just as Daolong seemed ready to say more, a roll of thunder exploded overhead. Dark clouds surged in, and in the heart of the storm appeared the figure of Zhongsu. Seeing this, Daolong forced a sheepish laugh. Well, since this is a family gathering for demons, I suppose it's best for an outsider like me to stay out of it. In an instant, Gon, Wan, and Shui dissolved into 3 wisps of black smoke, vanishing on the spot. Zhongsu swept in, wrapped in thunder, while Xiaofeng stood immovable amidst the lightning. Xiaofeng, hand over the dark energy, Zhongsu demanded, thrusting a lightning-forged spear straight at him. The spear's whistle as it sliced through the air brought tears to Xiaofeng's eyes once again. As the demon of wind, Xiaofeng could determine the spear's destination just by hearing the wind's cry, the throat. That vital place, the very source of his wind magic, was one of his most important strengths. It was also Xiaofeng himself who had once told Zhongsu the secret. He never imagined Zhongsu would be corrupted by the dark energy to such a degree, willing to drive the spear into his own heart for its sake. Xiaofeng offered no resistance, not even calling upon the power of the wind. He simply accepted the strike, falling hard to the earth. The bottle in Xiaofeng's hand shattered, releasing the dark energy into the world. Zhongsu paid no heed to Xiaofeng, slumped on the ground, his eyes, filled with greed, fixed on the swirling darkness. Daolong, who had watched this demonic clash with relish, suddenly lunged from the shadows, intent on seizing the power of the dark energy for himself. But Zhongsu had no patience for such a vermin. In a flash, he unleashed the full force of the storm, thundering down from the sky. The 3 bodies controlled by Daolong, Wan, and Chui, crumbled instantly, never to reform. Daolong was so furious he nearly spat fire, but faced with the demon Zhongsu, he had to admit he was outmatched. The title of the 8 great demons was not just for show. They represented a kind of law of the world itself. If not for his father's role as the champion of righteousness, even his father's master would have to take a beating or 2 when standing against the 8 great demons. Staring at the black mist just within reach, Zhongsu did not hesitate in the slightest. As before, he took a deep breath and inhaled it all at once. Once again, the nourishing power of the black mist surged through him, and the triumphant armor reappeared on his body. Yet, this time, its center was adorned with the 6-sided trigrams. Zhong-Su's form showed no outward change, but the difference was palpable. His presence had grown even more formidable. As Zhong-Su steadied his breath, he let out a mighty roar, a sound so powerful it seemed to shake heaven and earth. The world's righteous energies were instantly forced out, leaving the black mist as the sole law of this realm. The light within my heart, he declared, renders me invincible in battle. In that instant, an army of thunder beasts appeared behind Zhong-Su. These were his vassals, the soldiers who had fought alongside him in countless wars. But this army had already been utterly annihilated before the battle between Zhong-Su and the 8 immortals had even begun. In the end, only Zhong-Su remained. Naturally, it wasn't because his troops were weak, but rather because both sides of that great conflict, Zhong-Su and the 8 immortals, were so powerful. When the stakes are this high, even the most elite warriors are reduced to mere ants, doomed to be crushed. Mounting his warhorse, Zhong-Su raised his voice from a high vantage point. "Soldiers, follow me to battle! To war! To war! To war!" Thunder boomed to the heavens, shaking the world to its core. The unyielding will to fight soared skyward, to the petty and the cowardly. Even the sound alone was enough to freeze their blood in terror. New York, a city no stranger to disaster, had only just endured the devastating battle of Curse Blue and was still licking its wounds, barely begun to heal, when now an even more terrifying army of thunder descended upon it. As the disciplined ranks marched into Main Street, every electronic device in the city failed at once. Hey, why did the TV just go black? This was the best part. I was about to win. Oh no, damn power company. I paid my bill. Give me back my electricity. These curses and cries of frustration rang out from every neighborhood, and Zhong-Su listened with unbridled delight. To him, conquest was something to be savored. In this process, he witnessed all manner of absurd reactions, like this one. Woohoo! The Chinese army's coming. Quick, hang up the 5-starred red flag. They treat prisoners well. Maybe we can even get citizenship out of this. After that brief interlude, Zhong-Su's army thundered forward, unstoppable. The Thunder Beasts faced the mechanical tanks with overwhelming force, slaughtering them beyond reason. The American troops barely lasted a second before shattering and falling apart. Driving deep into enemy lines, Zhong-Su soon encountered his true foe, the Grand Magus. The invasion of the Black Mist did not go unnoticed by the old man. He made his way over at a leisurely pace, for the suppression of magic left him at a considerable disadvantage. Right at Times Square, the old man stepped forward, blocking the armies of both Zhong and Su. As Zhong-Su gazed upon that familiar face, clad in a flowing white robe, a surge of unpleasant memories washed over him. His defeat in the battle for righteousness wasn't at all because of the man before him now. Fury burned within Zhong-Su. "Oh, nameless mage, last time I was the one who lost. Now, let the second round begin. The shame of defeat. I will wash it away with blood." Zhong-Su brandished his long spear, and the thunder beast at his side began to thrash itself wildly. The old man watched this scene with a calm expression, finding Zhong-Su's behavior a bit odd. When, exactly, had he ever fought this man? The old man couldn't quite recall. But right now, sealing Zhong-Su was the destined conclusion. He readied himself for battle, standing alone against a sea of soldiers. At this sight, Zhong-Su unexpectedly called a halt. With a sweep of his hand, he ordered his troops to withdraw. Dismounting, spear crackling with lightning in hand, he strode to the very front. "Oh, nameless mage, taking advantage of others is not my way. Even if I long to defeat you, I will not stoop to such disgraceful tactics. Come, let's fight each other with all we have, fair and square." As a general, Zhong-Su was not up to the mark. With an army at his command, why choose single combat over sweeping victory? Yet, as a warrior, his actions commanded respect. Not everyone has the courage to give up their overwhelming advantage and face their opponent on equal footing. Perhaps this is the dignity of a true warrior. With a flourish, Zhong-Su leveled his lightning spear and charged, closing the gap between them. In a clash of weapons, anyone unarmed would be at a natural disadvantage. As Zhong-Su wondered how the mage would handle this, the old man swept his hand and summoned an ancient, unadorned sword. 2 characters, Son of Heaven, were engraved on its blade. The old man had not wanted to use this sword. After all, it was the imperial sword of the Son of Heaven. In the hands of an ordinary person, it would sap their very life force. Even those blessed with great fortune would find their luck slowly leaking away if they dared to wield it without due cause. But the old man had no choice. He couldn't very well face Zhong-Su in godly armor and fight barehanded. That would be foolish. A weapon is an extension of the body, allowing feats that hands and feet alone could never achieve. Seeing the old man draw his sword, Zhong-Su called out, A sword, is it? On the battlefield, a sword is hardly the weapon of choice. No matter how skilled your swordplay, if you can't reach me, it count for nothing. The old man ran his fingers over the characters for Son of Heaven, planting the sword behind him. If this were a real battlefield, I wouldn't use a sword, either. But in a duel, who knows whose fate will be sealed? At these words, Zhong-Su nodded, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. In that case, let's see whose fate it truly is. Zhong-Su lunged forward with his spear, but father was no slouch either. With agile, almost ethereal movements, he dodged Zhong-Su's attacks with ease. The old saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger. This principle holds true in any era, yet the second half of the saying is even more subtle. An inch shorter, an inch more dangerous. Few dare to win by risking danger, but danger is not always defeat. When a long spear faces off against a long sword, the spear wielder naturally carries a sense of pride, whether the opponent senses it or not. That aura remains unbroken. Yet, arrogance is often the prelude to defeat. This is how the wielder of the shorter weapon turns the tables. Just as Zhong-Su thrust his spear, father seized the opportunity. With a swift sidestep, he grabbed hold of the spear, spun around, and closed in, his sword aimed straight at Zhong-Su. A cold flash of steel darted before Zhong-Su's eyes. In that split second, he let go of his spear, retreating swiftly as if thunder had struck the ground beneath him. With the speed of lightning, Zhong-Su gained an advantage that seemed almost insurmountable. His spear reformed in his grip, and this time, every fiber of his being was concentrated on the fight. At that very moment, father suddenly looked up at the sky and froze, ceasing all movement. Zhong-Su, puzzled, glanced upward as well. As if guided by fate, both of them watched as two dark spots, one large, one small, tore through the clouds and plunged toward the earth. Empowered by divine armor and the dog talisman, father's eyesight was far beyond ordinary. He easily discerned the two black shapes falling. From the heavens, two meteors, one big and one small, their proximity so close they seemed fused together like the joined ends of castanets. Zhong-Su too saw it all unfold. It felt as if destiny itself was at play. He could never triumph over righteousness, nor could he escape from the depths of hell. From the very moment he emerged, his fate had already been sealed. In Zhong-Su's terrified gaze, the two meteors collided, and father began to chant his incantation at just the right moment. The sinister murmur echoed in Zhong-Su's ears like the whisper of a demon, binding him in place. The meteors crashed down, striking Zhong-Su squarely amid a burst of flames and explosions. He let out a furious, defiant roar. No! But anger could not halt the inevitable. The gates of hell slowly opened, and, at that instant, the fire from the meteors was abruptly extinguished, as if these meteors had descended solely for Zhong-Su. Now that his fate had arrived, their mission was complete. As the meteors crumbled, a cloud of black mist drifted free, floating back to the top of Stark Industries' tower, into Xiao Feng's waiting hand. Tears had long since dried at the corners of his eyes, and a gaping wound marred his injured chin. Wind was everywhere. Xiao Feng wondered. He had always been the freest of winds, so how had he ended up in such dire straits? O wind, your freedom is bounded by invisible walls, like a prison cell. Not even the might of a bull or a dragon could break those chains. In the crater left by the meteors, as the gates of hell opened wide, a general wreathed in lightning strode out from the depths. His face was resolute, radiating righteous energy, utterly transformed from the Zhong-Su of before. The first thing the general, shrouded in thunder and lightning, did upon climbing out of the deep pit was to bow deeply to the old man, a gesture of gratitude, respect, and a silent acknowledgement of the battle's end. The moment he let go of his weapon, Zhong-Su, as a warrior, had already lost. To be unarmed is not what's truly frightening. It's that, in surrendering his weapon, he had also surrendered his dignity as a fighter. This time, Zhong-Su accepted his defeat wholeheartedly. After the bow, Zhong-Su walked calmly toward the gates of hell. But as he passed by the southwest corner, he stopped, gazing toward the distant Stark Tower. Then, with a heavy thud, he dropped to his knees and knocked his head 3 times upon the ground. A gesture both to thank Xiao Feng for saving him and to atone for his earlier reckless outburst. A gentle breeze suddenly swept by, brushing against Zhong-Su's face. There was no blame in it, no harm, just a soft, soothing caress. Sun Tzu quietly got to his feet, tears slipping down his cheeks before he even realized it, and step by step, he made his way toward the gates of hell. The old man had no interest in watching these devils return to their human forms. With a swift movement, he jumped back down into the crater. Lying at the bottom was the suit of armor Zhong-Su had worn, aptly named Triumph. He hefted the armor onto his shoulder, nodded in satisfaction, and made his way back to his antique shop. America, a country with a highly developed sense of social welfare. Here, if you're willing to live on the streets, you'll always find a way to survive. For the homeless, there are special agencies dedicated to their care, enough to ensure that even those who can't contribute to society still won't starve. After being hunted down by both Black Tiger, Ah-Fu, and the old man, Sim no longer dared to stay in that dilapidated neighborhood. He planned to say goodbye to Eddie and set out alone in search of help from other demons. But Eddie, ever the warm-hearted soul, refused to let a child wander off by himself. Left with no choice, Sim brought Eddie along. Their days as wanderers weren't so bad. With a child like Sim in tow, the other homeless folks would always spare a little extra food for the pair. In return, Sim offered them his demon's blessing. Not enough to change their fate, but enough to bring them a bit of luck and cheer for a while. Over time, Sim earned himself the nickname Little Lucky Star, and became quite popular among the homeless community. Sim found happiness in this kind of life, far more than he ever had in the secluded world of demons. There were times he even thought about staying, living as an ordinary person, and embracing a simple, unremarkable existence. But disaster always arrives on schedule. The madness of Curse Blue, the rampage of Earth Fiend, each demon's descent into chaos brought new challenges to those scraping by at the very bottom of American society. Of course, not everything was so simple. Among the homeless, there were good souls and bad ones. Some, like mindless zombies, truly made Sim's skin crawl. Sim had once tried to persuade those people, but for them, this thing was like the relationship between life and water, utterly inseparable. Sim simply couldn't change their minds. Ever since then, he had distanced himself from that group, continuing his search for Xiaofeng and the others. Sim wandered aimlessly, with Eddie loyally by his side. The two of them roamed the entire city, until, beside Stark Tower, they stumbled upon an abandoned alleyway. Staring into the shadowy depths of the alley, Sim's brow furrowed and his eyes grew deep and searching. From the very air, he sensed Xiaofeng's faint presence. The feeling was strange, like witnessing a demon in its final moments. "Uncle Eddie, wait here for me a moment." Eddie watched as Sim dashed into the alley and, thinking he simply needed to use the restroom, called after him with concern. "It's awfully dark in there. If anything happens, shout as loud as you can." Sim nodded and hurried into the alley. The moment he entered, a stench of decay assaulted his senses, so overpowering and sudden that it caught him completely off guard. "Xiaofeng, Xiaofeng, where are you? Answer me." Battling the putrid air, Sim pressed deeper into the alley, calling Xiaofeng's name. His voice echoed against the narrow walls, but no answer came, only silence. He walked on, but after only a few steps, something protruding from the ground tripped him up, making him stumble. "Seriously, what just tripped me?" Just as Sim turned to look, a shaft of light cut into the alley. Following its path, he saw a severed limb. With a single glance, Sim recognized it as Xiaofeng's. Shock and horror seized him in that instant. What kind of creature could tear off the leg of the fastest wind demon? That's right, Tyr. In the dim light, Sim could make out jagged marks. The limb had been violently ripped away by some beast's teeth. How dare they? How dare they? Tears streamed from the corners of Sim's eyes. It was agonizing to imagine what tortures Xiaofeng must have endured. In that moment, Sim's aura shifted. The demonic power within him began to surge. Just as he was about to lose control, a familiar voice called out, bringing him back from the edge. "Sim, are you afraid of the dark? Need Uncle Eddie to come in and shine a light for you?" "No need, Uncle Eddie. I'll be out in just a bit." Having regained his composure, Sim continued to explore the alley. But with every step, the veins on his forehead bulged with fury. Pieces of Xiaofeng, his severed limbs, were scattered throughout the narrow passage. Before he even reached the end, Sim's heart ached as if it were bleeding. At the deepest part of the alley, Sim's eyes narrowed in horror. There, resting on a wooden rack as if it were some grotesque exhibit, was all that remained of Xiaofeng, his severed head. At this very moment, Shimu erupted in a surge of fury so intense that he seemed to transform into a demon of the sky. Just as he underwent this terrifying change, the severed head of Xiaofeng, long confined to the high tower, suddenly opened its eyes. From its mouth, it spat out a bottle. The bottle shattered as it hit the ground, releasing a wisp of black smoke that curled upward. Shimu swallowed it in one swift gulp. A sudden, jarring, crackling noise broke the silence. In an instant, Shimu's wings vanished. Not simply disappeared, but perhaps had grown so vast that they defied all perception. In the blink of an eye, the world transformed. The landscape of Earth shifted violently. A sky awash in blood red, dense orange mist swirling below, painting a scene that belonged in the depths of hell, now unleashed upon the mortal realm. Oblivion, the fall of the sky, he declared. Shimu's frail body began to drift steadily upward, inch by inch, toward the heavens. Overhead, a phantom countdown appeared in the sky. When Shimu finally reached the highest point, it would mark the world's utter destruction, a fate that, once set in motion, could not be undone. This was Shimu's ultimate move. Had the 8 immortals driven him to use it all those years ago, the world as they knew it would have ceased to exist. Righteousness and darkness alike would have been swept away. This was the power of the rules themselves, the force of pure concept, the very essence of the sky that forms the world. It was also the weakest demon's howl of rage against all the injustices he had suffered. Shimu. Why? Just because I was born later, I only allowed to pick at your scraps. I am the sky demon. I am. Shimu. The sky's sudden transformation filled Eddie with unease. He wanted to go inside and look for Sim. So he called out, Sim, are you all right? The weather's acting strange today. Come out, quick. We need to find shelter, Sim. But Sim did not answer his call. Instead, Eddie saw a small, thin demon drifting up from the alley toward the sky. A sense of dread gripped him, and he raced into the alley. The moment he entered, Eddie's eyes widened in horror. An overwhelming fear flooded his heart. He could not believe what he saw before him. The alley floor was slick with blood, crimson stains soaking every inch. Eddie's mind went blank. There was only one thought left. Sim had been eaten by a monster. His beloved Sim, devoured by that creature. Rage consumed Eddie. He clutched at his own throat, forcing himself to stay silent as fury threatened to tear him apart from the inside. The venom awakened. In response to his anger, surging through his body in a torrent of black liquid, churning and boiling like water at a rolling boil, splattering and seething. Driven by boundless wrath, the venom took form. Eddie roared up at the sky, his voice echoing with primal fury. No one can hurt Sim. Eddie slammed his fist into the wall before him, embedding his hand into the brickwork as the venom stretched his body. Using this leverage, he launched himself skyward, firing a strand of web to ensnare Shimu, who was on the verge of soaring into the heavens. After that, the spider silk snapped back with lightning speed. Venom's fury seemed to sprout wings, soaring into the sky. His palm transformed into a giant hammer and came crashing down. A tremendous clang rang out, metal striking metal, echoing with Venom's unmistakable rage. Every fiber of his being was straining with power, and his furious roar seemed to shake the very heavens and earth. Give Sim back to me. A flicker of clarity returned to Sim's eyes, something the dark mist had never allowed before. With a trembling voice, Sim called out, Eddie, Uncle Eddie. That cry jolted Eddie back to his senses. He never imagined that the demon he was fighting was actually the sweet boy from next door, Sim. But as their eyes met, a voice, late but arriving just in time, broke through the tension. Sky Demon Sim, your days on the run are over. At the sight of the old man in white robes, Sim panicked. In desperation, he flung Eddie away, wanting to distance the journalist from himself, cut off any tie that might endanger Eddie. Sim knew that Eddie was a man of strong justice, bound to side with what was right in the end. But if his own appearance ruined Eddie's future, Sim would never forgive himself. Archmage, words are useless now. Today, one of us will die. There's no turning back. Eddie could only watch helplessly as Sim hovered above, gradually drifting away. Confusion weighed heavy on Eddie's heart. He no longer knew what he should do. Just as he was about to hit the ground, a gentle breeze caught him from behind, and a warm, soothing voice spoke. Your name is Eddie, right? Thank you for saving Sim, and for staying by his side all this time. I played the villain who dragged Sim into this turmoil, and I'm truly sorry for that. But everything will come to an end today. Don't worry, Sim will still be with you. That won't change. From now on, I'm entrusting Sim to your care. Are you Sim's family? No, I'm just a rather despicable villain. Don't mention me to Sim. The moment you have him back, run. Run as far as you can. As Eddie's vision cleared, the old man had already forced Sim down from the sky. A distant, ancient flute seemed to traverse the river of time, passing from Han Xiangzi's hand into the old man's grasp. With a murmured chant of a spell, the flute began to glow with a vibrant green light. The beam shot upward, streaking straight towards Sim. It was the very flute. From his memories, as he gazed at it, Sim seemed to find peace at last. His final glance was not for the flute, but for Eddie standing on the ground below. Goodbye, my new friend, no goodbye, my family. Uncle Eddie. But just as the light from the flute was about to strike Shimu, Xiaofeng suddenly stepped in, blocking the blow. Though he could only hold it back for a moment, that single instant of lost magic was enough to ensure Shimu would never again be sealed into the depths of hell. The flute's power shattered Shimu's outer shell, transforming him completely into the human form of Sim. Yet Sim's ordeal was far from over. The dark energy surged forth once more at that very moment. Seeing this, Xiaofeng drove his fist into Sim's chest, forcing the dark energy out. Blood streamed from Shimu as he tumbled from the sky. Xiaofeng watched. The restless black mist, which tried to return to Shimu's body. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiaofeng opened his mouth and swallowed a whole. A flash of white light streaked before Xiaofeng's eyes. When he awoke, he found himself standing on a vast, snowy plain. He gazed around in confusion, when suddenly a familiar voice rang in his ears. Xiaofeng turned. The small figure standing before him was neither too tall nor too short, plump and pale, with two pairs of adorable, fluttering wings. It was Sim. Uncontrollable tears streamed down Xiaofeng's face. He drew Shimu into a tight embrace, apologizing again and again. "I'm sorry, Sim. I'm so sorry. I never meant to drag you into all of this." Sim patted the sobbing Xiaofeng and gently wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. "Oh, Xiaofeng, honestly, aren't you a little old to be crying like this? I know everything you've done. There's no need to blame yourself. When the 8 great demons were first founded, you were the 7 warriors, heroes who saved the world, and I was just someone who'd been inserted for the sake of connections, as if I'd come to steal your glory. None of you liked me then. I knew it, but you were the first to accept me and give me warmth. So, no matter what you choose to do, I'll always stand by you. It's my way of repaying you, but also my proof that I've truly become one of the 8 demons. We are one. We are brothers." In this moment, Xiaofeng felt his former companions and Shimu, one by one, place their hands on his shoulders. That warmth dispelled the shadows from his heart. "Thank you, Sim. It's time for you to go now. I promised you I would do this. The others have already carried their sins through the gates of hell. Now, it's my turn." At Xiaofeng's words, Shimu's expression changed instantly. He spoke with stern resolve. "No, Xiaofeng, do you truly understand what you're doing? This is the power of the 8 trigrams, the very force that holds the world together. You can't bear it alone. We'll take it on together." Xiaofeng shook his head calmly, the peace in his heart finally granting him a sense of true freedom. As the wind itself, he longed to put a final stamp on his own choices. "Do you remember, Shimu? I am the wind that knows no bounds." As soon as Xiaofeng finished speaking, he shoved Shimu aside. What is freedom? Some say it is to be unrestrained. Others claim it is to be free from the control of others. But for Xiaofeng, true freedom meant carrying out his convictions without regard for the consequences, all the way to the very end. "I will bear all the sins." Carrying the sins of his 7 brothers did not shackle Xiaofeng. Instead, at this moment, it made him as free as the wind itself. The old man watched it all unfold with calm eyes, until Xiaofeng's body began to twist and distort, losing its original form bit by bit. The wild beast of the wind broke free, rampaging, as the power of sin tore his body apart. 8 ominous trigrams, each corresponding to one another, gathered their strength, not to destroy the world, but to slowly, piece by piece, destroy the host who possessed them. When the deadly trigrams appear, sins are washed away. The final trigram will bear the weight of all karma, until the immortal demon is slain. Xiaofeng faced death with a smile. He greeted it with composure. This was the outcome he had foreseen from the very beginning of his plan, but he had no regrets. Shimu drifted gently down from the sky, landing in Eddie's arms. Without hesitation, the moment Eddie caught Shimu, he remembered the voice he'd heard earlier and hurried to flee as fast and as far as he could. But to Xiaofeng's surprise, Shimu quickly regained consciousness. Perhaps it was because he was a born demon. Unlike the others, Shimu did not fall into a weakened state after losing his trigram's power. Watching the trees rush past them, Shimu patted Eddie's shoulder. "Uncle Eddie, slow down a bit. I'm in a lot of pain." Hearing Shimu's voice, Eddie slowed immediately, worried that his own mistake had injured the boy. But as he did, Shimu unfurled his wings and, in a swift blur, slipped out of Eddie's arms. Eddie turned just in time to see Shimu soaring through the air, his wings beating steadily, a gentle smile still lingering on his face, his cheeks as adorable as ever. "Uncle Eddie, thank you for everything during my days in the human world. But hell is where I belong. That's where my brothers are." Shimu plucked a feather from his wing, pressed his palms together to cradle it, closed his eyes, and gently kissed the spot where his hands met. Then, opening his hands, he let the feather drift softly down in front of Eddie. Turning away without a backward glance, Shimu beat his wings and shot up toward the sky, toward Xiaofeng, who was now unraveling amidst chaos. Watching Shimu ascend, Eddie conjured a flute from his venom. He had prepared this melody for Shimu long ago, perhaps because he had always known they would have to part ways. In this moment, Eddie did not weep in pain. Instead, he played the song with a calm heart. Solo for the flute. This was the piece of music Sim and Eddie heard together at their first concert. Now, soaring high in the sky, Sim listened to the melody with a smile, curling at his lips, and tears unwittingly welled up at the corners of his eyes. The wind carried those tears down to the earth, and to Eddie as well. I knew it. This is still my favorite piece of all. Sim shot straight into the heavens, diving into the embrace of howling wind. In that moment, the two demons became one. As for Old Pa, he simply watched from the sidelines. After all, Old Pa never truly considered himself a villain. Why bother stopping a demon who was rushing toward his own doom? Yes, in Old Pa's eyes, Howling Wind was now fated to die. No matter what changed, nothing could save him. To go against the cosmic balance was to invert the world itself, to invite utter destruction. There was no stopping it. A sudden flash of white light streaked before Sim's eyes. When he came to, the familiar realm of consciousness had become a foggy gray wasteland, with chaos reigning as the dominant theme. But Sim had no interest in admiring the scenery now. He called out into the space at once. Howling Wind! Howling Wind! His voice echoed farther and farther, until even Sim himself could no longer hear it. This world stretched vast and boundless. At this moment, Sim was nothing more than a lone leaf adrift on a limitless ocean, with no sense of direction, no way home. This won't do. Howling Winds has already sunk into oblivion. I'll never find him in this realm of consciousness. I must go deeper, into the abyss they call the subconscious. The depths of the subconscious are perilous, unknown, and terrifying, a domain so profound that even demons dare not tread. But Sim did not hesitate for a moment. After all, you once saved me. Now it's my turn to save you. Sim's wings were blades that could cut through any barrier. As long as he existed, no matter the domain, Sim could reach it. He gently pressed his wings against the barrier of the ground. With the faintest flutter, a crack opened out of thin air, and Sim plunged straight through. The abyss of the subconscious held no light, nor any sound. It was a bottomless black hole, where anyone lingering too long would slowly lose themselves. Sim's wings beat softly, but this time they stirred not even the faintest breeze. His speed was much slower than usual. In this abyss, if not for his ability to fly, who could say into which corner he might fall? Sim flapped his wings, searching carefully for any trace of Howling Wind. He didn't know how long he had been flying when, all at once, he caught the faintest of sound ahead. Sim flew toward it, wings outstretched, and before him unfolded the scene of the 7 samurai defeating Terra. The Holy One declared, "Terra, your reign of evil ends here. Today, the 7 of us shall bring your rule to a fitting close." Zhong Su added, "The thunder of justice will shine upon every corner of the world." Zhou Lan spoke, "The devastation in this world is so tragic that even the moon cannot hold back its tears for him. Your crimes, no matter if you poured out all the waters of the world, could never be washed clean." Bo Gang declared, "All living things in this world are born here and should be treated with kindness and compassion. Yet you, with your endless crimes and senseless slaughter," he sighed heavily, "your sins are unforgivable." Basha said, "A rule built on massacre is a sorrowful one. If you insist on ruling the world this way, that is something I cannot bear to see." Xiaofeng proclaimed, "Justice is sacred and cannot be defiled, nor can the light. For our families and our brothers, we stand here now, determined to protect the last glimmer of hope in the darkness." Dikue added, "My brother is right. Today, let's finish this and cut him down." Amidst a dazzling burst of special effects, the ghostly samurai dissolved into 9 masks, which fell into the hands of the Holy Lord. Without a word, the Holy Lord withdrew 1 mask and scattered the rest to the winds. With that, Terra's reign crumbled into ruin. This was Xiaofeng's memory, a memory buried deep in the abyss of his subconscious. Perhaps he would never recall these moments, but they would remain etched in his heart forever. Seeing that Xiaofeng's mind was elsewhere, Shimu beat his wings and pressed on. Suddenly, the sound of porcelain shattering caught his attention. He turned and saw the 7 warriors who had once stood together against Terra, now united again, their faces burning with righteous anger. Zhong Su exclaimed, "What? You want us to rule the world? Is this world consciousness playing some sick joke on us? I didn't go through all the trouble of defeating Terra just to sit on this throne." He continued, his voice rising. "Before the war, Terra ruled over us. Now, after the war, we're supposed to rule over them? Doesn't that make this whole war completely pointless?" The crowd fell silent, no one daring to respond. Zhoulan was a reclusive sage from Moonstar, a man from beyond the outer realms. Zhongsu was a battle-hardened general, a formidable force on the battlefield. Bo Gang was a mountain spirit, one of the world's curious, mystical creatures. Basha was a fisherman, living in and by the water, a being nurtured by the rivers and lakes. Dikuei was a farmer from the countryside, one attuned to the earth's veins. Xiaofeng was a wanderer, an unfettered swordsman who roamed between heaven and earth. In truth, only the Holy Lord stood as a king among these seven. Yet now, his face was dark as night, as if he loathed the very idea that the world consciousness had suggested. Shimu, uninterested in the affairs of that time, was only eager to find Xiaofeng. Sensing the area, he realized Xiaofeng was nowhere to be found. With no other choice, Shimu pressed onward. Suddenly, a familiar, gentle voice called out, and Shimu instinctively fluttered his wings and flew toward it. Shimu announced, "Hello, everyone. My name is Shimu. Starting today, I am the last of the sky demons to join you. Today, the 8 great demons officially unite." No one paid any attention to Shimu's words. Only Xiaofeng strolled over with a cheerful grin, gently patting Shimu on the head, and in the softest tone Shimu had ever heard said, "Welcome, little Shimu. You're our little brother now." Watching this scene, Shimu knew it was a moment he would never forget. It was when righteousness first appeared, and the black mist fully took shape, turning the 7 warriors who would help him rule the world into demonic figures of destiny. At that very moment, Shimu was born as well, becoming the 8th demon, the Qian hexagram, the sky demon, Shimu himself. Tears slipped down Shimu's cheeks without his realizing. In that instant, his resolve grew stronger than ever. He must rescue Xiaofeng. Spreading his wings, Shimu departed from that place. Yet, in a hidden corner he failed to notice, a wisp of black mist silently devoured every memory of the places Shimu passed. Focused solely on searching for Xiaofeng, Shimu remained oblivious to it all. In the depths of the shadows, a demonic grin revealed razor-sharp fangs, brimming with sinister delight. Shimu pressed on through his search, and at last he sensed Xiaofeng's presence. Joy overwhelmed him, and he hurriedly beat his wings toward the signal, only to be stunned by the sight before him. It turned out that the place where Xiaofeng was held was the very hell that had kept them imprisoned for endless millennia. Here, Xiaofeng's smile never faded from his face. Though their days were harsh, Xiaofeng always greeted them with a grin. No one knew why. Zhongsu called out, "Xiaofeng, why are you grinning like an idiot again? You've been acting strange lately." Xiaofeng replied, "It's nothing, Zhongsu. I just feel this monotonous life suits me somehow. I wonder how long I'll get to enjoy such peaceful days." Shimu teased, "You haven't gone soft in the head, have you, Xiaofeng? What's so funny about endless routine and rocks flying everywhere?" Zhoulan added, "Xiaofeng, don't tell me your wits are slipping away for good?" Basha chimed in, "I could doubt it. We talk and spar with each other every day. Our minds won't dull so quickly." Pogang suggested, "Xiaofeng, eat a few rocks now and then. That'll keep your mind sharp a bit longer." Zhongsu grumbled, "Master, where's that damn guy? Why hasn't he come to set us free yet?" Amidst their chatter, Xiaofeng's smile never wavered. The free wind had finally found its home. Here, in the hell where he had spent countless ages with his brothers. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed through the chamber, making Xiaofeng's face go pale. It was his own voice. What a heartwarming scene, Xiaofeng. In the instant the voice rang out, Xiaofeng's form shifted dramatically. In a flash, he appeared as a human, wearing a bamboo hat, a simple white cloak draped over his shoulders, and a battered sword hanging from his waist. He looked every bit the worn, wandering warrior. In stark contrast, from within the shadows, a jet-black frog slowly emerged. It was Xiaofeng in his demon form. Yet compared to his usual self this time the demon Xiaofeng exuded a chilling, sinister aura. The corners of his mouth curled into a wicked smile, sending shivers down anyone's spine. "Who are you?" Xiaofeng placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, assuming the stance he had practiced millions of times, ready to confront the demon Xiaofeng. In response to Xiaofeng's question, the demon Xiaofeng let out a cold, mocking laugh. With an exaggerated expression, he declared loudly, "What's wrong, Xiaofeng? Don't you even recognize yourself?" With a dramatic wave of his hand, a chorus of howls erupted, forcing Xiaofeng to turn his head. He saw that the demons who had seemed so harmonious just moments ago had all transformed in an instant. "Then, do you still recognize your own brothers?" "Ah, the black mist. It's mine." The sight struck Xiaofeng with a wave of old sorrow. Tears welled in his eyes as he gripped his sword even tighter. "You damn you!" He glared back in fury. With a flash of white light, his sword swept out, slicing clean through the demon Xiaofeng's head. The massive frog's head tumbled to the ground. Xiaofeng squeezed his eyes shut, exhaling a long, heavy breath. But just then, an unexpected voice rang out. Impressive speed, Xiaofeng. You're just as fast as ever, but your blade no longer bears the power it once held. Startled, Xiaofeng looked back. The demon Xiaofeng was standing there unharmed, a mocking smile playing at his lips. A sense of dread rose in Xiaofeng as he looked to his own hands. His sword had already shattered into fragments, falling away into the endless abyss. Xiaofeng stared blankly at his open hands. For the first time, he felt utterly unfamiliar with himself. The demon Xiaofeng approached him slowly, raising his hand, ready to strike. His cold, indifferent expression was as sharp as a blade. Farewell, my past. A swirl of smoke burst forth, instantly shrouding everything from view. Xiaofeng frowned, exhaling a heavy breath. As the clouds and mist parted, a slender rift appeared, strikingly vivid in this space. Tear open the space, Shimu. The demon Xiaofeng's lips curled in a sneer. He pried open the crack with both hands, roaring into the depths of the consciousness realm. Shimu, do you even know where you are? At that moment, Shimu had already flown far away, clutching the endlessly chattering Xiaofeng. Shimu, didn't I tell you to go? Why did you come back? Things here are out of even my control now. Go, get out of here quickly. But Shimu paid no heed to Xiaofeng's pleas, flapping his wings tirelessly. Before long, however, a gust of wicked wind swept in, forcing Shimu to halt. The demon Xiaofeng had caught up and blocked their path. Shimu, why are you running so fast? Do you really know where you are? This isn't a place you can come and go as you please. How about this, Shimu? I won't make things hard for you. Just put down that useless thing you're carrying. He's already lost his sword of consciousness. He means nothing to you anymore. Hand him over to me. The true demon of wind is about to return. The demon howling wind fixed Shimu with a burning gaze, the meaning in his eyes unmistakable. At that moment, the howling wind that Shimu was holding spoke, his voice weary and defeated. Give me to him, Shimu. As long as he absorbs me, you'll be able to return safely and live a good life with Eddie. Someone like me, already at death's door, doesn't deserve to be saved. This is the punishment I ought to bear. No, howling wind. I didn't come here for some so-called greater purpose. I came for you, howling wind. I'm here for you, and you alone. As Shimu spoke, he wiped his nose, flashed a confident grin, and locked eyes with the demon howling wind. Besides, who here isn't a demon themselves? In a sudden motion, Shimu's wings expanded, enveloping the demon howling wind in an instant. The demon made no move to resist, only watched calmly, a mocking smile flickering across his lips from time to time. Come on then, demon howling wind. Do you remember how demons duel? Of course. Winner takes all, loser gets nothing. But, Shimu, do you remember where we are? As soon as the demon howling wind finished speaking, the consciousness space began to twist and turn, the rules shifting once more. Shimu's wings seemed to lose all strength and retracted on their own. In a shadowy alleyway, a mysterious figure shrouded in a black robe stood hidden in the darkness, watching the distorted howling wind in the sky and the bystanding old man. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. That howling wind, planning to sacrifice himself and shoulder everything alone? How could the worst-case scenario be part of his plan? I thought he had everything figured out, but it looks like I'll have to step in after all. Beneath the black-robed figure, a strangely shaped flying device shifted slightly, lifting him into the air. With a press of his left foot, the device shot forward at breakneck speed, heading straight for the old man. The moment the old man noticed, he raised his leg, preparing a downward kick, a move inspired by a certain celebrity's guillotine technique, designed to guarantee a one-hit kill. But as the old man opened his eyes, the black-robed figure not only remained unharmed, but also pressed his palms together and caught the old man's leg, sliding in close with agile grace. Old man, I'll be borrowing these odd little trinkets you've got. Think of it as collecting a bit of interest. Before the old man could react, the black-robed figure's hand shot out, pressing a charm on his body. The old man swung his fist to break the spell, but in that instant, he felt the charms on his body suddenly erupt into chaos. Once again, before Father could react, the talismans shot out from the mysterious battle armor like a sudden downpour, streaking straight into Xiaofeng's embrace. Upon witnessing this, the man in black hurriedly prepared to slip away. But Father, his anger rising in an instant, let out a furious roar. Rage welled up in Father's heart, and emboldened by his wrath, the mysterious man attempting to sneak off became the perfect target for his outburst. Within the realm of consciousness, Shimu had been utterly defeated, and the demon Xiaofeng emerged victorious. Yet just as Xiaofeng basked in his triumph, 12 rays of light suddenly descended from the sky, binding him in place. One after another, the symbols of the Chinese zodiac began to glow. Bathed in this radiant light, the demon's form began to meld away, morphing into the same bizarre, egg-like creature as the one outside. The transformation left Xiaofeng feeling utterly repulsed. But as he gazed at the glow of the 12 talismans, Xiaofeng murmured softly, "Could it be him?" His question barely formed before Shimu sprang up from the ground, scooped Xiaofeng into his arms, and, borrowing the power of his wings to rend open space itself, tore through the fabric of reality and carried Xiaofeng out. The moment they emerged, they were greeted by a breathtaking duel unfolding before their eyes. Father unleashed a flurry of kicks, landing blow after blow on the mysterious man's chest, forcing him to stumble backward again and again. But just as Xiaofeng and the others appeared, Father's movements suddenly froze. Seizing this opportunity, the mysterious man pressed down on the pedal beneath his left foot and shot away in an instant. Yet as he brushed past Xiaofeng, a pair of blood-red eyes flashed from within his black cloak, locking eyes with Xiaofeng for a brief, silent exchange. "I'm not one to forget a favor. You lend me a hand, so how could I not return it? Helping you won't interfere with my plans, after all. Farewell, Xiaofeng." What a powerful, ominous aura. As soon as Xiaofeng broke free, the strange, formless liquid began to coalesce, transforming into a massive sphere, an enormous egg hanging in the sky. Sensing the immense power within, Father discarded the pufferfish in his hand and switched to a lizard. At this moment, the chi magic, usually beyond his grasp, erupted with formidable force as righteous energy surged into the fray. All the monsters of the world belong to two factions. Yet you are both of the dark aura and apart from it, like a darkness from another world, forcibly dragged into ours. Such a being has no place here. By the laws of heaven and earth, I shall banish evil and purge the demonic. Demons and monsters, begone at once. With a thunderous shout, Father unleashed a blast of chi magic laced with righteous energy, sending it hurtling straight toward the giant egg. Sensing imminent danger, the egg sprouted countless tentacles in an attempt to defend itself. But the instant each tentacle touched the righteous energy, it was reduced to ash. The giant egg began to tremble. The unborn creature, driven by instinct, spewed out a wisp of black smoke tinged with blue stripes. As the smoke hit the ground, Demon Basha re-emerged into the world. Demon Basha conjured a shimmering water mirror, attempting to ward off the old man's attack. Yet the assault pierced straight through her chest. Still, her effort was not in vain. The refraction of the water bent the magical strike by a mere hair's breadth. That tiny deviation was enough to cause the righteous magic to miss its mark. The old man watched calmly, as if he had foreseen the failure of this assault. He glanced at Basha's chest, which had already mended itself as water flowed over it. Forming a mystical gesture with his fingers, the old man summoned a treasured gourd before him. With a casual wave, he drew forth multicolored gourd seeds from his divine armor, infusing them into the gourd. Then, with a gentle push, the gourd radiated brilliant hues, drawing Demon Basha inside. Once more, the giant egg shuddered violently and spat out a wisp of black smoke, this time tinged with a mysterious ochre. As it struck the ground, Demon Dikue burst forth, his roar shaking the heavens. The old man paid it little mind. With another wave, a handful of seeds infused with righteous energy sank into the earth, instantly blooming into flowers. Their vines stretched out, ensnaring Dikue and binding him tightly. One by one, the giant egg released Demon Zolin, Demon Bagong, Demon Shengzhu, Demon Shimu, Demon Xiaofeng, and Demon Zhongsu. But without exception, each was swiftly bound and immobilized by the old man, his power reinforced by righteousness. Cease your futile struggle. Black Chi, you cannot escape. In the name of the Saint Warrior, in the name of the Grand Magus, your fate is destruction. The giant egg writhed frantically in terror. This world was simply too dreadful. Before it could even be born, the enemy's greatest champion had already blocked its every hope. This must be what it feels like to be roasted alive. No matter how desperately the egg struggled, the old man remained composed, gently placing his left hand upon its top. The veins in his arm bulged with effort, and a shock wave burst forth, as if some tremendous force were gathering. From within the egg, the faintest whisper of a wail could be heard. At this most perilous moment, the mysterious figure hiding in the shadows could wait no longer. He rushed forward and struck the egg with a powerful blow. Instantly, the 12 talismans inside the egg burst into brilliant light, only for them to shatter the next second. The old man's palm pressed straight into the heart of the egg, instantly shattering its fragile consciousness. The 12 talismans, witnessing this, were thrown into utter panic. Each talisman seized a portion of the black authority within the egg, breaking through its shell. In a blinding flash, the egg exploded, and 12 different animals, transformed into unstoppable beams of light, scattered to the far corners of the world. The mysterious man in dark robes watched as this unfolded, a bright smile curling on his lips. Deep inside, he knew his plan had succeeded. "That old fox, you really know how to play, don't you?" The old man's unhurried voice drifted over, making the man in the black robe shudder. Right now, the old man was in his righteous guardian mode, his very presence, radiating a righteous aura, and combined with the surging tide of resentment, the man in black dared not imagine what state he'd be beaten into if he stayed. But at this critical, life-or-death moment, a gate to the underworld suddenly appeared right before the man in black. The old man raised his eyebrows in surprise. Who's the unlucky soul about to be sealed away now? I'd better take a good look. And in that instant, the man in black slipped from the old man's clutches and made his escape. Watching him flee into the distance, the old man felt no urge to give chase. He was more interested in seeing what would happen next. He had a hunch that what was coming would be far more entertaining than simply thrashing the man in black. With righteousness coursing through him, the old man could now see the shimmering pathway being drawn downward. He followed it with his eyes, watching as it led to a golden-haired child with pure white wings on his back. Right now, tears streamed down Shimu's face, for the wolfhound Xiaofeng in his arms was slowly fading away, dissolving into nothingness. Transformed back into the noble swordsman, Xiaofeng struggled to lift his hand, gently wiping the tears from Shimu's eyes. "Don't cry, Shimu. This was all decided long ago. I was supposed to die as a monster, but because of him, I've returned to my true self. Dying like this isn't so bad, becoming the wind, roaming the world. That is the ultimate freedom. No, Xiaofeng, don't die. I'm begging you, please don't go." Xiaofeng looked down at his own hand, now beginning to dissipate as well. A wave of powerlessness washed over him. He couldn't even wipe away Shimu's tears anymore. All he could do was comfort Shimu with gentle words. "I won't truly die, Shimu. All the winds of this world are the symphony of my life. Wherever you feel the wind, that's where I'll be. The wind is always here." Xiaofeng was gone. In his final moments, he faced death with a smile. Perhaps, just as he'd said, he wasn't truly gone. He had simply found freedom in another form. Tears kept rolling down Shimu's cheeks, streaking his pale face with the dust from the ground. He tried to grasp the wind, but it slipped through his fingers. The wind was free, unbound by anything, and from now on, there would be nothing that could ever hold it back. The free wind swept tenderly across the world, announcing to everyone the passing of the wind demon, and letting them know that once, there was a gentle hero who truly existed. The gate to the underworld began to draw Shimu in. It gave him no time to grieve. The wings on Shimu's back slowly unfurled, lifting him, carrying him toward the underworld's gate. "Shimu!" A clear, ringing voice called out from afar, awakening Shimu's numb heart and making him realize his current state. Shimu looked back and saw Eddie running toward him with reckless abandon. He had never imagined that one day he would become someone that another couldn't bear to leave behind. Gazing at Eddie, Shimu broke down in tears, his sobs echoing years of pent-up sorrow, as if he was mourning Xiaofeng's departure and confiding all his grief in Eddie. Eddie transformed into venom, using every ounce of his strength to soar into the sky. He pulled Shimu into his arms. In those final moments, Eddie offered Shimu the warmth of an embrace. But such tender moments could not last. They were drawing ever closer to the gates of hell, and Shimu knew all too well that an ordinary man like Eddie would never survive inside. Trying to appear brave, Shimu lifted his head and smiled at Eddie. Though his voice trembled, he forced himself to sound strong as he spoke. "Uncle Eddie, thank you for taking care of me these past days. It's time for me to go and face the sins I must bear. This is my responsibility. You wouldn't want the child you care about to grow up unable even to shoulder his own burdens, would you?" Not giving Eddie a chance to reply, Shimu gave him a firm push, sending him away. Then, little by little, Shimu's body began to pass through the gates of hell. Facing away from the entrance, he smiled through his tears and, in a voice loud enough for everyone present to hear, he declared, "May the vast sky forever watch over you, my dearest family, Eddie Brock." "Oh, getting older really does make it harder to watch these heart-wrenching scenes," the old man said, gently supporting Eddie as they slowly descended. He let go and set Eddie on the ground, wiping away a tear from the corner of his eye. Seeing Eddie's utterly devastated expression, the old man gave his shoulder a comforting pat and led him back to the antique shop. "Pops, it's been more than 10 days, and he's still like this." You don't think something's really wrong, do you? Steve squatted beside the old man, munching on sunflower seeds, his eyes full of curiosity as he watched Eddie. He turned to the old man, who was reading nearby, and asked his question. The old man closed his book, smacked Steve lightly on the head with it, cast a glance at Eddie, and replied in an even tone. Whether he's all right or not, I don't know. But Steve, if you don't get to work right now, you'll be going without dinner tonight. Steve stood up, looking pitiful as he let out a soft, "Oh," sunflower seeds spilling everywhere as he dusted off his clothes. The sight made the old man's anger rise, practically steaming off his head in thick, white clouds. Noticing, Steve darted off and quickly returned with a broom, sweeping up the mess at a leisurely pace. The old man let out a long breath and went back to reading the notebook Xiaofeng had left behind. But the quiet moment lasted only an instant. Suddenly, with a thunderous bang, a violent explosion erupted from Dad's study. Dad squeezed his eyes shut and buried his face in his book, silently reminding himself not to get angry, not to get angry. Dad, summon the patience you've cultivated for 100 years. You're the best. Tony came stumbling out of the study, covered in soot, coughing as he ran. Cough, cough, Wade, you damned lunatic. Who told you to fart near the alcohol lamp? Behind Tony, a mischievous voice rang out. Oh, lighten up, Tony. Isn't this experiment a lot more interesting now? With me around, you know every experiment is full of surprises. Experiment, my ass. I was just trying to boil some water, and you went and blew up my whole lab. Tony shouted furiously, turning around and pulling on his Mark III armor, ready to teach Wade a serious lesson. This ridiculous scene jolted Thor awake from his hangover. Lately, he'd been drowning himself in drink to escape the humiliation of his past, but the more he drank, the harder it became to break free. Now he was caught in the spiral for good. Hey, go on, Tony. Teach that pervert a lesson. Thor slurred, but before he could finish, he felt the weight in his hand give way and dropped a bottle, which shattered on the floor. At that moment, Dr. Banner, who'd been working on the experiment with Tony and hadn't managed to escape, was finally pushed past his limit. He transformed into the Hulk, and with a single punch, sent Wade, who was blocking the door, flying. Hulk, smash! The Hulk's roar was the final straw, the snap that broke the last thread of Dad's patience. With a sharp crack resounding in his mind, the string called self-control finally snapped. That's enough. Everyone quiet down. Dad bellowed. Instantly, the antique shop fell dead silent. Dad's overwhelming presence stunned everyone into stillness. Rising from his chair, Dad strode over to Steve, wordlessly grabbed him, and tossed him onto the hammock. Steve, either you get busy living or get busy dying. I told you to do some work, but you just dawdle around. Do you want me to snatch your basket away, huh? Clutching his blanket, Steve trembled, staring at the furious Dad. Dad, fuming, marched forward and landed a punch right on Wade's face just as he was about to get up. With another solid thud, Wade was knocked out cold once again. Ooh, look at all the stars, Wade murmured dreamily as he faded out. Dad rampaged through the shop like an angry T-Rex. Even the dogs would have gotten a smack if they'd been in the way. Sure enough, poor Eddie, listless and lost in thought, was snatched up by Dad even though he hadn't done a thing. The symbiote tried to fight back, but Dad's slap left both of them much quieter. Snap out of it already, damn it. Pull yourself together. Dad roared. And with that, Eddie fell into a deep, baby-like sleep. Venom earned himself a resounding slap in the face. Hulk and Tony clung tightly to each other. As Dad passed by Thor, he gave him a hard stomp on the stomach, turning Thor into a miniature fountain. Tony wanted to apologize, but didn't know what to say. The same went for Hulk. His mind, still childlike, couldn't grasp how to explain the situation. All he knew was that the grown-up before him was utterly terrifying. Dad stopped right in front of them, arms crossed, casting a sidelong glance at the pair. I think you two owe me an explanation. In the blink of an eye, Hulk shifted back to Banner. He and Tony exchanged a nervous glance, then turned toward Dad and blurted out in perfect unison. It's all Wade's fault. Dad closed his eyes and drew in a deep, steadying breath. Instantly, Tony and Banner felt the air around them thin, as if a storm were brewing. Dad's stomach swelled, ever so slightly. As Tony and Banner exchanged puzzled looks, Dad's eyes snapped open, his piercing gaze making them both instinctively clap their hands to their ears. Wade Wilson! The bellow, thunderous and majestic, reverberated through the house. A shockwave of sheer force blasted Tony and Banner straight back into the study, as if they were weightless. Meanwhile, Wade, who had just come to, was still dazed and confused. Without warning, Dad inhaled sharply, spun around, and unleashed another blast of power right at Wade. With a resounding crash, the wall shattered, and Wade was sent flying out of Dad's antique shop. Seeing Wade punished as he deserved, Dad clapped his palms together and exhaled forcefully. His mood brightened considerably. But this display scared the wits out of a young man standing outside, clutching a clipboard. His hand hovered over the door, frozen in place, sweat beading on his brow. It seemed no matter where he put his hand, it just felt wrong. Through the gaping hole Wade had made, Dad spotted the young man outside. With a flick of his foot, he hooked the broom that had fallen when Steve was dropped earlier. Balancing the broom, Dad aimed and shot its bristles with perfect precision, striking Steve. Exactly where it landed was anyone's guess, but the moment Steve hit the floor, he clutched his rear, one eye wide and the other squinting, looking completely broken. "Quit playing dead. Go open the door." Dad gave Steve a firm kick in the backside. Yelping in pain, Steve hobbled off to answer the door, nursing his bruised pride. As he opened the door and caught sight of the young man outside, Steve offered a timid warning. "Hi, welcome to Old Dang's Antique Shop. The boss isn't in the best mood today, so you'd better have something to buy." At that moment, as the door swung open, the young man seemed to regain his composure. He handed Steve the clipboard, though if it weren't for the puddle at his feet, one might have thought he was actually quite brave. "Hello, census taker." Steve's voice was quiet, but it didn't escape Dad's sharp ears. The moment Steve took the form, a slipper whistled through the air and landed squarely on the back of his head with a solid thud. Normally, as the physical peak of humanity, Steve should have been able to dodge any surprise attack. But Dad's slipper was the one exception. Like a legendary hero braving the world, his slipper had become famous far and wide. Who in the land didn't know it? Wind, clouds, and even migrating geese bowed before its path. Dad took the census form from the collapsed Steve, giving the young census worker a sidelong look, his gaze sweeping up and down. The young man glanced back at the collection of oddballs in the house, and it seemed, aside from Tony, not a single one actually had a legitimate American ID. Steve, an old popsicle who'd been frozen for 70 years and only recently thawed, had been wiped from the registry long ago. Banner, the ever-elusive wanderer, was wanted by the military ever since he told General Ross that his daughter was very moist. If he could still use his ID, well, that would mean Ross was truly powerless. Thor, the drinking god, he wasn't even human, let alone someone with a U.S. Social Security number. Hoping for paperwork from him? Dream on. Eddie, a mystery in every sense. Nobody really knew, but judging from his alien appearance, his identity probably wasn't on the up and up either. Wade, the wisecracking assassin. This is the kind of guy who'd kill the president for the right price. Can you imagine anyone daring to issue him official documentation? Even if someone tried, they'd likely be driven mad by his endless chatter and reject his application outright. Dad looked around, realizing he was surrounded by a team of misfits. Only Tony could barely pass as normal, but after thinking about it, Dad remembered he only ever got a Chinese green card. Would that even count here? Deep within a shadowy, winding underground passage, a man with horns staggered forward, clutching a staff glowing with blue light. His steps were unsteady, his breathing labored, and his bloodshot eyes betrayed how tense and anxious he was. Plop! A droplet of water struck the man's shoulder. In that instant, his taut nerves snapped. The staff unleashed a surge of power, a beam of light piercing through the tunnel, momentarily illuminating the darkness. The cold rain shattered his last bit of resolve, and he collapsed to the ground in a faint. From the depths of the tunnel, a voice echoed, majestic and solemn. "General, it's up to you now." Thunder cracked through the sky, lightning blazing and tearing the darkness below. Under a heavy backpack, Peter braved the pouring rain, arriving at Hell's Kitchen. Old Dad's Antique Shop, a gathering place for the Super Buddies and Peter's favorite spot in the city. Today, New York was relatively peaceful. Just one attack by the Lizard, another by the Scorpion, and a bank robbery by a strange figure in red armor who called himself Red Tuck. Peter thought, of course those ruthless villains always end up fleeing in panic when faced with Spider-Man. Deadpool chimed in, "Look what I found, a waterlogged spider. EW, what a bizarre smell." Strange conversations echoed in Peter's mind, confirming he'd arrived within the bounds of Old Dad's Antique Shop. Wade had already synced with his neural network, so all that was left to do was clear his mind. But just as Peter let his thoughts drift, his spider sense kicked in without warning. He froze on the spot. Right before him, a massive pit yawned open in the ground. Since when did Hell's Kitchen have craters this big? I thought the last one Thor made was huge enough. Peter peered into the hole, letting his spider's night vision guide him. In an instant, he spotted Loki sprawled at the bottom, rain-soaked and bedraggled. Seeing Loki in such a sorry state, Peter's first thought was that Loki was probably up to his old tricks again. Still, out of sheer humanitarian impulse, Peter fired a web and hauled Loki up from the depths. "Hey, buddy, I can't just watch you drown in a stinky sewer. I hope your clothes are sturdy enough that I got time to pull you out. Please, don't break. Once he'd pulled Loki to safety, Peter finally breathed easy. He laid Loki flat on the ground, making sure the god of mischief didn't end up drowned in the foul water. But the moment Peter rolled Loki over, a strange stench hit him like a punch, making him wrinkle his nose. Peter leaned in to sniff. Yep, the smell was definitely coming from Loki. Unable to help himself, Peter pinched his nose and scooted backward. Whoa man, that's some odor. Looks like I'm not the only one who's going to stink after getting drenched today. Grumbling, Peter helped Loki to his feet, still pinching his nose as he half-dragged, half-carried him back to old Dad's antique shop. Just as Peter knocked on the door, Wade's cheeky voice drifted out from inside. Ding dong. Anybody home? Peter hesitated on the doorstep, and in that split second his spider sense blared a warning. Danger lay just beyond the door. With Loki in tow, he leapt up and clung to the wall. Just as he had on his first visit to the shop, the front door suddenly burst open. A thunderous crash followed as a barrage of Easter eggs exploded outward, blasting apart the building across the street. In their wake, a billowing, cloud-like rainbow of color unfurled into the air. Ding ding, rainbow explosion. Wade popped his head out from Old Man's antique shop, doubled over with laughter as he watched the explosion across the street. Peter flipped off the wall, landing lightly, and pointed at Wade. Wade, that's not right. What if someone gets hurt? Wade straightened up, still clutching his aching sides from laughing so hard. He wiped away a non-existent tear from the corner of his eye, gave Peter a friendly slap on the shoulder, and said, Listen up, kiddo. Let me teach you something fun. In this dump called Hell's Kitchen, there are no good guys. Even if you blew this place sky high, the cops wouldn't lift a finger. This is where the scum and the rotten ones gather. Peter frowned at Wade's words. Wade's disregard for human life made him uncomfortable, but that was just how it was. After all, Wade was notorious as a supervillain, and to be fair, Deadpool was right. This was a nest of troublemakers. Just because Peter valued life didn't mean he could ignore that truth. So, he simply kept quiet and tried to drag Loki into the antique shop. Peter deliberately tried to steer clear of Wade, and Wade didn't stop him. But as Peter passed by, Wade smacked him on the backside. With a loud slap, Peter shot him an indignant glare, but Wade just blew playfully on the hand he just used, grinning mischievously. Oh, Spidey, you really should eat more. Your butt's got nothing on caps. Now that's a star-spangled ass I'll never forget. But just as the words left Wade's mouth, a star-spangled shield came spinning out of nowhere and knocked him clear across the street. Steve strode over, glanced at Peter, then at Loki slung over Peter's shoulder. I hope you know what you're doing, kid. Of course, Cap. I'm sure. I'm doing what I believe is right. Steve nodded, twirling his shield with unstoppable energy, then leaped from the antique shop and charged straight at Wade, who was sprawled in the rainy street. Wade, buddy, trust me, your foot-in-mouth disease is out of control. Let me take care of it for good this time. Whoa, Cap, take it easy. Peter watched the two of them brawling in the rain, then quietly looked away, dragging Loki into the antique shop. Inside, Old Man was lounging in a recliner, nose in a book. Tony stood behind the counter, in charge of selling today's antiques. Though Tony would love to brag that he could buy the whole shop with pocket change, Old Man insisted on running his antique store. What could Tony do? He just had to indulge him. Seated at the counter, Tony, unable to tinker with experiments, was listlessly flipping through a book of magic. For him, hands-on work was always more fulfilling than sitting around reading theory. As for Thor, he looked hungover once again. But this time, he was smarter. Rather than sprawling out on the floor, he'd climbed onto Steve's hammock and was now snoring away. Banner wasn't in the shop today. Apparently, Coulson had called him away for some important business. A groundbreaking research project, he'd said. Banner had originally wanted to bring Tony along, but Tony would rather mind the shop than go play muscle for S.H.I.E.L.D., so Banner had let it go. The moment Peter walked in, an indescribable odor hit Tony's nose. For someone as obsessively clean as Tony, the very idea that his room could harbor a strange smell was utterly unacceptable. Tony looked up as Peter entered, his brow furrowing at first, then relaxing just a bit. Still, his words were sharp as ever. Peter, kid, honestly, the way you smell right now would scare off a whole crowd of bar girls. Whatever gave you the confidence to walk down the street like this? I bet all the streetwalkers have rushed home by now, don't you think? You know what I mean. Peter blushed deeply. He knew he didn't exactly smell pleasant at the moment, especially with Loki lying in a crater nearby, soaked in who knows what, exuding a stench that was enough to knock someone out. I'm really sorry, Tony, but I think I need a shower. Right now. Hearing this, Tony nodded in satisfaction, pulled a set of keys from behind the counter, and tossed them to Peter. That's the key to Wade's room. Go shower in there. He hardly uses it anyway. Says he's afraid I'll lock him in one day and he won't be able to tell his jokes anymore. Honestly, do I seem like that kind of guy? Peter caught the keys and the chilly smirk curling at Tony's lips made him shiver, even though his clothes were already soaked from the rain. Peter, inner monologue, at times like this, I almost think Wade's got a point. Oh God, I must be losing my mind. Deadpool, in Peter's head? No, Spidey, if that's what losing your mind looks like, then your dark side must be wearing a suit, humming a tune, sipping coffee, and reading the newspaper. Get it? Reading the newspaper. That's just weird, man. Ha ha ha. Peter snapped out of it, shaking his head quickly. He felt like his mind needed a thorough cleaning. A shower. He needed one, and maybe several more for good measure. Without another word, Peter dumped Loki where he was and dashed to Wade's room. He locked the door behind him and scrubbed himself from head to toe, especially his backside, at least 4 or 5 times, until the steam turned his whole body as red as a freshly cooked lobster. Only then did he dare step out. As he headed downstairs, Peter saw Wade poking Loki's backside with a little stick. How Wade could stand the smell was beyond him, but now that Peter was finally clean, he wanted nothing to do with Loki at all. Peter quietly took 2 steps back and found himself leaning against Tony. Tony reached out to steady him. Hey kid, you don't ever have to wear that ridiculous clown suit again. Peter tilted his head in confusion, not understanding what Tony actually meant. But the moment he saw Steve sifting through the trash and spotted a striped red and blue outfit among the discarded items, his eyes widened in shock. Tony didn't care about Peter's astonishment. He simply took Peter by the arm and led him toward the study at the back of the antique shop, explaining his vision for Peter's future as they walked. Listen, Peter, your way of doing things, your mindset, your habits. Honestly, you're the best among us. You're even better than that old popsicle in a lot of ways. But most of the time, that shabby, ridiculous clown costume of yours doesn't do you any favors. So I'm about to open the door of science for you. Get ready to be amazed. Compared to the effortless portals conjured by magic, the steel marvels forged by science carried a shock that reached from the eyes straight to the soul. Sure enough, when Peter caught sight of the portal Tony had built, he was immediately captivated. The gleaming nuclear reactor embedded in the device looked expensive and incredibly advanced. Tony led Peter through the portal, and when they stepped out, they were inside the Stark Industrial Complex, a place where the world's top scientists pushed the boundaries of possibility with groundbreaking research. Defense robots that could mimic human behavior stood ready, like masters of imitation, able to study and counter human habits with remarkable precision. Then there were the superpower capsules, an epic-making innovation allowing humans to gain the abilities of mutants without any genetic mutation. This was one of Stark's secret projects, rarely revealed to outsiders. Beyond these, there were projects so cutting-edge they didn't even have proper names yet. Some teams were developing machines capable of reducing any material, even vibranium, to its most fundamental particles. Wow, this is amazing, so cool. Everything here is just awesome. Peter's over-the-top reaction was exactly what Tony hoped for. After all, who doesn't enjoy having their inventions admired? Tony brought Peter over to a particular machine, then turned to him. Kid, you've got 10 minutes to tell me and your new suit what you want. I'll do my best to make it happen. The question left Peter a little frozen. He had so many ideas swirling in his mind. He sometimes forgot what he truly wanted. Minutes ticked by as Peter remained lost in his daydreams. Finally, just as the countdown was about to hit 0, he blurted out, I want it to be the same color as my original suit. Tony nodded as he checked his stopwatch. Is it really that simple? All right, kid, you have 1 hour to play around here as much as you want. In exactly 1 hour, I'll show you what I've made. By the way, what kind of backpack do you use for school? Peter thought for a moment. A shoulder bag. Tony paused to consider, then buried himself in his experiment. Peter, curious, wanted to stay and learn from Tony, but seeing how busy he was, Peter decided not to disturb him and quietly slipped out of Tony's lab. Stark Industries, America's superstar corporation. Peter wandered its halls, marveling at all sorts of strange and fascinating gadgets. But as he ventured outside the experimental area, the scene he encountered was pure chaos. Plastic bags fluttered everywhere, papers were scattered across the floor, and the office building was completely deserted. Only one elderly man in a green jacket stood at the empty security booth, calling out for someone. Seeing this, Peter hurried over and greeted him. Hello, sir, this is Stark Industries. Can I help you with something? The old man's face lit up with relief when he saw Peter, and he smiled warmly. Oh, thank goodness, young man. There's finally someone here. I have a package for Tony. Mr. Stark. Could you please give it to him for me? Hearing that name, Peter almost burst out laughing. He had to fight hard to keep a straight face, especially with all of Tony's security cameras likely watching his every move. Swallowing his laughter, he replied, Of course, sir, leave it to me. I'll make sure Mr. Tony Stark gets it. PFF, haha. But in the end, Peter couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud. The old man just shrugged and ambled away. After the laughter faded, Peter glanced around at the mess on the floor, puzzled by the state of things. Before he could figure out what was going on, Tony's voice crackled through his communicator watch. "Hey, kid, your armor's ready. Come back to the lab. We need to get moving." "All right, Mr. Stark." "Wait, kid, what did you just call me?" "Beep, beep, beep." Peter, still struggling to keep from laughing, had accidentally blurted out the old man's mispronunciation of Tony's name right to Tony's face. Realizing what he'd done, he hung up in a hurry. "That's it, I'm doomed. Tony's going to kill me." In a forgotten corner where Peter had just passed, a piece of paper lay unnoticed, bearing the headline, "Stark Industries CO, Pepper Potts mysteriously missing." Unfortunately, Peter never saw it. Creak. Peter watched the door to Tony's lab with the utmost caution. As the doors slid open on both sides, Tony stood behind them, wearing a friendly smile as he looked at Peter. Peter's spider sense tingled, prompting him to leap from the ground and cling to the wall. Seeing that Tony made no sudden moves, Peter carefully handed over the package he had picked up from the old man. "Mr. Stark, your delivery." Tony smiled as he snipped the webbing holding the package, letting it drop to the floor. With a genial expression, he said to Peter, "Relax, Itchy Parker. Don't be so stiff. Come down. I'll show you your new suit." "Oh, Tony, I'm really sorry, but there's something you ought to know." "Oh, what is it? Is it your reason for calling me Big Poop?" "I think I can live without knowing that." Tony's smile sent a chill down Peter's spine. The two stood in awkward silence for a long moment before Tony finally lost his patience and made the first move, plunging the lab into chaos. At the same time, Loki awoke inside the antique shop. His first words were a terrified gasp as he grabbed Deadpool by the collar, his face pale with fear. "Red? That terrifying red mask." Then, Loki promptly fainted again. Wade pried Loki's hands off his shirt and looked up to see everyone in the room staring at him with strange expressions. "Hey guys, you don't really think I did this to him, do you? Honestly, apart from poking his butt just now, I didn't do anything. Doctor, let's begin the experiment." Inside the high-tech laboratory, a blue cube shone brightly in the darkness, illuminating the scientists gathered for the experiment. Dr. Banner, the man mutated by gamma energy and known as the Hulk, had joined the research for the sake of his beloved girlfriend. Approaching the experiment from a scientist's perspective, he sought to analyze the relationship between the Tesseract and gamma energy. Dr. Mundo, a genius from Harbor Research Institute, was now semi-retired and working part-time for Stark Industries. Drawn by the mystery of the Tesseract, he volunteered to join the experiment. As for who leaked the news, that hardly mattered. Dr. Otto, the notorious mad scientist responsible for several disturbances in New York, was a master of controlled nuclear fusion and fission. In other words, a creator of miniature suns. Rumor had it he nearly succeeded once in Osborn's lab. Upon hearing all this, Coulson had him brought out of storage and into the lab, reasoning that this research was far too urgent. Within the boundaries permitted by Congress, they had to unite every force they could muster. After the party ended, Coulson quickly edited and streamlined the intel he'd gotten from Thor, sending it straight to Congress. The old men there didn't really buy any of it, but they still approved just enough project funding, about the same level as when they were investigating crop circles. That might have been enough to fool a couple of con artists, but for an enormous organization like S.H.I.E.L.D., it was a mere drop. In the ocean, Coulson couldn't for the life of him figure out how Director Fury had managed to secure so much funding in the past. So, faced with these tough circumstances, Coulson made a decision that went against all family traditions. He emptied Nick Fury's personal stash, using every last cent to bankroll this experiment. At first, with no clear research direction, Coulson focused on a few technological innovations. These upgrades ended up giving Spider-Man quite a bit of special gear. Even though there hadn't been time to hand it all over yet, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. But this kind of equipment was hardly enough to take on a massive enemy capable of waging war across galaxies. Imagining the opponent's weaponry at its most extraordinary, Coulson's thoughts turned to the special weapons the Nazis once used. Those energy weapons, powered by the strange energy extracted from the Tesseract, seemed like the perfect choice for dealing with aliens. With that idea in mind, Coulson went ahead and cleaned out Nick Fury's second secret stash. Thankfully, Fury had only just saved it up and hadn't had the chance to spend any of it yet. Otherwise, Coulson would have had a real headache on his hands. With this new round of funding, Coulson had no intention of wasting it on SHELD's run-of-the-mill scientists. Instead, he quickly thought of the most suitable candidate for the Tesseract, Dr. Banner, along with two other brilliant scientific minds. The first to be brought in was Dr. Otto. As a prison inmate, he was always available at a moment's notice, a basic requirement, really. Next came Dr. Mundo. Although, out of humanitarian concerns, Mundo no longer wished to build weapons, he couldn't resist the chance to study something as rare as the Tesseract. Dr. Banner was the last to arrive. After pleading with his father to no avail, and with the horse talisman now gone, he grudgingly made his way to Shield. Trying to psych himself up, he thought, relying on heaven or earth is nothing. Better to rely on myself. Come on, Banner, you've got this. At the start of the experiment, everything went smoothly. In fact, things ran so seamlessly that it almost seemed unnatural, as if all the outcomes had already been set in stone, and the researchers simply had to follow the path laid out before them. After creating the first firearm powered by the Cosmic Cube, Dr. Banner hastily wrapped up the research. He didn't even have time to test the new weapon before he, Otto, and Mundo headed to the cafeteria in search of lunch. The three of them walked in silence, their faces unusually grave, as if something momentous was looming on the horizon. Once they arrived at the cafeteria and collected their meals, they sat together without a word. For a while, the only sound was the quiet clink of utensils as they ate. Eventually, it was Banner who broke the heavy silence. "Gentlemen," he began, "I'm sure you've noticed it too. The stability of the Cosmic Cube far exceeds anything we could have imagined. In fact, it almost seems as if it was designed specifically for use by humans." Otto nodded in agreement. The four mechanical arms on his back were restrained, making him uncomfortable, so he occupied himself by molding the rice on his plate into a small replica of the Cosmic Cube. From the perspective of natural science, Otto said, "Even something as renewable as water, a staple of our planet cycles, has its own degree of instability and an element of danger." Mundo reached out and took the rice-made Cosmic Cube from Otto, spinning it thoughtfully in his palm before slamming it down onto the table. The rice scattered in every direction. A few grains stuck to Mundo's hand as he raised it, but none of them paid much attention to this minor detail. Mundo merely brushed his hand off absently. Watching the flattened rice emit a faint wisp of steam, Mundo mused aloud. Even rice that's cooling down can release a burst of heat when it's crushed, forming a thin veil of steam above it. But the gamma radiation, the energy within the Cosmic Cube, why does it rest so calmly inside, instead of bursting forth? The three fell silent once more. In a way, the Cosmic Cube defied categorization as a scientific artifact. Calling it a divine creation might be more fitting. But if the Cosmic Cube truly was forged by the hands of a god, did human science still hold meaning? Would it not be simpler to don grass skirts and dance to please the gods, hoping they'd bestow another Cosmic Cube tailored for energy extraction, one that could power society, eliminate the need for want, and even put an end to over 70% of the world's wars? Compared to the others, Banner, who had already witnessed the existence of magic, seemed far calmer. He reached out, gathering the scattered rice and molding it once more into the shape of the Cosmic Cube. His voice rang out with conviction. "Gentlemen, I can't say for certain whether the Cosmic Cube is some toy crafted by gods, but I'm sure of one thing. If an alien army invades, the only people we can truly rely on are ourselves." Before Banner could finish his sentence, Mundo let out a piercing, thunderous roar that shook the heavens. With a powerful kick, he sent the dining table flying and collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest and convulsing. The sudden and violent change left everyone in the room stunned, but before they could react, another crisis struck. Dr. Otto, standing nearby, was struck by the same affliction. His eyes rolled back, froth spilled from his mouth, and with a last spasm of his legs, he fell straight to the floor. Banner rushed forward, pressing his fingers to their throats. After a careful examination, he realized Otto was already gone. No breath, no pulse. Mundo, on the other hand, was still breathing, though only faintly. Just as Banner was about to call for a doctor, Mundo's breathing changed. Suddenly, Mundo's breaths grew deep and forceful, echoing through the room. The sound sent a chill down Banner's spine. It was all too familiar, just like the moments before the Hulk emerged. "Everyone fall back. Get away from Dr. Mundo now." Banner's roar snapped the agents into action. They retreated without hesitation. Ever since Coulson's first rule had been established, never make Dr. Banner angry, the protocol was clear. If something went wrong and Dr. Banner seemed upset, run, and run for your life. It seemed agents really did move faster than ordinary people when it counted. In the blink of an eye, the dining hall was empty, save for Banner, the lifeless Otto, and Dr. Mundo, whose heartbeat was so loud it could be heard even with Banner standing at the doorway. As Mundo's heart pounded ever heavier, Banner felt his own pulse begin to resonate in response. Under this intense pressure, his heart rate monitor began to beep rapidly, a sharp, urgent warning. Banner squeezed his eyes shut, covered his ears, and took deep, steadying breaths. It didn't stop the resonance entirely, but it helped. A rare moment of calm settled over him. But on the floor, Professor Mundo's body began to grow at a terrifying rate, swelling until he became a 5-meter giant. Even lying prone, his massive frame was an awe-inspiring, terrifying sight. Just as Banner felt his own heart racing out of control, a crimson mask burst through the wall, then through Banner himself, soaring straight toward the unconscious Mundo. "My dear warrior, it seems you are prepared to give your life to the darkness. If that is your wish, I shall grant you the power to command the army of shadows. From this moment, you shall bear a new name, General Samo." Terra drew a green mask from behind her and pressed it on Mundo's face. In an instant, his features fused with the mask of Samo. Mundo's eyes snapped open, and with a mighty roar, he declared, "Dr. Mundo is in. Consultations begin now." Mundo's sudden outburst not only startled Banner, but also gave Terra, who was watching from the side, quite a scare. Wasn't this man unconscious just a moment ago? His own awareness had vanished entirely, so why hadn't General Samo taken control instead? Good grief, is it really this hard to find a normal subordinate? Terra sighed, then quickly put on a smile again and addressed Mundo. "Oh, Dr. Mundo, your imposing presence truly puts people at ease. But I'm sorry to tell you, this world is gravely ill, so sick, in fact, that you alone cannot cure it." Mundo looked around. Under the influence of the black mist, the world in his eyes had become bizarre and eerie. When he glanced at Banner, the way his form kept shifting between two states made Mundo all the more convinced of Terra's words. Doctoring and saving lives, Mundo can do that, but Mundo needs assistance. At first, when Terra heard the beginning of his sentence, she felt a twinge of disappointment deep down. But as soon as Mundo finished speaking and dozens of colossal shadow soldiers rose up from the ground, Terra felt she had reached the pinnacle of her life. Mundo strode forward, and with each step, the towering shadow soldiers marched alongside him. In that moment, Banner had no time to worry about the destruction this might cause. He gave into his rage and transformed into the Hulk. The Hulk's furious roar didn't intimidate Mundo in the slightest. In fact, it only made him more excited. "Oh, poor fellow, you're seriously ill beyond saving. But since you've checked in with Dr. Mundo, you can rest easy. Dr. Mundo will cure you, for sure. Looks like you'll need an amputation from a neck down." With a sweep of Mundo's arm, his shadowy assistants advanced with heavy, thudding steps, arms outstretched, lunging straight at the charging green giant. Faced with a horde of monsters almost as tall as himself, the Hulk didn't flinch for a second. He charged in with fists flying, sending the shadow soldiers hurtling through the air one after another. At first, the Hulk found it somewhat taxing to swat these massive foes aside. But as the fight wore on, his punches grew more fluid and powerful. By the end, launching shadow soldiers became almost a form of amusement for him. Watching this spectacle, Mundo frowned, then hefted a cleaver from who knows where onto his shoulder and barked out, "Disobedient patient. Head nurse, get him to lie down and behave." At his command, countless shadow soldiers surged up from the ground, hurling themselves at the Hulk with unwavering resolve. They didn't bother to fight back against his blows. They simply piled on, one after another, until the Hulk was finally overwhelmed and brought to the ground. "Don't worry, patient. Dr. Mundo is a good doctor. None of his patients have ever relapsed." The Hulk bellowed in fury, but with so many shadow soldiers pressing down on him, even his explosive strength wasn't enough to break free. But as Mundo drew closer with each step, Hulk's strength surged into a new realm. With a thunderous crash, the giant shadow soldier. Before Hulk exploded in an instant, an immense force erupted, and his punch blasted through dozens of shadow soldiers at once. In the split second after breaking free, Hulk didn't pause. At this moment, his fury had reached its zenith. He drove his fist straight at Mundo's face. There was a resounding impact as the power of the mask collided head-on with Hulk's overwhelming might. Mundo, wearing the mask, was sent flying backwards, while Hulk, drained of strength, collapsed to the ground. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, so quickly that even Terra couldn't react. The formidable reputation of the Shadow Soldiers was well known. Within the Phantom Legion, their defense and power were second to none, lacking only in speed. In every other way, they were nearly the perfect warriors. As the vanguard of Terra's conquests, the Shadow Soldiers were undoubtedly worthy. But now, what was happening? How could that human unleash such fearsome power? Terra was utterly baffled. Yet while Terra pondered these futile questions, Mundo had already picked himself up, shaking his head and standing as if nothing had happened. Why was Mundo unharmed? In that critical moment, his robust bones formed armor as tough as an armadillo's shell, dispersing Hulk's blow. Coupled with the mystical magic of the mask, Mundo had suffered only a grave but non-fatal injury. As for the aftermath of such wounds, that was even simpler. Mundo manipulated the energy within himself at will. Aided by the Samo mask, he recovered with ease. Even so, Mundo had no desire to glance back at Hulk's current state. With a wave of his hand, he summoned his medical staff, shadow soldiers. Go! My nurses, bring every last one of those stubborn fools here. Today, Mundo is going to treat 100 patients. In the blink of an eye, the shadow soldiers vanished. Instantly, chaos erupted throughout the SHIELD helicarrier. Gunfire and explosions rang out without end. Meanwhile, Tara remained in the cafeteria, unmoved. Staring at the body of Dr. Octopus, whom the Hulk had already judged dead, Tara used her mind to manipulate Dr. Otto's hand in a wave, and the soft Shadow Legion made their entrance. General Risu, your plan has been a resounding success. Now all we need to do is channel the black miasma onto this world, and we will be able to take back control of this universe. With a sharp snap, the chains restraining Dr. Otto's mechanical arms shattered behind him. At that instant, his calm face transformed into a brownish-yellow mask. The tiny spectacles perched on the mask lent it a surprisingly less menacing air. But of course, Marshal, some things are simply beyond the grasp of those muscle-bound thugs. Only minds like ours can bring your plan to flawless fruition. Tara nodded in satisfaction. Compared to the oddballs he had summoned before, the latest three were much more to his liking. General IKA, General Samo, and General Risu. Your plan was executed perfectly, General Risu. Now, let's sit back and enjoy the grand spectacle that Generals IKA and Samo are about to put on for us. At Old Dad's antique shop, even after receiving Wade's kiss, the sleeping Loki showed no sign of waking. Wade was genuinely upset about this for quite a while. His wonderful kiss hadn't been bestowed upon the charming captain after all. Not that Steve hadn't made his refusal clear, but Wade hardly minded. In fact, he enjoyed trying all the more. After much fussing about, the group finally decided to take Loki along to SHIELD for a thorough checkup. After all, you can't just ignore a problem and hope it goes away. But as soon as they stepped through the portal and arrived inside SHIELD, they were stunned by the scene before them. A horde of 5-meter-tall ninjas was chasing after a young girl, trying to give her an injection. That alone was bizarre, but even more astonishing, they couldn't catch her. Seeing his companions frozen in shock, Old Dad lost his patience and gave each of them a sharp knock on the head. Hey, are you really just going to stand there and watch? Get in there and help already. Wade, meanwhile, was transfixed by Natasha's graceful moves, her body twisting and turning, mask in place, so much so that it looked like he might have a nosebleed. In a teasing tone, he replied, "Help that big guy. Got it, Old Dad. You really do understand me." After Old Dad tied up Wade, whose thoughts were clearly headed in a dangerous direction, Steve finished off the shadowy giant. Old Dad clapped his hands clean, wiping off whatever mysterious substance had gotten on them during the tying up, and headed towards Steve and the others. At that very moment, a small knife suddenly appeared and sliced through Wade's bindings. A flicker of struggle flashed across Wade's face, only to be replaced by unbridled delight. But none of this was noticed by Old Dad or Steve. Just as Old Dad approached, Natasha rose from the ground, her fair midriff catching the eye. Yet, Old Dad was in no mood to appreciate such a sight. With over 100 years of life experience, he'd seen his share of beautiful women, spirited, passionate, and everything in between, but, in the end, they all seemed much the same to him. After all, it was just flesh and bone wrapped in a carefully tailored skin, no more than a pretty skeleton in fancy dress. Not to mention, the woman before him was the infamous Black Widow, known for her deadly poison. Old Dad had no interest whatsoever. Captain, Old Dad, things at SHIELD have taken a turn for the worse. Director Coulson has been captured by Dr. Mundo. We need your help. A hopeful gleam shone in Natasha's eyes. The power of the Shadow Giants was simply overwhelming. Even when she and Barton joined forces to take down just one of them, it took a tremendous amount of time. In the end, not even Director Coulson could be saved. Now they desperately needed some outside help. Steve had no objections to Natasha's request. After all, he was now considered part of SHIELD. At least, he was enjoying their hospitality. Lending a hand seemed only fair. Sure, but there'd better be beer at my victory party. Thor, still tipsy, grinned. For him, facing a horde of enemies, even ones as enormous as those monsters from earlier, was hardly more than a single swing of his hammer. If he could swap his strength for a few beers, that would be even better. Need an extra hand? If you don't mind, Venom and I can help out as well, Eddie offered, though his voice lacked enthusiasm. Behind him, however, Venom was practically quivering with excitement. Chocolate or brains? Give me a mountain of chocolate or a pile of brains. Otherwise, don't expect my help. Natasha nodded. Chocolate was an even simpler request than Thor's beer. As for the bit about brains, Natasha noticed it, but she couldn't understand what connection there could be between the two. In any case, providing brains was out of the question. Even as a top S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, there were limits to what she could do. With everyone in agreement, they split up to act. Natasha set out to rescue Coulson. Steve and the others moved to take care of the shadow giants lurking within the ship. Meanwhile, the old man remained where he was, setting up his own ritual altar, preparing materials to counteract the Samo mask. Just as everything seemed to be moving in a hopeful direction, Loki, lying on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes as if compelled by some unseen force. His features shifted and changed, and a blue mask appeared on his face. General Ike had arrived. In fact, it had all begun days earlier, in the underground tunnels. Loki, the god of mischief, had been betrayed yet again. Tara, commander of the Shadow Legion, cornered him. With Pepper's help, Tara had forcibly pressed a blue mask onto Loki's face, thus reviving General Ike. But Ike, once reborn, had plans of his own, so Tara let him go, confident she could clean up any messes in the end. Ike stumbled his way to the old man's antique shop, crashing straight through the roof of Hell's Kitchen with a thunderous crash, and landed hard, where he lay unconscious for 4 whole chapters. Only now was Ika's true scheme beginning to unfold. The sound of Loki rising did not escape the keen ears of the old man casually. He snatched up a vial from the table, a wry, ambiguous smile curling at his lips. With a laugh, he tossed it over his shoulder. Ah, failed again. Watching as the vial came hurtling straight at him, Loki scrambled to dodge, but the bottle hit the ground with a sharp crack. Countless droplets of potion splattered everywhere, and one landed on General Icarus's mask. Instantly, a wisp of white smoke curled up from the spot. The searing pain made Loki want to scream, but seeing his father working nearby, he forced himself to clamp a hand over his mouth. Tears streamed down from the corners of his eyes. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Who in their right mind makes potions with pure sulfuric acid? Loki was cursing inwardly, agonizing over the pain. Fortunately, General Icarus's mask was thick enough, though it left him badly burned. After Loki pressed his face to the floor and rubbed frantically, the pain eased somewhat. Still, the once blue mask now bore a bruise-like purplish hue. But the crisis wasn't over yet. His father's leisurely voice drifted over, sending a chill down Loki's spine. Did I really bring this many vials of this stuff? Oh well, forget it. Seeing a veritable storm of vials raining down, Loki finally lost his composure. Gritting his teeth, he stomped his foot. Instantly, countless armored shadow soldiers erupted from the ground, drew their long swords, and with a few swift swings, smashed the glass bottles to pieces. But just as Loki was feeling triumphant, a splash of concentrated sulfuric acid from the potions landed right on his face. That all-too-familiar burning sensation struck him. His grin vanished, replaced by frantic movements, clutching his mouth, running, and even scrambling on all fours in a desperate attempt to escape. Behind him, the legion of armored shadow soldiers chased after him relentlessly. After a chaotic round of dodging, Loki finally collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by the stinging fumes of sulfuric acid. He hurriedly patched up his wounds as best he could. Loki decided that a true gentleman never lets a grudge go unavenged. There was always time for plans, but a chance to catch this old man alone might never come again. He immediately summoned an army of armored shadow soldiers, and together, they crept in a tight circle toward his father. His father seemed oblivious, letting them draw closer and closer. When they reached his back, Loki tossed aside his staff, drew a long sword from a nearby soldier's belt, and stared at his father's back, a twisted grin spreading across his face. Tambada! Loki shouted inwardly, his smile growing ever more deranged. But just as he was about to bring the blade down, 2 fingers pinched the sword firmly in midair. His father's face appeared before him, aged and weathered, with a hint of disdain. Loki heard his father's calm voice thunder in his ear. Boy, you still haven't learned your lesson, have you? Didn't you know your old man is an 8-time national champion of the senior cycling endurance race? With a sudden snap, the sword in Loki's hand shattered. A warm sensation bloomed at his chest. Looking down, he saw a green lizard, waving at him in an oddly friendly manner. Bye-bye. With a resounding crash, Loki was sent flying through the air. The old man calmly regarded the surrounding shadow armor soldiers and exhaled a puff of smoke from his lizard mount. Instantly, the soldiers drew their blades, ready for combat. Unperturbed, the old man produced a pufferfish from behind his back, and with a synchronized move between the lizard and the fish, the legendary Double Guns old man made his limited-time return. After a burst of crackling sparks and lightning, only the old man and Loki remained. Seeing Loki sprawled on the ground, the old man poured 2 bottles of green potion onto his hands. A soft green glow illuminated the scene as he rubbed his hands together and strode toward Loki. But just at that moment, a gunshot rang out. A white mark appeared on the divine armor the old man wore. He stared, stunned at the figure that emerged before him. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that this thick-browed, honest-looking fellow would betray them yet again. With a sharp bang, a smoke grenade exploded at the old man's feet, instantly filling the air with swirling fog. Taking advantage of the cover, the newcomer whisked Loki away from the old man's side. With a wave of his hand, the old man conjured a whirlwind out of thin air, scattering the dense smoke. Gazing at the red-clad figure across from him, his eyes sharpened with a steely glint. "Why are you helping Loki? Tell me, Wade." Confronted by the old man's imposing stare, Wade feigned terror, stumbling back a few steps and clutching his face in mock alarm. "Oh, come on, old man, don't look at me like that. If you keep staring at me, I might just die of embarrassment." The old man glared at Wade with fury, but Wade simply waved him off, slapping Loki twice to rouse him before helping him up. Then, turning back to the old man, he said, "Old man, I really appreciate everything you all have done for me these past days. You're all truly great, honestly. But, a guy's gotta eat." With a swift motion, Wade hauled Loki up and pointed at his face. "He's very generous with his money. He'll let me sleep on a bed made of dollar bills. What a dream. Oh, old man, I'll no doubt sob my heart out over my betrayal. Just not today." As he spoke, Wade tossed a bomb. The old man didn't even bother to look. With a casual kick, he sent it flying. Wade drooped his head in frustration. "Oh, I knew you wouldn't be so easy to deal with, old man. But shouldn't your joints be stiff as cheese at your age?" In a flash, the old man charged forward, his fists moving as swift as the wind, roaring with the force of a tiger and the presence of a dragon. Wade could only defend himself in haste, but even when the old man's fist struck blade instead of flesh, the impact left Wade's arms numb for ages. "Oh, that's really not cool at all," he muttered. Meanwhile, by the shore of a vast lake, Dr. Octopus was listlessly scattering bait, boredom evident in his every movement. Beside him, a red mask slowly surfaced from the water. "Oh, General Etsu, what's this? Fishing? Now that's a fine hobby if I ever saw one." Dr. Octopus glanced at Terra, tossed out the last of his bait, and let the fish below scramble and thrash in eager competition. "Marshal, I don't understand. Clearly, I could have obtained the space stone with ease. I know exactly where it is, and in all that chaos, I could have pulled it off. So why did you send that useless IKA on a wild goose chase instead?" At these words, Terra visibly trembled, as if Risu's remarks were even more frightening than his father's magic. After the shiver passed, Terra's usual warmth faded as he faced Risu, his gaze deep and somber, watching the frenzied fish competing before him. "Oh, General Risu," Terra said, "I don't say this often, but your current thinking is dangerously reckless." Dr. Octopus couldn't quite understand Terra's sudden shift in demeanor. Had he said something wrong? Was there something off about his reasoning? Higher efficiency should help us accomplish our mission faster. In his mind, if he were in charge, the portal would already be open and the dark mist would have led the army down upon Earth by now. But Terra, seasoned by years as Marshal, saw right through the look in Dr. Octopus's eyes. Using telekinesis, Terra parted the fish before him, distributing the bait evenly among them before turning to Risu. "General Risu, human ideas may have their merits, but you're not ready to take on so much at once. Do you remember when we first became rulers of this world? It wasn't because we were powerful. In fact, the Shadow Legion was weak, so weak that any random demon could have torn us apart in single combat. The past is the past, and now is now," Dr. Octopus retorted. "Weak humans aren't worth all this caution from us." Terra showed no irritation at Dr. Octopus's rebuttal. Instead, he nodded thoughtfully. "But we are a team, General Risu. We are not lone individuals. We are the Shadow Legion. Every member is a vital part of this whole. You must learn to trust them, to give them the chance to make mistakes, and learn from them. That's how they'll grow." As he spoke, the shield helicarrier came crashing down from the sky, flames engulfing the fish pond before them. Terra watched as the fish, suspended midair by his power, were now left hanging awkwardly. Turning to Risu at his side, he asked, "Care for some fish?" Dr. Octopus shook his head, yet still accepted a fish from Terra's hand. He took a casual bite, but his face twisted in discomfort. With a chuckle, Terra took the half-eaten fish from Risu, along with his own, and tossed them both into the nearby trash bin. "All right, General Risu. No need to force yourself if you don't like it. Come, let's get ready to welcome the arrival of the dark mist. Another one bites the dust. When is my beer finally going to arrive?" Thor smashed another shadow soldier to pieces. Having gone 10 minutes without a drink, he was starting to get irritable, and he turned to Venom, who was rampaging nearby. "Who knows? These things just keep coming, and why don't they have pancreases anyway? Venom roared in frustration, biting the head off a shadow soldier in one swift motion. After chomping down on nothing but air, Venom was growing more and more impatient. He shot out a web to ensnare a shadow soldier, then yanked it back with a powerful jerk, swinging the creature like a hammer and knocking down a whole swath of enemies. Thor, meanwhile, hurled his trusty hammer, and with a burst of lightning, the control room was instantly cleared of shadow soldiers. All right, this area's done. Let's get moving, Eddie. You two are sick. Dr. Mundo's here to help. Just as they were about to leave, a sudden voice made them both spin around. Dr. Mundo, resting a massive cleaver on his shoulder, was pointing at them and muttering. With your lightning-attracting physique, you'll need injections of silicone, rubber, or something similar to help disperse the electricity building up inside. And it looks like you've got conjunctivitis. Wait, why are your eyes blue? No matter, I can treat that too. And you got dissociative identity disorder. You never bathe, your tongue is abnormally long, and your teeth are razor sharp. That's classic bone structure issues. Get ready for some serious treatment. Thor and Venom exchanged incredulous glances. What on earth is this green-faced guy talking about? We're superpowered beings. These aren't illnesses, there are unique abilities. Don't be afraid to seek treatment. Realizing the two clearly weren't the type to come quietly, Dr. Mundo crouched, legs tensing, and leapt skyward. In midair, he raised his cleaver, aiming to start with a bit of impromptu cranial surgery. According to unofficial rumors, those who've undergone trepanation become much more relaxed, less prone to paranoia, and are far more receptive to further medical care. But as the massive blade came crashing down, Thor and Venom weren't fools. They rolled out of the way. What they didn't notice, however, was that right behind them lay the ship's control platform. Mundo's cleaver struck, sending sparks flying. An explosive bang echoed through the room as the platform shattered, causing the ship to lurch and tilt, beginning a rapid descent toward the ground. The sudden jolt had a ripple effect on all the different skirmishes happening inside the ship. For instance, over on Dad's side, the unexpected turbulence gave Wade the perfect opportunity to slip free. Loki whisked Wade away, teleporting them straight into the Shadow Realm. Seeing his enemy slip away due to a single misstep, Dad pounded the floor in fury, leaving a gaping hole. As he felt the temperature outside the hole suddenly rise, he withdrew his fist. Returning to the console, which had slid against the wall from all the turbulence, he scattered the pre-prepared magical powder into the air. In an instant, the entire Ghost battalion aboard the shield helicarrier vanished without trace. Mundo, too, as he raised his blade, was swept away from the ship by a shimmering white barrier. With the enemies gone, no one lingered. The situation on the helicarrier was beyond saving. Now, survival was the only priority. Those who could find parachutes grabbed them and leapt to safety, while others desperately searched for anything nearby that might serve as a lifeline. Natasha and Steve quickly searched the carrier for survivors, but only found Banner unconscious on the floor. After pulling him up, the ship shuddered violently. There was no time to search for Coulson. They gathered the others and leaped from the doomed helicarrier. Thor and Venom were far less concerned with saving anyone. Though Eddie wanted to help, his persistent gloom left him powerless against Venom's will. Relying on the hammer's innate ability to fly, the two soared out of the helicarrier. Above them, explosions blossomed like white flowers in the sky, adding a fleeting brilliance to the heavens. Now, only Old Pa remained inside the airship. After pocketing every last vial from the console, he pressed his hand to the floor. The divine armor shimmered into existence around him. In a calm, steady voice, he declared, "Negat explosion." The fire raged unchecked. Old Pa didn't even know what had gone wrong with the helicarrier, but his divine armor's power of negation granted him the means to ensure the survival of every life nearby. This was a choice born of righteousness, Old Pa's choice, to grant even the faintest chance at life. It was also the reason the Grand Sorcerer had come to America. As the helicarrier struck the ground, flames erupted everywhere, vaporizing the lake, scorching the earth. Countless lives were claimed by the searing wave of heat before they could even react, their bodies consumed by the inferno. Yet, mercifully, there was no explosion. The intense heat remained just that, heat. Those closest perished, those farther away managed to escape, and those caught in between lost nothing more than their fur, barely escaping with their lives. Old Pa tore open the outer plating of the helicarrier with one hand. His divine armor gleamed brilliantly as he emerged from the flames. Unscathed, in his arms, he held a chubby orange tabby cat, who yawned lazily, entirely indifferent to the inferno surrounding them. "Hello, Mr. Mundo. I'm guessing you're about to rush off to an emergency." Terra suddenly appeared at Mundo's side after he had been flung through the air. With a simple thought, she suspended him mid-flight and gently brought him down to the ground. Mundo, you didn't manage to cure those two people. Mundo lowered his head with a hint of disappointment. Terra raised an eyebrow and said, "Oh, Dr. Mundo, don't underestimate yourself. Look at the two you've brought back. They're already wearing their masks and have accepted the power of the masks. You are a remarkable doctor." Suddenly, from the shadows emerged Hawkeye, wearing a yellow Bart mask, and Coulson, donning a black Cabo mask. Mundo turned his gaze toward the two of them. Hawkeye instantly shrank back, hiding timidly behind Coulson, and muttered in a voice as thin as a mosquito's wings. Yes, Marshal Terra said you saved us. Really, thank you so much. Oh, sorry, I must be speaking too loudly. Oh, Mundo nodded in response, then shifted his attention to Coulson. Coulson tried to shove Hawkeye forward, but no matter how hard he pushed, Hawkeye refused to budge. With a helpless sigh, Coulson said, "He's not telling the truth. Your treatment did nothing at all. It just left me with a splitting headache. Doctor, you're honestly the most incompetent physician I've ever seen." Coulson's biting sarcasm nearly left Mundo speechless in embarrassment. Seeing this, Terra quickly stepped forward, placing herself between the two men. Whoa. Gentlemen, we have more important matters at hand. Let's not argue over such trivial things. Now, let's head to the location where our plan will take place, Stark Tower. Terra's gaze drifted into the distance, and the others followed her line of sight. Stark Tower stood tall, as if it were an emblem of America itself, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Inside Stark Tower, Tony and Peter had already reconciled after their scuffle. After all, giving each other nicknames wasn't really a big deal. If Tony ever took it to heart, Rhodey wouldn't have kept bringing it up in the movies. "All right, Peter, you've had enough fun. Let's go check out your new gear." Tony reached out, pulling Peter up from the floor, and together they headed to the lab. In the very center of the lab stood the suit Tony had prepared for Peter. The spider armor, primarily red and blue, featured a newly developed arc reactor at the chest, along with Spider-Man's signature emblem, the little spider. Both hands and feet were equipped with a floating system borrowed from the Iron Man's suits, while the eyes were made of a special, shape-shifting metal. The black and white concentric design allowed Peter to perfectly express his moods during his antics. Tony's special touch, he insisted Peter needed this feature. 8 gleaming spider limbs extended from the back, their silvery hue appearing simple, but forged from a blend of vibranium and adamantium. This unique construction made them especially effective against high regeneration mutants like Deadpool. "Tony, I absolutely did not design this with Wade in mind. As for the other small gadgets, Tony didn't bother introducing them one by one. In any case, the whole ensemble was a direct hit to Peter's youthful heart. He instantly fell in love with the Iron Spider suit. Seeing Peter's eager expression, Tony chuckled and pressed down on his shoulder. "Hold on, kid. Don't be in such a hurry. Let me show you something cool." Tony tapped a few commands on his watch, and right before their eyes, the spider suit began to fold itself up. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a simple, unassuming red and blue shoulder bag. Tony stepped forward, picked up the bag from the platform, and slung it over Peter's shoulder. The scene left Peter utterly amazed. Such advanced stealth technology was far beyond what his old, worn-out suit could do. Now, with the spider suit, Peter could transform into Spider-Man at a moment's notice, ready to face danger wherever it might arise. "Oh, kid, I know you're excited, but hold on a second. Put on this watch first," Tony said, taking the watch off his own wrist. Seeing Peter's excitement and barely contained curiosity, Tony gently but firmly curbed his enthusiasm and helped him fasten the watch. Then he pressed a button. "Stark Industries, leading the future of technology. Hello, Peter Parker. Artificial Intelligence Friday at your service." Peter fiddled with his newly acquired AI and soon discovered all the permissions Tony had granted him, including access to the surveillance system of Stark Tower. The memory of the chaotic scene he'd witnessed upon entering the building flashed through his mind, and he immediately issued a command to Friday. "Friday, play the latest surveillance footage of Stark Tower." Tony was a bit surprised by Peter's request. Ordinarily, after getting access to all these systems, wouldn't the first thing a person would want to try be the weapon? Systems? Or maybe the flight systems? That's what Tony himself had done, at least. But when he saw the footage Friday was pulling up for Peter, Tony's eyes widened in shock. "What's going on here? Why is Stark Tower such a mess, Pepper?" "Friday, escalate video access. Tony's 7 times a night protocol." Ding. Command received. Access granted. Project all office camera feeds onto the main screen. In an instant, surveillance footage from every office area in Stark Tower appeared on the giant screen. But it wasn't just Pepper's office. There was no one in the CEO's office either. In fact, the entire building was deserted, as if everyone had vanished into thin air. Tony stared in utter disbelief at the scene before him. He had only been gone a few weeks. How could Star Tower have ended up like this? However, Tony, the real shock has yet to come. Pepper, wearing a purple mask, slowly rose from the shadows on the ground, seated atop a sedan chair. For ninjas, with hands like blades, feet like spikes, eyes glowing blood red, and skin tinged with an eerie blue, faces that clearly spelled trouble, carried Pepper with utmost reverence, heading toward the rooftop of Stark Tower. As Tony adjusted the camera, Pepper seemed to notice and blew a kiss toward it. But with that sinister mask on, the gesture looked more unsettling than endearing, making Tony wince and press a hand to his forehead. What's going on here? When it came to strange masks, Peter certainly had a say, especially after the memorable scene he'd created with Thor, the little prince of storms and frost. That's a shadow ghost mask. Last time I went out with my dad, this is what we brought back. He said it's an extremely evil mask, one that can summon ghostly soldiers from the shadow realm to fight for its wearer. Whoever puts on the mask becomes corrupted. Listening to Peter, Tony felt a wave of despair. He immediately summoned the Mark IV suit, suited up, and watched as Jarvis confirmed the system upload. Sir, Jarvis is at your service at all times. Tony nodded, about to charge out, but Peter blocked his way. Frustrated, Tony turned, unable to understand why Peter was stopping him, until he saw the group of shadow generals appear, freezing him in place. Tony, it looks like Stark Tower has become the headquarters for the Shadow Legion. It's only temporary. Without a deed to the place, they won't be staying long. No sooner had Tony finished speaking than a harsh clatter echoed out. The Stark Industries power grid shut down completely. You anticipated this, didn't you? They must have taken the giant reactor that powers Stark Industries. That core could keep the whole company running for 1,000 years. Even with future tech that draws even more power, it'd still be enough. So no, I didn't see this coming. 2 enormous beads of sweat slid down Tony's face, gleaming in the gloom. Well done, Mundo. With this reactor, you'll be able to heal even more people. Tala praised Mundo, using telekinesis to help him lift the reactor. She handed it over to the shadow soldiers, who then sank it deep into the shadow realm. Relying on the omnipresent power of the shadow realm, they made their way back to the rooftop of Stark Tower, taking their time as they retrieved the nuclear reactor. Their leisurely pace, however, left the already weary Pepper more than a little annoyed. You're far too slow. It's just a cosmic cube. Must you take so long? Before anyone could even begin to greet each other, Tara stepped forward with a smile, blocking everyone in the middle. All right, it's just a minor mishap. Let us usher in the Age of Darkness. Unlike in the original story, where Loki found a scientist to activate the energy within the Tesseract, Tara opted for a much simpler, brute force approach. After all, the black mist was inherently guiding. In nature, as long as it was placed into the Tesseract, then bombarded directly with the nuclear reactor, the energy that spilled out would be enough to open a stable portal large enough for passage. Mondo waved his hand, signaling the giant shadow soldiers to step forward. They carried the nuclear reactor, setting it upright and aiming it at the sky. Loki produced the Tesseract from behind his back, presenting it respectfully to Tara. Tara glanced at it, then exhaled a thick cloud of black mist from his mouth, enveloping the Tesseract. With a thought, he lifted the stone into the center of the nuclear reactor. As the black mist corroded the Tesseract, the energy it released instantly triggered the nuclear reactor's immense power, which blasted straight into the Tesseract. Absorbing this energy, the Tesseract began to destabilize. Its cube-shaped shell gradually melted away, revealing a brilliantly radiant gem suspended at the core of the reactor. The dazzling colors of the gem reflected in Tara's eyes, but he felt little desire for the power of the space stone. Everything Tara was doing now, rather than for world domination, was more of an attempt to fulfill an old dream, a dream called Shadow Rule. Tara believed his reign shouldn't be so brief. He wanted to see if, in a world without the 7 samurai, he could lead his brothers to carve out a new destiny. Tara's dream was a modest one, simply to continue his earlier rule, to witness what a world governed by shadows would look like. What would it mean for shadows and humans to switch places? Let Tara be the voice for the shadows. The gem unleashed a beam of light that pierced the heavens. In an instant, the sky seemed to tear open, leaving a massive hole overhead. An enormous suction force surged forth, as if it meant to pull everything on Earth into boundless space. The opening widened bit by bit, yet nothing living emerged from it. Tara watched the scene with calm, for in that endless darkness he could already see the form of the black mist. Yet the black mist remained perfectly still. As Tara's eyes followed the figure known as Purple Yam, he saw a hand slowly rise. At the edge of the expanding portal, a fierce energy gathered, a blue-violet gleam, slowly taking shape. Tara saw it was an enormous spaceship, its cannons trained directly on the city of New York. Meanwhile, far out in the suburbs, Papa also witnessed this spectacle. As the city was slowly being drawn skyward, he slammed his palm to the ground. Negate zero gravity. In an instant, the city's gravity was restored, and the shield helicarrier, which had been suspended in the air for so long, exploded. In a tremendous fireball, flames soared skyward, sweeping over everything nearby, while Old Dad watched it all with calm detachment. Fortunately, the small animals had already managed to escape in time. The shockwave from the explosion only ravaged the surrounding forest, sparing the greatest number of lives for the smallest cost, perhaps the best outcome possible under the circumstances. The city was no longer in danger of being sucked away, but Old Dad, too, found himself trapped here. He didn't know when this war would end, or when he might finally leave this place. Sitting cross-legged, Old Dad stroked the little cat in his lap, his gaze fixed on the portal high above, where energy was slowly gathering. He couldn't help but worry about Tony and the others. Tara, meanwhile, seemed to know exactly what the shadowy mist intended. Turning to the ghostly generals beside her, she called out, "Oh my, brave and fearless generals. Victory is already within our grasp. Let us go to the Shadow Kingdom and welcome the coming of the throne." The ghost generals all nodded in agreement. A pool of darkness formed beneath their feet, and gradually they began to sink down, descending ever deeper, until they crossed into the realm of shadows, the kingdom of darkness. But just as they set foot there, a flash of red suddenly darted in front of Loki, grabbing him by the collar and landing 2 sharp slaps across his face. "You blue-faced freak. Nobody gets away with owing Deadpool what's rightfully his. You know what I do to people who don't pay up?" Loki stared in shock, shaking his head, completely oblivious to the fact that he was now in the domain of shadows, where if he wished, he could summon an army at any moment to toy with this stranger. "Hey, I ought to toss you straight into the gutter." Wade pounded his own chest in frustration, hoisted Loki up, and flung him toward an even darker corner. But before Loki could get far, Tara caught him midair, sighing with exasperation as she addressed him. "General Icar, remember, this is the Shadow Kingdom. You can summon your soldiers at any time." Tara's words seemed to strike Loki with sudden clarity, and just as he was about to act, Tara stopped him and drifted leisurely over to Wade. "Mr. Deadpool, was it? General Icar, what exactly does he owe you? Tell me, and I'll do my best to grant your wish." "Oh, look at you, big red face. Buddy, your face is as useless as your rear end. But since you're here to settle things for me, I'm in a good mood. How about a bed made out of dollar bills? Can you do that?" Tara paused, a bit puzzled. He had no idea what dollar bills actually were, but he could steer the conversation back to his own pace and perhaps resolve it in a different way. "Dollar bills, you say? So you must be in real need of these things, aren't you?" "Well, how should I put this?" At first, Deadpool pretended to ponder seriously, but soon enough he dropped to his knees before Tara, wailing dramatically without shedding a single tear. "I'm desperate, you know. Those damn capitalists are unbelievable. A loaf of bread goes for 500,000 marks. Once I have money, I'll buy up every loaf in the city and share them with those poor souls." Seeing Tara's skeptical look, Wade quickly scraped a couple drops of spit from his tongue and dabbed them at the corners of his eyes, putting on a show of heartbreak and tears. "I mean it." But Tara had nothing to say to Wade's half-hearted and half-baked performance. Instead, she simply took out General Manny's mask. "Oh, poor child. If you don't mind, I will bestow upon you the power of the Shadow Legion. With it, you'll be able to help even more people. Put on this mask and become one of us." Wade eyed the mask in her hand with suspicion, but the strong sense of impending doom couldn't overpower his deep-seated, self-destructive tendencies. He snatched the mask and slapped it onto his face. In the blink of an eye, the mask took root on Wade's face. For a moment, he simply felt it settle. Then, under Tara's watchful gaze, Wade suddenly let out a furious roar. "Ah!" Wade's glorious howl sent a thrill down Tara's spine. Maybe, just maybe, she'd finally found the right person this time. But before long, Wade tapped his mask expressionlessly. "This doesn't do anything. Monkey butt, did you give me the wrong thing?" Tara's eyes went lopsided in exasperation. Another weirdo? Is there not a single normal soul in the Shadow Legion? Or was her judgment in picking people just that bad? Oh, what a charming little devil. But General Manny, your mouth could use some manners. Don't let the humans rub off on you. After pondering the situation to no avail, Tara gave up struggling. After all, the remaining 7 weren't any better. By now, she'd learned to just go with the flow. She looked at Wade and spoke with a sigh. "General Manny, try calling upon the darkness deep within your soul." Wade just shrugged. The darkness deep within his soul? What kind of nonsense was that supposed to be? Cue Wade, mysterious mumbo-jumbo. I think I'll play along, and maybe tug on his mustache while I'm at it. Wade rubs his hands together gleefully. Wade agreed. Woo! Wade shut his eyes tight. With the shadow mask on, he looked far more solemn than usual. He slowly raised his hand and, feigning deep concentration, intoned, I call upon the darkness within my soul. Tara watched with great interest. As long as he could summon a shadow warrior, she didn't care how much trouble he was. He'd be a comrade all the same. But Tara's joy didn't last long. Unbeknownst to him, Wade had quietly moved up beside him. Taking advantage of a moment when Tara wasn't paying attention, Wade reached out and tugged at Tara's beard. Tara let out a sharp cry of pain, and when he looked, a tuft of white hair was now clutched in Wade's hand. General Manny, what are you doing? Wade stared at the handful of beard in innocent bewilderment. His expression was so convincingly guileless that even Oscar would owe him a statuette. Seeing this, Tara thought, it must be the work of the shadows, some darkness creeping in and making Wade act so foolishly. Tara was just about to forgive him, but then another painful yelp broke out. Ow! Oh, yes, it was Wade again. The beard on the other side of Tara's face didn't escape Wade's grasp, either. Furious, Tara glared at Wade. With an angry huff, he turned on his heel and strode off alone, heading deep into the Shadow Kingdom. Tara, hachme pehash, ima marshal. How dare you bully me? I'm not talking to any of you anymore. The moment Tara left, the surrounding shadows seemed to gain weight. It was as if tens of thousands of tons of pressure suddenly crushed down on all the ghostly generals present. Without exception, every one of them grimaced and bared their teeth in pain. General Ika, General Lesu, and the others. Marshal, this has nothing to do with us. You're punishing the wrong people. Tara, one suffers, all suffer. Stay here and contemplate the true meaning of unity. Tara, muttering to himself, like I'd ever admit you all just got on my nerves. Meanwhile, above Stark Tower, within the spatial rift, a sphere of blue energy, brilliant as the sun, had already condensed. Behind the portal, Thanos raised his hand and brought it down in a commanding gesture, and in that instant, the warship's gathered energy burst forth. The blue, orb-like energy shot through the portal into New York, falling toward the earth like a meteor. People raised their eyes to the sky and felt the despair that only an advanced civilization could bring. A blue arc of energy began to spread outward, just as it was about to reach humanity. A magic circle materialized out of thin air, instantly covering all of New York. At its center was engraved the dragon's head sigil of the Holy Master. The blue arc of energy swept over, and buildings vanished in a thunderous instant, as if reduced to particles. But the people themselves landed safely on the ground, unharmed. Deep beneath New York, in a hidden corridor, a figure cloaked in black watched with satisfaction the 6 glowing green nutrient pods before him. Each seemed to contain a humanoid shape. Suddenly, his expression twisted in alarm, and he roared in fury. My dragon fangs are depleting so fast. Who is sabotaging me? On the far side of the portal, Thanos watched as the warship's cannon, a weapon capable of annihilating even a peak-level civilization, fired, only to destroy the enemy's city, nothing more. His eyes instantly narrowed in shock. As the origin point of the development of civilization, a level 1 civilization may sound rudimentary, but in truth, it is a stage that many civilizations can never hope to reach. A level 1 civilization is defined as one that can break free from its planet's gravity to venture into space, has begun initial exploration and colonization of planets within its own stellar system, possesses medical technology, advanced enough to cure all known human diseases, has a fundamental grasp of universal physical laws and the chemical elements within its home system, and has achieved preliminary mastery of nuclear fusion for energy development. A civilization at the pinnacle of level 1 stands on the threshold of level 2, ready to harness stellar energy, cross into interstellar domains, and begin to brush against the powers of the 4th dimension. To possess the power to obliterate a pinnacle level 1 civilization in a single stroke, all while maintaining defenses and ensuring no harm, comes to one's own people. Such strength, in Thanos' eyes, marks a world as a peak level 2 civilization, just one rung below himself. They haven't even set foot beyond their own planet, yet they've reached the heights of a level 2 civilization. How remarkable. Thanos exhaled deeply, his gaze growing resolute. He donned his battle helmet and raised his massive blade, the one capable of shattering worlds, pointing it squarely at Earth. The horn of war has sounded. Whether or not we begin is no longer ours to decide. This is a battle with an uncertain outcome. I must drag the fight onto their home planet. Black Mist, are you coming with me? Black Mist, standing beside Thanos, nodded calmly. For him, Stepping into the territory of righteousness was a necessity. No reason could sway his resolve. Black Mist declared, "If you wish to wrestle with fate itself, you must step boldly onto the battlefield." Sensing the bold spirit in Black Mist's voice, Thanos let out a hearty laugh. Without shifting the angle of his blade, he commanded his entire force. "All troops, attack." The vanishing of entire cities sparked widespread panic. Steve and his companions, who were on their way to Stark Tower, had no choice but to stop and join the military in restoring local order. With the loss of their weapons of mass destruction, the American military found itself powerless to suppress the rapidly escalating riots among the populace. Moreover, with $0 shopping no longer available as a means of venting frustration, even more people joined the chaos. "Everyone, please remain calm. America will swiftly resolve this unrest. Trust your government." But with New York gone and riots breaking out on a massive scale, the Democrats had pushed their figurehead to the front lines. This time, however, the public was having none of it. A single gunshot rang out, and the old man with the shining white hair fell with a bullet hole in his head. The insurrection only intensified. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Steve climbed onto the podium where the white-haired leader had stood moments before. With a forceful kick, he sent the body tumbling into the abyss, then spoke out in a clear, booming voice. "Everyone listen up. I am Steve, Captain of America." As the most successful figure in America's pantheon of icons, Steve's words immediately brought the crowd to a halt. "I know my era has long since passed. To you, I'm just a figure from the pages of history. But what I must say now is this. Look up at the sky. The energy unleashed from that gaping hole could destroy our very homes. If it happens again, who's to say our lives won't be in just as much danger?" Steve's words sent a ripple of anxious murmurs through the crowd. Fear and unease began to spread. Seeing the unrest, Steve slammed his hand on the table and declared, "Run. Get out of here now. No matter what state New York is in, you must leave at once. Go and find a way to survive." At his command, the crowd scattered in a frenzy, people fleeing every which way. Panic broke out, and stampedes erupted throughout the square. But these were no longer Steve's concern, because up above, alien creatures had already crossed through the rift in the sky. At the ruins of Stark Tower, Tony, clad in his Iron Man suit, and Peter, wearing the Iron Spider armor, were the first to spot the enemies descending from above. They exchanged a glance, both sighing in unison, "Just our luck." For Peter and Tony, today had been one disaster after another. They'd barely begun to plan their strategy against the Shadow Soldiers when, suddenly, those very soldiers vanished without a trace. Then a beam of blue energy shot down from the heavens. To most people, it seemed to simply obliterate the city's buildings, but to Tony and Peter, they saw those structures reduced to particles, a sight so chilling that their hearts skipped a beat. They scarcely had time to process their horror before soldiers began raining down from the sky. These were, undoubtedly, the very enemies who had unleashed that devastating energy. The sudden escalation in the scale of battle filled Tony with dread. But when he met Peter's eyes, the two shared a determined smile, and together, they soared into the sky, without a moment's hesitation. "Combat mode. Engage," they shouted in unison. "Combat mode activated. Time to unleash hell," echoed twice. Against the Chitauri army, Tony and Peter were like lambs thrown into a wolf pack. But in an instant, these seemingly helpless lambs transformed into giant tigers, tearing into the enemy ranks with ferocity, turning the sky into a rain of blood. The Chitauri's combat maneuvers weren't programmed into Tony's suit, so his carefully prepared precision tactics were rendered useless. Instead, a barrage of firepower, the sheer force of overwhelming attack, proved far more effective for both Tony and Peter. At first, the thrill of unleashing such firepower was exhilarating. As the barrage continued, the rush only grew. Yet, despite the intensity of their assault, the damage they inflicted was barely a drop in the ocean. The Chitauri were seasoned warriors, veterans of countless wars across the galaxy. They knew exactly how to weather a storm of bullets. And besides, the gap in technology between the two sides was more than just a minor difference. It was a gulf. Tony and Peter kept up their relentless assault, eventually knocking several corpses from the sky. After dispatching a few more ordinary soldiers, Thanos seemed to realize the trouble these two were causing and decided to bring in the Cosmic Leviathan. With their massive bodies, the Cosmic Leviathans shielded themselves from Tony and Peter's attacks. No matter how fierce the bombardment, against such colossal creatures, it was little more than a show of sparks. Peter abandoned the advantage of his firepower and instead relied on his agility. He shot a web onto the back of a Cosmic Leviathan and swung himself over, gaining a foothold. With that, Peter began his moment in the spotlight. A giant web was soon woven across the sky. As the Chitauri army descended, they became entangled in the sticky mesh. Peter increased both the stickiness and the moisture of his webbing. The Chitauri struggled desperately, but only managed to let the strands seep into their sophisticated devices. Though mere threads, the webs were enough to short-circuit their equipment. The Chitauri's gear was ingeniously crafted, but it was precisely this sophistication that made them vulnerable. A single weak point could bring the whole system crashing down. The more advanced a civilization, the more their pursuit of perfection leaves them open to these very flaws, something Peter exploited to devastating effect, dealing a heavy blow to the Chitauri army. Perhaps too accustomed to victory, the Chitauri, even with Thanos' warnings, marched to conquer Earth with blatant arrogance. Thanos was furious at this, but also helpless. After all, an army that always wins cannot help but grow proud and reckless. How could one person possibly stand against thousands upon thousands? Although the Chitauri had fallen into the classic trap of arrogance leading to defeat, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. No matter how hard Peter worked, his webs could only slow down a small fraction. More and more Chitauri poured through the spatial rifts, flooding the ground below. From a distance, their numbers were like a plague of locusts, darkening the horizon. Witnessing this, the American soldiers felt disaster looming over them. Morale instantly collapsed. They tossed their weapons aside and turned to flee. Not even the generals firing warning shots could stop the rout. The soldiers thought to themselves, "Are you kidding? Even Iron Man's firepower barely made a dent. And you want us to risk our lives? Forget it, I'm out of here." The American army, true to their principle of the battle may be lost, but I must survive, scattered for miles, running over 10 kilometers at a stretch. When faced with an unbeatable enemy, perhaps fleeing was their only chance at survival. Steve did not try to stop the retreat. After all, everyone had seen Stark's battle in the sky. If even Tony, armed to the teeth, could barely take down a few foes, how could anyone expect a group of ordinary soldiers to fight these monsters with nothing but flesh and blood? "Captain," Natasha called out to Steve, her voice cautious and gentle. In the face of such an overwhelming difference in strength between the two sides, even a strong woman like her felt the urge to retreat. This wasn't weakness in the psychological sense, but rather the instinctive respect for fear that all living beings possess. Steve turned and saw Natasha's hand, clutching her gun, trembling uncontrollably. This was a state no agent should ever display. Yet it was exactly how an insect would shake before a giant. Shivering, darting about, every sensory nerve betraying their emotions with uncontrollable tremors. These were rights granted to all life. Even Steve himself was not immune to fear. Composing himself, Steve stood tall and resolute. He hurled his shield at a Chitauri warrior soaring above. Only when the shield struck its mark did Steve, in a voice rough with tension, speak to Natasha. "Natasha, you don't have to fight this battle. You can choose to leave." Hearing Steve's words, Natasha steadied her hands, the trembling ceasing as her calm demeanor returned. "I have nowhere left to retreat to." All around them, the thunder of explosions echoed without end. Natasha's expression remained serene as she surveyed the encroaching enemies. With deft skill, she seized the Chitauri weapon, turning it against its former owners. Using the enemy's arms to strike back proved to be a winning strategy, and the Chitauri suffered heavily at the hands of their own technology. Inspired by Natasha's courage, the other agents rallied as well. They snatched up Chitauri weapons scattered across the ground, launching themselves into battle with the alien invaders. For reasons unknown, their performance now seemed to far surpass the statistics ever recorded by S.H.I.E.L.D. Elsewhere on a vast, empty plain, Banner awoke from sleep, bewildered by his surroundings. He remembered being aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier. How had he ended up here? Before he could make sense of things, a sudden explosion pierced the air. Banner turned and saw a gaping rift torn open in the sky, from which countless shadowy creatures were pouring in a wild frenzy. As the fog of sleep lifted, Banner realized that the site of the attack should have been New York City, but now lay desolate and barren. In that instant, a flood of thoughts rushed through his mind, his girlfriend above all. He could accept losing his father-in-law, but losing her was unthinkable. Fury surged within him, boiling over in an instant. The Hulk emerged, far more enraged than Banner himself. He vividly remembered how, even with all his strength, he had been bested by Mundo. Now, with a mighty fist pounding the ground in cracks, spidering outwards, Hulk's only thought was to tear Mundo apart. Hulk is furious. Hulk wants to smash the green-faced doctor to a pulp. Blinded by rage, Hulk had no idea where Mundo was, but Banner's matching fury pushed Hulk to charge straight into the heart of the raging battle. Once on the battlefield, Hulk smashed everything in his path. With every blow, his anger mounted, and soon, each punch sent a Chitauri soldier flying. He was practically mowing them down one by one. While Hulk was unleashing his unstoppable wrath, Venom and Thor had also arrived at the fight. Unlike the chaos on the ground, their destination was further ahead, the aerial battlefield, where Tony and Peter were holding their own. Venom and Peter worked in seamless tandem, slipping through the enemy ranks with silent efficiency. Each swing and leap took out another Chitauri without so much as a sound. Venom, in particular, was in his element. Facing these aliens, he was no longer bored as he had been with the Shadow Soldiers. This time, he devoured his foes eagerly, relishing every bite. Meanwhile, behind the portal, Thanos watched the carnage unfold. The purple hue of his face took on a dark sheen, his expression so grim it seemed to drip with menace. One of his lieutenants, unsettled by the sight, quickly stepped forward and addressed him. "Lord Thanos, Ebony Maw requests permission to join the battle." Thanos gave a curt nod. Even with their overwhelming numbers, the enemy had forced a staggering 3-to-1 casualty ratio. Thanos seethed with rage. If only the losses had stopped there. But as more enemies fell, the survivors seemed to grow ever more resilient, and that was something Thanos simply could not tolerate. With Thanos' approval, Ebony Maw rose to step through the spatial portal. But just as he was about to cross, a voice called out from behind, "Wait, Ebony Maw." He stopped and turned. It was Black Mist who had called to him, approaching with a long sword strapped at his side. "My lord, is there something urgent?" Ebony Maw bod in salute. Black Mist wasted no words. He drew the sword from his waist and tossed it to Ebony Maw. "This is Kamikaze, the divine wind. With it, nothing will be able to stop you." Ebony Maw looked down at the sword in his hands. To be honest, it was hard to call this a treasure. It looked ancient, steeped in history, its weathered scabbard, showing the scars of countless battles. Most striking of all were the medallions and honors studding the blade. Was this really a weapon meant for combat? Noticing Ebony Maw's hesitation, Black Mist gave a carefree laugh. "Doubtful? Don't be. The previous owner was powerful, true, but he's long dead. Whether you're worthy or not, that's for me to decide, isn't it?" Ebony Maw felt a cold sweat break out across his forehead. Was that really what he'd been thinking? Just an old sword. If he didn't want me to use it, I wouldn't have cared in the slightest. Yet as he stared at the Black Mist before him, the Ebony Marquis still couldn't bring himself to utter those words. He could sense the threat of death hanging over him, a feeling so intense that he knew even a single word of refusal would cost him his head. He nervously touched his neck, reassured to find his head still attached, then offered his thanks to the Black Mist and wasted no time in fleeing toward Earth. As for the conversation between the Black Mist and the Ebony Marquis, Thanos had no interest in listening. The current battle left no room for distraction. Hulk had just crushed a void whale with a single punch, sending the morale of Earth's defenders soaring to its peak. Forced by the turn of events, Thanos began to adjust his strategies. "Cull Obsidian, hold off that green monster at all costs. If the chance arises, kill him," Thanos commanded. Behind him, Cull Obsidian, wielding a massive black battle axe, stepped forward without hesitation. He leapt straight into the spatial portal, wasting no words. "Proxima Midnight, you will lead a squad to deliver a devastating blow to the team currently sabotaging our weapons and mounting a counterattack," Thanos ordered next. A woman, her face blue and her body clad head to toe in black leather, stepped forward. With a nimble leap, she flipped into the portal, a Chitauri squad close at her heels. In war, morale is everything. Though Natasha's team hadn't inflicted much damage, their very presence kept the spirits of Earth's side steadily rising. Even if Natasha were the last one standing, the morale she inspired would not be extinguished. Thanos did not fear battle, but the enemies was shown so fiercely that he decided it was best to crush it while it was still fragile. "Corvus Glaive, you are to disrupt their aerial forces. Make sure the Chitauri army can advance without hindrance." Corvus Glaive, cloaked in black, grabbed his weapon and stepped toward the portal. The Black Mist handed him a piece of equipment, a wristband. Without hesitation, Corvus strapped it onto his arm, and in an instant, 2 more arms sprouted from his body. Four-armed and formidable, he plunged into the portal, ready for war. With Corvus Glaive's leap, the battle truly entered the phase of champion versus champion. At the ruins of New York City, Steve, fighting desperately, finally grasped what it meant to face a force of 300,000. His shield was nearly smoking from overuse, yet he'd managed to fell only a few dozen foes. After dispatching another enemy, Steve raised his eyes to the sky, trying to gauge how many more adversaries remained. Suddenly, he saw 4 tiny black dots shooting out of a portal, growing rapidly larger as they hurtled toward him. With a thunderous crash, the Hulk was slammed to the ground by one of the falling figures. Dust billowed everywhere as a tremendous roar ripped through the haze, tearing the smoke apart like a shockwave. Hulk threw Black Dwarf off his chest, sending him tumbling across the ground. Black Dwarf rolled, regained his footing, and the two locked eyes. Flames of battle burned fiercely in their gazes. Neither spoke a word. Instead, they charged at each other, fists flying. Steve saw this and wanted to rush over to help, but Natasha was in trouble too. Proxima Midnight, wielding her long spear, hurled it straight at Natasha from midair. If it weren't for Natasha's quick reflexes, that spear would have easily pierced her. She dodged, but several nameless agents behind her weren't so lucky. The spears skewered them like a string of candied fruits. Natasha fired her weapon rapidly at Proxima Midnight, but Proxima didn't even bother to look. She simply grabbed a nearby teammate, used him as a shield to block the bullets, and then hurled the body at Natasha like a makeshift projectile. Natasha scrambled out of the way. Proxima Midnight landed nimbly on the ground, glanced coldly at the agents impaled by her own spear, and with a disdainful snort, yanked her weapon free. She leveled her spear at Natasha. Thus began a fierce duel between two formidable women. Suddenly, the sharp hiss of a sword cutting through air rang out. Steve barely had time to react. Corvus Glaive's blade was already upon him. In that split second, Steve raised his shield and blocked the attack perfectly. He and Corvus Glaive stared each other down, instantly recognizing each other as worthy adversaries. The battle between shield and sword was about to erupt. Compared to the one-on-one skirmishes elsewhere, the fight against Cull Obsidian was far more desperate. 4-on-1, and each opponent was a powerhouse. Watching Venom lick his lips, Cull Obsidian felt a chill run down his spine. Fortunately, his orders were not to kill, but merely to stall the enemy and prevent them from interfering with the Chitauri army's advance. A relatively simple task. With 4 arms, indestructible weapons, and a body that refused to fall, Cull Obsidian clashed fiercely with Tony and his companions, neither side gaining the upper hand. At this moment, the battle had reached a stalemate for Steve and his allies. If no outside force intervened, their defeat seemed inevitable. But then, swirling orange sparks appeared out of thin air. Portals of magic opened one after another, and an endless stream of sorcerers poured through. At the forefront stood representatives from the 3 great sanctuaries. From New York's Sanctum, Kamartaj, the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One. From the Shanghai Sanctum, Dragon Tiger Mountain, the Celestial Master, Master Zhang. From the London Sanctum, Valhalla, the Grand Magus, Merlin. Meanwhile, in the heart of the blazing inferno, the old man sat stroking his cat with one hand, his chin resting on the other, gazing forlornly at the talisman paper now scattered to the wind. With a sigh, he murmured, "Steve, you all must win this fight." With the arrival of a large number of sorcerers, the battle had now shifted from a science fiction spectacle to a full-blown magical showdown. The leading figures in this transformation were the Ancient One and her disciples, the scholars of the London Sanctum, and the disciples from Mount Longhu. As for why not all the sorcerers were joining in the magical display, well, that was because 2 old masters had taken things in a different direction. Right there on the battlefield, they tore off their robes, revealing bodies sculpted like living statues, muscles chiseled as if by axe and hammer. Heaven and earth, mysterious and profound. All energies returned to the root. Through countless eons of cultivation, I gained divine power. Within and without the 3 realms, the Tao alone reigns supreme. My body is bathed in golden light, which shields and reflects upon me. Seen by none, heard by none, encompassing heaven and earth, nurturing all life. Recite this 10,000 times, and your body will glow with radiance. Guarded by the sentinels of the 3 realms, welcomed by the 5 emperors. All the gods bow in reverence, and I command the thunder. Demons and spirits flee in terror. Monsters vanish without a trace. Within me, thunder roars, yet the thunder god's name remains hidden. Wisdom flows freely, the 5 energies surge. Golden light appears swiftly. Protect the true master. As the incantation rang out, golden light burst from Master Zhang of Mount Longhu, and with a fierce leap, he engaged the Black Dwarf in close combat. The shockwaves from their clash were every bit as powerful as those from the Hulk's legendary battles. Not to be outdone, Grand Magus Merlin made his move. Reborn new, he drew forth his own trademark staff, none other than King Arthur's holy sword, Excalibur, the sword of promised victory. Holy sword, grant me your protection once more. As Merlin's words fell, the sword exploded in radiant light. Gripping it with one hand, Merlin charged into the fray against Ebony Maw, and to everyone's amazement, quickly gained the upper hand. The sheer bravado of these two entrances left the Ancient One at a loss. What was happening here? Weren't they all sorcerers? How had these two managed to make such a dramatic statement, so utterly out of the ordinary? Just as the Ancient One was fuming, a reckless cosmic whale barreled toward her. Unfazed, she raised a single hand and conjured a magical shield before her. The shield sliced cleanly through the whale's massive form, splitting it in two. This gruesome spectacle instantly sent the Chitauri army into chaos. In the blink of an eye, their ranks were decimated, not from enemy attacks, but from their own panicked blaster fire in the confusion. On the other side of the portal, the swift turn of events left everyone reeling. The advantage Thanos once held had completely evaporated, and the Chitauri's bizarre blundering only made things worse. Thanos had no choice but to enter the battlefield himself to rally his troops and restore order. Gripping his double-bladed sword, Thanos strode purposefully toward the portal. As he reached the swirling shadows, a figure handed him a statue. 3 little monkeys, one covering its mouth, one its eyes, one its ears. Thanos had no idea what this meant, but he could sense the immense power within the statue. Without hesitation, he took it with him, leapt through the portal, and plunged into the heart of the battle, with Supergiant close behind. Watching the now deserted platform, the black mist drifted leisurely up the steps and seated itself upon the throne. Gaze fixed on Thanos's strategic deployment map, the black mist waved a hand, and in an instant, the diagrams before it transformed into a grand go board. At this moment, a single black stone had already been played, setting off a fierce assault against the white pieces like wolves and tigers closing in on their prey. Righteousness, it's your move next. A thunderous crash echoed. Thanos descended from the sky, bringing Peter and the others along with him, all tumbling down together with their cosmic whale mount. The sheer force of their landing dragged the entire battlefield down to earth. Amid the swirling dust lifted by the cosmic whale, Thanos emerged, dragging Thor behind him step by step. Instantly, all eyes on the field were drawn to him. Do not retreat. Press the attack, Thanos roared. Have you fought across the stars all these years and still not claimed your own pride? With every step forward, Thanos' boots slammed into the ground with the weight of a war hammer, striking terror and excitement, stirring even a thrill within the hearts of every Chitauri soldier. They were afraid, yet exhilarated, and they cheered him on. In stark contrast, the hearts of the Ancient One and her companions clenched painfully, and their faces grew grave. Are you afraid? Thanos swept his gaze across them. Why fear my rival? Are you frightened by the fate you believe is inevitable? Aside from Hulk, every face was clouded in deep worry. You cannot halt the coming of destiny. This very moment is the hour it arrives. Or perhaps I should say, I am your destiny. As Thanos' words fell, an aura of power radiated from him, casting a dark shadow over everyone's hearts. The Ancient One took a deep breath, abandoning the satisfaction of dispatching lesser foes. In a blink, she appeared before Thanos, spell circle in hand, thrusting it straight at his face. But as the spell circle drew near, Thanos lifted a hand and caught it with ease, as if facing not an archmage on par with himself, but a mere child at play. As a supreme being, now further fortified by the black mist, Thanos could face even Odin himself with such effortless composure, let alone the Ancient One, famed for her magic. Thanos' expression darkened, and he squeezed his fingers together sharply. With a brutal snap, the Ancient One's spell circle shattered into dust. His hand morphed into a fist, and he swung it straight at the Ancient One. In that dire moment, the time stone on her chest began to glow, slowly unfurling its power. In an instant, she vanished from sight. Thanos stared at the empty space where she had stood, his face unreadable, as if everything had long been foreseen. When the Ancient One reappeared, she was gasping for breath, sweat streaming down her brow, as though she had just survived some unspeakable horror. Now, she kept a cautious and safe distance from Thanos. Gu Yi's defeat sounded a warning bell for everyone present. Facing Black Dwarf, Master Zhang unleashed his full strength. In a flash, he sent Black Dwarf flying, leaving a massive, charred mark burned on his chest by lightning, and knocking him out cold. On the other side, Merlin was no different. The holy sword in his hand radiated with blinding brilliance. With a swift slash, everything seemed to spin as Ebony Maw closed his eyes. He was utterly overwhelmed. Thanos watched all of this with a calm expression, seemingly unfazed by the defeat of Ebony Maw and the others. Deep inside, a voice assured him, death is but a temporary departure. They would return, once more fighting at his side to conquer the universe. 3 against 1. Don't you think that's a bit unfair? King Arthur once asked me the same question. My answer to him was, finish off the enemy first. This is a battle we cannot afford to lose. If we fall, those who depend on us will have no one left to rely on. Lightning crackled around Master Zhang, the dazzling golden light bursting through the sky. In Merlin's hands, the holy sword seemed to transform into a true wizard's staff, wreathing him in elemental energy. After opening the eye of Agamotto, Gu Yi's entire aura shifted. Dark arcane power surged around her, and the runes of time twisted and overlapped at her feet. Witnessing this, Thanos' face grew serious, but he did not retreat. Instead, he took a calm step forward, as if sounding the bell for a fateful duel. Merlin was the first to charge, sword in hand. Arthur's legendary blade clashed against Thanos' enormous blade. In an instant, four elemental forces surged along the hilt and invaded Thanos' body, wreaking havoc within. But just as the destruction began, Thanos let out a thunderous roar, sending Merlin flying. At the same time, he channeled his own energy to force out the foreign power that had invaded him. Merlin showed no sign of surprise at Thanos' overwhelming strength. In fact, if Thanos didn't possess such might, Merlin and the others would never have needed to join forces against him. The moment Merlin was flung away, Master Zhang dove into the fray. With a swift uppercut charged with lightning, he struck Thanos squarely on the jaw. Caught off guard, Thanos stumbled back, nearly falling, but his blade, charged and ready, swung upward in retaliation. Steel rang against steel. Master Zhang crossed his arms in front of his chest as Thanos' blade struck, leaving a long, white mark along his forearm before sending him flying. But before Thanos could get up, Gu Yi's attack followed relentlessly. A universe-shattering forbidden spell crashed down on him, forcing a mouthful of blood, mixed with shattered teeth, from his lips, scattering across the ground. Merlin, who had just landed, did not cease his assault upon seeing Thanos wounded. His relentless attacks came crashing down one after another, forcing Thanos to lie on the ground in a panic, struggling to defend himself. At the same time, Master Zhang returned as well. Amidst the heavy bombardment of lightning, the blows rained down on Thanos like a torrential downpour, leaving him teetering on the edge of life and death. Yet, at this critical moment, a surge of black mist erupted from Thanos' chest. The Ancient One, Master Zhang, Merlin, and everyone else nearby were flung backward. In fact, anyone close to Thanos was struck by a collective blast that sent them flying. From Thanos' chest, the statue of the three monkeys drifted out with an eerie calm, instantly transforming into a towering mountain that stood as a shield before Thanos. A heavy, thunderous rumble echoed out. After a violent quake, the sealed organs of the three monkeys' statue slowly unfolded, releasing a dense, inky black mist that gushed forth, instantly enveloping Thanos, Ebony Maw, Black Dwarf, and their allies. Watching the black mist spread over the battlefield, the spirit of the dark force burst into triumphant laughter. Now that the darkness had invaded Earth, if the force of righteousness did not act swiftly, victory in this battle would surely tip in his favor. Staring at the chessboard before him, the force of righteousness hesitated, still not making his move. This unexpected pause caused the dark force to grow suspicious. By all logic, righteousness should not be so slow. Could he be preparing some grand gambit? The flames surrounding the old man had dissipated, which under different circumstances would have brought relief. Yet now, the old man's face was clouded with worry as he gazed at the boy who had suddenly appeared before him. The old man closed his eyes, pondering for a moment. At last, he let out a long sigh and said, "I never would have thought it. You, of all people, are righteousness' trump card." The scorched earth stretched for miles, utterly silent and suffused with the desolation of death. Amidst the sound of wood splintering, a red-haired man strolled across the charred remains. With both hands in his pockets, wearing a look of disdain, he walked forward at an even, measured pace, his unblinking eyes fixed on an old man sitting cross-legged on the ground, idly stroking a cat. Seeing the red-haired figure approach, the old man was momentarily taken aback. He closed his eyes and, after a long silence, finally sighed and said, "I never would have thought it, Ah Fu. You are righteousness' hidden ace." Ah Fu gazed calmly at the old man. When he reached him, he crossed his hands and bowed respectfully. "Black Tiger Ah Fu, here to pay my respects, uninvited, to my teacher." Other than the reverence in his tone, Ah Fu's expression did not change in the slightest, as if all of this were just routine. The old man nodded to Ah Fu. Ah Fu straightened, quickly shoved his hands back into his pockets, and glanced toward the distant battlefield. His voice was calm as he said, "I am no one's pawn. I heard rumors that a true master would appear here, so I came." His words were tranquil as still water, but the old man could see the burning fighting spirit shining in Ah Fu's steady gaze. That's just like you. But Ah Fu, your muscles aren't as solid as they used to be. Are you really sure you can beat that purple yam? At these words, a vein twitched on Ah Fu's forehead. In the blink of an eye, a gust of force swept him right up to his father. 3 fingers curved into a claw, hooking around his father's neck. But his father's expression remained utterly calm, unmoved. Eagle's claw shatters stone. Seeing his father unfazed, Ah Fu clicked his tongue in annoyance and withdrew his hand for his father's neck. His tone was cool as he said, "Tisich, a mighty lion doesn't need muscles to prove its strength." No sooner had Ah Fu finished speaking than, in the narrow slits of his father's eyes, Ah Fu's figure seemed to grow larger and larger. Behind him, a shadowy aura began to form. Not tiger, not mantis, not elephant, nor bear. Instead, it was his own aura, his presence swelling until a giant version of himself loomed at his back, radiating murderous intent, his eyes savage and hungry, like a demon on the hunt. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this sight alone could silence a crying child at night. Even the godly slayers of old would not have been more terrifying. Ah Fu moved lightly, placing one foot on the ground. Instantly, his father was pulled back to reality, watching as Ah Fu strode toward the battlefield, eager for the fray. His father called out, "Hey, Ah Fu, wait up, there's one more thing." At his father's words, Ah Fu paused mid-step and looked back. In that instant, it felt as though thousands of steel needles were aimed straight at his father, who shivered, exhaled deeply, and steadied himself. Clearly, Ah Fu's recent training had made him even more formidable. "The training suit you're wearing won't survive a fight like this, Ah Fu. You wouldn't want to be left stark naked fighting Thanos, would you?" His father's words landed like a heavy blow. Ah Fu himself didn't really care, but the thought of actually ending up naked in that scene was, well, a bit much even for him. He glanced over at the divine armor his father was wearing. Naturally, his father noticed the look. With a small shake of his head, he refused. Ah Fu clicked his tongue again in disdain, saying it but not giving it. Why even bring it up? Ah Fu never hid his feelings, and his father knew exactly what he meant. So, he addressed Ah Fu directly. "The divine armor really isn't for you, but there's a set of armor that's even more suited to you. Wait here, I'll fetch it now." Seeing his father leisurely form a hand seal, Ah Fu had no choice but to sit cross-legged and watch the battle from afar, quenching his thirst for action with the scene before him. A 3-on-1 might not seem glorious, but to a battle maniac like Ah Fu, how did they even convince those 3 to team up with the 4th just to fight him? A 1-on-4. That's the true romance of a real warrior. And if there could be even more opponents, all the better. Best of all would be if this old man behind him joined in too. Ah Fu admired Lu Bu most of all. The tale of the 3 heroes battling Lu Bu was one he'd read at least a dozen times. At first, it was a relentless onslaught, one fight after another, and then 3 mighty warriors joined forces to take on a single man. That was simply exhilarating. He could practically picture Lu Bu's hearty, unrestrained laughter at that moment. If only he could experience such a feeling himself. What a thrill that would be. Every time Ah Fu thought about this, he couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Joy surged through him, threatening to drown him completely. This sensation was even more electrifying than shaking a bottle of yogurt dozens of times. But as these thoughts swirled in his mind, Ah Fu watched Thanos defeat and shook his head. Ew, the purple sweet potato spirit, or no. Better than Lu Bu himself, he thought. Faced with such a formidable battle, you didn't even hold out until the end. I can't respect that. Just as Ah Fu was resigning himself to a brawl with the other 3, before any real disappointment set in, he saw Thanos and the others enveloped by swirling black smoke. 6 fruit-like orbs took shape before the statue of the divine monkey, emanating such surging power that Ah Fu's spirits soared once more. Ah Fu glanced back. At that moment, his father was still chanting incantations. If his father's voice hadn't continued echoing in his ears, Ah Fu would have already dashed straight into the heart of the battle. Meanwhile, sweat beaded on his father's forehead. For the first time, the art of chi magic felt utterly unfamiliar to him. The armor called Triumph refused to obey his command, while the divine armor simultaneously suppressed the magic within him, as if determined to wring him dry. Caught between the pull of the 2 suits of armor, he nearly lost his breath. Fortunately, his father prevailed. With a violent shudder from the suit of Triumph armor in his antique shop, a blue radiance surged forth, lifting it from the ground. In the blink of an eye, it smashed through the shop's front door and flew straight toward him. As the black smoke enveloped Thanos, Master Zhang and the others wasted no time. Each unleashed their most powerful spells, launching them at once. In an instant, cracks began to appear on the divine monkey statue. Seeing this, Merlin's excitement was palpable. Stepping in front of the other two, he pointed at the statue and shouted, "This shoddy statue is about to give out, keep blasting. With such a long transformation sequence, let's see if I can't destroy it. Sort of promised victory, guide me to triumph." Master Zhang didn't hesitate either. Lightning crackled in his hands as he hurled it at Thanos' fruit. True 5 thunders, strike down evil and banish demons. With a wave of her hand, the Ancient One summoned a multitude of magic circles, instantly enveloping the entire statue. The veins on her forehead stood out as the statue seemed to age before their eyes, beginning to crumble away. Feel the might of time itself. In the blink of an eye, the statue was shattered to pieces, so thoroughly destroyed that even glue could never put it back together. Yet, the black mist enveloping Thanos and the others remained completely untouched. At that moment, far away in the depths of the universe, the black mist witnessed this scene and slapped the table in front of it with laughter. "Ah, foolish. Righteousness. Is this your trump card? That monkey statue was nothing more than a vessel. My power has already seeped into that world. Destroying it won't stop me now." The black mist believed its victory was assured, but righteousness, silently observing the black mist's frenzy, curved their lips in a mocking smile. From the swirling, white fog, a slender, fair hand emerged, plucked a single piece from the woven basket, and gently placed it onto the board. A crisp, ringing sound echoed through the universe. The brilliance of righteousness began to radiate outward, expanding beyond the cosmos itself. Looking at the board again, the balance of the contest had shifted. Righteousness and the black mist had switched roles. The gaping maw that once attacked like a fierce tiger was now forcibly torn apart by a humanoid beast. The victorious armor fit seamlessly onto Afyu's body. Afyu felt that aside from its indestructibility, the armor had no other special traits. Nonetheless, he nodded in satisfaction. As the saying goes, heads may roll, blood may flow, but the hair must stay in place. A man may stray, a body may fall, but the war suit must remain intact. The moment Afyu nodded, it was as if the armor responded to a summons. It instantly exploded off his body. Startled, Afyu wondered, how could something supposedly indestructible shatter the moment it landed in his hands? Still puzzled, Afyu turned to ask his father what was happening. Just then, the fragments of the armor began to whirl around him. Seeing this, Afyu sensed no hint of malice and allowed himself to relax. In an instant, the shards of armor adhered to his body like scales, one after another, until they formed a gleaming, jet-black suit of armor. It was even more striking than his father's divine battle suit. Just as Afyu thought everything was over, a sudden sweep of fabric appeared behind him. A cape unfurled, pure black, with 2 bold characters stitched in blood-red thread. Death. Red letters on black cloth. A harbinger of misfortune. For a warrior, if someone dared inscribe such words on his back, he would surely hunt that person down before the next duel, beating him to death and finally stepping onto the arena with sorrow-filled eyes. Yet Afyu's reaction was different. Death, a weighty declaration. But I like it. As Afyu celebrated his newly acquired armor, the black mist encasing Thanos suddenly shattered. A surge of formidable energy burst forth, so overwhelming that even the Ancient One and the others dared not approach. The arrival of this formidable presence snapped Fu out of his excitement. Turning his head toward the black mist where Thanos stood, he saw a hand cloaked in absolute darkness reach out. With a sharp crack, it tore the black mist apart, and even the barrier of space itself was left fractured and splintered. Thanos emerged, shrouded in swirling shadows. The twin-bladed weapon in his grasp morphed into a massive broadsword, exuding an icy, chilling aura. Unlike his commanding and awe-inspiring entrance, Thanos now seemed like a sovereign of darkness. Every word, every gesture radiated a sinister presence. "I am destiny itself," he intoned in a mechanical, relentless fashion. In that instant, a new pair of gloves appeared on his hands, gloves gleaming with golden brilliance. Yet something about them was undeniably bizarre. 2 button-like eyes darted and blinked atop the gloves, while 2 thin, black whiskers twitched ever so slightly, making the sight all the more uncanny. With a vacant expression, Thanos swung his massive blade. A frigid, deathly force surged forth, forcing Master Zhang, Merlin, and the Ancient One to retreat. No matter how they dodged, though, the oppressive energy was inescapable. At last, driven to desperation, the 3 unleashed their full strength and shattered the oncoming force. But unlike before, it took every ounce of their power. Breathing heavily, Merlin plunged his sword into the ground, glancing at his companions. "What's gotten into him? It's like he's juiced up on something," he's suddenly so much stronger. The Ancient One shook his head. He had never battled this black mist before and had no idea of its true strength. Master Zhang looked equally bewildered. Though the 8 immortals had once fought the Holy Master and his ilk, the black mist power had never manifested so plainly. Among all the sorcerers present, perhaps only the old man had ever encountered something like this. But the old man was nowhere near. The 3 exchanged glances. Just as they steeled themselves for a heroic last stand, a thunderous shout rang out. "Hey, Purple Potato Fiend, do you dare face me in mortal combat?" Having watched Thanos unleash his fearsome might, Afu could hold back no longer. He rocketed toward the fray, not with talismans or divine armor, but simply by planting his left foot on his right and spiraling upward into the sky, leaving the old man utterly dumbfounded. To Thanos, though, this scene was nothing remarkable. He casually raised his blade, sending a deadly arc slicing through the air toward the rapidly approaching Afu, who met the attack head-on, fists clenched together in a bold strike. Supernova burst. Flames erupted around Afu, and with a thunderous crash, he shattered the deadly force. Landing smoothly, he stood face-to-face with Thanos. "My name is Black Tiger Afu. Purple Potato Fiend, prepare to meet your end." Thanos watched impassively, lifting his blade for a downward strike. But Afu stepped forward, arms wide, catching and holding back the mighty swing. Then, with a resounding thud, he smashed his forehead against Thanos' head. "Crack the walnut with my head." Blood trickled from Thanos' nose, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. His arms began to close in. Afu noticed this, furrowing his brow slightly, then quickly withdrew and vanished underground. Slippery eel slide. With a nimble twist, he flipped past Thanos' side and landed behind him. Watching Thanos move so sluggishly, Afu frowned, but his hand showed no mercy. Giant axe fells the tree. Afu's hand moved so fast it left afterimages. At this moment, Thanos' defense was truly formidable. Afu could clearly feel that striking Thanos' spine had no effect at all. His palm felt more like giving a massage than delivering a blow. Thanos spun around, slashing at him. Afu easily ducked, evading the attack. Monkey King Squat. Sickle strikes the ground. With a swift kick, Afu toppled Thanos. Looking at Thanos sprawled before him, a sudden surge of anger welled up in Afu. "Are you kidding me? How can such a boundless power become so feeble in your hands?" Veins bulged on Afu's forehead. Then he noticed the peculiar glove on Thanos' hand and let out a mocking laugh. "So, this is your little trick?" Afu gripped Thanos' hand. With a sharp crack, Thanos' glove shattered. In that instant, Thanos' mind snapped back into focus from the chaos. He immediately drove his fist into Afu's chest, sending him flying. Afu, regaining his senses, felt a piercing pain in his chest. He gritted his teeth and stomped the ground. Baboon chest thump. After knocking Afu away, Thanos stared at his own palm, his expression oddly complicated. Searching his memories, he pieced together what had just happened. He'd been betrayed by that so-called ally. Or maybe it wasn't quite a betrayal. After all, the surging energy within him was undeniable. Supporting himself with his blade, Thanos rose from the ground and looked across at the man he'd just sent flying. After a string of strange remarks, Afu charged toward him. Thanos stood on one leg, gathered energy along his blade, and swung it down with a force that suggested a blade never to return. Afu darted aside, his footwork so unpredictable even he couldn't recall how he'd managed it, and deftly dodged the strike. But Thanos suddenly lashed out with a kick, connecting squarely with Afu. Afu's hands crossed in front of his chest, compact and powerful, catching Thanos' massive foot between them. Though Thanos' force shoved Afu back, he sustained no harm from the blow. "Now that's more like it, you purple sweet potato. Let's keep this going." Afu roared with excitement, braced himself, and launched at Thanos in a leap. Flying Tiger pounces on Mouse. Thanos, seeing this, raised his fist and struck out. Their fists collided, and it was as if the very air around them erupted in fierce sparks. The clash of their fists was like a battle between the most terrifying king of beasts, the tiger, and the most formidable upright ape in the world. Their blows met with such speed it was almost incomprehensible. With fists like mountains, even the slightest mistake would mean a devastating blow to the other's body. Yet from the very start, Afu never stopped his taunts, and Thanos nearly fell into danger, distracted by Afu's words. Mel Monkey unleashed. Their attacks rained down like a torrential storm, their fists colliding again and again, turning red and purple from the relentless force. As Afu finally landed, this fierce exchange came to a close. He turned, shaking his hand to force away the pain. Tiger Claw eats pudding. Ah-Fu charged in close, leaving no room for long weapons. Thanos was left with no choice but to toss aside his great blade and meet Ah-Fu blow for blow, matching fists and feet. The fight was evenly matched, but with Ah-Fu, it always came down to one thing. As long as he still had some fight left in him, eventually his opponent would fall. And sure enough, Thanos took a punishing blow. Ponytail swats the fly. Ah-Fu spun and swept his back, blocking Thanos' view for a split second. Cunning Rabbit kicks the eagle, and with a sweeping, powerful kick, Ah-Fu brought the battle to its conclusion. Thanos gasped. Mother of mercy, I've never seen anyone with so many moves in my life. Earth is far too terrifying. Ah-Fu, you flattened Thanos. Watching the chessboard shift in the blink of an eye, Black Chi's rage surged. He smashed the board into pieces, unable to accept Thanos' defeat. Now, the game had reached a point where life and death hung in the balance. Thanos' loss meant that Black Chi was heading toward his endgame. No matter how many tricks he had left, they would be useless. Black Chi's fate was sealed. Only oblivion awaited. To cling to life in desperation, or to risk everything for a sliver of hope. This is the choice every sentient being must face when pushed to the brink. There is no set answer, only a path each must ford for themselves. But now, it was clear, Black Chi had made a choice. The shattering of the board left Zhang Chi staring at Black Chi in surprise. This chessboard had been constructed from both their powers. Breaking it meant the one who did so would suffer a heavy blow. Zhang Chi couldn't understand why Black Chi, who had fought so hard and refused to give in, would suddenly do this. Having spent the most time with Black Chi, Zhang Chi knew he would never accept defeat. She expected him to stubbornly lie on the ground, demanding a rematch, a scene she'd witnessed countless times. But this change was something she had never seen before. Facing the righteous black mist, there was no explanation given. The figure faded away bit by bit, like starlight dissolving into the chessboard, becoming that single black piece swallowed whole by Thanos, and once again launched a counterattack. Dark clouds pressed down on the city, threatening to crush it. Seeing the chessboard shrouded in gloom, Righteousness merely shook his head calmly and transformed into a stream of light, entering the chessboard. Not as a chess piece, but as the board itself. Deep beneath the ruins of old New York, the man in black robes stared at the dragon's tooth burning furiously, scratching his head nearly bald with frustration. No matter how he racked his brain, he simply couldn't imagine what sort of power could make this magical dragon's tooth burn away so quickly. After all, this dragon's tooth was a true rarity, known by its real name as the milk tooth of the fire demon. It was more than enough to resurrect a top-tier demon. And yet now, how could it be burning like this? After pondering for quite some time, the man in black still had no idea what the cause could be. Torn between the pain of watching and the relief of turning away, he resolutely decided to go out for a breath of fresh air and perhaps look for some replacements. He casually picked up a vial of refined potion from the table, tucked it at his waist, and strode out. Seeing the state of the dragon's tooth now, he realized he would need much more to complete his plan, perhaps even the power of the Ghost Shadow Legion. Stepping onto his bat glider, there was a sudden whoosh, and the man in black vanished from sight. Having defeated Thanos, Alfred stretched his arms and legs, glancing at the astonished faces surrounding him. Without missing a beat, he waved at Merlin and the others to come over. At this moment, Alfred's figure in Merlin's eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to King Arthur when they first met. Merlin couldn't help himself. He wanted to walk straight toward Alfred. But just then, Master Zhang stepped in front of Merlin, blocking his way. "Stop, Merlin. If you don't want to die, you'd best stay where you are," Master Zhang said, his tone making Merlin freeze in surprise. What on earth was going on? Why did Master Zhang seem so tense and ready for a fight when facing Alfred? "Zhang, what's wrong?" Merlin brushed aside Master Zhang's arm and asked, a look of confusion on his face. Master Zhang didn't answer. He simply shook his head, signaling Merlin not to approach. Once he saw Merlin pause, Master Zhang moved to the front, his expression softening as he prepared to greet Alfred. But before he could speak, Merlin dashed right to Alfred's side. Would this hero be interested in becoming the king of Britain? Merlin asked, making a bold move that sent Master Zhang's face pale with alarm. In a split second, he lunged forward. The moment Master Zhang tackled Merlin out of the way, the very spot where Merlin had been standing was crushed to dust beneath Alfred's lifted foot. Merlin's trousers hanging in midair, Merlin stared wide-eyed at the scene below, unable to hold back his exclamation. He could easily imagine, if not for Master Zhang's quick reaction, it wouldn't have been the floor that shattered, but his own precious head. Seeing Ah-Fu's unfriendly gesture, Gu Yi reacted instantly, gripping her spell array and preparing to charge forward. But at that moment, Master Zhang reappeared, blocking her path before she could advance. Only after clearly stating he meant no harm did Ah Fu, with a hint of disappointment, lower his raised fist. When Ah Fu stuffed his fist back into his pocket, Master Zhang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Smiling at Ah Fu, he said, "It's been a while, Ah Fu. You seem to have grown even stronger." Ah Fu nodded, his expression somewhat indifferent and disinterested. He replied offhandedly, "Yeah, Master, it's been a long time. Interested in trading a couple of moves with me?" Unlike the Ah Fu from Jackie Chan Adventures, this Ah Fu was trained by Master Zhang himself, a disciple of Mount Longhu. Naturally, he had mastered the Golden Light Mantra and considered the Five Thunders technique nothing special. Yet, more than his command of magic, Ah Fu resembled Master Zhang in another way. He preferred solving problems with his fists. But unlike his teacher, Ah Fu's fists had transcended mystical techniques, forming a martial art style all his own. "No, Ah Fu, seeing you grow stronger makes me proud as your teacher." As Master Zhang spoke, his body suddenly hunched over, his back arching until it rose above his head. He looked every bit the frail, dying old man, making the corner of Ah Fu's eye twitch. "But I'm getting old, Ah Fu. It's time for me to pass the mantle of Celestial Master to you." Cough, cough. Ah Fu watched this little act, feeling speechless. "When we were fighting Thanos just now, you weren't acting this way at all. Don't think I didn't notice. There's still a whole audience watching from a distance, you know?" "No, Master. True martial arts shouldn't be confined to a little meditation cushion. Only through battle can I keep growing stronger. I made that clear the day you tried to stop me from leaving the mountain, and I flattened you for it." Staring at the stooped old man before him, Ah Fu showed no mercy, bluntly airing the not-so-glorious details of his past with Master Zhang. A master keeping his disciple from leaving the mountain. Honestly, when reason failed, he tried force, and still failed to stop him. What loss? A face. Master Zhang, hearing this, immediately returned to his previous sorrowful demeanor, shaking his head with tragic flair as he declared, "Through generations, the celestial masters of Mount Longhu have always been named Zhang. I, Zhang Sanfeng, have failed my ancestors. After a wasted life, I have only produced Ah Fu as my disciple. With me, the glory of Mount Longhu ends. The celestial masters of Mount Longhu bear the surname Zhang. This one's given name is Feng, third in his family, and his eccentric ways have earned him the nickname Zhang Sanfeng, Mad Zhang." Watching as Zhang Sanfeng tried to guilt-trip him with moral theatrics, Ah Fu was having none of it. He simply lifted his leg and aimed a kick right at Zhang Sanfeng's crotch. "As long as I have no morals, you can't guilt-trip me with yours." Without a second's hesitation, Zhang Sanfeng leapt into the air, flipping backward several times to dodge the attack. When he landed, his body once again hunched over as he glared at Ah Fu and cursed. "You unfilial brat. Not only did you attack your own master, but you still haven't gotten rid of your nasty habit of shouting out your moves during a fight. Mind your own business. If I don't call out my moves, what's the point?" Crow takes flight. Ah Fu planted his left foot on his right, sprang high into the air, and unleashed his signature. Moved straight at his master. Seeing this, Zhang Sanfeng instantly summoned a golden aura to shield himself, countering with Wudong's secret technique, the gentle force of Tai Chi. But just as the image of the Tai Chi began to form, Ah Fu's kick thundered in. There was a sharp crack as the gentle force shattered, and Ah Fu sent his master sprawling to the ground. "Master, your skills are seriously lacking in purity." With a smug swipe of his nose, Ah Fu stood tall, the very picture of a victor. Zhang Sanfeng, still clutching his chest, scrambled to his feet, pointed angrily at Ah Fu's nose, and roared, "You're really comparing brute strength with an old man like me? Ah Fu, is this what you've come to?" Faced with Zhang Sanfeng's scolding, Ah Fu just snorted and declared that even his old man had once broken this move in his twilight years. So, the truth was, it wasn't that Ah Fu was too strong. It was that his master was too weak. Ah Fu's words nearly gave Zhang Sanfeng a stroke in anger. Why bring up that monster? Did you really think anyone could just drop everything in their 30s, become a monk halfway through life, and turn into a kung fu master and a grand sorcerer all in one? As the two of them bickered, Thanos, who had been knocked to the ground, suddenly opened his pitch-black eyes. The sky grew thick with dark, swirling clouds, and in an instant, it was as if all light had vanished from the earth. In that moment of darkness, the ground began to glow with an unending brilliance, illuminating everything that was happening around them. Thanos' resurrection stirred a surge of fighting spirit in Ah Fu, but before he could act, Thanos drew his own blade and slashed his wrist. Blood gushed out in torrents, but Thanos didn't flinch. With his other hand, he caught his own blood and poured it over the 5 fruits that had yet to hatch. The blood transformed into a black liquid as it touched the fruits, brimming with boundless energy. As the energy seeped into the fruits, their shells began to change, and a network of veins connected them directly to Thanos. Power, endless power is flooding into me. With Thanos' sudden surge in strength, the air itself seemed to buckle under the pressure, and Ah Fu could feel the overwhelming force. Excitement sparked within him. Crow takes flight. He leapt with all his might, flying straight at Thanos. But before he could get close, a powerful shockwave stopped him in his tracks. His foot struck the invisible barrier in front of him, sending ripples outward. So strong, Ah Fu couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This power was clearly on another level, and his excitement only grew. Even his death armor began to hum and vibrate with anticipation. After a long stalemate, there was a sudden cracking sound. Thanos' barrier splintered, and at the same time, a fissure appeared across the armor on Ah Fu's foot. Ah Fu could distinctly feel his body crash headlong into the barrier. With his expression sharpening, Ah Fu pressed down even harder with his foot. There was a clear, sharp snap, the armor on his body shattered, and the shield Thanos used for defense split open. Ah Fu's kick landed squarely on Thanos' face. But from a sensation under his foot, Ah Fu knew that much of his strength had been neutralized by the barrier, leaving his attack with little real impact. As expected, Thanos braced himself against Ah Fu's kick and gave a chilling smile. Just from that look, Ah Fu could tell what Thanos intended to do. But there was no time to stop him. Ah Fu was sent flying by a single punch. Thanos stood his ground, wiped the footprint from his face, and spoke to Ah Fu. "Not bad, human. You're the first to break through my barrier. As your reward, I'll grant you death." With those words, Thanos strode confidently toward Ah Fu, dragging behind him several cumbersome black orbs, his arrogance on full display. Ah Fu dragged himself up from where he'd landed, clutching his battered body. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He flicked his tongue, drawing it back into his mouth. After savoring the taste, mouth filled with a mix of blood and saliva, Ah Fu spat at Thanos' feet and sneered. "Never thought my blood would taste sweet. Hey, big guy, why don't you crawl over and try it?" Thanos ignored Ah Fu's provocation and swept his hand forward, ready to tear him apart. But just as he was about to strike, a drop of green liquid suddenly splashed onto his hand. Thanos looked down. The strange green droplet on his hand didn't seem to do anything at first, so he dismissed it. But as he readied both hands to rip Ah Fu apart, something bizarre and unexpected occurred. Crack, crack, crack. 3 crisp, bone-snapping sounds rang out, but Thanos' hands remained unresponsive. Only then did Thanos realize that his hands had turned unnaturally rigid, as if turned to stone, so hard they might as well have been knocking against real rock. Petrification magic, Lope? He immediately understood the change gripping his hands. The Thanos controlled by black energy whipped his head around, glaring at the figure now approaching, cloaked in black. The figure in the black robe drew near, swinging a vial of deep green potion in their hand. The surface of the glass was etched with countless runes, dazzling and mesmerizing to the eye. The voice of the figure in the black robe rang out, crisp and elegant, yet laced with authority and gentleness. 4 distinct tones blended together, forming what seemed to be Lope's voice. "I never expected that after all these years, someone would still remember my name. How could I possibly forget someone who managed to outwit the Lord himself?" Thanos replied with a single sentence, his words causing the black-robed figure approaching to falter for a brief moment, though he quickly regained his composure and kept advancing. Inwardly, the black-robed figure cursed furiously. Asterisk, you're the one Lope tricked. Your whole family got played by Lope? Asterisk. That's right. I am Lope, the founder of the Lin dynasty. Black Mist, you've invaded a land that was never yours. Leave now. Outwardly, the black-robed figure spoke with perfect calm, but inside he was seething. Asterisk, so that's why my dragon fangs have been depleting so quickly. It's you, hiding here and playing dirty. I can't take this anymore, not even for a second. Asterisk. The Black Mist, controlling Thanos, pulled a mocking grin as if to say, "A mere petrification spell? Is that supposed to stop me?" Magic surged within Thanos. In an instant, a tremendous wave of power crashed toward his petrified hand. The torrent of magic battered the stone, clinging to his arm. At first, it seemed to help, but soon the petrification spread faster than the raging surge of magic could wash it away. Black Mist, since you refuse to see reason, then taste the full force of petrification. Wind, let the great wind rise. Thunder, let the storm. Thunder, blade cleaves demon dragons, shakes earth and sky. 12 curses of petrifying sorcery. The Lin clan rises, the world bows before its king. The black-robed figure unfurled 2 enchanted scrolls, blue-green light swirling around him. Drums thundered in the air. The black mist stared in shock at the very spell. Formation Lope once used to seal the Lord, fear creeping into his heart. He tried to break free from Thanos' body, but no matter what he did, escape was impossible. In a flash, blue-green light flooded the world. When everyone's vision cleared, a lifelike statue of Thanos stood where he had been, and the black-robed figure had vanished without a trace. Far underground, the black-robed figure returned and shed his disguise. Bathed in lamplight, Norman Osborn lay gasping on the couch, the face reflected in the mirror that of the Lord himself. "That was close, Lord. What were you thinking? We nearly blew our cover back there. Are you giving up on your plan?" The Lord, visible in the mirror, looked utterly exasperated. "The petrification spell takes too long to cast. If I hadn't stalled him, both of us might have died there. And then, what would become of our plan? Would you really see all our efforts go to waste?" Norman fell silent for a moment, then burst into wild laughter. "Black Mist, such a fool. With enemies like that, how could we possibly fail?" The Master shook his head, dousing Norman's excitement with a cold dose of reality. "If it weren't for the fact that they didn't understand my petrification curse, we would never have been able to trap them. In truth, if the dark energy hadn't spent the final moments fleeing and had instead continued to assault the petrification curse, the Master's weakness would have been exposed right then and there, and everyone present would have been done for. Fortunately, the Master's gamble paid off. The dark energy remained unchanged, just as it always had. When faced with a desperate situation, it clung too tightly to life and death, ultimately leading to a complete loss. It was reminiscent of the legendary clash between the 8 immortals and the 8 great demons. Side story: The Chronicles of Time, Part 1. It is said that at the very end of the river of history, there stands an ancient and majestic hall. Deep within its heart lies a book entrusted with the task of recording the annals of time. Golden pens and jade tablets inscribe the epic tales of humanity's battles against the forces of evil. Thud, thud, thud. The sharp rhythm of leather shoes echoed crisply against the stone floor. Unsteady green candlelight flickered in the vast chamber. At the far end, where there was nothing but a blank wall, stood a man in black robes. He came to a halt, gazing at the empty expanse before him. The robed figure made no move, standing silent and still. Ancient, enigmatic incantations began to resonate through the hall, their echoes swirling in the air, while the candle flames danced in response. Suddenly, a great door, swirling like a vortex, spiraled open from within the wall itself. The cadence of footsteps resumed. The black-robed man stepped into the vortex, which vanished behind him. The candlelight stilled, the flames no longer flickering. Only the mysterious, elusive chant lingered in the air, proof that what had just transpired was no illusion. Crack, crack, crack. As firecrackers burst in celebration, another year slipped away. The spring breeze carried warmth into the cups of spiced wine. With the defeat of the dark energy, the world returned to normal. The old man went back to China to resume his life as a great sorcerer. Tony became the head of his family, married Pepper, and together they welcomed an adorable daughter. Wade kept up his notorious mercenary business, though rumor has it he's gone vegetarian lately, which is probably a good thing. Peter got into college and is now close to graduating. By day, he interns at Tony's company. By night, he becomes Spider-Man, standing guard over the peace of New York City. Banner and his girlfriend started a family and had a little Hulk of their own. That kid's strength is something else. The chaos he caused at home from the moment he was born was nothing short of legendary. Coulson, Natasha, and Hawkeye are still the same as ever. As S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, they do the bidding of politicians, stirring up trouble wherever they're sent. They might not like it, but that's just how it is. As for me, Steve Rogers, I resigned from my role as Captain America, handing the shield over to the new president, Trump. On that day, Captain America truly became a thing of the past. Today was yet another uneventful day. Steve sat leisurely in the park, feeding pigeons. This was a peace he hadn't enjoyed in a long time. Ever since he joined the army, every day had been filled with war, and he'd grown weary of it all. Perhaps living out his old age in such tranquility wasn't so bad after all. But only he truly knew what he felt inside. Ever since the dark force had been vanquished, his life had fallen into a monotonous routine, especially after he handed over his shield. From that day on, a smile never graced Steve's face again. "There's one more thing, Steve." A familiar voice called out, and Steve's expression shifted from calm to astonishment, and then from astonishment to joy. As he turned his head, countless emotions flickered across his face, but in the end, all that was left was disappointment. "Hey, Black Hawk." "Captain, I've told you 100 times, it's Falcon." "All right, Black Hawk. Got it, Black Hawk." After this back and forth with Steve, Sam's patience was worn thin. After all, he couldn't really get into a fight with Steve. That would be suicide. Taking a deep breath, Sam sat down next to Steve, who didn't object or even try to move away. Seeing this, Sam sighed and said, "Steve, why do you have to be like this? The dark force is gone. Everything should be back to normal." Steve shook his head calmly, not saying a word. He simply flung all the bread in his hand away and pulled up the hood of his sweatshirt, as if waiting for something in utter stillness. The pigeons pecked at the bread, and with the two men unable to communicate, Sam just sat there quietly, waiting for the moment when Steve would be ready to talk. But soon, Sam started to overhear some unusual whispers nearby. "Hey guys, my stomach's acting up a bit." "Yeah, me too. Does anyone know where the restroom is? Just let it out right here." "Come on, that's really not decent." "You're a bird. What do you care about decency?" Listening to this exchange, Sam could sense trouble brewing. Before he could escape, a shower of white rain began to fall from the sky. The raindrops landed among the crowd. At first, people had no idea what it was until some fool wiped it off his face and, out of curiosity, tasted it. Suddenly, he shrieked, "Ah, bird droppings. It's a biohazard. Everyone run." The park instantly descended into chaos. Meanwhile, Steve sat on a bench beneath the tree, his hood pulled up, watching people scatter in panic. He burst into hearty laughter, clapping his hands with delight. When a goddess of fortune failed to favor him, just as she had failed those unfortunate enough to be caught beneath a flock of birds, a sudden gust of wind swept the bird droppings straight into Steve's mouth. His hearty laughter was instantly replaced by a fit of violent coughing. Watching this scene, Sam, now as white as a ghost from the mess, collapsed on the ground in laughter as well. He had chosen his timing wisely, hunching low with his chest to the ground. It might not have offered much protection, but at least he didn't end up with a mouthful. An hour later, the beautifying rain had finally ceased, and Steve and Sam were taken in for questioning. After all, who could blame the police when these two were clearly having the time of their lives in the middle of such a fiasco? Sitting in the back of the police car, they couldn't help but tease each other. "Ah, Steve, you try to prank someone else and wound up with egg, well, bird droppings on your own head. This is a story I'll be laughing about for a whole year." Steve rolled his eyes in exasperation, giving Sam a once-over. With a grin, Sam said, "White Sam, I love your new skin tone. How about some fried chicken to celebrate?" Their banter was relentless, but both were clearly enjoying themselves. Sam knew Steve meant no harm, just as Steve knew Sam would never go out looting. "Quiet down, you two. You're in serious trouble. Make sure you call your families to bail you out, unless you want to get a taste of prison food." The officer in the front tapped on the rear window, his tone more playful than threatening. After all, who else could turn New York's most famous park into such a spectacle, if not these two? Steve and Sam just shrugged, each dialing Carlson. When Carlson picked up and learned what had happened, he could only rub his aching temples. How did Steve manage to get himself into these scrapes time after time? Despite the headache, Carlson resolved the matter swiftly. A quick call to the NYPD's chief instructed them to let Steve and Sam cool off in a cell for a couple of days, give them a proper lecture, and then release them. He also dropped a discreet hint about Steve's true identity. The chief, no fool. One doesn't become a police chief in New York by being slow. Understood at once just what kind of person he was dealing with. As soon as the call ended, the chief immediately ordered a double cell to be prepared, top of the line in every respect, except for the bars. In fact, the chief could boast that it felt almost homey. And so, Steve and Sam spent 3 pleasant days behind bars. Meanwhile, at the very edge of time, the figure in black robes stepped before the great annals of history and began to leaf through the chronicles of all that had been. The Chronicle of Ages records everything that has transpired through time. The further one turns back its pages, the more ancient its appearance becomes, until at last it transforms into a tortoise shell. Finally, the figure in the black robe halts his movements, selects one of the shells, and, carving knife in hand, alters the inscriptions upon it. When his work is done, he places it back and watches as the Chronicle of Ages begins to spin once more. A brilliant smile spreads across his face, his gleaming white teeth shining with unusual brightness. The old era has returned. Norman paid no heed to the master's dampening presence. Instead, he produced a blue gemstone from behind his back, holding it up to his eyes and examining it from different angles. "Master, tell me, why is it that such a small cube can open such an enormous portal across space? What is the principle behind it?" At Norman's question, the master rolled his red eyes in exasperation, and with a sigh, channeled his magical power into Norman's gaze. In an instant, the whites of Norman's eyes turned a vivid blood red, and the world before him shifted into a strange new vision. The cosmic cube, now looming before him, appeared to be the center of a vast and intricate web, countless threads of energy extending for thousands of miles, so far that even the mystical eye bestowed by the master could not see their ends. The look of astonishment on Norman's face brought the master obvious satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, the master retrieved the magical sight he had granted and said calmly to Norman, "Now you understand why I want you to gather these beautiful gems for me, don't you?" The master recalled the lore of the 6 Infinity Stones from the Marvel Universe, as if dredging up memories of some ancient, mysterious entity who had forged these stones in ages past. Each gem possessed the power to reshape reality itself, and it was this power that had now become the master's most coveted objective. Norman tossed the cosmic cube lightly into the air, catching it with practiced ease. He continued this idle motion as he questioned the master, "But all these things are scattered across the universe. How are we supposed to collect them?" The master gave no reply. Instead, his gaze fixed intently on Norman, so piercing that Norman felt a shiver run down his spine. He quickly raised his hands in protest. "Wait, master. My rocket technology is barely functional. I haven't the means to cross the infinite expanse of space to hunt for your gems." But Norman's words only made the master's eyes glow even brighter. Seeing this, Norman realized there was no use arguing further. With a sigh of resignation, he lowered his head and asked, "All right then, master. What do you intend?" "Oh, but let me be clear. I can't fly, and I can't survive in outer space. I'm just an ordinary scientist, and a company boss at that." A mocking glint flashed in the master's eyes. With Norman's reluctant permission, the master took control of Norman's body, guiding him deep into the facility, into the laboratory where 6 nutrient pods stood in a row. Thud, crack, thud, crack. After the master's display of fanfare and clamor, 2 green potions were finally produced. Norman swiftly regained control of his body and stared at the potions before him, his face full of confusion. "Master, what is this?" "This is Dragon Transformation Elixir. The human body is frail and cannot traverse the cosmos because you lack special bodily structures. Drink this potion, and the vastness of space will be yours to roam." Half believing, half doubting, Norman took a tentative sip of the potion. Instantly, a dragon's horn sprouted from his head. Curious, Norman poked at the raised horn on the left side of his forehead. It felt surprisingly good. But when he glanced at his reflection, his face had turned an astonishing shade of green. What is this?" Norman reached out and touched the mirror, which promptly split in 2. Picking up a shard from the ground, he saw green scales spreading across his face. He scraped at them with his finger, and a shivery rustling sound filled the air, sending chills down his spine. "Master, what have you done?" Faced with Norman's furious outburst, the master simply turned away, pretending none of this concerned him, and began to hum a jaunty tune. The defeat of the Black Mist was, of course, witnessed by Terra. Yet Terra paid it little mind. So what if they lost? World domination? If it couldn't be achieved, then so be it. Frankly, Terra had never expected anything from that clownish bunch who'd recently appeared. With a flicker, Terra returned to the place where the generals had been subjected to immense pressure. The moment Terra arrived, the crushing force lifted, and everyone collapsed to the ground in a heap, some lying flat, some face down, others leaning against each other in a jumble of exhaustion. Seeing them in such a state, Terra felt a secret satisfaction, but outwardly feigned confusion, asking the group, "Oh, my dear generals, are you already training for world domination? How splendid." Not a single soul appreciated Terra's praise. Even Mundo, the strongest among them, could only prop himself up by leaning against a towering shadow soldier, barely managing to stand. Loki replied, "Yes, Marshal Terra, your generals are ever at the ready." Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed," echoed 7 voices in unison. No one dared remain silent. After all, if Terra decided to subject them to that torment again, none of them could endure it. Seeing their pitiful state, Terra was deeply pleased. With a grand gesture, Terra declared, "My beloved generals, you have proven your loyalty with your actions. Henceforth, I bestow upon you the permanent title of Shadow Legion." As Terra finished speaking, clusters of shadowy mist appeared, and each general found an exquisite, distinctive medal, matching their respective masks, materialize on their chests. The craftsmanship was intricate, yet the medals did not seem menacing. Wade tugged at his own collar, leaned in to take a closer look, and then said to Terra, "Hey, this is some fine workmanship. Boss, can I have a badge with Deadpool on it?" Terra glanced at Wade, his beard bristling. With a flick, shadowy mist began to swirl and gather before each person present. Just as Wade reached out to grab his, Terra immediately used telekinesis to smack his hand away. Once everyone had quieted down, Terra finally spoke. "Don't rush, my generals. Think carefully about the badge you want to make. This thing is a one-time deal. Once it's done, there's no changing it. I'm only going to show you how to do it once. A cloud of darkness floated before Terra, who conjured up a pair of spectral hands with his mind, ready to demonstrate for the group. He pinched and kneaded the shadows, and finally shaped them into a replica of his own mask. Taking a deep breath, Terra looked across at everyone and asked, "Did you all get that?" Some nodded, others shook their heads. Terra snorted impatiently and made it clear. "This is the only demonstration you're getting. If you don't get it, go learn from someone else." After watching a few of them put their shadow badges away, Terra opened a portal between the shadow realm and the real world. He stood at the center of the gateway and addressed the group. "On the other side of this door is the human world. As for Black Mist, well, that fool failed. World domination's off the table. So now, I'm giving you all an unlimited vacation. Go have yourselves a blast." The group exchanged glances, clearly unsure. They didn't know what to make of Terra's words. Was the vacation real, or was he testing them? Terra, noticing their hesitation, simply turned on his heel and walked away, not caring whether they'd actually leave. After Terra left, Loki was unanimously chosen as the guinea pig, and Mundo volunteered to send him through. "Hey, wait, I didn't agree to this. I don't want to go." Majority rules. ×7. Mundo grabbed Loki by the ankles, and with exaggerated care, flung him backward. There was a loud thud as Loki flew off, his face twisted in horror. They waited for a while. Once they saw the armored shadow soldiers had appeared outside, everyone relaxed and began to file through the portal, heading toward the sunlight. Who doesn't love a holiday? Even the ghostly marshal was no exception. As for Terra, now on vacation, he had no interest in spying on his generals' lives outside of work. At this moment, he had transformed into a muscular heartthrob, stretched out on the beach, enjoying the attention of beautiful women. This was pure bliss. He felt like a god among mortals. And as for whether Terra worried that his ghostly generals might get unmasked while he was away, he just laughed it off. Let them take their masks off if they like. There's no way they can destroy the shadows. Take them off however you please. From a business perspective, Terrace and his companions originally had their own companies and set out to rule the world. It was simply a matter of expanding their operations. Even if they chose not to expand, their companies would have continued to run just fine. But for beings like the Holy Master, their company had been completely toppled. They needed to rebuild from scratch. If they didn't, they'd be left as jobless wanderers with nothing to do. Yet, what Terrace never expected was that the force capable of absorbing shadows had already arrived in this world, and it was he himself who had let in. Rebuilding New York City, with human strength alone, seemed nearly impossible. But if only a small portion of the present magicians lent their power, the task would become effortless. As for who would take the lead in this endeavor, it could only be the Ancient One. As the master of the New York Sanctum, she had a duty she could not refuse to restore the city. For the three great sanctums, while they did not exist to protect the countries in which they stood, it would be utterly disgraceful if the cities themselves were wiped off the map. After greeting Zhang Jinren and Merlin, the Ancient One began her grand ritual, turning back time. She swept her hand in a circle, the time stone on her chest, glowing with a deep emerald light. The gathered sorcerers channeled their magic into her, and in an instant, a radiant beam burst forth from above her head. Piece by piece, the vanished New York began to reappear, slowly rebuilding itself. On the barren ground, the city once known as the Beacon of America was once again rising tall. When the Ancient One's display of power was complete, Zhang Jinren and Merlin paid their respects at the New York Sanctum, then took their disciples and departed. Meeting Zhang Jinren's expectant gaze, Alfred didn't hesitate for an instant. He simply turned and walked away, leaving behind the image of a dashing figure, shining in the sunlight. As for Grandpa, once the portal closed, he dusted off his clothes and got to his feet. Gazing at the gradually recovering city in the distance, he smiled and said, "Looks like Steve and the others pulled it off." Stroking the orange tabby in his arms, Grandpa noticed the cat was acting a bit restless. It was even gnawing on his mystical armor. How odd. Could an ordinary kitten really chew on something like that without any trouble? Though puzzled, Grandpa didn't intervene. After all, the divine armor wasn't going to break. He scooped up the little cat, pressed it close, and took a deep sniff and said, "Come on, little one, let's go home with Grandpa." Cradling the orange cat, Grandpa made his way toward New York. At the same time, more and more people began heading for the city. After all, anyone could see the signs of its resurrection. A month passed. A month had passed since the Black Mist's attack. The old man, of course, had seen that statue shrouded in darkness and sealed away, but he had no desire to meddle with such things. After all, who could possibly know what tricks that impostor pretending to be Lopez had up his sleeve? Binding the Black Mist with such sorcery seemed impractical, almost absurd, Yet here it was, a grim reality. To tell the truth, the old man didn't even dare try to move the statue. Who could say how fragile its balance was? After glancing at it from a distance, he quietly returned to his antique shop, waiting for the next demon to show up. True to their nature, the capitalist powers made the most of the situation. They put the statue of Thanos, now sealed and powerless, on display, encased in glass, and turned it into a major attraction. This brought even more prosperity to Times Square. But all of that was about to change. On this very day, as an environmental activist splashed yet another bucket of paint over the glass encasing the statue, a wisp of consciousness finally stirred within the trapped black mist. Damn that Lopez for daring to deceive me. The moment he was sealed, the black mist sensed something was off. This so-called petrification spell could be washed away, he realized, if he could just keep battering it with his power. But now, things were far harder than before. He looked down at his imprisoned body, feeling the dwindling strength within him, and called out to Tara. Yet at that very moment, Tara was busy enjoying herself, completely oblivious to the black mist's cries. Getting no response, the black mist resolved to handle things himself. He first directed his will toward the fruit behind him, and in the dead of night, Ebony Maw's fruit cracked open. Ebony Maw fell to his knees before the Thanos statue. Lord Thanos, Ebony Maw, I need the power of darkness to break this seal. Find me the ghost shadow mask. Yes, Lord Thanos. The next day, the manager of Times Square noticed something was wrong after Ebony Maw's disappearance. Surveying the shattered stones scattered across the floor, everyone quickly agreed to keep the incident quiet and sell the debris to a stone yard. After all, for capitalists, green bills are what really matter. At that very moment, the old man was teaching Peter the wind magic left behind by Howling Wind. Oh, I've told you so many times, magic isn't like math, the old man exclaimed. Peter, an exemplary student by American standards, had a remarkable ability to think outside the box, something you had to admit. But when it came to learning magic, that very trait became a stumbling block. Even though Howling Wind had left behind detailed notes, it was still a tough challenge for Peter, a complete novice. Magic demanded strict adherence to every step, culminating in a flawless spell. But Peter always insisted on adding his own twist here and there. Dad says you must have patience when teaching students. Watching his father get frustrated, Tony couldn't help but make a snide remark from the sidelines, his little way of paying back his mentor, who had never taught him magic the same way he did Peter. At Tony's words, Dad's hawk-like eyes instantly swept over to him, sharp enough to send a chill down anyone's spine. Oh, so my own apprentice thinks he knows how to teach disciples better than I do. Tony met his gaze, not backing down in the slightest, and the tension between them crackled like a duel between dragons and tigers. No, Duff. I'm just saying what's on my mind. Why are you getting so worked up? Did I hit the nail on the head? Don't tell me. You really can't teach. Can't teach, you say? Today I'll show you what it means to be a gold medal instructor. Then, how about a little wager? A bet? You're on. Get ready to shine my shoes, kid. We'll see who ends up winning. Their back and forth quickly set the terms. Dad would teach Peter in the mornings, Tony in the afternoons, over the next 3 days. Whoever taught better would be the winner. Did I just trigger some kind of epic subplot? Peter muttered, watching the fierce rivalry ignite between them, completely taken aback. Half an hour later, Dad, now thoroughly exasperated, wrapped up his lesson and handed everything over to Tony, looking forward to a nap. But just then, a sudden knock sounded at the antique shop's door. Dad went to open it, only to have Wade, battered and bloody, collapse right into his arms. In the last fleeting moment before passing out, Wade caught sight of Dad, called out to him, and then slipped into unconsciousness. Dad stared blankly at Wade. In the Marvel Universe, where Wade was known for being unkillable, seeing him this gravely injured and actually knocked out was nothing short of extraordinary. Oh my Steve, Tony, hurry and help me get Wade inside. At Dad's shout, Steve leaped off his hammock at once. Tony also rushed over, and Peter quickly followed suit. Together, they carefully carried Wade into the study. Once inside, they laid Wade on Dad's usual bed. Instantly, blood began to soak through, turning the pristine white sheets a vivid red. Wade's condition was horrifying. His entire body was covered in wounds that refused to heal. Even his mask had been violently torn off, revealing his scarred, burned face to the world. On top of that, there was a bulging pouch tied to Wade's waist, and when they moved it, it rattled with the sound of shattered pottery. After quickly applying some ointment to Wade's wounds, Dad untied the pouch at his waist. But the moment he opened it, his pupils constricted in shock. Inside the bag was none other than a shattered ghost mask. This is the Manny mask. How could it end up like this? The old man brought the fragments of the mask closer, sniffing them with deepening furrows in his brow. The power of the shadow is gone. No sooner had the old man finished speaking than the Razzo mask and the Nigga mask, hanging on the wall, began to tremble uncontrollably. It was as if the old man's words had struck fear into their very cores. Somewhere in an African tribe, a once peaceful village had been transformed into a hellscape, a sea of corpses stretching as far as the eye could see. Flames raged, illuminating a frail figure wielding a gleaming sword, standing in stark contrast to Mundo, who faced him with a machete in hand. To the uninformed, one might easily mistake Mundo for the perpetrator of this massacre, rather than the sword-bearer, who appeared as a hero come to slay a dragon. Mundo, Dr. Mundo, why are you so angry? Shouldn't you be pleased with this outcome? Ebony Maw's voice rose above the carnage, his tone eerily calm. Life is suffering. Lord Thanos has granted them death, allowing their souls to ascend. Shouldn't you be grateful? Ebony Maw stood atop a mountain of corpses and a river of blood, piercing shadowy soldiers with his sword, one after another, as he advanced toward Mundo. By now, a deep, gaping wound had been slashed across Mundo's abdomen, his entrails and fluids spilling onto the earth. Yet, undaunted, Mundo glared at Ebony Maw with unyielding fury. Mundo is angry. You deserve to die. As another wave of shadow soldiers charged, Ebony Maw let a cold smile play across his lips. With a flourish of his circular blade, he decapitated several giant shadow warriors in a blink, and Mundo's face was suddenly caught in Ebony Maw's iron grip. In the face of Lord Thanos' gift, you should smile with gratitude. Now, corrupted by darkness, Ebony Maw's strength had reached the level of a true celestial. He subdued Dr. Mundo single-handedly, and no matter how many enemies Mundo could cut down, sheer numbers meant nothing before Ebony Maw's power. Bah, you life-despising bastard. Sooner or later, Mundo will twist your head off. Ebony Maw wiped the spit from his face, his gaze turning icy. With a single hand, he lifted Mundo off the ground. There was a chilling crack, and Mundo's body went limp, consciousness slipping away. Ignorant and foolish wretch. Death is Lord Thanos' blessing. Since you know nothing of gratitude, then go to another world and witness Lord Thanos' greatness for yourself. With that, Ebony Maw's sword plunged through Mundo's body, sending a spray of blood arcing across the air. Unfazed, he reached behind him and drew out a box covered in intricate runes. Ebony Maw began to chant in a low, guttural voice, the words of his spell as obscure as they were ancient. The box slowly rose into the air, hovering before the Samo mask. The mask began to shudder, and a swirling black mist emerged from it, finally being sucked into the rune-etched box. Satisfied with the result, Ebony Maw fell silent. The box drifted back into his grasp, and the Samo mask shattered with a brittle snap. Only 2 masks remain. Ebony Maw, where do we go next? The black dwarf emerged from the blaze, 5 boxes hanging from his waist identical to those in Ebony Maw's hands. There was no need to guess. These 2 brimmed with the power of the ghost shadow mask. New York, America. While I'm at it, I'll deliver these powers to Lord Thanos. As Ebony Maw's gaze receded, the African village behind him had already been reduced to scorched earth. The Statue of Liberty, the famed symbol of American freedom, whose torch-bearing woman was said to read even without a lamp, stood tall. Today here, a grand magic show was about to unfold. The great snake charmer, Logan, would make the Statue of Liberty disappear under the watchful eyes of countless reporters, performing this world-class illusion in full view, with nothing concealed. Oh, Dad, do we really have to sneak in like this? Inside the ventilation shaft above the magic show's workshop, Tony hunched awkwardly, his arms tucked in and his head grazing the duct as he inched forward. He sounded exasperated as he called to his father ahead of him. Tony, why do you always have so many complaints? I'm sure the magical snake we're looking for is the little serpent in that snake charmer's hands. If we just find him, the snake talisman can be extracted. Ever since the 12 talismans shattered, Dad had devoted himself to searching for them, but news had always eluded him until yesterday, when a magical divination finally revealed an address. So today, they'd come for the snake charmer. After all, wasn't the snake itself the snake talisman? Besides, the disappearing act the charmer performed, wasn't it, in a sense, the same as the snake talisman's invisibility? Yet what puzzled Dad was why, when audience members reached out to touch, there was nothing there at all. But Dad, if you wanted to meet this snake charmer, you could have just told me. With my resources, I could get you a meeting with the president, let alone a magician who plays with snakes. Tony's words struck with the force of sudden enlightenment. But could Dad admit he hadn't thought of that? Of course not. With a sharp flick, Dad wrapped his fingers together and knocked Tony on the head. Quiet, Tony. Do you want to alert the enemy before we even start? Tony, thoroughly aggrieved, trailed behind Dad as the two of them snuck all the way into Moss's dressing room. At that moment, the room was empty. Dad and Tony dropped down from the ventilation duct. The room was in utter disarray, barely any better than the homes in the refugee district. "Oh, Dad, seriously, do we have to dress like this?" Clad head to toe in black, resembling old-world experts in asset relocation, Dad looked Tony up and down, then silently gave him a thumbs up, as if to say, "Not bad at all." But Tony wasn't having it. He tore off the outfit in one swift motion and slapped his chest. Instantly, a layer of nanomaterials spread across his body, transforming into the Iron Man suit in the blink of an eye. "Oh, that's so much better. Dad, sometimes you really need to rethink your sense of style." Hearing this, the old man rolled his eyes in exasperation. Wearing that outfit to commit a burglary. Was he serious? As if he wasn't already conspicuous enough. Tony had already revealed his identity at a press conference in America, and that one line, "I am Iron Man," had nearly blown everyone's minds. Now, he was pulling another stunt. Did he want to make himself even more of a target? "All right, enough banter. Help me find the snake talisman. Mr. Logan, are you in there? It sounds like you're arguing with someone. May I come in?" A knock at the door startled the old man. He and Tony immediately scrambled to find somewhere to hide. In his frantic search for a hiding spot, the old man caught sight of a peculiar little snake. In the snake's eyes, there was a perfectly shaped hexagonal talisman. But just as the old man reached out to grab it, the knocking at the door grew louder and more urgent. He had no choice but to focus on finding a place to hide. The door handle began to turn, and beads of sweat broke out on the old man's forehead. "Mr. Logan, I'm coming in now." The security guard pushed the door open and was nearly floored by the scene in front of him. He glanced around the lounge, saw that everything, including the clothes, was perfectly undisturbed, and scratched his head in confusion. "That's odd. I could have sworn I heard something in here, just now." "Hey pal, what are you doing? Stay away from my room." Before the guard could investigate further, a burly, scruffy man yanked him out of the room. The guard's eyes lit up with recognition. It was none other than the star magician of the show, Logan himself. "Mr. Logan, it's a pleasure to meet you. I was just—" "Enough, sir. I don't care what you were doing in my room, but I suggest you leave, unless you want me to crush your skull." Hearing that, the guard nodded fervently, and the moment Logan let go, he bolted out of the room in a flash. In seconds, he was gone without a trace. Watching the guard's retreating figure, Logan, amused, figured he was probably just an overzealous fan. He stepped into his lounge, and upon seeing his precious little snake, a rare smile broke across his face. "Gray, did you miss me? Who's my good baby?" Logan, full name Logan Howlett, was born into a Canadian family. He exhibited his mutant abilities from a young age, and, as an adult, joined an elite strike team, carrying out missions all over the world. In the end, he lost his memory during a fierce battle with Deadpool. When he woke, the only companion by his side was this small, blue-green snake. The moment he laid eyes on the little snake, a single name flashed through his mind: Jean Grey. "Little one, from now on, your name will be Grey." After preparing a cozy little home for Grey, Logan spent the last of his savings. So much so that even enjoying a cold, delicious beer became impossible. It was at this desperate moment that Grey revealed her special ability, invisibility, powerful enough to render an entire tavern transparent. That day, Logan had gone to a bar, determined to enjoy a drink without paying. As he was about to leave, a careless bartender knocked his little snake to the floor. Logan, furious, raised his fists and proceeded to pummel everyone there into a daze. When his senses finally returned, the tavern had vanished without a trace, and everyone inside was left suspended, floating in midair. Logan rubbed his eyes hard, thinking that maybe, even for a seasoned drinker like himself, just one beer had left him seeing things. But no matter how many times he tried, the tavern remained invisible. In his frustration, Logan grabbed the owner and demanded to know if he was selling fake booze. He even went so far as to break both the owner's legs over it. But when Grey reappeared, the tavern materialized again as if by magic. Only then did Logan let the matter drop. It was from that day on that he discovered Grey's extraordinary power, launching himself into a cycle of performances, making things disappear just for the thrill. "Doctor, are you sure this guy with the snake is really Logan?" Just as Logan was preparing for today's show, a mutant whose entire body gleamed silver, as if cast from steel itself, Colossus, stepped off a plane at New York Airport. Of course, he wasn't a passenger. He'd arrived as cargo. It was the seemingly normal teammate, Negasonic Teenage Warhead, who pried open the oversized cargo crate and released him. "Oh, kid, this thing is seriously heavy." The plane burned through fuel faster than usual, just carrying him, the freshly landed pilot joked, having already noticed the immense package on board. He couldn't help but tease Negasonic Teenage Warhead about it. Negasonic ignored him, chewing her gum nonchalantly. The hint of a smile tugged at her lips, as if she were poking fun at Colossus. "Hey, buddy, I'm not that heavy." Suddenly, a voice echoed from within the giant wooden crate, making the pilot jump in surprise. He was about to call security. But at that moment, Negasonic patted the pilot's shoulder, pointed her mouth, then to her stomach. As the pilot focused, a sudden, unexpected sound rang out from behind her. "Hello, Black Queen Boy Bullet. It's a pleasure to meet you." The captain suddenly understood what was going on, let out a sigh of relief, and smiled as he said, "It was ventriloquism. Young lady, you really gave me quite a scare. I hope you have a wonderful time in New York." He took off his own cap, saluting Black Queen Boy Bullet, and then briskly walked away. Once the captain had left, Black Queen Boy Bullet gave Steel Strongman's suitcase a little kick, as if complaining about why he had spoken up earlier. But then, with a grin, she wheeled the suitcase out of the airport. The room was dim, filled with heavy, rhythmic snoring. Clearly, whoever was making the noise hadn't slept well the night before. But just as the next snore was about to sound, there was a sharp smack. With a yelp of pain, the sleeper was startled awake. "Oh, Tony, snap out of it. Who knows where the magic snakes wandered off to now? How can you still be asleep?" Tony rubbed his forehead, looking put upon, and mumbled, "Weren't you just sleeping too?" He thought he was being quiet, but his father's keen ears caught every word. Hearing Tony talk back, his father gave him another knock on the head for good measure. "Nonsense. Your old man was just conserving energy. If I don't save my strength, how am I supposed to deal with a magic snake?" Tony shrank back, not daring to argue further, and immediately pulled a poster from the table, handing it over. His father scanned it up and down, then exclaimed with excitement, "Come on, Tony, let's go find the Statue of Liberty." He grabbed Tony, who was still rubbing his forehead, and dashed out the door. But they barely made it a few steps before security spotted them. "Stop right there. Don't run. How did you two get in here? Report your employee IDs now." Before they could find Logan, Tony and his father found themselves in a wild chase around the lounge. Meanwhile, Logan was already standing beneath the Statue of Liberty, preparing for the show. Even though it wasn't strictly necessary, he always took great care to check everything thoroughly, making sure there was nothing that could even slightly hurt Gray before he would begin his act. But today, before his work could begin, a towering steel giant blocked his path. "Logan, the doctor sent me to bring you home. Come with us." Logan's gentle tone with Gray didn't mean he wasn't still the Wolverine of legend. In fact, now that he had something to protect, he was even fiercer than the Wolverine from his original universe. "Is that little snake Gray? Long time no see, Gray." At first, Logan had thought these two were just overzealous fans and had no intention of paying them any mind. But the moment they called out Gray's name, everything changed. Of course, here is the English translation, sentence by sentence, preserving the original structure and literary tone. Naturally, Logan was aware of Gray's special abilities. If someone could make the Eiffel Tower vanish into thin air, then it was only logical that some eccentric doctor would end up taking an interest in Gray. The moment Logan figured that out, he flew into a berserk rage. He hoisted Gray onto his neck, and in the next instant his adamantium claws shot out from his fists as he lunged straight for Colossus. Perhaps Colossus hadn't sensed the attack, or maybe he'd simply let his guard down. Whatever the reason, Logan's assault slammed Colossus hard into the ground. Even with his steel-like hide, Colossus found himself covered in fresh claw marks from Logan's relentless strikes. Seeing this, Kid Deadhead from the Black Queen's side charged in to help. With his level 4 mutant powers, his particle speed blitz was sure to land a hit on Logan, but Logan wasn't alone in this fight anymore. Just as Kid Deadhead was about to crash into him, Logan's figure flickered, turning momentarily translucent. In that split second, Deadhead shot past Logan, smashing straight into the wall on the other side and leaving a bloody gash across his own forehead. "Big iron lump, you think you can hurt Gray? You better see if your life's tough enough first." Logan raised his claws high and brought them slashing down at Colossus's neck. A cold glint flashed and vanished. Colossus squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for death. Logan's claws passed right through Colossus's neck. "Huh, why doesn't it hurt?" Colossus opened his eyes, only to find Logan's claws passing through his neck like a ghost. The shock nearly sent him flying. His heavy body tumbled over, passing straight through Logan's form. Logan, equally stunned, stared at his own claws, feeling that surreal sense, Gray. Logan looked down at Gray, who was perched on his neck. Gray instantly pretended to be shy, transforming his body into a scarf and tucking his head deep inside, not daring to meet Logan's gaze. Seeing this, Logan didn't scold him. Instead, he gently stroked Gray's head before finally turning his gaze to Colossus. Colossus was just getting to his feet, his expression tense as he stared at Logan. He didn't know what he'd said to provoke such hostility, but when it came to Logan, he knew he had to be ready for anything. Logan's fierce gaze swept over him, and Colossus suddenly felt a chill run through his steel frame. Even his iron heart gave a nervous twitch. Under Colossus's wary stare, Logan retracted his claws and walked toward him with a look of disdain. Tin Kin, tell me, how did you find out Gray's name? Colossus froze at the question. Weren't they just fighting for their lives a second ago? How did things suddenly shift to an interrogation? Colossus's mind couldn't keep up. Maybe his iron-plated brain could use a little oiling up. But Logan wasn't about to give him that chance. He shoved him straight to the ground, fist clenched tight and pressed against his jaw, his tone icy and menacing. Spit it out, Tin Can, or I won't mind giving your head a deep clean. Pinned down, Colossus stammered, barely getting a word out before a hammer, shrouded in swirling purple-black mist, passed right through Logan's body. Feeling his own form turn ghostly, Logan released his grip on Colossus and spun around. Behind him now stood a hulking figure in a rhino suit, orange-hued skin gleaming, hefting a massive hammer high overhead, ready to bring it crashing down. Logan whirled, and with a solid thud, kicked Rhino flying across the room. He turned back in fury to glare at Colossus, sprawled on the ground, demanding, "He's one of your pals?" But before Colossus could answer, Logan lunged back into the fray. His relentless assault, combined with a body that simply couldn't be hurt, let him take down the shadow assassin in the blink of an eye. Just then, however, a shimmering blue barrier opened before him. An old man with a head full of white hair, draped in black robes and clutching a strange, ancient staff, stepped out from the portal. The moment he emerged, Knife Dragon's eyes landed on the little snake coiled around Logan's neck. With a squeeze of his fist, two sharp mouths sprouted from his palm, and he called out to Logan, "Ah, a magical creature. How considerate of you." He reached for the snake, but Logan jerked back, drawing his head away and eyeing Knife Dragon warily. Seeing this, Knife Dragon's expression darkened, and he roared, "Hand it over." Logan snapped out his claws, sparks flying as the blades scraped together, making it clear where he stood. "Old man, you're delusional if you think that's happening." Seeing Logan's defiant stance, Knife Dragon decided not to force a fight. He was, after all, a sorcerer. With a wave of his staff, he intoned, "Gone one, Chui Shan." "Boss, we don't mind you calling us that, but we do have names, you know." "Tombstone," came the gentle reminder from the four. Their friendly correction was met with a surge of anger from Knife Dragon, who brandished his staff. "Looks like you all need a little punishment." In the blink of an eye, their bodies twisted grotesquely, arms draped over their heads, hands bent backwards like marionettes with their strings cut, tossed carelessly to the floor. Scorpion pleaded, "We know we were wrong, boss." Rhino chimed in, "Yeah, I swear." Tombstone added, "Leave the dirty work to us. Nobody does it better." Juggernaut growled, "I'll tear them in half." Moved by their boisterous declarations, Knife Dragon nodded, and in an instant, they returned to normal. He pointed his staff forward and commanded, "My warriors, charge! Bring me back that magical little snake." Just as they were about to make their move, several green beams of light shot toward them, striking their bodies. In that instant, ancient incantations echoed in the air, and the group dissolved into black smoke, vanishing without a trace. Witnessing this, Daolong spun around abruptly and saw the old man standing there, holding up the dried lizard right to his forehead. "Long time no see, dark mage," the old man said. "One more thing, your magic is outdated. And another thing, pass my regards to my teacher. Oh, and one last thing." The old man's face twisted into a mischievous grimace. Before Daolong could react, the dried lizard in the old man's hand flared with a green glow. Swallowed by the light, Daolong could only cry out in terror, "No." When the glow faded, nothing remained on the ground but a doll shaped just like Daolong. The old man looked at it and sighed. As he suspected, the dark mage was not so easily destroyed. He tossed the doll over his shoulder to Tony and remarked in his usual offhand tone, "Keep it safe, Tony. You never know. Some collector might fancy this relic. If you sell it, old man can turn quite a profit." Tony eyed the battered, grimy doll in his hands with disgust and stuck out his tongue. Thank goodness for his suit of armor. Otherwise, he'd have tossed the thing right back at the old man. With Daolong dispatched, Logan, who had been bracing for a fierce battle, found himself at a loss. But he quickly regained his composure and let out a low, menacing growl at the old man. Seeing the hostile Logan, the old man decided not to take another step forward and stood his ground. Unfortunately, his sudden stop caused Tony, who was following close behind, to stumble clumsily into him. The old man shot Tony a slightly annoyed look, but then, as if struck by inspiration, promptly shoved Tony ahead of him, putting him face to face with Logan. Despite Logan's sudden and aggressive demeanor, Tony didn't seem the least bit nervous. After all, he'd survived galactic wars. He wasn't about to lose his nerve before this magician. "Hey there, buddy," Tony said matter-of-factly. "We'd like to buy that magic snake you're carrying. Name your price." Tony's blunt negotiation left not only the old man, but even Colossus, who had just recovered from his shock, utterly speechless. Off to the side, the quiet young girl's eyes lit up in revelation. She smacked her left fist into her right palm. So this was how the big shots negotiated. The Black Queen's protege, Bullet Head, nodded in agreement, making a mental note to remember this tactic. The sudden proposition stunned everyone present, including Logan himself. When he finally processed what Tony had said, he let out a cold, mirthless laugh. "So in your eyes, folks like Ray are nothing more than auction items to be sold off at will? You really are underestimating me." With a furious roar, lightning crackled around Logan's body. The image of Jong-Soo flashed in his mind, and in a blink, he lunged at Tony. With a swipe of his claws, there was a sharp, splintering sound. Tony's armor shattered, and he was sent flying backwards. Even the arc reactor in his chest suffered some degree of damage. Seeing this, the old man immediately thought to himself that things had taken a turn for the worse. The power of the 8 great demons had not only taken root within the magical creatures, but could also be transferred to others through them. This complicated matters far more than he had anticipated. P.S. The magical Snake Gray, wielder of power, bearer of the Snake Talisman, with advanced abilities of the Snake Talisman, such as intangibility and partial authority over the Lightning Demon's domain, lightning. Logan, burning with rage, advanced towards Tony step by step. This drove Tony, now stripped of all defenses, to the edge of panic. But just then, Tony remembered he actually had another suit of armor with him, a prototype still unfinished. With his life hanging by a thread, Tony could no longer afford to care whether this suit was fully operational. He slapped his palm against the reactor on his chest, triggering the nanomachines, which instantly began to flow out and gradually cover his body. Yet the armor's coverage was slower than Logan's approach, likely because Logan's earlier strike had damaged the reactor's surrounding ports, stalling the deployment and creating this desperate situation. "Hurry up, hurry!" Tony shouted silently in his mind, inching backward as Logan prowled closer like a wolf on the hunt, savoring the sight of his prey's futile struggle. This was a cruel game between hunter and hunted, a test of the hunter's patience to see how long he could draw out his prey's suffering. Just as Tony's body was about to be fully shielded, Logan sprang into action. In a blink, countless arcs of electricity crackled. Around them, Logan's claws poised to slash Tony's throat. It all unfolded in a heartbeat. Tony saw his own death written in the air. As Tony braced himself for his life to flash before his eyes, a sudden metallic clang rang out. Instead of the dizzying spiral of death, Tony opened his eyes to see the old man's hand raised protectively in front of him. In that instant, Tony felt like a child who had been struggling alone in the world, suddenly and unexpectedly embraced by the warmth of home. In that moment, he no longer had to bear everything alone, for he had someone standing behind him. Tony collapsed to the ground, savoring a brief moment of peace. Mark 50 nano armor deployment complete. Welcome back, sir. After studying magic, Tony's understanding of science had reached new depths. Now, combined with the power of duplicating magic, the Mark 50 nano armor series made its grand debut. Compared to the original Mark 50 from the source material, this new version boasted even greater repair capabilities, with nanobots multiplying at exponential speed every second. The Mark 50 could even shape-shift into suits that Tony had only just begun to sketch out in his designs. Take the Hulkbuster armor, for example, or the Anti-Thanos suit. Whenever Tony wants, Jarvis can use the pre-designed parameter templates to reassemble the nanobots, instantly switching out the armor to a new model. In this way, Tony's genius is brought into full play, unleashed to its greatest extent. In a fit of rage, Logan faced his old man, blocking the way, and had no intention of holding back. In a flash, lightning erupted around him. Boosted by his electric speed, the instant Logan's claws sliced through the air, he broke the sound barrier. Yet even at such speed, the old man's expression didn't change. He calmly lifted his hand to block. There was a resounding clang, and waves of sound rippled out. The old man stood unmoved, while Logan was sent staggering back 3 steps. The force of the counterattack was overwhelming. Even though Logan healed quickly, his wrist trembled for 3 seconds. But after those 3 seconds, his body recovered, and he surged forward at the old man once more. The old man's gaze was sharp as a torch, locking onto Logan and refusing to blink. Yet, in the space of a heartbeat, Logan vanished from before his eyes. This was the power of the Snake Talisman, and Gray was starting to show his strength. Faced with Logan's sudden disappearance, the old man was forced to change tactics. He reached behind himself and brought out a dried pufferfish, poured on some Komodo dragon extract, added a few drops of snake bile, and finally plucked a nose hair from the ancient god Odin. Suddenly, the pufferfish glowed with a brilliant green light. The glow was as bright as daylight, piercing through Logan's invisibility in an instant. The old man slid forward, seized Logan's arm, and with a swift move, dislocated it. With a few deft maneuvers, the old man sent Logan collapsing to the ground. Despite Logan's extraordinary healing speed, it would still take him some time to restore the disrupted meridians within his body, a window of opportunity the old man needed. After subduing Logan, the old man promptly took out his little bronze pot and set it before Logan. From his sleeve, he produced several vials of clear water, pouring them into the pot, and added longan, angelica, goji berries, and other ingredients. Finally, he added his own mystical soul essence. Thus, a pot of restorative soup imbued with righteous magic was prepared. The old man chanted ancient incantations, ladled out a spoonful, and sprinkled it on the ground, forming a barrier of righteous energy. He then scooped another spoonful and cast it into the air, calming the hearts and minds of everyone present. At last, the old man revealed his sturdy arms, forcibly propped Logan up, pinched his mouth open, and poured the soup's base down his throat. Instantly, the demonic aura of the 8 great demons vanished, retreating back into Gray's body. However, Logan's mutant form, having once been tainted by that demonic energy, underwent a dramatic transformation. The lightning had strengthened his body, awakened latent abilities hidden deep within his genes, and cleansed away the flawed parts of his genetic makeup. And so, Wolverine 2.0 made his grand debut. Bloodlust, rage, enhanced muscles, accelerated healing, an indestructible body, superhuman sense of smell. Every ability Logan once possessed had been taken to new heights. But that wasn't all. His adamantium claws now shimmered with mysterious runes, the mark of magic crafted by Zhong Su. From this moment on, Logan's claws could unleash thunder-charged magical damage. At last, when it seemed everything had reached its conclusion, Colossus finally worked up the courage to approach the old man. "Sir, you can't take Gray away. Gray is Logan's trusted companion. He always has been, and always will be." The old man cast a sidelong glance at Colossus, his voice calm, yet firm. "The talisman must never fall into the hands of evil. If it does, the consequences for this world would be catastrophic. But we're not evil." Colossus immediately protested, unable to accept such an accusation. After all, they were the righteous X-Men. Nothing about them belonged to the side of darkness. If anyone could be called villainous, it was the American government. "That's right," the old man nodded, acknowledging Colossus's point. But then his tone shifted. "Yet you saw the Dark Sorcerer just now. He won't give up so easily, unless you can guarantee this little serpent will never appear before him again." Colossus was just about to promise they could do exactly that, but before he could speak, the old man answered his unspoken words himself. "You can't. You have no way to stand against Dao Long." The old man's warning was not baseless. Dao Long, the newly emerged champion of dark magic since the Demon Saga, might not match the infamous 8 demons in raw power, but his unique command of magic was far beyond anything the so-called mutants could handle. His words fell like a hammer, striking at Colossus's heart, hardening his already iron will even further. Without returning to the X-Mansion, he turned to the old man and said, "Sir, perhaps you underestimate us. How about this? Would you come with me to the X-Mansion? We'll show you firsthand that we can protect Gray." The old man pondered for a long moment, eyeing the little snake Gray, who kept slipping away every time he tried to approach. At last, he nodded his agreement. After all, if the X-Men failed, he could simply slap a not qualified label on them and take the little snake away himself. Why not let them try? Extra, A World Ruled by Demons, Part 2. It's another bright and breezy day. Hello, everyone. My name is Peter Parker, your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. And yes, in case you're wondering why I'm swinging through the city on my webs today, it's all thanks to that electric fool down below. Peter landed lightly on the wall, taking off in a swift run, just as Jameson's oversized face appeared beneath him. "Dear citizens of New York, good day. Thanks to the unwavering efforts of the Daily Bugle under my leadership, J. Jonah Jameson, we've managed to keep those pesky, troublesome pests in check." Hearing Jameson's broadcast, Peter couldn't help but swing circles around the screen, prompting Electro to blast the area with so much force that the ground was left pockmarked and battered. From a distance, the craters resembled Spider-Man's iconic emblem. "Oh, there's my nemesis, J. Jonah Jameson. That man's got boundless energy every single day. Stop running, Spider-Man. It won't be long before you're finished. Electro's entire body crackled with brilliant light. A beam of energy shot across Peter's chest, tearing through his suit. For a split second, Peter felt like a slice of bread caught in a toaster. Oh, come on. This suit doesn't sew itself, you know. Grabbing at the gaping hole in his costume, Peter could already picture himself that evening. Needle gripped between his teeth, hands busy threading, ends of the thread tangled around his fingers. He glances off-screen, raising an eyebrow at you, the listener, as if to say, haven't you ever seen Spider-Man mend his own suit? Curtain falls. A flash of green lightning streaked by. Electro zipped through the city's electric circuits, appearing before Peter in an instant, fist swinging with brutal force. With a stylish backflip, Peter narrowly dodged Electro's strike, landing gracefully on the street below. Spotting a fire hydrant nearby, a plan sparked in his mind. Water could short-circuit Electro's energy body. Given the nature of his electric powers, the instant he touched water, the energy needed to maintain his form would surge and sputter out. No sooner thought than done. As Electro lunged, Peter swung on a web and kicked the hydrant hard, except he ran into the same problem Captain America had faced before. No water. Where had it gone? Likely pumped up to some rich person's rooftop garden. After all, protect the environment, save water. That's always been the great American slogan. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away at a golf course, sprinklers whirred to life, showering the carefully manicured grass and pampered plants, so they could look their best as the wealthy trampled over them. Electro's fist sent Peter flying through the air. As he tumbled, Peter wished more than anything that today was just a nightmare. And, just as he hoped, the scene shifted again. He was once more swinging high above the city. Ow, that hurts. I really wish this was just a dream. Peter shook his head and glanced around. What's going on here? How did I get here? As he watched the red tank charging toward him, Peter was momentarily at a loss. What sort of situation was this? He fired a web, letting it carry him skyward. With the red tank shrinking in the distance, Peter couldn't help but start talking to himself. Oh, what a bizarre day. I can't believe I nearly got taken out twice at the same time. A sharp, slicing sound cut through the air. Peter looked up to see the vulture in his green flight suit swooping in. But before Peter could react, the web he'd shot to anchor himself to a building was slashed in an instant, and he plummeted down from the sky. Oh, come on, not again. This is the third time today. At the very last moment, Peter managed to grab onto a nearby building, sliding down its side and barely regaining his balance. But his troubles were far from over. Just as he let out a sigh of relief, the building he was clinging to began to flicker with strange, shifting lights. Suddenly, those lights condensed into a pair of blood-red, demonic eyes. The wall split open into a monstrous maw, ready to swallow Peter whole. As the building's mouth gaped wide, Peter kicked off and leapt away, narrowly escaping being devoured by his own perch. But he barely had time to catch his breath before a massive web descended from above, closing in around him. In moments, he was completely ensnared. Trapped in the giant web, Peter found himself falling into a world of absolute whiteness. Another pair of arms and legs sprouted from his body. The space seemed endless, unfathomably deep. No matter how long Spider-Man fell, he just kept dropping farther and farther. In the blink of an eye, Spider-Man, clad in his red and blue suit, was transforming, turning into a massive spider. His arms and legs began to retract, merging into his head as his body swelled and grew. The twisted tunnel around him was lined with pale, sickly versions of Peter's own face. He crawled for what felt like ages, and just as his mind was about to unravel, a gentle female voice echoed through the endless corridor, calling out to him with glimmers of hope. Spider-Man, Peter Parker, wake up from this dream. The world needs you to save it. The dark forces, they're back with a vengeance. They've taken your father, split up the grieving father, and turned the 8 demons and 9 masks into their puppets. The X-Men have become their playthings. You are the last hope. In a daze, Peter thought he heard someone calling his name. He opened his eyes. Yes, he was awake, finally free from that illogical, nightmarish dream. Standing before him, calling his name, was his best friend, Ned. Right now, Ned's face was full of worry, but the moment he saw Peter open his eyes, his anxiety vanished, replaced by a huge, relieved grin. Still half in a fog, Peter looked at Ned and asked, Ned, was that you calling me just now? Ned nodded, so hard it was almost comical. Of course it was, man. You just about scared me to death. If the nurse hadn't told me you were still breathing, I was about ready to call the crematorium right then and there. So, all that stuff about saving the world, that was you too, right? Peter's eyes narrowed with suspicion as he studied Ned, who looked back at him with the same confused expression. Buddy, if you'll forgive me for being blunt, you're well past the age of dreaming about becoming a superhero and saving the world. What we should be thinking about now is how to study hard and win the favor of the Supreme Lord. The Lord? At the mention of the Lord, Peter's memories sprang to life. In this world, there were 8 lords, 1 supreme commander, 1 grand magus, and a single god. The land they were in now belonged to the Lord of Wind, Whistling Gale. This was a realm that humanity longed for, a kingdom of dreams. It was Aunt May who'd arranged for Peter to enter this university. He didn't know why, but Aunt May seemed to be highly regarded by this lord, enough to let him leapfrog countless others to study here. Of course, Peter proved himself worthy. He was easily one of the top students at this school, collecting scholarship after scholarship each year. Yet, for reasons he couldn't quite explain, Peter always felt like something was off in his memories of this time. Suddenly, the door to the infirmary creaked open. Peter's spider sense instantly flared, warning him of danger. His gaze snapped toward the school doctor as they entered. The doctor's face was an ashen blue, their features almost human, but not quite. Seeing the newcomer, Ned quickly stood and greeted them with respectful enthusiasm. "Lady Bonnie, we are honored by your presence." With Bonnie's arrival, Peter's memories clicked into place. The woman before him, bearing dragon horns, was a vassal blessed by the Supreme Lord. In a world ruled by demons, the lords themselves would never trouble to manage their people directly. Relying on the Shadow Legion, however, risked a power grab by Terra. So those rare humans who had received the Lord's blessings became the real authorities managing local affairs. Any significant responsibility was entrusted solely to them. Yet, even then, it wasn't wise to have only locals in charge of important matters. The lords knew all too well the flaws of humanity. How could demons, ancient as they were, fail to notice after tens of millions of years? Thus, at the Supreme Lord's suggestion, division and diversification took root. Every demon's domain welcomed outsiders, those with dragon horns or feathered wings, each fiercely loyal to their post. Bonus chapter, Gathering of the Worried Fathers 3. Bonnie looked unimpressed by Ned's respectful welcome. Judging by her age, early 20s perhaps, she just passed the stage of excitement and was now entering a phase of weariness and irritation. "Get up," Bonnie said, brushing past Ned with a tone that was neither warm nor cold. She began her examination of Peter, checking his eyes, inspecting his tongue. When she finished, she nodded in satisfaction. But the moment her gaze landed on the stone at Peter's chest, her expression changed dramatically. She suddenly addressed him directly. "Peter Parker?" "Yes, Lady Bonnie." Faced with Bonnie's question, Peter sensed a hint of danger. He hurriedly imitated the tone Ned had used earlier and spoke up. "I heard you're the top student at this academy," Bonnie asked with an easy, conversational air, as if she were chatting with a friend about a game. Yet, Peter's spider sense was buzzing wildly. "Yes, Lady Bonnie." Peter's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He couldn't understand why Bonnie would ask him such a question. Had she noticed something amiss? As Peter pondered this, Bonnie suddenly began to mutter to herself, her voice so low that only Peter could hear. "If that's the case, Parker, there's something odd about you. Why do you have the mark of Lord Dakue's vassal on your chest? Could it be? Heh, never mind, forget I said anything." Bonnie helped Peter button up his shirt, gave his shoulder a gentle pat, then walked over to Ned. She whispered a few words to him before leaving in a rush. Peter was left bewildered by Bonnie's words. Even after she had gone, he remained dazed, only snapping out of it when Ned came over and waved a hand in front of him. "Snap out of it, man. Don't overthink it. Women like her are way out of your league." "Ah, sorry, Ned. I didn't mean to make you worry." Peter apologized sincerely, leaving Ned a little flustered. He scratched his head awkwardly and gave Peter's shoulder a friendly pat. "Hey, Peter, you're being too polite. We're best friends, aren't we?" Peter smiled. In his memory, there was never any need for such formality between them. Just as he was about to say more, the school bell suddenly rang, cutting him off. "Peter, take it easy and rest for a bit. I'll head to class first." "All right, see you." After Ned left, Peter, still a bit out of sorts, drifted off to sleep once more. This time, there were no strange, kaleidoscopic dreams, only a little girl who looked rather self-assured. With a gentle puff of breath, the girl blew at her bangs. Peter looked at her with curiosity and asked, "Who are you? Why are you in my dream?" The girl didn't answer. Instead, around Peter, the words he heard upon waking earlier began to loop over and over. "Save the world, Spider-Man." A glowing green orb appeared in the girl's hand, radiating a mesmerizing light, a longing Peter had never felt before. He reached out to touch it, only to find his body frozen in place. The girl seemed to notice his plight. With a casual gesture, she placed the orb right in front of him. "Don't worry, Parker. It's yours." In the midst of Peter's longing gaze, The precious gem was gently pressed into his chest by the little girl. There was no pain, no discomfort. It was as if nothing had happened at all. Once more, Peter awoke from his dream. Recalling every detail from the dream, it all felt as real as if it had truly happened. Peter remembered everything with startling clarity. Lifting his collar to look, he discovered a round stone embedded in his chest. He stared into the center of the stone. In that instant, a flood of memories surged into Peter's mind. I am Peter Parker. I am Spider-Man. I am the Mourner. I am X-Man. With his memories restored, Peter immediately understood why his spider sense had been furiously on edge all this time. The world itself was in trouble. Demons had taken over the world. Human civilization had vanished. In the history Peter once knew, the 8 immortals had disappeared, Lope had never existed, and even his father was nowhere to be found in this version of reality. Peter was left utterly bewildered. What should he do? Facing a world gone wrong, should he muster the courage to say no, or should he sink into silence? In the past, Peter's battles had been with the cancers of society. He could stand up to them, bravely saying no, and mete out justice. But now, the entire world was sick, and only Peter seemed to know it. So who, in the end, was truly afflicted? The downfall of the clear-minded is the most incurable of all, for they have already seen through everything, yet are powerless to change it. Thus, clarity becomes its own burden. As Peter's sinking heart grew ever heavier, the gemstone in his chest suddenly radiated a dazzling light, and a vision began to play before his eyes. Uncle Ben, this world is sick. Darkness has become justice. What should I do? Peter, I don't know what you're facing, but you've always been a child who stands by justice. Follow your heart. Don't leave yourself with any regrets. I understand, Uncle Ben. The light from the gem faded. Peter clutched his chest, a long-lost smile spreading across his face. With great power comes great responsibility. I've always known that. Having made up his mind, Peter donned his Spider-Man suit once more. Mourners, assemble. One person's strength is small. No matter how formidable Peter was, he could not save the entire world alone. He would need allies. No sooner had Peter spoken than a map unfurled before him. Within the territory of the Roaring Wind, the emblems of the Mourners were now marked upon it. Peter decided he would head for the nearest location, the combat arena. Wind City, West District Combat Arena. Right now, the place was roaring with excitement. The air was thick with shouts and cheers, voices rising and falling in storm. Finish him, Heidi Neal. Tear him apart, Thor. The crowd was electric, cheers erupting without end. It was clear that everyone was utterly absorbed in the duel before them. The battle raged with wild intensity, yet the death rate in the arena was always low. After all, as the only official venue for humans to relax within the 8 demon realms, this place was nothing short of a paradise on Earth. Swinging in a strand of web, Peter entered the arena and immediately spotted his target, Thor, a member of the League of the Grieving Fathers. But something troubled Peter. How was he supposed to convince Thor to join him in saving the world? Just then, the stone at Peter's chest began to glow. Thanks to his spider sense, Peter quickly understood what it meant. Hey, precious stone, are you telling me you can restore Thor's memory? The stone shimmered in response, and Peter got the message. Instantly, he scaled the wall and landed right in front of Thor. Thor was just about to speak when the gemstone bathed him in radiant light, enveloping him completely. When Thor opened his eyes again, his memories had returned. Extra story. Happiness? The struggle between antiquity and civilization. Part 4. Spider-Man, where am I? Where are all these things? Thor seemed to have awoken from a dream, surrounded by unfamiliar sights, the axe in his hand, the close-cropped hair on his head. Everything felt strange. He quickly tore off his costume, about to question Peter, when a voice blared over the loudspeakers, calling out a name he knew all too well. For our next match in the arena, it's our star fighter, Thor versus Hulk. Make some noise. A deafening roar of excitement thundered through the stands, reaching Thor's ears. Hearing his old friend's name, Thor forgot all about his confusion and hurried out to greet Hulk in the arena. Peter reached out to stop him, but it was too late. Thor strode confidently onto the battlefield, waving to the crowd that chanted his name. In contrast to Thor's grand entrance, Hulk's arrival was far more direct. A crash of iron as he smashed through the gate and charged in, his furious roar lighting a fire in the hearts of every spectator. Catching sight of Hulk, Thor rushed forward to greet him. During his years of starbound travel away from Earth, Thor had often thought of his friends back home. Hulk, it's been a while. Fist bump. But what Thor didn't know was that Hulk hadn't met Spider-Man. His memories were still lost. When Thor reached out his hand, Hulk simply grabbed him and with brute force swung Thor around like a rag doll. The stands erupted with cheers and shrieks. The rougher the match, the more exhilarated Hulk became. But Thor, now thoroughly provoked, exploded with a sudden burst of power. Lightning crackled around him as he hurled Hulk clear across the arena. And the winner of this match is the mighty Thor. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Thor staggered back to the locker room, wiping the fresh blood from his brow. Peter stepped forward, about to say something, but Thor cut him off right away. Damn it, that little green baby is absolutely out of his mind. He swung me around like a sack of garbage and smashed me into the ground. Whoa, 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 Thor, calm down. I was meaning to tell you earlier, Hulk still hasn't regained his memory. If you go looking for him now, you're bound to get thrashed. Why the hell didn't you say so sooner? Peter just shrugged. Thankfully, Thor wasn't one to hold a grudge. He took Peter with him straight over to find Hulk. The moment Hulk saw Thor, he immediately let out another furious roar. After all, he still wanted a rematch with the guy who'd beaten him before. But then, as Peter's chest began to glow, a flicker of thought appeared in Hulk's eyes. Hulk, Bugman, Shaja. At first, Thor was actually happy to see that Hulk's memory was coming back, but the moment Hulk pointed at him and called him a charger, Thor's fury erupted even more fiercely than during their duel. You son of a... Thor rolled up his sleeves, ready to have it out with Hulk. Hulk was just as unafraid, swinging his fist as the two of them launched right into another fight. Watching these two clowns, Peter could only sigh and slap his forehead in exasperation. A long while later, the two of them lay side by side on the ground. The anger had left their faces, replaced by booming laughter. Even when it comes to goodbyes, men always keep a smile on their faces. But deep inside, no one feels the ache of parting more than they do. Farewell, Thor. This goodbye would last over a decade. No letters, no news. Who knew if old friends were safe or well? When they finally met again, only a clash of fists could express the longing built up over so many years. After their laughter faded, they picked themselves up and, together with Peter, set off to find the others. Tony at the Wind City Library, Sam and Steve in Mansion Prison, Wade, Wanda, Strange, Coulson, Hawkeye, Natasha, Star-Lord, Rocket, Black Panther, and Captain Marvel in the Narnia Asylum. As each one was awakened, high atop the Wind City Tower, a pair of blood-red eyes slowly opened, and a violent wind swept across the entire metropolis. In that instant, those favored by the wind blocked Peter and his friend's path forward. Wade spoke up. Looks like someone doesn't want us moving ahead. So, Spidey, what's the plan? Should we just turn back? Wade raised an eyebrow, pretending to wait for Peter's opinion, but everyone knew this was really a challenge. Peter didn't hesitate for a second. He waved the flag in his hand and declared, Everyone, this is a revolution. There's no turning back. We move forward, and that's the only way. As Peter's words rang out, everyone nodded in agreement, their faces still shining with determined smiles. Peter planted the flag firmly into the ground and shouted with all his might, Children of Sorrow, charge! Chaos broke out instantly. Swinging on his webs, Peter moved through the battlefield as if nothing could stand in his way. Each move he made seemed to influence the entire fight. No one present doubted that Peter was a brilliant leader. Following his lead, the group fought with increasing coordination, pushing their way all the way to the foot of the wind tower. Just as Peter shot out a new web, a violent gust of wind suddenly surged from the earth. Carried by the gale, Peter was swept up to the very top of the wind tower. The moment he entered, his spider sense triggered, making him scan his surroundings with heightened alertness. But after a long moment, he sensed no danger, only the gentle caress of the wind against his skin. Yet before he could relax, a pair of blood-red eyes opened in the darkness. A massive blue frog emerged before Peter's eyes. The instant he saw this figure, Peter realized he was facing the master of Wind City, one of the 8 great demons, the Demon of Wind. The Demon of Wind spoke slowly. His voice was not as harsh or menacing as Peter had imagined. Instead, it radiated a surprising gentleness. Child, why rebel? Wind City is already the finest kingdom in the world today. At those words, Peter shot back immediately. But the world shouldn't be like this. Upon hearing this, the Demon of Wind raised his brows and asked Spider-Man, Then what kind of world do you believe in? Homes torn apart, brothers killing brothers, endless wars. Is such a cruel world truly what you desire? I know the real world is harsh, but it also has its own unique beauty. But how can there be happiness in a world ruled by demons? Happiness? We've given you shelter, clothes for the cold, food for the hungry, and we've kept the peace in this world. Isn't it fair that we enjoy a few privileges befitting our status? What's wrong with that? And you humans, millions and millions of you, need only serve us 8. Isn't that happiness for your kind? But you eat people. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. Peter was left speechless, for what he faced now was not just a debate of morals, but the collision of righteousness and darkness. two philosophies playing chess with him as their mouthpiece. It was the ancient struggle between barbarism and civilization. A just society shouldn't look like this. Peter's words sounded pale and powerless. The blackness, speaking through the demon of wind, let out a soft, mocking laugh. The world you long for and the one I've created are not so different. Yours just wears a prettier mask. That's not a mask. That's kindness. Peter's words rang out, unyielding and resolute. When righteousness stands tall and goodness is its essence, the shadow of evil is already in retreat. Yet, in a world where the law of the jungle prevails, kindness itself is often seen as a fault. Bonus chapter, Whistling Wind, Peter, Long Time No See, Part 5. When goodness becomes the only condition, then there is no point in further discussion. Intentions and appearances alike are rendered meaningless, and all becomes a mistake. The darkness ebbed away, leaving everything in the scene to whistling wind. When arguments fail to yield a result, fists become the only truth. Realm of Sandstorm. The moment Whistling Wind opened his mouth, a heavy surge of air burst forth, instantly whipping up a storm of sand and wind that rushed toward Peter. Bracing himself, Peter struggled to remain upright within the raging tempest. His clothes, battered by the relentless, razor-sharp winds, were shredded with countless tiny tears. Even the mask he guarded so closely began to show scratches. Peter fired his webs, aiming to push forward, but the violent gusts sent them flying back, sticking messily to his own body. Watching his webbing flail uselessly in the storm, Peter understood that at this moment, he could rely only on his superhuman strength to defeat the formidable demon of wind standing before him. Pushing against the gale, Peter advanced with great difficulty. Every step forward was a tremendous trial for his body. More than once, he nearly lost his footing and was almost swept away. But he noticed something. In the instant his webbing shot out, its powerful momentum could anchor him to the floor beneath. Using this, Peter finally managed to reach the wind demon. Whistling Wind watched Spider-Man quietly. The resistance of such a feeble insect was, in its own way, inspirational. Yet what the spider did not know was that, even without the wind, a single blow from Whistling Wind could crush him. Under the crushing pressure of the storm, Peter threw a desperate punch. Even if it might never reach Whistling Wind, he struck anyway. Whistling Wind raised his palm and pressed down with immense force. Peter raised both hands above his head, straining to resist. Then, suddenly, the wind beneath Whistling Wind's palm ceased. Realizing this, Peter pushed with all his might, sending Whistling Wind stumbling backward. Seizing the brief moment before his opponent could recover, Peter shot out his webbing and swung beneath Whistling Wind. Panting heavily, Peter clung to Whistling Wind's abdomen. By all rights, Whistling Wind should have sensed him instantly, but instead he seemed oblivious, pacing in circles atop the building as if lost in thought. "Come out, Spider-Man. I can see you. All right, still won't come out, huh? You'd better pray I don't catch you. If I do, you're in for some real trouble." Whistling Wind searched behind every pillar, even checked the mouse holes 3 times over. No matter how thoroughly he searched, there was not the slightest sign of Peter. Scratching his head in confusion, Whistling Wind was utterly baffled. No one had ever escaped from beneath his sandstorm before. Suddenly, Xiaofeng remembered a place he couldn't see, his own belly. As a demon born from all things, Xiaofeng naturally inherited every flaw that existed in the world. For instance, a toad can touch its own belly when sitting, but it can't see it with its own eyes. That was exactly the awkward predicament Xiaofeng found himself in. So, on impulse, he lifted both feet and stomped hard on the ground. Instantly, the air in the room began to swirl around him, faster and faster, until the place resembled a raging purgatory of wind. Peter, clinging desperately to Xiaofeng's stomach, was racking his brain for ways to defeat his foe while struggling to withstand the wild gusts. So he didn't even notice the wind sneaking through the slits in his clothes, effortlessly whipping away his garments, including the mask on his face. Peter's grip was formidable, but fabric has its limits. Realizing this, he made the bold choice to abandon his clothes altogether. Now unburdened by clothing, Peter set his sights on Xiaofeng's 4 legs, the pillars supporting his enemy. He launched his webs, weaving them together with painstaking effort to form a giant rope. This was a major step forward in Peter's plan. Yet, a rope alone wasn't enough. He simply didn't have the strength to topple Xiaofeng by himself. He needed something of equal weight to counterbalance his foe. To bring Xiaofeng down using the hurricane outside, Peter needed something as massive as the demon himself. His eyes finally landed on Xiaofeng's throne. The throne wobbled precariously, on the verge of collapse, needing just a bit more force. Peter gave himself a quick pep talk. "Come on, Peter, you've got this." With a powerful leap, He hurled himself toward the teetering throne. As the throne loomed larger and larger before his eyes, Peter's heart pounded with excitement. But fate had other plans. A sudden hurricane swept up from beneath Peter, sending him flying through the air. "Spider-Man, did you really think I couldn't see you? I am the Lord of the Wind. There's nothing in the wind I cannot see." Xiaofeng turned slowly, his deep-set eyes glinting with a sly, intelligent light. "All right, you caught me. If I surrender now, can I just lose half the battle?" Peter joked. Watching Peter spin helplessly as if trapped inside a washing machine, Xiaofeng didn't seem the least bit angry. On the contrary, he chuckled and nodded approvingly. "Of course, talents like you are always welcome among us," Xiaofeng said, easing the whirlwind and giving Peter a brief moment to consider the offer. But surrender had never crossed Peter's mind. The instant the wind subsided, Peter launched a Superman-style punch straight at Xiaofeng's face, sending the demon sprawling backward. Xiaofeng crashed heavily to the ground, but at that very moment, he caught sight of Peter's face. In an instant, the jewel on Peter's chest began to glow, and a flood of memories surged into Xiaofeng's mind. Though these memories were few, to Xiaofeng, they were priceless. Seeing the jewel shining on his chest, Peter was forced to stop what he was doing. Every time the jewel lit up, it heralded something significant. Peter looked around, searching for the cause, but suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. That familiar voice, could it be? Peter scanned his surroundings, looking for a glimpse of Xiaofeng. But instead of seeing his old friend, it was the wind demon who slowly stood up from the ground. Peter's face grew solemn as he gazed at the wind demon. Then Xiaofeng spoke again, his voice unmistakable. "Peter, it's been a long time." Peter stared at the wind demon in disbelief. His clenched fists slowly loosened. A wild gust swept through the air, and the wind demon's form shifted, transforming into the familiar figure of Xiaofeng as he had appeared back in their school days. Meeting Xiaofeng's gentle gaze, Peter's eyes filled with tears. Disbelief lingered in his expression, but soon it gave way to relief. "Brother Xiaofeng, how have you been?" he asked, his voice unsteady. Xiaofeng answered with a carefree smile. "I fulfilled my wish. There's nothing I regret anymore." "But what about you, Peter? Have you managed to live even better?" Hearing Xiaofeng's words, Peter released his tightly held fists. Tears shimmered in his eyes, and his trembling lips revealed a mix of joy and unease. He wanted to step forward and embrace Xiaofeng, but he hesitated, afraid that all of this was nothing more than a dying fantasy. Yet even if it were, he wanted at least to finish what he had to say. Peter's hands fidgeted nervously, as eager as a child wanting to speak up, but in the end, all he managed was one simple sentence: "I've tried to do better." Xiaofeng's eyes lingered on Peter's face, as if searching for traces of the past. An indescribable emotion welled up within him, and his lips quivered slightly. "I'm so glad to see you again," Xiaofeng said softly. "Peter, you've grown up. Are you still being bullied by lightning?" Xiaofeng asked. Peter let out a rueful smile. "Yeah, that guy still gives me a headache now and then." The two of them looked at each other, reunited after so long. Words flowed endlessly between them, but in the end, what remained was their deep concern for one another. Extra story: The Betrayed Darkness, Part 6. The reunion between Peter and Xiaofeng was deeply moving, but for the mastermind behind the scenes, the dark force known as Black Qi, it was far from a pleasant sight. "Damn it, Xiaofeng, what are you doing? Finish him off already." Seated high atop his altar, Black Qi was seething with rage, yet when it came to Xiaofeng, he truly had no means of control. Frustrated, Black Qi could only vent his anger by smashing a few offerings, hoping to temporarily ease the bitterness in his heart. But just at that moment, a man locked inside a glass bubble let out a low chuckle and spoke with a calm tone. "The wheels of time move ever forward. Black Mist, even if you tamper with history, you cannot change it." "Nonsense." Black Mist's magical beam shot at the glass bubble, causing it to spin rapidly from the impact. "You can't hurt me. In fact, attacks like yours don't even tickle." The man inside the glass bubble continued to mock Black Mist. But perhaps Black Mist was so enraged that his mind had gone haywire. After glancing at the man in the bubble, he didn't seem as furious as one might expect. He bounced over in a few quick steps, drew circles on the glass with his finger, and curled his lips into a wicked grin, saying in a low, sinister voice, "Archmage, you can stop trying to provoke me. I'm not letting you go. As long as you die when the time comes, then even if the forces of good defeat all my minions, they can't claim victory." "Ha ha, ah ha ha ha." Hearing Black Mist's words, the old man's face lost its mocking expression and became heavy as if painted with thick ink, the somberness lingering. In his heart, he silently prayed for Peter. "You must hurry, Peter. You must act before black mist completely consumes me. The moment Howling Wind was awakened, all the humans who had been blessed by the wind demon instantly lost their powers and reverted to ordinary people. Facing the ever more valiant defenders of sorrow, those who had just returned to normal didn't hesitate for a second. They turned and fled without looking back. "Oh, looks like things are under control here," Steve said, strapping his shield back on his back and wiping away the blood from his face left by the battle. A crisp smack rang out. Wade slapped Steve on the butt once again. Just as Steve was about to lose his temper, Wade, eyes shining with excitement, pointed toward the Wind City Tower. "Look, it's Peter Parker. I knew that kid could do it." Steve turned to look, but saw no sign of Peter, and just then another sharp smack landed. Steve's dignity took another hit. America's finest rear end. "Wade, you damned lunatic, get back here." "Peter, up ahead you'll face my 7 brothers," Howling Wind warned gravely, his tone as earnest as a mother reminding her child to eat well before leaving home. "They're even stronger than I am. You must not let your guard down." Peter carefully took in every word, but he still had one question. "Brother Howling Wind, aren't you coming with us?" Howling Wind shook his head. "No, I'll stay behind and take care of some troubles for you. The rest of the journey, you'll have to walk on your own." Bidding farewell to Howling Wind, Peter and his companions once again set out on the road to save the world. Along the way, they journeyed through all 8 great kingdoms, but the process was so smooth it was almost unbelievable. They encountered hardly any resistance from the demons. Once Peter had gathered his forces, the Warrior, the X-Men, and the Brotherhood of Mutants, a broad, open road seemed to stretch before them, unobstructed. Meanwhile, as Peter was assembling his team, the Shadow Mist had already summoned the Lord. As the most cunning among the 8 great demons, the Lord was granted a special status and extraordinary trust by the Shadow Mist. "Lord, the force of righteousness has returned." Shadow Mist wasted no time, dropping his bombshell as soon as he opened the conversation. He wanted the Lord to feel the weight of crisis, and, if possible, to let the Lord handle this wave of rebels himself. Upon hearing that righteousness had returned, the Lord's pupils contracted sharply, but he quickly regained his composure, as if he had expected this all along. He replied calmly, "A bit sooner than planned, but, my lord, didn't we already foresee this and make preparations in advance?" Shadow Mist nodded. Plainly, the Lord's steady response had restored his confidence. But just as Shadow Mist let down his guard, the Lord lunged toward the bubble sphere where the old man was being held, tossed aside carelessly in the corner. "Lord, what are you doing?" Shadow Mist shouted furiously. The Lord glanced back at Shadow Mist, unconcerned, and replied in a flat tone, "Betraying you. Isn't it obvious?" The Lord's frankness left Shadow Mist momentarily speechless, but then, overcome with anger, he jabbed a finger at the Lord and demanded, "Why would you betray me? Lord, I am your creator. Everything you have, I gave you. How could you turn on me?" At this, the Lord snorted in disdain, casually unlocking the glass sphere, imprisoning the old man. His voice rose, sharp with anger. "Why? What gave you the illusion that I wouldn't betray you?" Shadow Mist was left dumbstruck by the question. What, indeed, gave him such confidence? Of course, it was the Chronicles of Time. When he had crafted the Lord's character, he had woven in so many personal touches, layer upon layer, it was dizzying. Without all that, how could he have dared to use someone who had already betrayed him once before? "Have you regained your memories?" Shadow Mist asked, suspicion coloring his tone. But almost immediately, he shook his head, contradicting himself. "No, Peter Parker hasn't reached you yet. It's impossible for you to have your memories back." The Lord let out a low, mocking laugh, as if ridiculing Shadow Mist's foolishness. "I haven't regained any so-called memories. I am Emperor. I am the Lord. There is no room for another sky above my head." Even without reclaiming his memories, the Lord remained a true sovereign. A king would never allow himself to be manipulated like a mere marionette. The darkness had rewritten everything, except the undeniable truth that the Lord was born to rule. A bitter smile twisted at the corners of the Shadow's mouth. After all the schemes and machinations, it had come to this in the end. But soon, the Shadow's eyes blazed with a savage light. "Lord, you will pay for your betrayal." Summoning the remaining 6 demons, the Shadow anticipated a spectacle of fratricidal chaos. Yet, things did not unfold as he had imagined. In that very moment, all 6 demons turned their wrath upon the Shadow himself. Truly, he stood abandoned and despised by his own kin. "Lord, we may not know your intentions, but as long as we are brothers, our loyalty to you will never falter." There was not the slightest flicker of emotion in Curse Blue's eyes, as if their creator was nothing more than a stranger. "I may have my grievances with the Lord, his deception, his cunning, but if you wish to kill him, You'll have to step over my corpse first. Thunder in hand, Zhong-Su's gaze burned with the flames of battle. The Lord might be fair game for their own disputes, but outsiders had best beware. Go for it, Lord. The gods are nothing special. Compared to the others, Westwood was even more forthright. Spreading his wings wide to envelop the hall, he dove into the fray without a moment's hesitation. Little fire dragon, do whatever you wish. We'll always have you back. With a mischievous smile, Basha swept a snake lock across the Lord's cheek, her tail gently lifting his chin before she too leaped into battle. Unlike the others' heartfelt declarations, Pogang and Dihue said nothing. Instead, their actions spoke volumes, making their allegiance unmistakably clear. Lord, you cannot be moved. Extra. New Year, Part 7. The sound of footsteps echoed across the stone floor. In the darkened palace, a man cloaked in black entered, striding in from the wind. At the far end of the great hall, a white-haired old man sat enthroned. Step by step, the newcomer approached. Xiaofeng, to think you'd visit me. What a rare guest indeed. The old man slowly lifted his head. In the flickering light, a peculiar mark could be seen etched across his weathered brow, like an all-seeing eye. The visitor tore away the scarf, shielding his face from the wind and sand, letting it drift away on the breeze. He removed his conical hat, and at once the surrounding shadows receded, leaving the palace bathed in candlelight. I've been pondering a question. If there is anyone in this world capable of casting, or resisting, a spell that alters the memories of demons, I believe there are only two such people. One is the archmage whom the demons loathe above all. The other, Great Lord of the Wind. Are you suggesting that I'm the last one? The blade dragon slowly opened his tightly shut eyes. What should have been white sclera and black pupils now glowed. With a ghastly pale light, paired with the enigmatic smile at the corner of his lips, this added an even deeper air of mystery to him, making it impossible to guess what was on his mind. Yes, Windhowl replied without hesitation. He had indeed thought so, and thus spoke his mind. Upon receiving the answer he sought, Blade Dragon nodded and spoke slowly. I do know, but what price are you willing to pay? Blade Dragon's words sent Windhowl into deep thought. What kind of price should he offer? What could possibly be worthy enough to make Blade Dragon help willingly? Windhowl's eyes fell upon the divine sword, Shunfeng, at his waist. This was the blade he had carried with him through countless journeys, a weapon of legend that had endured for millions of years. Indestructible, imperishable, the very definition of a godly weapon. He brushed his fingers across the sword at his side. A flicker of hesitation flashed through Windhowl's eyes, but at last his gaze hardened, resolve settling in. He offered the sword to Blade Dragon. Blade Dragon accepted it without ceremony, as if it mattered little what Windhowl had given him. In a calm voice, he said, The Chronicle of Ages. Black mist rewrote our history of defeat, plucking us from the dust of time. A long silence fell. Windhowl stood quietly, pondering. The Chronicle of Ages. He should have thought of it sooner. Only such a relic could alter the course of everything. Yet Black Mist must have been mad to tamper with history so recklessly. Even for someone like him, the backlash of such acts would surely be unbearable. Blade Dragon seemed to read Windhowl's thoughts, nodded slightly, and said with tranquil certainty, Indeed, and it will arrive very soon. At the very moment Blade Dragon's words faded, the Divine Lord arrived at his palace. Windhowl transformed into a gust of wind and slipped in a Blade Dragon's sleeve, quietly observing everything that unfolded. The Divine Lord and Blade Dragon conversed for a long time, and in the end, their conclusion was singular. Black Mist had to be eliminated. When the Divine Lord departed, Blade Dragon handed Windhowl a small black stone. Unlike the jewel embedded in Peter's chest, this stone possessed a singular purpose. It allowed the bearer and those they touched to remain unaffected by the Chronicle of Ages. With the stone in hand, Windhowl traversed the 8 great realms. Though it might sound like an endless journey, for the wind, it was swift indeed. The 8 great demons returned, reunited as family. The Shadowlands were restored, their people no longer obeying Black Mist, but instead following the voices within their own hearts. Wherever Windhowl passed, the spark of rebellion was kindled, burning brighter and brighter, until at last a revolution to overthrow Black Mist swept across the entire world. At this moment, the dark vapor that once sat solemnly atop the divine altar had been eradicated. Yet elsewhere, within the palace of the Chronicle of Ages, the embodiment of this Black Mist trembled uncontrollably. Things were not supposed to turn out this way. How had everything come to this point? The Black Mist reached out, desperate to seize the pen and paper that shaped the course of history. But the Chronicle of Ages nimbly slipped from his grasp, evading him with a deft glide. Bewilderment spread across the Black Mist's face. Why had the book suddenly become untouchable? He could not help but wonder who had shown that earlier, teasing reluctance, neither accepting nor refusing. For a brief moment, confusion clouded the Black Mist's mind. But before he could react, the Chronicle of Ages swept him out of the palace, casting him into a place utterly unknown to him. Turning around, the Black Mist was met by the sight of a massive dragon-shaped relief, its presence instantly jolting his memory. This was the land of mountains and rivers, the ancestral home of dragons, the royal palace of the Sacred Lord. Images flashed through his mind, freeing his old father, betraying the Sacred Lord. With a wicked grin, the Black Mist stepped into the Sacred Lord's palace. In that instant, plagues swept across the land of China, rivers ran dry, livestock perished in droves, and unborn children perished in their mothers' wombs. Step by step, the Black Mist ascended, his ears filled with the wails of the suffering. A wide, twisted smile stretched across his lips as his inky exterior began to slowly peel away. At last, he reached the Sacred Lord's throne and settled onto it. The dragon's head split open, and from the earth, a new statue began to rise. Bathed in moonlight, the statue's form slowly took shape, an immense creature, its torso as tall as a small mountain. Long, sharp horns crowned its head, its two scarlet eyes wider than lanterns, and its gaping maw threatened to devour anyone who dared approach. Once the Black Mist made himself comfortable upon the throne, unrest and dread seeped into every human heart. The murmurs of ancient gods echoed endlessly in their ears. In just a moment's time, countless minds succumbed to madness, turning their blades upon the loved ones nearest to them. Witnessing this frenzy, the horror of kin slaying kin, Peter felt tears slide down his cheeks. As his tears fell upon the jewel resting on his chest, the gemstone burst forth with radiant light, slipped free from Peter's breast, and soared into the sky. In an instant, the light from the jewel pierced the boundless darkness. Dewdrops of brilliance, born from the light, rained down from the heavens. Before Peter's eyes, humanity ceased its self-destruction, and those who had died were restored to life where they had fallen. Peter pressed his palms together in gratitude for the miracle wrought by the jewel. Following his lead, others raised their voices in praise. From within each person, tiny sparks of starlight floated upward, merging with the gemstone and causing it to shine even brighter, saving ever more people. Across the world, miracles of resurrection unfolded before every pair of eyes. The morale of the rebels soared, and the wheel of history pressed onward. After some time, the gemstone gradually dimmed its radiance. Just as Peter thought everything was over, the gem suddenly burst forth with countless beams of light, enveloping Peter and his companions, the 8 demon lords, the old man, Dao Long, Terra, Gu Yi and her group, Merlin and his followers, as well as Master Zhang and his disciples. When they opened their eyes again, everyone found themselves gathered together. The old man looked around with a heavy expression and muttered, "Such overwhelming darkness. Where are we?" Peter's senses were pounding wildly at this moment, so intense that he couldn't help but clutch his head and fall to his knees. The Dark Lord took in the surroundings, especially the shattered dragon's head, and let out a sigh. He turned to the old man and said, "The 9 provinces of China." Feeling the suffocating silence all around, the old man was incredulous. He rushed forward and grabbed the Dark Lord by the collar. "You damn dragon! Say one more word, and I'll turn you to stone. Seal your mouth, and make sure you never see the light of day again." The Dark Lord and the old man stared at each other in tense silence. Gradually, the old man accepted the truth. He released his grip, gazed powerlessly at the devastation before him, and tears slid from the corners of his eyes. Guilt, remorse, rage, sorrow, countless emotions flickered in the old man's eyes all at once, and in the end, they ignited into a blazing fire of vengeance. A sinister voice echoed, "Haha, so you finally arrived. How do you like my masterpiece?" Extra, the revised history, Part 8. The flames of revenge can blind a person, leading them astray when faced with difficult choices. Yet, when something strikes at the heart, who among us can truly let go of hatred and act with reason alone? The old man did not know who could do that, nor did he want to know. The moment he heard the voice in the darkness, his muscles tensed, divine armor manifested upon him, and a green glow swirled around his body, only to instantly turn into a blood-red aura. Slowly, the old man turned. His fury had twisted his features. Flames of vengeance blazed in his eyes so fiercely that even the darkness itself recoiled a step. "Monster, you deserve to die." With a roar, the old man's anger thinned out the surrounding darkness. He took a step forward, and sunlight broke through. Another step, and meteors rained from the sky, their fiery waves so intense that even the Dark Lord broke out in a cold sweat. Now, the darkness grew grave. Confronted by the old man's rage, it had no desire to stand against him. With a wave, a mirror materialized before everyone. Even the old man had a mirror before him. But before the darkness could cast its spell, the old man shouted a word of denial. The mirror before him shattered. The others, however, were not so fortunate. The mirrors spun before each of them, and as they came to a halt, everyone saw a version of themselves stepping out from the glass. Peter reacted in a flash. The moment he sensed danger, he tried to kick his mirror self back through the glass. But the same strength, the same spider sense, his reflection deftly sidestepped, and Peter nearly tumbled into the mirror himself. Except for the 8 great demons, everyone present found themselves facing a mirror double. These doppelgangers possessed identical abilities to their originals, like dark reflections from the other side of the glass, revealing the deepest shadows within each person's heart. The sight was truly shocking to all those present. But as Peter raised his arm and shouted, "Grief-bearers, move out," the great battle erupted in an instant. There was no need to search for an enemy. Victory meant defeating the version of oneself standing opposite. As the clash began, the mighty 8 demons ironically became idle bystanders. Yet, would the black mist really allow these 8 to act freely? A dense cloud of black mist surged up from the ground, forming the giant egg that had appeared before when the anti-trigram was created. This time, however, the egg didn't linger. It burst open, unleashing a monster into the air. A creature crowned with twin horns, its face resembling the Supreme Master, with wings as wide as palm leaf fans, whipping up hurricanes with every mighty stroke. Asterisk, author's note, the character template for this monster draws on the demon Xiaolong, after absorbing the 8 streams of black mist. Asterisk, the monster's arrival sent a tremor through the 8 great demons. Such overwhelming power, even they had never possessed anything like it. A strand of independent black mist now gave the darkness even greater strength, allowing it to divide its focus and confront the 8 demons directly. In a way, they had Xiao Feng to thank for this. Without him, the egg could not have hatched so easily, nor become so formidable. Now, it even surpassed the 8 demons themselves. "Guys, everyone else is fighting. It's our turn now." With a sweeping gesture, Xiao Feng pointed at the newly emerged monster. In a heartbeat, the 8 great demons charged forward, launching into a fierce battle with the beast. Compared to the raging combat behind them, Old Dad, burning with fury, was still racing toward the battlefield. High above, Peter and his mirror self were locked in a web-slinging duel along the rafters. Neither could gain the upper hand. But just as Peter lunged for another attack, his opponent suddenly aged before his eyes. Wrinkles deepened, movements slowed, youth vanished. Peter glanced back at the others. Everyone was witnessing the same thing. Each of their mirror selves was growing old. The shock of it made them all freeze mid-action. Looking again, they saw their own bodies had also changed. Now feeble, hunched, missing limbs worn with age. The black mist spoke. "Peter Parker, at 80 years old, are you still chasing that laughable dream of being a superhero?" The question rang out like a thunderclap, and the scene before them began to swirl and shift. They saw themselves, aged and forgotten by the world, working the most ordinary of jobs, living the most monotonous of lives. The weight of life had broken Peter Parker's back. It had torn Steve's hand from his arm. The incredibly handsome Thor had grown a beer belly. Tony Stark, too, lived a long life. He sat beside a gravestone, his eyes hollow as he gazed up at the sky, pondering what he had done with his life. The ridiculous dreams had shattered. In the end, one must face the realities of life. It was like a song once sang, that children who watch cartoons would eventually grow up. The dream of superheroes must also come to an end. "Peter Parker, can you still say that line you've always said?" The superheroes lowered their heads, but what made them bow was not a powerful enemy, but the harshness of reality. Daily life, food, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea. These 7 mundane flavors of existence had frozen the once shining hearts of heroes. Darkness laughed wildly, spreading unchecked. Guillotines were erected above every superhero's head. The blade had a name, reality, or perhaps life itself. It seems you finally see things as they are. Those who dreamed of being heroes have now awakened. Suddenly, the darkness was blasted backward, attacked by an enraged old man. With fists clenched, he glared at the darkness sprawled on the ground, its face bewildered, and shouted, "Monster, didn't I tell you already? You deserve to die. Impossible. I said those same things to your face." As the washed-up protagonist of an outdated cartoon, shouldn't you be even more aware of reality than they are? The darkness howled, questioning the old man. He could not believe that anyone's spirit could be so unyielding. Hadn't even Peter Parker, that vibrant young man, been broken by him? How could this old fellow possibly withstand it? The old man turned to look at the others who had lost their will to fight. Raising his voice, he called out, "No matter where you're from, no matter where you're going, no matter what kind of person you become, you can still be the hero in your own heart. Are you all just going to stay defeated like this? There are still people out there waiting for us to save them." The old man's words shone like stars in the night, awakening those who were still lost in confusion. "You can take my house, my car, even my toys, but what you can never take from me is that I am Iron Man. Even if I have to stand alone, I will see this through to the end. But I believe I won't stand alone. I'll stick with you till the very end, buddy. On your left, Cap. Always here. I have nothing left to lose. A hero's path is paved with tough choices. That's the way it is, eternal loneliness, endless wounds. But I have never regretted it. I'm always angry. If you have the power to help, but choose not to, then the bad things that happen afterward are your responsibility. P.S. Behind every iconic hero line, there should be a name. I'll leave that part to all of you." As the executioner's blade shattered, so too did the mirror, broken beyond repair. The true, unconquerable foe has never been oneself, but the heart. As long as your hearts remain unyielding, no enemy will ever be insurmountable. What superheroes? What unwavering convictions? Stop deceiving yourselves. The roar of the black mist thundered through the universe, echoing with such force that in an instant, it merged with the statue, standing at the doorway. At this moment, everyone had defeated the enemies before them. Only the black mist still clung desperately to resistance. "Black Mist, you've lost. Atone for your crimes." With a single, resolute gesture, Old Man pointed the Emperor's sword directly at the black mist. "I haven't lost yet," the black mist bellowed in fury. In one breath, it devoured the demonic doppelgangers it had spawned, drawing the power of the anti-Bagua deep into itself. In that instant, its form swelled monstrously, growing even more immense. Such power was now beyond what any human could possibly withstand. Within the ranks of the 8 demon factions, Xiaofeng glanced at the eager Shindu, then turned to the other 6 demons. They all nodded in unison, their resolve unwavering. The power of the Bagua flowed into Shindu, each force delivered from its rightful direction. Shindu turned, astonished, to behold his brethren. "Go, Shindu," Zhong Su said, his face set with determination as he placed his palm firmly on Shindu's shoulder. "Take our strength and destroy that fiend." Shindu nodded gravely. At the same time, Toru and Dao long stepped forward. Without a word, they each sent their share of power to Shindu. With the 10 masks, the black magic, demon magic, 12 talismans, and the power of the trigrams. "Now, I lack nothing," Shindu declared. Rising into the air, Shindu soared toward the black mist. As he flew, his emerald scales shed away, replaced by a dazzling gold that lit up the horizon. Once again, the mysterious Eastern dragon unleashed his radiant brilliance. Witnessing this, Old Man leapt up, removing his divine battle armor and draping it over the now transformed Shindu. Shindu lashed his tail, and the golden blaze pierced the world's darkness. A majestic dragon's roar resounded, shaking heaven and earth. Old Man's Antique Shop. It's Lunar New Year, the year of the dragon. Let's make it a real celebration, Steve directed, rallying the young men who had once tried to rob him. Together, they decorated the shop, rekindling a spark of hope in Steve's heart. He was alone now, but he was determined to live well regardless. "Boss, we've finished setting up." "Good. Now get out. And remember, no more robbing others." After chasing the troublemakers away, Steve returned alone to the antique shop and sat behind the counter. Though he tried to face life with a smile, the loneliness pressed in. Being alone was never easy. This is section 418/426. Here is the English translation, preserving the paragraph structure, line breaks, and overall layout. Steve was lost in these thoughts as he slumped back into the lounge chair, his mood heavy. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Out of habit, Steve got up and greeted, "Welcome to Old Dad's Antique Shop. How can I help you?" "Hey, Cap, you've really outdone yourself with the decorations." Hearing that familiar voice, Steve opened his eyes. "Peter, Tony, you both came." Seeing the crowded doorway, Steve's face broke into a wide, joyful grin. "And we're not the only ones," Peter teased, keeping everyone in suspense. "Oh, who else?" Steve played along, giving Peter the satisfaction of his curiosity. But as soon as he glanced over, the corners of Steve's mouth began to twitch. "Happy New Year, Steve." Mutants, a special group in the Marvel Universe, held, in many ways, an even lower social status than African Americans. At least, under a certain kind of political correctness, African Americans had gained the right to vent their frustrations, sometimes even through so-called $0 shopping. But mutants weren't so lucky. They were seen as non-humans, denied legal protection, and even attacks against them were often considered politically acceptable. In such an extreme environment, two opposing philosophies inevitably arose: a policy of iron-fisted control, and one of negotiation, sometimes called the mindset of the soldier and that of the scholar. Their leading figures were Magneto, heading the Brotherhood, and Professor X, at the helm of Xavier's school. A plane soared across the sky and landed in Westchester, New York. Along the way, Colossus told Old Dad a great deal about Xavier's school. Though, of course, it was just as much for Logan, who had lost his memory. At first, Logan was impatient, but when he saw Jean Grey nodding along with interest, he forced himself to pay attention. Xavier School was established by Professor X as an educational and training institution specifically for young mutants. He welcomed every individual, no matter their abilities. The school firmly believed that everyone possessed unique value and potential, and that with proper guidance, anyone could transcend themselves. The core of the curriculum focused on character, interpersonal skills, leadership, and more. Students were encouraged to participate in social activities to foster a sense of civic duty and social responsibility. All this official jargon bored Old Dad to no end. Yet, seeing how earnestly Colossus believed in these words, Old Dad found himself growing more interested in the school. After disembarking, Colossus led Old Dad to a car. They drove through the city, eventually stopping at the edge of a dense forest. Following Colossus through the woods, an imposing, ancient manor came into view. The main entrance to the estate featured grand double doors, broad stone steps, and stone lions flanking either side, announcing the school's dignity and tradition. Above the doorway hung a plaque bearing the name of X Academy, as if to remind all who approached that this was no manor. This was an academy. Colossus strode forward and pressed the doorbell, more out of habit than necessity. After all, among mutants, who didn't have a trick or two up their sleeve to bypass a simple door. "It's me, Colossus. Open up," he called. With a crisp chime, the great doors of the academy slowly swung open. The entryway led directly to a security booth, distinctly Wolverine in its rugged, battered style, so unadorned and weathered it could easily be mistaken for a glorified doghouse. Logan gazed at the booth, caught in a wave of déjà vu. He could swear he'd seen this scene before, and for reasons he couldn't quite explain, he suddenly had the urge to flop down inside, sip a little whiskey, and drift off into a deep, satisfying sleep. "Logan, this was your old post, wasn't it? What do you say? Care to take off that bracelet and see what happens?" Colossus teased, his words carrying more temptation than jest. Without a second thought, Logan stretched out inside the booth, letting himself sink into a blissful, undisturbed slumber. Gray leapt down from Logan's shoulder, climbing to perch atop his head, curling up to join him in peaceful sleep. Watching the magical creature nestle in so comfortably, the old man let go of his earlier intentions. If not for his own battles with demons, these endearing beings would never have been forced into a life of magic. They deserved none of the consequences born from his conflicts. Yet at the same time, his resolve for the upcoming review only hardened. If things went awry, he would leave this place, taking both the magical animals and the humans closest to him. "Master from the mysterious East, please don't act rashly. Both Gray and Logan are equally important to us, and we're confident in our ability to protect them," came a calm voice. As this silent vow took shape in his heart, a bald man in a wheelchair was rolled before him, pushed along by a towering blue giant. The old man narrowed his gaze, studying the newcomer, Professor X, whose psychic abilities were the stuff of legend. A shadow of unease crept over him, the kind that made even Professor X's brow furrow. "I don't appreciate having my mind invaded," the old man said, turning away sharply. Professor X offered an awkward smile and clapped his hands. "Your skills are truly formidable, Master. You know, my government files are classified on par with nuclear weapons, intended as a deterrent of the highest order. Yet here I find myself outmatched. Remarkable." He praised the old man, but received no warmth in return. The old man had little patience for those who pried into the secrets of others. Frankly, he wished the professor would get his comeuppance, stripped bare and dumped in the street for all to see. "Oh, sir, such wicked thoughts," Professor X exclaimed, half in amusement, which made the old man turn in surprise. How could this man read his mind so easily? "Don't be so suspicious," Professor X replied, his tone light. "Aside from being a mutant, I happen to hold a doctorate in psychology. Judging by your micro-expressions, deducing your thoughts is child's play." The old man stepped forward with an awkward look, placing one hand firmly on Professor X's wheelchair, taking it from Beast's grasp. He personally pushed Professor X to a tree. Leaning in close to Professor X's ear, the old man whispered, "I've never trusted psychologists, those who claim they can see into people's minds. If you really could, you should have seen what's coming next. Off you go." With a swift kick, the old man sent Professor X's wheelchair rolling straight toward the tree. Just as Professor X was about to collide, the old man suddenly appeared behind him, grabbing the wheelchair and bringing it to a halt. "So what do you think, Mr. Baldy? Did you see that coming?" Seeing Professor X remain poised and unruffled, the old man's brow furrowed. "It's not a pleasant feeling, having someone see right through you. You win, Baldy. Now, show me what your school security is really made of." Professor X clapped his hands, and in an instant, several handsome young men and women appeared on what had moments before been an empty lawn. As they each displayed their abilities with the flair of peacocks fanning their feathers, the old man yawned, clearly unimpressed. Turning back to Professor X, he said, "Would you like to hear a story?" Professor X nodded. Long, long ago, there was a kingdom called Yalong, much like today's Kimchi Nation. One day, a diplomat from a powerful neighboring country came to collect tribute, just as the beautiful country charges Kimchi Nation for protection. But then, the king had a sudden whim and asked the diplomat, "Whose land is greater, yours or mine?" And just like that, his kingdom was wiped out. It's much like how Kimchi Nation ran about to more than 170 countries, but ended up with fewer than 30 votes. "You're a clever man, Doctor, so I'm sure you understand what I mean." The old man's words were blunt, almost as if he were scolding them to their faces. Even those who weren't the sharpest could sense his meaning. In an instant, one of them rushed forward, ready to argue. "What's that supposed to mean, old man? Are you calling us clueless fools?" The old man shook his head again and turned to Professor X. At this point, Professor X's face was dark with anger. The hot-headed fireman was as volatile as ever, which was probably why he'd never graduated after all these years. Did he really not know the reason? "Fireman, calm your temper," Professor X scolded, then turned his weary gaze back to the old man. With a heavy sigh, he said, "They may be immature, but their hearts are in the right place. With more training, they'll be able to stand on their own." The old man regarded Professor X with skepticism. "If I'm not mistaken, except for you, they're all just kids. Without you, they wouldn't survive. Wolves that have never seen blood will always be dogs in the end." Father swept away with Tony, leaving without discussing Gray's fate, as if he had simply forgotten about it. His departure caused little stir for himself, but Professor X was immediately surrounded and besieged. The crowd closed in on him, hurling curses at Father from all sides. In the end, Professor X was forced to use his psychic abilities to subdue the unruly mob. "Back to class, all of you." With this brief and decisive command, Professor X left in a flash, moving faster than many young men in their prime. Outside the gates of Xavier's school, Father didn't venture far. Instead, he had Tony set up a tent nearby. "Oh, come on, Father, didn't we agree to leave? Why are we pitching a tent here?" Tony's complaints flowed one after another, wearing on Father's patience. Finally, Father lowered his binoculars and turned to glare at Tony, a look so fierce that Tony fell silent at once. "Just set up the tent. Leave the rest to me," Father said. Steve nodded stiffly, and Father resumed his observation of Logan, who was sprawled at the entrance. A mighty storm was brewing at Xavier's school. "Let's see what you're all really capable of." Since this was where he planned to entrust his magical creatures, Father was determined to watch and wait. After all, there was always the chance that, under the pressure of battle, these kids might surprise him with a stroke of incredible luck. Take, for example, a certain someone whose luck was so outrageous that he barely had to pull the trigger before fortune took care of the rest. While Father kept watch, far away in an Egyptian pyramid, a white mouse with glowing red eyes scurried around, searching for anything edible. After several rounds of searching, without so much as a scrap of bone to be found, he realized that in a place like the desert, it was rare to encounter so much as a snake or an insect. When such creatures did appear, they were often omens of ill fortune. Yet this mouse was a strange exception, surviving in a tomb by gnawing on whatever corpses and bones it could find. 3 days without food left the mouse desperate. At last, it resolved to use the last resource available, a dead man who still seemed to breathe. Though the man's flesh was tough and unappetizing, hunger left the mouse with little choice. Squeezing through broken stones, it reached the man and bit down. There was a sharp crack, a sound that echoed in the tomb. The mouse's teeth had splintered, leaving a jagged edge. Gingerly, it touched the damaged spot with its tongue, unable to fathom how its famously strong front teeth could break so easily. Suddenly, as its tongue brushed the wound, a wave of searing pain shot through it. In the mouse's eyes, a gray mystical sigil flared to life, unleashing its power and bringing Apocalypse back from the dead. Under the blazing summer sun, in a bustling desert marketplace, a peculiar man in a hooded cloak appeared. He strode through the crowd, holding a white mouse in his right hand. Sunlight filtered through the brim of the conical hat, revealing none other than Apocalypse himself. As a king from thousands of years ago, the power he wielded was so immense it would make anyone blush with shame. No sooner had he entered the marketplace than Storm appeared before him. The sight of a mutant using her powers to steal, such a scene would have been unimaginable millennia ago. Yet in this world, it was happening right before his eyes. Apocalypse strode forward and seized Storm by the arm, instantly foiling her attempt at theft. Storm, caught off guard, was just about to lash out when Apocalypse acted first. As a noble mutant, you are a disgrace. To waste your gifts in such a place. I'm only trying to survive. Fighting just to stay alive, Storm replied, struggling fiercely until she finally broke free from Apocalypse's grip. Watching Storm pull away from him, Apocalypse's lips curled into a wicked, knowing smile. This would be his first follower. He was certain of it. After fleeing for some time, Storm finally came to a stop. But before she could catch her breath, Apocalypse stepped through a portal and approached her. Apocalypse grasped Storm's face, and as she writhed in pain and resistance, he awakened her powers. Go. Do whatever you wish. Remember, anything. In the blink of an eye, Apocalypse vanished. Storm, stunned by the surge of power coursing through her, realized that she could now command the very weather itself, far beyond her old ability to whip up a mere whirlwind. The power of lightning. With a sweep of her hand, thunder cracked, and lightning danced in the sky. Hearing the resounding thunder as he left Storm behind, Apocalypse let a satisfied smile play across his lips. This was the strength that mutants deserved. Having accomplished this small, casual feat, Apocalypse finally turned his attention to the world around him, the bustling crowds, and the small colored box playing moving pictures. He laid his hand upon the little box, and in an instant, a torrent of knowledge surged into his mind, one of his many acquired abilities, both convenient and formidable. In the span of a single second, Apocalypse absorbed the wonders that had taken humanity nearly 2 centuries to create. As he witnessed the treatment of mutants and the overwhelming flood of so-called mainstream media online, a deep frown creased his brow. Traitors have claimed the throne? Mutants need a leader with an iron will. Resolved, Apocalypse set out to gather his 4 horsemen once more. Someone like Storm, now empowered to command the forces of nature, was the perfect choice. Bolstered by his ability to enhance mutant powers, it wasn't long before Apocalypse found the followers he required: Storm, Psylocke, and Angel. For his final recruit, Apocalypse chose none other than the reclusive Magneto. According to the intelligence Apocalypse had gathered before his own arrival, Magneto and Professor X were the 2 most powerful mutants. Both were level 4 mutants at the peak of their abilities. If he could harness their strength for himself, there was a chance they could leap to level 5, granting them the power to change the world. It was as if the world itself had sensed Apocalypse's will. Everything was unfolding just as he wished. At that moment, Magneto was facing arrest by the police, his good-heartedness having betrayed his mutant abilities. "Annie, don't worry. Daddy will be back soon," Magneto reassured his daughter, gently patting her shoulder. But the officers gave him no chance. In a swift move, they pinned his arms behind his back. Annie, still too young to understand why her father was being taken away, screamed and cried, desperate to save him, while her mother clung tightly to her. Suddenly, Annie's unique power awakened. A flock of birds swooped in, creating chaos and blocking the police. In the confusion, an arrow was loosed, flying ever closer to Annie. Magneto roared with fury, powerless to stop the wooden arrow. But just as disaster seemed inevitable, the clear crow of a rooster rang out, and the arrow halted right at Annie's chest. With a surge of strength, Magneto tore himself free from the officer's grasp and darted to his daughter's side. After quickly checking her over and confirming she was unharmed, relief washed over him. "Magneto, hands on your head. Lie flat on the ground. You don't want your family to get hurt because of you, do you? And you little girl, you too. You filthy mutants, do as you're told. Face down on the ground," barked a policeman. These words finally ignited the full fury of Magneto. He was just a mutant, using his powers only to save lives, and even after all he'd endured, they had nearly killed his daughter. If that was the case, then so be it. Let them die. He unclasped the necklace from Annie's neck, a gift he had crafted for her. "Turn Annie around and cover her eyes. What happens next isn't something a child should see," he instructed his wife. She nodded, shielding Annie's eyes and turning her away. As Magneto lingered, exchanging a few words with his wife and daughter, the police grew impatient. They raised their crossbows, ready to fire at Magneto. But before they could act, the necklace in Magneto's hand shot through the air, slashing their throats in the blink of an eye. The officers collapsed like puppets with their strings cut. Taking a deep breath, Magneto prepared to leave with his wife and daughter, only to see a large rooster strutting out from the tall grass. Gwugwada, gwugwugwugwada, where the hell is my corn kernel? Big rooster, Annie shouted with excitement as she ran over and wrapped her arms around the rooster. Hearing its crow, Magneto suddenly remembered that piercing call, the very moment when the arrow was halted midair. Daddy, it's the big rooster. It was the one that saved me just now. Watching his daughter hugging the rooster, Magneto was now certain of the creature's extraordinary nature. After all, based on Annie's earlier display of controlling birds, he could be sure that her superpowers were somehow connected to animals. If her abilities were linked to animals, then she would never mistake one animal for another. Magneto stepped forward, dropped to one knee, and solemnly expressed his gratitude to the rooster. Thank you, Magneto glanced at his daughter, realizing he didn't know the rooster's name. Annie caught his look and declared, Big Rooster, I want to call him Big Rooster. Magneto couldn't help but laugh. Was that even a name? But seeing the look of earnestness on his daughter's face, he placed his right hand over his chest and respectfully addressed the rooster. Eric, as a father, thank you, Big Rooster. You saved my daughter. You will always be my benefactor. The rooster cocked its head, fixing Eric with a wise, almost knowing gaze that seemed to say, humans are so strange. With a flutter of its wings, it slipped free from Annie's embrace, landed on the ground, and began searching for the corn kernel it had just lost. Delighted, Annie followed after it, clearly amused. She mimicked the rooster's movements, crouching down and pretending to search for something, too. Eric watched them, shaking his head with a smile, feeling a deep sense of gratitude for his luck today. But his expression soon darkened. None of this should have happened, he thought. The memory of those treacherous co-workers filled him with seething anger. Those traitors, may they meet a miserable end. And fate, it seemed, was on his side. Though Eric was unaware, even as he uttered his curse, Apocalypse and his followers had already arrived at the foundry where Eric usually worked. Where is Eric? In just 3 minutes, the foundry was engulfed in flames. Apocalypse had one of the workers in hand, the very one Eric had saved earlier using his electromagnetic powers. He should have been arrested by the police. I reported him. At the worker's words, Apocalypse snorted dismissively and, with a casual squeeze, crushed the man's head before turning to leave. The 3 horsemen followed Apocalypse out, but Storm lingered for a moment, casting a final glance back. The foundry was now a vision of hell on earth, and in her heart, a flicker of pity stirred. But if she had heard Eric's story, perhaps she wouldn't have felt this pang of sympathy now. Passing through the portal, Apocalypse arrived near Eric's home. Having just survived a fierce battle, Eric immediately sensed the presence of these strangers and grew vigilant. Protect Annie. After giving his wife this urgent instruction, Magneto manipulated his small pendant and cautiously approached the spot where Apocalypse and his companions had appeared. Strangers, he thought to himself. Eric had never seen them before. Just as he was preparing to observe a bit longer, Apocalypse suddenly turned his gaze in Eric's direction. In that instant, their eyes met, and it was as though a silent bridge was built between their minds. I need your help, my child. At the sound of Apocalypse's words, Eric snapped back to his senses and quickly ducked behind a tree, puzzling over who this man could possibly be. Before he could reach a conclusion, Apocalypse strode over and extended a hand. Join me, and together we will earn respect from mutants. Meeting Apocalypse's unwavering eyes and recalling the years he'd spent in hiding, Eric nodded resolutely. He knelt before Apocalypse, took his hand, and was pulled up from the ground. I will follow your will until the end of mutant kind. As Apocalypse's eyes rolled back in a surge of power, Eric's abilities were magnified. The magnetic fields around him became vividly clear, and everything in the world seemed to dance at his fingertips. Eric placed his hand on the earth, and with a sweeping gesture, the dust stirred under his power. The surrounding trees tore free from the ground and soared into the sky, weaving together into a colossal wooden dragon. The entire forest gathered at his command, moving in rhythm with his hand. At that moment, Magneto's power reached its zenith, and he became the most formidable of Apocalypse's 4 horsemen, the chief among them. While Magneto was undergoing this transformation, far away at Xavier's school, Professor X sensed the disturbance. A wave of unease washed over him. In the night, Jean was startled awake by a nightmare, flames raging, and a mysterious figure declaring himself the savior of all mutants. Tell Professor X everything. The anxiety in his heart was instantly confirmed. He gathered Jean and the X-Men and hurried to the Cerebro chamber. Professor X donned the Cerebro helmet, and with its amplification, he ascended to a level 5 mutant, locking in on Eric's presence with pinpoint accuracy. But before he could utter a word, the red star, a symbol of mutant kind, suddenly glowed bright at his side. It was a beacon, marking Apocalypse's location. Apocalypse rolled his white eyes, and in a flash, he followed the signal from the Cerebro amplifier, instantly and precisely locking onto Professor X. Though Professor X tried to resist, how could just a few decades of experience possibly contend with the mightiest mutant, Apocalypse? In an instant, Professor X was overpowered and manipulated in return. His mind, once steadfast, began to be overtaken, a faint purple hue gradually spreading across his consciousness. Charles, break free of him now. I can't do it. A fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on Professor X's forehead. All his countermeasures failed him at this critical moment. Glancing at the children surrounding him, Professor X recalled his father's words. Kimchi arrogance. Professor X, who had once believed his power could deter the entire world, now felt a profound sense of helplessness. Apocalypse had seized control of the Cerebro chamber. Children, destroy the Cerebro amplifier now. At Professor X's command, the X-Men sprang into action. Yet, no matter how quickly they moved, the mind's power to issue orders always outpaced any physical act of sabotage. In just a heartbeat, Apocalypse had already accomplished his goal. Nuclear weapons all over the world launched into the sky, exploding in a thunderous chorus that echoed above. The only force capable of threatening mutants was wiped out in an instant. A new era begins, one that belongs to us.